Flashpoint world. Imprisoned for 3 decades, Kal-El wields unparalleled power against the entire pantheon of metahumans on Earth. Aquaman, Wonder Woman, Shazam, Cyborg. Even the Flash meets his demise at his hands. Who, then, can rectify the timeline? As the timeline ultimately shifts, a peculiar quantum entanglement occurs between Kal-El and Clark, resulting in a synchronization of memories. Thus, the righteous and luminescent Superman embarks on a divergent path from his youth. Aquaman, I seem to recall having slain you. Wonder Woman, indeed, I have vanquished you as well. It appears you two have fallen beneath my might. And you, all of you. Superman hovers in the sky, his crimson cape billowing in the wind, while his dark armor refracts the sun's brilliance. Now you may kneel. In a metallic chamber, a crimson glow envelopes everything. A gaunt figure sits motionless in a corner. After an indeterminate duration, a voice suddenly reverberates. Subject 938, rise. The figure, presumably Subject 938, remains unresponsive, as if lifeless. Subject 938, rise immediately. Yet the emaciated silhouette remains still. At that moment, the room's crimson light begins to flicker, and a bright blue hue suddenly illuminates the ceiling, adding a vibrant touch to the monotonous space. However, as this bright hue reaches the figure, it abruptly vanishes into its form, causing the figure to convulse violently. This reveals it to be a living entity, not a mere statue. Subject 938, you should comprehend the consequences of defying me. The gaunt figure slowly raises its head, revealing a skeletal visage, its blue eyes devoid of life, tranquil, vacant, and dim. The sunken cheeks outline the skeletal structure of its face. Had there been any muscle between skin and bone, one could only imagine the beauty that might have been. Alas, it is too thin. Subject 938, proceed to Laboratory 3. Now. Before the figure could respond, another flash of bright blue surged forth. The figure convulsed again, its already frail body rippling as if to mitigate the pain. I apologize for any discomfort I may have caused you, yet you must trust that each pang you endure causes me immense sorrow. Of course, this is contingent upon your understanding of what it means to apologize, to believe, and what it is to feel sorrow. Ha ha ha. The laughter abruptly ceased, yet the echoes lingered in the figure's ears. Gradually rising, the figure revealed a height that belied its frail stature, an unsettling dissonance that evoked a sense of tragic regret. It was as if it were not meant to exist in such a manner. It felt like an abomination. Stooping forward, the figure advanced step by step. The wall ahead silently parted, unveiling a corridor bathed in the same crimson hue, with several forks branching out at its depths, one of which bore a similarly red arrow guiding the figure onward. Laboratory 3. The door opened silently, revealing the environment within. An operating table, 2 white-coat doctors. Lie down, you understand. One gestured towards the surgical bed, his lab coat seemingly stained with blood under the crimson light. The other interjected, James, please exhibit some kindness towards our extraterrestrial guest. Do say please. The last word was directed at the figure. This voice echoed the one from earlier in the room. The figure walked slowly to the operating table, first resting its back upon it, then lifting the rest of its body to finally lay fully on the table. It resembled an elderly man on the verge of death. James prepared the surgical instruments while the other person observed the figure intently, his eyes filled with fervor, his voice trembling with excitement. I am eager to witness you in your most perfect state. James frowned. Jones, how dare you harbor such thoughts? His voice quivered, as if Jones had uttered the most atrocious curse. Jones seemed oblivious to James' words, continuing to gaze at the figure, his hands trembling as they reached out, yearning to caress its form. Every time I see you, I am overwhelmed with excitement, boiling with anticipation. Every single time. The figure lay still, eyes closed, utterly motionless. James grasped a large syringe, its needle exaggeratedly long and thick. Each time, I feel it is a desecration of the divine. With that, he inverted the long needle and, summoning all his strength, plunged it forcefully into the figure's chest. Clang! The metal struck flesh with a resounding impact. James' expression darkened as he withdrew the syringe. The needle remained sharp, yet his strength could not penetrate the figure's skin. He has grown harder. James' brow furrowed deeper. Is the sunlight from 30 years ago still enhancing him? Jones, hidden behind his mask, smiled with a sense of satisfaction. Naturally, he is our living God. Enough. Enough. James appeared both embarrassed and angry. Put away that nonsense. Even if he is a god, he is merely a god with the worst luck. Hurry up and extract his marrow, so he can return to his cage. I find no solace in his presence. Jones shot him a glance. What are you afraid of? Are you fearful of an alien who has never received any education, knows only the basic skills for survival, has had all memories erased, and lacks any emotions or even physiological instincts? His blood contains a sedative potent enough to slay 10T Rex, and that is merely his dosage for one injection, which he must endure daily. What are you afraid of? He doesn't even have a name. James fell silent, his face concealed behind the mask, betraying no emotion, save for the pressing of a switch. In the next instant, the figure suddenly curled into itself, convulsing violently. As its body twisted, the cause of its distress became apparent. A massive mechanical arm was connected to its back, seemingly embedded within its being, with a transparent tube extending from the arm. At that moment, strange liquids flowed through the transparent tube, extracted from the figure's body. Observing the writhing figure, Jonas' earlier excitement had vanished. He spoke in a subdued tone. I am contemplating whether to pause the injection of the sedative. Have you lost your mind? The reason our experiments progress so slowly is that the substances extracted from his body have been tainted by the sedative, resulting in those abominations. Jonas' eyes burned with a frenzied intensity as he stared at James. I desire a complete God, one that belongs solely to me. Even if that were possible, he would not belong to you, but to America, to all of humanity. Jones fixed his gaze on James, who met him defiantly, while beside them, the figure on the operating table writhed even more violently. After a prolonged moment, Jones withdrew his gaze. Bah, it was merely a jest. This is a reckless jest. I do not appreciate it. Kindly refrain from such humor in the future, all right? All right, all right. You truly lack a sense of humor. Science does not require humor. Yet women do. Thus, I have no need for women. Curse it. Time slipped away unnoticed, and a figure re-entered the room, his posture even more stooped than before. He resumed his previous position, unchanged in any way. He sat quietly, burying his face in his knees. Those monitoring him had grown so accustomed to this scene that at times, no one was even present at the surveillance station. And in the obscured visage hidden within his knees, a distortion had taken root unbeknownst to anyone. The once gentle blue eyes now brimmed not with vacancy or tranquility, but with madness and resentment. Yet, deep within those eyes, two fleeting points of crimson light glimmered. Chapter 2, Batman and Flash. Gotham City. Wayne Manor. In the vast castle, solitude and darkness permeated every corner, void of life. The once vibrant warmth and love had vanished with a gunshot, leaving only an elderly man, cloaked in shadows, seeking to fill the void within with vengeance and judgment. Of course, the maniacal laughter echoing from the depths of the manor during the late hours only served to enhance its eerie atmosphere. Barry Allen stood at the entrance of the manor, gazing at this once familiar, yet now profoundly alien place, his brow furrowing in concern. Since awakening today, the world had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Some heroes had vanished without a trace, while others had changed entirely, from within to without. Even he, the renowned Flash, had ceased to exist, his fame and prowess alike. At this moment, Barry Allen was merely an ordinary man. Even his mother, long deceased, was inexplicably alive. How could he not feel exhilarated? However, upon witnessing the fallen state of London on the television, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Arthur Curry, the King of Atlantis, a hero once devoted to safeguarding life across the seven seas, now sought to annihilate the world, engaging in fierce combat against the Amazons led by Diana Prince. Both sides treated each other as mortal enemies, willing to sacrifice thousands of lives. So, indeed, thousands had already perished over a ludicrous and absurd reason. Barry Allen recognized this as his responsibility, prompting him to think of his old friend, a figure both revered and reassuring, the Dark Knight. Batman, Bruce Wayne. Yet, standing before Wayne Manor, confronted with its starkly altered environment, worry burgeoned within him. What if even Batman had changed? What then would he do? With that thought, he shook his head, casting aside his chaotic musings. He took one last glance at the overgrown Wayne Manor before turning towards the adjacent thicket. Compared to Wayne Manor, he felt far more at home in the damp cave. That night, the moon concealed behind dark clouds, thunder rumbled. A resonant voice echoed from the balcony atop the castle. The key is to replicate the conditions of the incident precisely. The voice, aged yet sonorous. Then let's increase the speed of the extinguishing process, shall we? This was a youthful voice, brimming with confidence. On the castle's terrace, clad in black, Batman sat in a chair, observing a man bound in bandages, seated upon an electric chair not far away. Through the gaps in the bandages, patches of charred skin were visible, resembling not skin but rather putrid flesh. The electric chair bore a slender metallic rod, standing tall amidst the tempest, serving as a lightning rod. Thomas Wayne furrowed his brow, worried for Barry Allen. Ever since Barry had approached him 2 days prior, claiming to be the Flash from another universe, he had insisted on his assistance to restore his lost superpowers. However, the outcome of the first experiment had transformed him from a handsome young man into a charred figure swathed in bandages. Yet even this failure did not deter him. He successfully persuaded Thomas to conduct a second experiment. Ordinarily, Thomas would have dismissed such matters, but the allure of the alternate universe Barry described was far too enticing, compelling him to agree. If this experiment were to fail again, the young man would die. But what did that matter to him? If it failed, it would merely mean dealing with another corpse. Yet if it succeeded, Bruce would be reborn. That was enough. Barry Allen's gaze fixed upon the sky, awaiting the arrival of the lightning. In the next instant, the lightning struck as anticipated, crashing down upon the lightning rod, the current surging through Barry's body almost instantaneously. Barry's entire body tensed, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. However, having undergone this once before, he understood that if he could endure this wave, success was within reach. The current coursed through Barry's body, swiftly merging with his cells. The bright blue lightning began to shift in hue, golden red arcs swirling around him. Barry smiled. He realized that everything around him began to soften and slow, and as he raised his arm, the golden red arcs flickered around him. Cheers. Joy. Perfect. He knew he had succeeded. Yet, before celebrating, there was a more urgent matter at hand. Before him, Batman Thomas was suspended in midair, perilously close to a barrier beneath him. The spikes of the barrier, though not sharp, would still pierce flesh. Earlier, in an effort to save Barry, Thomas had been propelled off the terrace by the explosion triggered by the lightning. But to Barry, Thomas's movements appeared agonizingly slow. Even if he had already made contact with the railing, Barry had ample time to rescue him. Suddenly rising to his feet, the bandages wrapped around him had been incinerated by the lightning, disintegrating into ash and revealing the charred, contorted muscle beneath. Yet, in that moment, as the golden red arcs enveloped his grotesque form, his body began to scab over, shedding old skin, ultimately revealing fresh, tender muscle. At that moment, Thomas had descended below the terrace, but Barry closed his eyes, savoring the surge of power coursing through him. His skin underwent a rapid transformation, quickly shedding the charred exterior and returning to its normal state, albeit devoid of hair, presenting a rather peculiar appearance. Raindrops hovered in the air, as if part of a fabricated backdrop. At that moment, Batman Thomas had vanished from his sight. Simultaneously, hair sprouted from Barry's skin at an astonishing speed. He felt an itch on his scalp and instinctively scratched it, reveling in the texture of his hair, a smile breaking forth. The handsome young man has returned once more. I, the Flash, have come back. In the next moment, Barry slightly descended, striking a rather dashing pose. Zoom. In an instant, Barry vanished from sight, leaving behind shimmering arcs of golden red lightning that exploded in midair, creating a flurry of sparks. Simultaneously, his figure materialized beside Thomas, perched atop a railing, his elongated form illuminated by the electric flashes, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. At this moment, Thomas continued to plummet slowly, the distance to the top of the railing diminishing gradually. Barry could even discern the half of Thomas's face visible beneath his mask, frozen in shock, and what piqued his curiosity was that Thomas's eyes were straining to look in his direction. What did this signify? It indicated that Thomas's mind could keep pace with Barry's speed, constrained only by his body's reaction time. Is this how Batman operates? He mused silently, as he reached out to support Thomas's back, deftly guiding him along the slender railing with steps that were light and graceful, bearing no burden from Thomas's weight or the uneven path beneath. In an instant, they arrived beneath the trees in the courtyard, where Barry gently set Thomas down, not out of fondness for gentleness, but because in the realm of extreme speed, tenderness was essential. The next moment, he emerged from the world of velocity. Thomas felt as though his very organs had been displaced, his back aching intensely, as if he had been struck by Optimus Prime. He involuntarily straightened his back, gazing at the unadorned Barry Allen, astonished by his pristine skin, seemingly unscathed. All your injuries have healed? You should have perished. I told you, I am quite fast, Barry declared, brimming with pride. But I think I need some gear now. Thomas tossed him a ring, which Barry caught, rubbing it to reveal a suit of yellow spandex. Contemplating the garment, he fell into thought. What's the matter? Barry inquired. Is the color too gaudy? I prefer something more understated. As he spoke, he began to vibrate at an incredible speed, creating afterimages around him, akin to a type of massager. When he reappeared, he was clad in a red spandex suit. Like Batman, Thomas's entire face was concealed by a mask, leaving only the lower half visible, rendering his identity unrecognizable. A golden lightning bolt adorned his chest, radiating with tremendous energy. Next, we must prevent the war between the Atlanteans and the Amazons, restoring peace to the world. I know someone who shares your sentiments, Thomas replied. However, it seems he is short on manpower. Not to worry, for I am here. Besides, we have a powerful ally. Who? Superman. Never heard of him. What? Chapter 3. Will you miss it? Steelbone retracted his jetpack and descended onto the rooftop, his half-mechanical, half-organic physique rendering him significantly heavier than an ordinary human. Nevertheless, he adeptly controlled his landing, avoiding the creation of a crater. After all, a considerable depression already existed beside the building beneath him. I must admit, I never anticipated you would reach out to me, Steelbone remarked to Batman, his visage partially concealed by metallic skin, while the other half bore no expression, appearing even colder than the metal itself. After uttering these words, he turned his gaze towards the Flash. Who is he? The Flash blurted. Steelbone, Vic, you've changed. The Steelbone before him felt somewhat unfamiliar, a departure from the memories he held. He was Barry Allen, a newcomer endowed with super speed, known as the Flash. After Batman's introduction, he regarded Steelbone seriously. Do you still require a strategist? ISNT, there's someone who has formed a team to confront Aquaman and Wonder Woman? Indeed. Steelbone lowered his head, an unusual hint of embarrassment crossing his features. I wish to join, Steelbone declared, looking at Batman. His crimson left, eyes suddenly brightening with shock and surprise. Batman continued, however, I shall be the one to make the decisions, and I will choose the members. The Flash counts as one. He glanced at the Flash, who promptly added, we aim to locate the extraterrestrial that fell into Metropolis. Steelbone, puzzled, inquired, extraterrestrial? What are you talking about? The meteor. Batman clarified. It is not what the Pentagon claims it to be. Steelbone gazed at Batman impassively, skepticism evident in his eyes. I possess classified intelligence. We require him, and you can access that, Batman explained, locking eyes with Steelbone while awaiting his response. Steelbone held his gaze for a moment, then shifted his focus skyward as his crimson electronic eye began to flicker with fervent luminosity, accompanied by the sound of crackling electricity emanating from him. As a cybernetic entity, he was a godlike figure within the network. If he so desired, the world harbored no secrets from him. Before long, he discerned the crux of the matter. Indeed, there is something, but it is beyond my clearance. Upon stating this, he noticed Batman observing him silently, without a word. I do not operate within government systems, Batman. You must infiltrate, Batman retorted unyieldingly. If you wish for me to accept you into this death squad. Steelbone's brow furrowed slightly, the extent of his dissatisfaction manifesting in that singular expression. Batman maintained his stoic demeanor, showing no inclination to compromise. He was prepared to do whatever it took for the world that the Flash envisioned. Observing the tense standoff between the two, the Flash found himself at a loss for words. He approached the edge of the rooftop, gazing into the depths of the chasm below, and let out a sigh. Oh, Clark, where could you possibly be? Given your presence in this world, how can it exist without your trace? After all, you are so conspicuous. At that moment, Steel approached, his face devoid of any expression. Yet, the Flash discerned that in this silent struggle, Batman had emerged victorious. Follow me, Steel commanded, his voice stripped of its previous softness, now resonating with a mechanical tone that seemed to convey his dissatisfaction. The Flash glanced back at Batman, only to find no trace of victory's joy upon his countenance, prompting him to swallow his words. Two antiquated relics, the Flash muttered under his breath. In the next instant, Steel vanished from his sight, and, simultaneously, Batman produced his grappling gun. Bang! The black chain struck the wall, and Batman descended from the rooftop like a great bat. The Flash leaned forward, witnessing the two already below, preparing to look up at him. In an instant, a flash of lightning erupted, before Steel and Batman could fully raise their heads. The Flash had already appeared behind them, tapping their shoulders and inquiring, "Where next?" Both Steel and Batman jerked forward, evading his touch. "Hey, it's me, your new friend, the Flash. No need for such theatrics." Batman coldly replied, "Never, under any circumstances, do anything while I am behind you." As he spoke, he retracted the darts in his hand. A flicker of red light shone in Steel's eyes, as if he were analyzing something. After a moment, he remarked, "Super speed. Not bad." The Flash spread his hands in mock surrender. "My apologies." At that moment, Steel approached a manhole cover, pulling it open and gesturing for the two to proceed. In the next instant, a surge of electricity ignited. Batman felt a gust of wind as a gold-red figure left a continuous afterimage on his retina, diving straight into the sewer, only to emerge moments later, coming to a halt beside him, revealing the true form of the Flash. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. He could see what was unfolding, yet responding appropriately proved to be a challenge. Perhaps this was one of Batman's other latent superpowers, an unparalleled speed of thought, constrained by the limits of the human body, unable to transform it into his own strength. "I have inspected the area. Beneath us, aside from a suffocating odor, not even a single rat can be found," the Flash said, waving his hand in disdain. "Then let us proceed," Steel replied. "Your ability is truly remarkable." "I concur," the Flash responded with pride. The three descended into the sewer, treading through the murky waters in silence, the atmosphere around them unnervingly quiet. "By the way, I just remembered something important," the Flash suddenly exclaimed. Steel and Batman turned their gazes toward him, particularly Steel, as the Flash had directed this statement at him. "What is it?" Steel inquired. "Is it related to Superman?" Batman furrowed his brow. The Flash looked at Cyborg and solemnly asked, "Will you electrocute us?" Silence ensued, a prolonged silence. "Ha ha ha," the Flash chuckled to himself, seemingly having shared an amusing jest. "After all, with all this water around, if you were to leak electricity, we would be in trouble, ha ha." His laughter echoed through the sewer, drifting far away. However, the mirth soon ceased, and the Flash, somewhat embarrassed, glanced at Cyborg, then at Batman, ultimately returning his gaze to Cyborg. "The first time I met Victor Stone, I think we bonded over a similar joke. My apologies for what may have been a foolish quip." Cyborg turned and walked ahead, commenting, "That was the funniest nonsense I've ever heard." "Really? I think so too." The Flash smiled at Batman, following closely behind Cyborg as they advanced. Batman observed their figures, tall and robust, embodying justice and fearlessness. It was because of individuals like them that this world seemed less distasteful. If Bruce hadn't perished, he would be around this age as well. Chapter 4. I found you. "My friend, I must admit, without you, we would never have discovered this place," Batman remarked to Cyborg. The Flash gazed at the expansive corridor, a labyrinth of pipes densely clinging to the surrounding walls, stretching endlessly in both directions. They had constructed such a grand edifice underground, all for a single metahuman? Cyborg's curiosity grew. Clark is far more than just a metahuman. The Flash understood that those unfamiliar with Superman could not truly grasp the depth of his name. Batman stated, "You should be able to see the entire plan specifics. This inquiry should be directed at you." Cyborg shook his head. "I recognize that what we are doing is necessary, but that does not mean I can entirely abandon my principles. However, with your involvement, we shall surely prevail in this war." "Thank you, Batman." Batman remained silent, while the impatient Flash chimed in. "Let us hurry. Which way should we go?" Cyborg, eyeing the eager Flash, cautioned, "This place is fraught with traps. Please exercise restraint." With that, he approached the nearby wall, extending his hand into the air, from which two mechanical tendrils emerged from his wrist, directly connecting to the wall. After a moment, he announced, "I have disabled the motion sensors and cameras, but the duty personnel will soon notice." Batman turned to the Flash and said, "It's your turn to shine." In the next instant, a surge of electricity erupted. The Flash left behind arcs of golden-red lightning as he vanished before their eyes. At that moment, they clearly heard distant cries of pain from the corridor, but soon the sounds faded. Exchanging glances, the two hastily moved toward the source of the noise. After rounding a bend, the two companions came upon a guard lying on the ground, while the Flash leaned casually against the wall, awaiting their arrival. Too slow," he remarked. Ignoring him, the duo circumvented the guard and continued onward. Soon, a large door loomed ahead, adorned solely with a rectangular LCD screen, presumably for password input. Steel, undeterred, approached the door and employed the same method as before to decipher the code. At this moment, Batman turned to the Flash and inquired, "Tell me more about that Superman." The Flash pondered briefly before responding. "What are we discussing?" "Ah, his abilities. I have no interest in his powers. I merely wish to know, what are his weaknesses?" "Indeed, it's you, Batman." The Flash scoffed. Whether father or son, they're only concerned with others' vulnerabilities. His weakness is kryptonite, which can counteract the solar radiation within him, rendering him weak, even powerless. Kryptonite, you say? What does it look like? Batman mused. "It's a type of meteorite, glowing green." "Just like that," the Flash replied, having noticed that Steel had successfully cracked the password and the door was slowly opening before them. "Well done, Vic." He began to commend, but fell silent, aware that this Vic was not the one he knew. Beyond the door lay a spacious room, in the center of which stood a towering machine that resembled a flying apparatus. "What is this?" Batman speculated. The Flash gazed at the contraption, its design incongruous with earthly civilization, and murmured, "This is the vessel that brought Superman to Earth." "What then is this?" Batman pointed to a series of tall glass tanks lining the sides of the room, filled with a yellow liquid, each containing various specimens. These specimens were grotesque, some barely resembling human forms, while others bore human characteristics. They appear to be products of some unethical and illegal experimentation. Steel's crimson left eye flickered intensely, seeming to radiate anger at the sight before them. The Flash felt a foreboding sense rising within him. As they passed by the specimens, each pondered silently, the only sounds echoing were their footsteps. Soon, an even larger and more peculiar door stood before them. Upon seeing the emblem on this massive door, the Flash felt a sense of familiarity. Batman queried, "What does this signify? Super?" "No, it signifies hope," the Flash replied. "Hope lies right before us." Steel's steps did not falter as the door thundered open, revealing a brilliant crimson light emanating from within, lighting the way to a room washed in a striking red hue, now unveiled before them. Before them appeared a gaunt figure, still huddled in the corner of the wall, arms wrapped around his knees, burying his face between his legs. "Clark!" The Flash darted forward, crouching down to reach out and touch him. At that moment, the figure slowly lifted his head, revealing a skeletal visage to the three. Vacant, numb, and tinged with a hint of fear. This was the first impression the figure left on them. Batman furrowed his brow. Is this Superman? Is this the most powerful being on this planet? Disappointment filled his gaze. The Flash, momentarily lost, could scarcely fathom that the godlike Superman had been reduced to this state. "This is all my fault," he murmured. "If only I hadn't tried to save her." "Save me," the figure spoke slowly, his voice weak and trembling, as if it had been ages since he last uttered a word. "Do not be anxious, my friend. Everything is all right now," Cyborg reassured him. "Friend?" The figure quivered in response. "Indeed," the Flash replied gravely. "Cyborg is your friend, and we are too." Cyborg extended his hand toward the figure, who looked at it uncertainly before gently placing his own hand in Cyborg's palm. "We shall take you away, my friend," Cyborg declared resolutely. The figure nodded, his gaze still vacant and numb. But as he began to rise, two red glimmers flickered briefly in his eyes. Of course, the three did not witness this. The corridor remained devoid of life, and those monitoring the area seemed oblivious to the camera's anomaly. As they passed the room filled with aircraft and specimens, the Flash subtly shielded the figure from seeing the contents of the glass jars. However, his efforts were in vain, for there were simply too many jars. The figure gazed at each glass container, observing the bizarre specimens within, grotesque forms of flesh and various organs mingled together, some even exposed. A flicker of uncontrollable anguish flashed in his vacant gaze, which did not go unnoticed by the trio. "I wonder if you can comprehend this," Cyborg said. "What has happened to you is a mistake. Most humanity is not like that. They are worse." Batman interjected. "No, people are good," Cyborg insisted sternly. "Many risk their lives for noble purposes. They are called heroes." Batman remained non-committal, striding ahead of the group. Cyborg turned to the figure and said, "Do not worry, my friend. Everything will be all right. The light is just ahead." Chapter 5. The Final Madness. The light is just ahead. The figure stared at the bright exit in the distance, his body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, the radiant glow suddenly vanished, replaced by a fierce crimson light flashing violently throughout the corridor. "They have discovered us," Steel said. The Flash felt the figure beside him trembling intensely, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Clark needs the sun. Then we must rush out," Batman declared, drawing his handgun. Just then, Jones's voice resonated within the corridor. "Steel, do you understand what you are doing?" His tone was filled with anger, yet tinged with excitement. Steel replied gravely, "I know." "Then, do you comprehend the implications of your actions?" Jones countered, "I am serving humanity." "Serving humanity? At the expense of others?" Steele's voice suddenly surged with fury. "You are committing a crime. Who defines the crime? You or the government?" Jones replied slowly, "If you have managed to find your way here, you should be well aware of who stands behind me." Steele bowed his head. "This is wrong. It is mistaken." "Mistaken? In the world of adults. What is right or wrong? Only interests endure. That is not true. 0 is 0, and 1 is 1. Oh, your mind has become mechanized." Jones, unwilling to engage in further discourse, snapped, "You are seizing government property. Now, put it down and leave this place." "I can pretend nothing has occurred." The Flash furrowed his brow, insisting, "I must take my friend away from here." Ignoring the Flash, Jones continued, "Steel, tell me your choice." The red glow in Steele's eyes flickered intensely, his metallic form shivering slightly as all eyes were upon him. His decision was paramount. After all, the door before them, along with the entire base's defense system, could not be breached without his intervention. After a prolonged silence, Steele's voice emerged slowly. "Right is right, and wrong is wrong. After this matter, I shall personally apologize to the President. But now I am sorry." As soon as his words fell, peculiar weapons of varying power extended from above, their barrels aimed at the group. These firearms hung neatly in the air, forming rows that nearly filled the entire corridor. Simultaneously, metal doors began to close, partitioning the corridor into narrow sections before and behind them. "Steel, I cannot allow you to take experiment 938 out. You are unaware of the grave consequences your actions will entail. This base will be abandoned, and so will you." In a concealed corner, Jones pressed the long-sealed red button, hidden beneath a transparent cover for decades. "The base is about to be destroyed. All personnel, evacuate immediately. Countdown initiated. 30 seconds. 29, 28, 27. This announcement echoed throughout the base. James, his eyes wide with fury, glared at Jones, gripping his neck, and roared, "How can it be 30 seconds? How could anyone escape in 30 seconds? We are all going to die. Then let it be death." Jones reclined comfortably with his legs propped on the table, his entire being relaxed as his gaze remained fixed on the shadowy figure displayed on the monitor. James suddenly realized that this had all been meticulously planned by Jones. Looking at James, Jones solemnly nodded, yet in his eyes, James perceived an abyss of madness. "Do you know, I am truly in anguish." Jones spoke in a calm tone. "Anguish? What are you suffering from?" James struggled to comprehend, gesturing toward the emaciated silhouette on the screen. "You possess the most perfect specimen in the world." "Perfect? You dare to label him as perfect?" Jones erupted into a fit of hysteria, pointing at the frail figure on the monitor and bellowing, "Do you realize that every time I see him, I wish to upheave the very base above him, allowing sunlight to bathe him, and then bear witness to the true miracle of creation?" Jones's eyes widened, crimson with fervor. "Every single time, it is as if death is imminent. I can finally relinquish my suppressed emotions. In this moment, I am utterly exhilarated, even slightly euphoric. Why do I suffer? Because I am perpetually restraining my innermost thoughts, constantly hindering my actions, and enduring the profound disappointment of unfulfilled desires. It is akin to a glass of water in a desert. While I am an ancient mummy scorched by the sun for millennia, he is the source of my desires, the sustenance of my existence. He is my life." After uttering these words, Jones felt an overwhelming emptiness. James gazed at his old friend in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that after more than 30 years of camaraderie, his friend's mind had spiraled into such madness. Jones continued, "At last, it is all over. I need no longer endure this torment." He glanced at James with regret. "Old buddy, I have disappointed you." James sighed, sitting beside him, firmly squeezing Jones's shoulder without uttering a word. Meanwhile, in the corridor, the Flash surveyed the gate and the surrounding weaponry, his brow furrowing in concern. Escaping from here would pose no challenge for him. Yet an elderly version of Batman and a drug-addled Superman hindered his progress. "Cyborg!" Batman shouted. Cyborg replied gravely. Someone has activated the base's self-destruct sequence. First, disable these weapons. The Flash insisted. Cyborg glanced at him. Do you think the reason they haven't been operational until now is kindness? Batman interjected. Then cancel the self-destruct sequence. Cyborg shook his head. I cannot. The initiation of the self-destruct sequence is merely a command, ultimately linked to a small nuclear device activated mechanically. If it were before me, I could dismantle it in a million ways. Where is it? I will find it. The Flash urgently inquired. Cyborg shook his head. There is no time. No, I will not give up. The Flash roared. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene as he prepared to take action. However, in the next moment, Batman abruptly shot 2 darts ahead of him, effectively halting the Flash's movements. Let him finish. Batman's voice was chillingly cold. Finish what? He has no time. The Flash retorted angrily. Steel glanced at him, his tone somber. There is no time to evacuate the surrounding populace. The explosion emanating from below will entomb the entire base along with all structures within a half-kilometer radius. Beneath us lies an abyss. Chapter 6. You've got the wrong person. Steel had just resolved to fully infiltrate the network, uncovering all documents related to the base, where he stumbled upon a mechanical nuclear bomb seemingly designed to counter him. Simultaneously, he uncovered an even more terrifying truth. The nuclear bomb was merely the first line of defense. Another formidable barrier existed directly beneath the base, a bottomless chasm. Even Steel could not ascertain the origins of this abyss, when it was formed, or who or what had created it. Yet, it was strategically utilized as a means to prevent Superman from escaping. Years of research had demonstrated that if Superman were exposed to direct sunlight, he would undergo unimaginable transformations. To avert such consequences, the best solution was to banish him to the depths of the abyss, eternally deprived of sunlight. How could this be allowed? Steel roared in fury. Batman, standing nearby, slapped him on the back. If you need to vent, do it outside. Right now, we have less than 20 seconds. In the next instant, one of Steel's arms morphed dramatically. Amidst a cacophony of mechanical sounds and flashing lights, it transformed into an exaggerated weapon, the massive barrel indicating its extraordinary nature. He aimed the weapon at the gate before him and unleashed a roar. A blue light began to coalesce at the muzzle, and in mere moments, an energy sphere the size of a basketball materialized at its tip. Boom! Batman and the Flash only witnessed a massive blue energy beam shoot forth, followed by a blinding flash of light, rendering them momentarily unable to discern what transpired. However, the brilliance was fleeting, and when they reopened their eyes, they were astonished to find that a circular hole had been melted through all the gates, obstructing their path. In the direction of the outermost opening, a glimmer of orange-yellow light reappeared before them. Well done, the Flash exclaimed, one hand grasping a gaunt figure while the other clutched Batman. And in the moment the electric explosion erupted, he whisked them toward the exit. Behind him, Steel also revealed his form. Don't stop. Get out of here quickly. Batman bellowed, but noticed that the Flash remained still, gazing upward at the sky, frozen in place. He hurriedly glanced up, only to discover that the emaciated figure had soared into the sky, now stretching out its arms to embrace the sunlight. Clark, the Flash, murmured softly. Kal-El hung silently in the air, striving to extend his body as much as possible to welcome the unfamiliar yet comforting rays of sunshine. This warmth, a sensation he had once tasted, was a memory from 3 decades past. At this moment, he finally felt that feeling again, one that invoked trust, attachment, and even yearning. He sensed so vividly every hair on his body, every inch of skin, every fiber of muscle, every bone, every organ, every thought, and every fragment of his soul, all rejoicing, all exulting, all brimming with excitement. Suddenly, the sky darkened slightly, as if all the sunlight had been absorbed and consumed by that figure in the heavens. At this moment, every cell in his body cried out, hungry, needing energy, sunshine. Instinct compelled Kal-El to ascend higher, for the clouds obscured the sunlight, for the atmosphere scattered its rays. Upward he flew, beyond the clouds, beyond the atmosphere, into the sun. On the ground, the Flash continued to gaze up at the Superman in the sky, yet Batman had already noticed something troubling approaching from the distant sea. 10 seconds, he declared. To leave or to stay. Leave, Steel declared resolutely. You cannot perish. Humanity needs your aid to bring about peace. Flash, Batman shouted, "Get out of here!" The Flash turned back to Steel and asked, "Vic, can you open all the doors in the base?" "All of them. What are you planning?" Steel inquired solemnly. The Flash offered no reply, casting a glance at the figure above before turning back to face the base's entrance, his posture steady and resolute. "Only 7 seconds remain. There's no time left," Batman said. "Vic, open all the doors." "All of them." Boom! A flash of light erupted as the Flash vanished from his spot. In Batman's eyes, that golden red figure reappeared, extending from the place where the Flash had just stood all the way to the base's entrance, ultimately disappearing beyond the doorway. 6. He counted. 5. The figure in the sky seemed to lower its gaze for a moment, yet it appeared to look away. 4. Steel had already discerned that dozens of small warships were approaching from the distant sea. 3. Should a nuclear bomb detonate, the seawater would likely surge in, leading to the question, would the ocean fill the abyss, or would the abyss consume the sea? If it were the latter, this planet would be doomed. 2. Jones stared at the suspended figure on the screen, mesmerized. Alas, it was too late. "When I have found you." 0. A faint smile appeared on Batman's face as he glanced at Cyborg and nodded. He had succeeded. In truth, Cyborg had grasped this reality even before Batman, counting down with precision that surpassed his companions. Indeed, he had triumphed. The metallic visage of Cyborg softened considerably. Zing! A flash of electricity erupted, and a crimson figure materialized before them once more. Duty fulfilled. The Flash waved a timer in his hand, salvaged from a miniature nuclear device. Batman's smile vanished as if it had never existed, his gaze fixed on the distant sea. In a grave tone, he remarked, "You all rejoice too soon." The Flash's expression shifted. "That is the Navy." Cyborg interjected, "I cannot engage them." From behind, Batman drew a pistol. "We are not so constrained." The Flash then shouted upwards, "Clark, come down. It's too dangerous. You are still weak." Yet the figure above remained unresponsive. Had he looked closer, he would have noticed a slight tremor in the figure's form upon hearing the name Clark. Observing Superman's silence, the Flash's brow furrowed in concern. Batman spoke. "He likely cannot comprehend your words." Cyborg added, "He has been confined for too long, like a feral child raised in a primeval forest." The Flash called out again, "Clark, it's me, Barry. Barry Allen, your friend." "Friend." This time, the figure responded. He turned, his gaze slowly descending to rest upon the Flash. "You have mistaken me for someone else." His words were crisp and clear. Chapter 7. Kal-El Clark, I am your friend, Barry Allen. You have mistaken me for someone else. Upon hearing Superman's declaration, the Flash was taken aback, sensing an unsettling dissonance, yet unable to pinpoint the source of the anomaly. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the vessels upon the sea became distinctly visible, their artillery aimed squarely at the trio on the shore, while larger calibers, with the grinding sound of chains, targeted the figure suspended in the sky. "Cyborg, step back. You have exceeded your authority. Immediately return the stolen government property or face gunfire." The voice was commanding and authoritative, exuding confidence and control. Cyborg recognized the voice belonging to the current Navy Rear Admiral, Yuni Jackson, a quintessential hawk. Cyborg took 2 steps forward. "You don't understand. They regard this individual as a test subject." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yuni. "I have direct orders from the President. Disarm immediately now. I will contact the President directly regarding this matter. Open fire." General Yuni Jackson has never been one to indulge in negotiations or idle chatter, in many respects. His demeanor mirrors that of their adversary, Russia. In the next moment, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. Instantly, hundreds of projectiles, varying in caliber, traversed thousands of meters, hurtling towards the multitude on the shore, with more than 10 shells targeting the figure suspended high above. "No!" the Flash exclaimed, as electrical energy began to surge across his body. He could not permit anyone to harm his friends. Yet he also feared that his friends might inadvertently harm those innocent soldiers who were merely following orders. However, before he could act, he witnessed a colossal fireball erupting in the sky. "Clark!" the Flash cried, and as he prepared to dash forward, he was thwarted once more by 2 bat-shaped projectiles. "What are you doing?" he demanded, directing his gaze at Batman. Batman shook his head. "There's a problem." The Flash felt a jolt of alarm and looked up again, only to see the fireball suddenly contract violently, revealing a figure within the blaze. "Clark," the Flash murmured. The figure spoke again. "I told you, you have mistaken the identity." Before he could finish, Two orbs of red light blazed forth, emanating from the figure's eyes. In the next instant, two powerful energy beams shot out, resembling molten lava, rolling and churning with intensity as they descended toward the sea. My name is Kal-El. The magnificent energy beams struck the surface of the ocean, instantly melting a vessel from deck to hull, ultimately penetrating through to the seabed. As for the soldiers aboard the ship, they had been vaporized long before the energy beams made contact. The ocean heaved and cracked. A vast section of the sea abruptly sank, forming a tremendous pit, which then split open, revealing a pathway wide enough for two warships to sail side by side. This was the consequence of the two energy beams. The chasm remained unsealed for an extended period, the pit not filling for quite some time. A thin mist began to rise above the water's surface, the vapor originating from the seawater evaporated by the searing energy beams. The energy beams, akin to lava, were unleashed in a single, monumental moment. Yet, the spectacle left an indelible shock upon all present. Superman and the Flash stood in stunned silence, witnessing this scene. The Superman before them bore a closer resemblance to a deity than the one etched in their memories. I seem to have misjudged, he whispered, burdened by the weight of his realization. Batman swallowed hard. I concede your point. He is indeed the most powerful being on this planet. He recognized the superhuman capable of emitting energy beams from his eyes, yet he had never witnessed such unrestrained energy, such overwhelming force, so formidable that it demanded distance from any living being. However, he is not the embodiment of memory, justice, kindness, and selflessness, as the superhero Steel said. Rather, he is an alien filled with hatred for humanity, his heart consumed by anger and disdain for all things in this world. This is a grave predicament, Batman concluded. The energy beam gradually faded, and the spatial ripples caused by the intense heat began to subside. Kal-El shook his head. The recent exertion had taken a considerable toll on him. Despite his cells greedily absorbing the sunlight, he still felt an overwhelming sense of depletion. The familiar sensation of weakness washed over him once more. Leave this place. Ascend to greater heights. This was the voice of instinct. However, he did not act immediately, for there was another matter he deemed of greater importance. Suddenly, a violent tremor surged beneath his feet. Kal-El looked down to see the figure clad in red, who claimed to be his friend, sprinting at an astonishing speed. The seawater beneath him hardened more than concrete, supporting his rapid pace. The hundreds of bullets and shells were deftly diverted by him, their speed akin to that of a snail in comparison. In an instant, the Flash had reached the vessel, disassembling the firearms with his bare hands, rendering the soldiers powerless against his onslaught. He then swiftly returned to Batman's side, exiting the vortex of speed. At that moment, the chaotic bullets and shells, reoriented by the Flash, soared towards the uninhabited distance. Moments later, the thunderous sound of explosions reverberated, echoing endlessly. In the command center, Uni slammed his fist onto the table, a flicker of hatred crossing his rugged face. Those monsters in tight suits. Continue firing until I say stop. Yes. In the next instant, the vessel's massive main cannon was aimed at the fore, particularly at Kal-El high above. There was no choice. The psychological impact of the previous energy beam had been too profound for the soldiers. The Flash felt a surge of urgency. He had not anticipated that dismantling their conventional weapons would not deter them, but rather incite their wrath. While he was not concerned about their ability to escape, he lifted his gaze to the figure above, only to see the man looking down at the vessel on the sea. Superman, no. In the next moment, the energy beam returned. This time, unlike before, the two energy beams were not as robust. Their edges softened considerably. However, they did not cease as they had previously. Instead, they continuously surged forth from Kal-El's eyes. Wherever his gaze fell, the energy beam followed, the intense radiation vaporizing the soldiers aboard the vessel. While the warship beneath them was severed in half, without exception, the roar of the ship's rupture, the explosive sounds of shells detonating, the hissing of evaporating seawater. Only in death do we hear the anguished cries of despair. Chapter 8. The Verdict. Halt! Steel looked upon the tragic scene upon the sea. Unable to restrain himself from intervening, his left hand, transformed into a weapon, aimed towards the shadow in the sky. Superman, cease your actions. The Flash wished to save lives. Yet he was acutely aware that his body could not withstand such radiation. With his speed powers inaccessible, he could only shout in desperation. However, regardless of their pleas. The figure above showed no intention of halting its onslaught. At that moment, an energy sphere began to coalesce at the muzzle of Steel's weapon. Reminiscent of the time it melted the base's entrance. In the next instant, the energy orb transformed into a beam of light, hurtling towards Kal-El. The blue energy beam struck Kal-El's palm. While it possessed the capacity to melt alloys, it could not sway his iron form. The beam's crimson intensity gradually diminished, then dissipated. As Kal-El's blue eyes returned to their normal state, he glanced down at his palm, which had just crushed the energy beam launched by Steel into oblivion. His altitude began to descend gently. Steel took a cautious step back, assuming a defensive posture. The Flash furrowed his brow, uncertain how to communicate with his old friend. Batman, however, regarded Kal-El with a hint of admiration, contemplating how formidable he would be if he chose to join their ranks, rendering Aquaman and Wonder Woman inconsequential. With a soft thud, Kal-El touched down, not stirring a speck of dust. He raised his palm and inquired of Steel, "Friend?" Steel paused momentarily before nodding. "Friend. Is this how you treat your friends?" Kal-El retorted with a hint of sarcasm. He was indeed wise. Batman mused internally, and remarkably mature. Steel spoke gravely. "You deceived us first. You are not as dull and oblivious as you pretended to be. You sought to evoke our sympathy, to make us rescue you. Did you not? You are quite perceptive. It would be wise for you to step aside now, lest that component become damaged, which will be difficult to replace," Kal-El replied, advancing forward, with only Steel and his companions standing between him and the base's entrance. Steel did not yield, even taking a step forward to obstruct Kal-El's path. Kal-El frowned, his gaze sweeping across the three figures. At this moment, Batman realized that the man before him had undergone a profound transformation. Though still slender, he no longer bore the ghastly appearance of skin over bone. Instead, a hint of muscle lent him an air of solitary majesty. Particularly striking was his face, sharply defined as if sculpted, and the coldness in his eyes exuded an aura of do not approach. In that instant, he resembled a deity elevated above the rest, rather than a friend to anyone. Were it not for your efforts to rescue me, your fates would not differ significantly from theirs. Kal-El declared easily. Now clear the way. Upon concluding his words, he extended a hand and gently pushed against the steel bone. With a resounding crash, steel bone was propelled backward. Despite activating the thrusters behind him to counteract the force, he was still overwhelmed by the sheer power, ultimately colliding heavily with the base's entrance. It was only after casting a shadow against the door that he came to a halt. "You have only just been exposed to sunlight. How can you possess such strength?" The Flash was utterly astonished. With the capabilities exhibited by Superman, he could even rival the noble hero from his own universe. However, Clark had absorbed 30 full years of solar radiation. Kal-El glanced at the Flash and pointedly warned, "You would do well not to obstruct me." The Flash swallowed hard. He was no steel bone and could not withstand a single blow from this individual. He continually reminded himself that this was not the Superman he was familiar with. At that moment, Batman spoke up. "Are you prepared to enter?" Kal-El turned to him. "Do you intend to stop me as well?" Batman waved his hand with a smile. Having discarded unnecessary notions of kindness among the three, "I wish to invite you to join my team." Batman's unexpected declaration stirred something within the Flash. If this version of Superman were to join, Aquaman and Wonder Woman would pale in comparison. "Join your team? What exactly do you wish for me to assist you with?" Kal-El inquired indifferently. Batman replied, "To confront those kinds of people. Your transformation is a result of the abundance of such individuals among humanity. Only by eliminating them can more virtuous souls thrive, and you shall have your revenge." Steelbone attempted to interject, but noticed Batman's hand gesturing behind him and understood the implication. With a slight sigh, he refrained from speaking. Meanwhile, the Flash looked on with anticipation. Unexpectedly, Kal-El scoffed disdainfully. "Revenge? You seem to have misunderstood a crucial matter." Batman furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" You all." Kal-El's expression shifted, his tone icy. "This planet itself is an adversary to me. Now depart, while I can still suppress the fury within." Kal-El's body began to levitate once more, ascending higher. As he rose, his voice grew more resonant, and his presence became increasingly formidable. "I, Kal-El, son of Krypton, by the yellow sun, this planet shall know total annihilation." With a thunderous crack, Kal-El transformed into a deep blue shadow. leaving a graceful arc in the eyes of the three as he surged toward the base's entrance. The earth before him churned, revealing the metallic walls concealed beneath. The resilient alloy could not withstand his might, effortlessly torn apart. Layer after layer of walls were ripped asunder, and mechanism after mechanism was obliterated. Before Kal-El, the entire base lay bare, mercilessly enduring his onslaught and destruction. The three individuals on the ground listened to the gradually fading sound of walls crumbling, their hearts a tumult of emotions. I was wrong. The Flash despondently sat on the ground, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. Steel bones soared into the sky, racing towards the horizon. I must meet the President. The matter of Superman, the son of Krypton, poses a catastrophe for the entire Earth, far more terrifying than the wars of Atlantis and the Amazons. Come on. Batman placed a reassuring hand on the Flash's shoulder. What should I do? The Flash inquired softly. Batman replied, I believe we should leave this place immediately. In the next moment, the ground trembled violently. Chapter 9. Fate 2 minutes earlier. Jones and James sat silently in the control room, awaiting the arrival of death. However, when the countdown reached its conclusion, the anticipated explosion did not occur, leaving the entire base enveloped in eerie silence. James looked up at the ceiling, puzzled. What is going on? Jones sighed. What else could it be but the antics of those costumed jesters? He noticed the suddenly opened door and realized it was Steel Bone's handiwork, although he never anticipated that the mechanical timer's activation had been deciphered by him. Then we should leave. James abruptly stood, intent on heading for the exit, but was seized by Jones's arm. What are you doing? James angrily shrugged off Jones's grip. He has coming. With that single statement, the flames of James's fury extinguished. He swallowed hard, forcing a semblance of calm. Then we should leave quickly. Jones shook his head. I will not leave. I will wait for him. You're mad. He will kill you. Let the divine accompany me in death. It would be worth it. Jones wore a blissful smile that sent shivers down James's spine. After a long internal struggle, he ultimately chose to return to his seat. Alas, we are both childless, having accomplished so little in this life. If his death is the price, it is worth it. Suddenly, as Jones laughed, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. Not just a tremor, but the entire base quaked. Before the two could react, a muffled sound echoed overhead, followed by another jolt beneath their feet. They exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, they discerned the inevitable conclusion. Yes, here. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds grew ever closer, the tremors more frequent, each reverberation like a hammer striking at their hearts. The carefree acceptance of death that had once enveloped them was swiftly replaced by an encroaching dread. At their core, they were merely ordinary men, even if they were extraordinary among ordinary men. In that moment, James distinctly heard a muffled thud above, followed by an eerie silence. He cast a glance at Jones, poised to speak, only to see Jones raise a finger to his lips. James swallowed hard and fell silent. In the next moment, Jones's gaze suddenly shifted to the ceiling directly above them, which was composed of a resilient alloy, impervious even to an RPG. Yet at that moment, the ceiling began to twist and melt like ice. Jones distinctly felt the temperature in the room rising. Soon, that section of the ceiling blazed crimson, and a large hole appeared in their line of sight. From that aperture, Kal-El slowly descended. He landed gracefully on the console below, surveying the two with an imposing presence that compelled them to hold their breath. Kal-El's eyelids drooped, his eyes narrowing to slits as he observed them. The atmosphere in the room grew palpably oppressive. At that juncture, James broke the silence. Greetings, Your Excellency. I am. Before he could finish, a blinding flash erupted, and he lost consciousness. Jones watched intently as, the moment James began to speak, two beams of crimson energy shot forth from Kal-El's eyes, piercing James's chest. In the next instant, James's body swelled dramatically from within, disintegrating into nothingness. However, rather than being afraid, Jones gazed at Kal-El with fervor. Behold, the true you has emerged. Energy beams, a steel body, soaring through the skies, each a manifestation of humanity's most cherished dreams. I am proud of you, my child. Kal-El swiftly appeared before Jones, grasping his neck and lifting him into the air. I am Kal-El, son of Krypton. I am the last hope of the House of El, not a filthy, despicable wretch like you humans. Jones struggled, his legs dangling helplessly, clutching Kal-El's arm as he gasped. Krypton? You were stripped of your memories. How do you know so much? How can you comprehend the greatness of the Codex of Life? Kal-El replied coolly, the Codex of Life sounds enticing. Alas, my research bore no fruit. Yet to perish by your hand, I would accept willingly. After all, with you by my side, I shall die without regret. He concluded with a playful wink at Kal-El. Kal-El, with a flick of his wrist, cast him to the ground. Jones scrambled to his feet, retreating to the corner of the room, addressing the towering Kal-El. What is it? Are you reluctant to kill me? Or have you discovered an unsettling truth? Kal-El regarded him with an icy stare. Jones continued, 30 years. A full 30 years. You have been on Earth for 30 years, while I have extracted your marrow for 30 years. Truly, you are remarkable. The vitality of life is both magnificent and awe-inspiring, with a regenerative capacity that is truly terrifying. Each time I believe you cannot endure any longer. You manage to rise again. How could I possibly not love you? However, even a deity cannot withstand such relentless exhaustion. Kryptonian. Jones's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Is your back not perpetually aching? Are your limbs not weak and trembling? Are your bones not struggling to bear the weight of your steel frame? Are your teeth not loosening on the verge of falling? Kryptonian, tell me, how much longer can you endure? Kryptonian gazed silently at Jones, a glimmer of pity in his eyes. Do not attempt to measure the spiritual legacy of Krypton with your primitive thoughts, he said softly. I do not have much time left. I am aware I shall choose to fade beneath the yellow sun. But before that, I will cast this planet into exile. Jones leaned slightly forward, warily regarding Kryptonian. Exile, what does that mean? Kryptonian replied, disdainfully, that is the fate of this planet, not yours. Your destiny has already been sealed. What do you intend to do? Jones's brow furrowed even deeper. Kryptonian stated, you, in this place, should no longer exist. With that, he levitated once more, soaring out through the opening from whence he had come, leaving Jones alone in the depths of the base, screaming in desperation. The last look of pity from Kryptonian struck a sensitive nerve in Jones. Kryptonian, Subject 938, I await you in hell. Upon hearing this, Kryptonian murmured to himself, no, you shall wait for me beneath the yellow sun. In the next moment, he returned to the ground. At this time, the Flash and Batman had already distanced themselves from the base, standing atop a tall building, intently watching the direction of the base. From that direction, crowds of people were emerging from the building, rushing away from the base in a frenzy. It seems Cyborg has seen the president, Batman remarked, his movement still remarkably swift. Am I not faster? The Flash scoffed. The bomb hasn't exploded. Is it really necessary to evacuate the crowd now? Compared to that alien, I would rather choose the bomb. He is Superman. Your Superman has emerged. What? Where? Chapter 10. Soaring towards the sun in the distance. A deep blue figure reappeared in the sky, arms outstretched, quietly hovering, motionless. At this moment, it was not only the two on the rooftop who were watching him. No fewer than 3 satellites in space had their lenses focused on him. The president sat behind his desk, gazing at the slender figure cloaked in deep blue on the screen, his brow furrowing slightly. Before him lay a substantial dossier containing the experimental records related to Kal-El. Victor, is he the extraterrestrial? The one who annihilated an entire fleet of mine? Steele nodded gravely, responding, indeed, Your Excellency. I have analyzed his data across multiple dimensions, from physical attributes to psychological states. He is undoubtedly a more formidable presence than both Atlantis and Amazon combined. The president appeared somewhat skeptical. He believed he could easily subdue the gaunt figure with a single punch, dismissing him as merely someone who could fly. However, such thoughts were swiftly quelled. At that moment, the deep blue silhouette on the screen stirred. Kal-El stood upon the earth, beneath which lay the base that had imprisoned him for 30 long years. A place rife with painful memories and unspeakable horrors. Slowly, he crouched and struck the ground with his right hand. Boom! The soil erupted, revealing the cracked surface of the base beneath. Kal-El's fist penetrated the hardened alloy, securing a firm grip on the top of the facility. Exhaling gently, he exerted all his might to rise. His lean muscles tensed instantaneously, bulging veins erupting beneath his skin, which was barely concealed by his battle attire, creating a tapestry of sinewy blue lines that coursed over his body, even etching his face. As Kal-El ascended gradually, the ground began to tremble. Energy waves radiated outward from his center, shaking off the layers of soil that cloaked the base, unveiling its metallic surface. 1 square, 10 squares, 100 squares, 1,000 squares, tens of thousands of squares. As the dirt cascaded away, the base that had confined Kal-El for 3 decades finally emerged into the sunlight. Its massive, cumbersome form rose along with him, leaving behind an enormous crater measuring thousands of square meters in diameter. From above, the deepest part of this pit hinted at a shadowy presence, impervious even to the sun's rays. This colossal structure ascended gradually into the sky, evoking a primal fear of the monstrous in the hearts of those watching the screen. The president swallowed hard, his eyes wide with terror. Victor, do you know how to eliminate him? The president's expression darkened as he tossed the dossier towards Steele. Steele replied calmly, I know. The massive base hovered in the air, quickly drawing the attention of people worldwide who began to probe into the incident through various channels. Yet, before this matter could ignite a storm across the internet, it was extinguished by an unseen force. Certainly, with the exception of those fortunate souls in Metropolis who witnessed this spectacle firsthand. Some individuals had even begun to kneel in prayer, believing that a divine manifestation was at hand. Batman and the Flash kept their gaze fixed upon the ascending base, gaining a renewed understanding of Kal-El's extraordinary power. Someone is falling, Batman suddenly exclaimed. It was only then that the Flash noticed that a stream of individuals was cascading freely from the fractured corridors of the base. I must save them, he declared, and in an instant he vanished from sight. Once the Flash departed, Batman withdrew his gaze, contemplating the deep crater left in the wake of the base's departure. He leapt from the rooftop, his cape instantly stiffening into a glider, propelling him towards the chasm. At that moment, Kal-El was not faring well. The enormity of the base exceeded his expectations. However, as he ascended, the sun's radiation intensified, barely sustaining him from exhaustion. The pain in his back was relentless, and his limbs signaled fatigue, yet these sensations reaffirmed his existence. Suddenly, a release in his grip occurred, and the immense gravitational force dissipated. Kal-El then realized he was suspended in the void of space, without the gravitational influence of the planet beneath him. The colossal base felt no heavier than a speck of dust. Aligning himself with the sun, he gently propelled the base forward. Absent external interference, this massive structure would collide with the sun in several centuries, but Kal-El was not inclined to wait that long. With a slight bend of his body to gather strength, he launched himself at the base with tremendous force. Silence enveloped the vacuum of space, yet the imagery conjured an audible impact in the mind's eye. Kal-El collided fiercely with the base, exponentially increasing its velocity and drastically shortening the time until its solar rendezvous. Observing the base retreat once more, Kal-El repeated his earlier maneuvers, delivering successive, forceful impacts that endowed the immense structure with additional acceleration. In the absence of air and friction in space, had it not been for this, the base would have likely melted into a gaseous state at its current velocity. Meanwhile, those drifting in the cosmos had already trained their lenses on the massive base, with countless individuals commencing a series of tracking and calculations. A plethora of data converged upon the desks of world leaders. Although the analyses varied across nations, the ultimate conclusion was strikingly uniform: a threat, a lethal threat. Thus, the analysis and constraints concerning Kal-El unfolded silently among nations, treating him merely as a superhuman for the time being. Little did they know that this superhuman's ultimate intention was to cast away the very home upon which they relied for survival. The starry expanse was shrouded in darkness, yet the sun's brilliance rendered coordinates discernible within the solar system. In the vast expanse of space, Kal-El floated in serene silence, simultaneously basking in the warmth of the yellow sun while grappling with the profound anguish emanating from the depths of his being. These two forces collided and intertwined, perpetually augmenting Kal-El's powers, yet incessantly depleting his life force. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found no trace of Venus or Mercury. Perhaps they lingered on the opposite side of the sun, or perhaps his vision fell short. Only the yellow sun, now revealing its magnificent majesty, proved too radiant for even him to gaze upon for long. At that moment, a frozen corpse drifted slowly toward him, but before it could approach, it shattered into dust, torn apart by the relative velocity. The instant the base breached the void of space, 90 of its inhabitants had already perished, a consequence of Kal-El's forceful passage through the upper structure, leaving gaping holes in every layer, through which air and warmth fled in an instant. Perhaps a few had managed to hide in the sealed lower levels, yet it mattered little. The yellow sun would ultimately bring an end to all. Chapter 11. Lamentation upon re-entering the base. Kal-El discovered that the once smooth metallic surfaces were now encrusted with a thick layer of frost. The silence within the base was akin to death. In the control room, there was no sign of Jones, a fact that did not surprise Kal-El. He traversed the corridors, encountering not a single soul, not even a corpse. As he sought familiar ground, the labyrinthine layout of the base left him somewhat disoriented. In the next moment, two crimson beams ignited, and torrents of energy surged forth, incinerating all obstacles in their path until they pierced the outer wall, reaching into the depths of space. Prompting him to close his eyes, the heat within his eyes was searing, yet it brought him a strange comfort. After a brief respite, he reopened them. One circular hole after another appeared in the successive walls, leading to an abyss of inky darkness. Yet, he beheld the familiar crimson glow, a hue he had cherished for decades. Suddenly, the lights within the base extinguished, as it cast into the void of space, finally succumbed to the loss of its power source. However, this mattered little to Kal-El. Soon, that familiar chamber materialized before him once more. He did not enter, but instead stood before the grand door emblazoned with an imposing S-shaped emblem, silently observing the room beyond. In the next instant, the energy beams surged forth again, piercing into the chamber and commencing the meticulous melting of its entirety. Kal-El's face bore no expression, save for his wide-open eyes and the torrents of energy erupting forth, which conveyed the fury simmering within him. Under the searing heat, the entire chamber began to constrict. The walls, forged from an alloy of formidable density, proving impervious even to the mightiest of explosives. Yet, under the onslaught of energy beams, they gradually transitioned from solid to liquid, ultimately merging into a colossal metallic sphere in this weightless environment. In that instant, the prison that had confined Kal-El for 30 years ceased to exist. Kal-El let out a silent roar, though sound could not traverse the vacuum of space. His fury transcended mere auditory expression, emanating a tremendous energy that radiated outward. Rings formed in the air, centered around Kal-El, expanding in all directions. Alongside this energy, glistening tears also dispersed into the void, shedding from his eyes within the oppressive darkness of the base that had drained his vitality for 3 decades. Kal-El, son of Krypton, a deity among men. Weep. The Codex of Life, the pinnacle of Kryptonian technology, had been infused into Kal-El by his father, Jor-El, moments before the cataclysm that obliterated Krypton. It was this codex that bestowed upon him a glimmer of hope for survival as he was sent away from Krypton in a spacecraft. Even after his unfortunate fall into the metropolis, where he was imprisoned and controlled, stripped of all memory and treated like a mere animal, the essence of the codex granted him not only normalcy, but extraordinary wisdom, preventing his complete descent into despair and allowing him a sliver of hope. Yet, it also imparted the profound realization that in this vast cosmos, he was utterly alone. With this thought lingering, Kal-El pivoted, gliding toward another chamber. A massive spacecraft materialized before his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, the darkness had ceased to obscure his vision, allowing the emblem of emblazoned on the vessel to become unmistakably clear. Kal-El touched his chest, where a similar symbol resided. This was hope, the spirit of the House of El, reaching out to caress the surface of the craft. Kal-El's expression darkened as he effortlessly lifted the vessel. This was not merely a testament to his immense strength, but rather a realization that the craft was nothing more than a hollow shell. As he tore apart the outer casing, he discovered the interior barren, stripped of all instruments. Taken for various experiments, much like himself, rage surged anew within him as he struck the ground with a powerful fist. The metallic floor fractured instantly around him, a tempest of air surging forth from the fissures, dissipating into the void of space. This was the sealed gas from the lower levels, erupting under the pressure due to the failure of containment. Kal-El even perceived several heartbeats, only to witness them abruptly cease in that moment. With renewed force, he pushed down, shattering the surface beneath him, allowing his figure to descend slowly into the next layer. In the depths of darkness, several shadowy figures drifted slowly towards him. A flicker of crimson light flashed in Kal-El's eyes, and in an instant, those figures were reduced to mere ashes, despite having long ceased to exist. It seemed that Jones was still alive. With this thought, he continued to glide towards the next level. Previously, seeking out Jones appeared futile. However, now he yearned to discover the whereabouts of his spacecraft, the sole remnant of his mother's legacy. Even if it had been dismantled into countless fragments, he was determined to retrieve it. Level after level, door after door. Rooms with open doors posed no need for exploration. Yet those with closed doors might still harbor survivors. As Kal-El surmised, the time taken to relocate the base into space had been too brief. Many individuals had not even had the chance to react before being frozen into ice. Nevertheless, a small fraction had managed to survive. Furthermore, the deeper he ventured, the greater the number of living souls he encountered. However, as Kal-El continued his search, those who remained alive gradually perished. After all, no one was willing to open their doors for him, compelling him to force them open himself. At last, he reached the final layer, yet there was still no sign of Jones, causing Kal-El to furrow his brow in frustration. Just as he clenched his fist, poised to smash through this last barrier, a vivid image flashed before his eyes, seemingly depicting a scene from within the base. Closing his eyes, he reopened them, and the scene reappeared, shifting continuously with the movement of his gaze. This was the lowest level. It dawned on Kal-El that what he had glimpsed was indeed the interior of the bottommost layer, seen through the thick alloy flooring. This was X-ray vision. His sight could penetrate all objects, revealing their inner workings. This was the second superpower awakened in his eyes, aside from energy beams. The momentary thrill of joy was swiftly overshadowed by a surge of anger. He should have led a more illustrious life, yet now, it was all too late. Clenching his fist once more, he spotted a figure at the very bottom, seated motionlessly on the ground. Kal-El's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed that the silhouette's form appeared somewhat amiss. Chapter 12. Adam with a fierce rip. The thick alloy wall was torn apart by Kal-El. Unleashing a torrent of air, he swiftly darted into the lower room, then turned back to use energy beams to seal the wall once more. Fortunately, this chamber was larger than the previous ones, preventing the complete loss of air within. Having completed this task, Kal-El turned around to survey the room. It was bright. Remarkably, this chamber still had power. It was spacious. The height of this level surpasses that of the others by a considerable margin, resembling twice the elevation of a typical floor. Moreover, the entire bottommost level remains unpartitioned, presenting itself as an expansive and spacious room. The silhouette glimpsed earlier now occupies the center of this chamber. "You have arrived," the figure suddenly spoke, revealing the voice of Jones. As Kal-El gazed at the distorted figure in the distance, he found it challenging to associate it with Jones. "Where are my belongings?" "Kal-El, what belongings?" Jones replied, "The items from my home planet, Krypton." "Ah, those items. They are gone." Kal-El furrowed his brow, and in an instant, he appeared before Jones, only to realize that Jones' form was not merely distorted. It was as if he had been entirely transformed. His stature had dramatically increased, sitting there like a small mountain, with a grotesque visage and exposed skull. His brownish-yellow skin appeared tattered, with patches lacking any covering, revealing the underlying muscle fibers of the same hue. Thick and brimming with latent power, the entire being seemed to be inflated by an immense energy from within, exuding an aura of the bizarre, the malformed, and the potent. "How did you become like this?" Kal-El expressed his revulsion, instinctively recoiling from the creature before him. In the next moment, Jones emerged from behind the monstrosity, walking with a smile, saying, "Do not let this sight obscure your vision, my child." Clad in his white lab coat, he wore an expression of vitality rather than despair. He caressed the creature beside him, his mouth overflowing with pride. "Do you see? He is your brother." No sooner had he spoken than two beams of energy surged forth, racing towards Jones. Yet, Jones appeared oblivious, continuing to gaze at the creature. In the next instant, a colossal hand shielded Jones, its palm nearly half the size of his own frame, firmly grasping the two energy beams, rendering them harmless to Jones. Kal-El shut his eyes, hearing Jones' voice resonate once more. "Are you angry?" "Blame me. My expression was inadequate." Jones chuckled, To call him a brother is incorrect. He should be referred to as your son. Kal-El opened his eyes, his gaze chillingly intense, as he comprehended Jones' implication. Indeed, Jones' voice rose suddenly. He is the culmination of 30 years of my labor. He is the pinnacle fusion of our genes, a perfect replication of Kryptonian and Earthling humanity. He is our son. At this juncture, Jones looked at Kal-El with a tender expression. His name is Adam. Disgust, loathing, ugliness. Kal-El ascribed every derogatory term he knew to Jones. Yet it did nothing to quell the fury surging within him. Enough, he bellowed, launching a fist towards Jones. Empty. Adam, however, deftly caught his punch. The collision of fists produced a muted thud, and a fierce gust of wind suddenly erupted, swirling in all directions. Jones, caught in this tempest, could not help but retreat a few steps, only to surge forward again, bellowing Adam. My Adam. Kill him. I want him dead. As he uttered the word dead, his fervent gaze morphed into one of bitter malice, as if he would destroy that which he could not possess. In the next moment, Adam's unblinking eyes pivoted sharply, fixating intently on Carl. The previously vacant look in his eyes suddenly sharpened. En overwhelming aura surgit forte. Emanating from a being that naturally stood at the pinnacle of the food chain, a primal presence akin to that of a tiger among sheep or a dragon among shrimp. Rising to his full height of over 3 meters, Adam nearly grazed the ceiling, his chest heaving violently as both of his hearts pulsated vigorously, propelling torrents of blood throughout his body. With a thunderous roar, Adam was alive. In the blink of an eye, a colossal fist loomed before Carl, the fierce winds lifting the crimson cloak billowing behind him. Even his ironclad physique felt the tightening impact of that punch. Without hesitation, Carl retaliated with a punch of his own. The sound of impact echoed again. The two fists collided, creating a visible shockwave that radiated from their meeting point, the violent energy transforming into razor-like gusts that sliced through the air in all directions, each gust emitting a piercing shriek, sending everything within the room spiraling into chaos. The entire chamber resembled a scene of natural disaster, disarray reigning supreme. Meanwhile, Jones watched from a distance, unable to suppress his exhilaration as he observed the clash of these superhumans, shifting positions to savor every moment of the battle. Carl furrowed his brow, realizing that the strength of this hybrid creature surpassed his own to some extent. While the disparity in size was significant, he could not deny that this being named Adam was indeed extraordinary. As he pondered this, Adam unleashed another punch without hesitation, each strike delivered with utmost fervor. As if his strength were inexhaustible, Carl hovered in the air, continuously adjusting his position to evade Adam's relentless onslaught, narrowly escaping each blow. He resembled a battleship amidst a tempest, steadfast against the roaring winds and pouring rain. Carl chose not to engage Adam head-on. Even his first strike would deplete his already dwindling vitality. Instead, he focused on adapting to Adam's assault, seeking a chink in his armor for a potentially lethal counterattack. Adam, consumed by rage and frustration, could not alter his attack strategy, only escalating the speed of his punches, inadvertently accelerating his own exhaustion. Indeed, as Jones articulated, he has not entirely fulfilled his experiment, and Adam is merely a work in progress. What he aspires to create is another Kal-El. Adam, though endowed with cataclysmic power, is but an empty vessel devoid of rational thought and wisdom. Chapter 13. The Embrace of Death Roar. Adam's furious bellow reverberated throughout the depths of the facility. This was not the first time he had unleashed such a roar. After engaging with Kal-El for merely a few minutes, his wrathful cries had not ceased. The reason for his frustration lay in his inability to land a blow on Kal-El. The latter's relatively diminutive physique afforded him the agility to evade, while Adam's colossal frame exemplified the notion of brawn over brains. Each time Adam's forceful fist swung and missed, a roar would escape his lips. Yet, as the instances of his failures multiplied, the intensity of his roars began to wane. He was running out of strength. Kal-El cast a scornful glance toward Jones and taunted. "Is this your pride and joy?" With that, he dodged Adam's punch and thrust his right hand sharply into Adam's ribs. The knuckle of his middle finger penetrated with the ferocity of a power drill, leaving a visible dent in Adam's ribcage. As Kal-El's fist made contact, the muscle surrounding Adam's ribs rippled as if struck by a massive stone, sending waves of impact radiating outward. But that was not the end. This time, it was Kal-El's turn to roar. With a primal scream, he concentrated all his might into his right fist and forcefully propelled Adam upward. The air seemed to crackle with the sound of an explosion. Adam, utterly defenseless, was sent hurtling through the air, his form blurring with speed, until he collided heavily with the alloy wall above. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, the anguished cry of the alloy wall succumbing to the strain, nearly half of Adam's body became embedded within the wall, unable to dislodge itself. Jones's expression darkened as he fixed a steely gaze upon Kal-El. Meanwhile, a remote control appeared in his hand, his finger poised over a button, trembling slightly as if in hesitation. Kal-El casually remarked, "Do you have other sons? If so, summon them all." Roar. Before Kal-El could finish speaking, a massive shadow lunged at him from behind, revealing itself to be Adam. In a silent ambush, he had stealthily attacked Kal-El. Now, pinned beneath Adam, Kal-El braced himself against the onslaught of Adam's fists, which descended upon him like meteorites. Jones, filled with exhilaration, shouted, "That's it, Adam. Tear that scoundrel apart. Tear him to shreds." The excruciating pain momentarily rendered Kal-El disoriented, yet he swiftly regained his focus. The energy within him surged rapidly, as the solar radiation stored within his cells was unleashed, generating trillions of photons that traversed the energy pathways of his eyes. Ultimately, these photons converged upon the retina, resonating at a uniform frequency and in the same direction, resulting in the emission of a brilliant and searing beam of light. Kal-El roared once more, unleashing two beams of energy that shot forth, piercing Adam's chest in an instant. The intense energy melted the skin over Adam's heart within a fraction of a second, followed by the incineration of the muscle beneath. However, when the energy beams converged upon Adam's sternum, their diminishing power proved inadequate to penetrate the alloy-like resilience of his bones. In that fleeting moment, Adam evaded Kal-El's energy rays, narrowly escaping destruction. Instinctively, he leaped back and forth across the vast room, deftly dodging the incoming energy beams, with Kal-El's gaze following his every movement. At that moment, Kal-El harbored but one thought: to eliminate him. Jones, concealed behind a wall of alloy, cautiously avoided the dispersing energy of the rays, fully aware that even the residual energy could obliterate his ordinary flesh. As he witnessed his once promising creation being pursued like a mere animal, despair enveloped him, chilling his demeanor. No, Adam was perfection. He could not be this feeble. He was simply not yet mature. He had yet to bask in the sun, to feel the warmth and power of sunlight. Just like that hybrid, Adam required energy. He needed the sun. Yes, it must be so. It certainly must be, he murmured to himself, growing increasingly agitated, excitement surging within him as he grasped the remote and emerged from his hiding place. "Adam, my child, I shall aid you." Swoosh. Thud. Jones's words were abruptly cut short as a wave of residual energy swept over him, severing his left hand, while the rest of his body was reduced to ashes. His left hand, however, remained clutching the remote. Neither of the two noticed Jones' demise, nor did they observe how his remaining hand, in its final muscle reflex, pressed the button. Yet, in the next moment, a tremendous rift erupted beneath them. The ground of the base's lowest level split open, resembling a sheet of paper sliced by a craft knife, silently revealing a vast crack. The scant air remaining was instantly drawn towards the fissure, creating a vacuum that consumed the entire lowest level. Amidst the violent fluctuation of internal and external pressures, the base completely lost its foundational ground, along with segments of the lowest walls. As Kal-El and Adam ultimately detached from the base, they found themselves exposed to the vastness of space. Adam, deprived of air, appeared disoriented, halting his movements as he gasped for breath, yet his lungs were empty. The disparity in pressure led to the catastrophic rupture of half of his lung, and he expelled a torrent of crimson blood from his mouth. In a panic, he covered his mouth and ceased to breathe. Unperturbed, Kal-El fixated on the receding base, which, at that moment, had accelerated beyond the speed of sound, transforming from a colossal structure into something that could be grasped by a mere hand. As the base diminished in size, no longer obstructing Kal-El's view, another grand entity emerged gracefully from the periphery of the base, the resplendent yellow sun. Kal outstretched his arms, embracing the warmth and power it radiated, oblivious to Adam, who was mimicking his actions beside him, similarly extending his arms toward the magnificent sun, absorbing its luminous energy. On the brink of death from oxygen deprivation, he drew sustenance from the golden sunlight, learning how to replenish his own vitality. Meanwhile on Earth, billions of kilometers away, world leaders gazed at images transmitted from their satellites, witnessing this extraordinary scene. In the distant coordinates of the sun, a massive human structure gradually melded into the radiance, while further still, two figures, one large and one small, mirrored each other's embrace of the sun, akin to a child enveloping their mother. Chapter 14. Return. Upon opening his eyes, Kal-El turned to glance at Adam, who was likewise turning to meet his gaze. Kal waved at him and proceeded toward the sun. Adam, unable to fly and adrift in the void of space without leverage, flailed for a while in frustration, making no progress. At that moment, a fragment of the base drifted past him. Seizing it, Adam hurled it in the opposite direction. Utilizing the faint reaction force to sway toward Kal-El, however, did not look back, his focus solely on the warm sun. Soon, Adam found he no longer needed the fragment's aid, as a gentle force began to pull him forward. Initially, he found this sensation amusing, but as his body surpassed Kal-El and began to plummet toward the massive fireball, panic seized him. Kal-El cast a stoic glance at Adam, who was tumbling toward the sun, knowing that without the ability to fly, he could not escape the sun's gravitational pull, leaving only one inevitable fate. This shall serve as the grave I have chosen for myself. You may use it first, he mused, directing his gaze toward Adam, eager to witness his further transformation. Adam's instincts were roaring within him, an overwhelming sense of crisis nearly engulfing him. His eyelidless gaze was locked onto Kal-El, revealing not only anger and despair, but also a glimmer of hope and confusion. Kal-El was the second person he had ever encountered since birth, apart from his father. He was the one Adam knew best. In a sense, their bloodlines were interconnected, which instinctively led Adam to place his hope in Kal-El during this life and death moment. Much like a child instinctively thinks of their parents in times of danger. However, his confusion stemmed from a complete lack of understanding regarding the dire situation he faced. Yet, as he observed Kal-El's indifference to his plea for help, hope dissipated, replaced by a deeper despair and an overwhelming fury. At that moment, every inch of Adam's skin, every muscle, every cell brimmed with rage. Millions of photons surged from every corner of his body, ultimately converging in his eyes through two energy channels. In the next instant, two powerful energy beams erupted from Adam's eyes, reminiscent of Kal-El's earlier display. Kal-El furrowed his brow, gaining a deeper understanding of Adam. Yet the more he understood, the more agitated he became. For without Jones, he would have felt no fear of such a creature, even at over 30 years of age. With this thought, Kal-El let out a cold snort, and two energy beams shot forth from his own eyes. The four beams intersected in space, colliding and merging, then canceling each other out, sending waves of energy rippling outward in all directions, creating a breathtaking spectacle amidst the cosmos. At that moment, Kal-El began to glide towards the sun, simultaneously propelling Adam into a faster descent. Adam's energy seemed boundless, with the beams growing ever more formidable and robust. Kal-El felt his eyes beginning to burn, yet he did not close them. He continued to absorb the radiation from the yellow sun, simultaneously releasing unrefined energy from within his cells. This raw energy was a considerable burden for him, yet he had not yet reached his limit. This body was originally meant to be limitless. With this thought, the crimson energy beams intensified fiercely, aimed directly at Adam. Adam was thrust towards the sun by this sudden surge in energy. In the next moment, the energy beams faltered. As discomfort washed over him, Adam instinctively closed his eyes, unaware that this discomfort was pain. He instinctively chose to eliminate it. Consequently, he fell even faster. Kal-El had begun to employ his flight abilities to counteract the sun's gravitational pull. Otherwise, he, too, would be drawn in by its gravity, ultimately merging with the sun itself. He clearly observed Adam raging, though no sound reached him, yet the fury was palpable. At that moment, the massive base had vanished, perhaps melted away by the sun, or simply beyond his line of sight, but such details were of little consequence. After casting one last, profound glance at Adam, Kal-El turned and soared towards Earth. Adam, watching Kal-El recede into the distance, found himself unable to comprehend this act of abandonment. His only response, a silent roar of anger that could not be conveyed. Awaiting him was nothing but an interminable descent into despair, ultimately leading to his fate. On Earth, the leaders of the world's major nations had just concluded a meeting centered around Kal-El. Following the American president's commitment to share information about Kal-El, the other nations fell into a contemplative silence. Eventually, a unanimous decision was reached to deploy the ultimate weapon. Steelbone was also present at this assembly. He did not speak, but quietly observed the proceedings. The suggestion to utilize nuclear weaponry had originated from him, yet he understood that such an action could not guarantee the resolution of a Superman threat. Indeed, Superman was the codename designated for Kal-El in this meeting. He merely wished to exhaust all possible avenues. It was time to seek out Batman. Sitting in the conference room, he regarded the haughty president. Recognizing that the latter likely dismissed the Superman threat or perhaps harbored an unwarranted faith in his ultimate weapon. It was truly lamentable. The electronic signals in his mind coalesced into a few words that Steelbone found profoundly accurate. At that moment, at Wayne Manor, Batman Thomas Wayne and Flash Barry Allen were in the Batcave, their faces etched with concern as they gazed at the large screen before them. As a top-tier billionaire, Thomas possessed several satellites orbiting the sky, a rather unremarkable fact. Thus, he and Kal-El had witnessed the battle against Adam in its entirety. Particularly, the image of Kal-El luring Adam into the sun's gravitational pull, watching him gradually descend into the fiery abyss, was deeply imprinted in their minds. "What do we do now?" Barry Allen inquired of Thomas. "We wait," Thomas replied succinctly. "Wait for what?" "Wait for someone." "Who?" "Me." Steelbone Victor Stone parted the waterfall and entered the Batcave. "Beak," Barry exclaimed, surprised to see Victor. However, Victor merely nodded expressionlessly at him before turning to Thomas. "Superman is dying, and he will perish soon. But before he dies, I need your assistance." Chapter 15. The nuclear strike the news Victor brought left the two in shock. The Superman who had arrived in his prime was on the brink of death. How did he come to this? The Flash blurted out, but quickly realized the impropriety of his words. "Why is he dying? Is it because of the nuclear weapon?" Thomas queried, his brow furrowing in concern. Victor spoke in a low voice. "How do you know about the nuclear weapons?" Thomas shrugged, offering Victor a speculative response. Victor gazed at him intently, no longer fixating on the question, and continued, "The principle of nuclear weapons lies in nuclear fission, while the energy of the sun originates from nuclear fusion. If Superman can absorb the energy produced by nuclear fusion, then I do not believe that a nuclear fission reaction could bring about his demise." "Superman." Barry seized upon the oversight in Victor's words. "You call him Superman?" "That was just assigned as a code name at the United Nations conference." Thomas interjected casually, then looked back at Victor, still speculating. "Eavesdropping on international secret meetings is illegal," Victor replied coldly. "Yes, I know," Thomas retorted nonchalantly. Sensing the atmosphere's shift, Barry hastily interjected. "If nuclear weapons cannot destroy him, how do you know he is near death?" "I heard it," Victor replied solemnly, "before that base had departed from Earth. I distinctly overheard a conversation between Superman and Dr. Jones. But he is so strong. How could he suddenly be facing death?" Barry asked, perplexed. Victor's expression tightened, remaining silent. He knew the reason, yet the sordid truth eluded his lips. Thomas interrupted Barry's contemplation. "None of this is important. Since we know he is destined to die, what we must focus on now is obtaining his." He paused before articulating a single word. "Assistance." Victor nodded. "I share your thoughts. Superman's abilities would greatly aid us in managing the conflict between Atlantis and the Amazons." Barry lowered his head, his demeanor somber. Superman was his friend, his comrade, and a mentor he trusted and relied upon. Now, due to his own circumstances, Superman had been reduced to this state, and even his brothers in arms, Thomas and Victor, began to scheme against him, which pained him deeply. Is there no way to turn enemies into allies? Barry could not help but ask. Victor and Thomas sighed in unison. Unable to respond to Barry's inquiry, Thomas patted his shoulder, saying, "Barry, I need you to go to Metropolis. There are 6 children there. Bring them here." Barry was taken aback. "Children? What do you need them for?" Victor explained, "Their abilities surpass your imagination." "Very well." Barry nodded. "I shall go at once." With that, a flash of lightning surrounded him, and Barry vanished before their eyes. Victor glanced at Thomas. "Did you give him the address?" Thomas checked his watch. "No." Boom! Lightning crackled into existence. Meanwhile, Kal-El gently descended onto the moon's desolate, barren surface. As he surveyed the emptiness before him, Kal-El sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes, enveloped in the warmth of sunlight, feeling an exquisite comfort from the lunar rays. He cherished this place. The previous fierce confrontation with Adam left him feeling fatigued. A profound sense of helplessness surging through his nerves from the depths of his very marrow. The desolate lunar surface mirrored the current state of Kal-El's heart. Isolated, lonely, and tinged with despair. Above him hung that cerulean orb, the home for all, yet not for him. His true home lay light years away on Krypton, with the coordinates meticulously recorded within his spacecraft. Regrettably, the vessel had been rendered useless, prompting his desire to extract information regarding its whereabouts from Jones. Contemplating this, Kal-El's gaze hardened as he stared at the Earth. If Jones remained silent, he would seek out those who could speak, knowing that such actions would merely lead to further carnage and destruction, an end that did not contradict his ultimate goal. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow as his pupils constricted and then dilated, the light entering his eyes fluctuating. During this process, unwanted wavelengths were filtered out, leaving only those he sought. These beams coalesced into a vivid image upon his retina. It depicted a sprawling plain on Earth, once lush and verdant, now abruptly cleaved apart, giving rise to a colossal flame that scorched the surrounding greenery to a charred yellow. This immense fire propelled a gargantuan metallic construct, ascending slowly towards the moon. Although he had never encountered such a metallic entity, Kal-El instinctively recognized it as a weapon, one capable of inflicting harm upon him. At that moment, his instincts screamed a warning. Unbeknownst to him, deep within an underground fortress, the President of the United States sat, fixated on a screen split into two segments, one showcasing the rocket armed with nuclear weapons, the other displaying the Superman on the moon. Surrounding him were individuals of diverse hues, all transfixed upon the rocket. Ladies and gentlemen, this rocket will determine the fate of humanity, the President proclaimed, his voice deep and resolute. No one can withstand the force of millions of tons of nuclear payload. Yet he was not human. Superman, too, was not exempt. His declaration was unequivocal, yet it instilled a sense of unease among the crowd, though none dared to challenge him, as they required such rhetoric to deceive themselves. As the rocket ascended higher and faster, it carried the hopes of many, aimed at annihilating the extraterrestrial being that instilled fear. Kal-El scoffed, disregarding the instinctual warnings, and rose leisurely to his feet on the lunar surface, his body slightly bent. A torrent of energy surged from his cells. He refrained from immediately releasing it, opting instead to compress the energy which began to gather in his legs and feet, causing his powerful thighs to swell with the influx. In the next moment, the energy erupted explosively as Kal-El propelled himself into the sky, soaring towards the Earth. From the perspective of the inhabitants of Earth, a vast expanse of fissures suddenly appeared on the lunar surface, with the epicenter located precisely where Superman stood. The entire moon seemed to tremble, as clouds of lunar dust began to swirl, enveloping the surrounding area for miles, lingering in the air for an extended period. Given the moon's gravity, it would take several decades for this substantial amount of dust to settle completely. From that moment onward, all observers of the moon would realize that it had transformed. Chapter 16. The Biological Magnetic Field. What could he be planning? The crowd was taken aback, uncertain of what this Superman, who had been imprisoned for 30 years, intended to do. As the lunar dust rose, Kal-El had already positioned himself before the rocket. At that moment, the rocket had just launched, barely escaping the stratosphere, when Kal-El obstructed its path. A beam of blue light descended from the heavens without pause or hesitation, accelerating as it collided with the ascending rocket amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. The collision did not produce a tremendous roar, nor did it erupt in flames. Instead, the rocket ceased its ascent, suspended motionless in midair, though its tail flames continued to blaze brightly. What transpired? Was there a malfunction? Had the feed frozen? An array of questions flooded the minds of the spectators, leaving them speechless as they stared at the screen, their thoughts in disarray. Then, the rocket moved. It moved. Surely, the feed had merely frozen. Yes, that had to be it. However, before the smiles could blossom on their faces, they vanished in an instant. The rocket had indeed moved. But rather than ascending, it began to plummet. The flames at its tail rivaled the sun above, yet the rocket spiraled downward, head over heels towards the ground. The scene appeared as if it were being played in reverse. Upon witnessing this, the president erupted in fury. "Who can tell me what is happening?" "Sir, it is Superman." Someone finally discerned the source of the problem. At the very apex of the rocket, a figure clad in red and blue held it firmly in place, his crimson cape billowing like a banner to intimidate adversaries. Kal-El maintained a tranquil demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the rocket before him. As he gradually adapted to the rocket's thrust, he began to exert greater pressure. Inch by inch, the rocket was forced downward, its tail flames erupting like a volcano, yet unable to thwart Kal-El's resolve. Meanwhile, in the underground stronghold, a black briefcase was placed before the president. As it opened, a red button emerged, presented to the assembly. Secretary of Defense Mark Esper spoke in a low voice beside the president, his words trailing off as the rocket failed to ascend into the cosmos as intended, instead being forced back to the ground. To detonate a nuclear bomb now, while it might annihilate the extraterrestrial being, would also inflict irreparable destruction and sacrifice upon the homeland. He could not make that decision. The president, his countenance darkened, gazed at the red button, acutely aware that pressing it would render him a historical pariah. Yet, if he refrained, the opportunity to eliminate the alien would be squandered, placing humanity, America, and himself in dire peril. However, if even a nuclear bomb could not vanquish him, what significance would there be in pressing the button? For a moment, he was engulfed in turmoil. Observing the president's distress, Mark spoke, "Sir, if it is public sentiment you fear, we can guide it. After all, the one who ultimately engages with the nuclear device will be the alien." He refused to refer to Kal-El as Superman, believing the extraterrestrial undeserving of such a title. The president cast a deep glance at Mark Esper, ultimately closing his eyes slowly, releasing a heavy sigh. In the next instant, the red button was pressed. Immediately, all eyes turned to the screen before them, eager to witness the outcome. Then, a mushroom cloud, previously seen only in images and videos, began to rise from the earth. Viewed from space, a dark gray mushroom cloud surged upward, an almost boundless energy radiating outward in all directions. The ground within a radius of several kilometers vanished in an instant, the once verdant plains being peeled away layer by layer, only to be reduced further. The core of the explosion had transformed into a vast, bottomless pit. In the distance, trees in the forest fell almost simultaneously in the opposite direction, the tremendous shockwave sweeping up soil and uprooting them, sending them flying far away. Beyond that, the ground was devoid of life, merely shrouded in obscuring dust and endless radiation. The colossal mushroom cloud engulfed the sky for miles, the sunlight barred from entry, casting the entire land into darkness. This scene etched itself deeply into the hearts of those within the underground bunker. The president shed painful tears. "We are all sinners." The other heads of state observing this event felt a profound sorrow, not for the alien, but for the ordinary people in that land. For the next century, it would be a desolate wasteland. Yet at the very epicenter of the explosion, Kal-El gazed in astonishment at the world beyond. A tangible yet intangible membrane completely separated him from the raging energy, the inside and outside akin to well water and river water, untouched by one another. Kal-El furrowed his brow as he sought to perceive the thin membrane surrounding him, ultimately arriving at a profound conclusion: a magnetic field. At that very moment of the explosion, Kal-El felt as though he were a mere rag doll in the jaws of a ferocious beast, mercilessly torn asunder by an inexhaustible torrent of violent energy. Even his steel frame seemed to lament, as if on the verge of disintegration. Just as he believed he was on the brink of death, this magnetic field erupted from within him, forming a spherical structure approximately 3 meters in diameter, enveloping him securely and shielding him from the ravages of external energy. In that instant, Kal-El felt as if his very cells had merged into a singular entity. He became akin to a unicellular organism, with the membrane of the magnetic field serving as his cellular membrane, and he himself embodying the nucleus. This all transpired too abruptly and in a manner he could scarcely comprehend. Nevertheless, he was grateful to be alive. "If only my kin were still here, I could ascertain the nature of this phenomenon," he mused. Yet, he was unaware that even if Krypton still existed, no one could elucidate it to him. Could such indiscriminate weaponry truly be within humanity's grasp? How could they conceive of wielding such uncontrollable power? ignoring Kal-El's contemplations. Let us return to the mushroom, cloud, and explosion, which persisted for nearly several minutes. This interval was torturous yet exhilarating for those witnessing the detonation. For upon witnessing the magnitude of the explosion, they could not fathom the possibility of any life surviving such a cataclysm. They had triumphed. Chapter 17, indeed. The shockwave generated by the nuclear explosion birthed a colossal mushroom cloud, casting a shadow over the land and instilling a sense of helplessness within all who beheld it. Yet, if one were to gaze down from the heavens, they would observe that at the very moment of the nuclear detonation, the surfaces of the oceans covering nearly all of Earth were disturbed by rippling waves. These waves varied in size, yet each spread far and wide. Particularly acute was the perception of this shockwave by King Arthur Curry of Atlantis, the sovereign of the seven seas. What transpired? Standing atop Carlson, clad in dark golden, form-fitting armor, Arthur gazed upward toward the ocean's surface, his gaze directed toward the source of the explosion. Beside him, Nudus Vico furrowed his brow and remarked, "Could such violent fluctuations be the work of the Amazons?" Arthur cast a sidelong glance at his mentor and shook his head. "The Amazons lack such means. We must ascertain the cause." At that moment, Carlson suddenly spoke. "It bears the scent of the sun." Arthur glanced down at him. Carlson possessed no vocal cords, yet he was able to articulate words due to Arthur's ability to communicate telepathically with marine creatures. As a being more ancient than the sea god Poseidon, he possessed a wealth of wisdom and experience, providing significant assistance to Arthur during his conquest of the seven seas. The essence of the sun? Who could truly wield the sun's power? Nudis Vico, overhearing Arthur's musings, could not help but inquire, "What sun's power? Are you referring to my secret weapon?" "No, not that." Arthur shook his head, eager to contact those humans. They surely knew what was transpiring. Indeed, those avaricious blood eels, who would betray even their own kin. What are they incapable of? Arthur chose not to pursue the topic further, gazing towards the western sea. "Tomorrow, we shall enter the English Channel. The Amazons will undoubtedly not surrender easily. Prepare accordingly." "Yes." Meanwhile, far away at the Amazon headquarters in London, New Themyscira, Queen Diana Prince, also known as Wonder Woman, sensed the earth-shattering explosion. Clad in her battle attire, the shimmering lasso of truth was tightly wrapped around a man's neck as she interrogated him. Observing her queen's sudden gaze towards the horizon, Amazon warrior Artemis asked, "What is it, Diana?" Diana's elegant brows furrowed. "I sense an overwhelming force being unleashed." Artemis pondered. Could it be the Atlanteans at work? Diana shook her head. "I do not know, but we cannot dismiss that possibility, especially since they submerged all of Europe. It is said they possess a secret weapon yet to be revealed. I fear such concerns are unwarranted." Diana ascended slowly, the lasso of truth lifting the captured man into the air, rendering him powerless against its binding force. Even as blood streamed from his mouth and nose. "Notify all Amazon warriors to prepare for a decisive battle against the Atlanteans." Yes, the explosive power of the nuclear blast surpassed all expectations. The mushroom cloud obscuring visibility for those watching, preventing them from discerning the inner chaos. Yet, there was no urgency among the spectators. The greater the devastation, the higher the likelihood of vanquishing the Superman, making the wait worthwhile. Even Batman and Cyborg, ensconced within the Batcave, found their confidence wavering as they beheld the scene. Thomas turned to Victor. "Are you certain this magnitude of explosion cannot kill that Superman?" Victor's mind raced with calculations. As a hybrid of machine and organic matter, computation was his essence, and numbers his language. The probability of killing Superman stands at 36, while severely injuring him is at 85. Do we still need to prepare additional plans? We must. Let's wait a bit longer. However, Kal-El did not keep them waiting for long, as he floated high above, gradually emerging from the thick cloud of dust. As the gray smoke enveloped the screens of all present, a shadow of a slightly darker hue gradually emerged. The cloak behind him appeared tattered, and his battle attire had become worn and filthy. Yet his tall and lean figure remained indelibly etched in the minds of the onlookers. Kal-El emerged from the haze, his dark blue silhouette extinguishing any flicker of hope in the hearts of the spectators. Impossible! My heavens! What the hell? In an instant, an array of exclamations filled the underground fortress. The president fixed his gaze upon the figure on the screen, his brow furrowed. while those around him exhibited a myriad of expressions, all sharing a singular sentiment, a profound fear concealed within their eyes. Within the Batcave, Thomas and Victor exchanged glances. The plan was proceeding as scheduled. I shall seek the president. His authorization is imperative. Thomas turned to Victor, speaking in a low tone. Victor, what will you do if the president disagrees? Victor cast a fleeting glance at the blue figure on the screen. It was no longer within his control. No sooner had he uttered those words than the figure on the screen abruptly flickered and vanished. Victor froze momentarily, a fierce glow igniting in his eyes. Yet his body remained still. Thomas refrained from disturbing him, instead waiting in silence. Moments later, Victor mechanically stated, Superman has entered Washington's airspace. With that declaration, the thrusters behind him suddenly ignited, accompanied by a thunderous roar, and Victor vanished from the Batcave, a tempest swirling through the cavern. Thomas observed the chaos within the Batcave, letting out a soft sigh, and lowered his gaze to a confidential report on the table, its cover boldly inscribed with the words, Research Report on Subject 938. May you arrive in time. At that moment, a piercing alarm resonated through the skies, as layers upon layers of guards formed a barricade around the white building. Their weapons trained upward. Also aimed skyward were various large-caliber artillery pieces encircling the white structure. Deep beneath the white edifice, in a subterranean fortress hundreds of meters below, the president and his aides engaged in heated debate. Secretary of Defense Mark Esper restrained the agitated president, speaking in a grave tone, Your Excellency, there is no place safer than here in this city. If you seek refuge, surely no location could be more suitable. Release me, the president thundered. Yet he once again took his seat, exclaiming, Allowing the enemy to invade our own territory is a disgrace. Indeed, Your Excellency, I command you to employ every means necessary to eliminate him. Yes. Chapter 18. Ripping apart aircraft. Upon hearing this, Kal-El could not help but smirk derisively, reorienting himself before accelerating his flight once more. Indeed, he had heard it all. Upon emerging from the nuclear explosion, he discovered that he could perceive an overwhelming cacophony of sounds, whether near, distant, or even further afield. Although this newfound ability initially caused him considerable distress, he acclimatized to it within mere seconds, simultaneously learning to discern the sounds he wished to hear from those he did not. Then, he caught the voice of an individual referred to as the president. He comprehended the significance of this title, and thus his current objective was to locate this president, who undoubtedly possessed knowledge of his belongings. With a resounding thud, it felt as though the very air before him had been torn asunder. Each surge in speed produced a deafening roar that he, paradoxically, found rather exhilarating. As he gazed around, the vast expanse of blue sky and white clouds enveloped him, imparting a sense of boundless freedom that allowed him to relax, diminishing even the pain that had afflicted him. A faint smile graced the lips of Kal-El as he relished this rare moment of tranquility. Yet, in the blink of an eye, two shadowy figures suddenly zipped past him, hurtling in opposite directions before vanishing in an instant. Kal-El's brow furrowed. His peace was shattered by the presence of two human aircraft. Turning to observe, he noted the aircraft executing a small angular turn before accelerating once more towards him. Soon, he found himself sandwiched between them, the two vessels gradually converging from either side. He could even discern the tension etched upon the faces of the pilots within. You have encroached upon our airspace, threatening national security. Descend immediately, or we shall be forced to take lethal action. The command reverberated with authority and conviction, repeated twice for emphasis. Yet, those within the underground bunker understood that the fate of these two pilots was already sealed. What could mere aircraft accomplish against an adversary that had survived a nuclear blast? However, given the breach of airspace, sending no aircraft would leave the authorities with no justification to the public. Thus, when Defense Minister Mark issued this command, he was acutely aware of its futility, yet he felt compelled to act. With an impassive expression, Kal-El cast a glance to his left, clearly observing the rivets on the aircraft. Then, under the bewildered gaze of the two human pilots, he slowly raised his right hand. What could he possibly intend to do? In the next moment, Kal-El's right hand struck the wing of one aircraft with tremendous force. Boom! The wing was instantly severed by more than half, and the entire fuselage began to spiral uncontrollably through the air, flames flickering from the fractured section, and thick smoke billowing forth. Mayday! 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 The pilot shouted the distress signal, desperately maneuvering the aircraft, striving to regain control of its trajectory. All of this transpired with startling abruptness. The pilot was utterly unprepared. Had it not been for his exceptional flying skills, that moment could have led to a tragic demise. Meanwhile, the pilot of another aircraft remained in a state of bewilderment, witnessing Kal-El turning his gaze towards him. "Damn it!" he shouted in desperation, yanking the control stick with fervor, causing the plane to pitch upwards sharply, its speed plummeting. In contrast, Kal-El continued to pursue the source of the sound that resonated in his ears. This scene was meticulously captured by satellites in space, transmitted in real time to the underground fortress, where Defense Minister Mark felt as though the blow had landed not on the wing, but squarely on his own face, his expression dark and foreboding. At that moment, the president, surprisingly, was not anxious. He understood that fretting would be futile. Upon witnessing the aircraft being obliterated by Kal-El, he turned to his secretary and said, "Get me Steelbone." Just as he finished speaking, the secretary replied, "It's Steelbone. He's calling in." "Yes." The secretary connected the call, and Steelbone's voice resonated within the room. "Mr. President, are you all right?" "Not particularly well, Steelbone. That superhero is about to come knocking at our door. You are well acquainted with superheroes. If I entrust you with this matter, can you handle it?" At that moment, Steelbone, soaring through the skies towards Washington, responded in a grave tone, "I have a plan, but I need your authorization." "What do you intend to do?" "You simply need to observe." The president fell silent, sensing Steelbone's dissatisfaction, yet he refrained from retorting. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Whatever you wish to do, I consent." "Proceed, Steelbone. The future of America rests in your hands." Steelbone paused for a moment before affirming, "Understood." With that, he ended the call and proceeded to dial Air Force Major General Medlin's number. "General, I am aware that you possess an aircraft modified with extraterrestrial technology. I require you to recruit a top-tier ace pilot to head to this coordinate." Upon connecting the call, Steelbone wasted no time, directly stating his command while sending a coordinate. "I have the President's highest authorization. You must execute my orders immediately." On the other end, General Medlin was silent for a moment before replying, "I have 2 aircraft that have been modified with alien technology. Which one do you wish to dispatch?" "2. Steelbone was taken aback, quickly reviewing the relevant data. Armed with the President's authorization, he effortlessly accessed the files he sought. Of course, even without the President's authorization, obtaining this information would not have posed a significant challenge for him. He then discovered an image of another extraterrestrial being, possessing purple skin and numerous non-human traits, a member of a now extinct alien race that had fallen to Earth. Steelbone couldn't help but sigh. "Earth, is it truly so appealing to extraterrestrials?" "General, I am referring to the one designated with the code is." "Understood." The connection was severed, apparently terminated by Medellin, who seemed quite displeased with Steelbone's demeanor. However, Steelbone remained indifferent, having long since relinquished such sentiments. As long as he could flawlessly execute his plans and fulfill his requirements, he would consider any insults directed at him utterly meaningless. In many respects, Steelbone bore a closer resemblance to a machine than to a human, even more so than Kal-El. Meanwhile, above a pure white edifice, Kal-El halted his ascent. Chapter 19. Where's my belongings? The White House. Kal-El was unaware that this was the true name of the structure beneath him. Yet this ignorance did not hinder him from pursuing his objectives. Instead of choosing to descend, he soared higher into the sky. As he broke through the clouds, moisture dampened his hair. However, upon reaching the expanse of outer space, the droplets solidified, leaving his hair adorned with glistening ice. This state, however, was fleeting as the sun's warm rays evaporated all moisture, gradually warming Kal-El's once chilled form. His resilient heart thumped vigorously, akin to a 12-cylinder engine, propelling blood and countless photons throughout his body, replenishing the energy he had expended. With arms outstretched and eyes closed, he basked in the paternal warmth of the sun. Then, he slowly inverted himself, succumbing to the pull of Earth's gravity, plummeting toward the ground. The 300-meter distance vanished in an instant, as Kal-El transformed into a human meteor, showing no signs of deceleration. Indeed, accelerating further, with unwavering resolve, crashing into the white structure. Boom! A tremendous shockwave instantaneously overturned the entire White House from within, sending everything hurtling away from Kal-El at blinding speed. The White Building disintegrated into fragments, exploding outward along with its contents, which became projectiles. Within a 1,000-meter radius, no structure remained above the horizon. At the epicenter of the impact, Kal-El knelt within a deep crater, slowly rising to his feet before defying Earth's gravity, hovering in midair. Surveying his surroundings, he found no one in sight. Not a soul remained, and even armored vehicles weighing several tons lay overturned at a distance, let alone the soldiers swept high into the air by the shockwave. Those fortunate enough landed amidst distant buildings, while the less fortunate plummeted freely toward the ground, some still falling even after several seconds. The sheer force of Kal-El's collision was undeniably terrifying. Ignoring them, Kal-El gazed down at the ground, his eyes flickering with light as he rendered several meters of soil invisible, revealing a metallic object buried deep beneath the surface. The voice of the president resonated from that very place. In the next moment, a crimson energy beam surged towards the depths of the pit, where the moist earth evaporated violently under the intense heat, revealing the deeper layers of soil and rock beneath. Meanwhile, those within the underground fortress, after experiencing a violent tremor, crouched low with their heads raised, trembling with fear as they gazed upwards, sensing an unknown entity looming over them. The screen had lost its connection, leaving them engulfed in confusion and terror. Defense Minister Mark, with a grim expression, stared at the microphone in his hand. The satellite link had gone silent, which could only indicate one thing. There was a problem at the White House, the crucial link in the chain. This was a result he dared not contemplate, yet he found no better explanation. The president looked at him, urgency in his voice. What is the situation? General, did you not claim this place was the safest? Answer me. Mark swallowed hard, meeting the president's gaze, and after a moment's hesitation, he spoke. I fear the enemy may have already taken control. He gestured upwards, but refrained from uttering the name. The president's expression changed dramatically, his teeth clenched in anger. I am ashamed of you. Suddenly, the lights in the room extinguished, and all emergency lighting flickered on, casting a dim glow on the faces of those present, leaving only fear and sorrow in its wake. However, this sorrow was short-lived, for Kal-El had already located the deeply buried fortress. Retracting the energy beam, he leapt to the top of the underground stronghold. The president, keenly attuned, heard the sound of Kal-El's descent, and he abruptly looked up, straining to listen. What is happening? Mark inquired beside him. The president did not respond, but instead signaled for silence. In the following instant, a violent shake knocked everyone in the room off balance. The entire chamber suddenly pivoted 90 degrees, transforming the walls into the floor and the floor into walls. The group collided against the walls, each pressing against the other, cries of anguish filling the air. Outside, Kal-El, with bare hands, wrenched the massive underground fortress from the ground. The tremendous force thrusting aside the earth above and exposing the metallic structure beneath. With a resounding crash, he hurled the fortress down, producing a dull thud upon impact. This underground stronghold was a rectangular prism, featuring a towering door on the front, appearing robust and formidable. Ordinary firearms would struggle to leave a mark upon it. Yet, to Kal-El, this was of little consequence. With one hand, he sliced through the material, pulling outward, creating a gash in the alloy door. Then, with both hands, he exerted force, accompanied by a tearing sound, as he effortlessly ripped the door open. Peering through the crack, one could glimpse a dim light illuminating a corner where a group huddled, their faces etched with terror. Suddenly, the ominous muzzle of a gun emerged from the fissure. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, the gunman pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets, continuing to fire until the chamber was devoid of ammunition. The bullets hurtled forth, in a fraction of a second striking Carl's eye. The sharp projectile collided with his eyeball, flattening upon impact before plummeting to the ground, with several stray bullets tumbling through the crack into the subterranean fortress. Carl, unblinking, remained still, observing the shooter. Mark, trembling, retrieved a bullet from the ground, its flattened form inciting an uncontrollable wave of panic, prompting him to retreat towards the wall. Yet, in the next instant, a flash of red light appeared, and Mark vanished entirely before the eyes of the crowd, leaving no trace, not even dust. Carl blinked, the impact of the bullet leaving a tingling sensation. A hand pressed against the crack in the door, pulling outward effortlessly, causing the door to detach from its hinges and fall away from the wall, allowing sunlight to flood into the room, revealing to the occupants their dire predicament. They had returned to the surface. Carl stepped into the room, surveying the cowering individuals before him, and expressionlessly inquired, "Where are my belongings?" Chapter 20. The blame game. The president was shielded by the crowd, deliberately avoiding Carl's gaze, striving to evade notice. Yet Carl's focus remained unwaveringly fixed upon him. The sole individual averted from his sight surely harbored guilt. A wave of revulsion surged within Carl at the sight of these people. He could scarcely muster the energy for idle words. With a glint of crimson in his eyes, he unleashed a slender beam of energy, far more concentrated than before. This beam sliced along the ground towards the gathered crowd, carving a smooth fissure in its wake. The crack extended toward the corner where the group stood, forcing them to shuffle backward, much to the discomfort of the president, who found himself at the center of this turmoil. "Now, who can tell me where my belongings are?" The president's secretary, positioned at the outermost edge, was closest to the encroaching crack, fully aware that its approach spelled inevitable doom. In sheer terror, the secretary cried out, "I don't know. I truly don't know." Carl replied coolly, "Then who does?" "He." The secretary pointed frantically at the president, his voice tinged with hysteria. "He knows. He is the president. He knows everything." In the next moment, the fissure ceased its expansion. The crowd felt a fleeting blur, followed by an overwhelming force that caused their bodies to involuntarily topple aside. And soon the president found himself clasped in the hands of Kal-El. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the two had ascended into the sky. At this juncture, the president remarkably maintained his composure and dignity, as if the instinct of a politician to uphold their image was ingrained in his very being. "I know where your belongings are. If you desire them, I can have someone deliver them to you." He glanced down with trepidation, discomfort flooding him at the emptiness below, realizing that his life now hinged entirely on the superhuman before him, which unnerved him profoundly. "My spacecraft, everything I brought from my home planet, must be returned." "Very well. No problem. Your spacecraft and your crystal, I shall have them brought forth immediately." The president acquiesced readily, as long as his life was spared. He would acquiesce to any demand. Kal-El locked eyes with him, pausing momentarily before suddenly declaring, "You are lying." In an instant, the president screamed as he plummeted from the sky. Though Kal-El was not flying at a great height, it was sufficient to cause fatality, and it would not be long before that fate was sealed. The president flailed his limbs, desperately grasping for anything that might save him. Yet in this lofty expanse, there was nothing to hold on to. "I am doomed." The thought flashed through the president's mind. Yet in the next instant, he found himself inexplicably halted, a pair of strong arms securely encircling his waist. Turning his head, he beheld a tall figure at his side. "Steele, are you all right, sir?" Steele's voice, imbued with a mechanical timbre, allowed the president's anxious heart to finally relax, and tears nearly welled in his eyes. "Victor, it is such a joy to see you." Steele's mind briefly conjured an internet meme. "You're celebrating too soon." This was a reflection of his unique sense of humor, though he refrained from voicing it. Gently setting the president back down to the ground, Steele turned to face the descending Kal-El and spoke gravely, "Superman, I know where your belongings are. Why should I trust you?" Kal-El replied flatly, "And do not call me that. That name disgusts me. I saved you. Have you forgotten?" Steele looked earnestly at Kal-El. "May I call you Kal? Call Kal-El. Where are my belongings?" Steele responded, "Your aircraft has been modified by the Air Force. It should currently be at the Air Force Base. The president can issue a command to have it returned to you." The president eagerly nodded. "Indeed, I can give the order right now." Kal-El regarded Steele with an impassive expression, pausing briefly before stating, "Understood. Have them deliver it now, along with my crystal." "Crystal?" Steele was taken aback, his mind racing to recall any information regarding Kal-El, but the records revealed nothing about a crystal. He could not help but inquire, "What crystal?" Kryptonian Kal-El turned to the president and suggested, "Perhaps you should consult your president." Steele glanced at the president, only to see him casting a troubled gaze aside, his expression confirming Kal-El's words, implying that the information Steele had received was indeed incomplete. At this realization, a surge of indignation coursed through Steele, nearly overwhelming his circuitry. Yet he managed to temper his fury, for he needed to consider the greater good. "Mr. President, I implore you to contact Major General Medellin at the Air Force Command and request that he dispatch the aircraft back to Kal-El. The president, somewhat perplexed by Steele's intentions, nonetheless dialed the number, swiftly connecting to Medellin. General Medellin, I require you to send the aircraft designated as S to Washington immediately. On the other end of the line, General Medellin responded apologetically, I deeply regret, Your Excellency, but that aircraft is currently engaged in a covert operation. What covert operation? The president demanded urgently, regardless of its nature. I command you to cancel it at once. Bring it back. I am afraid it is too late. Your Excellency, Medellin relayed according to Steele's prior instructions. Captain Hal Jordan is piloting that aircraft to the English Channel to intercept the forces of Atlantis. You should be in direct contact with them by now. With a deafening roar and the tremor of the ground beneath, Kal-El suddenly soared into the sky, vanishing from Steele's sight. The dense clouds above gradually parted, revealing the azure expanse beyond, akin to a celestial pathway. Steele gazed upward toward the place where Kal-El had disappeared, the clouds now giving way to the blue sky, resembling a divine road. He exhaled in relief. Where has he gone? The president asked, still somewhat bewildered. Steele turned to him. Mr. President, can you now divulge the details regarding the crystal? In the Batcave, observing Kal-El's disappearance from the screen, Batman exhaled softly. The first phase of the plan was accomplished. Now, the focus shifted to their esteemed Aquaman. I hope you can endure, Batman murmured to himself, a cold smile creeping across his lips beneath the mask, his teeth glistening ominously. This was, in fact, the scheme he had deliberated with Steele, a diversion of calamity. By exploiting Kal-El's obsession with Kryptonian artifacts, they aimed to lure him into the territory of Atlantis, thereby sapping Aquaman's strength while consuming Kal-El's time. The optimal outcome would see both superhumans meet their demise. Of course, capturing Wonder Woman as well would be an exquisite bonus. At that moment, a fit of maniacal laughter echoed from the depths of the Batcave, a sound tinged with madness that was irksome to the ears. Thomas, seemingly unfazed, approached a nearby console and pressed a button. I've hit. It is time for the lady to take her medication. Very well, Master Wayne. Chapter 21. The colossal beasts of the sea. Hal Jordan could not help but concede that the aircraft beneath him was the fastest, most stable, and most comfortable he had piloted in over 30 years, without exception. Previously, he had grumbled about General Medellin, who had chosen this vessel over another that appeared far more impressive, one Hal had initially intended to fly. However, after a phone call, General Medellin had switched his ride to this one. He resolved that next time he had the opportunity, he must try the other aircraft. It clearly had an extraterrestrial allure. Hal muttered to himself, as a fleeting image of a purple-skinned alien corpse crossed his mind, abruptly morphing into his own visage. Shaking his head, he cast aside this unpleasant thought. How unfortunate! Gazing down at the ocean's surface, he had never before navigated at such a low altitude at such high speeds. With the robust hardware of this aircraft, he finally executed some stunts he had long envisioned but found challenging to realize. Impressive. Suddenly, an alarm blared within the cockpit. Attention! The aircraft will reach its destination in 1 minute. The display screen revealed dozens of red-marked submarines advancing towards Hal, their speed suggesting they were not traversing the ocean. Okay, I see them. Hal's expression shifted as he thrust the control stick forward with determination. Here I come, darling. Stay put and don't move. With a roar, the aircraft skimmed the ocean's surface, sending waves crashing behind it. Hal Jordan's mission was to launch a suicidal assault on the distant Atlantean fleet lurking in the depths of the sea, utilizing his onboard weaponry to obliterate their flagship and eliminate the Sea King. As the enemy grew ever closer, Hal relinquished the control stick, murmuring, "Throughout my life, I have always felt that something extraordinary awaited me. At this moment, I believe I have found it." With a shout of exhilaration, Hal Jordan plunged the aircraft towards the ocean, targeting the fleet in the abyss below. He felt a rush of excitement, tinged with fear, which blinded him to the massive shadow gradually materializing beneath the water. Boom! In the next instant, the ocean erupted with a thunderous roar as a gargantuan maw appeared before Hal, its cavernous jaws lined with rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth, still writhing as if eager for a meal. It was not hard to imagine that if caught, he would be reduced to mere pulp before even being swallowed. Oh no! Motherf! Hal Jordan bellowed in furious despair, realizing he had no time to escape the monstrous jaws. As the world outside dimmed, He closed his eyes and pressed the button in his hand with fervor. Yet in that very moment, the sky suddenly blazed with light. Sensing the violent tremors of the aircraft beneath him, Hal opened his eyes to behold a striking figure clad in red and blue, standing upon the glass canopy of his vessel. The monstrous maw that had nearly engulfed him now loomed nearly 1,000 meters away. In that fleeting moment, the blue figure had rescued him. Hal Jordan felt tears welling up, overwhelmed by the sheer exhilaration of escaping death's grasp, his emotions spiraling beyond control. Yet, his gratitude swiftly dissipated, extinguished by the cold gaze cast back at him. Krypton's son, Kal-El, glanced back at Hal within the cockpit, silently relieved at his timely arrival. Had he delayed even a few seconds longer, Hal's aircraft would have been reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, in the distance, the monstrous creature, realizing its prey had vanished, unleashed a thunderous roar skyward. It was then that Hal discerned the true form of the beast. Its massive head was dominated by an enormous mouth, and beneath it lay a long, serpentine body reminiscent of a titanic python, adorned with tentacles of varying thickness along its sides. Its size above the water surpassed that of an ordinary aircraft carrier, with untold enormity lurking beneath the waves. With a thunderous roar, the sea beast opened its colossal jaws and lunged forward, aiming to bite down on Kal-El. "Be careful," Hal urgently warned, but the next moment, he witnessed an astonishing spectacle. The blue figure propelled himself away from the aircraft with a powerful kick, simultaneously plummeting downwards to evade the creature's jaws, positioning himself beneath its chin, where he delivered a devastating blow with his iron fist. The beast's massive form was sent spiraling upwards, its jaws crashing together with a force that shattered countless teeth, while its body leapt high out of the water, momentarily suspended in the air before crashing back into the sea. The immense mass displaced a deluge of water, creating a tsunami that surged to heights of dozens of meters. At that very moment, from the depths of the ocean, the Sea King felt a sharp pain in his head, forcing him to relinquish control over the sea creature. As the Sea King, he commanded the ocean's denizens, and it had been he who directed the beast to devour Hal. Yet, his plans were thwarted by Kal-El's timely intervention. Now, as he attempted to regain control of the creature to consume the slender figure once more, he was taken aback to find that the colossal beast had been felled by a single punch, the pain resonating back to him, leaving him at a disadvantage. King Arthur's eyes flickered with rage as he sent forth another wave of mental commands, re-establishing his connection with the massive sea creature. With a resounding explosion, the surface of the ocean erupted once more, and the beast's enormous head broke through the water, its crimson eyes fixated intently on Kal-El. At that moment, Kal-El turned and pointed at Hal Jordan, commanding, "Get out of my ship." Hal, upon hearing his words, could not help but spread his hands in exasperation. "I too wish to emerge, yet should I abandon it, it will plunge into the sea. What if it takes on water? My brother, it is a delicate instrument, impervious to moisture." His words rang true, oblivious to the fact that just moments ago, someone had contemplated diving it deep into the abyss. Kal-El understood that Hal was merely jesting, but he was unwilling to risk harm to the craft, so he refrained from further comment. Turning away, intent on dispatching the sea beast, he was suddenly cast in a vast shadow. The creature was barreling towards him. Thud! A muffled sound reverberated through the air as the sea beast collided with Kal-El. With both hands firmly pressed against the creature's jaws, he resisted its advance with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, deep within the ocean, King Arthur closed his eyes, intensifying his connection with the beast to unleash its formidable power. Two colossal forces clashed, distorting the very fabric of space. Yet, in comparison to the resilience of the surroundings, the beast's body was as fragile as an egg. Blue blood erupted from the creature's mouth, drenching Kal-El's garments, followed by a series of ghastly lacerations that spread from his hands to the beast's skull. Numerous gashes quickly amalgamated into a singular mass, rendering the sea beast akin to a shattered porcelain vessel. Enough! Kal-El, weary of this contest of strength, let out a roar, suddenly thrusting his hands apart. The immense upper and lower jaws of the creature twisted and tore as one veered left and the other right, unable to rejoin. Witnessing this scene, a thought flashed through Hal's mind. It would likely subsist on liquid sustenance for the rest of its days. Chapter 22. The Atlantis fleet. At the moment Kal-El struck, King Arthur severed his mental connection with the sea beast. Otherwise, he too would have sustained considerable injury from that impact. Beside him, Nudi's Vico noticed the king's body tremble violently and rushed to support him, anxiously inquiring, "What is it, Arthur?" As a close minister to the king, Nudi's was not merely a subordinate, but also a mentor, holding a significant position within Atlantis. The king shook his head, breaking free from Nudi's grasp, his brow furrowed. "We have encountered a formidable adversary." "Oh, such a powerful entity exists in this world." Nudi's, well aware of the king's current prowess, understood that anyone who could impress even him would be a formidable opponent. The king cast a sidelong glance at him and coldly commanded, "Order all fleets to lock onto aerial targets and commence a saturation strike." Nudi's bowed his head in acquiescence, responding, "Understood." In the next instant, Hale, within the craft, observed a plethora of high-energy reactions materializing on the display before him, prompting him to shout at Kal-El, "They are mobilizing. Be cautious." As soon as he finished speaking, the surface of the sea in the distance erupted suddenly. This explosion was not merely localized. It was a spectacular display, akin to flowers blooming everywhere. In an instant, hundreds, if not thousands, of spots on the sea shattered, with towering waves reaching heights of over 100 meters. From each fractured area of the ocean, pale blue energy projectiles surged forth, all aimed directly at Kal-El. In that moment, a torrent of energy projectiles converged into a singular wave of power, completely engulfing Kal-El. "Bravo!" Thomas, the Batman, exclaimed, unable to restrain his applause. Even he found himself admiring Aquaman's actions. Who could resist appreciating a teammate who exceeded their objectives so remarkably? This sentiment was not exclusive to Thomas. Everyone witnessing this scene felt the same, particularly the president, who had recently suffered humiliation at Kal-El's hands. However, Kal-El, positioned at the very heart of the energy torrent, did not experience the dire fate others envisioned. He had mastered the utilization of his biological magnetic field. While the overwhelming surge of energy appeared cataclysmic, it was precisely this destructive facade that led to a fundamental dispersion of energy. The individual energy projectiles failed to merge perfectly, resulting in much of their force being wasted, leaving only a small fraction incapable of disturbing Kal-El's magnetic field. Gazing at the familiar, intangible membrane before him, Kal-El was overcome by a profound sense of emptiness. The energy of his biological magnetic field stemmed from the solar energy stored within his cells, and the consumption of this magnetic field was staggering. Given his current physical state, he could not sustain it for long. Yet, as long as he stood beneath the sun, he could replenish his energy supply, although at present, his gains barely offset his losses. Kal-El assessed his energy reserves. Had he not endured 30 years of confinement and torment, the energy units stored within his cells would have been at least 100 times greater than they were now. At this moment, he resembled a heavily used rechargeable battery. Although capable of receiving a charge, most of it was mere phantom energy, hardly useful. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the image of Jones reappeared in his mind's eye, clad in a white lab coat and mask, gazing at him with fervor. A surge of fury erupted within Kal-El, and with a sudden roar, he unleashed 2 energy beams that instantly severed the surrounding torrent of energy. These beams acted like colossal searchlights, wherever their scorching light fell. It vaporized all in its path. Kal-El swept his gaze around, and within moments, he had dispersed the energy torrent enveloping him, clearing the sky above. In the next instant, the energy beams plunged beneath the sea's surface, targeting the Atlantean fleet. Along their path, anything that obstructed the beams was vaporized, and a thin veil of mist reemerged across the ocean's surface. The depths of the ocean, 100 meters below, proved to be an inadequate barrier against the relentless onslaught of energy rays. Despite being considerably weakened by the surrounding seawater, the energy beams emanating from the approaching fleet still possess the capacity to inflict grave damage upon the hull of our vessel. High energy reaction detected. Our warship cannot withstand this. Nudi shouted, his voice trembling with urgency. The Sea King, his countenance darkened with concern, suddenly leaped upwards, propelling himself out of the ship and into the abyssal depths. As he emerged, he sensed an unfamiliarity in the surrounding waters. Not in the water itself, but in its temperature. The frigid chill of the deep sea had transformed. Now, the temperature was several times higher than usual. The entire ocean floor glowed with a crimson hue, illuminated by the energy rays. "This is my ocean." A golden trident materialized in his grasp, and with a furious roar, he plunged it into the water. A tsunami, powerful enough to inundate an entire continent, surged forth from the trident, racing towards the encroaching energy beams. Yet this was merely the beginning. After the first wave, another followed in rapid succession, and then yet another. In mere moments, dozens of towering tsunamis cascaded forth, each more ferocious and monumental than the last. The energy rays were relentlessly diminished by these successive tidal waves, their brilliance gradually waning and their heat dissipating. From Hal's vantage point, the once tranquil sea began to churn violently. The two beams from Kal-El that pierced the ocean floor resembled colossal pillars, stirring the surface, while waves erupted from the depths, crashing high into the sky towards Kal-El. Unperturbed by the tumultuous waves, Kal-El stood resolute, allowing the water to batter against his iron form without so much as a flinch. In that moment, the deity in the sky and the king of the deep conjured miracles through their divine powers. After what felt like an eternity, the scarlet rays gradually faded, and the tumultuous waves began to subside. Kal-El remained aloft, observing the enormous shadow that emerged from the now placid sea surface. Breaking through first was the Sea King, clad in golden, form-fitting armor and wielding the golden trident. Beneath him loomed the vast Atlantis fleet. In stark contrast to the massive armada, Kal-El appeared diminutive, akin to an ant, yet every member of the fleet gazed up at him with trepidation. Had it not been for their king wielding the trident's divine power, the entire Atlantis fleet would likely have faced annihilation. The Sea King's brow furrowed. He was unaccustomed to looking up at others. However, lacking the ability to fly, he brandished the golden trident, summoning a torrent of water that lifted him into the air, allowing him to meet Kal-El's gaze on equal footing. "Who are you?" the Sea King inquired. "You are not an Amazon. You are a human envoy?" Kal-El regarded him with an impassive expression, fully comprehending humanity's intentions, dispatching their aircraft to this location to instigate a conflict, ideally resulting in mutual destruction, allowing them to reap the benefits of the aftermath. At this moment, if Kal-El were to explain to Aquaman, their misunderstanding could be resolved. However, he had no intention of engaging in idle conversation with any creature of this planet. Chapter 23. vs. Aquaman. Aquaman's expression darkened ominously. Since ascending to the throne of Atlantis, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. "You seek death." With a flick of his golden trident, Aquaman lunged towards Kal-El, the seawater beneath his feet forming a platform that allowed him to maneuver freely in the air. As a superhuman, Aquaman's strength and speed were far beyond the comprehension of ordinary humans. In the blink of an eye, the golden trident was thrust towards Kal-El's chest with unparalleled sharpness. Yet, Kal-El stood motionless, seemingly unperturbed. Clang! A resounding metallic clash echoed through the skies as the golden trident struck Kal-El's chest, producing a sound of iron meeting gold. Aquaman's expression shifted, for he realized that his trident had not penetrated Kal-El's flesh, seemingly failing to even breach the skin. Before Aquaman could react, Kal-El moved. He raised his right fist high, gripping the shaft of the golden trident with his left hand. In the midst of Aquaman's shocked expression, Kal-El's right fist came crashing down upon the trident. The impact resonated loudly, more forceful than before. The trident visibly deformed under Kal-El's strike, its once straight and smooth shaft now considerably bent. Aquaman's face paled at this turn of events. He swiftly withdrew the golden trident and retreated, distancing himself from Kal-El. His gaze fixed on the twisted weapon in his hand, his expression growing even colder. Kal-El did not rush to attack. Instead, he regarded Aquaman with calmness and said slowly, "Is that all?" Aquaman ignored him, raising the deformed trident high, murmuring incantations. As he chanted, a brilliant golden light began to emanate from the trident, wrapping around it in a display that was both magnificent and solemn, provided one overlooked its warped sections. Suddenly, Aquaman let out a fierce roar, his eyes wide open. He slid his hands along the shaft of the trident, and with the motion of his palms, the deformed sections abruptly returned to their original form. With a restored trident in hand, Aquaman spun it in front of him, seemingly attuning to its condition. Once he confirmed that this artifact remained unharmed, he cast a menacing glare at Kal-El. Observing this, Kal-El pointed at the golden trident and declared, "Next time, I will break it. You will not have that opportunity. Aquaman retorted coldly, then shouted, Karas. In the next moment, the surface of the sea erupted violently, with towering waves surging forth as a colossal tentacle ascended from the depths. Standing upright against the sky, in disbelief, Hal, aboard the aircraft, swiftly pulled the control lever, propelling the vessel away from the chaos. Yet he was reluctant to depart, unwilling to miss such a magnificent spectacle. At the very instant Hal acted, the tentacle stirred as well. Following the pull of Earth's gravity, it began its descent toward the water's surface, shredding through the clouds above, creating sparks as it sliced through the air at an alarming speed. Meanwhile, Kal-El found himself directly in the path of this impending behemoth. The ferocious winds tugged at his cloak, which, slightly tattered, billowed dramatically behind him, exuding a poignant beauty. Kal-El cast a fleeting glance at the Sea King before launching himself into the air, advancing rather than retreating. He transformed into a streak of blue, hurtling toward the tentacle. With his fists raised above his head, he summoned the energy within his cells, amplifying his flight speed to a frenzied pace. The air around him was torn asunder, producing a haunting wail that echoed endlessly. Observing this, the Sea King let out a disdainful snort, thrusting his golden trident into the air once more. In the blink of an eye, two equally formidable tentacles emerged from the waters on either side, towering into the sky. Even when merely standing erect, these tentacles instilled an overwhelming sense of dread in Hal, a primal fear of titanic creatures. Yet, these appendages did not merely remain stationary. Like long whips, they lashed out at Kal-El from both sides. The slender tips of the tentacles even ruptured the air, producing deafening sonic booms. 3 tentacles converged on Kal-El from 3 directions, while the Sea King followed closely behind, poised beneath him. He had already awakened the divine power embedded in his golden trident, preparing to strike at the opportune moment to pierce his adversary. In this moment, it seemed as though Kal-El had only one path ahead, towards certain doom. However, the very next instant, a brutal roar erupted from the abyss of the ocean, sending shockwaves across the surface, generating towering tsunamis. It was the anguished cry of the tentacle's master, wounded and in pain. Kal-El ascended, not only withstanding the impact of the tentacle's colossal weight, but also tearing through its flesh. Fueled by the tentacle's own mass and his own momentum, he penetrated through it entirely, thwarting the Sea King's plan of capture. Suspended high above, Kal-El gazed down at the tentacle while the 2 others, having just swiped through the air, were tragically too late. Once more, a red glow ignited in his eyes as he unleashed 2 energy beams. The core of these beams was a highly concentrated energy pulse, surrounded by a tumultuous aura reminiscent of flowing magma. The length of the energy rays is determined by Kal-El's field of vision. Wherever Kal can see, the energy rays can reach. At this moment, 2 energy rays converge upon the injured tentacle, and as Kal shifts his gaze, these beams sever the appendage entirely. Azure green blood cascades like rain towards the ocean's surface, instantly staining the surrounding waters with a verdant hue. A deeper, more anguished roar reverberates from the abyss. Yet, this does not deter Kal from diving toward the severed tentacle. Even in its dismembered state, it stretches nearly several dozen meters in length, with the narrowest end boasting a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. Kal swiftly embraces the severed tentacle and channels all his strength to bring it crashing down upon the Sea King below. His speed far surpasses that of the surrounding tentacles, which remain several dozen meters away, while he is now mere moments from the Sea King. The Sea King, initially poised to deliver a finishing blow, finds himself on the receiving end of a direct assault. The severed tentacle dwarfs him by several times, and propelled by Karl's immense force, it descends with ferocious intensity. Like Kal before him, the Sea King does not flinch. Instead, he brandishes his golden trident and lunges at Kal. He resolves that being struck by a tentacle may not be fatal, but a piercing from the trident would surely end his life. No one can insult me. No one. Chapter 24. The death of the Sea King. The golden trident of the Sea King is a divine artifact of Poseidon, imbued with immeasurable power. Legend has it that when Poseidon wields it, he can effortlessly summon towering waves, incite storms and tsunamis, cause continents to sink, and shatter the earth itself. The Sea King's veins pulse with the blood of Poseidon, granting him the ability to wield the trident freely while harnessing the divine strength embedded within it. Previously, the Sea King repaired the trident and summoned the Kraken using the divine power of Poseidon contained within. At this moment, the divine energy is activated. The razor-sharp edge has not yet struck Karl, yet his instincts scream warnings within him. Undeterred, Karl's muscles bulge as he grips the fractured tentacle and forcefully brings it down towards the Sea King. Thud! The tentacle makes contact first, and, in the next instant, the trident pierces Karl's chest. The longest prong of the trident emerges from Karl's back, its golden blade stained with a trace of blood. Meanwhile, the Sea King is violently struck by the tentacle, the trident remaining embedded in Karl's chest. Boom! The ocean surface is indented, creating a deep pit that takes time to recover. At that moment, the two tentacles on either side approach Kal-El, ready to ensnare him in their grasp. Rather than hastily withdrawing the golden trident from his chest, Kal-El dove headlong into the depths of the sea. As soon as he advanced, the tentacles converged in the air, their immense force detonating the atmosphere, creating successive layers of invisible shockwaves that reverberated outward. With a splash, Kal-El plunged into the water, descending into the abyss. Simultaneously, an intensely frigid current erupted from his mouth, instantly freezing the seawater in his wake. The seawater crystallized at an astonishing speed, transforming an expanse of over 10,000 square meters into a colossal ice formation, which continued to grow in volume as Kal-El descended deeper. Soon, he encountered the unconscious Sea King, but he paid him no heed, continuing his descent into the depths while the ice mass behind him swelled larger and heavier. Before long, a massive shadow loomed in the deep, and Kal-El discerned it clearly. The silhouette resembled a gigantic crab, with numerous robust legs flanking its body and an array of tentacles sprouting from its rear, exuding an aura of malevolence and terror. It was the deep-sea behemoth, Kal-El. "I have found you," he declared, as he grasped the towering ice mountain above him. His journey of submergence and freezing the seawater was all for the purpose of confronting Kal-El. The colossal ice mass, comparable in size to Kal-El, required nearly all of Kal-El's energy to shift. With a thunderous roar, he hoisted the immense ice mountain over his head and, with a swift motion, hurled it toward Kal-El. Tons of seawater surged outward, clearing space for the ice mass, which jutted upward at one end, launching several Atlantean warships into the sky. While those not struck hastily scattered in all directions. Nudes gazed in awe at the sky-blocking ice mountain, lamenting in his heart, "What manner of foe is this? My king, have you provoked a deity?" In the next moment, the ice mountain on the surface of the sea abruptly sank, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a vast whirlpool that pulled in the surrounding seawater along with the warships. The disappearance of the ice mountain was a direct consequence of Kal-El's assault on Kal-El. The creature's immense size rendered it nearly immobile, and it coiled its tentacles around its head, burying it deep in the seabed in a desperate attempt to shield itself. Yet the ice mountain, indifferent to its plight, descended with a weight of several tons, crashing down toward Kal-El. With a resounding impact, the ocean floor erupted into chaos. From the surface, numerous whirlpools of varying sizes suddenly formed, nearly swallowing everything in their vicinity, and the entire Atlantean fleet was engulfed, disappearing beneath the waves. In the heart of the most immense whirlpool, millions of tons of seawater surged skyward, reaching heights that soared to over 1,000 meters. The water spread across the heavens, blanketing the sky like a thick layer of clouds, creating a breathtaking spectacle. After an indeterminate passage of time, the deluge of seawater cascaded back down, plunging into the depths of the ocean, yet the force of its descent stirred up tumultuous waves once more. Towering waves, reaching heights of 100 meters, surged outward in all directions, showing no signs of abating. In an instant, the entire English Channel was turned upside down. Deep beneath the surface, Kal-El stood before the Sea King, with the colossal carcass of Kal-El, pierced through by a massive glacier behind him. Though mortally wounded, Kal-El had not yet succumbed. Its two tentacles, which had risen above the water's surface, were now descending back into the abyss. Against this harrowing backdrop, the Sea King gazed helplessly at Kal-El, at a loss for words. "You are not human, are you?" the Sea King inquired. "And you are not sent by humanity, correct? Why will you not explain? Our battle is utterly unnecessary." Kal-El remained silent, pulling the golden trident from his chest, crimson blood staining the surrounding waters, a testament to his otherworldly nature. Had he been human, his blood would have long since been dissolved by the sea, rather than tainting it. Suddenly, the Sea King erupted in laughter. But it was short-lived as he coughed up copious amounts of blood. With his eyelids drooping, Kal-El looked down upon the Sea King and declared, "I have warned you. Next time I shall break it." With that, he gripped one end of the trident, exerting force with both arms. Without the Sea King's divine protection, the trident's shaft twisted and contorted. Upon witnessing this, the Sea King painfully shut his eyes. In the next moment, a sharp metallic snap echoed, and a torrent of water surged outward in all directions. The Sea King was suddenly beset by anguished cries in his mind, a sound that filled him with profound sorrow and unbearable torment. When he opened his eyes once more, the golden trident had been shattered, its tips jagged and its once brilliant hue now dulled. The trident, a relic of millennia, had been rendered utterly useless. Kal-El casually discarded the lower half and raised the upper half, adorned with 3 sharp blades, eyeing the Sea King as he inquired, "Do you have any final words?" The Sea King shook his head, but, with a hint of despair, uttered, "Tell Diana not to avenge me. Also, I love her." No sooner had he spoken than the trident pierced his brow, pinning him to the ocean floor. There is nothing left to explain. Your demise is but a matter of time, and soon that Diana shall join you. Chapter 25. The Fall of Atlantis as Kal-El rose from the ocean surface. Far away in London, the Amazon Queen, Wonder Woman Diana Prince, was jolted awake from a dream. Her white nightgown clung to her, drenched in sweat, revealing her exquisite form. The female guard beside the sentinel, observing the situation, anxiously inquired, "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" Diana closed her eyes and remained silent for a considerable time before gradually reopening them. The fear that had previously gripped her had vanished, replaced by an air of calm. "Summon Artemis at once. Are you truly unscathed?" The guard attempted to express her concern once more, but was deterred by the icy gaze of Diana, prompting her to nod and exit hastily. Shortly thereafter, Artemis entered, her long golden ponytail trailing behind her, her physique reminiscent of a powerful panther. Radiating an extraordinary presence that warmed Diana's heart, it seemed that with Artemis present, any issue could be resolved. "Diana, you have awakened," Artemis called out in a resonant voice. Diana descended from her bed and addressed her, "Artemis, what events transpired during my slumber?" "A significant occurrence," she emphasized. Artemis furrowed her brow in contemplation and replied, "It appears that nothing major has transpired." "What is it? Do you sense something amiss?" Upon hearing this, Diana's brow furrowed even deeper. "No, something must have happened. We just do not yet comprehend it. Investigate at once. We must uncover the truth swiftly." Artemis nodded. "Very well. I shall depart immediately." Just then, a female guard burst into the room, her face a mask of shock and terror, exclaiming, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The fleet of Atlantis has been utterly annihilated. The Sea King. What has befallen the Sea King?" Diana's beautiful eyes widened in alarm. "The Sea King has been impaled at the ocean's depths by a trident." As the words escaped her lips, the countenance of all present shifted dramatically. Kal-El gazed at the turbulent sea, his brow furrowing with concern. The fleet of Atlantis had been consumed by the swirling vortexes. Logically, they should not have emerged alive. Yet, peering through the water's surface, he could distinctly see the ships suspended in the depths, encircling the lifeless body of the Sea King. Nudus Vico, suppressing his grief, fell to his knees, yearning to retrieve the Sea King's remains. However, the golden trident, piercing through Arthur's brow, was firmly anchored to the seabed, as if it were aligned with some ominous fate, rendering it immovable. Observing this, Nudus could only rise slowly to his feet. At this moment, all Atlanteans emerged from their warships, positioning themselves around the Sea King at the center. "All Atlanteans kneel before our king," Nudus proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating through the water and reaching the ears of every Atlantean. In unison, the crowd knelt, bowing their heads in solemn tribute. Kal-El remained still, observing quietly. After all, this scene was relatively new to him. After a lengthy silence, Nudus gradually rose once more, bowing once again to the corpse of Arthur Curry. Before addressing the assembly with authority, "Everyone, heed my command. We shall return to Atlantis." The moment these words were uttered, shock rippled through the crowd. Their king had been slain, and Nudus was not preparing for vengeance, turning to depart instead. How could this be permissible? General Mook, the commander of the vanguard of Atlantis, seethed with rage, exclaiming, "Our king is dead. Are we to flee without avenging him?" Nudis, too, longed for retribution, for Arthur was his pupil. Yet, as Nudis gazed upon the figure standing majestically above the waves, a presence that commanded even the sea to submit, he felt the weight of despair. "If you seek vengeance, go forth and slay him. I shall merely watch as you meet your demise and lead the entire Atlantean fleet back to Atlantis." Nudis replied coldly, "Atlantis may exist without a king, but it cannot survive without its people." Mook clenched his fists, glaring at the silhouette above, but his fury swiftly transformed into resignation. He understood the nature of his king, one who was said to be the closest to the sea god in millennia. If even he could fall to that being, what hope did they possess? Sensing Mook's hesitation, Nudis let out a quiet scoff. "Do we not possess our secret weapon?" Mook's voice reached Nudis, unable to discern his expression, felt a chill at his words. "If you desire death, none shall obstruct you. But I will not allow the entirety of Atlantis to be sacrificed alongside you." Nudis retorted, his eyes wide with fury. "If you are not prepared to confront him in a final battle, then you should prepare for retreat." Mook's face turned ashen as he cast one last furious glance at the figure above the sea, then turned to the Atlantean soldiers, shouting, "Retreat! Back to Atlantis!" Thus, the people of Atlantis began to board their vessels in silence, withdrawing quietly. All of this was observed by Kal-El, who discerned the fear in the depths of their hearts. As he witnessed their retreat, he murmured, "Then let it begin with you." With that, he slowly sank beneath the waves. "He comes!" An Atlantean warrior exclaimed upon spotting Kal-El descending into the depths. In unison, the others looked up, witnessing the one who had slain their king plummeting toward the ocean floor. Mook bellowed, "Prepare for battle." Meanwhile, Nudis hurried toward King Arthur's ship, the location of their secret weapon. Soon, all Atlanteans readied themselves for combat, aiming an array of weapons at Kal-El. Yet, deep down, they understood the futility of their efforts, having previously unleashed a barrage of fire with little effect. As expected, with Mook's command, "Fire," they unleashed their weapons once more, a multitude of energy blasts hurtling toward Kal-El. Underwater, these projectiles bore greater power than they did upon the surface, especially a crimson energy beam that pierced through the water, delivering a sensation akin to being pricked. This indicated that such weaponry could indeed harm him. However, Kal-El had no intention of evading. He possessed energy beams of his own. Buzz! Two robust beams of energy erupted from Kal-El's eyes. Unlike before, this time the energy rays were not emitted in the form of light columns. Rather, they took on a fan-like shape, expanding further from Kal-El with each passing moment. By the time they reached the assembly of Atlanteans, the area covered had grown sufficiently to envelop them all. In that fleeting instant, dozens, even hundreds of Atlanteans transformed into a series of bubbles, ascending toward the ocean surface, where they ultimately burst with a soft pop, signifying the end of their existence. In an instant, the entire seabed was filled with countless bubbles, obscuring the vision of those present. After what felt like an eternity, when Mook finally beheld the absence of floating bubbles, he realized he was in an eerily vacant expanse beneath the sea. The warriors of Atlantis had vanished entirely, and his adversaries had also disappeared from sight. Just as he comprehended this scene, before he could even succumb to sorrow, a brilliant, radiant light ascended from the distant warship of the Sea King. This brilliance surpassed even the sun in luminosity and warmth, swiftly enveloping him. "Is this your secret weapon, O King? We are coming." Chapter 26. The Apple Kal-El ran with remarkable speed. Indeed, he was running. In one moment, he was engaged in a fierce battle, and in the next, he was fleeing faster than a rocket. As he prepared to eliminate Mook, a profound terror welled up from the depths of his soul. This was the second time in his life he had experienced the fear of death. The last instance had been 30 years prior when Jones had first extracted his spinal cord. This fear was more palpable, urgent, and perilous than the last. Kal-El exerted every ounce of strength to break through the ocean surface, soaring directly towards the direction of Hal. There was no time to extricate Hal from the craft. Instead, he plunged his hand through the glass canopy of the vehicle, taking both the craft and Hal with him as he raced eastward with fervent desperation. The rapid ascent pressed Hal against the glass, rendering him nearly immobile. Confusion clouded his mind until he caught sight of a dazzling, incandescent sphere of light slowly emerging from the ocean surface. What could that be? The radiance evoked a sense of warmth and nostalgia for home within Hal. But that sentiment swiftly dissipated. As the luminous orb gradually expanded, the entire sea surface was quietly consumed, devoid of whirlpools, tsunamis, or monstrous waves, swallowed with serene tranquility. At that moment, he observed beneath him the surface of the sea, where countless forms of life seemed to be striving eastward. Above the water, various marine creatures leaped. Seemingly oblivious to their instinctual animosities, they were united by a singular thought and purpose: to distance themselves from that radiant orb as far as possible. This was the conclusion drawn by Hal. Suddenly, waves of shock began to surge towards them. Even though he was firmly grasped by Kal-El, Hal could still feel the violent tremors and a profound, soul-deep fear of death. What on earth could it be? By this time, the luminous sphere had risen even higher than the previous iceberg, seemingly encroaching upon the very sky itself. The clouds, the first to sense the impending danger, were instantly scattered at the moment the orb emerged upon the surface of the sea. The entire sky was rendered a brilliant blue. Yet, that azure was devoured piece by the radiant sphere, revealing the unique darkness of outer space. In Hal's words, that accursed sky had been bitten into a damnable hole. However, if only his geography teacher were sufficiently captivating, he might have deduced that the sky had turned black due to the disappearance of the atmosphere. The immense, blazing sphere had torn away a portion of the atmosphere above him. Moreover, this phenomenon was expanding. Kal-El did not look back. He was unaware of what transpired behind him, but he felt an incessant warning that not only persisted but intensified. Fortunately, land was now clearly visible. The solidity of the earth was far greater than that of water. Thus the spread of this menace should slow considerably. Kal-El thought as he crossed the shoreline and stepped on a solid ground. At that instant, the luminous sphere was less than a kilometer away, and a tremendous gravitational force was forming, relentlessly tugging at him, attempting to engulf him as well. This was the instinctive reason for Kal-El's frantic alarms. If the speed of the orb's expansion could not be curtailed, it was only a matter of time before he would be consumed by it. Hal watched in horror as vibrant marine creatures were swallowed by the luminous sphere along with the ocean water, not a single cry of despair escaping their lips, as if they had never existed at all. A profound sadness washed over him. What did it matter how swiftly they swam? Ahead lay the land. His sorrow was less for the marine creatures than for himself. At that moment, the sphere had expanded to an inconceivable degree. The entire English Channel resembled a trench obstructed by a basketball, which had swollen to the point of nearly overflowing the channel. When the trench could no longer withstand the volume and mass of the basketball, it would inevitably roll ashore. Suddenly, Hal saw the luminous sphere come to an abrupt halt. It stopped. Hale could not help but rub his eyes, only to realize he had misjudged the situation. No, it was merely a matter of deceleration. The reason for the light sphere's expansion slowing was that it had made contact with the seabed of the shallow waters, just as Carl had anticipated. The quality of the soil on land surpassed that of the seawater, resulting in a relative decrease in the rate at which the light sphere consumed its surroundings. At that moment, a few tourists remained on the beach, initially believing the light sphere was merely an optical illusion akin to a mirage. Yet now they had no time to flee, swallowed by the gravitational pull of the light sphere, along with all objects on the beach, even the sand itself. Countless grains of golden sand transformed into a shimmering ribbon, drifting toward the light sphere. Once the beach was entirely devoid of sand, what lay beneath, soil and rock, sat quietly, awaiting the light sphere's inevitable consumption. The beach, the coast, the land, the houses, and even the people, none had the capacity to resist. All were consumed, without exception, wherever the light sphere expanded. Unknown to Carl, he had entered land belonging to France, specifically one of its most renowned regions, Normandy. At this moment, the light sphere had landed in Normandy. Quick, it has accelerated again. Hale roared. The light sphere seemed to have adapted to the land. Its previously stagnant consumption rate had once more increased, although it remained significantly slower than in the sea, providing Carl with a final opportunity to escape its gravitational influence. Gradually, Carl managed to increase the distance between himself and the light sphere, continuing to fly eastward with the aircraft and Hale. Unbeknownst to them, nearly everyone in the world capable of witnessing this scene sat in what they believed to be the safest rooms, transfixed by the screens before them. Some screens displayed footage captured from space, taken at intervals, clearly illustrating the light sphere's growth from small to large, from non-existent to present. They watched as the light sphere gradually consumed the entire English Channel, landing in France from Normandy to the east and in England from Southampton to the west. After 3 hours, a vast expanse of England, much of France, and a portion of Germany had been completely devoured, including the entirety of the Netherlands and Belgium, eradicated entirely. Following such catastrophic consequences, the light sphere, observable to the naked eye from half the globe, finally relinquished its mass and slowly faded from the Earth. From space, half of Europe appeared as a gaping black void. The Earth resembled an apple with a bite taken out of it. Chapter 27. Scenic spots. Carl continued his flight eastward until he soared over a towering mountain range, suddenly feeling his field of vision broaden, prompting him to land atop a snow-capped peak. The summit beneath him seemed to be the highest point in the vicinity, with a panoramic view of numerous snow-laden peaks stretching for thousands of kilometers. Here, aside from the cold and fierce winds, there was nothing but ice, snow, and mist. Here, the sun appears to hang low in the sky, bestowing a sense of comfort upon Kal-El. He set the spacecraft aside, settling down cross-legged, and spoke calmly. Hal surveyed the icy expanse around him, his mind vaguely piecing together their location. Fortunately, his flight suit possessed some degree of cold resistance. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the frigid winds long before entering these mountains. As he opened the cockpit, Hal stepped out, shivering, and looked around, reaffirming his understanding of their whereabouts. The highest place on Earth, Mount Everest. Surrounding him were several flags, markers of successful summits, though they too were rendered rigid by the bitter cold. What was that just now? Hal stammered, unable to fend off the encroaching chill after leaving the cockpit. Kal-El paid him no mind, gently caressing the spacecraft. Its exterior may not have been pristine, yet what lay within was of sufficient value. His immediate task was to extract the components inside. "We should leave the shell intact," Kal-El murmured, oblivious to the fact that the shell he referred to had already ascended into the sunlight. "Is this yours?" Hal chattered through chattering teeth. Kal-El ignored him. Hal pressed on. "I once encountered an alien who piloted a craft too." "Come on, relax a bit, brother." At the mention of the alien, Kal-El could no longer restrain himself. He seized Hal by the neck and pulled him closer. "Where did you see this alien? Does he resemble me?" Kal-El inquired, gesturing to the emblem on his chest. "Does he bear such a symbol?" Hal shook his head. "He does not have such an emblem, but it's said he possesses a flying ring. Moreover, he looks, well, let us say, quite different from you. Your appearance is remarkably similar to that of Earthlings, whereas he is unmistakably extraterrestrial." Hal spoke of another spacecraft he had encountered at an Air Force base, alongside the body of its pilot, a purple-skinned alien. Kal-El nodded. The resemblance between Kryptonians and Earthlings was striking, with a similarity of 99. Thus, the alien Hal described was likely not one of his kin. Now that the spacecraft was secured, the next step was to find someone to dismantle the machinery inside, and perhaps uncover Krypton-esque coordinates. However, the question remained, whom to enlist for this task? At that moment, Kal-El recalled someone, or rather, half a person. If there were any humans on this planet worthy of his trust, it would be Steel, Batman, and the Flash, the trio who had rescued him from Jones. "Do you know Steel and Batman?" he asked Hal. Hal nodded. "They are quite renowned." "What is up? Are they your friends? Can they dismantle this thing?" Kal-El indicated the spacecraft beside him. Har shouted, "Please, this is as simple for Steel as stealing someone else's Wi-Fi, not to mention Batman. Do you have any idea how many centuries ahead of humanity his Batmobile and aircraft are?" Although his words were exaggerated, Kal-El understood the essence. "As long as it can be done," he nodded. "Do you know where they reside?" "Well, if I tell you, can you take me down?" Hal seemed to sense Kal-El's thoughts, fearing that once he revealed the information, this superhuman would fly away, leaving him stranded in the frigid wilderness. Kal-El regarded him for a moment before nodding in agreement. Hal, anxious that he might change his mind, quickly added, "I don't know where Steel is, but Batman has always protected Gotham City. By the way, since you don't know the way, how about I take you to Gotham as a favor for taking me down a mountain?" As soon as he finished speaking, Kal-El scooped him up and soared into the sky. Hal watched as Everest receded into the distance, excitement bubbling within him. I'm the highest climbing human on Earth, pure human. Guide me." Kal-El replied coldly. Hal pointed eastward. "Just keep going that way. Keep heading east." Boom! A sound erupted in the air, and then Kal-El vanished above Everest. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, the leaders of the world's major nations were convening in a secret meeting about him. Although similar meetings had occurred before, this time, fear gripped them all. Millions had perished, countless square kilometers of land had vanished. Entire nations and civilizations had been obliterated from Earth. How could they not be afraid? In the past, people who set out from the east would eventually return. Now, regardless of where one began in the northern hemisphere, they would ultimately arrive at an abyss before them. To circumvent this abyss on foot could take months or even years. Unlike previous meetings, this one included some unexpected attendees. The Amazons led by Wonder Woman Diana Prince and the Superhuman Alliance led by Steel. Yet, for reasons unknown, neither Batman nor the Flash was present. The specifics of the meeting remained shrouded in mystery, but following its conclusion, the Amazons relocated their stronghold to the Arctic. Simultaneously, Steel and the superhumans congregated in the polar region, seemingly preparing for something significant. Meanwhile, in the Batcave of Gotham City, a heated argument erupted between Batman Thomas and the Flash Barry Allen. "Thomas, I will not lay a hand on Clark," Barry shouted in anger. Thomas replied coldly, "Clark? Your Clark? Where is he? There is no Clark here. Only Kal-El, that son of Krypton, that murderer." Barry's resolve faltered. "He didn't kill those people, I know." Thomas's words took Barry by surprise. He looked up at Thomas, puzzled, and asked, "What exactly do you know?" Thomas gazed at the screen before him, which was replaying the earlier explosion. The blinding sphere of light that consumed everything, now showcasing its impending power. "This phenomenon is the energy of Captain Atom," Thomas stated slowly. "Captain Atom?" Barry exclaimed. "How could it possibly be him? How could he commit such an act? He was captured by Aquaman of Atlantis. What else do you know?" "I also know that people will not care who unleash the energy. They only need a pretext. Your Clark merely served as that pretext," Thomas said with a mocking expression. "Aquaman's demise has reconciled humanity and Amazons, uniting them against a common foe. Atlantis detonating Captain Atom has plunged the entire Earth into chaos, allowing the capitalists to profit. Just watch. It won't be long before people forget the millions who perished, and that abyss will become a tourist attraction, a sight that one must pay to behold." Chapter 28. The tale of Superman hearing Thomas speak in such a manner. Barry Allen's eyes widened. It wasn't that he had never heard such rhetoric before, but at that moment, the Batman before him seemed to merge with the familiar figure of Bruce. Barry shook his head, dismissing that thought, and said to Thomas, "This is all the work of Reverse Flash, Zoom. If we can capture him, I can re-enter the Speed Force and rectify the timeline. Then, my world will cease to exist, right?" Thomas completed his thought. Indeed. Barry fell silent. Thomas, however, chuckled, for this was precisely what he needed. If the Flash could amend the timeline, then his son, Bruce Wayne, could be resurrected. The deceased were merely aged souls. "But I don't know where Zoom is. If I cannot find him in time, Clark may truly destroy this world," Barry said urgently. "Moreover, new memories are continually overshadowing my original ones. I feel so many things changing, and I fear that once my original memories are entirely overwritten, even if I can re-enter the Speed Force, I may no longer be able to amend the timeline." Thomas nodded gravely. "This is precisely why I declined Cyborg's proposal to head to the Arctic. Superman is not the crux of the issue. The other speedster you mentioned is. Are you still considering allowing me to confront Clark? That is merely a contingency plan." Barry furrowed his brow. "What exactly is your contingency plan?" Thomas looked at him and first asked, "You once told me that you can control the replication speed of your body S cells, thereby achieving rapid healing, correct?" "Yes," Barry nodded. "But what does this have to do with dealing with Clark? May I inquire if you possess the ability to manipulate the cellular proliferation of others?" Thomas asked, his tone imbued with a remarkable certainty. Barry nodded once more, his demeanor grave, as though recollecting an unpleasant memory. A faint smile crossed Thomas's lips. "Then, you must surely have the power to save the world." Yet, I remain perplexed as to how. Thomas elaborated. "Are you familiar with red giants?" "Indeed. That is a transformation the sun undergoes prior to its demise." "What relevance does this have to Clark?" Barry questioned, though he swiftly began to entertain a notion. "Are you suggesting that Clark is approaching his end, akin to a red giant? His rapid surge of power is merely a harbinger of his impending death." Thomas regarded Barry Allen with admiration. Few young individuals grasp such knowledge nowadays. "As you mentioned, Superman has been confined for 30 years. a force that should have awakened and been unleashed, yet has remained dormant due to a lack of sunlight. Now that he has finally escaped and basked in the sun's rays, his body is replenished with energy, awakening his extraordinary abilities one by one, such as flight, energy beams, and super strength. Isn't that a positive development? Barry queried, bewildered. Thomas gestured towards a thick dossier resting on the table. Kal-El's experimental records. Had his body not endured 30 years of torment, it would indeed be a blessing. However, those deranged scientists have incessantly experimented upon him, depleting his vitality. His current physique is ill-equipped to bear the awakening of such powers. Furthermore, his reckless use of his abilities inflicts significant damage upon the external world, while simultaneously imposing a greater burden upon his own body. At this juncture, Thomas paused, observing Barry's expression darken, realizing he had grasped the implications of his words. Barry continued, "So, even if Clark does nothing, he will perish? If he were to relinquish his powers and embrace the life of an ordinary man, he would thrive." Thomas responded, "Yet we both understand the impossibility of that. Therefore, you wish for me to hasten the aging of his body. Ultimately, his own physique will bring about his demise." It was then that both Thomas and Barry were struck by a sudden revelation, their gazes drawn to the entrance of the Batcave. As the last statement had not originated from either of them. In the next moment, a figure emerged slowly from beyond the waterfall, slender, clad in blue attire, with a tattered cape. Who else could it be but Kal-El? He floated into the Batcave, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, an unsettling calmness enveloping him, as if he had not just overheard the conversation. "Clark," Barry called out, yet faced with this version of Superman, so starkly different from his memories. He found himself at a loss for words. Thomas subtly stepped aside, shifting 2 paces to conceal a pistol behind the table. Although he was acutely aware that this ruthless weapon posed no real threat to the man before him, surrendering to fate was not in his nature. Kal-El hovered in the air, surveying the two from his lofty vantage point. "So, am I on the brink of death?" he inquired, casting a glance at Thomas. Thomas calmly nodded. In truth, Kal-El was more cognizant of this reality than either of them. After all, he was intimately familiar with his own body. He then turned his gaze towards Barry Allen. "Can you accelerate the aging of my body?" Barry nodded, yet swiftly added, "I will not lay a hand on you, Clark." "Absolutely not. I implore you to cease harming others. Your current state is a result of Swan's meddling." He altered the timeline. "In the correct timeline. You're not like this." "Oh, how should I be?" "Carle linguayer indifferently. Kind. Just. Selfless," Barry exclaimed passionately. "You believe in justice and never commit acts of unwarranted violence." Kal-El scoffed. "The ideals you speak of are beyond my imagination." "No, they are not," Barry insisted fervently, gesturing animatedly. "In the rightful timeline, you landed in Smallville, Kansas, adopted by the Kent couple. You grew up in Smallville, worked in Metropolis, and married Lois Lane. You led a blissful life, possessing a sound worldview and values rooted in respect, understanding, and tolerance. You are the moral cornerstone among us. That is the true you, Clark Kent, the genuine Superman." Barry's heartfelt words left Kal-El in silence, as he envisioned all that Barry had just described, imagining that idyllic life. However, moments later, Kal-El opened his eyes, coldness emanating from within. "I'm sorry, but the life you describe is beyond my comprehension. All I know is that I have been imprisoned in a steel cage, enslaved by humanity for 30 years, tormented for 30 years, suffering for 30 years, and despairing for 30 years. Kal-El appeared calm, yet his words sent a chill through Barry Allen. "Thus, your tale is Superman's tale, Clark's tale. And I am Kal-El." Chapter 29. Batman's 3 plans. Kal-El's words struck Barry Allen like a thunderbolt, leaving him with a complex expression as he gazed at Kal-El. After a moment, he declared, "Regardless of whether you are Clark or Kal-El, I will not strike against you." Kal-El replied, "Then you can only watch as I methodically obliterate this planet." "Do we truly have to reach this point?" Barry lamented. Kal-El suddenly smirked, seemingly amused by the question. "If the roles were reversed, what would you do?" Barry fell silent, and it was Thomas who spoke first. "If it were me, I would return home to take a look." Kal-El was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Thomas. At that moment, was devoid of his black Batman helmet. His head of white hair rendered him less sharp than before. Thomas looked at Kal-El and calmly inquired, "Do you not wish to return to your home planet to reunite with your parents and loved ones?" Upon hearing Thomas's words, Barry suddenly recalled that he was unaware of Krypton's destruction and quickly interjected, "Thomas, Krypton has been obliterated. It was gone from the cosmos by the time I departed." Kal-El had spoken first, revealing it vanished from the universe as I left Krypton. Oh, how unfortunate, Thomas thought to himself, erasing a plan he had named emotional investment from his mind. Kal-El, however, countered, "Yet you were correct about one thing. My quest for my spacecraft is twofold, as a memento and to retrieve the coordinates of Krypton contained within." With that, he drifted towards the Batcave's exit, shortly returning with a large spacecraft in tow, accompanied by Hal Jordan. Hal, spotting Thomas without his mask, waved amiably and said, "Hello, Batman. It's a pleasure to meet you." You appear somewhat older than I had imagined." Unbeknownst to him, Thomas had acquired a firearm, and had it not been for the uncertainty regarding Hal and Kal-El's relationship, he might have already drawn it. Barry Allen circled the spacecraft inquisitively, his curiosity piqued by such extraterrestrial technology. Thomas watched as Kal-El placed the spacecraft on his Batmobile, the sound of the vehicle creaking causing him to involuntarily shut his eyes. To his surprise, closing his eyes heightened his auditory senses, enabling him to conjure an image in his mind of his Batmobile being crushed. Fueled by indignation, Thomas reopened his eyes and irritably addressed Kal-El. "If you seek Krypton's coordinates, there is no need for such complications. Cyborg will surely know. Go and inquire, and he will provide you with the information." After securing the spacecraft, Kal-El turned his attention back to Thomas. "Where is Cyborg?" he asked. "The Arctic." Without a moment's hesitation, Kal-El pivoted to leave, prompting Thomas to call after him. "Think it through." "Think through what?" Kal-El queried without turning back. Barry opened his mouth, fully aware of what awaited Kal-El in the Arctic, a congregation of the world's mightiest metahumans and the pinnacle of human civilization. Should Kal-El venture to the Arctic, only two outcomes awaited him. Either he would annihilate everyone, or he would himself be vanquished. Regardless of the outcome, it would undoubtedly inflict tremendous harm upon the Earth, possibly even precipitating an ecological catastrophe. Barry's mind was already envisioning a scene of thousands of nuclear warheads launching simultaneously. Thomas then stated directly, "The Arctic is teeming with those awaiting your arrival. Should you go, your fate is sealed." Kryptonian Kal-El halted his steps and turned to Thomas. "So what?" he inquired. "That is precisely why I urged you to contemplate," Thomas replied, his tone remaining unperturbed. "You must consider whether to perish alongside humanity or, in your final moments, return to your home planet to behold it once more, even if it is devoid of life. After all, it is still your home." Kal-El's voice was frigid. "I could annihilate all of you and then seek out Krypton." Thomas shook his head with a smile. "If you were the Clark that he speaks of, the Superman, perhaps that would be feasible. Regrettably, you are not. Thus you are destined to choose one path or the other." Upon uttering this, Thomas revisited the emotional tethering plan he had previously crossed off, having now devised 3 strategies for Kal-El, of which 2 had already been executed. The first involved manipulating Kal-El's desire to locate a spacecraft, diverting the calamity towards a duel with Aquaman, ultimately achieving mutual destruction. This plan was successful, yet Aquaman proved inadequate, meeting his demise at Kal-El's hands in the depths of the ocean with no trace remaining. The second strategy centered on emotional tethering, exploiting Kal-El's profound sense of loneliness. Thomas aimed to lead him away from Earth in pursuit of Krypton, light years distant. Should this plan succeed, Kal-El would inevitably perish in his quest, given his current condition. Such an outcome was assured. Thomas candidly acknowledged the overt nature of this scheme, placing the choice squarely in Kal-El's hands to see how he would decide. Reflecting on this, Thomas spoke again. "I could contact Steele right now and have him disclose Krypton's coordinates, thus sparing you the journey to the Arctic. You could pilot that spacecraft directly home." He couldn't help but glance at the vessel, noting the crushed black chassis beneath it, a pang of sorrow swelling within him. Kal-El fell into silence, deeply contemplating Thomas's words. Everyone observed him, tense with anticipation of his decision. However, Thomas's gaze shifted to the Flash Barry. His third plan involved harnessing Barry's incredible speed to accelerate the division of Kal-El's cells, hastening his physical decline, ultimately rendering him incapable of containing the immense energy within, leading to his self-destruction. Yet, Barry flatly declined. Consequently, Thomas began to devise a fourth plan. If Kal-El was resolute in his intent to journey to the Arctic and slaughter all, then his sole hope lay in locating the reverse flash, Zoom, and eliminating him, thereby allowing Barry to regain control of the Speed Force and rectify the timeline. However, having witnessed Barry's velocity, where bullets appeared to crawl before him, finding a being even swifter than himself seemed an insurmountable challenge, let alone vanquishing him. Contemplating this, Thomas furrowed his brow, his gaze returning to Kal-El. I hope you do not make the worst choice. Krypton S coordinates, tell me. In that instant, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of the other three within the Batcave. Chapter 30. The Wrath of a Dying God upon witnessing the ease etched upon their faces. Kal-El remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Do you not feel a considerable weight lifted from your shoulders? Barry could not suppress a chuckle, responding, naturally, as long as you cease your thoughts of world destruction, everyone will surely be joyous. However, Kal-El's countenance shifted dramatically as he retorted with a fierce tone. I intend to seek out Krypton, but I never claimed I would not return. The torment humanity has inflicted upon me will be eternally etched in my memory. At his words, Barry and Hal exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback and uncertain of how to respond. Thomas, indifferent to Kal-El's proclamations, pondered that by the time he returned from the alien world, he might well be nothing but dust. He dialed Cyborg's number, and almost instantly, Cyborg's voice reverberated through the Batcave. What is the matter, Thomas? At that moment, Cyborg found himself amidst the snow-laden Arctic, awestruck by the colossal crystal structure before him, struggling to articulate the profound shock he felt to Thomas. Following their secret meeting, he and Wonder Woman, Diana, had led the group to the Arctic, initially intending to prepare this site for their final confrontation with Superman, setting up various weapons. However, an Amazonian warrior inadvertently dropped a lure made of Kryptonian crystal into the sea. Before Cyborg could dive in to retrieve it, the icy expanse of the Arctic began to tremble and subsequently tore apart. Hundreds of robust crystal pillars erupted from ground, swiftly coalescing into a palace of crystal upon the vast Arctic tundra, its architectural style starkly contrasting with that of Earth, unmistakably bearing the hallmark of an extraterrestrial civilization. Just as he was about to explore further, Thomas Call interrupted him. At that moment, Wonder Woman, Diana, approached, initially intrigued by the renowned Batman, Thomas. Yet, her interest waned upon discovering that he possessed no superhuman abilities, merely being an ordinary human. She intended to join Cyborg in exploring the Crystal Palace, but as she neared, she overheard Thomas declaring, Kal-El is here with me. He plans to leave Earth in search of his home planet, Krypton. Victor, I need to know Krypton's coordinates. I am certain you possess this knowledge. Just tell me, and Superman will depart from Earth. There will be no need for any further preparations. Everything will come to an end. Upon hearing Thomas' words, Cyborg too felt a sense of relief wash over him, for he had previously harbored thoughts of despair. This revelation truly lifted his spirits. Numerous superhumans, endowed with acute auditory perception, were present, and they all heard Thomas's words. They exchanged glances, their faces adorned with relaxed smiles, except for one individual. Wonder Woman, Diana, wore a countenance as dark as ice. Before Cyborg could reveal the coordinates of Krypton, she interjected, her voice ringing out, Son of Krypton, do you intend to flee? In an instant, Cyborg abruptly severed the communication, his gaze locked onto Wonder Woman, his mechanical voice imbued with chilling intensity. Diana Prince, I am unaware of your intentions, but I will not permit you to disrupt this hard-won peace. With a disdainful glance, Wonder Woman twirled her sword and strode boldly toward the crystalline palace, declaring to the heavens, Son of Krypton, I know you can hear me. I am Diana Prince, Queen of the Amazons. Here, I formally declare war upon you. Upon hearing her declaration, Cyborg retorted furiously, Enough, Diana. Your actions will lead to the destruction of Earth. He charged toward her, but was ensnared by a golden lasso, held taut by two Amazonian warriors who pulled him closer. Wonder Woman cast a fleeting glance at Cyborg and continued, If you do not come forth, I shall destroy this crystalline palace behind me. It is the crystallization of Kryptonian civilization. It is the transformed crystal you brought from Krypton. Here lies the final legacy of Kryptonian civilization. Here is your true home. With that, she drove her sword into the ground, clenched her fists, and forcefully clashed her forearms together. Adorning her forearms were the protective silver bracelets forged by Hephaestus. Crafted from fragments of Zeus's divine shield, Aegis, possessing unparalleled power. At the collision of the bracelets, a thunderous sound erupted, and a tremendous energy emanated, transforming into an invisible shockwave that surged toward the crystalline palace. Boom! The shockwave struck, shattering several of the outermost colossal crystal pillars of the palace, sending countless shards flying in all directions, creating a scene of utter chaos. After executing this act, Wonder Woman lowered her arms and uttered one final statement. Son of Krypton, I await your arrival. Diana Prince. Cyborg felt as if his circuits were short-circuiting from frustration. He could process billions of pieces of information in a second. Yet he could not fathom Wonder Woman's motives. All he could do was pray that Superman's hearing was not as extraordinary as his other abilities, hoping that he had not heard Wonder Woman's words. However, the likelihood of that was exceedingly slim. With this thought, Cyborg soared into the sky, traversing dozens of kilometers in mere minutes, looping several times before finally descending onto a vast, desolate ice field. Having dialed Thomas's number, Steel waited patiently for the call to connect. Victor Thomas's voice remained calm, igniting a flicker of hope within Steel. Thomas, I am now providing you with the coordinates of Krypton. All right, go ahead. Splendid. It appears that the Kryptonian did not heed Diana's words. Steel let out a sigh of relief and swiftly relayed a series of coordinates, information that had been meticulously recorded in the data of the Kryptonian spacecraft, which he had effortlessly located despite its prior secure storage in a supercomputer. Understood, Thomas replied. Steel then inquired, by the way, did Superman mention when he plans to depart? Is there any assistance I can offer him, anything at all? On the other end, Thomas fell silent for a moment before responding with an oddly detached tone. That is a question you may ask him yourself. What do you mean? It means he is heading your way. Thomas's voice turned chillingly cold. Steel was uncertain of what the Amazonian had conveyed. He only knew that what awaited them was a god, teetering on the brink of death, yet consumed by rage. Chapter 31. Infighting? As the communication ended, Steel felt no anger. As a half-machine being who relied on data analysis over emotion, he effortlessly assessed the current situation. Anger served no purpose. Since the enemy had arrived, preparation for confrontation was paramount. Indeed, at this moment, Steel had classified Kal-El as an adversary. He had also deduced the reason behind Wonder Woman's declaration of war against Kal-El. Having discarded human emotions, he seldom evaluated matters from an emotional standpoint. However, when data reasoning fell short, the remnants of his humanity allowed him to discern the cause easily. Because of Aquaman. Because of love. This damned love. Steel cursed under his breath and turned to soar towards the Crystal Palace, fervently hoping that Superman would arrive a bit later, granting them more time to prepare. Simultaneously, within the Batcave, Thomas gazed at the gaping hole left by Kal-El's impact above, letting out a sigh. Today was destined to be financially burdensome. Meanwhile, the Flash, Barry Allen, sat beside Hal, both wearing expressions of dismay. Noticing their distress, Thomas remarked, since war is now unavoidable, we must also make a choice. Barry looked up. What choice? Thomas replied slowly, to rush to the Arctic to join the battle and ultimately be slain by Superman. Upon hearing this, Barry and Hal exchanged glances, recognizing each other's resignation. In this brief time, the two like-minded individuals had forged a friendship. What is the other choice? Barry asked. Thomas countered, what is your relationship with Swan? How do you perceive each other? Barry furrowed his brow and coldly replied, he wishes to kill me, and I desire to eliminate him even more. Thus, Thomas inquired, so, his motivation for altering the timeline is to torment you, ultimately to slay you? As he questioned, he subtly advanced towards Barry. Barry, oblivious to Thomas's actions, continued, indeed. He is such a person, fervent in destruction and adept in torment. If I find him, I shall personally end his life. At that moment, Thomas had reached Barry's side, and upon hearing Barry's declaration, his eyes narrowed into slits, glinting with a hint of peril. Then perish. In a flash, a dagger pierced Barry's thigh, crimson blood gushing forth and staining Thomas's arm. The very dagger that penetrated Barry's thigh was clutched in Thomas's hand. The sudden turn of events left Barry utterly unprepared. He had let down his guard against Thomas. Otherwise, such an assault would have posed no threat to him. Thomas kicked Hal away, who was preparing to leap at him, then seized Barry by the hair with one hand while brandishing a black Glock pistol at his head with the other. Thomas, what are you doing? Barry grit his teeth against the excruciating pain, questioning the very figure he regarded as a paternal figure, Batman. Instead of anger, he felt confusion, unable to fathom why Thomas would turn against him. He even began to speculate that the Batman before him was not the true Thomas, but rather a guise assumed by Reverse Flash. Thomas remained silent, slightly tilting the gun before firing a shot that grazed Barry's cheek, leaving a narrow gash. Swan, I am aware of your presence here. I shall count to 3. If you do not reveal yourself, I will execute him. Thomas shouted into the empty space. 3. The sound echoed within the Batcave, but no one responded. 2. Barry suddenly realized that Thomas was attempting to coerce Swan to appear, but could this method truly succeed? Moreover, why had he first inflicted a wound upon his own leg? Was it to prevent his escape? 1. He genuinely intended to kill him. Barry could sense it. 0. Bang! The gun fired. Yet, Barry did not perish. No blood oozed from his head. The bullet was caught and toyed with by a yellow figure, who leisurely leaned against a nearby aircraft, watching Thomas and Barry with keen interest. TSK, 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 you cannot kill him yet. I have not finished my fun. Upon seeing the yellow figure, Barry's fury surged uncontrollably. Just as he was about to rush forward to confront him, he felt a sudden pain in his leg. Thomas had withdrawn the dagger from Barry's thigh. Accelerate healing. He spoke to Barry, though without uttering a sound, merely moving his lips. Barry blinked in surprise, signaling his understanding. Since Thomas had successfully compelled the adversary to reveal himself, the 2 choices he had previously offered had been decided: to eliminate Reverse Flash and thereby rectify the timeline. Thomas understood that only a speedster could contend with another speedster. Thus, to vanquish this Reverse Flash, only the Flash could suffice. His task was to buy time. Why not simply plunge the knife into his chest? Reverse Flash initiated the conversation, prompting Thomas to steady his thoughts. The desire for dialogue offered a glimmer of hope for his delay. Because my aim is to draw you out, not to kill the Flash. Thomas approached the table, donning his helmet slowly. In that moment, he transformed into Batman. Reverse Flash did not impede his actions, but continued to inquire. Then you could simply pull the trigger. There is no need for this step. Batman shook his head. Without this step, you would not have appeared. Reverse Flash chuckled, offering no rebuttal. Indeed, if Batman were merely to aim a gun at the Flash's head, he certainly would not emerge, as bullets could not harm a speedster, unless, for some reason, that speedster was unable to evade them. Thus, Batman chose to pierce the Flash's thigh, incapacitating his speed and leaving Reverse Flash uncertain as to whether the shot would be fired. If it were, the Flash would undoubtedly perish. You are truly remarkable, Reverse Flash exclaimed. Among those I know, you rank first in cunning. Batman replied with a calm demeanor. That is only because I am merely immortal. My intellect is my greatest weapon. Reverse Flash smiled non-committally, then turned his gaze to the Flash. And you? By now, the wound on your leg should have healed. Hasn't it? I have been waiting rather patiently. No sooner had he spoken than a golden-red lightning bolt surged towards him, while at the same moment, Reverse Flash transformed into a yellow lightning bolt, darting out of the Batcave. The golden-red lightning followed closely behind. In an instant, the once vibrant Batcave fell silent. Hal glanced toward the direction in which the 2 speedsters had vanished, then turned to Batman. What about us? Batman shot him a sidelong glance and suddenly stated, You can pilot a plane, right? Hal instinctively nodded. Uh-huh. Chapter 32. Divine Presence. When Cyborg returned to the Crystal Palace, Diana remained there, arms crossed. The Divine, sword planted in the ground. Her eyes were slightly closed, seemingly in meditation. At that moment, aside from the superheroes who had accompanied Cyborg, no Amazon warriors were in sight. The mechanical crimson eye of Steel Bone swept across the surroundings and swiftly transitioned through several observational modes, ultimately detecting the presence of 2 figures concealed beneath the ice through infrared thermal sensing. At that moment, the demon Trajan approached, not merely a title, but indicative of his very lineage. Indeed, Trajan embodied the essence of a demon in appearance. Steelbone, should we adorn that contraption with some fireworks? He gestured towards the distant Crystal Palace. I could operate the remote. Even if I were to be slain by Superman, I would still possess the means to orchestrate an explosion. Steelbone gazed at the majestic Crystal Palace, feeling little inclination to venture inside for exploration. Yet, the thought of its destruction seemed a grave loss. Thus, he shook his head, and Trajan walked away, his face etched with regret. surveying his surroundings. Steelbone noted the array of superheroes clad in diverse battle garb. Some had come at their own behest, while others had arrived uninvited. Though their intentions were undoubtedly varied, such matters seemed trivial. After today, it remained uncertain how many would survive. This contemplation reignited his irritation towards Diana. At that moment, 15-year-old Billy Batson approached, accompanied by 5 other young individuals. They were the inheritors of the wizard Shazam's extraordinary powers, and when united, they could transform into the superhero known as Shazam by uttering a spell. Shazam possessed the wisdom of Solomon, the strength of Hercules, the endurance of Atlas, the power of Zeus, the fearlessness of Achilles, and the speed of Mercury, a being truly capable of rivaling Superman, and the principal force in the impending confrontation. However, the notion of sending minors into battle troubled Steelbone deeply. Billy asked, "Hey, Victor, is it a bit premature for us to transform now?" Steelbone looked towards the horizon, where the azure sky was unmarred by even a solitary cloud. "Do you genuinely wish to partake in this battle?" he inquired. But Billy interrupted, all right, Victor, you've posed that question many times already. We've collectively made our decision. Please refrain from dissuading us further." With a resigned sigh, Steelbone replied earnestly, "Billy, you may transform whenever you wish, but you must promise me, if the fight becomes insurmountable, you will retreat. Do you understand?" "Understood," Billy replied, rolling his eyes and shrugging at his companions, adopting an expression that conveyed his awareness of the situation. At that moment, Steelbone abruptly lifted his gaze to the distant sky, a motion mirrored by the majority of those present. In the far-off expanse, a figure adorned in red and blue was hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed. Long before the figure arrived, the deafening sonic boom heralded its approach. "He is coming," Steelbone bellowed. "Everyone, prepare yourselves." Shazam, Billy Batson, and the other 5 simultaneously invoked the spell, and a bolt of lightning enveloped the 6 youths, culminating in the emergence of a towering figure. As the lightning dissipated, a tall figure clad in a crimson battle robe and a white cape, adorned with a resplendent golden lightning bolt emblazoned upon his chest, materialized in the same spot. Casting a glance to either side, he exclaimed with barely contained excitement, "Watch how I flatten him." Steelbone's voice resonated gravely. "Remember my words from earlier." Shazam's expression mirrored that of Billy's before him. He merely pursed his lips and ceased speaking. Though endowed with superhuman strength, he remained, psychologically, a mere youth. Steelbone surveyed the apprehensive faces surrounding him and suddenly declared, "Esteemed comrades, it is my honor to stand alongside you in battle. Today, we fight for humanity, for our planet. Though we may perish, we shall live on." Upon hearing his words, the morale of the group surged, dispelling their earlier tension as they raised their weapons high and shouted in unison, "We are Steelbone. Though we may perish, we shall live on." In the next moment, Kal-El appeared above them, looking down like a god surveying mere stones, his gaze devoid of emotion. Diana suddenly opened her eyes wide, fixating intently on Kal-El as she slowly drew her divine sword from the ground, her battle spirit soaring. At that instant, Kal-El's gaze met hers, and the collision of their superhuman eyes conjured a tempest. It was Wonder Woman who spoke first. "You killed Arthur, did you not?" Kal-El silent, diverting his gaze to the crystalline palace behind her, his previously calm demeanor transforming into one of tenderness, ripples of emotion stirring within his eyes. This marked the first time he beheld a structure from his home planet on this world. The instinctive familiarity and beauty led him to instinctively declare it as his home, his rightful possession. In that moment, all others faded from his perception, leaving only the crystalline palace in his vision. Yet in the next heartbeat, a crystal pillar was hurled towards him by Wonder Woman's lasso of truth. "Answer me," she bellowed, launching the robust crystal pillar at Kal-El. The massive pillar, slicing through the air with a fierce wind, was caught gently in Kal-El's embrace, his eyes ablaze with visible fury. "You seek death." The air crackled with the sound of an explosion as he charged at Wonder Woman, the colossal pillar raised high above his head, poised to strike her down. "Your silence shall be taken as an admission." Wonder Woman's eyes blazed with vengeful intent, her declaration of war against Kal-El fueled by her desire for retribution for her beloved Aquaman Arthur Curry. In this moment of fierce enmity, she wasted no time. With a swift flick of her wrist, a golden energy surged from her sword, transforming into a crescent moon that sliced through the air towards Kal-El above. Without hesitation, Kal-El allowed the golden energy to strike him. Clang! Sparks flew. The golden energy blade merely grazed Kal-El's battle attire, not even managing to sever a single strand of hair from his chest. However, at that moment, the crystalline pillar in Kal-El's hand had already descended upon Wonder Woman's head. Startled, she retreated, yet the crystal pillar crashed violently against the ice beneath. In an instant, the surrounding ice, spanning thousands of meters, shattered abruptly, particularly where the crystal pillar had struck, causing the surface to sink deeply. The ice, which had been locked in place for millennia in the Arctic tundra, was forcefully fractured by Kal-El, resulting in dozens of wide fissures radiating outward. In just one encounter, the landscape had been irrevocably transformed. This was the might of Kal-El. This was the power of a deity. Chapter 33. The Clash. Even Wonder Woman, faced with Kal-El's formidable power, had no choice but to yield, a sense of impending doom piercing her very nerves. Not even the god of war, Ares, had instilled such a feeling within her. With that thought, she positioned her divine sword before her, her elegant brows furrowing, as she steeled herself to confront the most formidable adversary she had ever faced. Kal-El discarded the shattered crystal pillar with ease, regarding Wonder Woman with a cold stare. Without uttering a word, he propelled himself off the fractured ice, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he surged toward her, leaving behind a path of even more shattered ice. The immense force bestowed upon him an unparalleled speed. Death. In response to Kal-El's charge, Wonder Woman did not retreat, but advanced, thrusting her divine sword toward him with lethal intent. In a mere heartbeat, the long sword struck the center of Kal-El's forehead, poised to pierce his skull. Yet, there was no second heartbeat. Kal-El tilted his head, and the sword narrowly missed, glancing past his cheek. However, Kal-El's fist, imbued with the force of tempest, ruthlessly aimed for Wonder Woman's striking visage. Her eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively shrank back. Her physique, which was not significantly smaller than Kal-El's, seemed to vanish before him. No, she did not disappear. She coiled into a tight ball and retracted her sword, darting beneath Kal-El, without affording him a moment's respite. The tip of her sword struck out like a viper's fang, targeting Kal-El's heart with deadly precision. This moment showcased Wonder Woman's vast experience, far surpassing Kal-El's. Nearly every thrust she made aimed for a vital point, aspiring to deliver a fatal blow. The unmatched sharpness of her divine sword also compensated for the disparity in their raw power. This was precisely why Wonder Woman dared to engage in this battle. The divine sword smoothly pierced through Kal-El's chest, yet became ensnared by his formidable muscles. Regardless of how fiercely Wonder Woman exerted herself, she could not drive the enchanted blade further than half an inch. A thin stream of blood trickled down the sword's blade. Kal-El glanced down at the weapon embedded in his chest before directing his gaze towards Wonder Woman. "Your name is Diana?" he inquired, recalling the last time someone had pierced his chest, Aquaman. Wonder Woman looked up at Kal-El, their postures awkward as one stood above and the other below. "Remember, it is I who will slay you, Diana Prince." She growled softly, then relaxed her grip, using the momentum to spring off the ground. A long leg shot forward, the booted foot striking fiercely against the hilt of the divine sword. The force exerted by her leg was magnitudes greater than that of her hands, driving the sword another half-inch deeper into Kal-El's chest. The sheer power of the kick propelled Kal-El backward, allowing Wonder Woman's form to reappear before the onlookers. "Impressive." Shazam couldn't help but exclaim, marveling at the swift succession of Wonder Woman's moves, which had yielded immediate results, earning the admiration of the still youthful Shazam. Steel Bones also had to concede that Wonder Woman, as the Queen of the Amazons, was indeed extraordinary. Some spectators had even begun to cheer. However, Kal-El merely staggered back a few steps before regaining his footing. He surveyed the sword protruding from his chest, and then turned his gaze back to Wonder Woman. "You pale in comparison to your beloved," he remarked. The mere mention of Aquaman ignited a fury within Wonder Woman. She sprang from the ground once more, launching another kick towards the sword embedded in Kal-El's chest. Yet, in an instant, a fist appeared in her path. Kal-El thrust his arm forward with precision. The knuckles aimed directly at the sole of Wonder Woman's foot. Even before the punch landed, the fierce wind it generated created chaotic currents that whipped around her long legs, brushing against her body. In that moment, a tremendous storm erupted where their limbs met. A thunderous roar punctuating the air as Wonder Woman was sent flying backward at a velocity greater than before. Accompanying her was the violent turbulence, which radiated outward from Kal-El. Forming a fan shape, the ground beneath them was upheaved in waves, with the area closest to Kal-El remaining pristine, while the distance bore the marks of chaos. Wonder Woman was swept into the air by the whirlwind, plummeting downwards like a rag doll, struggling to regain control of her form. At that moment, a red figure suddenly appeared beside her, wrapping its arms around her. Together, they plummeted toward the ground. With a resounding crash, a thick layer of ice shattered beneath them, and using the earth as support, they finally stabilized their descent. Wonder Woman was taken aback, her gaze towards Kal-El filled with incredulity, while her savior, Shazam, stood equally astonished. Observing Kal-El, a mere punch wielded such formidable power. It was unfathomable to the onlookers. Kal-El slowly retracted his fist, then extracted Wonder Woman's divine sword from his chest. Twirling in his hand, but finding it unfamiliar, he placed greater trust in his fists than in weapons, yet recognized that this sword was of the same ilk as the trident of that creature from the depths, capable of piercing even his iron frame. A moment's carelessness could lead to self-harm. Contemplating this, Kal-El cast his gaze skyward, then spun around sharply, accelerating until he became nearly a blur. In the next moment, a chilling sound of a sword slicing through the air resonated, and when Kal-El reappeared, the sword in his grasp had vanished. In light of that sound, the crowd instinctively looked up at the clear blue sky, devoid of any sign of the divine sword. Wonder Woman's expression darkened. She shared a profound connection with her sword and instinctively knew its fate, while Shazam remained oblivious. He glanced around, failing to spot the sword, and inquired, "Where has your sword gone?" Wonder Woman did not respond, prompting Shazam to awkwardly touch his nose, feeling he had misspoken. "Since you no longer possess your sword, allow me to handle him. You are a woman." The more he spoke, the more Wonder Woman's demeanor soured, leading Shazam to fall silent and subtly shift aside. His immature mind was consumed by one thought: women are truly difficult to please. Unbeknownst to him, a similar sentiment was echoed by the sword embedded in the lunar crater. Chapter 34. vs. Shazam from a distance. Shazam raised his fists, assuming a boxing stance directed at Kal-El. "Your opponent is now me," he declared with a hint of pride. "I rather like the name Superman as well." Kal-El, however, turned his attention toward Cyborg, who solemnly stated, "If you kill her, I will leave this place. My time is short. I wish to return home." Cyborg understood fully who she referred to. Wonder Woman also comprehended and coldly retorted, "Kill me? I stand before you. Come and do it." Kal-El's gaze fixated on Cyborg, who slowly shook his head. He could not allow Kal-El to slay Wonder Woman without intervening. If he did, the newly formed alliance would disintegrate instantaneously, and reconciliation would be forever impossible. "Superman, if you wish to depart now, I can shield you from Diana." Cyborg's electronic voice sounded cold and rational. Kal-El revealed a sardonic smile and pointed at Steel Bone, stating, "You saved my life. I shall not take yours. However, do not attempt to impede me." Upon hearing this, Wonder Woman could not restrain herself and retorted furiously, "Who shall slay whom remains uncertain." Just then, a furious roar interrupted her words, accompanied by a thunderous lightning that descended from the heavens. The vivid blue lightning danced around Shazam, exuding an aura of immense power. "You humiliate me, Superman." His eyes were shrouded in thunder, his voice resonating like the winter's thunder, commanding respect. Kal-El cast a sidelong glance at Shazam, offering no words in return. "You shall regret this. No one dares to underestimate me, not even Black Adam." In the next moment, lightning crackled as Shazam, enveloped in thunder, soared toward Kal-El, the ice beneath him bearing the scorched marks of the thunder's aftershock. Before Shazam could reach him, the lightning arrived first. The ferocious electricity ruptured the air around, transforming into a blue dragon that surged toward Kal-El unmoved. Kal-El's eyes suddenly glowed with a crimson light, and in the next instant, two robust energy beams erupted, colliding directly with the thunderous dragon. The crimson energy beams and the brilliant blue lightning dragon clashed in midair, merging and canceling each other out, the tremendous energy they exuded even affecting the weather of the Arctic. What was once a serene azure sky now darkened with ominous clouds. followed by howling winds and swirling snowflakes. This drastic change in weather transpired within mere minutes, leaving the onlookers bewildered as they found themselves suddenly surrounded by a flurry of snowflakes. Some snowflakes ascended from the icy surface, while others descended from the clouds, creating a moment of confusion. Yet, no one dared to move, all eyes fixated on the distant duel. Suddenly, the brilliant blue lightning dissipated, and without the opposing thunder, Kal-El's energy beams shot forth, melting the distant ice and carving a deep gash into its surface. But at that moment, Shazam's iron fist struck Kal-El's cheek with tremendous force, causing his head to turn aside, sending the energy beams soaring into the sky. Closing his eyes and reopening them, Kal-El once again beheld that fist magnifying before him. Before he could defend himself, Shazam's iron fist struck his nose once more. Blood gushed forth instantly, staining Shazam's fist and also tainting Kal-El's battle attire. Kal-El staggered back 2 steps before regaining his footing, gently wiping the blood from his lips. He anticipated that the man in red would press the advantage. However, he found that his opponent remained stationary, raising his bloodied fist with a look of triumph. "So, now you recognize my strength?" Shazam exclaimed excitedly, shaking his bloodied hand while casting a sweeping glance around. Kal-El chaked softly, Castina glanced towards Estilbone, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. His gaze then returned to Shazam. "Is this truly your only skill?" Kal-El's words caused Shazam's expression to shift, his earlier pride swiftly morphing into indignation. He could not help but retort. "It seems my lessons were insufficient." "Insufficient? You fall far short. You should at least sever my head from my shoulders, snap my spine, and finally reduce my body to ashes with lightning before you can call it adequate." Kal-El spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his words left Shazam momentarily stunned. Furrowing his brow, Shazam stammered, I shall hand you over to Victor for judgment." "Yes, that is what should happen. You are a villain and deserve to face justice." Kal-El straightened his posture. Upon hearing such juvenile remarks, he could not resist closing his eyes momentarily, then slowly reopening them to address Shazam with tranquility. "If you cannot confront me, as I have suggested, then I shall have no choice but to deal with you in the manner I have described." Observing the tension in Shazam's face, he gradually inquired, "Are you prepared?" Boom! Before Shazam could respond, Kal-El's figure vanished from his sight. A split second later, the ground fractured, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Shazam clenched his fists, desperately searching for Kal-El's presence. He was shaken by Kal-El's words. Although others had spoken similarly to him in the past, he had never taken them seriously. Those who dared threaten him had long since been stripped of their dignity and paraded through the streets. However, the current scenario was markedly different. His adversary was a superhuman, one who might even surpass him in strength, and sufficiently malevolent to follow through on his threats, which was what terrified him the most. "Are you searching for me?" At that moment, Kal-El's voice echoed from behind him. Instinctively, Shazam swung his fist backward, only to find nothing but empty air. He turned around, and there was no one in sight. "You are too slow." Kal-El's voice came again from behind him. Shazam threw another punch. Yet again it met only emptiness. "Still slow." Kal-El's tone dripped with mockery and disdain. "Enough!" Shazam roared, as a surge of thunder erupted from within him. The lightning coursed through his body, radiating outward in all directions, engulfing a considerable radius around him, thus denying Kal-El any chance to approach. Witnessing the scene, Steelbone felt a wave of foreboding. Shazam's actions were nothing more than a futile exertion of energy, as he was being toyed with by Kal-El. "Such a child." He sighed, then called out, "Billy, remain calm. He is depleting your divine power." As his words fell, the thunder began to dissipate, revealing Shazam's towering form, now appearing somewhat fatigued. "You are right, Victor. I was too careless. Be cautious." Before Shazam could finish his words, Steel's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, the figure of Kal-El appeared right before Shazam, a formidable iron fist, imbued with a tempestuous wind, struck fiercely against Shazam's left cheek. In an instant, Shazam vanished from his position, and the next moment, a towering iceberg in the distance was abruptly cleaved in half, a massive chasm forming in its midsection. The unsupported summit of the iceberg plummeted towards the ground, crashing heavily onto the ice surface, sending tremors throughout the expanse. Chapter 35. The iceberg above Shazam had never experienced such pain before. he could scarcely feel his face. Although the abundant divine power within him swiftly alleviated the agony, the experience left a profound shadow upon his spirit. Yet little did he know, greater suffering awaited him. With a single punch that sent Shazam flying, Kal-El shifted his form, transforming into a blue blur that followed closely behind. As he passed through the shattered remnants of the iceberg, countless fragments rained down. An ordinary person would have been crushed beneath such debris, but as the ice struck Kal-El, it shattered upon contact. Accelerating through the iceberg, Kal-El suddenly materialized beside Shazam, who was desperately attempting to stabilize himself with his divine powers. Upon noticing Kal-El's presence, Shazam's countenance paled. In the next moment, the same fist struck him in the same spot once more. This time, Shazam plummeted to the ground like a rag doll, descending towards the ice below at a velocity surpassing that of a bullet. In an instant, Shazam vanished beneath the ice surface, his form deeply embedded within the icy layer, leaving behind a black hole slightly larger than his body. Just as he was engulfed by the ice, the force exerted by Kal-El erupted. The most immediate manifestation was the ice surface rising dramatically, transforming from solid state to a liquid-like form. The shockwave rippled through the ground, creating waves upon the surface. A sight of magnificent spectacle as the raised ice spread outward in all directions. Kal-El hovered above, gazing down upon the ice, awaiting his opponent. The next moment, a tremendous roar reverberated from the depths below, followed closely by a brilliant blue lightning bolt descending from the heavens. Kal-El slightly shifted his stance, allowing the bolt to pass him and strike directly into the dark abyss below. He recognized that the lightning summoned by Shazam carried a violent energy capable of damaging his cells, posing a significant threat to him. With this thought, he suddenly propelled himself upwards into the sky, where ominous clouds loomed overhead, thick and dark, concealing the sun, while thunder roiled within the tempest. Kal-El positioned himself beneath the dark clouds, enduring several strikes of lightning against his body. The pain, tinged with a numbing sensation, oddly brought him a sense of reassurance. Taking a deep breath, he paused for a moment before exhaling sharply. A frigid torrent erupted from his mouth, instantly freezing the air in front of him. This icy current surged into the dark clouds, spreading with remarkable rapidity. The visible black clouds gradually became cloaked in a layer of white frost. The clouds, being a condensation of water vapor, are inherently susceptible to freezing, and in mere moments, the colossal black clouds solidified into blocks of ice, losing their ability to float in the sky. As the icy clouds were poised to plummet to the ground, a hand gently cradled them. Kal-El prepared to bestow a greeting upon his adversary. Beneath the ice layer, Shazam had just summoned a thunderclap to replenish his energy and boldly burst forth from the ground into the air. He scanned his surroundings but found no sign of Kal-El, only an eerie darkness enveloping him. At that moment, Steel and others arrived, easily locating Shazam suspended in midair, which brought a sigh of relief. However, that relief was short-lived. Above Shazam, an enormous iceberg floated, rendering him as insignificant as an ant beneath its shadow. Shazam caught sight of Steel and furrowed his brow, inquiring if he had seen that figure. Before Steel could respond, the demon Etrigan exclaimed, "Beware of what lies above you." Instinctively, Shazam looked up, only to behold Kal-El's silhouette and the gigantic iceberg looming overhead. Kal-El exhaled softly, having depleted too much breath and feeling slightly oxygen-deprived. Yet what he had once supported with one hand now required both, a realization that thrilled him. "This is a gift for you," he declared, releasing the enormous iceberg that descended toward Shazam with overwhelming force. "Run," Steel shouted, swiftly darting away, knowing the iceberg's vast shadow would engulf even him. Terror gripped Shazam as he turned to flee, only to find Kal-El had inexplicably appeared beside him, hovering slightly higher and gazing down upon him. "Where do you think you're going?" Kal-El remarked coolly. "Are you not ready to accept my gift?" Shazam, in a fit of hysteria, shouted, "Are you insane? You'll be crushed too." With his limited education, he estimated the iceberg's weight to be in the millions of tons, and its funnel shape positioned him directly beneath the most tremendous pressure point. Should it fall, the entire weight would bear down upon him. Not even a god could survive such a fate. Thus, Shazam was filled with rage towards Kal-El, who stood defiantly in his path. Kal-El glanced upward, The iceberg loomed ever closer, its sheer size instilling an innate fear in all who beheld it. Turning to Shazam, he remarked indifferently, "Everyone else can escape, but you cannot." "Madman!" Shazam disregarded Kal-El, preparing to soar away with a flick of his cape. However, in an instant, Kal-El's hand descended from above, seizing Shazam's hair and yanking his head upward with brutal force. The excruciating pain ignited a deeper fury within Shazam, who retaliated with a punch aimed backward, only to have it firmly caught by Kal-El. Their strengths were remarkably matched, and as Kal-El subdued Shazam, the latter found himself ensnared, unable to escape. With one hand gripping Shazam's hair and the other twisting his wrist, Kal-El hoisted him high, positioning him directly before the colossal ice mountain's base. In terror, Shazam cried out, "You can't do this. You'll perish too." Kal-El exerted all his effort to restrain Shazam, refusing to allow him to flee. Rather than gaze upon the ice mountain, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to Shazam's fear and the serene calm that preceded the impending descent of the massive glacier. "You ought to remain silent," he remarked, lifting Shazam skyward, as if fearing for the latter's survival. Shazam, overwhelmed by fear, despite his myriad of extraordinary abilities, was merely a 15-year-old boy at heart, unable to manifest Solomon's wisdom. Confronted with the specter of death, he was utterly terrified. No, I don't want to die." Shazam wept profusely, pleading, "I beg you. Victor, Diana, save me. Help me. No one is coming to your rescue." Kal-El replied calmly, "You aren't even prepared for death. How dare you venture here? It's Steel, and Batman, and the Flash. They sent me. Then remember this lesson. In your next life, refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you." "No." With a piercing scream, Shazam felt as if he had collided with something while Kal-El held him aloft, only to be crushed by an overwhelming force. When the ice mountain was created, Kal-El had already struggled to lift it, and now, as it absorbed more moisture from the surroundings, the immense glacier, under the Earth's gravitational pull, aimed to reduce everything beneath it to mere dust. Rather than contest the ice mountain, Kal-El, after the impact, plummeted toward the ground with Shazam, descending several dozen meters before once more elevating him skyward, unrelenting, crashing against the glacier's base. Once, twice, thrice, over a mere 100 meters, he repeated this 9 times. With each impact, countless shards of ice, both large and small, shattered and fell from the mountain, the final fragments even stained with Shazam's blood. Ultimately, he was but an inheritor of divine power, not a true deity. With a resounding crash, as the ice mountain loomed less than 100 meters above the ground, Kal-El heard Shazam downward. At that moment, Shazam appeared utterly disheveled. Blood smeared his visage, his chest caved in from the collisions, and several stark white bone fragments protruded. Exposed to the air, Kal-El gazed down upon Shazam, his expression tranquil, as if he were not the one responsible for reducing his opponent to such a state. In a daze, Shazam raised his hand, yearning to seek rescue from the indistinct figure before him. Yet, Kal-El merely observed in silence, making no move. Shazam's hand fell to the ground, bounced twice, and then lay still. In the next moment, the iceberg descended. Chapter 36, vs. Wonder Woman. The instant the iceberg made contact with the ground, the entire Arctic appeared to tremble thrice. The first to sense the impending peril were the various creatures of the Arctic, particularly those of the ocean, who frantically swam southward, pursued relentlessly by successive waves. On the shore, the snowflakes accumulated upon the ice sheet were violently disturbed, rising higher the closer they were to where the iceberg struck. The knee-deep snowflakes, stirred by the turbulent winds, rendered visibility nearly non-existent, obscuring all but a blanket of white. It was only when the surging shock wave swept away the flurry of snowflakes that the expanse of the ice field suddenly became breathtakingly clear. The sky was devoid of clouds. Not a single snowflake floated in the air, and beneath their feet lay a smooth, reflective ice surface. Everything appeared so splendid, so enchanting. Yet, none among them could appreciate this beauty. An overwhelming dread threatened to engulf the gathered crowd, the sensation of facing not merely an individual, but a being that seemed to belong solely to the realm of myth, instilled a profound sense of helplessness within them. The demon Itelrigan crouched upon the ground, narrowly escaping the shock wave generated by the iceberg's impact, which would have swept him away had Steel not intervened in time. Wonder Woman's expression darkened. Nearly half of her Amazon warriors, who lay in ambush within the snow, had been swept away in the chaos. Had she not swiftly utilized her protective silver bracelets to carve a deep pit in the ice, the remainder of her warriors would likely have met a similar fate. Steel clenched his fists, surveying the surroundings, only to realize that a portion of the superheroes he had summoned had been carried off, while those who remained bore somber expressions and low spirits. I believed I had regarded him with sufficient respect, yet I was mistaken. The gravity of those 3 words was a terrifying realization for a being of numerical cognition. Wonder Woman spoke resolutely. He is injured. Now is our best opportunity to strike him down. Steel hesitated for a moment before acquiescing to Wonder Woman's assertion, his thrusters igniting as he propelled himself forward. Wonder Woman seized the sword handed to her by Artemis and swiftly took flight, while the remaining Amazon warriors, under Artemis's guidance, surged toward the location where the iceberg had landed. In a fleeting moment, the icy expanse was left solely with the superheroes summoned by Steel, who exchanged glances, uncertain whether to proceed. At that juncture, the masked figure, the Grim Reaper, stepped forth, arms outstretched, addressing the assembly. "Let us move forward. We have come this far. Shall we retreat?" The demon Etrigan retorted vehemently. "What difference does it make? I have not encountered such an entity, even in hell. To venture forth is merely to court death." The Grim Reaper coldly replied, "If we do not go, will we escape death? You, a demon, would merely return home upon dying. What do you fear? If you humans are unafraid, why should I be?" With that, Etrigan flicked his cape and leaped towards Steel. The Grim Reaper chuckled, addressing the still hesitant crowd. "Let us abandon our naivete. One and all, if we do not vanquish him, we shall all perish." With that, he too dashed forward. The trickster, clad in a red mask, raised his twin pistols and remarked with self-deprecation, "I truly wonder what purpose I serve here." Without a backward glance, he surged ahead. With the lead of these 2, the remaining superheroes sighed, ceased their discourse, and hastened towards the precipice of the ice mountain. Standing atop the icy summit, Kal-El gazed down upon the approaching figures with growing disdain for these incessant humans, squandering their precious time and lives. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. Fixing his gaze upon Wonder Woman, who wielded a long sword, he coldly commanded, "It is your turn." Wonder Woman bellowed, "Amazons, prepare for battle." A chorus of Amazonian warriors echoed her battle cry. Steel, with a mournful countenance, observed the colossal ice mountain. Through its crystalline facade, he discerned a diminutive figure trapped beneath, motionless. Yet, a sigh of relief escaped him, for the figure exhibited signs of life, albeit faint. As long as he yet lived, bolstered by Shazam's divine power, recovery was feasible, provided he could be extricated from beneath the ice promptly. "Diana, restrain him," Steel urgently instructed Wonder Woman. "Shazam is still alive. I must rescue him." With a swift motion, Wonder Woman cast aside her sword, brandishing a shield in one hand, and leapt forward, charging towards Kal-El. The Amazonian warriors behind her readied their bows, awaiting Artemis's command. The arrows, imbued with magic, crafted from Amazonian metal, were capable of piercing even the scales of a dragon, making them the most common weapon of the Amazons in battle. "Fire!" Artemis shouted, and dozens of Amazonian warriors released their arrows in unison. A torrent of arrows surged towards Kal-El, their velocity surpassing that of Wonder Woman, enveloping him before she could reach his side. Every Amazon warrior is a master archer, and at this moment, dozens of arrows nearly enveloped Kal-El's entire body. However, those enchanted arrows merely inflicted some pain upon him, without any further effect. Kal-El furrowed his brow and cast a cold glance at the distant Amazons. In the next instant, his eyes blazed with a crimson light, and 2 beams of energy shot past Wonder Woman towards the group of Amazons. "Dodge!" Artemis, with her vast experience, issued the command without hesitation. Kal-El watched as the previously orderly ranks of Amazons suddenly scattered, causing his energy beams to miss their mark, leaving only a large hole melted into the ice. At that moment, Wonder Woman had already approached Kal-El. Without turning to look, she understood the situation and proudly declared that such an attack could not harm the Amazons. "You should focus on yourself." In response, Kal-El launched a powerful punch directly at Wonder Woman's shield. The force sent her flying backward, and he was quick to follow, ready to strike again. Wonder Woman's intent was to draw Kal-El away from the iceberg, allowing Steel and the others to rescue Shazam from the depths below. Being of demigod lineage, She was well aware that Shazam would not perish easily. Kal-El was not oblivious to her intentions, but he remained indifferent. Even if Shazam were to recover, he was confident he could incapacitate him once more, a mere defeated foe. At present, his thoughts were consumed with the desire to snap the neck of the woman before him. With that determination, he surged forward, aiming a punch at her back. The fierce wind rushing past warned Wonder Woman of the punch's might. She swiftly pivoted in midair, facing Kal-El while raising her shield to protect her upper body. Concealing her sword behind the shield, she awaited her moment. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the shield, shattering it. Simultaneously, the sword behind the shield darted forth like a striking serpent, aiming for Kal-El's right eye. Wonder Woman was acutely aware of Kal-El's physical resilience. Thus, she avoided targeting his heart or forehead, opting instead for the comparatively vulnerable eye. If she could pierce it, her next move would ensure his complete blindness, rendering an incapacitated Superman no longer a threat. Kal-El snorted disdainfully and reached to seize the sword. With a clang, the sword embedded itself in the palm of his hand. Although the tip pierced slightly, it could not penetrate any further. "Damn it," Wonder Woman muttered under her breath, suddenly longing for her divine sword. Had it been in her grasp, that strike would have surely pierced through his palm and blinded him. With a firm grip on the hilt of his sword, Kal-El yanked it towards himself, pulling Wonder Woman closer. His other hand shot up, aiming to seize her by the throat. If he succeeded, escape would be nearly impossible. Wonder Woman, fully aware of the peril, remained composed, presenting her sword as her forearms crossed with sudden force. A resounding crack echoed, and a tremendous surge of energy erupted between her arms. The legendary silver bracelets, forged by the fire god Hephaestus from fragments of Zeus's divine shield Aegis, possessed enigmatic power. When the two bracelets collided, they formed a rapidly expanding protective barrier that repelled any aggressor to safeguard the wielder. This maneuver had saved Wonder Woman's life on more than one occasion. Caught off guard, Kal-El was hurled backward by the protective shield, gliding through the air for hundreds of meters before regaining his balance. Yet in the next instant, a shimmering golden lasso suddenly spiraled towards him, its end gripped firmly in Wonder Woman's hand, seemingly capable of infinite extension as it swiftly coiled around Kal-El's neck. Rather than evade, he placed his right palm vertically against his throat. As the lasso of truth approached, he clasped it firmly, releasing himself from its binding. However, his right hand remained ensnared. In the next moment, an odd energy surged through the lasso, climbing his arm and swiftly invading Kal-El's mind, eroding his thoughts and consciousness. "Sleep now, sleep. You are weary. You need rest. Just sleep here, sleep. No one can harm you. This place is safe." As these whispers filled his mind, Kal-El gradually closed his eyes, overwhelmed by a tide of drowsiness. The fatigue and pain he had forcefully suppressed surged back, nearly drowning his will. Yet just then, a sharp sting from the very cells of his body jolted his resolve from the abyss. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to see a glint of cold light approaching. Clang! A crisp sound resonated against his right eye as the tip of Wonder Woman's sword, aimed directly at him, made contact. Seizing the moment while Kal-El was momentarily dazed, she thrust the sword towards his eye. Had he not awakened at that critical moment, the blade would likely have pierced through his eye and into his brain. In the next moment, the sword was halted by his eyelid, and a beam of red light erupted from his left eye, shooting directly towards the nearby Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman could only raise her forearm to shield her face before being struck by the energy beam. The protective silver bracelets safeguarded her from harm. However, the force of the blast sent her hurtling through the air. The energy beam, infused with the fury of Kal-El, relentlessly pushed her hundreds of meters away before gradually dissipating. Her eyes, filled with hatred, emerged from behind the protective silver bracelets, and she witnessed Kal-El shatter his sword, hurling the jagged tip in her direction. With a tearing sound, the sword's tip seemed to slice through space, transitioning from Kal-El's grasp to directly before Wonder Woman in an instant. Had she not raised another silver bracelet in defense, it could have pierced her demigod form. Observing the protective silver bracelet on her forearm and the lasso of truth hanging from her waist, Kal-El remarked, "You certainly possess a variety of tricks, but alas, they are futile. To kill you will suffice." Unyielding, Wonder Woman retorted. Kal-El shook his head, pondering. "I have been contemplating how to more swiftly, simply, and effectively obliterate this planet." A sense of foreboding crept over Wonder Woman as she furrowed her brow. Yet she chose to listen intently. Kal-El gazed upward, expressing, "I have considered piercing the core of this planet and even pushing it toward the sun, but regrettably, time is not on my side." His words left Wonder Woman aghast. She had believed she had adequately assessed his madness, only to realize she had underestimated it. She proclaimed, "This planet shall not be destroyed. It is you who will ultimately meet your demise." Yet, she noted her voice sounded remarkably dry. Kal-El's gaze fixated on her, specifically on the lasso of truth at her waist. "Your rope seems capable of extending quite a distance," he commented. Wonder Woman remained silent. Kal-El continued, "Your silence is inconsequential. After your demise, I shall conduct my own experiment to test its limits." "What do you intend to do?" She could not help but inquire. "Kal-El pointi desquiguard, stating. I plan to bring it down. If successful, I will pull the more distant one closer, or perhaps draw this planet toward the sun, using your lasso." At last, Wonder Woman could no longer contain her horror, exclaiming, "You madman. You are truly insane." She comprehended his intentions. He aimed to use her lasso of truth to pull the moon down and then draw Earth toward the sun. Was this a notion a rational individual could conceive? The troubling reality was that it was indeed feasible, for her lasso could extend indefinitely, and he possessed the strength to accomplish such a feat in a moment of turmoil. Wonder Woman found herself engulfed in confusion, entirely oblivious to the mocking glint in the eyes of Kal-El from a distance. In the next instant, Kal-El soared through the air with a piercing sound, descending upon her. Startled, Wonder Woman raised her arms in preparation for a clash, intending to utilize the power of her protective silver bracelets to repel him. Yet at that moment, two enormous hands grasped her forearms from either side, rendering her efforts to maneuver her limbs futile. As she lifted her gaze, the gaunt visage of Kal-El came into sharp focus, his blue eyes reflecting her own image. He spoke softly, "You can die. It is you who shall perish," seethed Wonder Woman, her arms restrained, yet her spirit ablaze with fury. Suddenly, she tilted her head back and fiercely launched herself towards Kal-El. A resounding thud echoed as their foreheads collided, the immense force compressing the air around them and generating a shockwave. The crown adorning Wonder Woman's brow shattered upon impact, a relic she had taken from the sea goddess Mera after their confrontation. Without the crown, her long hair cascaded down, softening her once formidable presence, though the crimson mark upon her forehead marred her beauty. Even Kal-El was momentarily disoriented by the unexpected collision, yet his grip on her arms remained unyielding. Regaining composure, a glint of cold determination flashed in Kal-El's eyes as he mimicked Wonder Woman's earlier action, tilting his head back before crashing it down towards her face. With a sickening sound, Kal-El's forehead struck her nose, causing her prominent bridge to cave in as crimson blood erupted, splattering across Kal-El's face. The excruciating pain nearly rendered Wonder Woman unconscious. She did not scream, as the initial sensation was numbness, followed by the overwhelming agony that ensued. Kal-El lifted his head, surveying Wonder Woman's pitiful state with not a trace of compassion, then raised his head once more, veins bulging at his neck, and delivered another brutal headbutt. With a thunderous crash, a figure plummeted from above, crashing through the ice. High above, a solitary blue silhouette loomed, observing the unfolding chaos. Chapter 38. The Amazonian Spirit Banner for an ordinary person. A headbutt might merely result in swelling and pain at the point of impact, perhaps even some bleeding, but nothing more. However, Kal-El's headbutt had inflicted disfigurement and unconsciousness upon Wonder Woman. Unfazed, Kal-El showed no intention of sparing her. With a thud, he landed upon the ground where Wonder Woman lay, unconscious and disheveled, her body sprawled across the icy surface, which bore the deep imprint of her fall. With his eyelids slightly lowered, Kal-El gazed down upon Wonder Woman, his eyes betraying a sense of disdain. Gradually, a crimson glow began to manifest, energy coalescing within his eyes. At that moment, he abruptly raised his hand and grasped a long sword that was hurtling toward him from a distance. With a firm grip, the sword shattered into countless fragments, scattering to the ground. Artemis, with a fierce roar, commanded the Amazons to charge. As her voice rang out, a multitude of Amazon warriors surged over the icy hills toward Kal-El. The very sword that had been flung was hers. As the most trusted warrior of the Amazon Queen, Artemis wielded absolute command, second only to the Queen herself. Witnessing her queen in peril, she charged forward without a moment's hesitation. As the onslaught of over 100 Amazon warriors approached, The crimson light in Kal-El's eyes intensified. In the next instant, a searing energy beam erupted forth, traversing thousands of meters and reaching them in an instant. Artemis stood at the forefront, shield in hand, flanked by her fellow warriors, forming a sharp formation with swords in one hand and shields in the other. The energy beam struck Artemis's shield with tremendous force, causing her steps to falter. The Amazon warriors behind her likewise halted, raising their shields in a defensive posture. Suddenly, with a swift motion of her shield, Artemis diverted the two energy beams, sending them ricocheting outward. Simultaneously, the warriors beside her mimicked her actions, adjusting their shields to redirect the beams away. Through several rounds of deflection, the energy beams not only diminished in power, but became widely dispersed, rendering them ineffectual. This tactic had been devised by the Amazons over years of warfare to counter enemy energy assaults, effectively dispersing concentrated high-energy rays. However, the effectiveness of this formation hinged on the strength of the individual facing the beams. Without formidable power, the formation would falter. Even Artemis found herself scorched by Kal-El's energy rays, her shield visibly melting layer by layer. At this juncture, Kal-El closed his eyes, ceasing the output of the energy beams, for even he could not sustain such high-energy missions indefinitely. After all, his eyes were the most vulnerable part of his being. With his eyes shut, Kal-El chuckled softly. How intriguing! As time passed, a myriad of emotions began to surface within him, naturally evolving through his interactions with humanity. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Artemis leading the Amazon warriors toward him. Kal-El cast a glance at Wonder Woman and uttered a tranquil remark. Indeed, you are quite the trickster. With that, a fleeting red glimmer ignited in his eyes, and two brief energy rays struck Wonder Woman's abdomen, causing her to convulse in agony, yet she remained unconscious. Witnessing this, Artemis could not contain her fury and roared in outrage. Scoundrel! She recognized that her adversary was merely venting, for after this act, Kal-El's gaze was fixed upon them, laden with provocation. In the next moment, Artemis leaped high, her sword descending with ferocity, aimed squarely at Kal-El's head. Simultaneously, the other Amazon warriors surged forward, fanning out in a crescent formation to encircle Kal-El. As Artemis soared, those on the ground lunged with precision, their swords aimed at Kal-El's vicinity. This coordinated assault was not intended to slay, but to force the enemy's retreat, thereby granting them the opportunity to rescue their queen. However, contrary to their expectations, Kal-El did not falter. Instead, he inhaled deeply, his right fist extending outward with an apparent lack of force. Yet in the next instant, a tempest erupted around him, and the Amazon warriors felt as if a thunderclap had exploded beside them. Their bodies, seemingly devoid of autonomy, executed their finely honed maneuvers with grave distortion, swaying as though intoxicated, while their swords veered off course. At that moment, Kal-El's right fist had fully propelled forward, warping the very space around it. The air within 100 meters coalesced around his fist, compressing and condensing in a relentless cycle. This phenomenon can be aptly explained in atmospheric terms as high pressure flowing towards low pressure. The immense force emanating from Kal-El's fist continually compressed the surrounding air until, ultimately, the air could no longer withstand the pressure, resulting in an explosion. Boom! A colossal shockwave surged from Kal-El's fist, even though his fist had not made contact with anyone. The charging Amazon warriors were all forcefully repelled. Even Artemis, suspended in midair, felt as though she had been struck head-on by a locomotive, spinning through the air and propelled even farther away. This disparity of overwhelming power sometimes eclipses even the vast distances between celestial bodies. Observing the flung Amazon warriors, Kal-El calmly retrieved the lasso of truth from Wonder Woman's waist. The moment his fingers grazed the lasso, it erupted in a golden radiance, simultaneously sending sharp pangs through his hand. Kal-El frowned, lifting his hand to behold the shimmering lasso. "Do you dare to defy me?" he declared. Seizing the lasso with both hands, his arms bulging with muscle as boundless strength surged forth, suggesting that with a mere pull, nothing could withstand his might. "If you wish to perish, then remain still." Upon uttering those words, he suddenly pulled his hands apart, yet the truth lasso did not break. Instead, it elongated in response to Kal-El's tug. Kal-El disdainfully remarked, "They fear the strong. Bind them." This final command was directed at the truth lasso, for he was aware that the recipient would comprehend his intent. Indeed, the truth lasso began to stretch forth, reaching toward the staggering Amazon warriors in the distance. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Amazon warriors were ensnared, bound together in a chain. It was not that they were foolish enough to allow themselves to be bound. Rather, this artifact had previously been wielded solely by the queen, rendering it nearly impossible for others to access it, a fact proven through trials. Now, as this golden lasso unexpectedly approached, they presumed it was their queen awakening, leading most to refrain from resistance. A small fraction, however, found themselves ensnared before they could react. Only Artemis displayed remarkable quickness. She was the last to be ensnared. Despite her evasive maneuvers, she could not escape the grip of this artifact. In an instant, all present Amazon warriors were bound by the shimmering golden lasso, its divine power quelling any thoughts of rebellion. The next moment, Kal-El, grasping one end of the truth lasso, soared into the sky, with beneath him a multitude of Amazonian warriors strung together. Kal-El's destination was the cosmos. Chapter 39. The guardian of the grave in the distance, Steel was collaborating with Black Manta and others, utilizing Black Manta's energy beams and the demon's fiery breath to melt the immense iceberg. Fortunately, this iceberg was formed from clouds, possessing a relatively low density. Thus progress was swift. Steel hoped that Diana could hold on a little longer. He gazed toward the area where Wonder Woman and Kal-El were engaged in battle. At that moment, Kal-El's figure, rising into the air with the truth lasso, suddenly appeared before everyone. What is that? A string of objects dangling from the rope? It was too far to discern clearly. The onlookers noticed this spectacle, but due to the distance, their view was obscured. However, Steel saw it distinctly. Those objects hanging from the lasso were none other than the Amazon warriors. Diana is dead. Steel's first reaction was one of shock, swiftly followed by another question. What is he planning to do? At that moment, the thrusters behind Steel ignited, and amid the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he shot upward toward Kal-El. Left behind were those bewildered, alongside a few who possessed extraordinary vision and remained silent. Upon seeing Steel approach, Kal-El did not attempt to impede him. After all, he could not deny the debt he owed Steel. Kal-El, what are you intending to do? Steel's voice reached him before his arrival. Without looking back, Kal-El ascended towards greater heights. Beneath him, the lasso of truth ensnared the necks of over 100 Amazonian warriors, causing distress among them. Step aside, Kal-El declared coldly. I shall not kill you, but that does not imply I will not harm you. Steel stood in his path, furious. What you are doing is no different from those who have wronged you. This remark caused Kal-El to furrow his brow as he gazed at Steel, whose solitary remaining eye burned with rage. A smirk crept upon Kal-El's lips. It seems you have forgotten who provoked whom first. This statement dissipated Steel's anger. For as Kal-El pointed out, it was indeed Wonder Woman Diana who had first instigated him. Had it not been for Diana, Kal-El would have been on his way home by now. Reflecting on this, Steel sighed softly. Diana spoke in anger. Her beloved was slain by you, which is why she sought vengeance. Beloved? That fellow from the sea? Indeed, he is Aquaman, Arthur. I have no interest in knowing his name. I can assure you his demise was of his own making. At this juncture, Kal-El paused, contemplating before continuing. Steel, I have suddenly realized that since my escape from that prison, I have scarcely taken the lives of any. Steel fell silent. The world regarded him as an aberration and an adversary, eager to eliminate him. Yet it seemed all overlooked a crucial point. The spark that ignited this conflict was lit 30 years prior, the moment Kal-El was imprisoned. And the one who ignited that spark was humankind itself. Kal-El regarded Steel's fluctuating expression and scoffed lightly. See, you two recognize the crux of the issue. From beginning to end, I have merely been a victim. Steel, you must understand, the greatest perpetrators are indeed your own kind. With that, he disregarded Steel and continued his ascent. Moments later, his voice echoed down once more. Humanity must bear the consequences of its misdeeds. One by one, the Amazonian warriors passed before Steel, who dared not lift his gaze. Had he done so, he would have seen that, despite the constraining lasso making it difficult for them to breathe, there was no agony reflected upon their faces. Of course, there was one exception. Artemis was the last to pass, her resilient spirit temporarily allowing her to resist the lasso's influence, though it was merely a fleeting resistance. Save the queen. Save her. This was the final plea Steel heard. In the next moment, Kal-El abruptly accelerated his flight, breaking through the Earth's atmosphere. Upon reaching outer space, devoid of atmospheric protection, various cosmic radiations began to invade his body, yet these tenuous energies could not penetrate his exterior. The most profound effect came from the unrelenting cold. As his body weakened, he began to feel a trace of chill. At this moment, liberated from the constraints of gravity, the Amazonian warriors began to drift in all directions, influenced by inertia. It was then that Kal-El discovered that these warriors, each adorned with a smile, had long since succumbed to the grips of frozenness. Even the most formidable among them, Artemis, was no exception. Kal-El tugged at the lasso of truth, which began to extend endlessly, with a vigorous flick. The other end of the lasso reached towards the celestial body nearest to Earth. After traversing hundreds of thousands of kilometers, the lasso firmly ensnared itself within a crater on the moon, entwined around the hilt of a longsword. Releasing his grip, Kal-El watched as the lasso gradually retracted, drawing the frozen Amazonian warriors towards the moon. Observing the increasingly distant figures of the Amazon warriors, Kal-El felt neither sorrow nor joy. Yet a question began to surface within the depths of his heart. Were the inhabitants of Krypton, too, adrift in the cosmos? Would their ultimate fate also be one of solitude and cold? However, he understood that such a scenario was implausible. All life on Krypton had likely perished before the planet's explosion, leaving no remnants behind. Yet this thought took root deep within him, refusing to dissipate. Perhaps I am merely the guardian of Krypton's tomb, awaiting my return to collect their remains? Kal-El found this sudden notion far from absurd. Lacking formal education, he possessed no clear concept of right and wrong. The effects of the Book of Life had only preserved the rationality expected of an adult, yet failed to instill in him a sense of morality or a value system. Everything Kal-El did was simply a reflection of his true self. With these thoughts, he gazed into the depths of the starry sky, where countless bodies seemed to float in the vast expanse of the universe, each bearing an emblem upon their chests. In that moment, he felt a surge of disdain for the blue planet beneath him, even contemplating departure. Yet, he had no coordinates for Krypton, nor a spacecraft. With a soft sigh, Kal-El turned to fly towards Earth, deciding it was no longer worth entangling himself with its inhabitants. With the time he had left, returning to Krypton became his utmost priority. Yes, home. As he broke through the atmosphere, Kal-El's figure vanished beneath the clouds. Chapter 40. Kryptonite. When Hal and Batman arrived at the Arctic, Cyborg had just unearthed Shazam from beneath an iceberg. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene and the magnificent crystalline palace in the distance, Hal could not help but exclaim, "What has transpired here? A world war?" "I'm not surprised in the least," Batman's deep voice responded. Cyborg gazed at Batman, who in turn met Cyborg's gaze. It was then that he realized that typically calm, even cold, Cyborg now exuded an air of confusion and frailty, reminiscent of a lost lamb. Batman inquired, "What has transpired?" Cyborg shook his head, pausing for a moment before responding, "The Amazons are gone." "What of Wonder Woman?" Batman pressed further. Cyborg glanced toward the place where Wonder Woman lay unconscious. She remained there, in a state of oblivion. "She is unconscious," he replied. Batman nodded and asked, "What about him?" Cyborg understood precisely whom Batman referred to and lifted his gaze to the heavens, murmuring, at this moment, he must have already hung the Amazons upon the moon. As he spoke, the red light in his left eye began to flicker, swiftly connecting to the satellites above, and a harrowing image materialized before him. As a half-cyborg, Cyborg trembled at the sight. In the largest crater, a long sword stood upright at its center, with a golden rope tightly coiled around its hilt. And at the end of that rope, a group of individuals dangled. A cadre of frozen Amazon warriors floated aimlessly in the void of space, resembling a spectral banner. Cyborg bowed his head, the anguish and regret within him nearly overwhelming. "Thomas, what have I done?" He groaned in despair. "I have unleashed a demon." Beside him, the true demon, Etrigan, glanced skyward and murmured, "No, he is no demon. Even Lucifer is not so formidable." Thomas, unaware of what Cyborg had witnessed, could only speculate. After all, with the two mightiest beings either dying or unconscious, he had ample reason to believe that, had they not stood in the way, he would have arrived only to collect the remains of his comrades. Cyborg looked up at Thomas. "What am I to do?" "Thomas is dead. Tell me what I should do." Batman raised his gaze to the sky, suddenly brandishing a handgun, and before the assembled crowd, he drew a green bullet from his waist. The bullet appeared not to be crafted from metal, its texture oddly resembling that of stone. "Victor, this is not the time for tears," Batman stated sternly. "The final strike can be mine, but for now, I need to speak with him." With that, he turned to Cyborg, who met his gaze. And although uncertain of Batman's confidence, Cyborg nodded solemnly. As Kal-El traversed the clouds and beheld the Arctic ice fields once more, he spotted a familiar aircraft, the very one he had previously left in the Batcave. Its presence indicated that the man in black must also be nearby. In the next moment, he saw Batman standing beside Cyborg, observing him as he had during their time at the base. Batman even greeted Kal-El. Unable to contain his frustration, Kal-El furrowed his brow. "Are you also going to hinder me?" Batman spoke in a grave tone. "I cannot allow you to destroy the Earth. What makes you think you can stop me?" By this, Batman slowly extended his hand, propelling a green stone towards Kal-El. As the stone approached, Kal-El reached out to catch it. Yet as it drew nearer, a sharp pain surged through him, followed by an overwhelming sense of weakness that spread from within. This sensation was all too familiar, having plagued him for 30 years. However, the current affliction was swift and fierce, starkly different from his previous experiences at the base. Kal-El instinctively stumbled back 2 steps, and the stone fell to the ground, rolling a few times before coming to a halt. He was afraid. This thought flickered through the minds of everyone present. How could this godlike figure be afraid? What exhilarating news this was! All eyes turned to the green stone, which appeared to be an ordinary rock, merely colored green. "What is this?" Kal-El furrowed his brow, glancing at the stone and then back at Batman. Batman replied, "This is a stone from your homeland, which I refer to as kryptonite." "Kryptonite?" Kal-El murmured, repeating the name. Suddenly, he crouched down, enduring the pain and weakness, and grasped the kryptonite in his hand. It felt as if he were holding his son, the searing agony nearly eliciting a groan. Yet he did not release it. Instead, he clenched his fist tightly. Batman observed his pale complexion and continued, "How does it feel?" "The Flash has informed me that this substance is your nemesis. It can render you mortal." Kal-El cast a glance at him and slowly nodded. "He is correct. I feel exceedingly weak." Upon hearing this, the crowd behind Batman erupted in joy, with the demon Etrigan exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Let's all attack and slay him." In the next moment, Kal-El's gaze fell upon Etrigan, his icy stare extinguishing the joy within the demon's heart like a bucket of cold water. Kal-El's eyes swept over the assembled superheroes. Each one he looked at instinctively lowered their heads, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Kal-El scoffed, "You heard correctly. This can indeed make me an ordinary man. And then what? You lack even the courage to meet my gaze, yet you wish to kill me? Do you feel worthy?" His words dripped with scorn, igniting fury in the hearts of the onlookers. Yet they hesitated, fearful that Kal-El might be deceiving them. It was not that these heroes lacked courage, but rather that Kal-El's brutal methods had instilled a sense of dread that kept them in check. Upon witnessing this scene, a faint smirk crept across Batman's lips as he continued, "Now, the choice is once again yours, Kal-El. Just as in the Batcave, where I compelled you to make a decision. Do you intend to perish on this planet, or shall you return home to glimpse your final moments of life?" He gestured towards the aircraft behind him, saying, "Behold, I have brought it for you." Kal-El clenched his fists, feeling the searing pain radiating from his palms. If, in the Batcave, humanity and Earth were at a disadvantage, now, as he was faced with another choice, the tables had turned, placing him in the inferior position. After all, he was acutely aware of the effects of kryptonite. Unbeknownst to him, a trickle of blood began to seep from his palm, forming a droplet that fell to the ground. On the pristine, crystalline ice, the vivid red stood out starkly. Chapter 41. The green light of hope. All eyes were drawn to that droplet of blood, except for Kal-El's and Batman's, despite the fact that Shazam and Wonder Woman had just left Kal-El in a dire state. Nothing compared to the shock that this single droplet instilled in the onlookers. Who bleeds? A human. Does a god bleed? Never. Thus, in that moment, Kal-El, in the eyes of the crowd, shed his divine aura, transforming from an invincible deity into a being that could be vanquished. Just as Kal-El was about to voice his choice, an individual sprang into action. The crowd beheld a silver figure suddenly charging toward Kal-El, colliding with him and sending him flying before the figure, with Kal-El in tow, hurtled toward a distant ice mountain. Boom! The already unstable ice mountain shattered completely under the force of the impact, burying both individuals beneath its remnants. Batman, upon recognizing the silver figure, could not help but close his eyes, his brows furrowed in distress. Victor! A groan escaped him, an overwhelming sense of defeat enveloping him. He had never anticipated that the assailant would be Cyborg. In terms of rationality and composure, Cyborg surpassed him. Batman had presumed that Cyborg would share his intention of resolving the matter peacefully, allowing Kal-El, the son of Krypton, to depart. Indeed, this had been Cyborg's initial thought and objective. However, he had overlooked one crucial aspect: Cyborg's inherent humanity. The fall of Atlantis, in many ways, could be deemed just retribution, and Cyborg did not believe that Kal-El was at fault. In fact, he silently applauded him. Yet, the severe injuries inflicted upon Wonder Woman and Shazam, along with the tragic demise of countless Amazonian warriors, deeply resonated with the fragile aspect of Cyborg's humanity. As the one who liberated Kal-El, he naturally bore the weight of all consequences upon himself. This was precisely why he preferred to let Wonder Woman and the Amazon warriors confront Kal-El alone while he prioritized rescuing Shazam from beneath the iceberg. He could not bear to witness the demise of another soul due to Kal-El's actions. Should that occur, he, Cyborg, Victor Stone, would become an unwitting accomplice to murder. However, upon witnessing Shazam's plight and Wonder Woman's disfigurement, an overwhelming guilt surged within him, particularly when he glimpsed the spectral banner on the moon through the satellite. He could no longer suppress the tumult of remorse and regret that threatened to paralyze his very system. Had it not been for Batman's timely arrival, Cyborg might have become the first mechanical being to be slain by his own system, a catastrophic overload born of the fierce conflict between humanity and machinery that would incinerate his CPU. In that moment, when he realized that the once invincible deity had been rendered mortal due to kryptonite, a profound unity between his humanity and mechanistic nature was achieved. The singular objective crystallized: to eliminate Kal-El. As Cyborg made his move, the other eager superheroes could no longer contain themselves and rushed toward the iceberg. They were unaware of Cyborg's sudden initiative, yet they recognized that even they now possessed an opportunity to vanquish the being known as Superman. If such a fate were to befall him, then it must be at their own hands. With this shared resolve, they charged forward without hesitation. Only Hal remained rooted in place, glancing between the crowd and Batman, before suddenly inquiring, "So, is the true victim, is he not?" Batman cast a sidelong glance at him, slowly raising his weapon to eject the magazine. Upon noticing the green glow within, he returned the magazine to its place. Engaging in this dilemma was now devoid of purpose, Batman stated solemnly. Hal furrowed his brow, retorting coldly, "No, it is significant, and it matters greatly." Batman regarded him with a heavy gaze. "He is a victim. What does it change? Can you prevent him from being harmed?" "You cannot." Yet Hal sought to counter, only to be interrupted by Batman's frigid words. "He has now become the perpetrator. Can you stop him from inflicting harm upon others? You still cannot. So tell me, is there any meaning in all of this?" Hal bowed his head, silenced. Batman concluded, "You possess no power, not even that of an ant. If I had power, I could prevent Superman from being harmed and stop him from harming others." Hal lifted his gaze to Batman, his eyes brimming with doubt and inquiry. "Is that truly the case?" Batman nodded solemnly, affirming indeed. Upon hearing this, Hal's confusion dissipated, replaced by a radiant glimmer of hope. Yet regrettably, Batman's chilling words shattered that light completely. Hal lifted his head, eager to retort once more, yet around him, there was no trace of Batman. He scanned the surroundings, but upon the vast, wide expanse of ice, he could still not discern that dark silhouette. Strength! Strength! Hal murmured to himself as he gazed at the distant ice mountain. Suddenly, a violet figure flashed through his mind. Simultaneously, the words of Air Force Major General Medlin echoed in his ears. A glowing ring slipped from his hand and shot into the cosmos. For reasons unknown, Hal was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sensation. That extraterrestrial with purple skin and the luminous ring held the key to the answers he sought. His intuition whispered to him that it represented both power and hope. Hal cast a deep glance at the distant ice mountain, then turned and strode towards the aircraft, intent on discovering his own strength and hope, determined to uphold the justice within him and to make Batman aware that all of this bore significance. Batman observed the aircraft soaring into the distance, his expression inscrutable, before redirecting his gaze back to the distant ice mountain. Just as he had previously conveyed to Cyborg, he would deliver the final blow to Kal-El. It relied upon the kryptonite-infused bullet within his gun. According to his original plan, he would fire at close range once Kal-El made his choice. The bullet would enter through his right eye, traverse his brain, and exit from the left rear of his skull. This was also the reason he had extracted the kryptonite, to irradiate Kal-El as closely as possible, thereby diminishing his powers to assist in executing the shot. However, he had not anticipated Cyborg's intervention. Now, with both of them entombed beneath the ice, how could he possibly fire that shot? How could he strike his target? In that fleeting moment, Batman shut his eyes in anguish and sighed softly. That breath was laden with an array of emotions: resentment, regret, fury, helplessness, and, above all, a murderous intent. Chapter 42. Even if I become mortal, what can you do? Kal-El lay beneath the ice, feeling pain coursing through every inch of his body. Yet he clung desperately to the kryptonite in his hand. Cyborg suddenly rose, casting aside the shards of ice that had settled atop him. His back ignited with azure flames, gradually lifting his form into the air. It was I who released you, allowing you to take so many lives. Today, I shall personally end yours. Cyborg's voice reverberated with a mechanical resonance, his expression devoid of emotion. Even the half of his face that belonged to humanity was shrouded in indifference. To eliminate Kal-El, Cyborg had chosen to seal away his humanity. In that moment, he was a mere machine. Lowering his gaze to Kal-El, his crimson electronic eye completed its scan, revealing a plethora of data that manifested upon Cyborg's retina. At that moment, Kal-El's data reflected that of an ordinary superhuman, comparable at best to Aquaman and Wonder Woman, yet far from the level of overwhelming superiority. It is evident that the exposure to kryptonite has severely weakened him. While the perplexing question for Steelbone remains, why does his adversary persist in clinging to the very stone that could spell his demise? Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. Taking advantage of his vulnerability is the optimal course of action. In the next instant, Steelbone's right arm underwent a sudden transformation. Within a mere fraction of a second, the mechanical structure of his arm underwent countless alterations and reconfigurations, ultimately morphing from a humanoid appendage into a formidable white noise cannon with a caliber exceeding 100 millimeters. This weapon serves as Steelbone's primary offensive tool, capable of unleashing a torrent of white noise that targets the relatively fragile auditory system of his foe, ultimately incapacitating them in battle. Strictly speaking, combat is not Steelbone's forte. The digital realm is his true battlefield, and data is his weapon of choice. Had this confrontation taken place in cyberspace, Kal-El would be no match for Steelbone. Alas, there are no hypothetical scenarios in this dire reality. With a resonant hum, a transparent, circular wave emanated from the cannon's muzzle, enveloping Kal-El's upper body. The intangible white noise pervaded every crevice, penetrating into his auditory canal. Kal-El instinctively curled into himself, feeling as though his head might explode. The relentless white noise was wreaking havoc on his mind, nearly reducing it to a state of utter disarray. Observing Kal-El's contorted form writhing in agony, Steelbone displayed no change in expression, neither joy nor anger. He remained as cold as his moniker suggests. However, his retina was ablaze with streams of data, rapidly refreshing as it scanned Kal-El's current physical condition. Following the deployment of the white noise cannon, Kal-El's bodily metrics had continuously declined, eventually plateauing after several seconds. This indicated that the white noise cannon had inflicted all the damage it could. Under normal circumstances, such a scenario would be unprecedented. Once an adversary's bodily data collapses, it typically spirals downward like a rolling snowball, leading to their demise. Yet, Steelbone was not contending with an ordinary opponent. He was facing Kal-El. With this realization, Steelbone retracted the white noise cannon, reverting his arm back to a humanoid form, and delivered a powerful punch to his foe's face. The impact of his hardened bones sent a jolt of vibration through him. One punch was insufficient, so he followed with another. His iron fists rained down upon Kal-El's face and chest, yet failed to inflict significant harm. Recognizing this, Steelbone's mechanical back shifted, rapidly reassembling into two sturdier arms, preparing to compensate for the lack of damage with sheer volume. In the next moment, the arriving superheroes beheld a striking sight. Steel Bones stood atop Superman, his four arms beating down upon him at an astonishing pace. The relentless rhythm of his strikes made onlookers wince, imagining that had they been in Kal-El's place, they would have been reduced to mere pulp. Suddenly, Steel Bones ceased his assault, standing upright and gazing at the gathered crowd with a calm and rational demeanor. The damage I have inflicted is no longer sufficient. It is now your turn. As he spoke, he seized Kal-El by the neck with one hand, hoisting him from the abyss and unceremoniously casting him before the crowd like a lifeless dog. Thud! Kal-El crashed heavily onto the icy surface, emitting a muffled sound. His face pressed against the ice, the biting cold jolting his muddled mind into clarity. Slowly, he opened his eyes, just in time to behold the throng closing in around him. With a soft sigh, he gradually straightened his posture, his legs naturally folding together, his back erect. This movement, however, startled the onlookers anew, causing their advancing steps to falter, with some even retreating a couple of paces. Ignoring the crowd, Kal-El unclenched his fist, revealing the intact green kryptonite glimmering before everyone. Such hardness! It didn't shatter despite the blow. An extraterrestrial stone, undoubtedly resilient, murmured some, unaware that the reason for the stone's survival lay in the meticulous protection it had received. At that moment, Steel Bones suddenly shouted that he would discard the stone, prompting the crowd to cry out for his demise. No sooner had he uttered these words than his arm transformed into a long blade, slicing towards the nape of Kal-El's neck. Simultaneously, the startled onlookers unleashed their most formidable powers and abilities upon the seated figure of Kal-El. The red ray of the mana ray, the fiery breath of Intelligent, the tip of the death knell-long knife had somehow already pierced Kal-El's throat. Even bullets arced through the air, accompanied by arcs of flame and the thick, foul venom of various creatures. Yet, Kal-El remained motionless, gazing at the green kryptonite resting in his palm, apparently indifferent to the impending onslaught. Even the distant Batman, who had been observing, instinctively released his finger from the trigger, convinced that Kal-El, stripped of his steel body, could not possibly survive such an onslaught. Boom! A cacophony of energies converged, erupting into a tremendous torrent of force. In an instant, Kal-El was enveloped by the violent wave of energy, his gaunt form vanishing from sight. The crowd recoiled, eager to avoid the ensuing chaos. Intense vibrations began to radiate outward, the already fractured ice surface crumbling further into the depths below, triggering a chain reaction that destabilized the entire structure of the ice field. Of course, at this moment, the crowd remained oblivious to the unfolding events, their gazes fixated on the epicenter of the explosion, anxiously awaiting the outcome. The explosion arrived with ferocity, departing just as abruptly, as though the violent energy had been expended in an instant, leaving no residual force to sustain it, rendering the blast feeble. Gradually, the dense smoke began to dissipate, and the crowd's vision cleared, vanished, disappeared, not even a trace left behind. The crimson eye of Steel Bone flickered with a haunting red light as he meticulously scanned the icy expanse before him. Indeed, no figures were discernible on the surface, and even beneath the ice, he strained to perceive any signs of life, yet found none. He murmured, "Are they truly dead?" His words seemed to seal a conclusion for Kal-El, igniting a fervent uproar among the crowd, who erupted into cheers, embracing one another in celebration. Only Steel Bone remained skeptical, yet a flicker of exhilaration coursed through him. That individual, that alien, that demon was truly gone. At that moment, a small object descended from the heavens, crashing onto the ice and capturing everyone's attention. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be about the size of a palm, resembling a stone that radiated a soft green glow. Green light. Almost in unison, the crowd looked up. There, high above, stood a figure silhouetted against the sun. The light refracted around him, obscuring his features. Yet, a familiar voice resonated through the air, sending a shiver down the spines of all who heard it. "Even if I have become mortal, what can you do? The opportunity is yours. Your own inadequacies are to blame. Henceforth we are even." Chapter 43. A bloodbath as Kal-El's words faded. He vanished in a thin air, only to reappear on the ground, striding directly towards the manta ray. The massive creature's two red eyes fixated intently on Kal-El, instinctively retreating as he approached. Not merely the creature, but those nearby also found themselves subconsciously stepping back, deliberately distancing themselves from the two to avoid collateral damage. Suddenly, Kal-El moved, appearing before the manta ray in an instant. Without uttering a word, his eyes ignited with a crimson glow, signaling the imminent release of energy beams. The manta ray, startled, instinctively allowed its own eyes to emit a similar red luminescence. In the next moment, the manta ray initiated the attack, unleashing a concentrated energy beam from its eyes toward Kal-El. With a scoff, Kal-El retaliated, unleashing two energy beams of his own. The clash was fierce, the energies colliding and merging, ultimately neutralizing one another, even causing the surrounding air to emit a charred odor. A cry of distress escaped the manta ray's helmet, revealing that while the beams emanated from its modified armor, beneath it lay an ordinary individual, who felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort facing Kal-El. Step by step, Kal-El advanced toward the manta ray. With each movement, his energy beams pressed closer, the point of intersection shifting steadily toward the manta ray. At that moment, Steelbone made his move. His right arm retained the semblance of a long sword, soaring high before descending with fierce precision. Even the spine of the blade manifested a series of jet nozzles, now emitting a pale blue flame that augmented the sword's velocity. This strike was swift, accurate, and merciless, appearing in the blink of an eye at Kal-El's nape, plunging deeply into flesh. A gasp. It was only when the blade penetrated that the air resonated with the sound of tearing. Kal-El furrowed his brow, his energy surging dramatically, causing the energy beam to thicken and propel toward the manta ray. At this moment, the manta ray knelt, wisps of white smoke emanating from its form, particularly from the colossal helmet, which began to melt away. Yet, the energy beam showed no sign of ceasing. It was not that it desired to stop, but rather that it could not afford to. Everyone understood that if the manta ray halted for even an instant, it would be reduced to ashes by Kal-El's energy beam. As the steel-boned hand slice struck Kal-El's neck, the others could no longer remain passive and sprang into action. The formidable bell tower, possessing extraordinary martial prowess, drew his long sword once more, vanishing into the crowd, only to reappear behind Kal-El. It was then that he realized the steel-bone slice had become ensnared by Kal-El's muscles, rendering it immovable. Observing this, Bell Tower pressed the sharp blade against the most vulnerable point at the back of Kal-El's head, a favored target of his, intending to pierce from below and break through the crown, embodying a cruel beauty. Bell Tower roared, his hands gripping the sword, his body twisting into a coil of force akin to a spring. The initial velocity of the blade surpassed even that of a bullet. The tip pressed against the back of Kal-El's head, penetrating the skin, yet colliding with the skull beneath. Thud! Upon hearing this sound, Bell Tower's expression shifted as he attempted to withdraw, only to discover that his leg had been ensnared by a golden lasso. The truth lasso. As soon as the words left his lips, Kal-El abruptly swung his arm, sending the lasso soaring into the sky, along with Bell Tower. In the next moment, as Kal-El's arm forcefully descended, Bell Tower plummeted toward the ground, his frail body colliding violently with the solid ice, producing a sound akin to a deflating balloon. Simultaneously, the steel-bone figure was also sent flying by a kick from Kal-El, yet his hand slice remained firmly grasped by Kal-El, resulting in the shattering of the steel-boned arm. The hand slice lingered briefly in Kal-El's grip before he hurled it like a javelin. The head of the demon Trajan was pierced by the hand slice, his body propelled by the immense force it carried, colliding with the conman. Naturally, the conman's head was also penetrated by the hand slice, their heads appearing as if strung together like fish balls skewered upon the icy expanse. At this moment, the black manta ray was nearly lying on the ground, and Kal-El's energy beam had failed to incinerate him. Instead, his own energy ray was close to searing his own flesh. Kal-El stood before the black manta ray, gazing down from his elevated position, his eyes ablaze with energy as he slowly directed the beam towards the creature's head. Filled with despair, the black manta ray let out a furious roar, expending all his strength, only to see the energy in his eyes gradually dissipate. In the next instant, Kal-El's twin crimson beams penetrated his helmet, piercing through the black manta ray's skull. After executing this act, he did not close his eyes but instead raised his head in a grimace, turning his gaze towards the distance, as the two beams shot forth in tandem with a stare. As if to unleash all the pent-up fury within. Kal-El roared maniacally, his head swiveling, causing the energy rays to suddenly spread across the icy expanse before him. The violent energy incinerated everything in its path into ashes, including the superheroes who were frantically fleeing. Within mere seconds, no one remained standing before Kal-El. The red glow gradually faded, and the raging energy diminished, leaving the ice field eerily silent and oppressive, now littered with corpses. In the distance, Batman observed this scene, tightening his grip on the gun in his hand. Panting heavily, Kal-El struggled with the immense burden of energy he had released, especially given his current physical condition, which could be likened to running on empty. Just then, a flippant voice suddenly broke the tension. "Oh dear, how tragic." In the next moment, a yellow figure abruptly appeared before Kal-El, accompanied by a red figure that seemed unable to control its speed, sliding a short distance across the ice. These two were none other than the Flash and Reverse Flash, who had raced from the Batcave to the Arctic. Chapter 44. Settled accounts. Tisk tisk tsk. What a pitiful sight. Reverse Flash remarked playfully, gazing at Kal-El. "You are Superman, the beacon of humanity, the light of the world. How could you end up in such a state?" His remark referred to Kal-El's current predicament. Indeed, Kal-El looked utterly wretched, his battle suit in tatters, his cape resembling something gnawed by a dog. And even the steel visage was smeared with dirt and blood, though the blood was not his own. "Do you realize how you appear right now? Like a stray dog on the verge of being beaten to death for a morsel of food, hiding in the shadows beneath a bridge, licking your wounds, awaiting death's arrival, while silently praying to be reborn as a human." Reverse Flash laughed uproariously, seemingly both surprised and delighted by Kal-El's current state. The Flash gazed at the current state of Kal-El, his expression grim. Yet, unlike previous instances, he did not exhibit excessive concern for Kal-El. Reverse Flash, sensing the Flash's hesitation, raised his voice and inquired, "What troubles you, Flash? Is he not your dearest friend? How can you remain indifferent upon witnessing his transformation? Is it because enough, Zoom?" The Flash retorted furiously, "What do you truly desire?" "What do I desire?" Reverse Flash grinned menacingly. "Perhaps the question should be, what do you desire? Isn't this all the consequence of your own actions, Flash?" His words struck like a bolt of lightning, jolting the Flash's heart. In that instant, a multitude of memories surged forth, memories he had deliberately obscured since his arrival in this world. For instance, the one who altered the timeline was not Reverse Flash, but rather the Flash himself. Seeing the turmoil etched upon his face, Reverse Flash grew increasingly exhilarated. "Have you truly forgotten? Who altered the timeline to save his mother? Who was it? Was it I? Oh no, it was not. Then who could it be? It was you, Flash." The Flash's body quivered at Reverse Flash's proclamation, and he murmured, "No, that cannot be. I merely sought to save my mother. How could such monumental changes have arisen?" Reverse Flash feigned sympathy. "Oh, how could it be? He simply longs for his mother too much. He did not intend for this. Furthermore, as long as his mother lives, the fate of others is of no consequence." At this juncture, his tone abruptly shifted, growing venomous. "The lives of others do not matter in the slightest. No, it is not like that." The Flash vehemently shook his head, though his protest felt hollow. Reverse Flash spread his arms wide, exclaiming, "Behold this scene. It is all your handiwork, entirely due to you." The Flash surveyed the ground littered with corpses, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Reverse Flash vanished and reappeared before the Flash, prodding his chest with a finger, enunciating each word. "The one they should have eliminated is you." "No, it is not like that." The Flash crouched down, cradling his head in his hands, burying his face between his arms, appearing thoroughly tormented. Reverse Flash, reveling in his triumph, cast a glance at him before abruptly materializing before Kal-El, pointing at the Flash. "Did you hear? It is all his doing. He transformed you from a revered superhero into this wretched state. Entirely him." Kal-El regarded Reverse Flash coolly and replied. And then, taken aback, Reverse Flash asked, "Do you not wish to kill him?" Upon hearing this, Kal-El shook his head. "He saved me. I cannot bring myself to kill him." The smugness on Reverse Flash's face evaporated, yet he quickly pointed at Cyborg in the distance. "He saved you too, yet you did not hesitate to sever his hand. Indeed, You assert that you would not take his life. However, you could certainly subject him to torment. Precisely. Observing the growing excitement in Reverse Flash, Kal-El once again shook his head, stating, I have settled matters with him, but not with you. The former referred to Cyborg, while the latter indicated the Flash. Reverse Flash paused, bewildered. Settle matters? Did I miss something? No matter, you have also resolved matters with that man in the red suit. He altered the timeline, transforming you into this state, and then saved you, thus balancing the scales. Am I correct? Now you may proceed to torment him. Go. In the next instant, Kal-El's hand abruptly grasped Reverse Flash's neck, lifting him into the air with sudden force. Rather than end your life, I would prefer to eliminate you. No sooner had the words left his lips than Kal-El felt a sudden lightness in his grip. Reverse Flash had inexplicably escaped from his hold and now stood 10 meters away, clutching his throat and coughing. At that moment, the Flash interjected, he speaks the truth. We are indeed even. You owe me nothing. Rather, I owe you. Were it not for my actions, you would not be in this predicament. Kal-El turned to him. I informed you upon our first meeting that you have mistaken me for someone else. I am not Clark. However, your intervention is a matter of fact. The Flash bowed his head, falling silent. Kal-El then inquired, do you intend to return? Return where? The Flash hesitated, then realized, you mean to correct the timeline? Kal-El nodded. Yet, the Flash glanced at Reverse Flash, who coldly remarked, with me here, he ought to abandon that notion. Kal-El regarded Reverse Flash, implying that in order for him to return, one must eliminate you? Reverse Flash grinned, revealing his teeth indeed. No sooner had he spoken than Kal-El leaped to his side, extending his powerful hands toward Reverse Flash. Yet, Reverse Flash made no attempt to evade. Instead, he regarded Kal-El with calm amusement. Just as Kal-El believed he had secured his grasp, feeling the warmth of his opponent's neck, Reverse Flash suddenly vanished from his sight, only to reappear behind him, gently pushing Kal-El off balance. Even if you are indeed Superman, do not presume you can capture me, especially in your current state. Reverse Flash crossed his arms, standing nonchalantly, an expression of disdain upon his face. Huh, a man on the brink of death. Kal-El furrowed his brow and turned to the Flash. Are you not swifter than him? The Flash awkwardly shook his head. Kal-El pondered for a moment before saying, I shall step away for a moment. You follow him, do not let him escape. Oh, such words pique my curiosity. Reverse Flash interjected before the Flash could respond. I am eager to know what means you possess to contend with me, Superman. The Flash, too, was intrigued, yet he posed a different question. Why do you wish to assist me? Kal-El regarded him, awaiting his fate. I have settled matters with you as well. But what of Thomas? Kal-El remained silent, his gaze fixed upon a distant patch of ground where a radiant green stone lay. When Batman had entrusted the kryptonite to him, their accounts had been settled. Chapter 45, Nothing Can Bind Time. The green kryptonite emitted a luminous glow, appearing exquisitely delicate, and it was difficult to fathom that such a diminutive object could reduce a godlike figure like Superman to the status of a mere mortal. Kal-El cast a glance at the kryptonite before soaring into the sky, stirring a tempest that parted the clouds, vanishing into the heights above. Reverse Flash observed the spot where Kal-El had disappeared, exclaiming in admiration, indeed, he is Superman. He flies faster than anyone else. The Flash could not help but roll his eyes, addressing Reverse Flash. Swan, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Reverse Flash shot him a sidelong glance. You truly squander my affection. Can you not perceive that my sole desire is to torment you? Is it necessary to transform the world into this state for your torment? The Flash retorted, anger evident in his voice. Oh, come now. Reverse Flash exclaimed, brother, you cannot say that. The state of this world is your doing. I merely made slight alterations. It is impossible. There is no impossibility. Reverse Flash interrupted. Breaking the sound barrier creates a sonic boom. And you have breached the barrier of time, thus generating a temporal explosion. The distortion effect will radiate outward from that moment, displacing everything just a fraction, merely a tiny fraction. Yet that is sufficient to alter the course of events. Silence. The Flash roared, transforming into a crimson gold blur as he lunged at Reverse Flash, who likewise became a golden streak, engaging in a race. The two vibrant trails sped across the Arctic tundra at speeds exceeding that of sound, intermittently exchanging blows. However, it was evident that the Flash was at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Batman finally emerged from his hiding place, approaching Cyborg, who lay with a severed arm, still crackling with electric sparks. Batman crouched beside him. "Are you all right, Cyborg?" Cyborg, though appearing tragic, retained his humanity as long as his human heart and mechanical systems remained intact. "We have lost, Batman," he stated, his voice softening, no longer the cold, synthetic tone of before, reflecting his human side, gaining control. Batman shook his head. "We have not lost. Everyone is dead. Shazam, Wonder Woman, the Amazons, Clock King, Black Manta, Trickster. They're all gone." Cyborg recounted the fallen. "We have completely lost." Batman continued to shake his head. "I insist, we have not lost." Cyborg's crimson electronic eyes suddenly brightened. "Why?" Batman stated, "That child possesses the ability to save everything. All those who have perished will return, and all will be restored to its former state." Steel looked at Batman, his voice tinged with excitement. "Then why? What is he waiting for?" "Reverse Flash," Batman replied calmly. "Only by eliminating Reverse Flash can everything revert to normal." "Is that all it takes?" Steel inquired. Indeed. As soon as Batman's words fell, Steel abruptly stood upright. Scanning the vicinity, but finding no trace of Reverse Flash or the Flash, he asked, "Where are they?" "Perhaps they have gone to Antarctica," Batman remarked casually. "How do we deal with someone we cannot even touch?" Steel exclaimed. Batman gazed skyward, murmuring, "There is no rush. He claims to have a solution. Let's first observe his approach." Steel also looked up into the heavens, aware of whom Batman referred to. With a sigh, he solemnly stated, "Does he still wish to assist us?" "He does," Batman affirmed decisively, "but not for us. Rather for him, the Flash." "Why is that? Did you not hear him earlier?" "He owes a child. Yet, we have also saved him. Does he not owe us?" Steel glanced at his severed arm. Batman replied, "Since he took on the kryptonite, he no longer owes me. You attempted to kill him once, but alas, you failed. He does not owe you either. Fortunately, he still owes that child." "Indeed, fortunate." Just then, two streaks of red and yellow flashed before them, revealing the Flash and Reverse Flash. Reverse Flash stood firmly, while the Flash glided to a halt after a considerable distance, illustrating the disparity between them. "Thomas, Victor, help me capture him. Once we have him, I can re-enter the Speed Force and alter the timeline. Everything will revert to its original state." Steel felt a stir within, as his database lacked information on Reverse Flash, leaving him unaware of his abilities. This did not align with his combat style, regardless of what Superman had to counter such a speedster. He felt compelled to personally test the opponent's speed and capabilities. In the next moment, Steel charged towards Reverse Flash with remarkable speed. Yet a peculiar occurrence unfolded. No matter how he accelerated, he remained a meter behind Reverse Flash. After several seconds, Steel sighed, gradually coming to a stop, only to realize that the opponent had merely been circling him. Despite appearing to have traversed thousands of meters, they had ultimately returned to the same spot. Steel turned to the Flash and shook his head. "Are you not going to try again? Perhaps next time on my trip? Or sprain my ankle?" "Ha ha!" Reverse Flash laughed boastfully. Yet, in the next instant, his figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear 3 meters away. As he stood in his previous position, a shadow descended from the heavens, crashing onto the ground and suddenly splintering into countless fragments. Looking up, Reverse Flash beheld that Kal-El had mysteriously appeared above them, wielding a golden lasso. In the higher skies behind him, corpses cascaded like meteors. The one that had just struck the earth was among them. These bodies were those of the Amazons, previously hung on the moon as a summons banner. Upon seeing the lasso in Kal-El's grasp, Reverse Flash erupted into uproarious laughter. "The lasso of truth? You intend to bind me with that? Ha ha!" His laughter resonated with exaggerated mirth, bordering on absurdity. The Flash remarked to Kal-El, "It is futile. While it is true that those ensnared by the lasso of truth find it arduous to escape, the prerequisite is that you must first ensnare them, and that is an impossibility." Kal-El cast a sidelong glance at him, responding, "Nothing is impossible." However, the Flash shook his head, insisting, "You do not comprehend. Nothing can restrain time, and he transcends time itself." Chapter 46, Power. Capable of piercing time, Reverse Flash ceased his laughter, instead applauding the Flash, exclaiming, "Your words are truly splendid." The Flash's countenance darkened, turning away to avoid witnessing the smug expression of Reverse Flash. At that moment, the bodies of the Amazons began to plummet around them, having been frozen into ice in outer space, now falling back to Earth under the influence of gravity, crashing heavily onto the icy surface, fracturing into heaps of debris. The group gazed at the remnants beneath their feet, their expressions darkening. Mere hours prior, these individuals have been vibrant and lively, their comrades united against Superman. Yet now, not a single intact body remained, evoking profound sorrow and dismay. Suddenly, a rotund object rolled to a stop near Batman, revealing itself to be a blue eyeball. Had it still been nestled in its socket, it would have been a striking orb, but now, rolling alone, it appeared rather eerie. Batman regarded the eyeball, and it seemed to gaze back at him. Who says nothing can bind time? Batman murmured. Just then, Kal-El flicked his wrist, sending the lasso of truth spiraling toward Reverse Flash, effortlessly encircling his neck before swiftly constricting. In the next instant, Reverse Flash's form began to dissolve within the lasso, re-emerging moments later not far away, still with arms crossed, exuding an air of irreverence. So close, just a smidgen, he lamented, gesturing in a manner that would drive a Korean to madness. High above, Kal-El gently shook his hand, and the lasso of truth slithered forth like a golden serpent, once again lunging towards Reverse Flash. It was fortunate that the lasso, being a divine artifact, possessed its own sentience. Otherwise, Kal-El might have struggled to master this pliable tool. However, no matter how swift the lasso was, it always seemed to lag just behind Reverse Flash, ensnaring only the fleeting shadows of his form. Each time, Reverse Flash would materialize at a different location, mockingly declaring that Kal-El was almost successful. At this point, the Flash could no longer contain himself. He seized one end of the lasso and transformed into a crimson blur, charging at Reverse Flash. Unlike before, this red apparition was now accompanied by a golden tail. The moment the lasso was in his grasp, the Flash felt his worries dissipate. He had initially feared that the lasso's extension speed would not match his own, and he was concerned about being ensnared by it. However, it now seemed that his apprehensions were unfounded. With the lasso in hand, he was confident that he could bridge the gap between himself and Reverse Flash. Overwhelmed with excitement, he exclaimed, "Well done, Kal." Reverse Flash, hearing this, smirked and retorted, "Isn't it Clark?" With that, he abruptly vanished from view, leaving no trace, not even an afterimage, a testament to his speed at its peak. Simultaneously, the Flash's own afterimage also disappeared, leaving only the golden tail trailing into the distance. Batman, observing this, felt a surge of elation. There would be no more worries about Reverse Flash eavesdropping on their conversation. "Cyborg, I have a plan to capture Reverse Flash," he announced loudly, deliberately ensuring Kal-El could hear him. Kal-El had no intention of landing just yet. He was focused on the direction in which the lasso extended. Just as he was about to pursue, Batman's voice halted him. He addressed Cyborg. "Cyborg, you once merged with a mother box. The mother box is you, and you are the mother box. Can we understand it this way?" Cyborg nodded slightly, while Kal-El remained unfamiliar with the concept of a mother box but refrained from asking. Batman continued, "If my information is correct, you should possess the capabilities of a mother box, correct? Such as?" Cyborg inquired. "Such as controlling gravity." Upon hearing this, Cyborg's eyes widened in realization, the crimson hue of his left eye flickering intensely. He understood Batman's intent, and his internal supercomputer began to process data at an astonishing rate. He needed this information to substantiate the viability of his theory. Was there truly nothing that could bind time? No, there was indeed something that could. Gravity. Regardless of whether Reverse Flash's abilities lay in speed or time manipulation, altering the gravitational constant could effectively curb his velocity. Truly remarkable. "Batman," Cyborg murmured in admiration, only to notice that Batman was staring blankly in the direction of the lasso's extension. "What's wrong?" Cyborg inquired. Batman regained his composure and inquired about the extent of gravitational control. Steel contemplated for a moment and remarked that if he possessed the mother box, he could potentially manipulate the entire Arctic. However, under the current circumstances, his influence was limited to a mere 100 meters. Far too insufficient. Batman furrowed his brow. A diameter of 100 meters would hardly suffice against a speedster like Reverse Flash, who could traverse that distance in less than a millisecond. In such a fleeting moment, it would be exceedingly difficult to restrain him. Moreover, this method could only be employed once. Should Reverse Flash become aware, the situation would become dire. At that juncture, Kal-El suddenly interjected, asking whether Steel could shape the gravitational field. What did he mean by that? Steel looked up, only to see Kal-El's silhouette against the sun. His face obscured. Batman's expression relaxed, as he comprehended Kal-El's implication. If the gravitational area could be formed into a corridor, a width of 5 meters would suffice, allowing the length to be extended. Noticing Kal-El's silence, Batman smiled and remarked. Steel closed his eyes to calculate, then opened them, nodding in affirmation that with a 5-meter width, the length could be controlled up to 1,000 meters at most. Batman clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "That's sufficient. Now we await his return." Steel queried, "How can you be so certain he will come back?" Batman responded confidently, "Because his audience is right here." Indeed, scarcely had Batman's words faded when Kal-El perceived the lasso of truth tightening in his grasp, while two indistinct figures emerged in the distance. Observing this, Batman couldn't help but comment, "Fortunately, their color differences are stark. Otherwise, it would be challenging to distinguish them." Steel calmly reassured, "No matter. A 5-meter wide gravitational corridor will adequately encompass both individuals." "Indeed," Batman nodded. "According to our earlier plan, we shall await your signal." Steel acknowledged with a grunt, his gaze fixed intently on the two rapidly approaching silhouettes, his left eye glowing red as he frantically calculated the data. Reverse Flash, brimming with confidence, glanced at the Flash, who lagged a pace behind. That single pace felt like an insurmountable chasm. No matter how desperately the Flash tried, he could never catch up. The lasso of truth in Reverse Flash's grasp extended like an extension of his arm, yet it perpetually fell short of making contact. As the Flash had articulated, the lasso could bind all things, yet it could not constrain time, and Reverse Flash's power was the manipulation of time itself. Although the lasso could extend indefinitely, it could not withstand the influence of time. Now was the moment. With a furious roar, Steel erupted like a blossoming flower, his entire armor revealing the vulnerable organs and components beneath. Simultaneously, an immense wave of energy surged from him, and Kal-El witnessed a gravitational corridor suddenly manifest, enveloping both the Flash and Reverse Flash within its grasp. The gravitational channel resembles a canyon nestled within the mountains, flanked by the undulating walls of spatial folds. Beyond these walls lies an area where gravity adheres to its usual constants, while within, the gravitational constants have been altered by Steel. Within this variable gravitational zone, both the Flash and Reverse Flash initially react not by being crushed to the ground by the altered gravitational forces, but instead find themselves soaring towards the sky. Though their speed is astonishing, their flailing movements are quite comical, particularly the sudden terror that washes over Reverse Flash's face as he realizes he is floating. Indeed, Steel has not increased the gravitational constant. Rather, he has driven it to approach zero. It is well understood that in a gravity-free environment, the most terrifying aspect is not being annihilated by radiation or succumbing to the frigid, oxygen-deprived atmosphere, but rather the absence of any surface to push against. Once the points of leverage are lost, everything will drift eternally in a singular direction at its initial velocity. At this moment, Reverse Flash finds himself in such a predicament. Previously, during discussions between Batman and Steel, a divergence of opinion arose. Steel proposed to amplify the gravitational constant to create a zone of overwhelming gravity to restrain Reverse Flash's speed, ultimately binding him with the lasso of truth. Conversely, Batman suggested the contrary, to infinitely reduce the gravitational constant, allowing everything within that region to float, thereby eliminating any points of leverage. No matter how swift Reverse Flash may be, he would be constrained to a fixed velocity in a singular direction. Ultimately, Batman succeeded in persuading Steel, resulting in the current scenario. This was an eventuality that Reverse Flash had never anticipated, had Steel's plan been enacted, with Reverse Flash's ability to manipulate time. Escaping from that area would have been a trivial matter, merely a question of time. Yet, under the present circumstances, even if he were to slow the flow of time, or even freeze it, he could not alter his trajectory or speed. Even if he were to linger in that region for millennia, nothing would change. At this moment, Kal-El has extended his arms to block Reverse Flash's path, forming a circular loop with the lasso of truth, patiently awaiting Reverse Flash's inevitable entrapment. The absence of gravity poses no hindrance to him, for he can fly. Thus, even Kal-El cannot help but admire Batman's cunning strategy. In a fraction of a second, regardless of Reverse Flash's struggles, he is unable to prevent his head from smoothly entering the lasso of truth. The divine power of the lasso seizes control of Reverse Flash's mind, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. In the next instant, Steel suddenly kneels, his armor retracting once more, and the variable gravitational zone vanishes instantaneously, causing everything that had been floating to return to the Earth's embrace. Fortunately, at this juncture, the Flash has already burst forth from that area, crashing heavily onto the icy surface and sliding several hundred meters before gradually coming to a halt. Kal-El, you may release him now. Batman observed Kal-El hovering in the air, while Reverse Flash dangled midair, ensnared by the lasso of truth that constricted around his neck, turning his complexion a deep shade of purple. Kal-El, however, paid no heed to Batman, but instead cast his gaze toward the distant Flash. In a swift motion, a crimson blur materialized beside Batman. "This idea of yours is truly remarkable," exclaimed the Flash, his excitement palpable. "It's almost unfathomable, simply miraculous." Batman gave a firm pat on his shoulder, the sharp pain serving to temper the Flash's exhilaration, prompting him to offer an awkward smile. "What are your plans now?" Batman inquired. The Flash turned his attention to his nemesis. This was not the first time he had captured him. Yet previously, Reverse Flash had always managed to escape. This time, he could not afford to fail. He called out, "Swan, is there any way for me to regain my speed force?" With vacant eyes, Reverse Flash muttered, "Kill me. What else do you suggest?" "There is no other way." Upon hearing this, Batman raised his firearm, aiming it at Reverse Flash. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the Flash. "I can take care of it." The Flash sighed, preparing to respond. In the next instant, the sharp crack of a gunshot echoed across the icy expanse, a green bullet piercing through Reverse Flash's forehead. Reverse Flash Albert Thawne, a man faster than the Flash himself, met his demise at the very bullet he held in disdain. Kal-El sensed the radiation from the kryptonite emanating from Reverse Flash and turned to Batman, only to find Batman gazing back at him. In a low tone, Batman affirmed, "Indeed, that bullet was made of kryptonite. Was it prepared for me?" "Absolutely." As soon as Batman finished speaking, Kal-El raised his hand, sending the other end of the lasso of truth soaring into the sky, accompanied by the severed head of Reverse Flash. Thud! The headless corpse crashed heavily onto the ice, while the head tumbled a kilometer away. Kal-El regarded the lasso of truth in his hand as if it were mere refuse, casually discarding it. For it was no longer of any use to him, nor did it suit him. Casting a calm glance at the faces of the three, Kal-El stated, "We are even." Batman nodded in agreement. "Even?" The synthesized electronic voice of Cyborg chimed in. "So am I." Only the Flash looked up at Kal-El with a twinge of sadness, a complex array of emotions flashing in his eyes as he finally sighed. "We are alike in that regard. What do you intend to do next?" Batman asked. As the moment of choice had arrived once more for Kal-El, Kal-El did not respond immediately, but surveyed his surroundings before suddenly asking, "Where's my aircraft?" Upon hearing his words, the Flash faintly perceived Batman beside him gently exhaling. Yet, he understood, since Kal-El had voiced such a sentiment. It indicated his decision to depart from Earth in search of his home planet, Krypton. This, in turn, meant that no more lives would be lost. What a delightful resolution indeed, the Flash remarked with a smile, acknowledging that due to his selfishness, the world had descended into chaos, but fortunately, he could soon rectify it. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Thomas. You are far more formidable than Bruce. And you, Cyborg, you remain Victor, though, a new Victor. Lastly, I apologize for transforming you in this manner, Clark. Simultaneously, it's a pleasure to meet you, Kal-El." Chapter 48. The Flash cannot live. Either the death of Reverse Flash brought only a fleeting sorrow to the Flash, swiftly replaced by the exhilaration of hard-won victory. He excitedly bid farewell to the three individuals present, for he was about to enter the Speed Force to amend the chaotic timeline wrought by his actions. The three standing before him were destined to vanish from this universe, as this was not a parallel world, but the very essence of their reality, merely a timeline thrown into disarray. Once the timeline restored itself, these three would cease to exist. Thus, his heart was a tumult of excitement and melancholy. Batman Thomas extended his hand, clutching a folded sheet of paper. "Barry, please deliver this to Bruce." The Flash, Barry Allen, paused momentarily before solemnly accepting the letter with both hands. It was a single sheet, and although it remained unopened, the dense impressions on it revealed Thomas had much to express to his son, yet ultimately, it was encapsulated in this slender piece of paper. Barry nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, I will personally deliver it to Bruce." Thomas uttered no further words, his brow furrowed, concealing his thoughts. Cyborg had been sluggish since the earlier events, akin to a machine nearing depletion, both in movement and speech. The exertion of manipulating gravity had evidently drained a significant amount of his energy. However, the defeat of Reverse Flash had improved his spirits. He inquired of the Flash, "Barry, in your timeline, is my father still alive?" Barry slowly shook his head. "Victor, you and those around you have not been significantly affected. There have been no major changes." Understanding the implication, Cyborg nodded silently. Finally, Barry turned his gaze to Kal-El, opening his mouth, yet uncertain of what to convey. He reached out, intending to pat his arm. However, Kal-El gently floated backward, evading Barry's gesture of goodwill. Barry could only nod in response, as golden red arcs of electricity began to flicker around his body, signaling his readiness to enter the Speed Force. In the next moment, he could transform into a fleeting golden red shadow, vanishing before the eyes of those present. Everything that had transpired over the past few days would revert to nothingness, returning to the original timeline. At that juncture, Batman would once again be Bruce Wayne, rather than Thomas Wayne. Similarly, Superman would revert to Clark Kent, instead of Kal-El. Witnessing this scene, Kal-El gazed vacantly at the sky. He had yet to return to Krypton to examine the remains of his kin, which floated within the cosmos, awaiting his reclamation. All these lingering regrets would soon solidify into eternity. Contemplating this, he felt an urge to implore Barry Allen to pause, yet he merely sighed in silence. At that moment, the golden arcs of electricity visibly enveloped Barry Allen, his entire being poised to spring into motion at any instant. Barry turned to Thomas, nodding in acknowledgement, then glanced at Steele, who reciprocated the gesture. Finally, Barry looked towards Kal-El, fingers poised at his brow, ready to deliver a striking gesture when everything abruptly shifted. The golden red arcs of electricity suddenly thinned, then dissipated entirely. Barry's eyes widened as he glanced down at his chest. The golden lightning emblem had dimmed, for a silver-white sword tip had, unbeknownst to him, erupted from the golden flash. The silver sword tip protruded from Barry's chest, faintly revealing a sliver of tender crimson flesh. And then, in an instant, it retracted, unleashing a torrent of blood from Barry's wound. This abrupt turn of events shocked the other three, and as Barry knelt in agony, a figure materialized behind him. It was Wonder Woman, her nose broken, brandishing a long sword, her disheveled hair framing a face smeared with blood, devoid of her former grace, resembling a grotesque witch. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Wonder Woman swung her longsword, the keen edge slicing through Barry's neck, halting beside him. The silver blade, now stained with a hint of crimson. Kal-El furrowed his brow. The longsword was one he had retrieved from the moon, entwined with the lasso of truth, which he had neglected to untangle. He had brought both the sword and the lasso back, but during the descent, the lasso had automatically unbound, and the sword had vanished, only to be summoned by Wonder Woman. "Wonder Woman!" Thomas shouted, lunging toward her, yet she narrowly evaded his advance. Barry, struggling, turned his gaze toward Wonder Woman, blood pouring from his mouth. However, as he moved, his head suddenly detached, crashing heavily onto the icy surface nearby. The Flash was dead. In the next moment, Wonder Woman was violently struck down by the enraged Thomas, his iron fists raining down upon her head with merciless ferocity. This blow, delivered by Wonder Woman, had extinguished any remaining hope in him, leaving him bereft of his son once more. At this juncture, Wonder Woman found herself facing an infuriated father. The bloodstains on his metallic gloves told the tale of demigod blood, rendering her face unrecognizable. Yet, Thomas showed no inclination to cease his assault, continuing to strike in a mechanical rhythm. Kara Zor-El cast a glance at the fallen head of the Flash, furrowing his brow, before shifting his gaze to Thomas, and finally to the motionless Cyborg. "How can I locate my aircraft?" he inquired. Cyborg's eyes remained fixated on the corpse of the Flash, momentarily stunned by the sound of Kara's voice, before turning to him with a look of bewilderment. Kara reiterated his question. Only then did Cyborg snap back to reality, instinctively connecting to the network. In a fraction of a second, he accessed the surveillance footage from the Air Force Base. Kara's aircraft was parked there, yet Hal, who had brought him back, was nowhere to be found. "Your aircraft is stationed at the Air Force Base. How can I retrieve it?" Cyborg grasped Kara's intent, but felt no joy in the realization. despite a formidable adversary soon departing from his planet. He had already wrought sufficient disaster and devastation during his time here. Countless lives have been lost due to him, including that of the very person who could have reversed it all. Overwhelmed by despair, Cyborg pointed in a direction. Continue flying in this direction, at your speed. You should see it within half an hour, as it rests on the ground. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous sound erupted, and Kara's form pierced through the clouds, vanishing in the direction Cyborg had indicated, leaving without a trace of hesitation. Chapter 49. The Crystal Palace atop Mount Everest. It felt as though an eternity had passed, yet it could have been mere moments. Thomas lay despondently on the icy surface, gazing skyward at the pristine blue expanse. His expression was vacant, lost in thoughts unknown, while Cyborg Victor stood, moving to Thomas's side and looking down at him. What shall we do now? Thomas offered no response. Victor glanced upward at the Arctic expanse, once pure and white, but now marred by bloodstains and remnants of bodies. A grim sight of death surrounding them. A sense of melancholy washed over Victor. He had calculated the potential outcomes of this battle, yet he could hardly have anticipated such devastation. Thomas. He raised his voice. Speak to me. Thomas turned to sit up, first regarding Victor, then addressing his communicator. Alfred. Send a plane. Rising to his feet, he ignored Victor and instead approached Barry, cradling his head in his arms before lifting his lifeless body. What are you doing? Victor asked, his tone laced with surprise. Thomas remained silent, instead placing Barry's head upon his own neck, wrapping it with a length of rope he had on hand, rejoining the severed parts. At that moment, a snowplane approached swiftly from a distance, piloted by none other than Thomas's most loyal steward, Alfred, who had been waiting nearby on the ocean's surface for Thomas's summons. Embracing Barry's corpse, Thomas strode towards the aircraft. Victor stepped in front of him, lowering his gaze. Tell me, Thomas, what do you intend to do? Thomas's voice was chillingly cold. I merely wish to return home. But, Victor stammered, struggling to find the right words. Thomas forcefully shoved him aside. You may now seek out your political allies. This world is as it is, and it shall not deteriorate further. He paused, surveying the surrounding bodies before continuing. The necessary eradications have largely been achieved, and the looming crises have been resolved. And you? Victor inquired. I, Thomas replied, am simply a father who has lost his child. I wish to return home to be with my wife, and then grow old in solitude. With that, Thomas stepped onto the plane, still holding Barry Allen's corpse. Victor stood silently, watching the aircraft fade into the distance. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. Report to the president. The mission has been accomplished. The Atlanteans and Amazons have suffered heavy casualties and are no longer a threat. As for the Kryptonians, they are heading towards the Air Force Base. Please dispatch logistics personnel to clean up the aftermath. End of report. With that, Victor activated his thrusters, and as a faint blue flame ignited, he soared into the sky, disappearing from view. On the ice field, apart from the shattered ice and the remnants of bodies, no other life remained. However, moments after Steele departed, a figure descended slowly from the heavens, clad in a crimson cloak and a gaunt frame. None other than the long-gone Kal-El. He gazed in the direction Victor had taken, his expression serene, before turning towards the Crystal Palace. He had clearly heard Steele's words and was aware that soon others would arrive to clear the battlefield. Thus he moved swiftly. He could not forget the Crystal Palace, birthed from his home planet's crystal, and his earlier hasty retreat was to reassure others. He had always remained vigilant here, prepared to strike down anyone attempting to enter. Approaching the Crystal Palace, he noted the damage inflicted by the recent conflict, though the main structure appeared largely intact. He did not choose to enter, but instead activated the energy beam, slicing directly beneath the ice surface, as if he were carving out a portion of ice cream, extracting the Crystal Palace along with the surrounding ground within 100 meters from the icy expanse. With a resounding thud, he punched through the ice and burrowed underground. Apart from the rhythmic vibrations reverberating from below, there was no other anomaly on the ice surface. Soon, even those vibrations vanished. On the ice field, aside from the biting wind and the frigid currents, there was nothing else. Suddenly, intense tremors began to emanate from beneath the Crystal Palace, a pitch-black fissure forming around it. Countless fragments of rock rolling across the ice surface, cascading away from the palace, while an endless icy gale surged forth from the depths below, swirling the snowflakes on the surface and drawing them into the dark chasm. In the next moment, the Crystal Palace began to ascend slowly. A colossal iceberg rose from the ground, with a figure standing at its base, none other than Kal-El. He utilized the energy beam to sever the crystal palace from the underlying ice layer, and then, bearing the immense iceberg, soared into the heights. In the distance, groups of soldiers clad in military uniforms prepared to land and inadvertently beheld the towering iceberg, their expressions frozen in astonishment, some even kneeling in reverence, murmuring hymns as they gazed upon the ascending marvel. This spectacle was overwhelming for ordinary folk, compelling them to kneel in adulation, believing it to be a divine miracle. Kal-El, noticing the soldiers, stifled the weakness and pain coursing through him, resolutely continuing his ascent. He had found a more secure sanctuary for his crystal palace. With a low roar, he accelerated once more, and the iceberg swiftly ascended into the clouds, vanishing from sight. After a considerable time, the onlookers awakened from their stupor, realizing that the iceberg and the miracle felt like a dream. It was only upon landing and witnessing the deep pit left behind by the ascended crystal palace that they comprehended the reality of the events that had transpired. An iceberg floating at high altitude captivated the gaze of the entire world, yet aside from a few nations possessing satellites, very few had the privilege of witnessing this scene, except for those fortunate enough to be aboard aircraft. Ultimately, Kal-El, bearing the grand crystal palace, arrived at the summit of Mount Everest. After using the energy beam to carve out a flat ice platform, he placed the crystal palace there. Because of his actions, the altitude of the world's highest peak diminished considerably. Yet when accounting for the crystal palace, its height paradoxically increased. Standing there, everything felt diminished, a sensation distinct from floating in the air, offering a different kind of shock and experience, as this was the limit of what ordinary humanity could achieve. From that moment forth, atop the world's highest peak, there stood an additional crystal palace. Chapter 50. The Fortress of Solitude. At this moment, Kal-El finally settled his mind, preparing to explore the crystalline palace. The aftermath of the recent combat and the shifting of positions had caused numerous crystalline columns outside the palace to collapse. However, the main structure remained unscathed. Stepping inside, he found that the frigid mist enveloped the ground, swirling around him with each step, revealing that even the ground beneath his feet was composed of crystal. Kal-El gazed upon the unfamiliar surroundings, overwhelmed by an aura of sanctity and purity. The crystalline columns, both large and small, jutted out in a seemingly chaotic yet harmonious manner, supporting and interlocking with one another, ultimately forming this majestic palace. As he ventured deeper, the crystalline floor extended beneath him, gradually revealing a passageway that led to a crystalline platform, which was situated at the end of the corridor, before a spacious hall. The hall was crowned with a spherical dome, and the crystalline platform hovered magnificently at its center, exuding grandeur. Approaching the platform, Kal-El was drawn to its half-height surface, instinctively reaching out to touch it. The cold, smooth texture evoked a sense of warmth within him, as though he were destined to reside within such an architectural marvel. Adorning the platform were crystals of varying sizes, each extending toward Kal-El, seemingly welcoming his presence. As he beheld this enchanting sight, a slight tremor coursed through his body, compelling him to reach out and touch the crystals. In that instant, one of the crystals floated before him, levitating gracefully in the air. Raising an eyebrow, he grasped the crystal, and suddenly, the surroundings darkened. Countless stars filled the infinite expanse, each shimmering light representing a celestial body. It dawned on Kal-El that he was witnessing the cosmos. Before him lay a blue planet, slowly rotating, a sight he had encountered before. Yet, as he gazed upon this world, which was not his own, he felt no stirrings within his heart. Abruptly, his perspective shifted, pulling away to traverse the limited space until it settled above a vast yellow planet, one he recognized as Mars, known to Earth's inhabitants. Frowning at the sight, he was uncertain why his gaze had been drawn to this particular planet, yet he sensed that something significant resided there, intrinsically linked to Krypton. Just then, his perspective expanded further, traversing a considerable distance until it halted above a black planet, which hung motionless in the void. In that moment, Kal-El realized with startling clarity that this was Krypton. Before he could even feel the thrill, all the starlight abruptly began to swirl and contract, with the very core of this contraction being none other than Kal-El himself. A fleeting moment ensued, the darkness receded, and light re-emerged. Kal-El found himself once again in the crystalline hall, where everything appeared unchanged. The sole alteration seemed to be the crystal that had been suspended in the air, which had now completely vanished. Upon glancing down, he noticed no remnants of the crystal, indicating that it had not merely fallen out of sight, but had utterly ceased to exist. As he surveyed the myriad of crystals surrounding him, both large and small, he suddenly comprehended that each crystal harbored a fragment of Kryptonian information. The crystal he had just encountered contained the coordinates of Krypton. At this moment, even in the absence of that vessel, it mattered little. With his own abilities, Kal-El could return to Krypton. Yet, he pondered whether he had sufficient time remaining. With this thought in mind, he instinctively reached for another crystal, but as soon as his hand brushed against its surface, it glided past as if it were mere air. A jolt of surprise coursed through Kal-El as he scrutinized further, only to discover that these crystals were mere illusory shadows, devoid of tangible existence. What was happening? Why was this so? Kal-El's anger flared. He had believed himself to be so close to home, yet he found that nothing had truly changed. Apart from acquiring the coordinates of Krypton, he had emerged with nothing. His fists clenched tightly. The sensation of gain turned loss filled his heart. And as he cast a glance around, the once imposing spherical dome now exuded an overwhelming sense of solitude. Ah, the Crystal Palace, he murmured to himself. It might as well be called the Fortress of Solitude. Without casting another glance at the edifice of loneliness before him, Kal-El turned and walked away with resolute determination. Meanwhile, in the Batcave of Gotham City, Thomas was in the process of transporting Barry Allen's lifeless body from the vessel. The elderly Alfred gazed at the pallid form and let out a sigh before finally addressing his master. "Sir, what is this?" Thomas offered no reply. Instead, he cradled the body and proceeded towards a nearby corner where an ice chamber awaited. Just as Thomas was about to enter the chamber, Alfred stepped in front of him, his voice slightly hoarse yet firm. "Sir, please answer my question," he implored, his tone imbued with an unprecedented resolve for a butler. Thomas paused, his gaze locked onto Alfred's, and after a long moment, he inquired, "Alfred, do you wish for Thomas to return?" Alfred's head shot up, his eyes brimming with confusion and shock. The question struck him with such force that his voice quivered. "Are you serious?" Thomas nodded. "What is the method? Is it perilous?" Alfred forcibly suppressed the tumult of emotions within him. After all, it had been many years since the young master had passed away. Surely there was no way to revive his lifeless form. Thomas, gazing down at the corpse cradled in his arms, asserted with unwavering conviction, "It is indeed possible. I am well aware of every necessary step. It can be done." Only then did Alfred come to his senses and turn his gaze toward Barry's remains, incredulously inquiring, "Are you referring to this?" This time, Thomas refrained from elaborating further and commanded Alfred, "Prepare the cloning incubation chamber." Alfred nodded slowly, having never disobeyed the master's commands, no matter how outlandish they seemed. Yet, hearing Thomas's intent to activate this chamber, and used since its inception, and looking at the corpse in his arms filled Alfred with an abundance of unspoken thoughts, leaving him at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as Thomas entered the freezing chamber, his silhouette vanishing into the icy mist. The departing figure brought a sheen of tears to Alfred's eyes. Chapter 51. Is there life on Mars? At the airbase, the aircraft stood boldly, as if forgotten. Only the soldiers concealed in the vicinity understood the formidable firepower and equipment amassed there. As they often remarked, even if a deity were to descend, they would find themselves pinned to a cross by bullets. However, they remained oblivious to the futility of their efforts, for their intended target, the Kryptonian Kal-El, had already escaped Earth's gravitational pull and was now seated upon the moon, gazing down at the Earth, with vision thousands of times superior to that of ordinary humans. He effortlessly perceived all that transpired on Earth from his lunar vantage point. As for the soldiers preparing to ambush him, Kal-El merely smiled with disdain before shifting his gaze toward Mars. The information gleaned from the crystal indicated the presence of Kryptonian artifacts on the Red Planet. Though he was uncertain of their nature, his instincts urged him that Mars was a necessary waypoint on his journey back to Krypton. Casting a final glance at the blue planet before him, he recalled the words of the boy in the crimson attire. Had his craft not crashed in Metropolis, but instead landed elsewhere, nurtured by two benevolent humans, perhaps he would not be in his current state or harboring such sentiments. He sighed softly, In this world, there are no what-ifs, or rather, the one person capable of transforming everything into what-ifs was already deceased. In the next moment, sunlight gradually enveloped him, wrapping him in warmth. He could even sense the roar of billions of cells within him, a yearning and anticipation for sunlight and energy. For Kal-El, this moment marked one of the rare instances in the past 30 years where he felt an overwhelming sense of joy and happiness. Yet it did not last long. The energy stored within the cells is diminishing increasingly, and even in the absence of significant energy expenditure, the energy within the cells continues to dissipate naturally, at a rate considerably faster than when he first escaped from his confinement. This state of affairs once again underscores for Kal-El that his time is indeed running short. Contemplating this, he abruptly rises, slowly detaching himself from the lunar surface, floating into the void of space, with lunar dust following him like an umbilical cord, connecting Kal-El to the moon. In the next moment, the cord frays, and the lunar dust disperses. Kal-El transforms into a blue shadow, soaring towards the vastness of deep space. The distance from the moon to Mars exceeds 80 million kilometers. For humanity, such a distance might require years to traverse. Yet for Kal-El, it poses no substantial challenge. In the cosmos, surrounded by the emptiness of all directions, only the massive celestial body is visible to the naked eye, gradually receding from him, evoking an overwhelming sense of solitude and desolation. Coupled with the inability to perceive the passage of time, all actions begin to feel somewhat numb and mechanical. Initially, Kal-El occasionally glances back at the blue planet and the silver moon, but eventually, he refrains from looking. The more he gazes, the greater his fear intensifies, and the urge to return becomes more pronounced. Although the blue planet is not his home, its presence offers him a semblance of grounding. Without it, he would be truly adrift in the cosmos. This thought grows stronger as he progresses, until the moment he beholds a red planet anew, at which instant he breaks through his own limitations, annihilating the fear and helplessness within him, restoring his inner strength. Exhaling softly, Kal-El floats serenely in space, observing the Mars before him, a planet slightly larger than Earth. Despite the absence of air in the void, the energy within his cells enables him to navigate freely in the expanse. His crystalline lenses gradually reshape, and then Kal-El's gaze penetrates the Martian surface. Desolation is his first impression, followed by the harshness of its climate. However, these concerns pose no obstacles for him, releasing his capacity for flight. The gravity of Mars becomes palpable, and Kal-El begins his descent towards the planet's surface, breaking through the thin atmosphere without producing a sonic boom, plummeting straight down. With a thunderous impact, the ground beneath him shatters, unleashing a torrent of dust that nearly obscures the sky. After an indeterminate period, the dust begins to settle, revealing Kal-El's silhouette. He stands quietly, seemingly in a trance, yet upon closer inspection, one can see the brilliance in his eyes, scanning the surroundings while occasionally glancing towards the ground. At this moment, the environment surrounding Kal-El appeared to him devoid of color and substance, leaving only an outline and a framework. Wherever he gazed, it transformed into transparency. This ability of X-ray vision, awakened during his confrontation with that being in the ocean, proved exceedingly convenient for search. However, after an extended period of scrutiny, while the surface offered some clarity, the depths below grew increasingly indistinct. Despite exerting his utmost effort, he could discern nothing. Perhaps the object of his quest did not reside within this vicinity. Contemplating this, Kal-El gradually levitated about half a meter off the ground, crossing his arms and drifting in a singular direction. Thus, he floated aimlessly, perceiving whatever lay ahead without concern for the passage of time, vowing to scan the entirety of Mars until his task was deemed complete. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Kal-El's previously tranquil heart began to stir, for he distinctly heard a voice, a calling, beckoning him. On this desolate and barren planet, someone was uttering his name. Kal-El, son of Krypton. The voice resonated clearly within his mind, seemingly emanating not from a physical source, but emerging directly in his consciousness. Furrowing his brow, Kal-El ceased his downward gaze and concentrated, sweeping his vision around him. Everything on the ground lay bare before his eyes. Not even an ant could hope to conceal itself. Suddenly, Kal-El's gaze fixed intently, astonishment etching his features as he beheld a peculiar structure on a distant plane through his X-ray vision. This edifice differed from earthly constructions and bore no resemblance to Krypton's crystalline palaces. It appeared as a singular entity, seamless and without joints. In terms of form, it was less a building and more a work of art. Yet, what astonished Kal-El even more was the sight of a naked blue figure. Suspended in mid-air before the structure, legs crossed in a meditative posture. At that moment, the being's pure white eyes were locked onto him. Two entities gazing at one another across an expanse of countless miles. Chapter 52. Dr. Manhattan, who are you? Kal-El was taken aback to discover that life existed on this desolate planet, and that this being seemed extraordinary. No sooner had he spoken than a voice echoed in his mind. Come speak before me. In the next instant, Kal-El felt as though the space around him had solidified, rendering him utterly immobile. Yet, he made no attempt to resist this state. Subsequently, a series of blue rings began to rise before him, their luminous glow slicing through the air like blades, severing his connection and interaction with the surrounding environment completely. Subsequently, Kal-El found himself momentarily dazzled, as a figure clad in blue materialized before him, with an exquisite edifice towering behind. It dawned upon Kal-El that he had been transported here by this individual through some arcane ability, along with the very air and space surrounding him. He soon realized that the constraints binding him had softened, granting him the freedom to move once more. Who are you? He inquired, articulating each word with precision. The enigmatic figure regarded him with pure white eyes and slowly replied, You may refer to me as Dr. Manhattan. Doctor? Kal-El pondered the term. Are you a human from Earth? Dr. Manhattan did not deny it. I once was. Then, why have you summoned me? Kal-El pressed. Dr. Manhattan countered. What brings you to Mars? His inquiry bore the weight of certainty, as if he already possessed the answer. Kal-El chose silence, studying the figure before him, discerning the depth in his words. Indeed, Dr. Manhattan continued, You wish to return to Krypton, do you not? Kal-El did not refute this, offering a slight nod. And there exists something on Mars that you desire, correct? This time, Kal-El refrained from nodding. He was not prepared to engage. The capabilities of this being surpassed his comprehension, and the knowledge he possessed was evidently vast. In this moment, silence seemed the wisest response. Dr. Manhattan nodded approvingly. I know where the object of your desire lies. In fact, I can directly transport you to the coordinates of Krypton, should you merely consent. Kal-El gently shook his head. I do not require your assistance, although I lack your abilities. Locating what I seek and returning home is not a daunting task for me. A blue luminescence emanated from Dr. Manhattan's form, accentuating the atomic-shaped mark upon his forehead as he suddenly turned to gaze at the structure behind him. Kal-El followed his gaze, and, as he drew nearer, he realized that the building was alive, functioning as an extraordinarily intricate mechanical apparatus in constant motion. You may not comprehend that what I once cherished most was time, for I always felt there was never enough of it, Dr. Manhattan stated calmly, his voice maintaining a steady, unhurried cadence that lent his words an air of sincerity and credibility. And now, Kal-El inquired. Dr. Manhattan turned to face him. Now, what I care least about is time, for to me, it has lost its intrinsic significance. Kal-El, you grasp the meaning behind my words, do you not? How could Kal-El not understand? At this moment, his own preoccupation was indeed time. Yet, in the presence of this inexplicable figure who claimed to offer assistance, his wariness far outweighed any trust. Dr. Manhattan's pure white eyes swept across, instantly discerning the thoughts of Kal-El. In this universe, nothing remains opaque to him. Indeed, if he so desired, he could effortlessly alter everything that has transpired, everything that is currently unfolding, and everything that is predetermined in the future. The Flash's ability to manipulate the timeline appeared to him as mere child's play. My gaze can traverse the past, witness the present, and foresee the future. Everything lies bare before me, with the cosmic beings existing merely at my whim. Kal-El, you may voice any request, and I shall fulfill it. Any request. Within those pure white eyes seemed to reside boundless energy and emotion, drawing Kal-El into their depths, prompting him to ask, since you are omnipotent, why seek me out? What do I possess that you desire? Dr. Manhattan smiled faintly, a wave of approval emanating from him, which inexplicably brought Kal-El a sense of joy, a feeling that seemed instinctual and beyond his control. Yet, once the joy subsided, only terror remained. If he could manipulate his own emotions, what means did he have to resist his counterpart? Dr. Manhattan spoke once more. Omnipotence is a grand and sweeping term. Indeed, I am all-powerful, yet not without limitations. Some existences can only manifest at the precise time, in the right place, under the perfect circumstances, should any condition falter. The essence becomes distorted. As he spoke, he slowly extended a finger, pointing at Kal-El's chest. For instance, what resides within your body? Within my body? Kal-El furrowed his brow. Are you referring to the Codex of Life? Dr. Manhattan nodded. What significance does this hold for you? Kal-El inquired. Dr. Manhattan merely smiled and countered. Have you considered what you would offer in exchange? Kal-El regarded him with grave intensity, and after a moment's reflection, he replied, What if I refuse to barter? Dr. Manhattan gazed at him with pity, uttering words that sent Kal-El into an icy abyss. I have witnessed 30 million futures, and not a single one allows for your survival. Kal-El took a few steps back, resolutely declaring, I am prepared to try. No sooner had he spoken than he soared into the sky, for surrender was not in his nature. However, in the next moment, the sensation of the surrounding space solidifying enveloped him once again. The air that could have been easily breached now felt insurmountable. He instinctively raised his fists above his head, striving to break through the viscous atmosphere with his hard knuckles. Casually, he glanced down at the ground, only to find Dr. Manhattan still seated cross-legged, suspended in mid-air, appearing unchanged from before. Huh! With a fierce roar, Kal-El delivered a powerful punch toward the void above, realizing that his own propulsion was insufficient to breach the air. The force of this strike seemed to send a tremor through the very surface of Mars, causing the thin clouds overhead to abruptly dissipate, leaving behind a vast, gaping hole. This blow managed to create a slight fissure in the solidified space, allowing Kal-El to surge forward once more. With a triumphant cry, he struck again, ascending yet again. Although this ascent was notably shorter than the last, as if the surrounding space was gradually acclimating to his might. Open! He bellowed for the third time, yet this time the space remained steadfastly solid, without a hint of disturbance. Gradually, he came to a halt and glanced downward, realizing he was now merely 100 meters above the ground. Chapter 53. Shedding since escape was not an option, he resolved not to flee. Kal-El turned and plunged toward the ground, his right fist raised high, aimed at Dr. Manhattan, descending with tremendous force. The fierce winds threatened to tear apart Mars' fragile atmosphere, a violent whirlwind forming behind him, propelling him toward his adversary. However, just as he was about to strike Dr. Manhattan, a blue halo suddenly illuminated around him, accompanied by crackling blue sparks, and in an instant, Kal-El vanished from his original position. Simultaneously, he reappeared at a height of 100 meters, precisely where he had previously paused. Kal-El furrowed his brow, and without hesitation, he dove downward again, this time with even greater speed, yet the same phenomenon occurred. As a flash of blue light enveloped him, he found himself once more at the 100-meter elevation, as if the two prior descents had been mere dreams. Remaining stationary all along, Kal-El's eyes widened in astonishment, then glowed a fierce red. Suddenly, Dr. Manhattan's voice resonated within his mind. I advise you against pursuing this course of action. Yet, if Kal-El were one to heed counsel, he would not have found himself in this predicament. A crimson energy beam cascaded from the heavens, akin to divine retribution, illuminating the Martian surface beneath him in a deeper shade of red. Observing the impending torrent of energy, Dr. Manhattan calmly extended a finger, gesturing in the path of the energy beam's trajectory. In the next moment, Kal-El realized that he and Dr. Manhattan had exchanged positions. Dr. Manhattan hovered effortlessly at 100 meters above, gazing down at Kal-El, now engulfed by the energy beam, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, his pure white eyes reflecting a profound compassion for all living beings. After a considerable pause, the energy subsided, and Kal-El's form re-emerged. The energy was unclaimed. Once it departed from Kal-El's body, it would obliterate everything in its path, including the very one who unleashed it. In this moment, Kal-El appeared increasingly disheveled. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, only to find the sky utterly vacant. Glancing around, he beheld Dr. Manhattan, who remained levitating in a meditative pose. Serenely floating before the magnificent edifice, his expression calm as he regarded Kal-El. Everything had returned to its original state. How did you accomplish this? Dr. Manhattan replied nonchalantly, as simple as drinking water or eating a meal. Tell me, what is here? Just an exploration vessel from Krypton. Is it still functional? Indeed. If you take the book of life from me, will I perish? No. Upon hearing Dr. Manhattan's assurance, Kal-El sank to the ground, utterly defeated, and uttered, Then you may proceed. Do you not require my assistance to return? Kal-El gently shook his head. I wish to observe more on the journey home. Understood. With that, another Dr. Manhattan emerged from the original, who remained seated and suspended in midair, watching as his duplicate approached Kal-El. Kal-El raised an eyebrow. Another ability? The approaching Dr. Manhattan smiled faintly. What you see is merely a projection. Kal-El pointed to the seated Dr. Manhattan and asked, Does that include him? The walking Dr. Manhattan retorted, Is he not me? With that, his blue arm plunged directly into Kal-El's chest. A body impervious even to bullets yielded to his touch, as if it were no more substantial than air. Strangely, Kal-El felt no foreign intrusion into his being. Dr. Manhattan's hand seemed to meld seamlessly with his flesh and cells. He could even perceive blue luminescence coursing through his veins, the light flowing with his blood, rendering him somewhat akin to Dr. Manhattan. In the next instant, an excruciating pain surged from within him, a torment far greater than any he had endured in the base. It seemed that wherever the blue light traversed, agony followed. Kal-El felt as if he had been shredded into countless fragments, compelling him to bow his head and emit a low, uncontrollable growl, akin to a threatened tiger, a sound both haunting and primal. Regrettably, before him stood Dr. Manhattan. Bear with it, it is almost out. He even dared to console Kal-El. Yet, the more he spoke, the more intolerable Kal-El's suffering became, intensifying with each moment. At that juncture, the blue light enveloping Kal-El gradually receded, converging towards his chest. And in its stead, golden tendrils of energy began to spread throughout his being. As the azure light receded, the golden light advanced, resulting in half of Kal-El's being enveloped in blue, while the other half shimmered in gold. A subtle smile graced Dr. Manhattan's lips, for he had finally unearthed the profound secrets of life hidden deep within the Kryptonian's genes. However, as the secrets of life coursed through Kal-El's entire body, the agony intensified, becoming increasingly unbearable. Even one as resilient as he could not help but kneel upon the ground, fists clenched, struggling to support his own weight. At that moment, Dr. Manhattan withdrew his hand from Kal-El's chest, and the latter transformed into a radiant figure of gold. Yet, this luminescence faded almost as swiftly as it appeared. Golden light emanated from Kal-El's chest, swirling and merging in mid-air, gradually coalescing into a skull adorned with intricate golden patterns. This was the manifestation of the secrets of life. As the last vestige of golden light detached from Kal-El, a profound emptiness engulfed him, akin to losing something of immense significance, something irretrievable. He strained to gaze upwards, reaching out in a futile attempt to grasp the suspended secrets of life, only to find Dr. Manhattan cradling them in his hands. The latter cast a compassionate glance at the kneeling Kal-El, his pure white gaze filled with empathy. With one hand holding the secrets of life, Dr. Manhattan approached the meditative figure hovering in the air. Upon reaching him, he suddenly pivoted and sat down, merging seamlessly with the other, exuding a sense of elegance devoid of any hindrance. The secrets of life, an amalgamation of the Kryptonian race's most formidable genetics, felt remarkably ethereal in his grasp. Dr. Manhattan scrutinized the secrets of life with an expression laden with ineffable emotion. At that moment, Kal-El finally emerged from his torment, his voice hoarse as he inquired, What do you intend to do with it? Dr. Manhattan's gaze shifted from the secrets of life to Kal-El, and with a nonchalant tone, he replied, Of course. I intend to use it to seek someone. Seek someone. Chapter 54. Quantum Entanglement. Seek someone? Who do you wish to find? Kal-El could scarcely fathom the manner in which Dr. Manhattan intended to utilize the secrets of life. Dr. Manhattan shook his head. Who is less significant? What matters is the act of seeking. He then expressed a hint of regret. Originally, you would have made a splendid choice, but alas. At this juncture, Kal-El began to acclimate to the excruciating pain, striving to master it as he had previously in the base. Yet, he now fully comprehended the profound impact that the detachment of the secrets of life had on him. Regrettably, this realization came too late. He slowly rose to his feet, gazing at Dr. Manhattan, panting heavily without uttering a word. "Are you not yet prepared to embark on your journey?" Dr. Manhattan inquired, raising his hand, as a colossal shadow accompanied by a blue halo suddenly materialized before Kal-El. This shadow was a massive spacecraft, its form a replica of Kal-El's own vessel, albeit in a different scale, which brought him a sense of reassurance. There was no need to rush. He addressed Dr. Manhattan, expressing his desire to witness how he intended to locate someone. Dr. Manhattan shook his head dismissively. "It is futile. You will never comprehend my actions. Much like a snail cannot fathom a wormhole." However, he paused, scrutinizing Kal-El, and continued, "Yet, you may possess a certain intuition." "What intuition?" Kal-El inquired, furrowing his brow. "Dr. Manhattan smiled enigmatically. "The sensation of connecting the myriad realms." As his words faded, the tome of life in Dr. Manhattan's grasp shattered, disintegrating into its most fundamental molecules, which swirled around his hands like an ethereal band of starlight. Naturally, this primordial state of matter was imperceptible to ordinary individuals. However, the two on Mars, by any measure, could hardly be considered ordinary. Witnessing the tome of life reduced to atomic form, a shadow of melancholy enveloped Kal-El. Yet another cherished artifact from Krypton had vanished, and this one was of utmost significance. The band of starlight danced around Dr. Manhattan's hands, gradually coalescing into a Mobius strip resplendent with myriad colors. His hands began to come together in a slow, yet resolute motion. A deep, resonant sound, emerging from the depths of his soul, reverberated through the surroundings as Dr. Manhattan's hands abruptly clasped. In the next instant, Kal-El perceived Dr. Manhattan expanding into an incomprehensibly vast presence, not through physical enlargement, but through a profound interference with the fabric of reality itself. This instinctual sensation instilled in Kal-El a disorienting illusion. Yet, deep within, he recognized that Dr. Manhattan's stature had transcended the very planet beneath his feet, rendering Mars merely a speck of dust in the cosmos. His gaze remained fixed upon the seated figure of Dr. Manhattan, yet his consciousness transcended solar and even galactic boundaries. The silvery disk of the Milky Way lay beneath Dr. Manhattan's watchful gaze, and with but a single hand, he could pluck the entire galaxy from the cosmic river, refreshing himself in its depths. At that moment, Kal-El's thoughts felt almost crystallized. His mind struggled to conceive the magnitude of Dr. Manhattan's current elevation, not merely in terms of physical height, but in the broader context of the limits one can attain in existence. Dr. Manhattan, it seems, knows no bounds. As Kal-El gazed upon the towering figure of Dr. Manhattan, he saw his hands still clasped together, while the Mobius strip, formed from the essence of life, had completely severed at the center of his palms. The only reason it had not yet dispersed was that his hands held it firmly in place. At that moment, the essence of life appeared to transform into another galaxy, illuminating the entire universe. If at this moment anyone on Earth were to observe the cosmic spectacle through a telescope, they would be astounded by this miraculous scene. Of course, at this juncture, Dr. Manhattan extended beyond the galaxies, existing outside the confines of the universe. The light emanating from him might take tens of millions or even billions of years to reach the solar system, where it would eventually be perceived by the life forms within it. By that time, Earth might still exist, but the fate of humanity remains uncertain. In that instant, Dr. Manhattan's clasped hands suddenly parted, akin to opening a grand door, releasing the fractured Mobius strip into the cosmos. The molecular essence of life began to permeate the entire universe, encompassing Kal-El himself. In the next moment, an infinite expanse of vision surged forth, and boundless information generated within his heart, an unending cycle of perspectives emerging and vanishing in an instant. Each new perspective brought with it a corresponding stream of information, which would fade into oblivion as the vision itself dissipated. This cycle of countless perspectives being born and fading away, along with the endless transmission of information, could span millions of years or transpire in the blink of an eye. This process offered little in the way of tangible gains for the one enduring it. Yet Kal-El comprehended that the multitude of visions and boundless information flashing before him represented the entirety of Kryptonian existence, from its inception to the present, from primitivity to civilization, from prosperity to destruction. This cyclical journey encapsulated the lives of every Kryptonian who had ever lived, each moment marked by joy, suffering, monotony, or fervor. He shared in the visions of all Kryptonians, perusing the memories of his entire race. All of them. Yet, it was merely a cursory glance. These visions and memories had ultimately returned to the cosmos, becoming a component of one of the 7 cosmic energies, the force of life. A surge of anguish and fury filled Kal-El's heart as he finally grasped the true nature of the essence of life. It was a beacon left by Krypton in this world, a lighthouse, a legacy, and he had personally brought it to an end. Thus, Kryptonian civilization would forever remain a relic of history, a decayed timber in the forest of cosmic civilizations. A tumult of complex emotions surged within him, transforming into a searing energy that tore through his innards. Ultimately, it erupted through the energy channels of his eyes, shooting forth as a blazing ray, shattering the atmosphere of Mars and piercing deep into the void of space. Meanwhile, on a particular timeline, a tall youth abruptly awakened from his slumber, crashing through the walls and racing into the open expanse of a desolate farm, where he fell to his knees in anguish. In the next moment, the youth let out a primal roar, 2 blazing crimson beams of light erupting from his eyes, shooting straight up into the heavens. Chapter 55, Clark. Dr. Manhattan has vanished, along with the elusive Book of Life, leaving only boundless suffering, both mental and physical, for Kal-El, as well as a Kryptonian spacecraft. Kal-El knelt on the ground for what felt like an eternity before gradually making his way into the ship, burying his body within the cockpit. This exertion left him gasping for breath. Losing the Book of Life felt akin to losing the solitary pillar that supported his very existence. Kal-El could palpably sense his body deteriorating rapidly, and for the first time, he truly understood that his time was fleeting. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed within the cockpit. "Please verify." A small robot then gently floated beside Kal-El, extending 2 tentacles from its form. Unsure of the verification process, Kal-El slowly raised his hand, palm facing the robot. With a hum, accompanied by a surge of electromagnetic sound, the tentacles brushed against his palm, leaving behind a wound. The tentacles retracted back into the robot, which then silently withdrew. Kal-El observed the robot's actions in silence, and as it receded, he suddenly spoke. "Who is here?" His voice reverberated within the cockpit, and the previous voice responded once more. "I am here. Who are you?" "I am the intelligence system of exploration vessel 08421, Linda." Kal-El closed his eyes and softly uttered, "Linda, can we go home?" Linda's voice returned. "Please input the coordinates for home." Krypton. A wave of exhaustion crashed over Kal-El, fierce and overwhelming. He fought against the fatigue with resolute will, struggling to say, "Return to Krypton." "Apologies, my system does not possess the coordinates for Krypton. Please re-enter." Linda's tone remained calm. Kal-El then recited a series of coordinate information. Linda inquired once more, "Shall I reference the star of this galaxy?" "Yes." This was the last word Kal-El spoke before he succumbed to slumber. As for what Linda said next, he could no longer hear. Planet coordinates confirmed. Reference star confirmed. Ship self-check initiated. Self-check complete. All systems functional. "Shall we proceed?" "Please confirm. Please confirm. Please confirm." Linda's voice echoed throughout the vessel. Yet no one responded until a voice rang out in the cockpit. Not Kal-El's voice, nor Dr. Manhattan's. In the next moment, the spacecraft trembled gently and began its ascent. Simultaneously, in Gotham City on Earth, within the subterranean cave of Wayne Manor, the wail of an infant echoed throughout the cavern. When Kal-El opened his eyes once more, 2 years had already elapsed. He lay bewildered inside a sealed, box-like contraption, his body ensnared by a multitude of soft tubes. Upon regaining consciousness, the first sensation that overwhelmed him was pain, a relentless assault from every corner of his being, rendering his perception of the external world nearly non-existent. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly emerged, familiar yet strange. "You are awake. Kal-El liman saident." According to the data from the hibernation pod, your body has severely deteriorated. I recommend immediate return to the base for further treatment. But I cannot establish contact with any base. Kal-El blinked, his pupils contracting sharply as if jolted back to reality. And he inquired, "Is there any pain relief medication?" "Given your condition, the required dosage for analgesics is excessively high. Such treatment is not advisable. Is there? Or is there not? There is. Kal-El nearly rasped the word from his throat. Inject. As his command resonated, a stream of blue serum coursed through the tubes and into his body. In that instant, he exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. Open this contraption. His voice was hoarse. Release. With a hissing sound, the hibernation pod's lid gradually retracted, and the myriad tubes tethered to Kal-El retracted as well. A rush of cold air swept in, sending a shiver through him. It was then he realized he was entirely unclothed. Linda, where are my clothes? They have been destroyed. Your battlesuit appears to have gone unwashed for quite some time and is in tatters. Enough. Fetch me another one. Do you have a preferred color? Blue. Apologies, but only a black one remains. Kal-El closed his eyes, feeling too weak to respond. Soon, the robot that had once collected his blood approached, dragging a tray upon which a black battlesuit was neatly arranged. Kal-El reached out to touch it, noting that the fabric felt significantly thicker than the one he had worn for 30 years. Unlike the smooth texture of blue, this black suit was adorned with a dense mesh pattern, presenting a different style altogether. Upon donning the suit, he realized it lacked a cape, which felt disconcerting to him. Where are we now? He inquired as he made his way to the cockpit. Currently, we are 21 light-years from the solar system star and 6 light-years from the target planet, Krypton. During my slumber, nothing of consequence transpired, did it? All has proceeded according to the established course without any anomalies. However, Kal-El furrowed his brow. However what? The spacecraft's energy is critically insufficient. I suggest we prioritize energy replenishment. How do we replenish it? Return to the base. Does that mean replenishment is impossible? Indeed, the cockpit door swung open, revealing the interior of the cockpit, with its transparent front wall. Standing at the threshold, Kal-El could clearly perceive the exterior scene. Once again, the infinite darkness of deep space was punctuated by twinkling stars. Would the remaining energy suffice to reach Krypton? If all other functions of the spacecraft were disabled and energy concentrated solely on propulsion, it could barely reach its destination. However, calculations indicated that, as they approached Krypton, the spacecraft would ultimately lose all power, rendering landing impossible. Kal-El waved his hand dismissively. No need to consider the landing issue. Do as you suggested. I need you to expedite our journey to Krypton. Understood. After issuing these directives, Kal-El ensconced himself within the cockpit, slowly closing his eyes, as though the preceding conversation had drained him of energy. Observing Kal-El's tightly shut eyes, Linda instructed the mechanical servant to bring a blanket and gently draped it over him. At that moment, Kal-El's lips stirred, seemingly whispering something. Linda listened intently, and after a considerable time, she discerned that he was uttering a name, perhaps Clark? Chapter 56, 2 years post-war, a land of skeletons since Kal-El's disappearance from Earth. The world had resumed its former rhythm. Aside from the addition of a crystalline palace atop Mount Everest, a new abyss in Europe, the complete lockdown of the Arctic by the United Nations, and the moon shrouded in thick lunar dust, no remarkable events had transpired. Of course, the emergence of an increasing number of superpowered individuals was an exception. Steelbone Victor established the Justice League in Central City to effectively capture and punish the growing wave of superpowered criminals. However, as more individuals joined the Justice League, Victor gradually felt both physically and mentally exhausted. Thus, he recalled a friend, one who could assist in consolidating the Justice League and truly maximize its potential, Batman, Thomas Wayne. It had been over 2 years since he last saw Thomas. Their last encounter was during that monumental battle in the Arctic. Following that, Thomas had returned to Gotham City with the body of the Flash, Barry Allen, while Victor returned to Central City. It was time to pay a visit to this old friend. Gotham City, Wayne Manor. Victor descended slowly at the entrance of the manor. Entering without the owner's permission was illegal, particularly as he sought a favor from Thomas today. Gazing at the Wayne Manor, which resembled an abandoned castle, Victor couldn't help but furrow his brow, vaguely detecting a peculiar scent. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to capture as much of the scent as possible before commencing his analysis within the system. However, the aroma was too faint, causing the process to unfold at a sluggish pace. Thomas. Victor's voice resonated throughout Wayne Manor, for the intercom at the entrance had fallen into disrepair, necessitating this primitive method of communication. In the silent manner, his voice echoed without a hint of ambient noise. After a moment, receiving no response, Victor called out once more. Thomas, it is Victor Stone. Still, silence prevailed. Pondering for a moment, Victor turned towards the direction of the Batcave, reasoning that if Thomas were not present here, he could only be at the Batcave. However, upon arriving, he discovered that the entrance, once concealed by a waterfall, had inexplicably been sealed with cement, leaving no air hole to breathe. Witnessing this scene intensified the unease within Victor's heart. At this juncture, he cast aside any thoughts of legality, activating the thrusters on his back, soaring into the azure glow, quickly reaching a vantage point directly above Wayne Manor. Gazing down, the courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and the castle's exterior walls were entwined with various plants, bearing a striking resemblance to an abandoned fortress. Even the windows on the walls were draped with heavy curtains from the inside, allowing not a sliver of light to penetrate. Suddenly, the red light in Victor's left eye flared to life as he switched to X-ray mode, scanning the layers below, yet he still found no evidence of habitation. Could it be that he had truly departed from this place? Victor murmured to himself, contemplating where he could possibly go from here. At that moment, he inadvertently noticed peculiar markings on the ground of the garden, directing his gaze there and scrutinizing closely. The next instant, Victor felt as though he might plummet from the sky. He gently descended onto the rooftop, trembling, covering his face with his hands, his expression one of disbelief. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled softly, striving to regain control over his tumultuous emotions, then peered once more towards the manor's garden, this time with utmost caution. In an instant, an image materialized on the display of his mechanical eye. Beneath the overgrown garden, he beheld an unfathomable number of skeletal remains buried, haphazardly strewn, in disarray. Some were fresh, others decayed, some withered, some rotten. Thomas, what have you done? Victor gasped in agony, struggling to fathom that someone he had trusted could devolve into a ruthless killer, unable to even contain his own expansive garden. Simultaneously, he comprehended what the peculiar scent he had detected earlier truly was: the unmistakable stench of decaying corpses. Retrieve the surveillance data from Gotham City's aerial satellites over the past 2 years. Victor swiftly infiltrated the satellite system overhead, immersing himself in the relevant video data from the past 2 years. His browsing speed was astonishing, matching the rapidity of the internet connection. He discovered that nearly 80 of the footage revealed no signs of activity at Wayne Manor, while the remaining 20 was obscured by stormy weather, rendering the satellite incapable of capturing any substantial imagery. However, Victor identified a peculiar pattern. After each storm, the very spot where he stood exhibited subtle, pixel-level changes that were imperceptible to the naked eye. Furthermore, each time the tempest passed, a new patch of soil would emerge in the garden, adorned with flowers of various hues. Unable to resist, Victor glanced toward the garden, noting the flowers standing tall and vibrant, each bloom more resplendent than the last. In the next moment, his arm transformed into a flamethrower, and a searing, elongated flame swiftly engulfed the entire garden, reducing the exquisite blossoms to mere ash, leaving no trace behind. Once the last vestiges of plant life were incinerated, Victor severed his connection to the system, having seen no evidence of anyone leaving the premises. This suggested that Thomas remained in the vicinity. Suddenly, as Victor turned, he beheld a shadowy figure standing behind him. It was Thomas. At that moment, Thomas still donned his bat-like attire, complete with a helmet, yet Victor could clearly see strands of grayish-white hair escaping from beneath the helmet. Even the portion of his face visible outside the helmet was obscured by a wild growth of gray beard. Victor realized that Thomas had aged significantly. Thomas! Victor bellowed. What on earth is happening? Thomas, well aware of the inquiry's implication, refrained from immediate response. Instead, he solemnly uttered, "Follow me," and turned to descend the stairs. Victor cast one last glance at the Ashen Garden before following closely behind. The two traversed downward in silence, not pausing even upon reaching the ground floor. Victor understood that the answers lay within the Bat Cave below. The Bat Cave was engulfed in darkness, an impenetrable void where one could scarcely see a hand in front of their face. Yet Victor was unfazed. For him, night vision was merely a fundamental capability. Day and night held no distinction in his eyes. Thomas, can you now reveal to me what transpired? Victor inquired eagerly upon entering the Bat Cave, for the nearly 100 corpses in the garden could not possibly be dismissed as mere accidents. Just then, Batman suddenly leaped away from Victor, propelling himself toward a distant corner as a fleeting golden-red afterimage darted before Victor's eyes. In the next moment, Victor realized, with a jolt of panic, that he was rendered immobile. Chapter 57. Martha. Her name is Martha. When Victor beheld the figure before him, terror seized him, and he exclaimed, "The Flash!" Standing in front of him was none other than the Flash, clad in his striking red garb, a testament to his identity with gold and crimson lightning that bore witness to his speed. Victor turned to Batman, incredulous. "You resurrected him?" Batman remained shrouded in shadows, silent as ever. Victor reluctantly shifted his gaze back to the Flash and shouted, "Flash, I'm Victor Stone, Cyborg. Do you remember me?" Yet, no matter how fervently he called out, the Flash stood there, mute, his expression vacant and unresponsive. Seeing this, Victor's brow furrowed in concern. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a golden lasso ensnaring him, the very reason for his immobilization. "The lasso of truth," Victor exclaimed, turning to Batman. "It vanished a year ago. I had thought it to be the remnants of the Amazon's doing, only to discover that you had pilfered it." Batman offered no reply. At that moment, Victor suddenly noticed something amiss with the Flash. A stream of crimson blood began to flow from his eyes, nostrils, and ears, followed by a violent spurt of blood that splattered across Victor's armor. With a thud, the Flash collapsed to the ground, and Victor watched helplessly as his head struck the earth, convulsing twice before falling still. "Thomas, what is happening to him? Speak!" Victor roared, the unfolding scene far beyond his comprehension. Just then, a stooped figure emerged from the shadows, approaching the Flash with a cart that appeared intended for the grim task of collecting the aftermath. Recognizing the figure, Victor hesitated. Alfred? The Alfred he remembered had vanished. The man before him was devoid of the gentlemanly grace he once possessed. His posture was hunched, his hair thinning, and his face was etched with a multitude of wrinkles, making him appear a decade older. Yet, what astounded Victor was the peculiar smile adorning Alfred's face, stretching his lips to the extreme, juxtaposed with an expression of sorrow in his eyes, a disconcerting combination that would unsettle anyone who beheld it. Alfred seemed oblivious to Victor's presence as he maneuvered the cart next to the Flash, operating the mechanical arms to load the Flash's body before retreating into the darkness. Victor wished to speak, but the haunting memory of the garden strewn with bones silenced him as he glanced at the lifeless form of the Flash on the cart. After Alfred departed, Victor's gaze remained fixed upon Batman, as if attempting to pierce through to his very soul. After what felt like an eternity, Batman finally spoke. "I deeply regret that you have witnessed this scene, Steel." Victor Stone, known as Steel, gazed coldly at him, offering no response, much like the way Batman had regarded him earlier. Batman spoke to himself, stating that the reproductive technology of the Flash was still quite rudimentary. Although he was well aware of Barry Allen's process of regaining his powers, the clones invariably succumbed to the immense electrical currents that cooked their insides. Clones. A sudden shock coursed through Steel. He had initially presumed that Batman had employed some form of magic to resurrect the Flash, only to discover that it was science at play. Indeed, science is often far simpler than magic, with more advanced techniques and more manageable processes. One must understand the sheer magnitude of lightning's energy. Nearly 80 of the clones perished during the electrical surges, and even those who survived quickly succumbed to the internal combustion of their organs. Batman continued to speak, seemingly unconcerned whether Steel was listening, merely wishing to articulate his thoughts. "The good news, however, is that I have successfully enabled them to harness the power of speed. This speed allows them to control the reproductive pace of their own cellular structure, enabling them to continuously heal their bodily injuries. Yet, the bad news is that rapid cell division accelerates their aging and deterioration. As you can observe, the majority of their deaths stem from organ failure. Therefore, the critical point lies in discovering that balance, one that allows for the healing of injuries without exacerbating their conditions, while also preventing premature death. This balance is of utmost importance." Finally, Steel spoke. "Thomas, can you truly find peace in what you are doing? Cloning is strictly prohibited by the international community, both legally and morally," which is why Steel posed this question. Batman turned to face him, an unfamiliar expression in his eyes. "Why should I feel unrest?" Batman replied, "I have not taken any lives. From the moment of their creation until they were deemed the Flash, They required less than a year of existence. They have not received any education, possess no self-awareness, and lack the concept of dignity. They are even more innocent than the dogs or pigs you keep. They are merely tools. Is it not the very capacity to use tools that distinguishes humans from animals? So, why should I feel uneasy? Steele detected a palpable madness in Batman's words. Who instilled such notions in you? His voice edged toward hysteria. The Thomas the First No would never speak in such a manner. Who? Who is it? Batman regarded Victor in silence, shaking his head. Who said it is of little consequence? What matters is that I believe her words to be true. Her. Steele echoed the term. Who is she? She, the surname Wayne. At that moment, Alfred emerged from the shadows, his voice hauntingly hoarse. Martha Wayne. Martha? The red light in Steele's eyes flickered violently. Your wife, Martha Wayne? Did she not perish long ago, alongside your son Bruce Wayne, at the hands of Joe Chill? His voice echoed within the cavern, yet no reply came forth. At that moment, another figure emerged from the shadows. Clad in a crimson bodysuit adorned with a golden lightning emblem, another Flash had appeared. Cyborg finally discerned a distinction between the lower lip and chin of this Flash. He spotted a number, 137. Unable to contain himself, Cyborg bellowed. How many more of you are there? Batman replied calmly. Initially, the manufacturing process was quite cumbersome, but since I mastered the use of the truth-telling lock to channel the lightning, everything has become significantly easier. He then turned to Alfred and instructed, prepare for the 37th experiment. Yes, sir, Alfred acknowledged before departing. Batman looked back at Cyborg, stating, at first, they were utterly incapable of achieving super speed. Some even disintegrated. However, with the accumulation of experience and the maturation of technology, everything is progressing favorably. Have you not noticed that the timeline is already altering? Chapter 58. The incident. Clark jolted awake from a dream, panic coursing through him as he surveyed his surroundings. The familiar bedroom offered him no solace. He clenched his fists, preparing to rise from his bed, only to be struck with astonishment as he realized he was hovering half a meter above it. Suddenly, overwhelmed by fear, he lost his ability to float and crashed heavily onto the bed, collapsing it entirely. The fractured legs of the bed flew outwards in 4 directions, and the solid bed frame slammed down onto the floor, causing the entire house to tremble and producing a thunderous noise that could rouse even the slumbering Jonathan and Martha. As Clark rose from the wreckage, a worried Jonathan Kent and Martha Kent burst through the door, their eyes widening at the chaotic scene. Martha gasped, what happened? She hurried to her son, enveloping him in a tight embrace, inquiring, Clark, are you all right? Clark instinctively reached out to push her away. While her warm embrace had always been his greatest comfort, he hesitated now, troubled by the recent events that had drastically altered his beliefs. Jonathan, casting a cautious glance around the room, relaxed upon seeing his son's restless hands and asked, Clark, hey buddy, tell me you're okay? Clark met his father's gaze and slowly nodded. Dad, you know I can't come to harm. Jonathan nodded in return, moving closer to his son and affectionately stroking his wife's hair before saying, if you're fine, then let's get back to sleep. We can discuss any issues tomorrow. Martha lifted her head, first casting an annoyed glance at her husband, then looking down at the collapsed bed frame. She lamented, I must speak with John tomorrow. Is this truly the bed he recommended? He said it was sturdy enough for an elephant to roll on. What charlatan, a swindler. Clark hesitated for a moment before speaking. Mom, it's not about the bed. It's actually me. I think I was floating in midair. Upon hearing this, Martha reacted like an enraged lion, abruptly silencing Clark. Do not speak of such matters. I dislike it. As your father says, it's time for bed. Immediately. With that, Martha turned and exited the room, leaving Jonathan helplessly watching his wife leave. He then glanced at his son, who wore a furrowed brow, acutely aware of the growing rift between his two most cherished individuals ever since the incident last time. All right, Dad, please leave. I want to sleep. Clark plopped down onto the bed, causing the frame and floor to tremble as the floorboards groaned, seemingly burdened by an undue weight. Please just go, Clark pleaded. Jonathan, observing his son buried beneath the covers, sighed and turned to leave. As he closed the door, he noticed a section of the wall that appeared markedly newer than the rest. At that moment, a broken bed leg was protruding from that very spot. Jonathan furrowed his brow and gently shut the door. Clark lay on the bed, burying his head under the covers, reflecting on the events of his recent dream. Murmuring, Krypton Jonathan returned to the room to find his wife sitting at the edge of the bed, lost in thought. He sighed, "Martha, do you think you might have been a bit too irritable just now?" Martha's gaze was fixed on her husband's face. "Jonathan, do you think Clark might leave us?" Her voice was so fragile it tugged at Jonathan's heartstrings. He understood his wife's concerns. Ever since last month's incident, she had been engulfed in anxiety. On one hand, she feared their son might be captured by malevolent forces. On the other, she dreaded that he might discover the truth and distance himself from them. Thus, whenever Clark spoke of his extraordinary abilities, Martha would become agitated, unwilling to confront the reality that their son was unlike them. Despite being the truth, she was reluctant to accept it. Jonathan quickly moved to his wife's side, enveloping her in his embrace and stroking her hair, his thoughts drifting back to the harrowing events of several weeks prior. Jonathan and Martha, deep in slumber, were abruptly awakened by a thunderous noise. They instinctively rushed to Clark's room, only to find a gaping hole in the wall where their son was supposed to be, and he was nowhere to be found. Just as they were engulfed in panic, two brilliant crimson beams of light suddenly shot forth from the distant fields, piercing the night sky and illuminating it in a vivid red hue. Upon seeing the crimson lights, the couple's first thought was of their son, Clark Kent. Indeed, when the two individuals arrived at the farmland, they beheld the corn stalks within a radius of several dozen meters, all withered, and, in some instances, even ignited in flames. Their son, Clark Kent, knelt in the center of the field, gazing skyward, and the crimson beams they had previously witnessed emanated from his very eyes. Martha instinctively yearned to rush towards him, but Jonathan firmly restrained her. As a man, he had already felt the searing heat of those two scarlet rays. If Martha were to charge forward, her fate could very well mirror that of the cornstalks. However, he could not allow Clark to continue in such a manner. This spectacle was not only visible to them, but likely to the entire town. The police would surely arrive shortly to investigate. Thus, it was imperative to halt Clark's actions. "Clark!" Jonathan bellowed, and then, as if struck by a sudden revelation, he pulled his wife down forcefully to the ground. Indeed, in the next moment, Clark's gaze shifted towards them, and the two rays followed suit. Had Jonathan and Martha not taken cover, they would have surely been reduced to ashes. "Clark, enough! Stop!" Jonathan's face pressed firmly against the earth as he shouted towards his son. "Clark, it's me, your father, and your mother. Stop, Clark, stop!" Ultimately, Clark was roused by his father's voice, and the fierce crimson rays gradually dissipated, causing him to lose consciousness. The couple hurriedly carried him back to their home. Fortunately, the duration of Clark's outburst was brief enough that the police did not come knocking. That night, Jonathan diligently repaired Clark's room and used a tractor to entirely recultivate the cornfield. Thus, this alarming incident passed without further calamity. However, thereafter, Clark appeared to have transformed into a different person. The son who once shared an unbreakable bond with his parents now seemed somewhat estranged. Jonathan and Martha sensed that something was amiss, yet they were at a loss as to how to communicate with their son, who was deliberately evading them. Jonathan hesitated, pondering whether he should reveal the truth to Clark. Chapter 59. The Return. Kal-El opened his eyes, having just awakened from a dream in which he saw a young boy named Clark, a name that resonated with the superhero the Flash had mentioned. Many aspects of the boy mirrored his own in both abilities and appearance. Kal-El mused that perhaps the child in his dream was the version of himself existing in the correct timeline, as the Flash had spoken of. Yet, the Flash was deceased, and no one remained to rectify the timeline. How could he possibly dream of him? He contemplated various explanations, but the most plausible seemed to be the machinations of Dr. Manhattan. When the Book of Life had been scattered across the universe, he had once shared the perspectives of all Kryptonians and perused their memories. It was from that moment onwards that I began to dream of this boy, albeit these dreams were not entirely lucid, fluctuating between occurrence and absence. Moreover, the passage of time within these dreams seemed to differ on both sides. In the realm of dreams, Kal-El glimpsed Clark's memories, while Clark, in turn, was able to perceive his own past. Despite the absence of genuine communication, both were undeniably influenced by each other's recollections. From Clark's memories, Kal-El witnessed beauty and warmth. The love bestowed upon Clark by his earthly adoptive parents was unconditional and profound. This sentiment was somewhat unfamiliar to Kal-El, yet he found it sweetly intoxicating. As for his own dark, desolate, violent, and destructive past, The impact it might have on Clark was no longer a concern for Kal-El. Perhaps, for Clark, it was even a blessing. After all, the sun burns for itself. Kal-El. The spacecraft is about to make its final thrust using the last reserves of energy. Please prepare yourself. Linda's voice resonated, her calm tone reminiscent of a gentle farewell. Kal-El did not respond. Linda, well acquainted with him, understood that silence was indeed a form of reply. In the next moment, the ship accelerated abruptly, and the cockpit was suddenly bathed in a crimson glow, with alarms blaring incessantly. This sensation evoked, in Kal-El, a nostalgic feeling, as if he had returned to the base. He remained motionless in the cockpit, his already gaunt face now resembling that of a skeleton, pale and ghastly, devoid of any color. At that moment, he was in no condition to engage in battle with Shazam or Aquaman. Even a single bullet could spell his demise. He gazed quietly through the viewport, where a red star, obscured by a multitude of meteors, unabashedly radiated its heat. This sight reminded Kal-El of himself, after escaping from his cage. Fully aware of his impending demise, he had recklessly squandered his strength and life. Was this not a reflection of the very red sun before him? Linda, what is the nature of that red star? He inquired. He could not extract any energy from this sun. Linda's voice responded. When a star enters its later stages, it transforms into what you see before you. This is a red giant, which, according to calculations, has maintained this form for hundreds of thousands of years and is expected to collapse into a white dwarf at any moment. Does that mean it is nearing its end? Kal-El asked. Indeed, just like you, Linda affirmed. Kal-El cast a sidelong glance at the ceiling, seemingly in disagreement with Linda's frankness, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. So, have we entered the star system of Krypton? He queried. Yes. The unit of measurement between celestial bodies has now converted to AU. You are currently approximately 1,385 Australian dollars from the red giant. What is AU? Kal-El furrowed his brow, his dissatisfaction growing once more. AU denotes the distance between the Earth and the Sun within our solar system. All I need to know is how long it will take to reach our destination. It will require 6 months, 18 days, 32 minutes, and 45 seconds. At that moment, tiny fragments of meteoroids struck the spacecraft's windows, their rhythmic percussion resonating within the vessel. All energy was directed towards the engines, rendering the shields inoperative. Listening to the cacophony of impacts and observing the windows obscured by a multitude of minuscule meteors, Kal-El could not help but inquire whether the ship could withstand this barrage. No problem, Linda assured him. Such small meteoroids should not be captured by larger celestial bodies and will ultimately disintegrate into cosmic dust during their descent. Right? Why are there so many in this star system? Because this system lacks significant planets. Kal-El was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood, pressing his head against the window to scrutinize the scene outside for hours on end. Linda refrained from interrupting him. The cockpit was enveloped in the incessant sound of impacts, with no other noise to be heard. This is all that remains of Krypton. Kal-El eventually spoke. I'm not certain, Linda replied, but we are nearing our target. If a planet indeed exists there, we will collide with it directly. How much energy do we have left? Kal-El asked. The engines shut down automatically 15 minutes ago. As the ship's artificial intelligence, I possess a backup battery. However, Linda paused, I will also be completely offline in 32 minutes. 32 minutes? Is that sufficient time to reach our destination? Kal-El pondered, wishing to see their home planet. Oh, that means it should be enough, she replied. At least in these final moments, I have your company. Yes. After uttering this, Kal-El lost interest in conversation and gazed once more through the transparent window, awaiting their passage through the meteor belt. Unbeknownst to him, Kal-El drifted back into slumber, just as his eyelids began to close. He suddenly wondered if he would once again dream of the boy named Clark. Meanwhile, Clark, having just quarreled with his parents, lay on his modest bed, succumbing to sleep once more. While Kal-El could surmise the cause of their synchronicity, young Clark remained utterly perplexed. Originally an ordinary boy, perhaps with slightly above-average physical abilities, though certainly not to an exaggerated extent, he awoke one day to find himself capable of emitting searing rays from his eyes and levitating in midair, all while grappling with inexplicable anger and resentment towards his once-close family. Such drastic changes were a source of great confusion for young Clark, especially in his dreams. He vividly witnessed an extraterrestrial named Kal-El being tormented and mistreated by his own kind, imprisoned in a lightless underground for 30 long years. It was as if he were viewing a documentary played at 36 times the normal speed, allowing him to completely absorb the entirety of Kal-El as 30 years of memories. This experience instilled a sense of doubt and confusion regarding the teachings of his father. Young Clark was not troubled by the beautiful girls at school, nor by his academic challenges. Rather, he was tormented by this bizarre and fantastical phenomenon. Chapter 60. Shatter Planet Clark, come here, Clark. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, Clark heard someone calling his name. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a hazy figure, tall and slender. Looking around, he realized he was not in his familiar bedroom. Instead, he found himself surrounded by an infinite darkness, punctuated by twinkling stars, with nothing beneath his feet but emptiness. He was astonishingly floating in the air. Clark, come here. The voice grew clearer, and the figure became more defined. Clark recognized him. His name was Kal-El. You're Kal-El. Clark couldn't help but inquire. Kal-El nodded, observing the tall and robust youth before him. Despite his youthful features, it was evident he was a handsome young man. Kal-El understood that this young boy was, in fact, himself, altered by the intervention of the Flash, which had caused a disruption in the timeline, transforming Clark into Kal-El. Clark surveyed his surroundings and asked, "Where is this? Why am I here?" Kal-El countered, "Do you know where you come from?" "I come from Smallville, Kansas. My father is Jonathan Kent, and my mother is." Clark spoke, feeling a deep sense of guilt towards the slender extraterrestrial before him, knowing that his own kind had subjected him to such suffering. Upon hearing Clark's words, Kal-El did not refute him. Instead, he slowly moved aside to reveal the scene that had been concealed behind him. What lay before Clark was a sight both magnificent and tragically devastating. Set against a colossal red sun, a black planet resembled a watermelon exploded by dynamite, shattering into countless cosmic fragments, scattering in all directions. The largest three pieces of the planet accounted for 3/5 of its mass, yet they repulsed one another, gradually drifting apart. Surrounding these three substantial fragments were a myriad of smaller pieces, dispersing chaotically at various angles, with larger chunks occasionally colliding, breaking into even more diminutive fragments. These fragments, both large and small, constitute 2/5 of the remaining mass of this planet. These diverse remnants of celestial bodies remain relatively stable around the original position of this planet, scattered not too far apart, allowing a glimpse of its former appearance from a distance. It was likely somewhat akin to Earth, a thought that flickered through Clark's mind. As he gazed outward, he discerned not merely fragments of celestial bodies, but remnants of the soil and vegetation that once blanketed the planet's surface, collectively forming layers of cosmic dust that enveloped the shattered world. Within this cosmic dust lay the essence of the planet's civilization and the beings that birthed it. Clark unmistakably perceived structures and machinery crafted by human hands amidst the cosmic debris, along with shards inscribed with text, not to mention the peculiar figures clad in strange attire. This was a scene reminiscent of a planet akin to Earth, now in ruins. "Is this your homeland?" Clark tremulously inquired. "What transpired? Why has your planet been shattered?" Krypton, after all, had met its demise, and he, the son of Krypton, the guardian of its memory, found himself bereft of even the ability to gather the remains of his kin. "Clark, you must remember this place," Kal-El suddenly declared, his voice brimming with conviction and resolve. "Remember everything you see now." Clark nodded, ready to respond, when Kal-El's subsequent words left him astounded. "One day, you must return here to gather the remains of your kin." "Your brethren." "My kin? My brethren?" Clark exclaimed, pointing to himself, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you mistaken? I am human, an earthling not, but Kal-El." Without allowing him to finish, seized Clark by the throat, drawing him close. At that moment, Kal-El's eyes glowed with a crimson light, as if he could unleash energy beams capable of piercing Clark's skull at any instant. Instantly, Clark's own eyes mirrored the crimson glow, not identical, but undeniably similar. Kal-El's eyes surged with a tumult of emotions, and he roared at Clark, "Who are you? Tell me, who are you?" I am Clark Kent." Clark clenched his fists, yearning to strike Kal-El's face, but with his throat firmly grasped, his strength waned, leaving him unable to resist as he shouted back, "Wrong. No, it is not wrong. I am indeed Clark Kent. Wrong. Wrong. No, it is not wrong. 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 If I am mistaken, then you tell me who I am." Clark could no longer contain his roar, and with that cry, the fears, anxieties, and weaknesses within him vanished without a trace. As Kal-El released his grip, Clark did not fall, but instead began to drift slowly backward. Gazing into Kal-El's eyes, which shimmered with a crimson glow, Clark instinctively uttered, "I am you." Upon hearing this, the red light in Kal-El's eyes gradually faded, revealing his serene azure gaze, which fixed quietly upon Clark. The red light in Clark's eyes dissipated as well, unveiling the same cerulean hue as he and Kal-El locked eyes. "I am you. I'm also Kal-El," he affirmed. Kal-El replied softly, "You are me. You are Kal-El. You are the son of Krypton." Why? At that moment, Clark felt an unexpected tranquility. By acknowledging himself as Kal-El, he had already embraced this truth. At the very least, the connection to his own soul seemed somewhat more credible. Yet, with this acceptance, a torrent of questions surged forth from Clark's mind, spiraling out of control. "Why have you become this way? I have seen your memories, and they are utterly unlike mine. Are you the future version of me? Or a parallel universe is me? I understand this concept, but I thought it was merely theoretical. What exactly is happening? What transpired on Krypton?" A cascade of inquiries tumbled from Clark's lips, but suddenly his expression shifted as he turned to Kal-El. "Ever since the last incident, I've developed a sense of aversion toward those around me, particularly those closest to me. Is this your doing?" Chapter 61. Awakening from a dream. I cannot answer your questions, for many of them elude my understanding as well. Kal-El replied calmly, then unexpectedly placed a hand on Clark's shoulder. "Do you truly believe that your disdain for your adoptive parents is due to my influence?" Clark lowered his gaze, reluctant to admit that his feelings of annoyance toward his parents were rooted in his own issues. "When did I begin to find my father and mother bothersome? Was it when others bullied me, and my father forbade me from retaliating? Or was it when my mother would scream like a madwoman whenever my extraordinary abilities were mentioned? I possess remarkable powers. I could thrive in school and earn the admiration of the girl I like, yet they continually forbade me from utilizing my gifts, from excelling, from growing, even from embracing my true self." As Clark sank into contemplation, Kal-El suddenly squeezed his shoulder, jolting Clark from his reverie. He noticed Kal-El gazing at him, his eyes filled with a warmth that was almost palpable. "What is it?" Clark inquired. Kal-El shook his head and said, "They did nothing wrong." "What?" Clark suddenly realized. "Can you discern my thoughts?" "Indeed. Well, I acknowledge their intentions are rooted in concern for my well-being, yet I find their strictness rather stifling. At times, I even contemplate escaping from home." Clark had never voiced his grievances, especially not to someone he scarcely knew. Yet before Kal-El, he laid bare his heart. After listening, Kal-El responded, "Their actions are not misguided, albeit limited by human understanding." "What do you mean?" Clark inquired, puzzled. Kal-El gazed into the distance, towards the disintegrating remnants of Krypton. "They merely view your situation from the perspective of an ordinary human, striving to protect you to the best of their ability." Kal-El spoke calmly, adding, "Without their presence, your fate might mirror mine." At this juncture, Kal-El turned to Clark and asked, "You must have perused all my memories by now, correct?" Clark nodded silently. "Do you like them?" Clark shook his head. Kal-El spoke with a detached tone, as if discussing another's plight. "So, do you believe they acted rightly?" Clark nodded, affirming, "They are correct." "No, they are mistaken," Kal-El emphatically countered. Clark suddenly lifted his gaze, his long brows furrowing in confusion. Kal-El observed Clark, clad still in a simple white nightgown. He touched the fabric of his own black uniform, feeling its intricate design, and suddenly remarked, "You should don this attire, ideally, with a cape, as I have a fondness for capes." Clark was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt shift in conversation to clothing. Upon closer inspection, he realized Kal-El's black uniform was indeed rather striking. "Where might one acquire such attire?" he inquired. Kal-El hesitated, pondering before suggesting, "Perhaps a trip to the Arctic? Or Mars? Mars likely has some." Clark rolled his eyes, unable to restrain himself. "If I could reach Mars, would I truly be in need of a mere outfit?" Kal-El was amused by his childlike expression and instinctively ruffled his hair, then spoke seriously. "Clark, when you finally wear the battle suit, you will discover that this world is, in fact, rather small." Clark fell silent, contemplating Kal-El's words. Although they seemed somewhat boastful, considering the latter's past and achievements, they did not appear overly exaggerated. "The reason I assert that your adoptive parents erred is that, at their core, They are merely ordinary individuals from a common planet, having ventured to the farthest reaches of their lives, perhaps just to a larger city. Kal-El gradually floated towards the shattered Krypton, proclaiming loudly, "The crux of your discord with them lies in their attempt to confine a god within the constraints of an ordinary human mindset." At this moment, Clark's fists were clenched tightly, and his skin almost instantaneously erupted into goosebumps. An uncontrollable surge of excitement, intertwined with exhilaration, surged forth from the depths of his soul, nearly overwhelming him. Kal-El, oblivious to Clark's expression, perhaps he noticed yet chose not to intervene, continued to speak, growing increasingly fervent, his voice rising with intensity. "I once pinned the Lord of the Seven Seas to the ocean floor. I have battled descendants of gods, annihilating their lineage. I have encased the heavens in ice, burying formidable foes. I have vowed to shatter planets. I have walked in the embrace of the sun." Upon reaching this point, Kal-El turned to Clark, observing the flush of excitement upon the boy's face. Only then did he gently pat Clark's shoulder, whispering, "What I have accomplished, you too can achieve. Clark, always remember, I am you, and you are Kal-El." Clark gazed intently at Kal-El, scrutinizing for any semblance of falsehood in his words, yet found none, which only fueled his excitement further as he nodded vigorously in affirmation. With a clap, Kal-El patted Clark's shoulder once more, and at that moment, the earlier fervor had dissipated, replaced by a serene calm. "You may leave now." Clark was momentarily taken aback, yet he heard Kal-El continue, "Remember my words. You must return here. We are waiting for you." However, Clark questioned, "But you're already here, aren't you? You wish to gather your kin, and you can do that on your own. Why must you wait for me?" Kal-El turned his back to Clark, his gaze lingering on the shattered remnants of Krypton, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity. Just as Clark began to believe his question would go unanswered, Kal-El suddenly uttered a phrase. "Kal-El." Kal-El turned to face Clark, murmuring his own name. Clark stood bewildered, at a loss for words, until he heard Kal-El call out once more, "Kal-El." Clark opened his mouth, and after a brief pause, responded, "I am here." A faint smile graced Kal-El's lips as he regarded Clark, saying, "Kal-El, do you not yet comprehend? Everything you see has merely been my memories." Clark felt as if struck by a lightning bolt, staring at the tall yet slender figure of Kal-El, tears unwittingly welling in his eyes. "So, you mean you have?" Kal-El closed his eyes, as if to answer the question without words. From that moment onward, the former Kal-El was entirely gone. Henceforth, there existed only one Kal-El. Kal-El, that is your true name. Go, return to the world that belongs to you. Kal-El, you possess eternal life, a healthy body, boundless strength, those who love you, and every conceivable possibility. Kal-El, you shall venture further than I, soar higher, and see broader horizons. Kal-El, go on, go on. I shall await your return here. We shall be here for you. Do not keep me waiting too long, Kal-El. Do not keep me waiting for too long. It is quite cold here. Chapter 62. A new past at the moment Clark and Kal-El bid farewell. Chaos erupted within the Batcave on Earth. Steel witnessed the cloned Flash vanish into the depths of the cave, and soon, a transformation began to unfold among everyone present. In Steel's mind, all that he knew of himself felt as though it were being meticulously erased, akin to pencil marks on paper being rubbed away by an eraser, while simultaneously, new content began to inscribe itself upon the blank page. The clash between old history and new memories left Steel with an excruciating headache. "Thomas, stop! Stop!" Steel bellowed. Thomas was also kneeling on the ground, cradling his head in agony, moaning in distress. Unlike Steel, however, Thomas began to decay before Steel's eyes. The flesh on his exposed cheeks and chin melted like wax, revealing bone beneath, an utterly horrific sight. At that moment, Steel suddenly noticed that the lasso of truth entwining him had loosened significantly. He reached out to untie the ropes, as Thomas's transformation rendered him incapable of restraining Steel. Just as Steel was on the brink of success, an abrupt sound akin to a bubble bursting echoed through the air. In the next instant, an array of internal organs, mingled with copious amounts of blood, erupted within the Batcave, splattering in all directions. Steel then felt the transformation abruptly cease. Before he could fully free himself from the lasso, Thomas tightened it once more, binding Steel and rendering him unable to resist. However, Thomas was not faring well either, The earlier transformation had caused his body to rot, and there were no signs of recovery. With a decaying visage, he was a chilling sight to behold. Thomas handed the lasso of truth to Alfred, instructing, "Continue." Alfred silently nodded, clutching the lasso as he ventured into the darkness once more. By the faint glow of the lasso, Steele discerned the corners of the shadows, where a series of black coffins stood arranged. The lids of the coffins creaked open, revealing a figure within, clad in a red bodysuit adorned with the yellow lightning insignia, the clone of the Flash. "Thomas, if this continues, you will perish," Steele roared. "In the correct timeline, you have been dead for decades." Batman cast a cold glance at Steele, responding, "I am aware. Do you truly believe that an artificial Flash can mend the timeline?" Steele pressed on. "Even if they could access the Speed Force, how could mere tools devoid of self-awareness comprehend the intricacies of correcting the timeline? You are courting disaster. And so what?" Batman retorted softly. "Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, I shall press onward. You cannot gamble with the lives of the entire world." Steele exclaimed vehemently. "Are you not aware that each time your Flash enters the Speed Force, it triggers a temporal explosion? Each explosion impacts the fabric of reality. Have you forgotten how Kal-El came to be? Your selfishness is intolerable." Batman remained silent. At that moment, Alfred approached with yet another Flash, who numbly walked to the center of the Batcave, surrounded by a semi-spherical pit, allowing ample distance for him to enter hyperspeed and subsequently the Speed Force. Alfred glanced at Batman, awaiting his command. Batman, however, continued to remain silent. Observing this, Steele sensed that his words had reached Batman and was about to speak again when a laughter echoed from the shadows, gradually reverberating around them. The laughter was sharp and grating, akin to nails scraping against metal, creating discomfort. Upon hearing this laughter, Batman's body shuddered slightly, and he coolly uttered, "Commence." In the next instant, arcs of gold and crimson electricity began to flicker around the Flash's form, gradually transforming into an afterimage, and with a sonic boom, he vanished before their eyes. In the following moment, a transformation occurred once more. Recent memories began to fade, replaced by new recollections. A subway train halted before the Eternal Rock, where a young boy shouted Shazam, as a bolt of lightning illuminated his face, revealing a youthful Kal-El. Aquaman was not pinned to the ocean floor by his trident. Instead, he transformed back into a boy, embracing his mother, with that same boy beside them. Most astonishing for Steele was the sight of a young Wonder Woman, Diana, standing at the cliffs of Paradise Island. Her gaze filled with excitement as she looked out over the ocean, where a wooden ship floated, manned by none other than that boy. Finally, the scene froze atop a snow-capped mountain, the highest point in the world, where a crystalline palace lay hidden among the clouds. Below, on an iceberg, the young Kal-El was engaged in battle with another boy clad in black, whose appearance strikingly resembled a youthful Thomas. In the next moment, the boy abruptly lifted his gaze, and his eyes glowed crimson. If the true Flash were to witness this, he would surely be left aghast, for what Steele beheld diverged drastically from the original timeline. This validated Steele's assertion. Each temporal explosion ripples through history, and collectively, these disturbances would lead to cataclysmic changes in the world. Steele groaned in anguish, clutching his head. "Stop, Thomas, please. This will ruin the Earth. All of humanity will suffer." However, at that moment, Thomas's face was already infested with white maggots, writhing amidst decaying flesh, rendering him the visage of a true corpse. Victor Thomas suddenly exclaimed, his voice raspy and unnatural. As he spoke, a pool of dark, purulent blood spilled forth from his mouth. "Have you seen Bruce?" Steele raised his head to look at Batman, only to realize that his eyes had become clouded, the eyeballs beginning to shrivel, resembling two desiccated grapes that had slipped from their sockets, dangling beside his nose. "Tell me," Thomas bellowed. "Victor, tell me. Please, I beg you." "Victor." Steele, in anguish, closed his eyes, finally grasping that what Thomas sought was not a correct timeline, but only one thing from beginning to end: Bruce Wayne. For him, the resurrection of his son eclipsed any concerns about the accuracy of time. Watching Thomas gradually collapse to the ground, Steele recalled his own father. Would his father have done the same for him? After a moment's contemplation, he arrived at a resounding conclusion. "Live?" he suddenly shouted. "Bruce, live?" In the next instant, Thomas passed away with a satisfied smile. At that very moment, a sound reminiscent of a bubble bursting echoed once more within the Batcave. Everything came to a standstill. Alfred discarded the lasso of truth onto the ground, not sparing a glance at Steele as he lifted the gurney, gently placing Thomas's lifeless body upon it, then turned towards the darkness. Master Wayne wished to be buried alongside his lady in the garden, he said. Victor, you may return now. Master Wayne is content. And so is the lady. I shall remain here, waiting until Bruce returns. Steele watched as Alfred vanished into the shadows, shaken by his words. Alfred, Bruce will not return. Or even if he does, it will not be to this place. For this place no longer exists. In the next moment, a tsunami of time erupted from the depths of the Batcave, sweeping forth with an unstoppable force, reducing everything in its path to nothingness. Steele was the first to be engulfed by the temporal deluge, followed by Alfred and the Wayne couple, and soon the entire Wayne Manor, Gotham City, America, Earth, until the whole universe. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Clark slowly opened his eyes. The dawn had yet to break, and the bedroom was enveloped in darkness. Yet, in Clark's perception, even the antennae of an ant in the crevice of the ceiling were crystal clear. He had come to understand the origins of his extraordinary abilities, and thus, he no longer felt the previous panic. Ultimately, his gifts were a matter of bloodline, not a genetic mutation. Simultaneously, a gentle sorrow welled up in the young Clark's heart. As the figure upon whom he could rely, trust, and idolize disappeared from this moment forth, Clark began to experience the profound solitude that belonged to Kal-El. Gradually, he ascended from his bed, making not a sound, so silently that even he was unaware of it. Thus he hovered 10 centimeters above the ground, drifting lightly to the window. Outside, a full moon radiated a soft glow, and upon seeing it, the first image that struck Clark was that of a long sword embedded in a circular pit, entwined with a golden rope that seemed to stretch infinitely, adorned with women clad in battle skirts. These women appeared extraordinary, yet regrettably, they had turned to frozen figures. This scene resided within Kal-El's memories, and each recollection left Clark profoundly shaken, a vision he had never dared to dream. In comparison, the trivialities of school teams, quarterbacks, neighboring girls, and family disputes seemed utterly juvenile and absurd. Kal-El's memories would become Clark's most treasured possession, although they could not enhance his powers. They represented a transformation and growth within the heart of the young superhero, akin to bestowing gold upon a beggar. Though momentarily unbeneficial, it held the promise of everything. With this thought, Clark suddenly felt awakened, realizing he was floating in mid-air, a mix of surprise and joy coursing through him. However, he could no longer maintain his levitation and returned to the ground. He glanced down at the earth beneath his feet, a slight grin forming as he envisioned himself soaring through the skies, delighting in the thought. I could do it too, I can fly. Yet, he soon found himself troubled. How was he to fly? How had Kal-El mastered it? There were no training scenes in his memories. It seemed as if he had simply learned to fly by basking in the sun. Yet, after years of sunbathing, he remained earthbound. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head, deciding not to dwell on such matters. Since they were one and the same, what Kal-El could do, he too would eventually possess. It was merely a matter of time. In the deep of night, amidst the farmland, Clark stood barefoot on the ground, feeling the moist earth enveloping his feet, which made everything feel extraordinarily real. He gazed up at the night sky, the pitch-black canopy appearing low and oppressive. Clark slightly crouched, his leg muscles tensing suddenly, his feet sinking deeply into the soil, a tremendous force even squeezing water from the damp earth. In the next moment, this immense power released from his legs, instantly transferring to the ground beneath him. A large section of earth suddenly caved in, the soft soil compacted by this force, even more solid than asphalt. The Earth's response to Clark propelled him skyward. The biting gale swept against his garments, and the vista, once obscured by the cornstalks, suddenly expanded into a vast panorama. The lush green fields beneath him rapidly diminished in size, revealing the entirety of Kent Farm. Clark was brimming with exhilaration, yet he stifled his voice, clenching his fists tightly, his teeth grinding together. He feared that if he did not restrain himself, a cry would escape his lips. This was the first time he had so audaciously displayed his abilities, and the sensation of soaring through the air was intoxicating. For a fleeting moment, he even felt as though he was flying. However, this feeling did not last long, for he was still merely young Clark, not the Kal-El of his memories, and he remained bound by the gravitational pull of this planet. As his body reached its apex, a descent was inevitable. Watching the ground grow larger in his field of vision, Clark curled his body and pushed off forcefully against the earth. Bang! The impact created a deeper crater and more shattered earth than before, yet the feedback was even more invigorating. Clark surged into the sky once again, roaring. This time, he could no longer contain himself. Cutting through the air, bursting through the clouds, young Clark was witnessing the view above the clouds for the first time. Unobstructed by the clouds, the sky above seemed infinitely vast and profound, with stars appearing within reach, as if he could grasp them with a mere stretch of his hand. The full silver moon loomed larger than life, and Clark could distinguish the craters on its surface. He felt as if there were a figure seated in meditation, gazing down at him. At that moment, the clouds were beneath his feet, the winds swirled around him, and the earth relinquished its hold. Everything transformed, becoming astonishingly simple. So simple that it felt as though, with a mere thought, he could accomplish anything. Is this what power is? Clark murmured, gaining a newfound understanding of the word power. Am I Kal-El or Clark Kent? I'm both. And yet, I am neither. I'm a god. As the words left his lips, Clark realized he had ascended to the highest point, and his body began to descend slowly. This self-proclaimed god, after delivering his proclamation of rebirth, plummeted from his lofty height. Ack! Boom! Slowly rising from the ground, Clark clutched his backside, reflecting on his moment of unrestrained joy. It hurt, yet the sensation was undeniably exhilarating. However, why did the entire farm feel so oppressive? Clark pondered this issue. When he was aloft, he had felt little, but now that he had returned to the ground, he sensed a subtle odor, or perhaps a feeling, lingering in the air around him. This odor and feeling were stifling and discomforting, akin to the weakness emanating from someone afflicted with illness and fever. This sensation had not been apparent to him prior to the awakening of his abilities. But since that incident, it had begun to manifest, culminating in an overwhelming intensity this evening. Kryptonite, the very essence of kryptonite. Upon this realization, Clark discerned a crucial truth. The reason his powers had remained dormant all these years was indeed due to the oppressive presence of kryptonite. The entirety of Smallville lay beneath a shroud of kryptonite. If I were to linger here, I would likely struggle to attain sufficient growth to journey to Krypton. I must depart, leave this place, or perhaps eradicate that kryptonite. Chapter 2. I have laid my cards on the table when Jonathan awakened from his slumber. His wife had already left his side. He paid little heed to her whereabouts, and instead rose to proceed towards his son Clark's room. After knocking gently on the door and calling out a few times, receiving no response, he felt a surge of anxiety and pushed the door open forcefully. The room was empty, the bedding meticulously folded, presenting a neat and tidy appearance. Clark! Clark! Jonathan shouted his son's name, his initial instinct suggesting that his son had been taken. However, he quickly dismissed that notion, recognizing its implausibility, given Clark's abilities. It was inconceivable that anyone could have whisked him away silently. Moreover, the orderly arrangement of the bedding indicated otherwise. Martha's voice drifted up from downstairs. Jonathan, breakfast is ready. Upon hearing his wife's call, Jonathan's heart suddenly settled. Descending the stairs, he discovered his son Clark seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Upon noticing Jonathan's arrival, Clark looked up and smiled. Clark, Jonathan began, feeling slightly awkward. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, Your bed won't arrive for a few more days. It's all right, Dad, Clark replied with a smile. Honestly, I feel more secure this way. Such a silly boy. What are you talking about? Who sleeps on the floor? Martha chuckled, then turned to her husband, saying, You'll accompany me to town later. Clark has grown taller, and it's time for him to have a larger bed. At your command, my lady, Jonathan replied with a mock salute, sitting opposite Clark and observing him as he ate. He opened his mouth to speak, yet no words emerged. Martha, noticing her husband's distraction, inquired, Jonathan, what is troubling you? Clark glanced up at Jonathan, only to find him focused intently on his plate. Raising an eyebrow, he refrained from commenting further. At that moment, the sound of a car horn echoed from outside. Clark, the school bus has arrived, Martha exclaimed, glancing out the window. Yet, Clark continued to eat leisurely, seemingly oblivious to his mother's words. Clark, the school bus is here. Martha called again. Yeah, I know, Mom. It's fine, let it go. I'm not in a hurry. Having spoken, Clark lifted a glass of milk and sipped it leisurely. Observing his demeanor, Jonathan and Martha exchanged glances and simultaneously inquired, "Are you all right?" Clark calmly nodded. "Of course, I have ample time to reach school before the bus arrives, so rest assured." Jonathan furrowed his brow. "Clark, we have discussed this matter before regarding your extraordinary abilities. You should not recklessly expose your powers." "Dad, it's fine," Clark replied, his gaze directed at his father, filled with a steadfast gentleness that momentarily left Jonathan speechless, opening his mouth several times but unsure of what to articulate. "Clark, I cannot agree," Martha interjected sharply, her expression darkening. "I do not consent to your use of your superpowers. Those abilities are beyond our comprehension and could potentially harm you." Suddenly, Clark reached out, clasping Martha's hand, the warmth of his palm inducing a hush. He rose to his full height, casting a shadow over the room. "Father, Mother, I am aware of everything." "What do you know?" Jonathan murmured. Clark smiled tenderly. "I know my origins, my lineage, all that encompasses my existence, including the spacecraft beneath the barn." In unison, Jonathan and Martha sprang to their feet, their abrupt movement causing their chairs to topple backward with a jarring crash. "How could you?" Jonathan could not restrain himself from glancing at Martha, suspecting she had revealed the truth to Clark, only to find her gaze mirroring his confusion. Clark suddenly declared, "It was I who discovered it." Jonathan and Martha turned their eyes toward their son, their expressions laced with uncertainty. Or perhaps it is the unique legacy of our kind. Upon hearing his son utter such words, the first image that flashed through Jonathan's mind was that of a fire-breathing dragon in the realm of fantasy literature. Only such mythical creatures could resonate with the circumstances Clark was describing. A formidable physique, unmatched strength, the ability to breathe fire, coupled with the enigmatic inheritance from his genes or soul. Martha felt an overwhelming despair. She sensed that her son was about to embark on a quest to find his true family, while she and her husband would return to a life of solitude, devoid of hope and laughter. Clark approached his mother, enveloping her gently in his embrace. "Clark, can you not leave? Can you not remain my son?" "Mother, I am indeed your son," Clark replied softly. In that moment, the loneliness belonging to Kal-El within him was dispelled by the closeness and warmth shared between them, erasing the distance that had once lingered between mother and son. Jonathan gazed upon the scene before him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He stepped forward, extending his arms to embrace his son and wife, his heart brimming with profound emotions. After a considerable pause, the family of three returned to the dining table. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jonathan inquired of Clark, "How did you come to learn of your origins? Is it truly akin to the legacy of dragons? A matter of bloodline inheritance?" After the incident last time, fragments of information began to surface in my mind, along with some vivid images, allowing me to glean the essence of my heritage, Clark replied. "Will you return?" Martha asked, her concern evident. Clark shook his head. "Mom, my planet has been obliterated. Although I will undoubtedly journey back one day, it shall not be at this moment." "Obliterated?" A flicker of joy surged within Martha, though her countenance remained composed. Clark nodded and said to Jonathan, "Dad, I wish to see the barn." Jonathan agreed. "Actually, since that last event, I have longed to reveal the truth to you. However, since you're already aware, let us go and explore it together." "But school is about to begin," Martha interjected, yet the father and son appeared oblivious to her words. As Clark beheld the vessel before him, identical to the one he had remembered from his past, the figure of Kal-El resurfaced in his thoughts. To return to Krypton, this craft would likely be insufficient. He would need to rely on the one located on Mars. However, was Dr. Manhattan still on Mars? The mere thought of that blue, bald figure invoked a frown from Clark, as the notion of wielding such cosmic power as he did was utterly daunting. "What troubles you, Clark?" Jonathan inquired, noticing the shift in Clark's demeanor and feeling a pang of concern. Clark shook his head and asked, "Aside from the spacecraft, is there anything else? Perhaps crystals?" Jonathan pondered before responding. "There are no crystals, but we do possess a considerable number of green meteorites." "Green meteorites?" Clark's instinctive reaction was that they were kryptonite. Or might they be? Jonathan spread his arms wide. "They are abundant in Smallville." Chapter 3. The spaceship, the seal your mother and I discovered you from within this, Jonathan said, patting the rounded head of the black spacecraft as he addressed Clark. "We always presumed the government would come knocking, yet they did not." As he spoke, Jonathan retrieved a black, seal-like object from a nearby box and handed it to Clark. "This was found around your neck. We are fortunate you were not harmed by its sharp end." Clark accepted the seal, which was roughly the length and girth of his middle finger, one end resembling an icicle, while the other bore jagged, uneven teeth, exuding an air of the extraordinary. Upon the smoother end, he recognized a familiar emblem, one that had once adorned the chest of Kal-El's suit, taking the form of a standard circular diamond. Within that diamond lay a capital S, the entire design pulsating with vitality, leaving an indelible impression. Clark once believed that it was merely a design on the suit of Kal-El. Yet it now appears that the matter is far more complex. I consulted with a metallurgist from Kansas regarding this. Jonathan remarked with a sense of reflection as he gazed at the emblem. Its composition is entirely absent from the periodic table. This is a substance from Krypton, Clark stated. Krypton? Jonathan was taken aback, then inquired, "Is that your home planet?" Clark nodded slightly. Jonathan sighed, a hint of satisfaction and pride gracing his voice. "You are the answer. My son, you are the response to the question of whether there are other beings in the universe." Clark looked at Jonathan and suddenly opened his arms to embrace him. Despite the unexpected nature of the embrace, Jonathan held his son tightly. Then he heard Clark softly say, "Thank you, Father, thank you." Upon hearing these words, Jonathan's eyes welled with tears, and he shook his head. "Clark, my son, you never need to say that to me, never." The father and son held each other for a long time, the moment seemingly frozen in time. Had it not been for the memories of Kal-El, Clark, under the nurturing of Jonathan and Martha, could have undoubtedly become a living deity guiding humanity. However, due to the influence of Dr. Manhattan, Clark acquired the memories of Kal-El, which bore the tragic, lonely, and bewildering essence that Jonathan and Martha had deliberately sought to avoid. That essence was reality, the unvarnished truth of this world. Encountering such authenticity too early inflicted a profound shock upon Clark's still-forming worldview and values, leading him at one point to harbor resentment, even malevolent thoughts towards his parents. Yet, when Kal-El unveiled the shattered remnants of Krypton before Clark, that grand cosmic spectacle elevated Clark's previously narrow perspective, significantly diluting the darkness within him. Coupled with his current reconciliation and understanding with his parents, Clark's inner self, in a sense, experienced true growth and fortitude. Now Clark, having reconciled his inner turmoil during his youth, is neither purely good nor wholly evil. Rather, he embodies a synthesis of both. With this belief as the cornerstone of his soul, and nourished by the rhythms of existence, he wields the power of cataclysm to become a myth among mortals. "Dad, I am ready to venture out," Clark finally said after a long pause. Jonathan nodded. "Very well, let us go outside. The air here is indeed rather poor." "No, Dad. I want to leave Smallville," Clark clarified. "No." Jonathan's brow furrowed in disbelief as he gazed at Clark. "How could you entertain such an idea? You are still so young. What if something were to happen? Moreover, you are still in school, and they would never agree to it. And your mother, if you were to run away now, it would break her heart. In short, no, absolutely not." Clark did not refute. Instead, he gazed quietly at his father, his eyes gentle yet resolute. Dad. As Jonathan became increasingly agitated, Clark felt compelled to intervene. He placed one hand beneath the massive aircraft and, with a mere exertion of strength, lifted it effortlessly above his head. The imposing craft towered over him, significantly taller than even two of his own stature. It was effortlessly held aloft by Clark's single hand, a sight that would leave anyone in awe. Jonathan's gaze followed the ascent of the aircraft before slowly descending back to Clark's face. He understood his son's intentions, yet he remained steadfast in his refusal, shaking his head firmly. "Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot agree." With that, he turned and walked toward the barn's exit, pausing briefly to state without looking back, "If you still wish to be my son, I hope you can respect your father and his opinions. Furthermore, I will not disclose this matter to your mother, nor should you seek her counsel. She has not enjoyed a good night's sleep in a long time." Having said this, Jonathan exited the barn and gently closed the door behind him, leaving Clark alone with his thoughts. Sighing heavily, the young man felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Though his strength could easily overturn a moving vehicle, it could not sway his father's decision. Contemplating this, Clark carefully placed the aircraft back on the ground, patting its rounded top as he murmured, "What would you do in my place, Kal-El?" No sooner had he spoken than he felt the surface of the aircraft tremble beneath his palm. Its once smooth exterior abruptly transformed into a rough and jagged texture that even Clark's steel-like body felt a sharp sting from. lifting his hand slightly to create distance. He furrowed his brow, observing the peculiar change. In the next moment, he noticed a triangular aperture where his hand had rested. To be precise, it was a perfectly circular, diamond-shaped opening. Upon seeing this, Clark's gaze shifted to the seal on his hand, realizing the two were of the same origin and perfectly aligned. He hovered the seal above the opening, but hesitated to insert it as his phone rang. "Clark, why didn't you come to school today?" Chloe's voice came through, filled with urgency. "Ms. Judy is very beep." Clark abruptly ended the call, acting on instinct as he inserted the seal into the opening. The next moment, his phone rang again. "Clark, how dare you hang up on me?" Chloe's voice persisted, sounding both harsh and casual. Clark's demeanor shifted, losing the earlier warmth and brightness he had shown to his parents, transforming instead into a figure reminiscent of Kal-El, cold, aloof, and ominous. "Clark, are you still listening?" On the other end of the line, Chloe, noticing Clark's prolonged silence, grew concerned and inquired about his well-being. Clark replied indifferently, "Is there something you need?" Taken aback, Chloe stammered, "I was just worried since you didn't come to school today." At that moment, Clark noticed the spaceship before him begin to tremble violently, accompanied by waves of energy surging forth. He casually remarked, "I won't be returning to school." With that, he ended the call, leaving Chloe pale on the other end. Clark slowly extended his hands, pressing them against the ship's hull, feeling the cascading waves of energy akin to the relentless tide of the sea emanating outward. From this energy, he sensed a profound familiarity. Is this Kryptonian technology? He mused, realizing that his earlier words to Chloe were not mere banter. In comparison to the legacy of Kryptonian civilization, the culture and technology of Earth resembled that of a mere child. The waves of energy expanded outward at a visible rate, rapidly filling the entire barn. Immersed in this energy, Clark gently closed his eyes, feeling utterly at ease. However, at that moment, the barn door swung open suddenly, and his mother, Martha, appeared at the entrance, asking, "Clark, why is your father so angry?" Startled, Clark's eyes flew open in terror as he turned to look at his mother. In the next instant, the energy that had filled the barn found an escape route, surging uncontrollably toward Martha. "Be careful," Clark exclaimed, his heart racing. He could not fathom what might happen to his fragile mother if struck by this force. In the blink of an eye, the powerful energy swept Martha off her feet, and Clark became a blur, appearing beside her in an instant, embracing her tightly and gently lowering them both back to the ground. "Mom, are you all right?" Clark asked anxiously, but Martha had already slipped into unconsciousness. Hearing the commotion, Jonathan rushed out, and upon seeing his wife lying in their son's arms, unresponsive, he was stricken with alarm and hurried to his son's side, urgently asking, "What happened, Clark?" Glancing back at the barn, Clark lowered his head and explained, "I inserted that emblem into the spacecraft, and the energy it emitted attacked Mom." Faced with the realization that his beloved wife had fallen into a coma due to their son's actions, Jonathan felt a surge of resentment, only for it to dissipate almost immediately. "I'll drive. Let us get your mother to the hospital," he declared, but just as he prepared to leave, he noticed that his son, cradling his wife, had vanished from sight, leaving only a gust of wind and a lingering remark, "I'll take Mom ahead. You follow." Jonathan was momentarily taken aback before rushing toward the car, soon departing the Kent farm himself. However, what neither of them noticed was that the barn door remained wide open, and the waves of energy, no longer concealed by the barn, transformed into an invisible beam of light that soared into the heavens, piercing the cosmos. When Jonathan arrived at the hospital, Martha was already lying on the examination bed, while Clark stood quietly beside her, listening attentively to a doctor. Jonathan rushed over in a state of anxiety, completely oblivious to the oxygen tank lying on the floor and the security guard moaning nearby. "Clark, what did the doctor say?" he asked his son. Clark replied to the doctor, "Could you please repeat that?" Jonathan instantly shifted his focus to the doctor, catching a glimpse of the doctor as slightly crumpled collar and askew tie out of the corner of his eye. Yet his urgency prevented him from dwelling on such trivial details. The doctor sighed, having just finished explaining to Clark. He was about to invite Jonathan to inquire further when he inadvertently noticed Clark's impassive, handsome face. He quickly spoke up. "It's like this. Your partner. She's your partner. Correct?" Upon Jonathan nodding, the doctor continued, "Her vital signs are all quite normal. As your son mentioned, she may have simply fainted from exhaustion. There is nothing to worry about." With that, the doctor hurriedly departed, muttering under his breath, "What on earth is exhaustion? Her indicators are better than those of an 18-year-old girl." Clark overheard the doctor's murmurs and regarded his mother on the bed thoughtfully, entirely disregarding the peculiar expression on his father's face. After a long pause, Jonathan suddenly asked, "Clark, where do you wish to go?" Clark looked at his father, but found Jonathan with his head lowered, not meeting his gaze, so he replied, "I would like to travel the world, Dad. My ancestors once visited the solar system, and I want to seek the traces they left behind." At the mention of ancestors, Jonathan's expression darkened sharply. He gazed at his wife lying in bed, lost in contemplation. Clark sat beside Jonathan, also watching his mother, remaining silent. The rift that had just begun to mend between father and son was once again exacerbated by this unforeseen incident, and this time it felt even more complex and contradictory. Even someone as gentle and open-minded as Jonathan found himself at a loss on how to address the matter, resorting only to prolonged silence as a means of coping. Eventually, Jonathan spoke. "Clark, if you truly wish to go, then go." Clark suddenly turned to Jonathan, his eyes alight with excitement. It was not that he required Jonathan's approval. The Clark of today was no longer the naive high school student of yesteryear. The aspirations he harbored, aside from his mother lying in bed, were likely impervious to any opposition, even from Jonathan himself. However, he refrained from acting on this impulse out of respect for his father, for the man who had risked his life to raise him. At this moment, upon hearing his father's consent, he eagerly exclaimed, "Really?" Jonathan nodded, but remained with his head bowed, avoiding Clark's gaze. In a low voice, he stated, "I understand that I should not confine you here. I have always felt that you have not truly matured, lacking the capacity to navigate the complexities of this world. However, now I believe you are ready." Clark gazed at his father, unable to suppress the urge to embrace him. Yet, as he reached out, he could not bring himself to place his hand on Jonathan's shoulder. He discerned a tone in his father's voice that did not align with his expectations. Silently retracting his hand, the excitement on his face gradually faded, leaving him somewhat at a loss. "Thank you, Dad," Clark murmured, lowering his gaze. "I will find a way to handle that aircraft. This situation will not occur again." Jonathan shook his head, saying, "That thing has been in the barn for over a decade. I think it's best to leave it there. Years ago, I invested heavily in lead paint for the barn's roof and walls, fearing it might attract the Pentagon's attention." Clark looked at his father, and Jonathan returned the gaze. They shared a brief smile, dissipating much of the tension in the air. Clark then inquired, "So, how do I explain this to Mom?" Jonathan replied, "That is your dilemma." Clark couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, it is quite a significant issue. That night, Jonathan stayed at the hospital to care for his wife, while Clark returned home to pack his belongings. He harbored a plan, though he hesitated over whether to proceed. After organizing his luggage, Clark stepped outside and stood before the house that had been his home for many years. A fleeting sense of reluctance washed over him, but it quickly vanished, replaced by exhilaration and a sense of freedom. Unintentionally, his gaze fell upon the open barn door, where the aircraft lay undamaged within. Yet now, the craft was utterly still, its previous energy fluctuations seemingly erased. He contemplated taking this perilous entity far from his parents, yet he recognized the impracticality of such an idea, as he had nowhere to store it. Reflecting on his father's words, Clark slowly closed the barn door. "Since you have been here for over a decade, you may as well stay a little longer. Once I locate the Crystal Palace, I will come back for you." With that, Clark bent his legs slightly and then propelled himself, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. A gust of wind surged forth, inadvertently pushing against the barn's front, causing the previously sealed door to creak open slightly. Chapter 5. Lex Luthor. As Clark appeared on his balcony, a look of surprise crossed Lex's fair face, quickly replaced by a smile. "Clark, why are you climbing onto my balcony at this hour?" Clark smiled faintly and inquired, "Is there any wine?" Lex paused for a moment, then glanced down at his hands, which held a bottle of wine. "Are you referring to this kind of wine, or some beverage known as wine?" Clark stepped into the room and cast a fleeting glance at the red-haired woman on the bed, revealing more than just her beauty. He addressed his friend Lex Luthor. "Of course, I mean the kind you have in your hand. Pour-moi un glace, my friend." With that, he settled onto the sofa, his gaze fixed intently on Lex. A flicker of surprise crossed Lex's eyes. Tonight, Clark seemed entirely different from his usual self. The Clark he knew was shy, like a country bumpkin, but the man before him now bore the air of the master of the estate. "What are you staring at?" Do you not recognize me? Clark surveyed the opulent decorations around the room, which were lavish, tasteful, and expensive. Lex quickly regained his composure, turned, and retrieved a glass from the cabinet. He approached the sofa and poured a drink for Clark before filling his own glass and downing it in one swift motion. He then spoke slowly. Has something happened, Clark? Clark raised his glass and took a generous gulp, chuckling as he said, You know, Lex, I once envied you greatly. Oh, so does that mean you no longer do? Lex crossed his legs and adjusted his posture comfortably. It seems I've been a bit lax lately. Clark laughed again, taking another hearty sip. It was his first experience with alcohol, and after several swigs of the potent drink, he was already feeling slightly tipsy. No, I still envy you. Oh, in what regard? Specifically? Please elaborate, Lex urged. Clark regarded Lex and replied calmly. For instance, you are quite wealthy enough to have people investigate me. You possess remarkable restraint, wanting desperately to uncover my secrets while pretending to be indifferent in my presence. Yet, I'm unable to do the same. Upon hearing this, Lex's expression shifted abruptly, becoming somewhat uncomfortable. Did Chloe tell you? Clark took another sip of wine and shook his head. No, I overheard it myself. Lex furrowed his brow, reflecting on where he might have erred, but he merely said, I was just... Clark abruptly stood, looking down at Lex with an expression filled with unfamiliarity and coldness. You merely think it's strange that you didn't run me over the first time we met? Or that I have no medical records from childhood? Or perhaps that you've witnessed me defy gravity and emit beams from my eyes, which you find too peculiar? Lex chuckled awkwardly and replied, Stop joking. I admit I am indeed curious about you, but that is simply curiosity. I have not done anything to harm you, have I? Clark responded coolly. That is because you have yet to desire to, rather than because you are incapable, Lex Luthor. Upon hearing Clark's words, Lex slowly rose from the sofa and ambled toward the nearby liquor cabinet, speaking as he walked. Clark, I believe you have misunderstood. I have always regarded you as a friend, and I implore you to trust that I would never do anything to harm you or your family. As he spoke, he turned to face Clark, his hand concealed beneath the table, where a handgun lay hidden. Clark shook his head, a sudden smile breaking across his face. If you wish to know anything, you can simply ask me directly. There is no need for such measures. Oh, would you actually answer if I did? Lex chuckled in response. Clark's smile was charming. Perhaps I would not have before, but now I certainly would. Why is that? Because, in the grand scheme of the universe, what my few secrets worth? Lex grew increasingly perplexed, yet he refrained from drawing his hand from its hiding place. Very well, Clark Kent. Can you enlighten me as to what your secret is? Clark regarded Lex, and the smile upon his face gradually faded, causing Lex to sense the temperature in the room beginning to rise. When he looked again, Clark, seated across from him, now possessed eyes that glowed a vibrant crimson, not the hue of illness, but rather a luminous, blood-like scarlet. Lex Luthor, this is my secret. In the next instant, a searing beam of that crimson light erupted forth, striking the liquor cabinet beside Lex and advancing toward him in waves. The intense heat made Lex feel as though he were engulfed in flames. Stop, Clark. Stop. Lex could scarcely fathom that the secret he had so desperately sought would manifest in such a manner. The once gentle and amiable Clark now resembled a being possessed by a demon, cold, ruthless, devoid of any semblance of compassion. The liquor cabinet behind him was instantly melted away, the contents transforming into brilliant blue flames that flickered and vanished, much like his life, which was nearing its end. Clark remained seated on the sofa, his gaze steadily approaching Lex, proclaiming loudly, What troubles you, Lex? Is this not the very secret you have longed to uncover? I have revealed it to you, yet why do you not dare to look? What are you afraid of? He paused before continuing, Are you afraid I will kill you? In that moment, Lex fell silent, while the red-haired woman, lying on the bed, let out a piercing scream, her mind blank in the face of the unfolding horror, rendered incapable of anything but her terrified cries. Clark hurled a remaining wine glass toward her, the exquisite vessel shattering upon her forehead, scattering into countless shards as the unconscious woman collapsed onto the bed. Witnessing this, Lex felt a stirring within him and cried out, Clark, I admit I was wrong. I should not have investigated you, nor should I have jeopardized our friendship. I truly regret it, but I can make amends. What would you have me do to restore our bond? Tell me, Clark, please. In the next moment, the scorching rays abruptly dissipated, leaving only a red beam of light lingering in the air, which flickered twice before vanishing, as if nothing had transpired. Clark smiled at Lex, having swiftly appear before him, and with a single motion, he overturned the table that stood between them. The immense force sent the expensive wooden table flying off the balcony, crashing down into the garden below with a cacophony of sound. Yet, Clark grasped Lex's hand, beaming as he said, "Since you have mentioned it, I do have a few tasks I would like you to undertake. You wouldn't be so heartless as to refuse me, would you, my friend?" Lex Luthor, suppressing the pain of potentially broken bones, replied with a smile, "Don't be foolish. How could I possibly refuse you, my dear friend?" Chapter 6. Patricide Mr. Kent. "We have 30 minutes until landing. Please fasten your seatbelt," the voluptuous red-haired flight attendant said with a smile to Clark. The young man, dressed in a black shirt and trousers that accentuated his muscular physique, particularly his handsome features, did not escape the flight attendant's attention, who found the prospect of a collision of minds and bodies quite enticing. Clark diverted his gaze from the window to glance at the flight attendant, nodding in acknowledgement. "I understand." Despite his verbal affirmation, he took no action, and the flight attendant deemed it inappropriate to say more, as he was the only esteemed guest aboard, a client of her employer. As she swayed gracefully away, Clark couldn't help but inwardly criticize Lex's peculiar taste, seemingly fixated on red-haired women. This thought led his mind back to the previous night. "Why didn't you pull the trigger?" Clark inquired as they settled back onto the sofa. Lex, raising his glass that had been filled to the brim, finally replied, "A car speeding at 80 miles per hour couldn't take your life. How could I trust that a bullet would?" His tone remained as calm as ever, devoid of any hint of intimidation. "What would be the consequences if I had pulled the trigger?" he asked, locking his gaze onto Clark's eyes. Clark pondered for a moment before responding, "Nothing would happen." "You would kill me?" Lex asked, somewhat perplexed. "Why not?" "Because the tasks I need you to undertake are worth more than a bullet," Clark replied. Upon hearing this, Lex stared at him for a long time, and a profound silence enveloped them. Eventually, Lex downed the contents of his glass, stood up, and said to Clark, "With that assurance, I am more than willing to assist you. Now, what would you have me do?" "I am leaving Smallville. I will arrange for a plane. You may choose your destination and how long you wish to fly. Take care of my parents." "What does taking care entail?" "Ensure their safety." "Certainly, yet to accomplish this, I require your assistance," he said. At that moment, the aircraft jolted violently, interrupting Clark's train of thought. He turned his gaze outside, realizing the plane had landed and was now taxiing down the runway. The flight attendant's voice resonated throughout the cabin. "Esteemed Mr. Kent, we have arrived at Metropolis Airport. Please follow the designated personnel through the VIP passage. It has been a pleasure traveling with you. Take me to LexCorp," Clark exclaimed, addressing the empty cabin, and soon thereafter, he heard the flight attendant's sweet voice respond, "Of course, Mr. Kent." As Clark settled into the limousine, en route to the LexCorp building, far away in Smallville, Lex sat amidst the disarray of his room, staring blankly at the glass before him. The events of the previous night had been so harrowing and tumultuous that he still found it hard to believe that his rural acquaintance was, indeed, a superhuman. The searing light had not only melted the liquor cabinet, but it also obliterated the wall behind it and the fortified safe within. Fortunately, he had cleared the contents of that safe the day before. Otherwise, the losses would have been substantial. Nevertheless, opportunity often lurks within peril, and having such a dangerous friend could very well be his fortune. "I need your help." Lex's thoughts echoed with his words to Clark from the previous night. "I want you to kill my father." He vividly recalled Clark's expression upon hearing this. It was devoid of the disdain and contempt he had envisioned, lacking any trace of disgust or fear. What remained was a cold indifference, albeit with a hint of surprise. Clark's response had been, "Very well, you may arrange it. Do you not wish to know why?" Lex had inquired. "It is of no consequence." Reflecting on this, Lex raised his glass, the chilled liquid igniting a fire within as it coursed through him, tinting his pallid visage with a flush of crimson. In the next moment, his attention shifted back to his rural companion, pondering the immense transformation that must have occurred in such a brief span. Beyond Clark's extraordinary abilities, it was the change in his character that captivated Lex's concern. Previously, even just a month prior, Clark embodied qualities of sunshine, cheerfulness, kindness, and righteousness, traits that had drawn Lex to seek his friendship. Yet now, Clark appeared indifferent to all, even to life itself. With this realization, Lex could no longer remain seated. He rose and strode purposefully toward the door, determined to go to the Kent farm. He needed to understand what had transpired with his rural friend. On the journey, Lex pressed the accelerator nearly to the floor. Fortunately, the rural town was not heavily trafficked, and he completed the several-mile trek in less than 10 minutes. The sign for Kent Farm soon came into view. With a swift drift, he turned the sports car into the farm, the powerful friction of the tires sending gravel flying. Lex could already see the two-story house, though at that moment, its doors and windows were tightly shut, suggesting no one was home. He slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a halt just shy of half a meter from the entrance. "Mr. Kent! Mr. Kent!" he called out loudly as he opened the car door. But his shouts were met with silence. "Jonathan? Jonathan Kent!" Lex yelled as he rushed into the house. His voice echoed from the first floor to the second and back again. A minute later, he emerged from the dwelling, confirming his initial observation. The rooms were utterly devoid of life. Furrowing his brow, Lex scanned the farm and inadvertently noticed the slightly ajar barn door. Moments later, Jonathan, returning to fetch supplies for his wife, turned into his own farm and nearly collided with a vehicle exiting from within. In a panic, he slammed on the brakes, causing the car to skid several meters on the gravel before finally coming to a stop. Lex spotted Jonathan, his expression tightening before he relaxed again, stepping towards him. "Lex?" Jonathan exclaimed, his voice filled with anger. "Have you lost your mind? I almost hit you." Lex approached Jonathan's side, leaning across the car window. "Mr. Kent, I need to ask you something. Is it about Clark?" Jonathan inquired urgently. "What happened to Clark?" Lex spoke slowly. "Clark came to my house last night, Mr. Kent. He threatened to kill me." "That's impossible." Jonathan thought the bald man before him had gone mad. Clark would never cause harm. Yet as he spoke, Jonathan found himself at a loss for words. Just yesterday at the hospital, after Clark had left, the doctor had recounted events that transpired before Jonathan's arrival. While rushing to the hospital, Clark had nearly demolished the place, incapacitating a security guard and choking a doctor. Even patients receiving treatment were forcefully pushed aside as Clark, with an unprecedented ferocity, demanded the doctor prioritize his mother's care. As Jonathan absorbed this harrowing account, a wave of bitterness washed over him. He could not fathom how his son had devolved into such a state. For over a decade, he had nurtured Clark with love and light, hoping to prevent a day when the world would learn the truth and blame him for failing to raise this extraterrestrial boy properly. Who could have predicted that years of careful upbringing would culminate in this turmoil? Had he known, he would have vehemently opposed allowing Clark to leave. Now, hearing Lex's assertion that Clark intended to kill him only amplified Jonathan's anxiety and dread. "Where's Clark?" Jonathan inquired anxiously as he stepped out of the car, gripping Lex's shoulder. "You haven't harmed him, have you?" Lex took a couple of steps back, evading Jonathan's grasp. Suddenly composed, he gazed intently at Jonathan until the latter lowered his head. Lex then stated, "Mr. Kent, you must disclose to me what transpired. Why has Clark become this way? Otherwise, I possess the authority to alert the authorities and the means to ensure he remains imprisoned for a lifetime." Observing Jonathan's pale visage, Lex spoke calmly. "Do not attempt to deceive me, Mr. Kent. I am aware of far more than you might presume. If you wish for Clark to be unharmed, reveal the truth to me. Let us begin with the fact that he is not human, shall we? What do you think?" Chapter 7. Lex Luthor. Upon hearing Lex assert that Clark was not human, Jonathan felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. He stared at Lex, bewildered, as he sought to determine the veracity of his words. Lex regarded him steadily, his gaze unwavering. "Who claims that Clark is not human?" Jonathan continued to struggle. Lex offered a slight smile. "At the very least, my eyes do not emit heat rays." Jonathan closed his eyes and exhaled softly, experiencing a fleeting sense of relief. Anyone who harbors a monumental secret for over a decade would feel the weight of such a burden. Observing Jonathan's demeanor, Lex felt a jolt in his heart and quickly pressed on, denying Jonathan any time to reflect. "What exactly is Clark? Who are you people?" he demanded. Jonathan lifted his gaze to meet Lex's eyes and declared, "We are merely ordinary farmers. Clark is our son, and that will not change, even in death." Hearing Jonathan's words, Lex felt a pang of emotion. He too had a father, yet his own had never uttered such sentiments. Their relationship was fraught with suspicion and investigation, each seeking leverage over the other for greater gain. Contemplating this, Lex was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable frustration and abruptly interrupted Jonathan. "You need only tell me what I wish to know. I have no desire to hear anything else. Do you understand?" Jonathan glowered at Lex, who returned the stare. and they remained locked in this tension for a moment until Jonathan ultimately relented. Lex, Clark is not what you envision. He would never harm anyone. Jonathan spoke with a heavy tone. Lex, recognizing the moment, softened his voice. He placed a reassuring hand on Jonathan's shoulder and said, I certainly know that Clark would not intend to harm anyone, yet he truly did prepare to kill me. Thus, I came to you immediately. You must tell me everything you know so we can devise a way to save Clark. I am genuinely concerned for him. Should he indeed hurt someone else, the situation would become dire, Jonathan. Our time is running short. Jonathan nodded, his heart in disarray. Let us go to my home. I shall reveal everything to you. Upon hearing this, a triumphant smile flickered across Lex's face. The two drove to the front of the house, where Jonathan noticed the barn doors tightly shut, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten to close them when he left. Lex had recently visited the farm, and Jonathan wondered whether he had discovered the aircraft. Despite his intention to disclose the truth, Jonathan hesitated to reveal the existence of the aircraft. Yet, if Lex had already uncovered it, there would be no further need for concealment. Thus, he feigned nonchalance and remarked to Lex, Thank you for closing the barn door, Lex. My wife is in the hospital, and in my haste, I forgot to secure it. Lex's eyes gleamed with a knowing light as he replied, When I arrived, the barn door was already closed. No need for your gratitude. At his words, Jonathan's expression lightened considerably, and he quickly suggested, Perhaps Clark closed it. Let us go inside and converse. With that, he stepped into the house first. Unbeknownst to him, Lex cast a complex glance back at the barn. Mr. Kent, we have arrived, came the driver's voice from the front seat. Clark opened his eyes and gazed out the window, where a towering building loomed before him, the massive Luthor Corp logo glaringly bright. Upon exiting the vehicle, Clark observed the edifice and could not help but chuckle. One must sometimes concede that wealth is indeed a superpower, and quite a practical one at that. With this thought, he strode towards the main entrance. Upon reaching the doorway, he was halted by a security guard. The guard, seeing Clark disembark from the elongated Lincoln, was cautious and promptly inquired, Sir, whom are you seeking? Lex Luthor, Clark stated, naming Lex's father. The guard paused and asked, Do you have an appointment? Clark cast him a sidelong glance and proceeded to step inside. The guard quickly positioned himself in front of Clark, his imposing weight making it difficult for anyone to move him. However, in the next instant, Clark brushed past him and the hefty guard was sent flying, crashing through the glass doors and landing in the lobby. Clark glanced back at the guard, who was now adorned with shards of glass, appearing quite a sight. He had no intention of harming the guard. He held no interest in intimidating ordinary individuals. In fact, he had not exerted any force. Rather, it was the guard who had pushed against him in their brief encounter. I hope Luthor provided you with insurance, Clark remarked as he approached the guard, then turned to the astonished crowd in the lobby and inquired, Could anyone tell me where I might find Lex Luthor? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall erupted into chaos, with people murmuring in confusion about Clark's intentions. A few guards drew their stun guns and cautiously approached him. With his hands partially tucked into his pockets, Clark observed the encroaching guards and, with a frown of impatience, stated, I have an appointment with Reiner. Just tell me which floor he is on. One guard coldly retorted, If it was an appointment, why resort to violence? Clark replied, He came at me. Do you genuinely believe such words? At that moment, for guards had firmly surrounded him, their stun guns aimed at him, seemingly ready to pull the trigger at the slightest hint of resistance. Clark's impatience intensified, his expression darkening as he cast a grim glance at the four, unwilling to engage in further trivialities. Suddenly, he stomped his foot on the ground, shattering the expensive marble floor and creating a tremor that reverberated through the building. The guards stumbled, struggling to maintain their balance, at which point Clark swiftly approached them, brushing past the two directly in front of him. With a resounding thud, the two guards were sent flying as if struck by colossal force, while Clark continued his unhurried stride toward the elevator, which happened to be waiting on the first floor, as if anticipating his arrival. As he stepped into the elevator, the two guards finally collapsed to the ground, unconscious, while the other two, who had not been struck, also fell onto the floor. The hall resembled the aftermath of a catastrophic accident, in utter disarray. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office, Reiner Luthor felt an abrupt tremor throughout the building, causing him to furrow his brow. Just as he reached for the phone to inquire about the disturbance, it rang first. What is it? He answered. His secretary's voice came through the line. Sir, A young man, claiming to be Clark Kent, has had an altercation with the guards downstairs, asserting he has an appointment with you. Clark? Reiner paused, then instructed, "Let him come up." Understood, the secretary replied, hanging up before dialing the guard station, saying, "He is Mr. Reiner's guest. Allow him access." Simultaneously, the elevator in which Clark was situated abruptly closed and began its ascent. Reiner was unconcerned about the commotion below. Rather, it was Clark's unexpected arrival that intrigued him. When the elevator doors opened, Clark emerged, and Reiner could not help but admire his refreshed appearance. "I must say, Clark, I quite appreciate your taste now," he remarked. Clark stepped forward, moving from the elevator to suddenly stand before Reiner, towering over him. He looked down at the older man and calmly asked, "If I were here to kill you, would you still admire me?" Chapter 8. Who is calling me? Your son has sent me to kill you. Are you prepared? Upon hearing Clark's words, Luther's expression shifted abruptly before returning to normal. He chuckled and took a few steps back, gazing at Clark. "Clark, I never anticipated that not only would your taste have improved, but your sense of humor as well. It is evident that you have grown significantly lately, far surpassing my worthless son." Clark observed this familiar scene and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You know, last night when I intimidated Lex, he mimicked your current actions perfectly," laughing as he retreated, moving behind the desk, and then reaching beneath it. "I wonder, could there be a gun hidden there?" Before he could finish his sentence, Luther had approached the desk, one hand resting on its surface, awkwardly looking at Clark. "You intimidated Lex? How did you manage that?" Luther's laughter was strained. Yet in the next instant, Clark abruptly appeared before him, mirroring his posture, one hand pressing down on the tabletop. Just like this. Luther, inwardly unfazed, was uncertain as to what had possessed Clark that day. However, he found little cause for concern based solely on Clark's words. But the next moment, Luther's eyes widened in horror. Before him, the sturdy, heavy wooden table seemed to yield to Clark's strength like mere bread, swiftly compressed into a flat surface. With countless splinters bursting forth from either side, enveloping Luther's feet and pant legs. Clark leaned down and extracted a handgun from the flattened wood, the weapon itself also distorted. "Is this what you were looking for?" Clark inquired, handing the mangled gun to Luther before brushing off his hands and taking a seat on a nearby sofa. Luther stared at the firearm, its barrel completely crushed. It was inconceivable that even a needle could penetrate it. He involuntarily swallowed hard and turned his gaze to Clark on the sofa. "Are you truly here to kill me?" His voice was dry and hoarse. Clark regarded him calmly, perceiving a complex array of emotions in Luther's eyes that, for some inexplicable reason, brought him a sense of ease. "At least that is what Lex told me," he replied nonchalantly. Luther questioned, "Why? Are you asking why he wishes to kill you, or why I'm inclined to assist him?" Clark countered. After a moment's contemplation, Luther asked, "Why do you choose to help him?" Clark smiled, "Because he is also aiding me." Upon hearing this, Luther's eyes brightened, and he swiftly approached Clark, his gaze intense and voice resolute. "Since I am still alive, can I assume that you do not intend to carry out this act?" Clark waved his hand dismissively. "I have no desire to entangle myself in your family's sordid affairs. I have more pressing matters to attend to. However, I am concerned for my parents, and in Smallville, only you two possess the capability to safeguard my family. Thus, I require Lex's assistance." Reiner hastily opened his mouth, but Clark suddenly cast a glance at him, interrupting the remainder of his words. "Listen to me," Clark said, eyeing Reiner askance, to which Reiner promptly nodded in acknowledgement. "However, I remain skeptical of Lex's character, as well as yours. Yet there is little choice, for you are the only affluent individuals I have encountered. Thus I comprehend," Reiner affirmed with a nod, plopping down onto the sofa opposite Clark. Observing his palpable relief, Clark remarked with a smile, "Are you no longer concerned that I might take your life?" Reiner chuckled in response. "You wouldn't do that. I'm a friend of your father, and I was even involved in the arrangements for your adoption." As Reiner spoke, he suddenly halted, as if he had inadvertently let slip a secret, fidgeting with a cigar he had picked up. Clark's expression remained stoic as he fixed his icy gaze on Reiner, his eyes as frigid as a still pond. After a prolonged silence, he slowly articulated, "Reiner Luther, conceal your petty thoughts. I have no intention of harming either of you, for it serves no purpose. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. However, the condition is this. You must ensure the safety of my parents, shielding them from harm. If you can fulfill this, I can guarantee that you will thrive, perhaps even amass great wealth. Do you grasp my meaning?" Reiner turned to Clark, nodding steadily. Clark rose to his feet, towering over Reiner. In the midst of Reiner's apprehensive gaze, Clark's eyes began to glow a deep crimson, and the temperature of the room surged abruptly. Perhaps your son has already gleaned my origins from my father, or maybe you have some inkling of my circumstances. Nonetheless, I reiterate, such details are inconsequential. Since that fateful night, I have come to understand a crucial truth. No secret can remain forever shrouded in obscurity. In fact, revealing such a secret may yield more favorable outcomes, provided you possess the capacity to retain it within your grasp. Reiner Luther, attend to my request and safeguard my parents. Then, one day, even if the earth ceases to exist, you and your family will thrive. This is a promise I make in the name of Clark Kent, of Kal-El. Upon finishing, Clark turned to leave, while Reiner Luther remained ensnared in the shock of the moment. The image of Clark's glowing red eyes as he loomed over him would forever be etched in his mind. As Clark had stated, he indeed had speculated about Clark's origins and was aware of certain truths. After all, curiosity is often a trait inherited through bloodlines. He had witnessed extraordinary phenomena before, yet Reiner had only surmised that it was some form of exceptional gift. However, the Clark of today had completely overturned his previous conjectures, evoking a sense of dread within him. Standing beneath the towering edifice of the Luther Group, Clark gazed into the distance, his eyes resting on the elongated Lincoln parked nearby. The grand hall behind him had been meticulously cleaned, yet the shattered floor and the vacant doorway seemed starkly out of place. Within the hall, several guards regarded Clark with a malevolence that was palpable, their glances laced with resentment, yet they refrained from taking action out of deference to his stature. Suddenly, Clark turned to confront the lead guard, perceiving the malice that flickered in the man's eyes. Slowly, he extended a finger toward the guard, and under the piercing scrutiny of Clark's gaze, the guard averted his eyes, lowering his head in submission. Turning back, Clark inquired of the driver, standing by the car, "What lies beyond?" The driver glanced in the direction indicated by Clark and replied, "That is the subway station." "Wait for me here," Clark commanded, and with that, he vanished before the driver's astonished eyes. The driver, bewildered, scanned the vicinity, searching for any trace of Clark. In that moment, his eyes inadvertently met those of the guard, who, upon noticing the disdain reflected in the driver's expression, clenched his teeth and bowed his head once more, silently enduring the humiliation. Meanwhile, Clark had already entered the subway station. His inquiry to the driver stemmed from a faint sound he had discerned earlier in Luther's office, a rustling murmur reminiscent of chanting or incantation. This ethereal sound emanated from the very subway station before him. However, upon entering, the murmurs grew clearer from the depths of the subway tracks, revealing a repetitive, haunting refrain: Solomon, Hercules, Atlas, Zeus, Achilles, Mercury. Chapter 9. The 7 Deadly Sins. As Clark hesitated at the threshold of the subway tunnel, a train came to a halt in front of him. He raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips, remarking on the exceptional service provided. Stepping into the carriage, he glanced around, noting that he was the sole occupant. It appeared this train had been specially arranged for him. With a soft click, the glass doors sealed shut, and the train began its descent into darkness. As the shadows enveloped the carriage, the whispers intensified, growing increasingly cacophonous. It felt as though 6 or 7 voices were simultaneously roaring in his ears, the clamor assaulting his senses and stirring agitation within him. "Shut up," Clark bellowed, the next instant igniting with a flash of crimson light that illuminated the darkened carriage. A searing beam of energy surged forth, not to obliterate, but to envelop the entire compartment in a haze of steam, distorting the very air around him. In an instant, all murmurs ceased, the darkness lifted, and the carriage returned to its former tranquility, as if nothing had transpired at all. Clark's eyes returned to normal, his gaze radiating a palpable disdain, a manifestation of an individual who relishes the weak yet fears the strong. It was not fear, but rather respect. At that moment, a voice resonated, one that Clark recognized from the murmurs that had preceded it. "You may express yourself as you wish. I am rather occupied. If you have a matter to discuss, please be succinct," Clark replied coolly. "Oh, you are quite the candid individual, my child. I have been anticipating this. You would do well to choose your words more carefully." Clark interjected frostily. "In that case, I believe we should converse face to face." Upon uttering this, the voice fell silent, coinciding with the subway's gradual halt. The doors swung open to reveal not a modern subway station, but rather a rocky cavern, within which a flat stone path extended into the depths. Alongside this rugged pathway, a flame flickered, beside which lay a glass jar containing a creature resembling a caterpillar. At that moment, the caterpillar raised its body, seemingly fixated on Clark. He sensed its gaze, and, upon turning to look, was met only by the creature. "Were you the one who spoke?" A sudden, intense impulse surged within Clark, to crush it. In an instant, the caterpillar recoiled, curling up tightly to evade his sight. "Ah, quite clever," Clark mused lightly, his hands tucked into his pockets as he strolled leisurely down the rocky path, delving deeper into the cavern. As he rounded a corner, his field of vision expanded dramatically. At the cavern's deepest recess lay a circular platform adorned with 7 stone thrones, 3 smaller ones on each side and a grand central seat. The most imposing and solemn of them all. The thrones were hewn from a single stone, devoid of any visible markings of craftsmanship, yet they emanated a subtle luminescence, appearing both unadorned and exquisite. At this moment, an elderly man clad in a crimson robe, his hair as white as snow, wielding a lightning scepter, occupied the central throne. His gaze fixed on Clark. "Welcome, Clark," he declared, rising with open arms to greet him. Clark shook his head. "You may call me Kal-El." "Kal-El," the elder repeated thoughtfully. Before continuing, "It appears you harbor your own secrets. Spare me the pleasantries. You summoned me here for a purpose. What do you desire?" Clark's patience waned, consumed by a singular focus on honing his abilities and hastening his journey to Krypton. He had little time to squander on the trivialities presented by this eccentric individual. His relatively accommodating demeanor toward the Luthor father and son stemmed from their potential assistance, particularly his parents, whom he viewed as his greatest vulnerability. Yet, the presence of this elder, who had lured him here through deceptive means, filled him with disdain, rendering any forthcoming words or actions from the elder unwelcome in Clark's eyes. Unintentionally, Clark suddenly caught sight of a row of grotesque stone sculptures standing before the stone wall to his left. Each one was more hideous and repugnant than the last. Numbering 7 in total, they embodied the 7 deadly sins. As Clark gazed upon these abominable figures, the elder began to elucidate pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and, with each name he uttered, the corresponding sculpture's eyes ignited with a crimson glow. Upon reaching the final sculpture, it turned its gaze upon Clark, its eyes blazing with an intense red light. Then, a siren-like voice, both alluring and insidious, began to whisper in Clark's ear, an ethereal sound that seemed neither male nor female, but rather a blend of both, striking directly at the core of human instinct and amplifying it infinitely. This caused a rush of warmth to surge from his heart to his loins. The elder did not intervene. Rather, he intentionally orchestrated this scenario. The youth was far too proud and resolute, rendering his initial intentions futile. Thus, he chose to wield the power of the 7 deadly sins to humiliate the boy and temper his audacity. Of course, he did not intend for the sins to truly harm the youth, so as soon as he noticed Clark's cheeks flush with heat, he prepared to wield his staff to subdue the sins. However, before he could unleash his thunderous magic, 2 beams of crimson, searing light suddenly erupted from Clark's eyes, striking directly at him. In an instant, the seductive whispers were supplanted by anguished wails. Even the elder, being a wizard of considerable stature, was taken aback by the energy of the scorching rays. "Stop! Cease this!" the elder cried out, and the bolt of lightning that was meant for the 7 sins was deflected, instead striking Clark. The brilliant blue lightning surged through the air, penetrating Clark's being. In the next moment, the searing rays vanished. Upon examining the youth, the stone sculpture that had once enveloped him was now partially melted, revealing beneath it a sticky, foul-smelling, decayed skin. The elder, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brow and admonished, "The sculptures are shackles, binding the true forms of the 7 sins. Once the sculptures shatter, the sins will re-enter the realm of humanity, and this universe shall be doomed." His fury blinded him to the icy gaze in Clark's eyes. The onslaught of lightning wrought excruciating pain upon Clark, who clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and struggled to adjust his skin and muscles, endeavoring to adapt to the devastation wrought by the electricity while guiding the energy outward. In that moment, he longed for the biological force field of Kal-El. From Kal-El's memories, He recalled that this force field could repel such electrical energy. Yet, the question remained, how could he awaken that ability? Clark opened his eyes. The cold lake blue gradually replaced by a vivid crimson. Then, he began to levitate, his toes hovering just a few inches above the ground. His form motionless, yet slowly turning toward the elder. So you summoned me here, seeking death? As the words fell, a searing ray suddenly erupted, filling the cavern with a tempest of energy. Chapter 10. I shall intervene. So, you summoned me here to meet my demise? The robust, scorching beam, akin to the tendrils of the sun, melted everything in its path, including the stone pedestal and walls behind the elder, yet spared the elder himself. At the very instant the ray was about to touch him, he deftly maneuvered aside, allowing the stone pedestal and walls to bear the brunt of the onslaught in his stead. He gazed sorrowfully at the devastation unfolding, yet refrained from intervening, just as he had abstained from preventing the 7 deadly sins from violating Clark. Having erred once, he vowed never to repeat the mistake. Crackling, the thunderstaff flickered with electric brilliance. The sound of thunder resonating in the air reached Clark's ears. His crimson eyes gradually returned to normal, the lake blue irises even releasing wisps of white vapor, a consequence of the intense heat vaporizing the air. I extend my apologies for the affront of the 7 deadly sins, the elder said, bowing his head slightly towards Clark. However, they're merely my prisoners, not my servants, so please do not doubt my goodwill. Clark cast a glance at the 7 deadly sins nearby, once resembling stone sculptures, their eyes ignited with a crimson glow upon meeting his gaze. While all others beheld the melting stone that bound them, none comprehended the agonizing torment inflicted upon their exposed skin as the stone disintegrated. As beings of malevolence, they were innately vulnerable to sunlight-like energies, and Clark's scorching rays were the culmination of countless photons. Of course, even Clark was unaware of this. Whispers from the other 6 deadly sins, capable of dragging one into the abyss, prompted Clark to furrow his brow and inquire, can they feel pain? Physically? The elder smiled and replied, indeed. With a resounding thud, a fist descended from above. 1 stone sculpture was reduced to naught. 7 punches meant 7 stone sculptures. The once slightly cramped cavern now appeared somewhat spacious in the absence of the 7 sculptures. The elder maintained a constant smile, observing as Clark struck the 7 deadly sins into the earth. As long as Clark's strength did not exceed the sculpture's capacity to endure, all the 7 deadly sins could feel was anguish. As clarity enveloped his senses, Clark felt his spirits lift considerably. He pointed at the elder and asked, so you were their warden? The elder nodded. One might say so. Clark acknowledged this with a sound, then inquired again, can you now divulge why you summoned me? Furthermore, who are you and what is this place? I am the last member of the Wizard Council, and this is the Eternal Rock. The elder's voice brimmed with excitement as he spoke. I have summoned you to entrust my power, my authority, and my responsibilities to you. You shall possess unparalleled divine strength, achieve immortality, and ascend to become the new deity of this world. Yet, before the elder could finish, he paused abruptly, his gaze intensely fixed on Clark, seemingly awaiting his reaction. However, upon witnessing Clark's tranquil demeanor, the elder deflated, losing the fervor he once had. Clark, unfazed, turned it apart, stating, I'm afraid I have no interest. The elder, sensing the shift, swiftly positioned himself before Clark, blocking his path with an urgent tone. Do you not desire to become the new god? You could wield supreme power, live forever, and never experience aging or death. Do these prospects hold no allure for you? Clark regarded him with a smile. What you speak of, I've already experienced, felt, and even taken lives for. At that moment, several figures flickered in his mind, one of which bore a resemblance to the elder before him, though he struggled to recall the specifics. The elder, taken aback by Clark's words, pondered the secrets harbored within this youth's heart, which were far more astonishing than he had anticipated. Indeed, when the elder first beheld Clark, he recognized that he did not meet his expectations. Yet time was of the essence. Millennia of waiting and battling had drained his magical essence and vitality. Now, at the twilight of his life, he was desperate to pass on the divine power and responsibilities. If he failed, upon his return to the divine realm, the 7 deadly sins would be unshackled, and he would be left to confront his God with the weight of his failure. The elder raised his staff, asserting, Clark, I have no time left. Once I return to the divine realm, the 7 deadly sins will no longer hold back. They will break free from their chains and wreak havoc upon the world. Pride leads to contempt. Envy stifles kindness. Wrath harbors malice. Sloth breeds inconsistency. Greed fosters insatiability. Gluttony torments the soul, and despair corrupts morality. When the essence of the 7 deadly sins escapes their confinement, humanity will descend into hell, and purity will be but a memory. Having uttered these words, the elder appeared utterly exhausted, leaning heavily on the thunderstaff, struggling to maintain his composure. Clark observed him in silence. Meanwhile, the imprisoned 7 deadly sins were straining with all their might to influence and corrupt Clark. They had been confined for far too long. They craved freedom, humanity, and the hearts of men. The passions and desires were their sustenance. After a prolonged silence, Clark finally spoke. "So, you fear them?" The elder was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze to meet Clark's. The youth's face radiated various emotions, except for fear, as he pressed on. "Are you afraid of your own prisoners?" "I no longer possess the strength to restrain them," the elder lamented, revealing his helplessness. Clark shook his head in response. "You are mistaken. True power has never been devoid of fear. Fear emanates from the depths of one's soul. It is not a lack of strength that instills this fear within you. Rather, it is the passage of time that has rendered you weary." Clark gestured towards the heart of the elder and then pointed to his own, stating, "If you wish to return to your divine realm, then do so with peace of mind. Should they desire to emerge into the world, let them do so. In my eyes, whether you or they, all that you undertake bears no significance, for I shall take action." With that, Clark placed a reassuring hand on the elder's shoulder and continued to stride outward. The elder, watching his retreating figure, found himself momentarily lost in thought. Just as Clark was about to turn the corner, the elder suddenly called out, "Clark." Clark turned back, inquiring, "Is there something else?" I wish to ask you for a favor." "Speak." "Returning to the divine realm requires a witness. I would like to request that you serve as my witness." "Is there anything I must do?" "No, I will handle it. However, there's one thing you must do." "What is it?" "Call my name." Chapter 11. Has the legacy failed? Shazam. Clark uttered casually, yet as the words left his lips, his demeanor shifted. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted directly above him, transforming into a bolt of lightning that surged downwards with ferocity. Clark swiftly moved, propelling himself toward Shazam. Yet, the golden lightning pursued him relentlessly, rendering his evasive maneuvers futile. Shazam, clad in a red robe with white hair, stood unmoved, a bemused smile gracing his features as he observed Clark rushing towards him. In the next instant, before Clark could close the distance, the golden lightning struck him. Contrary to his expectations, he felt neither pain nor destruction. Instead, an unfamiliar energy began to seep into his being, a force so potent that it seemed poised to irrevocably transform his body, expelling his innate abilities in the process. The formidable physique and extraordinary powers of Kryptonians arise from their evolution in harsh environments, where extreme gravitational forces have shaped their unique biological structure. The incredible weight of 1,000 or even 1,000,000 times that of Earth allows Kryptonian cells to generate a distinct biofield capable of countering the planet's terrifying gravity. However, this biofield demands vast amounts of energy, leading Kryptonian cells to evolve the capacity to absorb and store energy, particularly solar energy. Thus, the very cells determine the might of Kryptonians. Now, upon the penetration of the golden lightning into Clark's body, it began to reconstruct his cells, obliterating his original ones and replacing them with newly formed cells. Clark distinctly sensed that these nascent cells harbored immense energy, far surpassing his current strength, almost rivaling that of Kal-El. However, his countenance darkened. For once every cell in his body was supplanted by this new essence, he would irrevocably lose his Kryptonian heritage, transforming into an entirely different being, a notion he could not abide. In truth, he was unaware that Shazam's power emanated from divine bestowal rather than bloodline. Hence, when the divine energy enveloped him, the foremost task was to utterly reconstruct the recipient's physique, reshaping their body into a vessel of divine essence to unleash the powers of the gods to their fullest potential. What Clark was currently undergoing was precisely this process of divine transformation, a procedure that typically required less than a second. Yet, Clark's form was unlike that of an ordinary individual. The clash between Kryptonian bloodline strength and divine power rendered this metamorphosis arduous. Had Kal-El been present at this moment, the process might have been reversed, but regrettably, the current Clark lacked the capability to expel this divine energy, resulting in a gradual, albeit relentless transformation. Simultaneously, this divine gift bore a significant drawback. The recipient's potential would be irrevocably capped. The powers granted by the divine could only diminish, never expand. A deity could create countless extraordinary beings, yet they could never forge another god. No. At this moment, Clark was suffused with two radiances, one of golden lightning, the other a searing crimson glow, emanating from his eyes, signifying his defiance against the divine power, though this brilliance was increasingly dimming. Beside him, Shazam was exultantly roaring, "Yes, just like that. Do not resist. It is futile. You can never oppose the divine gift. This is your privilege. This is your honor." With Clark's roar and Shazam's exhortations, the golden light gradually enveloped Clark entirely, even wrapping his feet in its luminous embrace. In the next instant, Clark levitated in the air, resembling a golden statue, utterly still. Shazam circled around the golden Clark, murmuring, "The wisdom of Solomon, the strength of Hercules, the endurance of Atlas, the power of Zeus, the courage of Achilles, the speed of Mercury. These 6 divine powers unite as one. And that is you. You shall embody the name of Shazam, walking among gods and men." As Shazam's words faded, Clark gently descended back to the ground. At that moment, the golden radiance enveloping his exterior had vanished entirely, replaced once more by his black shirt, black trousers, and black shoes. Even his visage remained that of a youth, showing not a trace of change. How could this be? How could this happen? Shazam's face was a mask of disbelief. It was impossible to fail, impossible. His agitation stemmed from the fact that throughout history, no one who had uttered this name had ever evaded the divine gift and obtained the powers of the 6 gods. No one. However, Clark's appearance remained unchanged, and the golden lightning emblem on his chest was conspicuously absent, signifying that he had not inherited the powers of Shazam. Yet, he had indeed succeeded. He had truly triumphed. Why? Why was this the case? Damn it! With a furious roar, Clark's eyes turned a blazing crimson, and searing rays suddenly erupted from his gaze, aimed directly at Shazam. Shazam barely had time to raise the thunder staff before him, attempting to use it as a shield against the scorching beams. Yet, how could the slender thunder staff withstand such force? In an instant, the fiery rays pierced through the staff, striking Shazam squarely in the chest. Accompanied by Shazam's anguished cry, he disintegrated into ash, vanishing completely within a cavern. But Clark had no intention of stopping. After Shazam's transformation into dust, the 2 scorching rays swept through the air, heading straight for the 6 stone pedestals in the distance. Seemingly, due to Shazam's demise, the luminescence that had once danced upon those pedestals faded into oblivion. Under the onslaught of the searing rays, they obediently morphed into 6 pools of crimson stone liquid, gradually flowing along the grooves of the stone floor. Yet, the devastation did not cease there. As Clark's gaze swept across the scene, the massive stone wall behind the pedestals was cleaved open by the blood-red beams, resembling the clean slice of a craft knife across white paper, leaving behind unsightly gashes. Only then did Clark feel a portion of his pent-up fury dissipate. He released the rays, his eyes gradually returning to a serene azure, coldly observing the severed staff and the red robes lying beneath it. Taking a couple of steps forward, he placed his foot upon the top of the staff, which was shaped like an oval honeycomb and continued to emit sparks of lightning, as if imploring Clark to lift his foot. With a disdainful snort, Clark pressed down with force. Bang! With a sharp crack, the thunder staff shattered into countless fragments, each piece shimmering with bright blue arcs of electricity. Yet, as the shards fell to the ground, the arcs gradually dissipated, fading into nothingness. The ground lay strewn with debris and ash, a testament to the former glory that once resided here. Chapter 12. Burying all monsters and demons. This marked Clark's first significant defeat since his awakening. He had come perilously close to losing his very bloodline, almost. The mere thought ignited an inferno of rage within him. Yet the architect of his anguish had already turned to dust, leaving him with no target for vengeance. Wait, who said there was no target? Clark's gaze fell upon the 7 deadly sins. At this moment, the 7 stone sculptures had been driven underground, rendering the view devoid of anything but stone walls. He approached one of the sculptures, bent low, and grasped its apex with determination. With a forceful tug, he uprooted the sculpture from the ground. But where his fingers had touched, the surface of the sculpture had already begun to fracture with fine cracks. When arrogance once again beheld Clark, he could no longer maintain his haughty demeanor. He resembled a true stone sculpture. His previously radiant crimson eyes now appeared a dull gray. Clark gazed at arrogance, and upon witnessing his pretentious act of feigning death, delivered a sharp slap to Arrogance's face, sending a large fragment of stone flying. Arrogance's eyes ignited with a red glow as he commanded, "Cease at once." Clark, with a cold chuckle, retorted, "Why not continue your charade? You shall perish, Shazam. Our liberation is imminent, and when that moment arrives, the world will descend into chaos. There will be a place for you." Arrogance's tone was laced with pride, and to Clark's ears, it resonated in a distinctly feminine voice. "You should feel honored, human." Clark replied with indifference, "I can assist you in your escape right now. Without delay." "That is impossible. We are ensnared within a cage that cannot be broken by external forces. You must retrieve the Eye of Magic. Possessing it will render you our servant. Upon our return to the mortal realm, we shall grant you immeasurable power." Arrogance proclaimed arrogantly. Clark raised an eyebrow, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. "It appears you have misunderstood the situation." With that, he clasped Arrogance's shoulders, his fingers digging into the stone shell with force. Numerous fine cracks radiated outward from where his fingers penetrated, accompanied by the cascade of stone debris and dust. Arrogance let out a terrified scream. "Stop! How dare you? I am Arrogance, the sovereign of pride. You cannot do this." Before she could finish, Clark gradually pulled his hand apart, a tearing sound resonating as the sculpture of Arrogance abruptly split in two, a wide fissure stretching from her crown to her feet. "Thus, I assert that you have failed to grasp the reality." Clark's eyes glinted coldly as he exerted his strength, declaring fiercely, "I have endured great humiliation and pent-up rage, yet found no outlet for my fury. Since you are well acquainted with Shazam, let us settle this debt. We are not your progeny," was Arrogance's final utterance before Clark forcefully wrenched the shattered stone shell apart, completely fracturing it. Simultaneously, the true form concealed beneath the sculpture was torn asunder. In that fleeting moment of the sculpture shattering and her true self being dismembered, a violent gust of wind surged through the cavern, echoing with Arrogance's roars and wails. The sounds oscillating from high to low, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. "Is she dead?" Clark furrowed his brow, skeptical that an adversary so fearsome to Shazam could perish so easily. Yet, being utterly ignorant of magical matters, he merely shrugged nonchalantly. "Death would be preferable. If she still lives, it matters not. I shall intervene regardless." With Arrogance defeated, Clark had no intention of sparing the remaining six. He drew forth another stone sculpture, this time embodying jealousy. Jealousy is scarcely superior to arrogance. Upon encountering Clark, it seethed, uttering with venom. "Insignificant human, by what virtue do you claim the power of Shazam, a force that brings only calamity to the world? Why do you not perish? That you might relinquish your radiance? With the blessings of the six gods, seek once more the vastness of the abyss." Clark furrowed his brow, discerning faint hints of information amidst the jealous tirade. Thus, he inquired, "Do you know how to dispel such power?" Yet, jealousy offered no reply, continuing to speak with an air of boundless resentment and envy. Recognizing the futility of further discourse, Clark clasped his hands, effortlessly molding the massive stone statue into a spherical form, then compressing it from the size of a watermelon to that of a fist, and finally to that of a ping-pong ball. With a decisive grip, he crushed the ball into a fine powder that scattered with the breeze. Casting a cold gaze upon the other embodiments of the seven deadly sins ensnared underground, he stated, "I seek merely to know how to rid myself of this so-called divine gift. If you possess knowledge, I implore you to share it at once, or else seek your brethren." After his words, the cavern remained steeped in silence. The seven deadly sins, the source of all wickedness and arch-enemies of the wizard Shazam, could hardly be expected to hold the secrets he sought. "Then it would seem you are of no further use," Clark remarked coolly. "Return to your hellish domain. Nothing is impervious to the searing rays of destruction. Should there be, let it be met with another." Clark had no intention of extricating the remaining 5 statues from the earth. Instead, he unleashed the searing rays, melting them along with the subterranean stone into a viscous slurry. obscuring their former shapes and identities. Upon completing this task, he surveyed the desolate cavern, feeling an unsettling emptiness. The events that had transpired felt surreal. Yet as he centered himself, an awareness of something new found within him filled him with a profound discontent. With this realization, he suddenly struck the ground with a fist. Boom! In an instant, a tempestuous force erupted from his being, sweeping through the cavern. The ground fissured and crumbled, akin to tumultuous waves crashing into the depths, engulfing all in its path, reducing everything to fragments. The walls and ceiling, too, succumbed to this violent energy, altering their very structure. A massive conical stone from the dome plummeted onto the 7 stone pedestals, entombing them beneath, triggering a chain reaction that sent rocks of all sizes cascading down, burying the entirety of the cavern. As Clark gazed at the entombed cavern, his simmering rage began to subside. The dead deserve a grave, he stated calmly, then shifted his gaze to another direction, where debris had yet to reach. There, suspended in the air, was a blue spherical object, radiating a mesmerizing azure glow. This was the Eye of Magic, as described by Pride. According to Pride's assertions, possessing this object would liberate the 7 deadly sins, and in turn, grant him dominion over them, enabling their return to the mortal realm to acquire unparalleled power. Clark gazed at the magical eye and disdainfully remarked, "Is it really you?" With that, he turned and walked away, allowing the shattered stones above to fall and bury the magical eye beneath their weight. As Clark approached the subway he had arrived from, the cavern behind him was completely entombed. The debris from the ceiling followed closely in his wake, as if it were deliberately expelling him. Passing by the glass jar, he cast a fleeting glance and noticed that it had shattered at some point, leaving only the lower half standing, its jagged edges reminiscent of a worm's teeth. The caterpillar that once resided within had long since vanished. Without pausing, Clark entered the subway car, and upon glancing back at the cavern, he saw that the once vibrant bonfire had extinguished, with stones continuously cascading down, as if heralding an impending storm. The doors of the train slowly closed with a hiss, and the subway resumed its journey, carrying Clark toward the light. Behind him, the cavern was entirely buried, filled in, and faded from existence. Chapter 13, of course, Clark. The train doors opened slowly, yet Clark did not step out. He wished to see whether this subway would continue to exist after he had slain Shazam and buried the cavern. In the next moment, passengers began to enter the car, gazing at the vacant interior and the figure of Clark standing at the entrance. Their expressions bore no curiosity or surprise, as if it were entirely normal for Clark to have traveled from one platform to this one. Surveying his surroundings, Clark noted that they were merely ordinary people, indicating that this subway had transformed into an unremarkable vehicle, accessible and devoid of any traces of magic. This implied that magic had vanished. With this thought, Clark stepped out of the car, watching as the subway gradually proceeded toward the next station. He chose not to dwell further on it and made his way toward the exit. Upon reaching the surface, he raised his eyes to behold the towering Luthor Corp building. The Lincoln vehicle still idled below, the driver exchanging uneasy glances with the security guard, hinting at some discord. Clark approached the car and instructed the driver, "Let us depart." The driver, having released the guard, slid into the driver's seat, preparing to set off. As he started the engine, he remarked, "Sir, you truly are remarkable. Those guards usually strut around with bravado, but today they seem to have met their match." "Where to now?" Clark interrupted him, his tone calm yet heavy, casting an immediate gravity over the atmosphere within the vehicle. The driver instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror and was met with Clark's icy blue eyes, which sent a chill coursing through him. "We are headed to the airport." The driver replied obediently, "The itinerary has already been arranged for you." "Very well," Clark nodded and, after a brief pause, added, "Thank you." Oh, you needn't mention it." The driver immediately responded with delight, feeling an inexplicable sense of flattery. Lincoln swiftly returned to the airport, where the private jet awaited Clark in its original position. The fiery-haired flight attendant, with her alluring figure and charming smile, graciously guided Clark to his seat. "Mr. Kent, as per Mr. Luthor's request, we shall proceed directly to Nepal with an estimated travel time of 25 to 30 hours. It is an honor to accompany you," she said, kneeling slightly while smiling at Clark. He nodded. "Please inform me when we are flying over the Atlantic." The flight attendant, maintaining her professionalism, replied with a smile, "Certainly, Mr. Kent." Clark returned a slight smile. Thank you. By the way, aside from my instructions, please do not disturb me during the flight. You are free to do as you wish. I merely require this space. He gestured towards the cabin, and the attendant nodded again. Understood, Mr. Kent, before swiftly exiting the cabin and entering her designated lounge. Watching the runway recede outside the window, Clark fell into deep contemplation, needing to reflect on his forthcoming endeavors. Entrusting his parents to the Luthor father and son was a reluctant decision. Despite appearing formidable, he felt akin to a rootless weed, relying solely on his formidable, supernatural abilities for support. To ensure his parents' safety, he found himself inextricably linked to this wealthy pair, despite their own array of issues, which seemed inconsequential in light of his priorities. With these thoughts, Clark involuntarily raised his palm, clenched his fist, and then released it. Even without exerting force, he could sense the immense power coursing through the muscles and bones beneath his skin. This strength could effortlessly rend the aircraft beneath him in two and cast it thousands of meters away. It could shield him from the searing flames and the biting cold. It could transform into searing beams of light, reducing everything within his sight to scorched earth. This power allowed him to soar through the skies and traverse the earth, rendering him omnipotent. This very strength was the foundation of Clark's confidence, the assurance he needed to protect his parents, and the source of his ability to contend with formidable foes and emerge victorious. What he needed now was to enhance his abilities and continually amplify this power. The memories of Kal-El could not serve as a reference. He was distinct, having been suppressed for 30 years and only awakening to unleash such great might afterward. Clark believed that if he were granted 30 years, he could undoubtedly surpass Kal-El. No, he need not wait that long. Even 20 or 15 years would suffice. Yet the pressing issue was that he could not afford to wait that long. Kal-El's voice echoed incessantly in his ears. The frigid sensation of space lingered in his heart, and the countless corpses beyond the shattered planets spurred him onward. Clark felt an urgency. He dared not allow himself a moment's respite. His kin awaited him, and so did Kal-El. He must achieve rapid growth in the shortest time possible, rather than allowing Kal-El to languish in solitude amidst the cosmos for decades. Not to mention the terrifying figure that haunted his thoughts. The mere recollection of it compelled Clark to shut his eyes and clench his fists tightly. At that moment, a flight attendant entered, holding a satellite phone, and approached Clark, saying, "Mr. Kent, a call for you from Mr. Luthor." Clark extended his hand to receive the phone, and the flight attendant discreetly exited. Lex Luthor's voice resonated from the other end. Calmly, Lex spoke, "You seem to have spared my father's life." "Indeed, that is the case," Clark replied. "Could you provide me with a reason?" "Because my parents would be heartbroken," Clark stated. Lex responded, however, you did not fulfill my request, which saddens me as well." "Believe me, Lex, had I complied with your request, you would truly be heartbroken," Clark replied coolly. "You truly are my good friend, Clark." Lex's tone remained even. "In fact, I regretted my decision after you left, but I felt embarrassed to express it, considering how unfamiliar we were at the time. Fortunately, events have not taken a turn for the worse, have they?" Clark non-committally acknowledged with a hum. Silence enveloped them as both could hear one another's breathing. Just then, a background announcement broke the stillness. "Dr. Shawn, please report to the emergency room." "Dr. Shawn, please report to the emergency room." Clark raised an eyebrow. "Are you at the hospital?" Lex glanced at Jonathan, seated beside the bed, and at Martha, unconscious in the hospital bed, a smirk gracing his lips. "Of course, my good friend's mother is hospitalized, so I felt it only right to pay a visit." "Did my father inform you?" Yes. Jonathan told me. We get along quite well." "Then take good care of them, Lex." "That is a given, Clark." Chapter 14. The trident piercing the aircraft. Clark ended the call, his mind racing with thoughts. From Lex's tone, it was evident that he had gleaned some information, likely imparted by his father. As for how much he knew and why Jonathan would divulge such details to Lex, Clark could surmise. Given his understanding of Lex, he recognized that his bald companion was indeed a remarkably astute individual, possessing the extraordinary ability to exploit any resource at his disposal to fulfill his objectives, whether human or material, often unbeknownst to them. The secret his father had guarded for over a decade had been extracted in a single night, illuminating the depth of Lex's cunning. However, Clark remained unperturbed. On the contrary, he perceived this turn of events as fortuitous, as it extricated his parents from the shroud of secrecy and replaced the guardian of that secret with Lex Luthor, a change that could hardly be deemed unfavorable. After all, Clark had no intention of preserving this secret indefinitely. This thought elicited a faint smile from him. Yet in the next instant, a glinting object of metallic origin pierced through beneath his feet with remarkable speed, so swift that even Clark himself failed to notice it. The object burrowed in from beneath the belly of the aircraft, tearing a substantial gash in its underbelly, before penetrating the floor and soaring towards Clark's head. With remarkable reflexes, Clark seized the object just as it was about to breach the aircraft's ceiling, its immense inertia and formidable force causing it to tremble violently in his grasp, emitting a resonant hum. In the next moment, the cabin experienced a sudden loss of pressure, with all the air rushing out through the gaping hole beneath Clark's feet, replaced by a chilling draft that surged in. Everything unsecured within the cabin was swept away by the frigid current and expelled through the opening, leaving only Clark firmly seated, unyielding. He gazed at the metallic artifact in his hand, his expression tinged with perplexity. The silver-gray shaft was slender and elongated, fitting comfortably within his grip, while the top, bifurcating into 5 unequal, glimmering blades, appeared capable of piercing anything. This object, which had penetrated the aircraft, was unmistakably a trident. Clark glanced down at the widening gash beneath him, exacerbated by the external pressure, as the aircraft began to spiral out of control. Perhaps the trident had severed some critical components, for both engines of the aircraft had inexplicably lost power. After gliding for a brief distance, the plane began its descent. Clark watched helplessly as the pilot and flight attendant each donned parachutes and leapt from the aircraft. The flight attendant, who had previously regarded him with such respect, now failing even to cast a glance in his direction. Amused by the irony, Clark chuckled. He had just been contemplating the potential for him to rend the aircraft asunder, and now here it was, literally torn apart. Yet, who had cast this trident? With that question igniting his resolve, Clark no longer hesitated. Grasping the base of the trident firmly, he swung it in a wide arc through the air. With a swish, a streak of cold light flashed as the opulent private jet was cleaved entirely in two. Centered in the midst of this chaos, the forward section of the aircraft abruptly detached from the fuselage, spinning as it hurtled away, swiftly vanishing from Clark's view. Bracing against the fierce winds, Clark beheld the expansive vista before him, the azure sky beckoning, and with a sudden leap, he released his hold on the aircraft, plummeting towards the ground below. Clark leisurely adjusted his posture in the air, ultimately transforming into an inverted position, where his head faced downward and the fall morphed into an exhilarating plunge. The sensation of plummeting through fierce winds, reminiscent of a memory from his time at Kal-El, had always felt somewhat distant, as if obscured by a veil. However, in this moment, Clark unleashed a roar, intoxicated by the sheer thrill. The dark figure streaked past the pilots and flight attendant, who had descended a moment earlier. They watched in awe as Clark dove downward, and an involuntary sigh escaped their lips upon realizing that he bore no parachute. The two pilots exchanged glances with the flight attendant, who shook her head, silently conveying the message: there are no parachutes left. Her explanation was both thorough and effective. The pilots accepted her words, yet deep down, they understood that there must surely have been spare parachutes on the aircraft. It was simply that the attendant, in her panic, had abandoned the passengers to flee for her own safety. As for the unfortunate passenger who failed to locate a parachute, it could only be attributed to sheer misfortune. With this thought in mind, one of the pilots gripped his parachute firmly and opened it, followed suit by the other two. As 3 pristine white canopies unfurled against the backdrop of the sky, starkly contrasting with Clark's descent toward the earth. However, unbeknownst to them, above their heads, the severed front of the aircraft bore down upon them with an irresistible force. Emerging through the clouds, Clark beheld the azure waters below, confirming his expectations. The plane had indeed long departed from the continent, leaving only the vast Atlantic beneath him. With the trident raised above him, Clark showed no sign of slowing down. Of course, without the awakening of any flight capabilities, he was unable to decelerate. He transformed into a piercing spear, plunging into the depths of the ocean under the influence of gravity. Even with the trident leading the way, Clark's descent exerted immense pressure on the surrounding waters, creating a sudden circular chasm at the surface, followed by a colossal column of water shooting skyward, crashing down upon the descending aircraft's nose. Boom! The blood-stained wreckage followed suit, diving into the sea and generating an even larger water column. Further afield, the fuselage also succumbed to the ocean's depths. However, due to its considerable size, it did not sink immediately, but instead floated upon the surface. Lastly, countless fragments tumbled into the sea, causing the tranquil waters to erupt as if a torrential rain had descended, shattering the surface into disarray. Meanwhile, Clark floated serenely in the water, the trident in his grasp forming a spherical pocket of air around him, ensuring that he would not suffocate due to lack of oxygen. Yet, even without this safeguard, Clark would find it difficult to suffocate, at least not until the air in his lungs and the energy within his cells were entirely depleted. It was not that he did not wish to ascend to the surface. Rather, it seemed as though the trident had received some signal, persistently guiding him deeper into the abyss. Clark did not release his grip. He too wished to ascertain who had cast this object onto the aircraft. At that moment, submerged beneath the ocean's depths, the surrounding darkness intensified, yet Clark's vision remained unimpeded by the obscurity. Although he could not see as far as he could on the surface, he perceived everything clearly within a radius of several thousand meters. Among those perceptions was a figure lying on the ocean floor. Chapter 15, Arthur Curry. I have no money. But my mother does. When Clark beheld the figure resting on the seabed, an inexplicable image surfaced in his mind. In a similarly dark and frigid abyss, there lay a middle-aged man clad in golden armor, his golden hair cascading around him, eyes closed in tranquil anticipation, awaiting the one who could extract the golden trident embedded in his forehead. The man's towering physique exuded an aura of formidable power, and within a 10,000-meter radius of his lifeless body, not a single creature dared to approach. The golden trident, which had pierced his brow and pinned him to the ocean floor, emanated waves of energy, each layer outlining its magnificent and noble shape. The vision vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Clark turned his gaze back to the young man before him, noting his dark hair, youthful visage, and casual attire, which bore no resemblance to the figure in his memory. He chided himself for overthinking and gradually descended to the young man's side. The spherical protective barrier formed by the five-pronged trident instinctively enveloped him within its protective embrace. Clark glanced at the trident in his hand and then at the young man on the ground, and suddenly comprehended that this weapon must belong to him. Yet, why had he found himself here, and what had transpired? Just then, the young man abruptly regained consciousness, rising from the ground and gasping for air, completely oblivious to the presence of another beside him. Clark observed in silence. Arthur Curry inhaled deeply, nearly succumbing to death at the hands of the grotesque and malevolent trench dwellers in this shadowy abyss, realizing he might never see his mother again. Mother. Suddenly, Arthur recalled the purpose of his arrival and quickly scanned his surroundings, finally spotting Clark, who stood leisurely at a distance. Who are you? Arthur furrowed his brow. Where's my mother? Clark lightly struck the trident against the seabed, producing a resonant thud that rippled outward in concentric waves. You should ask your father about that, Clark replied, regarding the one who had impaled his aircraft with the trident with little fondness. As for who I am, you only need to know that I am the individual to whom you owe a plane. A plane? What are you talking about? Arthur exclaimed, bewildered, as he sprang to his feet and extended his hand toward Clark. Return my weapon to me. Clark once more struck the trident against the ground, eliciting another resonant sound. Is it yours simply because you claim it to be? He said with a hint of indifference. Call it, and see if it responds to you. However, Arthur chuckled and retorted, You cheeky lad, how could I possibly be unaware of my own possessions? Hand it over quickly. This place is perilous, and we must depart at once. With that, Arthur extended his hand towards Clark. The trident, a weapon only he could command, was typically drawn back to him at his beckoning, but only when submerged in water. Indeed, in the next moment, Clark felt the trident stir in his grasp, attempting to soar towards Arthur. Yet, before it could escape, Clark clutched it back firmly. No matter how fiercely the trident struggled, it could not escape the grip of Clark's arm. Arthur was momentarily taken aback, then extended his hand once more, fingers splayed in a claw-like manner, silently urging it to return. Yet, the trident, usually so obedient, now seemed utterly unresponsive, as if it had been switched off. Clark, holding the trident, deliberately crossed his arms, positioning the weapon before Arthur so he could clearly observe it, all the while regarding him with a bemused expression. After a couple of unsuccessful attempts, Arthur sheepishly retracted his hand and, with a hint of embarrassment, addressed Clark. What did you say your name was? I am Arthur. Arthur Curry. Not going to try again? Clark observed, casually waving the trident. The 5 sharp prongs sliced through the protective barrier, creating a wave in the surrounding waters that surged away, quickly vanishing from their sight. Arthur offered a slight smile. His robust build and prominent brow gave him an imposing appearance, and his grin revealed a set of teeth that were anything but gentle, instead exuding a wildness. We both know whether it belongs to me or not. Since you seem to like it, you may hold on to it for now. Eventually, you will release it, and at that moment, I can summon it back to me at will. His forthrightness seemed to endear him to Clark. I am Clark Kent, he replied, tossing the trident towards Arthur. However, your trident damaged my friend's airplane, and you shall compensate for it. Astonishingly, Arthur spread his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. I have no money. Clark was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with someone who so boldly declared their lack of funds, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yet, Arthur continued, but my mother is wealthy. Once we locate her, not just 1 airplane, but 10 would be of little concern. Where's your mother? Certainly not with my father. Clark furrowed his brow, studying the figure of Arthur Curry before him. Arthur, still grinning broadly, pressed on, by the way, I haven't yet inquired how you managed to navigate through the Trench Tribe's encirclement to arrive here. You must possess some skill. We should form a team and explore the Trench Kingdom together to find my mother. Wait, what did you just say about the Trench Tribe? Clark interrupted Arthur's incessant chatter. Arthur paused. The Trench Tribe, of course. Here lies the Kingdom of the Abyss, the domain of the Abyssal Tribe, home to those malevolent, grotesque, gelatinous creatures. How did you stumble upon this place? Noticing Clark's growing bewilderment, he could not help but inquire. Clark offered no response. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the depths of the ocean, while Arthur Curry's expression shifted, directing his attention in the opposite direction. At this moment, the two found themselves in the profound abyss, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. Yet, the inky waters could not hinder their extraordinary vision. Within the obsidian depths, it appeared as though a multitude of entities were densely clustered together, layer upon layer enveloping them. As the currents ebbed and flowed, these shadowy beings continuously shifted their forms, creating an indistinct yet seemingly vast multitude. To Clark's discerning sight, those indistinct figures vividly materialized upon his retina. Ugly, repulsive, sticky, and slimy. Clark found Arthur's description to be most apparent. The Abyssal Tribe, a throng of abyssal beings. While he could not ascertain their precise numbers, it was evident that apart from the spherical protective membrane encasing him and Arthur, every expanse of water was teeming with the presence of the Abyssal Tribe. They crowded together, seemingly unwilling to leave even the slightest space for the surrounding water, as any small gap that appeared was immediately occupied by a host of abyssal creatures. It was not that they despised the seawater. Rather, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. At this moment, the protective membrane they occupied resembled the core of a planet, while the outer layers, the mantle above and below, as well as the crust, were all populated by these abyssal beings. Who told you your mother is here? Clark asked Arthur. Arthur swallowed hard. A large, red-eyed, flat-headed black creature. Whoever it may be, it seeks your demise. Would I be afraid? If you're not frightened, why do you tremble? I'll give them a scare. Chapter 16. The Abyssal Tribe. Clark felt little trepidation regarding the Abyssal Tribe, given his capabilities. Escaping this place posed no significant challenge. Indeed, the sheer quantity of these abyssal beings surpassed even that of catfish in a pond, evoking a sense of nausea. However, whether the companion beside him could survive remained uncertain. At this juncture, all the abyssal heads were pointed towards the two, their grotesque, fish-like faces adorned with blood-red eyes, exuding a primal, bloodthirsty instinct devoid of any semblance of reason. The sharp teeth jutting from their mouths, accompanied by drool, unequivocally signified their intentions towards Clark and Arthur. Food. Arthur dared not make a single movement, his gaze fixed intently on the trench dwellers before him. In truth, he had already encountered the formidable prowess of the Trench Tribe long before Clark's arrival, when that creature with the crimson eyes and a broad head guided him to the trench dwellers. He had witnessed the terror of one of the 7 tribes of the sea. I will distract them. You must descend further, and you shall find your mother. These were the words spoken to him at that time. Immediately after, the creature used itself as bait, drawing away all the trench dwellers, which instilled in Arthur a sense of trust towards it. Indeed, the trench dwellers on the surface were lured away. Yet as he plunged deeper, The darkness enveloped him, and within that obscurity, the trench dwellers grew larger, swifter, and stronger. When he realized he could not withstand these creatures, he had already descended too deep, losing his way back to the surface. Fortunately, guided by his mother's trident, he navigated the underwater terrain to evade the trench dwellers. But in his haste, he collided with the rocky seabed and fell into unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in the presence of Clark. Casting a glance at the youth beside him, Arthur felt a pang of guilt. He lowered his voice and said to Clark, "Take this. It will lead you away from the depths. When I say run, grasp it tightly. Do you comprehend?" Clark raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you certain you can divert them all? Why bother with such questions? Without you, I would have escaped this peril long ago." Arthur replied impatiently, "I don't even know where you came from, yet I, King Arthur, must sacrifice myself to rescue you. You are indeed a fortunate fellow." "King?" Clark echoed the term, stretching it out. "Is that a self-appointed title? That is inconsequential." Arthur retorted as he handed the trident to Clark. "Take hold of it securely. It will guide you away from here. As for your survival, that depends on your luck." As he spoke, Arthur loosened his grip, allowing the trident to float gently before Clark, who grasped it effortlessly. "Arthur Curry, you are quite a decent companion," Clark remarked, patting his shoulder. "However, I believe we can break through. Perhaps we might even venture into the Trench Kingdom to see if your mother truly resides there." Arthur turned to Clark, his eyes brimming with fury. "Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? By what right do you claim we can escape? Even I, an Atlantean, would not dare to say such things. You, a mere human, what gives you the audacity?" Clark chuckled. "You call yourself a king. Do you not know what my title is?" "What?" Arthur blinked, perplexed by Clark's statement. "I am Superman." As Clark's words hung in the air, he unleashed a powerful punch that pierced through the protective membrane and delved deep into the ocean. The immediate sensation was the immense pressure of the abyss, which sought to constrict his fist from within. However, this pressure posed no hindrance to Clark. Instead, it augmented the force of his strike. The punch landed squarely on the face of a trench dweller who could not even muster a scream before his entire visage, along with his head, was reduced to mere pulp. In an instant, his body was flipped and transformed into a mass of flesh, vanishing without a trace, utterly obliterated by the sheer force of the blow. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The power emanating from Clark's hand was not something a single trench dweller could hope to counter. Arthur watched in astonishment as the young man beside him acted first, delivering a punch that conjured a fan-shaped vacuum before him, erasing everything within that expanse. As the distance increased, the area of the vacuum expanded further still. Boom! The deafening sound of an explosion resonated in his ears, nearly shattering his eardrums as the harsh cacophony enveloped him, rendering Arthur momentarily deaf. After a prolonged moment, seawater began to rush in, gradually filling the void left by the vacuum. At that moment, all the trench dwellers were momentarily paralyzed. Even Clark himself, astonished by the magnitude of his own strike. He gazed at his fist, lost in thought. Beside him, Arthur noticed Clark's dazed expression and suddenly grasped his shoulder. With a surge of energy beneath him, a wave of water erupted, propelling both of them fiercely toward the vacant area. Bang! This was a skill possessed by every Atlantean. The water beneath Arthur's feet acted like a ship's propeller, enabling him to navigate the ocean floor with astonishing speed, even swifter than a marlin. Just as they set off, the surrounding trench dwellers erupted into a frenzied uproar, seemingly having forgotten their earlier terror, and they charged toward the two with fervor. Although they lacked the water currents beneath their feet, being one of the 7 tribes of the sea, their speed was no less formidable. Arthur pushed Clark forward, feeling as though he were propelling a tank. "Are you even human?" he exclaimed to Clark. "You weigh more than a blue whale." Clark glanced back at the pursuing trench dwellers, their figures a dense swarm, seemingly undiminished in number despite the force of his previous punch, and perhaps even more numerous. "Stop dawdling. There's more ahead," Arthur shouted. "You take the lead. When you see a trench dweller, blast them with your fists." Clark shook his head. "That's not efficient. There are far too many of them." "Forget about efficiency. As long as we don't get tangled up with them, any method will suffice," Arthur declared, raising his trident high. With the aid of the water currents beneath him and the weapon in his hand, their speed barely outpaced that of the trench dwellers. Yet, as a vast shadow loomed ahead, Arthur's heart tightened with apprehension. There is no need to speak of what lies behind. it appears that advancing forward is also futile. Two colossal shadows loom overhead, converging as the words are uttered. The only direction unencumbered is beneath our feet. Yet, should one continue to descend, the prospect of survival grows increasingly bleak. He does not believe that Clark's formidable power can be unleashed without limit. The greater the strength of one's ability, the more it consumes, much like the throbbing headache that follows each communion with marine creatures, lingering for days before abating. With this thought, Arthur interrupted Clark's attempt to speak, declaring, "I shall summon some allies. It should pave a path to safety." Clark wished to respond, but was once more cut off by Arthur. "Conserve your strength for the final moments. That is our hope," Arthur bellowed. "Using it now is futile. There are too many of them. How many punches can you throw? How many can you slay? I can't enough. Trust me. I know the ocean far better than you do. If you believe in me, I will certainly lead you to safety." "No, I mean they're coming." Chapter 17. Summoning allies. Clark wore an expression of resignation. He longed to convey to Arthur that with a single punch like the one before, he could indeed vanquish foes, yet his friend offered no opportunity to speak. Thus, he could only helplessly gaze at his clenched fist, silently lamenting his plight. He braced himself to watch Arthur's performance, anticipating the conclusion of this spectacle with a sense of impending embarrassment. In that moment, Arthur felt an overwhelming swell of pride and righteousness, satisfied with his actions, convinced that his friend was now filled with gratitude and admiration for him. This feeling brought a rare comfort to his typically solitary existence. He turned to Clark, remaining silent. Yet his gaze was resolute and imbued with emotion. Clark, unnerved by this look, spread his hands in confusion. "What does that look mean? Why the thumbs up? For goodness sake, are you trying to make this more dramatic? How embarrassing, my friend." Clark shut his eyes, unwilling to witness the spectacle of someone who had become overly sentimental. Just as Clark mentally recited, "Let go, let go," Arthur suddenly roared to the heavens, yet no sound emerged. Only invisible waves of energy radiated outward. In the next instant, the surrounding trench dwellers abruptly halted, though those behind continued to surge forward, quickly pushing the halted kin further back. Yet, as the rear ranks advanced, they too were immobilized by Arthur's ethereal force, only to be pressed forward once more by those behind. This cycle continued, resembling a tumbling roll of the trench dwellers, layer upon layer. However, as time passed, fewer and fewer of them could be held in stasis, and the duration of their immobilization grew shorter, while Arthur's complexion grew increasingly pale. He struggled to maintain his grip on the trident, and the pace of both men slowed, bringing the encroaching trench dwellers perilously close. Had it not been for the protective barrier formed by the trident, they would have surely been overwhelmed by now. Clark sighed, preparing to intervene. He discerned that Arthur possessed some form of telepathic ability, capable of controlling the nearby trench dwellers. However, the sheer number of them proved overwhelming. "Arthur, I intended to tell you." Clark raised his hands, slowly tightening his grip, ready to act. But in the next moment, Arthur's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Here they come." As his words echoed in the air, a colossal head suddenly emerged from the throng of trench dwellers. This square-shaped head opened wide, swallowing dozens of the creatures whole, and with a vigorous shake, it tore through their encirclement. Clark observed clearly. That unmistakable square head belonged to a blue whale. The immense body churned the surrounding waters, creating whirlpools that ensnared the trench dwellers, pulling them into the whale's maw. Although the blue whale lacked teeth to crush the creatures, its great jaws, when closed, exerted sufficient pressure to flatten the trench dwellers. At that moment, the whale seemed entirely oblivious to its own survival instincts, disregarding the multitude of trench dwellers clinging to its body as it thrashed and twisted, relentlessly tearing apart the surrounding horde. Witnessing the blue whale, summoned by his own call, become battered and bruised in mere moments, Arthur's eyes reflected a twinge of sympathy. Yet, thanks to the whale's assistance, the trench dwellers above them were thrown into disarray, and the encirclement was utterly torn asunder. Seizing the moment, Arthur thrust the trident into Clark's embrace, declaring, "It can lead you to safety, Clark. Survive." Without awaiting a response, he forcefully struck the trident. In the next instant, the weapon propelled Clark towards the surface with tremendous speed, allowing him to slice through the trench dwellers' encirclement. As he ascended, he became acutely aware of the staggering thickness of the encirclement, and it was not merely one blue whale that had been summoned. the further he rose. The denser the trench dwellers became, and the number of blue whales swelled to several. It was the presence of 7 or 8 blue whales that barely managed to breach the thick barrier. Meanwhile, Clark observed Arthur charging towards the newly freed blue whale, engaging in battle with the trench dwellers. Almost immediately, the hard-won gap in the encirclement began to close once more. Layers of trench dwellers obscuring Arthur and the whale from view, rendering them invisible. Sighing deeply, Clark relinquished his grip. Suddenly, the pace of advancement came to an abrupt halt, and he soon found himself floating in the sea, accompanied by the trident that drifted beside him, ungoverned and serene. At that moment, the creatures of the trench, upon catching sight of Clark, surged towards him like entranced suitors drawn to a beauty. In an instant, layers upon layers of these beings enveloped Clark's figure. Through the encirclement, the only discernible sight was the gradual glow of 2 crimson lights. Yet, in the next heartbeat, even those flickering flames were obscured, plunging the deep sea into darkness once more. Arthur stood atop the head of a blue whale, seizing one of the trench dwellers and violently smashing them together. The heads of the 2 creatures shattered like overripe melons, their brain matter mingling with blood, seeping into the ocean, swiftly assimilated by the water. At that moment, a sharp pain throbbed in his brain. He understood that the summoned blue whales had likely perished, and the agony of their extinguished existence resonated within him, shared with the linkers. Beneath him, the blue whale's abdomen was nearly hollowed out, revealing its massive bones, while its back bore numerous gaping wounds. Streams of blood, barely escaping, were absorbed by the sea. Yet, despite its grievous state, the blue whale continued to struggle, rolling in a desperate attempt to tear through the encirclement, seeking to forge a path to survival for Arthur. He gently stroked its head and spoke softly. "If I had intended to flee, I would have done so earlier. Since I summoned you here, it would grieve you greatly if I abandoned you now. Clark is innocent. He shall survive. As for me, I shall remain by your side. After all, you are my friends. And you, my first human friend, Alas, I have yet to find my mother. I am so disappointed, for I truly miss her, so very much." Arthur felt an abundance of unspoken words within him, yet the grotesque trench dwellers were already upon him, leaving him with no time to spare. Gazing at the face mirror inches away, he suddenly roared, "I am still a virgin." With that, he unleashed a fierce punch upon the face of the trench creature before him. In the next moment, the creature visibly swelled, its body generating a series of bubbles, until it exploded like an overinflated balloon, disintegrating into a fine powder. Arthur stared in astonishment at his own fist, muttering, "Am I really this powerful?" Indeed, the vigor of a virgin can be formidable. Clark's voice echoed in his ears. Simultaneously, the depths of the ocean transformed into a vibrant red. Chapter 18. The fall of the whale. As Arthur's fist struck forth, obliterating the trench dweller before him, he suddenly realized that the surrounding waters had turned crimson. Once, the depths of the ocean were shrouded in utter darkness, where the profound and dense waters obstructed the rays of light. Yet at this moment, that darkness dissipated, revealing a brilliant crimson glow. In the next instant, accompanied by a multitude of rising bubbles, 2 scarlet beams abruptly sliced through the water before Arthur, cleaving the surrounding trench dwellers in 2. Those who were struck by the beams exploded from within, ultimately disintegrating into a fine mist amidst a flurry of bubbles. It was not merely the trench dwellers that were affected. Even the sea itself was severed by the crimson rays. As the beams swept through repeatedly, they annihilated all the trench dwellers around Arthur, rendering his surroundings desolate. Then, Clark, his eyes aglow with a scarlet hue, materialized before him. Arthur gazed at the descending Clark, murmuring, "Superman." Clark shook his head and slowly closed his eyes. In the depths of the ocean, sunlight could not penetrate, which significantly heightened the energy expenditure of his heat vision compared to when he was on land, and he was unable to replenish it in a timely manner. Furthermore, the seawater greatly mitigated the potency of his heat vision, rendering it less than a tenth as effective as on land. "How's it going, Aquaman?" Clark teased. Arthur felt a flush of warmth on his face, recalling his earlier impassioned declarations. He could easily envision Clark, at that moment, nearly doubled over with laughter. He extended his hand, and the trident abruptly returned to his grasp. With a hint of irritation, he addressed the trident. "Why didn't you mention you were summoning such a formidable ally? You just wanted to see me make a fool of myself, didn't you?" Clark found amusement in Arthur's indirect rebuke. Since his awakening, it was the first time he had experienced such a sense of ease. Influenced by the memories of Kal-El, Clark had been harboring an underlying hostility towards everyone he encountered, stemming from the 30 years of insecurity that had engulfed Kal-El. This led him to instinctively resist, confront, and even threaten those around him. Had it been the old Clark, he would never have treated Lex and Lena in such a manner. Despite their investigations into him, their actions had not yet reached the level of hostility. However, the current Clark could no longer approach others with his former mindset. Even the slightest perceived threat would be magnified 1,000-fold. In psychological terms, this could be described as delusions of persecution. This phenomenon was evident even in his relationship with his parents. It was precisely this fear that compelled Clark to distance himself from Smallville. He was unwilling to confront his deeply beloved parents with such a resistant mindset, fearful of causing them harm, whether physical or emotional. Clark was acutely aware that his current thought processes and actions were misguided, yet he recognized that such adjustments required time to effect change. All he could do was retreat. As for Arthur, Clark did not perceive any hostility from him. This sentiment was corroborated by his demeanor. Clark surmised that such an absence of malice might stem from Arthur's exceedingly naive disposition. In summary, it was a clear embodiment of innocent folly. At that moment, with his trident in hand, Arthur quickly cast aside any prior embarrassment, brimming with renewed vigor. The previously vacated space around them was once again inundated by the relentless onslaught of the trench dwellers, those grotesque fishmen, who, without a trace of hesitation, lunged at the two with bared fangs and extended claws. Clark's eyes ignited with a crimson glow as he began to whirl, each rotation clearing away a layer of the trench dwellers. Yet with each layer vanquished, another would take its place. After several spins, it became evident that the throng of the trench dwellers showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, their numbers only seemed to swell. Observing this, Arthur let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "My friend, what fire do you wield in the sea?" Clark shot him a sidelong glance, his scarlet beam narrowly grazing Arthur's ear, causing him to flinch. Realizing that his friend's temperament was rather volatile, he hesitantly suggested, "Surely, the most efficient means in the water would be electricity." Raising an eyebrow, Clark inquired, "Can you generate electricity?" Arthur erupted into laughter. Twirling his trident to stir the surrounding waters, standing tall and majestic, he proclaimed, "Not at all." Clark, desperately searching for an apt expression for his current mood, was interrupted by Arthur, who urged, "Relax, my friend. Consider my title. I am none other than the illustrious." Before he could finish, Clark witnessed Arthur spin his trident before him several times, then bellowed as he thrust it downward, "O King of the Sea!" In the next instant, a spherical wave emanated from Arthur, expanding ferociously outward. This wave acted like a barrier, repelling everything in its vicinity, be it seawater or the trench dwellers, except for Clark. In an instant, a vast expanse of emptiness manifested within a 1,000-meter radius around them. Clark observed as the wave surged forth like a tsunami, obliterating any trench dwellers caught within its tumultuous grasp, instantly reducing hundreds to mere remnants. He could not help but cast a glance of admiration towards Arthur. Yet, he soon noticed that the once exuberant Arthur had now fallen to his knees, apologizing humbly to the blue whale beneath him. "Hey, buddy, I completely forgot you were below me. It was not my intention, truly. I got swept up in a moment. You can understand, right?" he said, as his trident remained firmly planted on the whale's head, unwavering. As he spoke, the great blue whale slowly sank towards the ocean floor. Arthur desperately tried to awaken it, but the injuries it had sustained were too severe. Apart from the spot where Arthur stood, the flesh had been devoured, leaving only stark white bones exposed to the water. Ultimately, in silence, Arthur withdrew the trident and watched as the blue whale gradually disappeared into the dark depths. Clark observed more clearly. As the whale descended, a multitude of sea creatures emerged from the depths, enveloping the whale entirely, writhing incessantly as strands of blood seeped out, instantly assimilated by the surrounding water. The death of one whale birthed countless lives. Chapter 19. The Kingdom of the Abyss. The demise of the blue whale afforded little time for mourning for Clark and Arthur, as the seemingly endless abyssal tribe swiftly reclaimed the now vacant territory. Clark and Arthur stood back to back, their expressions grave as they regarded the encircling abyssal tribe. The formidable presence of at least two of their kind had left the tribe momentarily hesitant, surrounding the two without making any aggressive moves. From behind, Arthur's voice broke the silence. "Clark, surely you can break through?" "Indeed," Clark replied nonchalantly, then inquired, "Are you suggesting we should not retreat? I must find my mother. This is my greatest chance for success. I must go deeper." "Mother," Clark murmured, envisioning his mother-esque face, uncertain whether she had awakened or if she would feel sorrow upon realizing he was gone. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, he turned to Arthur and asked, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Arthur resolutely declared, "If I must die, I wish to perish in my mother's embrace." "You truly are a mama's boy," Clark chuckled incredulously, then patted his shoulder. "I will assist you." As soon as he spoke, Arthur beamed. "I was waiting for you to say that, buddy." Clark turned to see a greasy smile on Arthur's face, struggling to reconcile it with the fierce persona he had just witnessed. "That remark was meant specifically for me, wasn't it?" "Not at all. If I don't have your help, what do you think I'll do?" "Of course, I'd run away." "And abandon your mother?" "My mother will forgive me." Clark couldn't help but sigh and wave his hand dismissively. "Fine, since I said I'd help you, I shall see it through." Faced with such an obstinate Arthur, he felt a sense of helplessness. He contemplated giving him a good thrashing, but with Arthur's nature, it would likely inflict no real damage to his thick skin. At that moment, the Abyssal tribe began to stir, having reached their limit of patience. "What's your plan now?" Clark asked. "Please don't tell me you have no plan." "How could that be?" Arthur exclaimed. "I am well prepared. The map provided by that large-headed individual is vividly etched in my mind. He wants you dead. Would he genuinely provide you with an authentic map?" Clark furrowed his brow. Arthur cast him a bewildered glance and retorted, "Do you truly believe I am that foolish? That a mere stranger could deceive me with a counterfeit map?" Clark nodded firmly. "You are indeed that foolish." Arthur could not suppress an eye roll. "I would never jeopardize myself without confirming the map's authenticity." "And how did you ascertain that?" "That is a secret." Clark scoffed. "You have not yet descended into utter foolishness. So what are your plans now?" At this inquiry, Arthur narrowed his eyes and looked down, noticing the multitude of deep-sea clan members staring intently at them. Following his gaze, Clark asked, "Continue down?" Arthur nodded. "If my calculations are correct, directly below us lies the kingdom of the deep sea. It is said that they reside in the depths of a chasm, and my mother is at the very bottom of that abyss." Clark nodded, choosing not to question the source or veracity of Arthur's information. Since Arthur had made this decision, he would accompany him to see if they could find his mother. If not, they had at least tried their best. Arthur cast a grateful glance at Clark, deeply moved. Despite his usual nonchalant demeanor, he found it hard to conceal his true emotions towards this young man, whom he had known for only a few hours, yet who dared to risk his life to confront the Deep Sea Clan alongside him. "Clark, you really don't have to," he began, feeling somewhat awkward. Clark smiled. Silence. With that, he pointed downward and declared, "Let us venture into this kingdom of the deep sea." "All right, let's venture," Arthur responded, raising his trident. In an instant, the 5 sharp prongs pierced the chest of a deep-sea clan member. As Arthur flung the trident downwards, the lifeless body fell heavily onto another member of the clan. Clark's eyes glowed with a fierce crimson light as he bellowed, "Arthur, charge!" In the next moment, Arthur's hand rested on Clark's shoulder, and together they created a ripple in the water. With a resounding pong, they propelled downward with their trident. Simultaneously, 2 scorching beams shot forth, targeting the deep-sea clan below. In an instant, countless bubbles erupted, and the seawater boiled as if in a tempest, with the fiery beams clearing their path. Clark's hands relentlessly sent the attacking deep-sea clan members flying, while Arthur supported him with one hand. In the other, his trident transformed into a shimmering illusion, its sharp glint slicing through the ranks of the clan, reducing them to mere fragments. Thus, the two of them surged deeper into the ocean's abyss. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and suddenly, Clark found himself in an empty expanse. There was not a single member of the Abyssal tribe in sight. He let out a furious roar, "Arthur!" before shutting his eyes, which had become unbearably hot. At that moment, Arthur also realized that apart from the desolate seabed, no Abyssal tribe members remained. He could not suppress his excitement and exclaimed, "We have escaped the encirclement. Ahead lies a deep trench." Clark, with great effort, opened his eyes and, feeling fatigued, replied, "I no longer possess the energy to unleash any rays." "That's unnecessary," We have already broken free. Arthur naturally extended his trident towards Clark, grasping its shaft. We are about to plunge into the trench. Clark nodded in agreement. By then, his eyes had somewhat calmed, and as he opened them once more, he discovered that they had indeed reached the depths of the ocean. Before them lay a narrow, profound, and dark trench. This abyss stretched endlessly to the sides and descended to unfathomable depths, appearing like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, waiting for its prey to unwittingly venture into its jaws. At that moment, Arthur glanced back inadvertently and gasped, "They are closing in on us." "Clark, hold on tight. We are going in." Upon hearing this, Clark tightened his grip on the trident, and they were propelled by a tremendous force into the inky darkness of the trench. Clark cast one last look upwards, where darkness enveloped him, and beneath his feet, the void persisted as well. In this lightless realm, he felt a palpable drain on his energy reserves. "If all else fails, I shall resort to that." Chapter 20. The Woman of the Abyss. Clark had initially believed that the so-called Abyssal Kingdom referred merely to the Abyssal tribe they had just encountered. However, upon descending into this boundless abyss, he realized that the true Abyssal Kingdom resided here. The trench was merely a few dozen meters wide, yet its length and depth were impossible to gauge. Even Clark's keen vision could not discern its end. On either side of the trench, the stone walls were riddled with numerous caves of varying sizes, resembling gashes carved by razor-sharp claws, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. It was evident that the Abyssal tribe made their dwelling here. Arthur whispered, his gaze sweeping over the caves, anxious that more Abyssal tribe members might emerge. Clark responded with a hum. "It appears that all the Abyssal tribe members are behind us. This could turn out to be advantageous." However, Arthur shook his head. "From what I understand, those creatures above are akin to soldiers within the Abyssal Kingdom, while the true nobility and royalty reside deeper still. Do they possess a clearly defined social hierarchy?" Clark inquired, astonished. "I had assumed they were merely a congregation of marine beings, one of the 7 tribes of the ocean." "The Abyssal tribe could not be regarded as a tribe without their own society and culture," Arthur replied, his voice still lowered. "Let's hope we can navigate the depths smoothly and minimize any interactions with them. Wouldn't it be better if we could communicate with them?" Clark remarked that this way they could save many lives. Arthur, baring his teeth, retorted, "You are quite the optimist. Do you truly believe that those beings are so easy to communicate with? They are no longer human. Upon seeing you, they would only think of devouring you. Would you converse with your meal?" Upon hearing Arthur's words, Clark raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond further. Arthur possessed a deeper understanding of marine creatures than he did, and for the time being, he decided to heed his advice. The two descended swiftly, their pace akin to that of sailfish. Yet despite such velocity, they had been diving for a considerable time without reaching the depths. As they ventured deeper, Clark noticed that his field of vision diminished, and the range of his sensations shrank as well, while the surrounding pressure intensified. Observing Arthur's relaxed demeanor beside him, he couldn't help but inquire, "Which lineage do you hail from? You seem unfazed by the pressure of the deep sea." Arthur, seemingly reminded of something, hurriedly replied, "Oh dear, I mistook you for an Atlantean. Can your body withstand this?" He reached out and patted Clark, seemingly checking for any issues. Clark rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I feel I might meet my end at your hands before I fall prey to the trench dwellers." Arthur chuckled. "How could that be? I have faith in your strength. You'll be just fine." "So, you're an Atlantean?" Clark inquired. "What are the 7 tribes of the sea?" However, Arthur shook his head. "My father is human, not of the sea, while my mother belongs to the oceanic kin. I am the perfect amalgamation of both bloodlines." Upon seeing Clark turn away, he awkwardly smiled and continued. "The 7 tribes of the sea include Atlantis, Zeeble, the Fisher Kingdom, the Saltwater Kingdom, and the Trench Kingdom. As for the remaining 2, they have vanished, rendering them irrelevant." Clark nodded and further asked, "Then, your mother looks like this?" He gestured to depict the appearance of the trench dwellers, which stirred within him a sense of admiration for Arthur's father. Arthur exclaimed in frustration, "FCK. How could that be? My mother is the Queen of Atlantis, resembling humans closely, yet she is far more noble and beautiful. Put away your sordid thoughts, all right?" Clark casually nodded, feigning indifference. Arthur sighed. In truth, the sea tribes once all possessed human forms and were amphibious. However, after the continent sank, some races completely disappeared, while others gradually altered their forms and habits, such as the trench dwellers. Meanwhile, some races retained their noble lineage and appearance, like Atlantis and Zeeble. You need not elaborate so much for me, Clark stated. In any case, Arthur instinctively understood Clark's meaning and couldn't help but give him the finger. At that moment, the keen-eyed Clark suddenly noticed that the caves along the walls of the trench had transformed. They were no longer haphazardly scattered across the stone walls, but had begun to exhibit a sense of order and regularity. The number of caves had significantly diminished, with the distance between each cave gradually widening. Moreover, some of these caves bore strange grand doors, adorned with intricate reliefs, exuding an aura of mystery and grandeur. Clark understood that they were nearing the realm where the nobility and royalty of the Trench Kingdom resided. Instinctively, he turned to look back, only to observe that the once densely packed members of the Trench tribe were beginning to fall behind as the depth increased. More and more members were detaching from the main group, as if those of insufficient status could not venture further into the depths. Meanwhile, the width of the trench's sides was also narrowing. Had they reached the end? Arthur's eyes brightened momentarily, but his expression soon darkened, for at that moment, larger members of the Trench tribe emerged from the caves within the walls. These beings were starkly different from those above. Not only were they more massive, but their forms were also more refined and robust. Their facial features bore a closer resemblance to humans, particularly their eyes, which conveyed a greater range of emotions as the depth of the trench increased. Clark discerned madness and bloodlust within their gazes, yet none charged forward. They seemed to be exercising restraint. It appeared that these were the nobles of the Trench Kingdom, Clark surmised. Suddenly, Arthur came to an abrupt halt, his previously swift pace ceasing without a ripple. Clark floated out slowly from behind him, refraining from inquiring why Arthur had stopped, for he understood they had reached their destination. Indeed, the trench had reached its bottom, where the walls converged, revealing a dark, profound cave at its deepest point. Before this cave stood a figure, arms outstretched as if welcoming their arrival. "Welcome, brave Atlanteans." A melodious voice reached their ears, imbued with warmth, purity, and charm. A deep enchantment washed over Arthur's face, and he nudged Clark with his elbow, whispering, "Clark, I bet she must be a great beauty." Clark, taken aback, retorted, "Hey buddy, do you know what I'm thinking? We are at the very depths of the Trench Kingdom, and here appears a woman. Shouldn't your first reaction be to call for your mother?" Arthur, struck by Clark's remark, turned sharply to gaze at the figure, stretching his neck to observe her. Yet the black cave behind her loomed like an abyss, captivating all attention and rendering the figure in front somewhat indistinct, making her difficult to discern clearly. However, Arthur hesitated and remarked, "Her voice does not resemble my mother's." "Then I am uncertain. In any case, she is not my mother." Chapter 21. Thunder. The two valiant warriors from Atlantis were warmly welcomed by the denizens of the trench. That melodious voice resonated once more, as the figure before the black hole gradually approached. It was only when she was less than 100 meters away that the two could discern her visage. It was unequivocally the face of a human female, and indeed, as Arthur had stated, she was exceedingly beautiful. Yet, in contrast to her enchanting face, her body and limbs bore no distinction from those of other trench dwellers, save for perhaps being more slender, cavia, and smoother. Clark cast a sidelong glance at Arthur, acknowledging her beauty. Arthur, however, wore a serious expression, remaining silent, as if he had never uttered that remark. "I am Fiona, Queen of the Trench." The Queen smiled at the two, extending a sharp claw, seemingly awaiting their greeting. Kal-El discreetly stepped back half a pace, allowing the robust Arthur to step forward. Yet, Arthur, with an impassive demeanor, took the Queen's foreclaw and bent down to kiss it. Fiona's face lit up with a radiant smile, her beauty undeniable. After concluding his gesture, Arthur glanced at Clark, signaling him to follow suit, while Queen Fiona extended her foreclaw once more. Clark, with a stoic expression, retorted, "You must be dreaming." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the Queen's expression shifted dramatically, and Arthur turned to look at Clark, his gaze conveying a tangle of emotions. "What are you doing, buddy? It's merely about exterminating them. But to have me kiss that claw? Dream on. If you keep this up, I would have kissed it for nothing. You must be out of your mind." "I'm not." Arthur rolled his eyes, poised to utter some diplomatic words to alleviate the awkward tension, when Queen Fiona, her anger dissipating, calmly stated, "The people of Atlantis are still trustworthy, having sent an additional person. Thus, I shall overlook his offense." Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, each recognizing the confusion in the other's eyes. It seems you've been sold out, my friend. FCK. What do I know? What are you planning to do? Let us observe for now. While the two communicated through glances, Fiona inquired, So, which of you shall go first? Huh? What do you mean by go first? Arthur was taken aback, then promptly asked, Your Majesty, we are merely ordinary Atlanteans who inadvertently trespassed into the kingdom of the Trench. We are unaware of any agreements made between you and someone from Atlantis. Could you enlighten us? Fiona regarded Arthur with a peculiar expression and replied, Inadvertently trespass? I fear that is not the case. My countless warriors could not hinder your descent. By that alone, you cannot be deemed ordinary. Arthur awkwardly smiled, rendered speechless. Fiona did not linger on the matter any longer. I had made a pact with the king of Atlantis, who would send a warrior to assist my kin in the continuation of our bloodline and the propagation of a new king. With the Queen of the Abyss making such a declaration, Clark and Arthur could hardly remain oblivious. It seemed Arthur was being treated as a bargaining chip, and the terms of the deal were that he would serve as the Queen's stallion. Damn! Arthur could no longer contain his outrage. Clark, however, responded nonchalantly. I find this rather agreeable. It allows you to fully exploit your strengths. He accentuated the word strengths with emphasis. Arthur tilted his head towards him. If you think it's so wonderful, why don't you take his place? You might as well endure the indignity for your mother. Clark grinned, reveling in the unfolding drama. For your mother, Arthur retorted fiercely. Why waste breath on her? Just end her. No sooner had he spoken than he sprang into action, his trident spinning in the air before he thrust it towards the exquisite visage of Queen Fiona. Yet, in the next instant, the queen deftly clasped her claws, firmly immobilizing the trident, no matter how fiercely Arthur exerted himself. It would not penetrate further, nor could he withdraw it. Why do you grip so tightly, you harlot? Arthur shouted in fury, suddenly releasing his hold and spinning his body around, using the momentum to propel his foot against the end of the trident. With a forceful kick, the weapon's shaft bent into a breathtaking arc under the collision of their opposing strengths, threatening to snap with the slightest increase in pressure. However, at that moment, Arthur seemed unconcerned about the weapon's potential breakage, delivering kick after kick with increasing speed, each strike aimed at the trident's end, pushing both the weapon and the enchanting Fiona toward the depths of the dark abyss below. Clark watched in astonishment, perplexed by Arthur's fury. Yet there was no time for contemplation. For the moment Arthur's trident lunged at the queen, the surrounding nobles of the abyss, like unleashed wild dogs, could no longer restrain their bloodthirsty frenzy and pounced upon the two. Clark's eyes glowed with fervent energy, but he refrained from unleashing scorching rays. Having not seen sunlight for an extended period, the photons within him were insufficient to sustain such an attack. Nevertheless, even without the scorching rays, Clark was undaunted by the advancing nobles of the abyss. He unleashed a powerful punch, compressing the surrounding seawater into a substance akin to alloy, which surged towards the assailants. In an instant, all the nobles at the forefront of his strike were reduced to mere pulp, propelled by the force of the water against the rocky walls on either side. This display of strength was not extraordinary for Clark. As he had wished to convey to Arthur, I could continue to deliver such punches indefinitely. At this moment, he truly validated his own words, unleashing a barrage of punches, each one compressing the surrounding creatures of the trench into mere patties of flesh. The two of them, one employing feet and the other fists, wreaked havoc in the kingdom of the trench. Suddenly, after delivering a powerful blow, Clark felt a constriction in his chest. The subsequent punch emerged feeble and almost resulted in him being bitten by one of the trench dwellers. Just as the queen was attacked, the ordinary trench creatures that had lingered above, hesitant to advance, finally broke free from their restraint and surged downward en masse. Clark furrowed his brow, recalling that he was submerged in water, unable to breathe through his lungs, and the energy stored within his cells was nearly depleted, leaving him struggling to sustain his oxygen consumption. The torrent of trench dwellers descending upon him like waves only compounded his misfortune. Arthur, what are you planning to do? He called out loudly. On the other side, Arthur shouted back, eliminate this abomination, then charge into that cave. If my mother is truly here, she can only be inside. Are you certain? I am certain. All right, I understand. At this juncture, Arthur too felt a sense of fatigue. He had been fighting slightly longer than Clark, or else the previous thrust would not have been so easily deflected by the trench queen. He glanced at Clark, noticing his apparent struggle, and urgently shouted, "Clark, you must go. I beg you, leave this place." Clark ignored him. This time, it could truly be fatal. Arthur's heart brimmed with impotent fury. "Such nonsense," Clark replied nonchalantly. Shazam! In an instant, golden lightning illuminated the entire kingdom of the trench. Chapter 22. The Black Robe. Kal-El Shazam when Clark uttered this incantation. His tone was remarkably composed, more like a command than a plea. The next moment, a bolt of golden lightning suddenly flashed in the sky, 1,000 meters above him, and descended unhesitatingly toward the ocean's surface. Upon its entry into the water, it instantly vaporized the surrounding seawater, causing the surface to plummet several meters, creating a sharply defined circular pit. Only after the golden lightning had penetrated the sea for some time did the surrounding waters gradually fill the void. As for the golden lightning that plunged into the depths, it descended upon Clark at the bottom of the trench with an unmatched ferocity, vaporizing everything in its path, be it seawater or the trench dwellers within it. Clark looked up to witness that where the golden lightning traversed, countless trench dwellers were deprived of parts of their bodies and their very souls. Observing this scene, Clark silently compared the golden lightning to his own heat vision. While the heat vision's energy was explosive and dispersed, the golden lightning was sharp and pure. It resembled not merely a force of energy, but rather a keen blade. In the next instant, a blade of light descended upon them. Everything appeared to unfold in slow motion, yet it transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving those around completely unprepared. They witnessed a beam of golden light plummeting from the heavens, striking Clark. "Clark!" Arthur cast aside the Sea Queen and rushed toward his comrade, heedless of whether the golden thunder would harm him. However, just as he was about to reach Clark's side, a tremendous surge of energy transformed into golden lightning, spreading outward and repelling every material object within 100 meters of Clark. In this sacred domain, no being other than a deity may exist. The violent energy reaction caused the Sea Queen, who was not far away, to change her expression abruptly. She spun around and dashed toward the dark cavern, while the surrounding aristocrats of the deep, under the Queen's command, surged toward Clark. In that moment, the Sea Queen abandoned her subjects, striving to buy time for her own survival. Yet, as she dashed away, she could not resist glancing back. That fleeting glance enveloped her heart with a profound chill. Countless members of her kin charged recklessly toward Clark, but when they were still 100 meters away, the golden lightning seemed to awaken, suddenly fracturing into countless tiny branches. Each branch penetrated the body of a deep dweller, rendering them motionless, before retracting and piercing into the next nearest dweller, who met the same fate. The Sea Queen witnessed this singular moment, the golden lightning branches flashing upon her kin more times than she could count. Her eyes filled with the flickering of tiny golden lights, and she understood that with each flicker, she lost a member of her tribe. A single tear formed in her eye, only to be dissolved by the surrounding waters before it could escape. In the next moment, Queen Fiona plunged into the black cavern without looking back, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Clark opened his eyes. Before him stood the motionless deep dwellers, their bodies intermittently flickering with golden lightning, enveloping him almost entirely. A frown creased his brow. In the next instant, the lightning within all the deep dwellers surged outward, intertwining to form a colossal golden lightning net, which instantly shattered everything within its grasp into oblivion. Clark found himself staring into an empty void. Arthur gazed at this scene in a daze, and his sense of unreality intensified as he beheld Clark's current state. "Clark?" he called from 100 meters away, hesitant to advance further. "Is it you?" Clark looked at him in confusion and replied, "What is going on?" As the words left his lips, he was taken aback, for his voice had undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming deeper and more resonant, imbued with a strange sense of familiarity. Arthur pointed at him, exclaiming, "Your attire has changed. Your appearance has altered. Even your voice is different. You're not Clark. What have you done to him? How have you changed?" Clark himself was bewildered by the alterations to his visage. In the next moment, a towering mirror of water materialized, and the figure reflected within startled even Clark. The mirror revealed a tall, handsome adult male clad in a crimson battle garb, adorned with a white hooded cloak, and emblazoned with a large golden lightning emblem across his chest. He stood there silently, his azure eyes fixed on Clark, as if proclaiming, "I have returned." Clark's perception was shaped entirely by the resemblance of the figure in the water to his memories of Kal-El. The singular distinction lay in the fact that this mirrored individual appeared more robust and imposing than Kal-El ever had. Before Clark could fully comprehend the situation, he instinctively waved his hand. In an instant, the crimson battle garb of the figure ignited, golden flames rapidly engulfing him. Where the flames passed, the red vanished, replaced by a swirling black, resonant with authority. In the blink of an eye, the golden flames dissipated, leaving behind the remnants of the white cloak, which had vanished in the blaze, now replaced by a deep crimson hue reminiscent of congealed blood, unfurling gently in the rippling water behind the mirrored figure, enhancing his imposing presence. Observing this transformation, Clark furrowed his brow, for the prominent golden lightning emblem on the figure's chest struck him as disconcerting. It ought to be the emblem of the House of El, he mused. In the next moment, the golden lightning began to contort, morphing into sharp geometric shapes, akin to a flawless diamond, within which was inscribed a large golden letters that ultimately solidified. At last, a satisfied smile graced Clark's features. The figure in the mirror now resembled the Kal-El he remembered, the last version he had seen. Clenching his fists, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within him, manifesting as golden lightning that transcended the confines of 100 meters, radiating outward in all directions. The countless denizens of the deep, confronted by this force, found no opportunity for escape. Within the abyss, the golden lightning wove an immense network of thunderbolts, ensnaring any member of the deep who fell within its reach. In that instant, their fate was sealed. Arthur gazed at the scene before him, murmuring, "I told you, lightning is indeed more effective in the sea." Chapter 23. The ocean hidden in the earth's core long before the eternal rock, the power of the six gods had descended upon Clark, even going so far as to alter his Kryptonian bloodline, nearly severing his potential and future. Had it not been for a surge of inexplicable energy that erupted within him at the last moment, driving the divine power away and confining it within his heart, Clark would have lost all his Kryptonian abilities, completely becoming the heir of Shazam. The source of this mysterious energy had crossed Clark's mind several times. Yet the most plausible explanation seemed to be the life codex hidden within him. The life codex of Kal-El had erected a beacon for him in the darkness, enabling him to escape a grim fate, while Clark's own life codex had made its appearance after many years, aiding him through that crisis. In a fit of rage, he had slain the wizard Shazam, which led to his ignorance of the divine power within his heart, causing him to resist it vehemently. It was only now, submerged beneath the ocean without the sun's replenishment, that he found himself invoking the incantation out of sheer necessity. Having previously tasted the might of the divine power, he had only experienced it superficially. Now, as it truly enveloped him, he could genuinely appreciate its grandeur and vastness. Yet at the same time, his desire for the mystery of the life codex grew stronger, for the divine power no longer acted upon his cells, but rather manifested as a suit of armor or a mechanized existence. The advantage was that the divine power and Kryptonian bloodline functioned as two independent systems, unaffected by one another, switchable through the incantation Shazam. However, the drawback was that without the support of a physical body, the divine power was akin to water without roots, diminishing with each use and receiving no replenishment. If Clark's hypothesis held true, once the energy within his heart was fully expended, the divine power would automatically dissipate without the need for him to chant the incantation again. Whether it could return upon reciting the incantation anew remained uncertain. At this moment, the abundant divine power surrounding him instilled in Clark a sense of conviction. If Kal-El could, then so could he. Even he had to concede that this divine power was significantly more potent than his current Kryptonian strength, as he had yet to reach the standards of a fully matured Kryptonian physique. Clark measured his own potential against that of Kal-El. Yet he misjudged one aspect. Kal-El himself was also far from achieving the true standard of a matured Kryptonian body. Reflecting on this, Clark turned to Arthur and calmly stated, "Now, you may beg me." "Me, the great Aquaman, begging?" Arthur retorted with disdain. "Who in the seven seas does not know of my indomitable reputation? I would never beg you." With a smile gracing his lips, Clark extended his hand, and golden lightning surged forth from the tips of his fingers, coalescing into a sphere the size of an egg within his palm. He directed his hand towards the relentless swarm of the trench dwellers approaching him, then abruptly closed his fingers. A resounding hum of violent electricity erupted, and Arthur beheld countless streaks of golden lightning, resembling the claws of a ferocious dragon, emanating from Clark's palm, instantly traversing over 100 meters to penetrate the bodies of the trench dwellers. Subsequently, a golden electric net materialized before him, ensnaring the trench dwellers, who promptly ceased their movements. Their charred corpses gradually succumbed to the ocean currents, descending towards the abyss and accumulating alongside the previously slain trench dwellers, forming a pyramid. Arthur's face broke into a grin as he gazed at Clark, exclaiming, "Oh, Clark, my closest comrade, my most devoted friend, my most formidable partner. It brings me immense joy to see you here. Do you remember me? I am Arthur, the little prince of the sea." "Not the Sea King?" Clark teased. "Not at all. My mother is the queen, the ruler of Atlantis. I am merely a noble prince at best." Arthur waved dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. No sooner had he spoken than a bolt of golden lightning erupted from Clark's fingertip, menacingly swirling around Arthur, seemingly deliberating its point of attack. Arthur's expression grew serious as he declared resolutely, "The trench dwellers outnumber the rabbits on the Australian plains. We must vacate this place immediately to preserve our strength and focus on what truly matters. What say you, my friend?" Clark glanced above, noting the dimming glow of the electric net, predicting its imminent disappearance within mere minutes, after which the seemingly endless horde of trench dwellers would once again descend upon them. With this thought, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it! Despite the immense power coursing within him, he was wary of such waste. He looked down into the dark abyss and contemplated before addressing Arthur. "My current strength is dwindling. Are you certain you wish to proceed? I can escort you away, and we can return at a later time." Arthur replied earnestly, "Indeed, time is abundant, but opportunities are fleeting. Once lost, they do not return." Clark nodded. "Then let us go." As he spoke, he observed Arthur extend his trident, preparing to charge forward together. However, Clark shook his head, his form shifting and vanishing before Arthur's eyes, only to reappear in front of the trench queen. "Wow, wow, wow," Arthur exclaimed as he swiftly approached Clark. "How did you execute that transformation? It's incredibly cool. Can you teach me to transform as well?" Clark cast him a sidelong glance. "You cannot." "Why not?" "Too old." As the two individuals spoke, they seamlessly ventured into the dark abyss of the cave, creating not a single ripple. Behind them, the golden electric net gradually faded away, while an endless swarm of trench dwellers surged forth, pausing before the shadowy cave, hesitating to advance any further. In the next moment, the figure of the trench queen emerged once more from the depths of the cavern, observing the multitude of trench dwellers before her. A flicker of disdain crossed her exquisite visage as she nonchalantly waved her hand, as if shooing away bothersome flies. In an instant, the noble members of the trench society, mingling among the commoners, erupted into violence against their kin. Thousands of trench dwellers met their demise through various means, their lifeless bodies devoured entirely by the nobility. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, the remaining trench dwellers hastily swam towards the surface, desperately attempting to escape a realm unworthy of their presence. Yet, the trench was now teeming with inhabitants, making any retreat to the upper waters a formidable challenge. Before long, the waters at the bottom of the trench transformed in hue. The trench queen, Fiona, gazed intently at the dark cave, seemingly awaiting something. Unbeknownst to her, the carnage among her subjects was entirely orchestrated by her own decree. Chapter 24. The mother who mistook her son bright, warm, and reassuring. That was Clark's immediate reaction upon surfacing from the depths, suspended in the air. Instinctively, he spread his arms, yearning to absorb the intoxicating energy emanating from the radiant light, only to remember that he was clad in divine attire. He contemplated uttering an incantation, but ultimately refrained, realizing he still required the protection of the 6 divine powers, if he were to invoke the spell and lose that divine shield. While he was not incapable of facing various threats, there was no pressing need to do so at that moment. He scanned his surroundings, failing to catch sight of Arthur, yet observing the vast, flat expanse of the sea around him. Only a solitary island floated in the distance, beckoning his gaze. Just moments before, darkness and gloom had dominated his vision, but now, vibrant colors flooded his sight, momentarily rendering him dazed. Unbeknownst to him, Beneath the surface, a colossal whirlpool silently formed. And suddenly, a figure leapt from its center, rising with the waves to parallel Clark in the air. It was Arthur, wielding a trident and surveying the sea with a look of incredulity. "Do you know where this is?" Clark inquired. Arthur nodded, his expression brimming with excitement. "The heart of the Earth's hidden sea. This is the heart of the Earth's hidden sea. The heart of the Earth's hidden sea? What place is that?" "It is a realm spoken of in the myths of the sea folk, a place that has never been seen by human eyes. Who would have thought it was concealed within the Trench Kingdom?" Clark furrowed his brow. "No one has ever seen it. How can you be so sure this is the heart of the Earth Sea?" Arthur shook his head resolutely. "I'm certain this is the heart of the Earth Sea. I vaguely recall my mother recounting tales of it during my childhood, and this place resembles those stories perfectly. There can be no mistake." Raising an eyebrow, Clark chose not to elaborate further. "My mother must be here," Arthur exclaimed, pointing excitedly toward the distant island. "She has to be here. Clark, let us go." He called out to Clark before propelling himself through the waves toward the island, the ocean surging powerfully in his wake. In contrast, Clark floated silently in the air, trailing behind Arthur without a sound. Before long, the two arrived at the shore, where an array of oddly shaped crabs waved their claws menacingly at them, only to be crushed underfoot by the descending Arthur. Oblivious to what lay beneath his feet, Arthur's gaze and thoughts were entirely captivated by the island, and he hurried deeper into its interior, calling out for his mother. Meanwhile, Clark remained suspended above, observing the island's breathtaking beauty, which was so exquisite that even he felt a twinge of relaxation, desiring to linger a while longer. At the island's center stood a towering peak, before which a silvery waterfall cascaded down, creating an ethereal ambience. "Mother! Mother!" Arthur shouted, his voice echoing far and wide, yet no response came, and the hope in his eyes began to wane. Suddenly, he extended his hand, and a five-pronged trident flew past Clark, landing in his grasp. With a swift whirl of the trident, a torrent of water erupted, lifting Arthur high into the air. Reaching Clark's side, Arthur eagerly inquired, "Have you found anything, Clark?" Initially shaking his head, Clark then pointed towards the distant waterfall. "This island is not large. I have not seen any signs of human presence. If your mother is indeed here, she can only be behind that waterfall." "The waterfall?" Arthur, filled with urgency, prepared to dash forward, but was halted by Clark's grip. He looked at Clark, his impatience tempered by reason, waiting for Clark's response. "Did your mother ever tell you anything else about the heart of the Earth Sea?" he asked. "Everything," Arthur replied, furrowing his brow as he recalled. "Not much else. The heart of the Earth Sea is simply a place undiscovered. It exists on Earth, just hidden deep within." "What's wrong?" Clark shook his head. "I suggest we first divert the waterfall's flow before venturing in." "All right," Arthur readily agreed. "You divert the water, and I will explore inside." "However," Clark interjected, "what I mean is we should go in together." Arthur nodded again, readily acquiescing. Once they reached an agreement, the two ceased their idle chatter and soared towards the waterfall, arriving almost in the blink of an eye. As they approached, they quickly realized that the waterfall's height far exceeded their earlier estimations. Standing beneath it and gazing upward, its summit was utterly concealed from view. Clark furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Arthur, feeling anxious and somewhat impatient, retorted, "What seems to be the problem? If you're worried, I could ascend to disrupt the flow while you wait here." Without seeking Clark's consent, he propelled himself upward with the current, vanishing from Clark's sight in an instant. Observing the spectacle, Clark muttered to himself, inept at everything. The epitome of self-destructive behavior. With a sigh, he contemplated dashing up to follow, but just as he was about to move, a figure suddenly burst forth from behind the waterfall, colliding directly with him. Yet, Clark remained unyielding, and the figure was rebounded back behind the waterfall. Clark reached into the cascade, grasping the figure's arm and pulling her out. With cascading golden hair, an elegant visage, and a slender form, the figure was revealed to be a striking woman. She appeared taken aback by the presence of someone at the waterfall's base, momentarily dazed from the impact. Upon catching sight of Clark's handsome features and his raven hair, a flicker of doubt and hesitation crossed her eyes, swiftly transforming into excitement and joy. The woman opened her mouth to shout, but was silenced as Clark covered her lips. "I am not your son," Clark exclaimed with exasperation. "Your son is above." He then called out towards the waterfall, "Arthur, I found your mother." Upon hearing Clark's proclamation, the woman realized her mistake. As she observed Clark looking up, she hastily attempted to pry his hand away from her mouth, but regardless of her efforts, she could not budge his palm, which made her gaze at him in fear. Clark released his grip and pointed above. "Your son is up there. By the way, I'm Clark. I am Atlanta, Arthur's mother." Upon hearing her introduction, Clark thought, as expected. Yet, Atlanta suddenly inquired, "Where is Myra?" Clark was taken aback. Who is Myra? And Nudis? Who is Nudis? Atlanta's eyes widened in shock. How'd you get in here? What is happening outside? Faced with her barrage of questions, Clark wasted no time and delivered a powerful uppercut towards the waterfall's flow. Boom! The punch erupted from below, unleashing tremendous force that instantly reversed the cascading waterfall, sending it soaring upwards. In Atlanta's astonished gaze, the silvery waterfall transformed into a colossal dragon ascending into the sky, only to hear a scream echo from above. In the next moment, a figure descended from the heavens and plunged into the pool at the base of the waterfall, that figure being Arthur, buffeted by the swirling waters. Meanwhile, the trident altered its course and soared back into the hands of Atlanta. Observing Arthur, drenched and resembling a drowned rat as he emerged from the water, and then glancing at the strikingly handsome and formidable Clark, Atlanta felt a sudden pang of melancholy. Chapter 25. Unappreciative upon the arrival of Arthur and Clark, Atlanta appeared more startled than elated, at least as it seemed to Clark. As for Arthur, the mighty king of Atlantis had burrowed into his mother's embrace, weeping profusely while recounting the years of longing for her. Atlanta, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stroked Arthur's hair and said to Clark, "I apologize for this display." Clark shrugged. "I've had my share of laughter already." At that moment, Arthur lifted his head and inquired, "Mother, how did you come to be here?" In response, Atlanta questioned, "And how did you get here? What transpired? Where is Nudis? Why did he not take care of you?" Arthur hastily replied, "Nudis has been exceptionally kind to me. He has imparted a wealth of knowledge and combat skills. It is thanks to his teachings that I was able to breach the realm of the trench and arrive here." "He allowed you to come?" Atlanta seemed anxious about Arthur's presence, a concern that did not escape Clark's notice. Arthur shook his head. "He always urged me to keep my distance from the trench, forbidding me from stepping foot into the territory of its people. He was right to do so. The trench is indeed perilous." Atlanta frowned in discontent. "Then why did you venture into the territory of the trench and delve into the kingdom?" Arthur hesitated for a moment, yet under his mother's frosty gaze, he confessed, "It was the manta ray that informed me you resided at the depths of the trench kingdom, which compelled me to enter." "Manta ray?" Atlanta's gaze shifted to Clark, whose dark battle attire suited the moniker all too well. Her look toward him now bore a hint of hostility. Clark raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips, though it held a dangerous edge against the backdrop of his gleaming white teeth. Arthur quickly clarified, "Not him, not Clark. It was another individual." Finally, Atlanta redirected her attention to her son, gently caressing his face as she softly uttered, "You should not have come here. I had to come, and I am grateful that I did. Wherever you are, that is where I belong," Arthur declared resolutely. This proclamation caused the coldness in Atlanta's eyes to dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming tenderness. She enveloped her son in a gentle embrace, feeling the profound bond of blood that connected them. Meanwhile, Clark, witnessing this intimate moment, awkwardly rose to his feet and made his way toward the waterfall from which Atlanta had just emerged. His earlier punch had caused the waterfall to reverse, revealing a hidden entrance behind it, the very passage Atlanta had burst forth from. Little did he know that after taking just a few steps, he was halted by Atlanta. "Stop!" Clark turned around to see Atlanta rising, her grip firm upon her trident, her expression one of vigilance. Arthur, perplexed, inquired, "What is it, mother?" "Clark is my dear friend. Without his assistance, I might have perished in the kingdom of the trench." Atlanta's slender brows knitted together as she replied, coldly, "You cannot enter." "Why?" Clark's voice emerged, deep and resonant, soothing to Atlanta's ears, softening her demeanor. "This is the sacred ground of Atlantis. You are not of Atlantis, and thus cannot proceed within, Clark." She relaxed her grip on the trident and spoke gently. "I apologize for my earlier outburst. This matter is of great importance, and I hope you can forgive me." Had Atlanta remained steadfast, Clark would have swiftly demonstrated the might of Zeus's thunder, yet her tone, reminiscent of a mother addressing her child's friend, compelled him to rub his nose in resignation and return. Arthur regarded Clark with an apologetic expression, silently conveying, "I'm sorry." Clark nodded. "I understand, Atlanta." "Thank you." The words were Atlanta's, but the gestures and expressions belonged to Arthur, who clasped his hands above his head in a display of gratitude. However, when Atlanta turned to look at him, all she found was his sunlit, handsome visage, devoid of any prior awkwardness. "Mother, why was I unaware of Atlantis' sacred ground?" Arthur sought to divert the conversation, noting that nudies had never mentioned it. Atlanta cast a glance at Clark and shook her head. "This matter is a secret of our Atlantean lineage. Nudies, not being of royal blood, would naturally be oblivious." Arthur's curiosity was piqued. "What lies within? May I enter to see?" "Of course, you may," Atlanta replied with a smile. "Even without your request, I would accompany you inside." Upon hearing his mother's words, Arthur's excitement surged, and he exclaimed to Clark, "Clark, let us explore together." "Absolutely not." Before Arthur could finish, his mother interrupted, her tone resolute. "Clark cannot enter. No one but the king of Atlantis is permitted." Unbeknownst to them, the trident had returned to Atlanta's grasp, its 5 prongs ominously directed towards Clark, causing his expression to darken. Arthur quickly interjected, "Mother, Clark is not a stranger. He saved my life." Atlanta firmly shook her head. "Even if he saved my life, it does not grant him entry." Arthur opened his mouth to protest, but Clark interjected, "Atlanta, truth be told, I am not interested in your so-called sacred ground." As he advanced towards Atlanta, she abruptly leveled her trident, its prongs aimed directly at him. Clark, however, did not halt his advance. Instead, he charged directly toward the trident, which simultaneously thrust forward. A sharp, resonant clang echoed, akin to the sound of a needle striking metal. Clark furrowed his brow, glancing at the trident pressed against his chest before shifting his gaze to Atlanta, his tone frigid as he remarked, "Yet your actions lead me to believe that you, the Queen of Atlantis, are somewhat lacking in discernment." In the next moment, Clark stepped forward, pushing the trident backward, while Atlanta, gripping it firmly, was instinctively compelled to retreat. Despite her feet carving deep impressions into the ground, she was unable to impede Clark's advance. In the following instant, Atlanta relinquished her grip, and the trident soared backward. Simultaneously, she pivoted and swiftly retrieved it, aiming it fiercely toward Clark's eyes. Meanwhile, a golden dragon emerged from Clark's being, its elongated form extending toward the blade of the trident, creating a vacuum in its wake. In a heartbeat, the trident pierced through one palm, while the golden dragon slithered into the other. "Enough. This has gone too far." Chapter 26. A flawed love story. Atlanta, in a state of panic, retracted the trident, which inadvertently drew forth a handful of her son's blood. Clark, at that moment, approached Arthur, gently patting his shoulder and retracting the golden dragon. Nevertheless, Arthur collapsed to the ground, one hand drenched in blood, the other charred black. Atlanta waved her hand, conjuring 2 spheres of water that enveloped Arthur's hands. Within the water, an invisible force began to mend his wounds. "Clark, I am truly sorry." Arthur knelt, struggling to raise his head as he addressed Clark. "I apologize on behalf of my mother." Clark sighed. "I reiterate, I can comprehend, yet I find it intolerable." Arthur nodded. "I understand your pride. Were I in your position, I would be even prouder. However, she is my mother, and I cannot bear to see her harmed." Clark nodded in acknowledgement, patting Arthur's shoulder once more. "I respect your choice, my friend." With that, Clark ascended gently into the air, a sound of rushing wind accompanying his ascent as he surged toward the summit of the waterfall, swiftly vanishing from the sight of the mother and son. Atlanta, heartbroken, exclaimed, "Why must you be so foolish, my child?" Arthur sighed, suddenly reclining on the ground. The injuries inflicted by the trident were merely superficial. However, the damage caused by Clark's golden lightning coursed through him, leaving a significant impact. Atlanta gasped in alarm, rushing to assist, but as her hand reached halfway, her son's voice resonated back to her. "Mother, you cannot treat Clark in such a manner." Atlanta withdrew her hand, speaking with a hint of indulgence. "I understand. He saved your life. He is your friend. For your sake, I shall refrain from such behavior. However, the sanctum behind the waterfall is my bottom line. He must not enter." Arthur tilted his head, the back of his skull rolling against the unforgiving ground, producing a crisp metallic sound, revealing that the physique of an Atlantean far surpassed that of an ordinary human. "You misunderstand me. "Mother," he said with a hint of exasperation. "What I mean is that you cannot treat Clark with the attitude of a queen toward her subjects, for the bond between us cannot overpower him." Atlanta furrowed her brow. Despite having briefly experienced Clark's formidable strength, her pride as a queen prevented her from conceding so easily. Arthur sighed and continued, "You must have a profound understanding of the terror of the Trench people. But did you know that Clark is on the verge of madness within the kingdom of the Trench?" He recounted his encounter with Clark, particularly the moment Clark invoked the incantation, summoning golden lightning from the heavens before transforming. Atlanta gasped. "Shazam? Wait, Arthur was taken aback. Atlanta nodded. "The wizard Shazam wields the power of 6 gods, subduing the 7 deadly sins within the eternal rock. This is recorded in our Atlantean scriptures. But it has been ages since we last heard of Shazam. We believed he had returned to his divine realm. It is astonishing that his legacy still endures." Arthur inquired, "Is Shazam truly powerful?" Atlanta gently caressed his hair. "What significance does individual strength hold? If you were to become the king of Atlantis, or even the sovereign of the 7 seas, ruling over countless sea tribes, then you would realize the insignificance of personal power compared to the glory of kingship." Hearing his mother speak with a smile, Arthur shook his head dismissively, saying languidly, "Me as king? Please spare me. I'm not cut out for that." Atlanta's expression darkened as she suddenly struck Arthur across the face, exclaiming with fury, "Such thoughts must be buried deep within your heart. Never utter them." Arthur was taken aback and then fell silent. Meanwhile, Atlanta appeared as if she had been struck herself, tears brimming in her eyes, her expression sorrowful. "You do not yet comprehend. When you truly understand, it may well be too late." Arthur suddenly erupted in anger. "Indeed, I know nothing. I do not understand why you left me and father. I do not understand why you betrayed father and married another. I do not understand why father stands at the harbor waiting for your return every day. I do not understand. I know nothing. Yet I still wish to find you. I still miss you. I long for my mother." He unleashed the pent-up frustration that had resided in his heart for over a decade, releasing it all at once, which left him feeling unexpectedly light. "What did Nudis tell you?" Atlanta inquired. "Did I not instruct him to take care of you? Did he fail in that duty?" Arthur shook his head. "Nudis has been exceedingly kind to me. He has imparted a wealth of knowledge. In truth, I already knew the answer to my earlier question, yet I yearned to hear it from your lips." Gently, Atlanta enveloped her son in her embrace. Despite Arthur's significantly larger stature, their hug exuded an effortless harmony. "When I first encountered your father, my own father compelled me to marry a man I did not love. Thus, I clandestinely escaped and stumbled upon your father by the sea." In a narrative that flowed from Atlanta's lips, she recounted her flight from an unwanted marriage in Atlantis, leading to a serendipitous meeting with Thomas Curry, the guardian of the lighthouse. Their hearts intertwined, resulting in the birth of their son, Arthur Curry. However, bliss proved ephemeral. Her father tracked her down, and to protect her husband and child, she was forced to surrender and return to the depths to wed Orvax, giving birth to their second son, Om. Ultimately, upon discovering Arthur's existence, Orvax, in a fit of rage, sacrificed Atlanta to the kingdom of the Trench. Upon learning that his mother's sorrow stemmed from her love for both his father and himself, Arthur could no longer contain his emotions. He buried his head in her embrace and wept. This poignant exchange reached Clark, hovering high above, eliciting a light chuckle from him. Atlanta, as a member of Atlanta's royal lineage, certainly did not exhibit selective tastes. Given Arthur's appearance, one could surmise his father was not lacking in charm either. Furthermore, having escaped a marriage, why remain near the ocean, only to be discovered by the denizens of Atlantis? If she cherished the lighthouse keeper so dearly, why had she never inquired about his well-being since their first meeting? And who, pray tell, is Mira? Chapter 27. The transcendent nature of maternal love. Arthur stood before the waterfall, gazing at the tumultuous waters, instinctively glancing up at Clark above him. "Clark, will you not accompany me inside?" No sooner had he spoken than his mother gave him a gentle push, propelling him through the waterfall into the cavern beyond. Meanwhile, Atlanta regarded Clark with a quiet intensity, seemingly cautioning him against any rash movements. Curiously, Clark asked Atlanta, "Is Arthur truly your son with him?" Atlanta's expression darkened. "What do you mean by that?" "My curiosity is piqued. What extraordinary man could compel one named after Atlantis to submit to him?" even to the extent of bearing his child. Clark gazed down at Atlanta from his lofty vantage point. With a swift motion of her right hand, a wave surged beneath her, elevating her to match Clark's height. My son is indeed my own flesh and blood. She fixed her piercing gaze upon Clark, articulating each word with precision. It is merely that I have not yet had the opportunity to teach him which companions are worthy of his friendship and which are not. However, it is not too late to impart those lessons now. Clark chuckled lightly. If it were me, I would not deceive my son in such a manner. Upon hearing him utter the word deceit, a flicker of pain passed through Atlantana's eyes, though it was swiftly replaced by a gaze imbued with unwavering determination. Everything I have done is for him. As long as he can ascend to the throne of the seven seas and become the sovereign of the underwater realm, then all the indignities I have suffered and all my efforts will have been worthwhile. Atlantana's words, rather than persuading Clark, served more to convince herself. Clark shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, I have little interest in your plans or conspiracies. Had it not been for your trident damaging my aircraft, I might never have set foot here. At this juncture, Clark turned his gaze toward Atlantana and added, by the way, you owe me an airplane. No sooner had he spoken than Atlantana gestured, tossing over a round, shimmering object. Clark caught it effortlessly, only to discover it was a pearl the size of his fist, exhibiting a flawless spherical shape and a surface that glimmered with a golden luster, warm and smooth to the touch, making it utterly irresistible. This pearl should sufficiently compensate for your loss, Atlantana stated. Moreover, I would prefer that Arthur remain unaware of any unfounded suspicions you may harbor. Do you comprehend my meaning? Clark weighed the pearl in his hand, smiling as he replied. And if he finds out? Atlantana's gaze bore into Clark's, her tone turning fierce as she warned. Then you shall never approach the ocean or even water for the rest of your days. Clark raised an eyebrow, poised to respond, when suddenly the waterfall beneath them erupted violently, and Arthur's figure burst forth from behind the cascade, crashing heavily against a large stone. As he gradually slid down to the ground, it was evident that the stone's surface was marred with cracks. Atlantana shot a threatening glance at Clark before rushing toward her son. Arthur, are you all right? Her voice reached him even before she did, and upon hearing his mother's concern, Arthur flipped over and sat up, smiling at her. Of course, I'm fine. How could I possibly be hurt? Yet Atlantana's expression was one of genuine distress, not feigned. She gazed at her son, who was putting on a brave face, and sighed involuntarily. Did you encounter Callison? Yes, I did. Arthur nodded. He was a bit temperamental, but they're all similar in that regard. I can understand. Have you communicated with him? Atlantana inquired. Arthur nodded again. Yes, at first he startled me. It was the first time a marine creature had initiated communication with me, and he was the first intelligent sea being I have encountered aside from the seven tribes. What did he say? He told me to leave. And what about you? Well, I did come out, didn't I? Upon hearing her son's response, Atlantana sighed once more. But just as she was about to speak, Arthur interrupted. Mom, let me gather myself, and then I'll go back in for a proper showdown. Arthur, unwilling to witness the disappointment etched upon his mother-esque face, had just been struck by Carison's tentacle, akin to a tennis ball being volleyed away. Despite being the first to act, though his bones felt as if they had shattered, he remained resolute in his desire not to let his mother down. Rising from the ground with a determined flip, he reached for his mother's trident, ready to plunge into the cave once more, only to be halted by her intervention. Arthur, perhaps now is not the most opportune moment. Why don't you? Yet, Arthur did not allow her to finish, leaping once again toward the waterfall. Atlanta gazed longingly at the spot where Arthur had vanished, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had believed she could sever her emotional ties, and she had succeeded, but the sight of her long-lost son, rushing into danger at her behest, softened even her icy resolve. In that moment, the bond of blood between mother and son transcended her yearning for the golden trident, a symbol of supreme authority. Suddenly, Atlanta turned to Clark, her voice resolute. Clark, please assist Arthur. Clark chuckled lightly, his tone dripping with disdain. I'm not his father. However, Atlanta, shedding her previous coldness and determination, became as fluid as melted water, her voice now imbued with concern for her son. Oh, Clark, I have come to realize that all I have done pales in comparison to my son's life. I wish for my son to be healthy, happy, and to savor his existence, rather than sacrificing his youth for my unrealistic dreams. Can you comprehend my feelings, Clark? Can you grasp this helplessness of a mother? I implore you, help me. Assist Arthur. He is all I desire. I beg you. As she collapsed on the ground, her face a portrait of despair, Clark frowned, suddenly preferring to confront thousands of trench dwellers rather than face such an adversary. A formidable foe may ultimately succumb to his gaze, but the mournful wails of a grieving mother left him feeling powerless. Noticing that his indifference did not sway Clark, Atlanta abruptly dashed toward the waterfall, calling out, "Arthur, mother is coming. My son, I will not allow you to perish. I shall ensure I die before you." Before she could finish her declaration, she felt a powerful hand grip her shoulder, and a surge of overwhelming strength enveloped her, propelling her back to the spot where Arthur had recently lain. Clark, his brow furrowed in distaste, cast a disdainful glance at Atlanta. "With a mother like you, I pity Arthur." With that, he vanished behind the waterfall, his tall figure obscured by the silvery cascade, severing both sight and sound. Atlanta gracefully rose from the ground and gently seated herself upon a large stone, crossing one leg while resting her chin on her hand, her expression blank as she gazed at the waterfall. If one listened closely, a faint melody could be discerned. Chapter 28. Defiance. Clark had initially assumed that behind the waterfall lay an expansive cavern, yet upon passing through the cascading waters, he was abruptly immersed in a world of water. The waterfall acted as a seal, confining this aquatic realm without a hint of overflow. With a mere thought, he began to drift deeper, and after traversing a narrow tunnel, he finally entered a vast cavern, albeit still filled with water. This cavern felt even more expansive than the abyssal depths outside. Looking upward, he could not discern the ceiling, as if he had returned to the ocean floor. As for Arthur, who was engaged in battle with a colossal beast in the distance, Clark appeared oblivious, his gaze fixated on a trident deep within the cavern. A golden trident. Its design was more elegant and majestic than a five-pronged one, exuding a rugged beauty that made it impossible to look away. It seemed that this was the reason Atlanta was reluctant to allow Clark entry. And it was also the source of Arthur's ascension as the Lord of the Seven Seas, the very golden trident. "Clark!" Arthur exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him enter. But that joy was swiftly extinguished as Carlson struck him with a whip, sending him hurtling back toward the tunnel. It appeared that Arthur had been expelled in a similar fashion moments prior. After casting Arthur aside, all of Carlson's eyes turned toward Clark, unleashing a roar from his massive jaws that reverberated through the surrounding waters, sending waves crashing toward Clark. At that moment, Clark was lost in memories, specifically those of Kal-El. For it was with that golden trident that Kal-El had once broken him, and with it had pierced the forehead of a golden-haired man who claimed to be the Sea King. Reflecting on this, Clark couldn't help but glance at Arthur, and upon seeing his golden hair, he muttered to himself, "Could it be dyed? After all, his mother is blonde." No sooner had he spoken than a violent surge of seawater surged forward, accompanied by one of Carlson's tentacles. Again, he instinctively muttered, as an image flashed in his mind of Kal-El unleashing a frigid breath, freezing the ocean's surface into an iceberg, and then wielding that iceberg to crush Carlson. With a sigh, he lamented, "But I cannot yet exhale ice." His tone was laden with frustration. In the next moment, Clark suddenly ascended toward the sky. His speed was not swift, yet it was sufficient to evade Carlson's tentacle. Observing the tentacle glide just beneath his feet, Clark extended his right hand, and a golden longsword materialized, its hilt measuring over 1/2 meter, while the blade's length exceeded the horizon. As he traced a circle above his head with his right hand, the elongated golden blade sliced through the surrounding seawater, painting a golden ring above Clark's head. Standing tall, adorned with the golden halo, Clark resembled a deity. In the next moment, his right hand descended with a powerful chop. The 100-meter-long golden blade cleaved downward towards the ground, severing the writhing tentacle of Carlson with precision, regardless of its attempts to twist and evade. But that was not the end. After slicing through the tentacle, Clark casually tossed the golden sword, piercing the severed section and pinning it to the ground, not far from the golden trident. Simultaneously, spikes began to extend from the blade's edge, each resembling a golden lightning bolt that detached from the solidified blade, burrowing into the severed tentacle. The area is penetrated by the golden lightning visibly charred, turning pitch black. Despite Carlson's massive tentacle, the minuscule golden lightning surged forth in relentless waves, gradually blackening the surface of the severed appendage. Callison disregarded the fallen piece of his tentacle and swiftly retracted the remaining section, still connected to his body. Meanwhile, Clark conjured another golden sword from his hand, this one a manifestation of Zeus's thunderous power within him. Callison, it has been a while. Clark brandished the sword menacingly at Callison, displaying his teeth in a predatory grin. Callison recognized the formidable nature of the man before him, retracting his myriad tentacles, and shifted his gaze towards Arthur in the distance. Simultaneously, a visible ripple spread through the water, reaching Arthur, who reciprocated with a similar wave that extended towards Callison, as if they were engaged in a silent dialogue. Clark, could you refrain from attacking? After a lengthy pause, Arthur spoke to Clark, a look of discomfort on his face, seemingly embarrassed. Please don't misunderstand. Callison stated this is a test for me. If I fail, I shall not be worthy of wielding the golden trident. As he spoke, Arthur gazed longingly at the distant trident, his eyes shimmering with desire. I have known of its existence since childhood and have longed to wield the golden trident and roam the seas. Now that it lies before me, I must pass this trial. Clark, can you comprehend this feeling? Clark replied coolly, you are on the verge of being killed. But I'm not dead yet. Do you require me to finish him off? Arthur shook his head and replied, I previously inquired if I could possess the trident, but he denied me. You are not a sea speaker and cannot communicate with him, nor can you engage with marine creatures. This disqualifies you from becoming the master of the trident. Do you believe what I say? Clark had never laid hands on the trident of Poseidon, yet Kal-El had, albeit breaking in the process. Thus, the ever-ambitious Clark, intent on surpassing Kal-El, found no allure in that legendary trident. Regardless of whether Arthur's claims held truth, they bore no significance for him. Clark nonchalantly remarked, I entered merely to ensure you wouldn't be slaughtered. The rest of your chaotic affairs hold no interest for me. However, you would do well to hasten, as I am eager to depart. Arthur, upon hearing this, revealed a sly smile, brandishing his five-pronged trident and bellowing at Clark. Clark, do you know what I despise most about you? Clark, counting on his fingers, retorted, oh, plenty. Your charm, your strength, your loving parents. Ha ha, I concede you bear a striking resemblance to Henry Cavill and are indeed slightly more formidable than I am. In that moment, despite his disheveled state, Arthur's spirits surged, the light in his eyes gleaming brighter than the brightest lamp. With a flourish of his trident, he declared, but I too have parents now. Remember, what I loathe most is your perpetual indifference, as though no one in this world is worthy of your regard. My friend, you are so powerful, so arrogant, so dismissive. Yet, I find myself captivated by your demeanor. Did you know I have even tried to imitate you from behind the scenes? Ha ha, the thought is utterly absurd. I have come to realize that you are indeed stronger than I, but I refuse to remain weak forever. That trident is merely the first step to my strength. Once I defeat this beast, I shall compel you to be the first to grasp it. Then you will know I have never lied to you, Clark. I simply refuse to accept defeat. With that, a fierce tsunami surged behind Arthur, crashing toward Callison. Chapter 29. Arthur is not foolish ultimately. Arthur fell short, succumbing to Callison. The chasm between them was not something mere bravado could bridge. At that moment, he lay sprawled on the ground. Above him loomed 7 or 8 colossal tentacles, each delivering relentless blows. As one lifted, another descended, affording Arthur no respite or opportunity for resistance. Clark stood nearby, gritting his teeth, feeling the goosebumps rise on his skin. Arthur, if you cannot win, perhaps it's time to concede? He stood a mere 10 meters away, just beyond the reach of the tentacles, with imprints on the ground marking where they had struck. Arthur's face flushed crimson, akin to a boiled lobster, his blood surging to the surface under the relentless assault. Yet even in such dire straits, his fighting spirit remained unyielding, his voice a cacophony of defiance, seemingly fueled by an inexhaustible reservoir of energy and determination. Strangely, however, he directed his invectives not at Callison, but at Clark instead. Clark, if you have the courage, just watch him kill me. Surrender is not an option. I am to be the future sovereign of the 7 seas, the king of the ocean. I am a sea king. As he spoke, another tentacle lashed violently against him, driving him half an inch deeper into the ground, creating a pit beneath him that was already over a meter deep. Clark sighed, brandishing his golden blade. However, this time he failed to sever Karison's tentacle, which the creature skillfully evaded. After all, Karison was a colossal marine beast that had existed for ages. Aside from its inability to speak, its intelligence was comparable to, if not superior to, that of an ordinary human. Previously, Clark had refrained from intervening as Kerosene unleashed its fury on Arthur for losing a tentacle. And now, the moment Clark made a move, Kerosene swiftly retracted its defenses to avoid any harm. Clark regarded Kerosene with a hint of surprise. You've become quite adept. Kerosene's massive form loomed in the shadows, with only 2 rows of eyes gleaming a crimson light in the darkness. At this moment, all its tentacles were drawn close, resembling a dandelion swaying in the breeze. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged forth. Arthur, lying on the ground, listened intently for a moment before speaking. We should leave this place. Kerosene mentioned that I am not yet qualified to obtain the Golden Trident, not even as a sea speaker. Moreover, he stated that this is not the time for the Golden Trident to re-emerge. As he said this, Arthur furrowed his brow and paused. Clark inquired, "What's wrong?" After pondering, Arthur replied, "I suspect this creature can delve into my memories." "Why do you say that?" Clark's expression darkened as he cast a wary glance at Kerosene. An invisible aura of murderous intent emanating from him, freezing the surrounding water into ice. Because he explicitly stated so, Arthur replied nonchalantly, saying that he glimpsed through my memories and perceived the current tranquility of the 7 seas, indicating that the Golden Trident has yet to be reborn. Clark shot him a sidelong glance. "Then what are you still doubting?" With that, he turned his gaze back to Kerosene. "If this creature can indeed peer into others' memories, then it must be eliminated." As if sensing Clark's murderous intent, an even stronger wave of energy surged forth. Arthur laughed heartily and said, "This creature is frightened. It claims it can only see the memories of sea speakers." "Oh, I understand now. What have you understood?" Clark asked Arthur, his curiosity piqued. "Because I am a sea speaker, I have the ability to summon marine creatures for assistance. Though summon is not entirely accurate, it is more precise to say that I can establish a connection." Arthur tapped his brow and remarked, "I possess the ability to connect with other marine creatures. This connection transcends mere thought. It is a communion of spirit, or perhaps of soul. Moreover, this bond is reciprocal. I can sense their emotions and thoughts, just as they can perceive mine. Until now, the marine beings I linked with lacked wisdom, which rendered me oblivious to this fact. However, upon Kerosene's mention, I realized, does this mean my private matters have been exposed to him?" Arthur's expression shifted, and with righteous indignation, he addressed Clark. "We should eliminate him. It is said that crustacean flesh is quite delectable, and it may yield valuable equipment. What do you think?" "I believe you should take the lead," Clark retorted. After comprehending Arthur's explanation, he lost interest in Kerosene. At that moment, he suddenly inquired of Arthur, "Could you ask him if he can perceive your mother's thoughts and intentions?" "What does my mother have to do with this?" Arthur questioned, perplexed, yet he posed the inquiry. The emotional waves between the two intensified, stirring the surrounding waters. After a brief moment, Arthur stated, "My mother is not a sea speaker. He cannot perceive her thoughts." "Why do you ask?" Clark shook his head. "I merely wanted to confirm, to prevent him from deceiving you." He patted Arthur on the shoulder and drifted toward the tunnel leading out of the cave. Behind him, Arthur remained still, raising his trident and sending a wave surging toward Clark, striking him on the back. Clark turned to face Arthur, who slowly floated before him, gazing intently while resting a hand on his shoulder. "Clark, we are friends. Though our acquaintance is recent, we have shared life and death. Your presence is invaluable to me. I recognize your intentions are for my benefit, and I am truly grateful for that. However, that is my mother, my biological mother, the very source of my bloodline. Regardless of her desires or what she wishes for me to do, I shall pursue it without hesitation. I will exhaust every means to ensure her happiness, to bring her joy, and to make her proud." As Arthur spoke, Clark's gaze softened gradually. He sighed and replied, "I understand. Were it my mother, I would act likewise. Arthur, in this regard, we are alike." A radiant smile spread across Arthur's face as he firmly squeezed Clark's shoulder and continued, "That is because we both know our mothers would never harm their children, would they?" Clark looked at Arthur, suddenly enlightened. It dawned on him that Arthur was not truly ignorant, nor was he as naive as he seemed. He simply refrained from contemplating that direction. Indeed, which child would willingly acknowledge that their mother could be a villain? Once the air was cleared, both felt considerably lighter. Clark chuckled at Arthur. After being so thoroughly beaten, "Do you harbor no resentment?" Arthur responded with a smile. If it were you, you might have already seized that trident. To put it plainly, my abilities are simply inadequate. After speaking, he glanced back at the golden trident, which stood resolutely in place, still and majestic, serene yet splendid, unadorned yet noble. Turning away, Arthur ventured into the tunnel. Meanwhile, Clark cast a wary look at Kerrison, who lurked in the shadows, extending a finger in his direction, his gaze laced with a hint of menace. Kerrison appeared as if lifeless, his crimson eyes fading into the darkness. With a hearty laugh, Clark turned and departed. Chapter 30. I cannot depart with a thunderous crash. The waterfall exploded, revealing two figures. Atlanta remained seated upon a large stone, patiently awaiting Arthur's return. Upon seeing him emerge, she hurried towards him. How did it go, Arthur? She inquired, only to be taken aback by the sight of her son's flushed skin, marred by dark bruises, leaving her momentarily speechless, unsure of how to express her feelings. Arthur clasped his mother's hand with a smile. Mother, you missed the valiant display I put on earlier. Kerrison was no match for me. I dealt with him in no time. Atlanta discreetly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, smiling brightly at Arthur. You are the best, Arthur. Indeed, that is a given. But what a pity you did not witness it. Clark saw it all, didn't you, Clark? Arthur turned his head to glance at Clark, playfully winking and raising his eyebrows in a silent cue. Clark met Atlanta's gaze, noticing a flicker of pleading in her eyes, as if beseeching him to support her son's claims. Clark nodded emphatically. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Arthur even severed one of Kerrison's tentacles. Had it not been so thick, we might have emerged with it. Atlanta's eyes widened in astonishment as she regarded Clark, unable to fathom his unexpected affirmation. What had transpired within that cavern? Why had Clark's demeanor shifted so dramatically? Her gaze turned back to her son, filled with suspicion. Arthur playfully blinked at Clark before turning back to his mother. See, I wasn't exaggerating, was I, mother? Atlanta's expression softened once more as she tenderly stroked Arthur's hair. You certainly weren't exaggerating. You will always be the finest, Arthur. It matters not that we did not acquire the trident this time. We have ample time ahead of us. However, Arthur shook his head. Kerrison had no intention of allowing me to obtain the golden trident. He stated that the time is not right. Not the right time? Atlanta felt a pang of regret for not having followed him inside earlier. She quickly urged, repeat what Kerrison said to you. Arthur casually spoke, causing Atlanta to momentarily lose her focus. For the sake of the golden trident. She had endured for over 20 years and meticulously planned for just as long. She had believed that with her son's arrival, she would finally obtain the trident, only to be informed that the time was not yet right. This revelation left her feeling as if she might bleed from the heart. Not the right time. Not the right time. Atlanta murmured. When then will be the right time? Arthur shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. However, he added, Mother, since we now know that the trident is hidden here, we can return each year until we obtain it. For now, let us leave. I can hardly wait to see the look on Father's face when he sees you. It will surely be amusing, ha. His words jolted Atlanta back to reality. Observing her excited son, she discreetly took a step back and, with a sorrowful expression, replied, Arthur, I cannot leave this place. Why not? The excitement on Arthur's face vanished instantly as he furrowed his brow at his mother. Do you not wish to meet Father? Do you not long for our family to reunite happily? Do you wish to abandon both me and Father? No, of course not. Tears welled in Atlanta's eyes, softening Arthur's heart anew. He hurried to wipe her tears away and gently embraced her. Then why are you unwilling to leave? Because I do not wish to endanger you and your father. Atlanta's expression was filled with sorrow, her tone mournful. I am here solely to protect you and your father, willing to trade my life for yours. If the people of Atlantis discover that I am still alive, you will surely be in danger. I cannot be so selfish. Upon hearing his mother's words, Arthur grew anxious. But I have grown. I can protect you both. Atlanta shook her head. You do not understand the might of Atlantis. Their underwater technology is far more advanced than you can imagine, and their numbers are vast. You cannot escape them. Arthur clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, he swallowed his anger and, in a hoarse voice, asked, So, it is the people of Atlantis who are preventing our family's reunion? Atlanta offered no reply, only softly weeping. Arthur pressed on, Therefore, if I wish for our family to reunite, I must eliminate all the people of Atlantis. Is that correct, Mother? No. Atlanta exclaimed in alarm, hastily clarifying, "It is not like that. The best way for our family to reunite is to obtain the golden trident. With it, you can become the king of Atlantis, the lord of the seven seas. Only then will it be the best solution. This is why I urged you to retrieve the trident." Arthur gazed down upon his mother, his expression rendering Atlanta uneasy. "That trident will be mine. Only I can claim the title of Lord of the Seven Seas. However, I shall not spare any of those who have wronged you in Atlantis. What do you think, Clark?" Clark replied nonchalantly, "I still believe that annihilating all the inhabitants of Atlantis would be a simpler solution." "No, you cannot heed his words. Such actions are unthinkable." Atlanta glared at Clark and then turned to Arthur, her voice filled with fury. "Am I to be the first you slay, as one of Atlantis myself?" Arthur held his mother's gaze, and she steadfastly returned it. After a prolonged silence, it was Arthur who ultimately relented. He sighed softly, weariness evident in his voice as he said, "I understand, mother. I won't be that foolish." Besides, he raised his head, a playful grin re-emerging on his face. "I cannot defeat them, can I?" Seeing his demeanor shift, Atlanta exhaled in relief, reaching out to caress her son's face. "You must grow strong quickly. Only then can we joyfully reunite and live happily together. Remember, once you leave here, seek out Nudis immediately and inform him of the situation. He will know what to do. Trust him as you would trust me. Do you understand?" Arthur nodded, embracing Atlanta tightly, just as she extended her arms to hold him. He released her and turned decisively to leave, his steps resolute and unwavering. Simultaneously, the trident leaped from the ground, soaring towards Arthur. With an open palm, he caught the trident firmly and, with a mighty swing, conjured a massive wave beneath him, propelling him towards the distant sea. Watching her son depart, Atlanta instinctively reached out her hand, as if to grasp something, but ultimately had to let go once more, having caught nothing. Clark, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Atlanta's gaze remained fixed on her son's retreating figure as she coldly questioned, "What are you laughing at?" Clark floated upward, surveying Atlanta from above, as if revealing a prophecy or elucidating a truth. "Congratulations, soon you shall possess a Sea King. Isn't that splendid? My son will ultimately command the seven seas. Yet you shall forever lose a son. Get lost." Chapter 31. The dawn of the Lord of the Seven Seas, Queen Fiona of the Trench, appeared astonished at the sight of the two, her expression darkening significantly upon noticing the trident in Arthur's grasp. At that moment, the surrounding waters had become thick and ominous, tinged with a deep crimson hue. Arthur wrinkled his nose, detecting a repugnant odor, and thrust his trident into the ground. Instantly, a spherical barrier enveloped the two of them, repelling the surrounding seawater. "Kill them," Fiona commanded, and from the viscous crimson waters surged forth countless figures of the Trench nobility, rushing towards the two. They silently regarded the approaching Trench nobles, neither uttering a word. Around them loomed thousands of grotesque Trench nobles, their vast shadows casting a sense of isolation and helplessness upon the pair. Instead, there lingered a palpable tension akin to the oppressive calm before a storm or the gravity preceding a volcanic eruption. "Shall I go?" Clark inquired, glancing at Arthur, who appeared uncharacteristically silent, as if restraining something since moments prior. Arthur lifted his gaze, the usual mirth absent from his visage, replaced by an extraordinary tranquility. He replied softly, "I shall go." Clark nodded, choosing not to elaborate. It was perhaps beneficial for Arthur to vent his pent-up emotions. In the next moment, Arthur charged forward, while a faint golden radiance enveloped Clark, separating him from the fetid seawater. At that instant, he caught sight of the Trench Queen Fiona, who was also observing him. In unison, they sprang into action. Fiona darted towards the cavern leading to the abyssal depths, and Clark realized that if she reached that cave, capturing her would become nearly impossible. He extended his hand, summoning a bolt of golden lightning that erupted forth, aimed directly at the Trench Queen. A thunderous crackle reverberated through the murky depths, illuminating the area with brilliant gold as the lightning traversed hundreds of meters, appearing in Fiona's path. She hesitated for the briefest moment, yet that instant rendered her unable to escape Clark's grasp. In the next heartbeat, a powerful hand seized her throat, lifting her into the air. A suffocating sensation enveloped Fiona, imparting the chilling embrace of impending death. The Trench nobles, once charging towards Arthur, redirected their assault upon witnessing their queen's capture. but a figure stood resolutely in their path. The long-suppressed volcano finally erupted. The trident danced in Arthur's grasp, each swing stirring the surrounding waters, unleashing towering tsunamis. The razor-sharp prongs of the trident swiftly cleaved through the encircling trench nobles, rendering their bodies into segments before they could even react. The dismembered remains were swept up by the tumultuous waves, beginning to swirl around Arthur. As a massive vortex gradually formed, centered around him, Arthur found himself at the very bottom of the vortex, ceaselessly churning the seawater, which in turn dragged the deceased and the barely alive nobles of the trench towards his direction, leading them to their demise. None who ventured to the center of the vortex emerged unscathed. Soon, Arthur was enveloped in a gruesome shroud of blood, his form becoming unrecognizable amidst the stench of the crimson tide. Yet, undeterred, he continued his relentless assault, wielding the trident with increasing ferocity, causing the vortex to expand and accelerate, resembling a black hole that devoured flesh and blood. Each noble of the trench who was caught in its grip faced inevitable annihilation. Clark, witnessing the spectacle, remained silent, harboring no sense of moral outrage regarding Arthur's actions. He merely felt a hint of revulsion. He failed to recognize that he inherently regarded the trench dwellers as less than human. Even Fiona, whose face bore a semblance of humanity, was subconsciously categorized by him as a beast. Thus, whether it was Arthur's indiscriminate slaughter or his decisive brutality, Clark bore no psychological burden. Slowly retracting his arm, he drew Fiona closer, preparing to speak. Unexpectedly, Fiona's previously closed eyes snapped open, and her sharp claws lunged fiercely toward Clark's eyes. With a clang that echoed like metal clashing, Clark closed his eyes just in time, her claws striking his eyelids, resulting in a metallic collision that severed half of her talons. Before Fiona could emit a cry, a flash of golden lightning surged from Clark's arm, piercing through Fiona's body. She felt a searing agony coursing through her entire being, even deep within her soul, stifling any sound that might have escaped her lips. Clark did not prolong her suffering. He pulled Fiona closer, his voice icy as he addressed her. "Queen of the Trench, recognize our forms, particularly his. He shall be your king in the future." With that, he turned Fiona's face toward Arthur and called out, "Arthur." His voice rippled through the water, swiftly reaching the sanguine vortex. In the next moment, Arthur's frostbitten visage emerged from the whirlpool, his cold, numb gaze sweeping over Fiona. In the instant their eyes met, Fiona lost control of herself. Arthur's imposing figure gradually rose from the thick, scarlet waters. Behind him, a colossal vortex resembling a tornado, filled with the severed limbs of the trench folk. This nightmarish scene became the backdrop of Arthur, who appeared as a demon emerging from the depths of hell, delivering a profound visual and psychological impact upon Fiona. Brutal, savage, frigid, monstrous. The lingering essence of Karasun clung to her, rendering the beastly, more primal queen of the abyss utterly stripped of her dignity. Unable to uphold her facade any longer, Clark promptly cast her aside and retreated swiftly, his expression marred by revulsion as he beheld the yellow trail left in Fiona's wake. "It's up to you," he declared, unwilling to linger in the ominous depths of the ocean any longer. A golden lightning surged through him, propelling him towards the surface. This golden thunder obliterated the filth along its path and illuminated the entire trench. Arthur, observing the receding golden glow, felt the warmth in his gaze dissipate, replaced by an icy indifference towards everything. He turned his attention to the cowering Fiona in the distance and calmly commanded, "Come here." Chapter 32. The entrance must have grandeur half an hour earlier. The sea was tranquil, the sky a flawless blue. Lex stood on the deck of the yacht, his eyes vacant as he watched the rescue workers engaged in salvage operations in the distance. Beside him, his father, Reiner, leaned against the railing, also gazing in the same direction. "Lex, the bodies of the crew have been recovered, but Clark's remains have not yet surfaced. He should, by all accounts, still be alive," Reiner stated calmly. Lex remained silent, fiddling with a beautiful green stone that danced between his fingers. "Have the cause of the plane crash been determined?" he inquired. Reiner shook his head. "We have yet to locate the black box, but the footage from the cabin's cameras has been preserved. Would you like to see it?" Lex glanced at his father. "The plane is in ruins. Can the video still be intact?" Reiner gestured towards the sky above. "The cloud." "Lex, all the data has been uploaded to the cloud." Lex raised an eyebrow, his bald head gleaming under the sunlight. Reiner, aware of his son's unspoken doubts, chose to elaborate. Cloud storage is the future of technology. You ought to familiarize yourself with these advancements. Remaining in the small town will only alienate you from society. Lex waved dismissively. Bring the computer over. Let us view it here. Reiner chuckled softly, saying nothing further. Shortly thereafter, a hefty laptop was brought forth, and a technician swiftly set it up. Opening a video file, Reiner signaled for everyone to leave, allowing only the two of them on the upper deck. Perhaps there is nothing of critical importance within, Reiner remarked. Or we may merely witness Clark flirting with a flight attendant missing half her head. Before his father could finish, Lex reached out and clicked on the video. The video in question captures the moments preceding the aircraft incident, beginning with Clark seated in an airline chair, lost in thought as he gazes out the window. This serene state persists for nearly 7 or 8 minutes without any alteration in his posture. However, neither he nor his son dares to fast forward, for as the progress bar advances, the pivotal moment could arise at any instant. Indeed, the next moment, both men abruptly widen their eyes, their breaths quickening as they fixate on the screen. Suddenly, a 5-pronged trident pierces through the aircraft's floor, creating a gaping hole before lunging upwards. Yet, in a flash of reflex, Clark seizes the trident, even as the plane loses its balance, prompting the crew members to parachute out one by one, leaving Clark alone aboard the stricken aircraft. In the following instant, Clark wields the trident, cleaving the plane in two, after which the footage devolves into static. Lex had contemplated countless scenarios of aircraft disasters, but he never fathomed that in this technologically dominated era, an ancient weapon would be the cause of such an accident. Before Lex could finish his thought, Liner interrupted him. No one will witness this, save for you and me. Exhaling deeply, Lex felt the tension in his heart finally dissipate. Since Clark was directly responsible for the plane's demise, he could not possibly meet with misfortune. Yet, where are you now, Clark? Lex turned to gaze into the vast ocean, murmuring to himself. At that moment, a commotion erupted on the surface of the sea where search and rescue operations were underway. Lex squinted into the distance to see a whirlpool suddenly manifest in the previously tranquil waters. Though modest in size, it was rapidly expanding, and, as several divers resurfaced, they were swiftly engulfed by the whirlpool. The ropes connecting them to their vessel were taut, stretching to their limits, even pulling the rescue boat toward the vortex. Someone shouted, and without hesitation, another severed the tightly drawn ropes, liberating the rescue boat. However, the whirlpool suddenly swelled, enveloping the rescue vessel. The boat accelerated with all its might in the opposite direction of the vortex, yet its speed could not compete with the whirlpool's expansion. In the blink of an eye, a small rescue boat was completely consumed by the depths, vanishing without a trace. Lex, positioned high above, observed the whirlpool, which differed starkly from any he had previously encountered. Its rate of expansion was astonishing, and its depth was terrifying, devoid of any slope. Anything drawn into it disappeared in an instant. A thought flashed through Lex's mind. Clark. The next moment, a thick layer of dark, oppressive clouds began to coalesce high above the whirlpool, crackling ominously. The ominous clouds amassed with a speed that defied reason, accumulating an extraordinary thickness. Once the density reached a critical point, the clouds began to spread in all directions, bringing with them an unparalleled breadth. In mere moments, the expanse of sky was devoid of any blue, completely shrouded by layers of oppressive clouds. Lex felt as if he could reach out and touch the very essence of the darkness above. Acting on this impulse, he extended his hand towards the blackened sky, only to be startled as a brilliant golden lightning bolt suddenly erupted from the clouds, its wild demeanor seeming to challenge all living beings beneath its ominous shadow. In an instant, Lex rolled onto the next deck, his gaze fixated intently on the distant vortex. The golden lightning flickered within the clouds, only to vanish completely, accompanied by the fading hum of electric currents. Just when everyone believed the storm had calmed, that dragon-like golden lightning abruptly burst forth from the clouds, transforming into a serpentine bolt that struck towards the heart of the colossal vortex. In that instant, the heavens and earth were illuminated solely by the resplendent gold, with thunder roaring in wild abandon. Lex endured the blinding pain, his eyes locked on the spot where the lightning struck. Boom! With a thunderous clap, the ears of all present were assaulted by a deafening roar, while the surface of the sea trembled under the wrath of the thunder, sending waves rippling forth, voicing their terror to the cosmos. In Lex's vision, a golden figure ascended defiantly against the lightning, reversing its course and ultimately vanishing into the high heavens. At that very moment, the sea regained its tranquility. The golden lightning was gone. A warm ray of sunlight penetrated through the void left in the clouds by the golden figure, casting a shimmering glow upon the ocean's surface. Chapter 33. Can I too? Everyone gazed upward, the beam of sunlight precisely delineating the area where they stood. Beneath its warm embrace, they felt a profound sense of peace and tranquility, a stark contrast to the helpless fear they had experienced when engulfed by the vortex, as if they were transported to paradise. Meanwhile, Clark had ascended through the cloud layers, emerging into the upper atmosphere, entirely exposed to the unfiltered rays of the sun. He surged upward, surpassing the troposphere and stratosphere, nearly breaching the threshold of outer space, where the thin air began to crystallize around him, a consequence of the frigid conditions beyond. At that moment, he gradually halted, hovering serenely in the void, free from the atmospheric encumbrances, allowing the sun's brilliance to radiate upon him without restraint. Yet, all radiation was repelled by the golden lightning enveloping Clark's form, none of it penetrating to be absorbed. He glanced at the distant sun and then down at the clouds below. "Shazam," Clark murmured softly. As the last echoes of his voice faded, a golden lightning bolt erupted from the ominous clouds beneath his feet, striking Clark directly. Simultaneously, a swirl of white mist enveloped him, and that omnipotent force gradually retreated from his exterior, ultimately condensing into a singularity, concealed within the depths of Clark's heart. The dark-cloaked Clark vanished, giving way to a younger version of himself, re-emerging under the radiant sky. This time, he could wholeheartedly absorb the luminous rays of the yellow sun. Yet, concurrently, he began to plummet downward. The black shirt was whipped up by the fierce gale, slapping against Clark's robust chest. He harbored no intention of halting his descent. Instead, he closed his eyes and spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the sun. The sunlight cascaded upon him, causing his exposed skin to shimmer with a golden glow, rendering him nearly divine. The dark clouds beneath dissipated the moment Clark transformed, and the onlookers on the sea had now caught sight of the descending Clark, witnessing him radiate a brilliance akin to diamonds. Some rescue personnel fell to their knees on the deck, murmuring incantations. Meanwhile, Lex's gaze remained fixated on Clark, his keen eyes noting a distinction between this Clark and the figure that had surged forth from the depths. Lex never doubted his perception. Thus, it could only mean that an unforeseen change had transpired. Contemplating this, he discreetly tucked the small green stone back into a pocket lined with lead within his jacket. Until he comprehended the nature of the upheaval, he resolved not to unveil this trinket. At that moment, he also observed that Clark showed no inclination to decelerate, the yacht directly beneath him looming ominously. "Clark!" Lex bellowed, rousing Clark from his energy absorption trance. Clark's eyes flew open, his muscles tensed, and the energy within him surged geometrically. Almost within mere meters of the yacht's deck, his velocity gradually diminished. The immense wind pressure rendered the yacht's occupants unable to raise their heads, with Lex gritting his teeth, refusing to bow, even in the presence of a deity. "Speed, decrease," Clark growled, acutely aware that without controlling his descent, the yacht below would surely suffer, and those aboard might be endangered. "Stop!" With a roar erupting from his throat, Clark ultimately halted 5 meters above the deck. The tremendous wind pressure nearly lowered the yacht's waterline by half a meter. As he truly hovered in midair, a smile of joy graced Clark's face, and his tension eased momentarily, but he could no longer restrain himself and plunged toward the deck. With a resounding thud, a superheroic landing concluded his descent in a spectacular fashion. "Lex, what brings you here?" Clark said as he glanced at Luther on the next deck. "I'm afraid your plane is gone." Lex replied with a smile. "At least this ship remains intact, if anything were to happen to it as well. I'd be quite embarrassed." Clark chuckled in response. Lex perceptively noted that today, Clark seemed markedly less aggressive than their last encounter, instead exuding a gentle demeanor. "What on earth happened, Clark?" he inquired directly. Clark shrugged. "A friend of mine is in a bit of a predicament, and he resorted to this method to ask for my assistance, though his approach was rather brutish." "A friend? What sort of friend could bring down a plane with a fork?" Lex exclaimed. "Could you introduce me?" "Just wait. He should be here shortly," Clark replied. reclining on a deck chair to bask in the sun. Upon hearing this, Lex turned back to gaze at the tranquil sea. The water stretched out before him, serene and undisturbed, offering a picture of peace. Lex's expression mirrored the calmness of the sea, concealing the thoughts swirling within him. Even his father, Nana, found it increasingly difficult to comprehend his son. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled across the distant waters. The once azure surface transformed into an ominous black, rapidly expanding as if a colossal entity was rising from beneath. This sight instilled fear in many rescuers aboard, who clutched on affixed objects, hardly daring to breathe. In the next moment, Arthur emerged from the depths, his bloodstains washed away, presenting a rejuvenated visage, though a subtle aura of danger still lingered around him. Behind him, a legion of trench dwellers materialized. Although the trench queen, Fiona, did not appear, the multitude of her subjects provided a striking spectacle. Both Arthur and the trench dwellers stood atop the water, a scene that left everyone in awe, including Lex, who had not anticipated such grandeur from Clark's friend. Moreover, they seemed anything but ordinary humans. Just as he prepared to speak, he noticed Arthur being buoyed by the waves, gradually approaching his yacht, looking down upon him and asking, "Where's Clark?" Clark's voice resonated from the upper deck. "I'm here." As the waves receded, Arthur's figure vanished from Lex's view. Yet his voice continued to echo from above, mingling with Clark's laughter, indicating a camaraderie between them. Lex's gaze remained fixed intently on the upper deck, unable to see the two men from his angle. Yet the sound of their voices, combined with their unique entrances, sparked a sudden thought in his mind. Could I also do this? The thought struck him abruptly, yet lingered in his mind, captivating Lex for quite some time. Chapter 34. Friends no more, is this how you subdue them? Clark asked, observing the densely packed trench dwellers standing upon the ocean surface. He turned to Arthur, inquiring, "And Fiona? Have you mated with her?" "It is you who has mated with her. Did you not notice that she urinated when you grasped her throat?" Arthur retorted, thrusting his trident onto the deck. An invisible wave of energy rippled through the deck and surged toward the ocean, conjuring a wave that crashed upon the trench dwellers. Before long, the multitude of trench dwellers began to plunge into the depths until the ocean surface returned to its tranquil state. Clark watched in awe, remarking, "You're beginning to resemble Aquaman." Arthur, however, coolly replied, "I am still far from it." "That doesn't sound like you," Clark noted. "People do grow." He patted his newly acquainted friend's shoulder and said, "Come, let me introduce you to your creditor." Arthur paused. "My creditor has arrived? Do you have many creditors?" "Not as many as the trench dwellers." Clark called to the next deck, Lex. As soon as he finished speaking, bald Lex ascended the stairs, responding, "I'm here, Clark." Clark gestured toward Arthur, saying, "Lex, this is Arthur Curry, the one who damaged your aircraft." "Oh, and by the way, he is from Atlantis." Lex raised an eyebrow, instinctively dismissing the aircraft matter, his curiosity piqued by Clark's final remark. "Atlantis? The Atlantis?" Arthur nodded, extending his hand. "Indeed, it is that Atlantis." Lex graciously shook Arthur's hand. "A pleasure to meet you." "Likewise," Arthur replied. Clark pointed at Lex, stating, "Lex Luthor, your creditor." Arthur calmly asserted, "I must clarify, I have no money." Lex paused, then chuckled. "As you're a friend of Clark's, you're my friend as well. Among friends, what need is there for money?" Arthur grinned, his face displaying the familiar oily charm that Clark recognized. "I appreciate that sentiment, my friend. Should you require anything at sea, do not hesitate to seek me out. Matters of smuggling or human trafficking are trifles." Lex paid little heed to his words. After all, if someone did not even leave you their contact information, their promises held little weight. "Our company currently has no maritime operations, but I appreciate your sentiment. It is indeed invaluable." Lex replied kindly. Arthur laughed heartily, pointing at Lex and saying to Clark, "This fellow is more entertaining than anyone I know. Clark, you ought to learn how to speak like him. It's quite delightful." "Delightful? Then listen a bit longer," Clark casually remarked, turning to Lex with a contemplative expression. "My parents are unaware of this matter, right?" Lex shook his head. "They were unaware." "Well, that is good. Has my mother awakened?" Clark inquired again. Initially, he intended to contact his father only upon arriving in Nepal, but an unforeseen event had occurred en route. Lex shook his head, indicating that she had not yet awoken, though the doctor had examined her and confirmed that everything was normal. Clark nodded, patting Lex on the shoulder, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lex." The gentle demeanor of Clark seemed like a long-lost acquaintance to Lakes, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to mask his true emotions. Clark continued, "Last time, it was my fault. I was somewhat harsh toward you and Reyna. I sincerely apologize." Lakes scrutinized Clark, as if discerning the authenticity of his words, while Clark gazed back with earnest sincerity. "Clark, there's something I, too, need your forgiveness for. I have spoken to your father. He revealed everything to me," Lakes said with equal sincerity. Clark raised an eyebrow. "Everything? Everything?" Clark nodded. "Well, that is good. Indeed, quite good," Lakes replied softly. Arthur, standing nearby, looked at the two in astonishment, asking in confusion, "What are you two discussing? I don't understand a word." "Arthur, what are your plans moving forward?" Clark disregarded Lakes and turned his attention to Arthur. Arthur replied earnestly, "I intend to confront that big-headed fool. I must inquire who prompted him to act in such a manner." "Well, it seems we shall part ways." Clark's tone remained calm. "I must continue my journey to Nepal." Lakes looked towards him, seemingly awaiting his instructions. "Please make arrangements for me. By the way, let's take a boat this time," Clark said. Lakes nodded. "I will arrange a boat to take you to Europe, and then you can fly to Nepal." "That works," Clark replied nonchalantly. Lakes turned and departed, while Clark likewise turned his gaze towards the sea. Both understood that from this moment onward, their relationship could never revert to its former state. Arthur stood between them, observing Lake's disappearing figure, and remarked to Clark, "Hey, you seem to carry a great deal on your mind." Clark gazed at the tranquil sea. "Everyone harbors their own secrets. You have yours, and I have mine. Mind your own affairs." After saying this, he turned to Arthur and suddenly added, "Arthur, I sense something amiss with your situation. It seems shrouded in conspiracy and—" He halted mid-sentence, but Arthur continued, "And it pertains to my mother, does it not?" Clark remained silent. Arthur shook his head. "I do not believe my mother orchestrated my arrival in the kingdom of the abyss. That big-headed fellow should know what transpired. Once I seize him, all will be revealed." Clark nodded in acknowledgement. "As long as you are aware." Arthur patted his shoulder, saying, "My friend, I must take my leave." I too shall depart." Clark casually remarked, "If ever you encounter an insurmountable problem, feel free to seek me out in Smallville." "Where's Smallville?" Arthur inquired. "In the state of Kansas." "And where might Kansas be?" Arthur chuckled heartily. "I am merely jesting, my friend. Why the solemnity?" With that, he grasped the trident, pulling it from the ground, revealing a glaring hole upon the deck. "Farewell, Clark," Arthur proclaimed as he stepped back. "When we meet again, I shall truly be the king of the sea." "Is the king of the sea formidable?" Clark asked. "Indeed, he is most formidable." Arthur laughed heartily, then tumbled overboard, leaving Clark with an empty railing, devoid of even a splash. Clark gazed at the spot where he had plunged, muttering, "This vessel has 3 decks, for heaven's sake." Arthur's expletive echoed from the lower deck. Chapter 35. The fog. Arthur departed, grumbling, without a word about the hole he had pierced in the deck. Lex, too, took his leave aboard the 3-deck yacht, leaving Clark with another smaller vessel, as they set forth to Europe to complete their remaining journey. Clark stood at the bow, bidding farewell to Lex. For this wealthy friend, once the object of his envy, he now understood that the chasm between them would likely never be bridged. Shaking his head gently, Clark cast aside these tangled thoughts. Such emotions were of little consequence to him, merely remnants of a mindset cultivated over years as an ordinary man. When he thought of that shattered planet, these concerns faded into insignificance. At that moment, the captain suddenly shouted, "Thick fog ahead. Everyone, return to your stations immediately. Mr. Kent, I advise you to enter the cabin. Preferably now." Clark replied calmly, "Just steer your ship well." The pockmarked captain regarded the figure at the bow with a flicker of discontent, but chose not to press the matter further. Had Clark been a sailor rather than a passenger, that remark alone would have warranted his dismissal from the vessel. Reflecting on this, the captain reminisced about his days as a pirate. The fog was peculiar, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, with no warning, and its density surged to overwhelming levels without any gradual onset. As the yacht attempted to change course, it found itself unable to avoid the impending shroud. Nevertheless, the captain remained untroubled. According to satellite navigation, there existed only an endless expanse of ocean, devoid of obstacles. Even in the absence of visibility, the likelihood of colliding with anything was minimal, and no large vessels were in proximity, rendering the situation manageable. As the captain pondered, he felt his mind suddenly grow sluggish, and an inexplicable voice began to guide him forward. Instinctively, he adjusted the ship's course. At the same time, every crew member aboard experienced a similar sensation, and the vessel silently drifted toward an unknown destination, with no one questioning the anomaly, as if everything unfolded with natural ease. Among them was Clark. When that voice unexpectedly surfaced in his mind, he did not react. Rather, he subconsciously accepted it as normal, akin to being in a lucid dream. However, in the next moment, a surge of energy erupted from his heart, coursing through his veins, and a slight electric tingling permeated his brain, awakening him abruptly. At that moment, the ship continued to navigate through the thick fog, the direction now unrecognizable. Clark glanced back at the cabin and inquired, "Captain, is our course correct?" The captain turned his dazed eyes toward Clark, pausing briefly before responding. "Everything is normal." Clark observed the captain's eyes, noting the pupils were dilated, lacking focus, indicating a complete absence of concentration. He refrained from further questioning, instead surveying the other crew members, each standing at their posts, diligently fulfilling their duties, yet none spoke, their movements appearing rigid. Clark chose not to rouse them and turned back, waiting quietly to discern the intentions of that beguiling voice. The yacht meandered through the fog for quite some time, the surroundings remaining unchanged. Just as Clark was on the verge of losing patience, the scenery abruptly transformed. The azure sky and the deep ocean re-emerged into view. Clark hurriedly turned his head, noticing the fog seemed to recede from him, rather than him moving away from it. The captain's voice echoed once more, "A rare journey. Fortunate to be without peril. Thank you all for your cooperation." The crew responded in unison, "It is our honor." Hearing this, Clark suddenly commanded, "Stop the ship." The captain hesitated, glancing at Clark, about to speak, but then closed his mouth, continually maneuvering the vessel, gradually decelerating. Clark did not take any further action. He merely cast a cold glance at the captain, the magnetic field of a top-tier predator enough to silence the pirate captain. This ship was a later addition, having not witnessed the moment Clark descended from the heavens. Otherwise, no additional expression would have been necessary from Clark, for the captain would have treated him as a deity. The yacht came to a halt, and Clark approached the stern, watching the fog drift away, and, in that instant, he suddenly understood. The beguiling voice from before did not aim to lure passing vessels into a trap. Quite the contrary, it sought to steer them away, guiding their navigation. This insinuated the presence of something extraordinary within the dense fog. Contemplating this, Clark spoke, urging, "Find a way to anchor nearby and await my return." Upon hearing this, the captain grew alarmed, hastily emerging from the cabin, exclaiming with a harsh tone, "Have you lost your mind? This is the Atlantic Ocean, and you want us to halt our ship for you? What are you planning? Our duty is to bring you ashore. We have no time to indulge your whims." He brandished a revolver from his waist, aiming at Clark, seemingly ready to fire at any moment. Unfazed, Clark crouched slightly before propelling himself high into the air from the deck. The immense force caused the stern to plunge deeply into the water, while the bow rose sharply, sending everyone aboard tumbling in disarray. The captain, quick on his feet, grasped the railing, preventing himself from toppling over, his eyes wide in disbelief as he beheld Clark soaring to a height exceeding 10 meters. Was he still human? At that moment, the captain suddenly heard the figure above utter something, followed by a flash of golden lightning that struck him directly dead. Before the captain could fully comprehend the situation, he witnessed the transformation of that figure, and before he could grasp it, the man named Kent soared into the fog. Indeed, he flew. The captain stared at the spot where Mr. Kent had vanished, then glanced down at his revolver, suddenly aiming it at himself. Yet, hesitating, he lowered it once more. Was my earlier tone too harsh? He inquired of the first mate beside him. The mate looked at his captain as if he were a fool, responding, "Why don't you tell me where you've hidden your treasure? I fear it may be too late by the time he returns." The captain pointed the gun at the first mate, retorting, "What nonsense! Did you not hear Mr. Kent? Find a place to anchor." "Aye, Captain." The crew replied in unison. The captain mumbled to himself, "If I were to kiss his boots, would he spare me? Should I start with the left or the right?" Alas, being virtuous is so difficult. Chapter 36, Solomon and Paradise Island. Shazam. Clark endeavored to summon the power of the six gods. Previously, he had dispelled this power and returned to his original form, preparing for its absence. However, amidst the fog, entranced by the voice, the lightning that surged through his heart and body revealed to Clark that the power of the six gods had, in fact, always been present. As the moment transformed once again into the figure of Kal-El clad in black armor and white robes, Clark felt little turbulence within his heart. The primary reason for wielding the power of the six gods was that in this form, he could soar through the skies, maneuvering with ease above the vast ocean. One must not rely excessively on the power of the six gods. The essence of my being lies within the bloodline of Krypton, he murmured to himself. If only my true form could take flight, Kal-El, must I truly be inferior to you? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Clark plunged once more into the dense fog. However, this time, the bewitching whispers did not echo in his mind. Likely repelled by the power of the six gods emanating from his being. Without hesitation, he propelled himself in a singular direction, accelerating swiftly, and soon burst forth from a mist. Yet, what greeted his eyes was still the azure sky and the endless sea, devoid of any change. A frown creased his brow. Even in the absence of seductive whispers, was he not flying in a straight line? Contemplating this, he closed his eyes and surged forward once more, this time disregarding both sound and sight, resolutely charging ahead. He encountered no obstructions, and upon reopening his eyes, he realized he had indeed emerged from the fog, finding himself once again above the ocean. Surveying his surroundings, he did not spot the vessel he had been aboard, indicating that he had not traversed in a straight line, but had unwittingly taken a circuitous route. Should he simply let it be? The mere thought was swiftly quelled by Clark. At this moment, his curiosity regarding the fog had intensified. If he did not uncover the truth, he would be left in restless anticipation. First, eliminating the possibility of technological influence. Based on my understanding, humanity's current technology has not reached such heights. If not technology, then it must be magic. With this realization, Clark suddenly exclaimed, "What do you think this could be, Solomon?" Although he posed the question to Solomon, in that moment, within a radius of 1,000 meters, there was no other presence besides his own. Then, Clark spoke again, but this time his voice seemed transformed. The tone remained unchanged. Yet the pace, frequency, and choice of words were entirely different, as if responding to his previous inquiry. This voice must belong to the wisdom imbued within the power of the six gods. Solomon, the legendary Solomon, was said to possess supreme wisdom, understanding all languages and knowledge in the universe. The wisdom of Solomon is indeed part of the legacy of the six gods passed down through Shazam, enabling the heir to converse with Solomon in times of need. Clark's soliloquy at this moment was a manifestation of such an occurrence. Then, he heard Solomon's voice say, "As for the seductive whispers, there are many possibilities. The most renowned are the siren's song, capable of ensnaring the hearts of men, and the enchanting melodies of mermaids, which linger in memory. Yet, those are mere illusions. Under the wisdom of Solomon and the thunder of Zeus, they will ultimately be reduced to ashes. But what lies beyond that? However, speaking of Zeus, I cannot help but feel that the mist before us bears his mark. Zeus, is he not the master of thunder? Can he also wield such magic?" Solomon smiled faintly. The so-called magic is merely a technique devised in moments of desperation when divine power cannot be directly employed. Strictly speaking, it is merely an application of divine power, albeit an inefficient one. You too possess divine power. Why then do you not utilize magic? But the thunder I wield is indeed that of Zeus, Clark remarked, and at this moment he suddenly realized that he had always employed divine power. There was no magic involved. What he considered magic was simply a subconscious misinterpretation. Do you understand? In essence, divine power is merely a higher form of energy. The distinction lies in how it is utilized, Solomon elucidated. Clark nodded, yet queried further. So, if I were to master the techniques of magic, could I not also wield some form of it? Solomon shook his head. You cannot. Why? Because you are merely an application of divine power, not a creator. Solomon's tone remained calm. Let me put it this way. Do you know what 1 + 1 equals? Clark replied calmly, 2, I believe. Then do you understand why 1 + 1 equals 2? I see. Clark resolutely concluded the conversation. He had grasped Solomon's intent. At that moment, the divine power within him resembled a mathematical formula. He could apply this formula to resolve certain issues, but it was confined to mere application. If tasked with deriving a mathematical formula, that would be an impossible endeavor. Since it was impossible, there was no need to dwell on it further. After all, Clark had resolved to minimize his reliance on divine power. With this thought, Clark extended his hand, and a golden thunderbolt gradually coalesced within his grasp. This golden thunder exhibited no flickering light. Instead, it solidified like a finely crafted gold artifact. Clark raised the golden thunder high, then suddenly arched his body into a bow. In the next moment, power erupted from his waist, coursing through his legs and ultimately looping back to his right arm. With a resounding whoosh, the golden thunder was released, piercing through the depths of the mist. Simultaneously, Clark's form swiftly followed, traversing an aerial tunnel created by the golden thunder, diving into the dense fog. Meanwhile, on a yacht several kilometers away, everyone simultaneously looked up towards the distant mist, which had begun to thicken once again, accompanied by flashes of golden lightning. The sound of thunder reverberated throughout the entire sea. The crowd knelt in prayer, their chants mingled with the occasional discordant remark about shoe licking, filling the yacht. Clark shut his eyes tightly, feeling as though he had breached a thin membrane, after which the divine power at his surface suddenly retracted back into his heart, and he rapidly plummeted downward. He did not feel fear from the descent. When he abruptly opened his eyes, he found that the blue sky, white clouds, and sea were all gone, replaced instead by a lush green island. Hey, I made it! At that moment, he finally had the opportunity to glance below, where he discovered, to his astonishment, a vast expanse of water beneath him, though it was not the inky blackness of the deep sea, instead shimmering with the light of white sand. Clark adjusted his posture and uttered, "Shazam." Yet, in the next instant, nothing transpired. With a heavy thud, he crashed into the sea surface, displacing the surrounding water by several feet before being enveloped by its embrace. Just before Clark hit the water, he caught a glimpse of a figure rushing toward him. Chapter 37. Diana. As Clark's thunder pierced the magical shield surrounding Paradise Island, Queen Hippolyta stood in a cavern, staring blankly at a box before her. The box was positioned on a stone pedestal at the very heart of the cave, devoid of anything else around it, as if the cavern had been constructed solely for this box. Moments ago, the box, which had lain dormant for millennia, trembled once more. This sudden movement startled Hippolyta, and all the Amazon warriors present raised their spears and bows, assuming a defensive stance. However, the tremor lasted only an instant before fading, leaving a sense of foreboding in its wake. Hippolyta exhaled, and her guard, Antiope, stepped forward to inquire about the disturbance. "What just happened, Your Majesty? Why did the mother box shake again?" Hippolyta shook her head. "I do not know. It has remained silent for thousands of years. The only previous disturbance occurred over a decade ago, when Kal-El appeared." Mention of Kal-El cast a shadow over Hippolyta's mood. Antiope, sensing her discomfort, smiled and remarked, "That young man grew up under your watchful eye. He is quite a fine lad and well suited for Diana, but he should not attempt to abduct my daughter from here." Hippolyta coldly interrupted Antiope. The smile faded from Antiope's face as she lowered her gaze and stepped back. Hippolyta turned her attention toward the cavern's entrance, her expression darkening. "I sensed a disturbance in the protective barrier. Something has entered. Surely it is not another extraterrestrial," remarked Artemis, the red-haired warrior standing beside Hippolyta, eliciting an exasperated eye roll from the queen. As a most formidable member of the Amazon tribe, Artemis remained with her arms crossed, coldly observing the mother box, her tall, muscular frame exuding an aura of danger, as if nothing in this world could pose a challenge to her. Hippolyta turned and strode towards the entrance of the cave, exclaiming, "If another alien shows up, I shall skin him alive." The queen's formidable presence was undeniable. Artemis and Antiope exchanged glances, both perceiving the amusement reflected in each other's eyes. In truth, the queen harbored a certain fondness for that extraterrestrial lad. After all, he had been raised by her since a spacecraft had crash-landed on Paradise Island over a decade ago. However, that impetuous boy was far too restless, insisting on leaving Paradise Island, and even attempting to whisk away the queen's cherished princess, which naturally incensed her majesty. Alas, the boy ultimately departed, leaving our little princess to stand forlornly by the shore, waiting for his return. Because of this young man, both the queen and the princess had remained silent toward each other. Contemplating this, Artemis clenched her fist. Ever since the boy's departure, no one had challenged her in combat. She hoped the forthcoming invader would not disappoint her. With that thought, Artemis quickened her pace. At that moment, Clark emerged from the ocean, the water barely reaching his waist, his feet sinking into the soft white sand beneath him. He looked skyward, searching for that familiar yellow light. As long as it shone, he felt invincible. Thank goodness. You're still here, he exclaimed with a smile. Just then, a vibrant voice rang out nearby. I have always been here. Clark was taken aback, turning to see a tall, athletic figure running towards him. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, bouncing rhythmically with her strides. Her striking features bore the softness of youth, tempered by an unwavering determination. The delicate arch of her brows added color to her face, yet at that moment, they were knitted together, revealing her inner turmoil. Upon seeing her visage, a fleeting thought crossed Clark's mind, but he could not grasp it. He could not help but inquire, "Who are you? Where am I?" At his words, the fury in the girl's eyes intensified, and before she even reached him, her leg was already in motion. A powerful, taut leg launched towards Clark with remarkable speed, the splashes of water at her feet betraying her strength. Simultaneously, she shouted, "I am your father." The crude retort, born of her exasperation, bore an unexpected contrast. As the leg approached, Clark furrowed his brow and sidestepped, feeling the rush of air as it skimmed past his nose, carrying with it a faint fragrance that stirred an unfamiliar emotion within him. He was about to suggest there might be a misunderstanding, but the girl did not afford him the chance to speak. With one failed attempt, her leg transformed into a whip-like appendage, striking down towards Clark once more. His expression shifted, and he executed a graceful aerial maneuver, narrowly evading her kick. The leg struck the sea, abruptly cleaving the water's surface in two, and waves half a meter high surged toward Clark. He spun gracefully in midair before landing with elegance, delivering a powerful punch to the surface of the water, which perfectly dissipated the approaching waves. Yet, the residual force of his strike repelled the water beneath him, creating a circular wave that surged outward from his center. Observing this, the young woman let out a cold huff and propelled herself across the water towards Clark once more. Facing the oncoming tumult of waves, she raised one hand, her 5 slender fingers converging into a blade, and executed a diagonal slash from above. With a sharp sound reminiscent of a sword's cry, Clark fancied he heard a ringing echo as the waves parted before him to reveal the beauty of the young woman's face. With a single palm, she cleaved the waves, then forcefully stomped her right foot on the water's surface, transforming her left leg into a long spear aimed directly at Clark's chest. At that moment, Clark's anger flared. Witnessing her aggressive stance, a murderous intent surged within him. He clenched his right hand into a fist, the immense force compressing the air within his grasp to the point of explosion, unleashing a sharp sonic boom. His right fist morphed into a spear as well, lunging toward the young woman's left foot. The sheer power of his punch appeared to move in slow motion from a distance. Yet it inadvertently drew the seawater beneath him upward, defying gravity as droplets cascaded upwards, enveloping both combatants in a curtain of rain several meters high. A sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Stop, Kal-El. Chapter 38. Artemis, meanwhile, on a distant cliff, Hippolyta and the others had long since gathered to witness the spectacle. They watched with astonishment as the two engaged in combat. Antiope exclaimed in surprise, "How did they end up fighting?" Artemis chuckled, "Are they perhaps putting on a show for the queen? That seems unnecessary." Hippolyta replied coolly, "Whether it is a performance or not, we shall see. What purpose does acting serve?" Antiope speculated it might be Diana's punishment for that boy abandoning her on Paradise Island. "That holds some merit," Artemis nodded. Yet, in the next moment, her expression shifted abruptly. She seized the longbow from a nearby Amazon warrior and, with a flourish, conjured a long arrow seemingly from thin air. Without a glance, she strung the bow and released. Simultaneously, a golden lasso shot forth from Hippolyta's waist, traversing over 1,000 meters in an instant, deftly wrapping around Diana's slender waist. At that precise moment, as Clark unleashed his punch, he noticed the young woman being whisked away by the golden rope. Rather than pursue her, he turned to the side, just in time to see an iron-feathered arrow silently hurtling towards him. Clark suddenly closed his eyes, and then his entire being began to spin rapidly, with his right hand serving as the axis, remaining still while his body traced a circular path around it. He had exerted all his strength in the previous punch, rendering him unable to shift the force of that blow. Hence he devised this method. A mere turn, and he found himself facing the coast. In the next moment, his right fist was thrust forward with great force. The iron-feathered long arrow disintegrated into ashes before even making contact with Clark's fist. This immense force was originally intangible, yet the surrounding seawater was drawn to it, gradually coalescing into a robust water dragon. The water dragon traversed hundreds of meters across the sea, ultimately crashing onto the shore, carving a deep trench into the sandy beach. Surging towards Hippolyta and the others. Witnessing this spectacle, even the Queen of Paradise Island could not conceal her astonishment. Antiope exclaimed, "When did this boy become so formidable?" Artemis remained silent, yet her grip on her shield tightened, awaiting the queen's command. The warriors of the Amazons echoed Hippolyta's voice throughout the land. The young Diana, hearing her mother's words, became frantic. "Mother, it was I who struck first. You cannot do this." "Mother." Hippolyta shot her a cold glance. "Stand down." With that, Artemis was the first to act, leaping directly from the cliff, transforming into a flying arrow with her shield held before her, charging towards the water dragon. One was a resplendent and formidable water dragon. The other was the most agile warrior of the Amazons. They collided with unyielding force. With a splatter, the water dragon suddenly dissipated, transforming into a cascade of rain that fell upon the beach and showered Artemis, whose shield had shattered into pieces, leaving only a bare handle in her grasp. However, she appeared unharmed. Swinging the handle, she grimaced and said, "Boy, since you have made your choice, why return? Do you truly believe Paradise Island is your home?" Her appearance, not particularly striking, became even more menacing as she bared her teeth. Yet her increasingly potent and fierce aura undeniably pressed upon Clark. This weight of pressure was something he had never encountered, even at the ocean's depths. At that moment, a vision flashed in his mind, an image of a soul-calling banner on the moon. He finally understood who these individuals were before him, the Amazonian warriors. Yet how did they know his true name, and why did their words seem so peculiar? What did it mean to leave and then return? Was this not his first time on Paradise Island? A torrent of questions surged through Clark's mind, yet he refrained from voicing them, for Artemis was already charging towards him. Clark's gaze was as frigid as ice. "Let me witness the extent of the disparity between myself and Kal-El through you." He was acutely aware of how effortlessly that Kal-El dealt with his band of Amazons. Artemis, a seasoned warrior, did not greet Clark with her long legs, but rather with a knee as unyielding as stone. She thrust her knee towards him. Clark opted to respond with a kick, for his legs were longer than her knee. Indeed, before Artemis's knee could make contact, Clark's foot was already poised to strike her abdomen. However, at that moment, Clark felt a chill against his chest and instinctively shielded himself. In the next instant, a booted foot collided with his arm. Clark discerned that in that fleeting moment, Artemis's foot had sprung forth with the speed of a coiled viper, catching him almost off guard. The pain surging through his arm sent a shiver down his spine. He had indeed let his guard down. Yet, Artemis was not inclined to grant him a moment of reflection. With a sudden pivot, her other foot lashed out like a striking serpent, even before her body had fully turned. Once again, her target was Clark's chest, as if mocking him with her movements. This time, however, Clark did not evade. Instead, he raised his arm and absorbed the kick. The pain surged anew, but this time he was prepared. In that instant, he exerted force outward, propelling Artemis away from him. Artemis exclaimed in surprise as she was sent reeling backward, landing in the sea 10 meters away. Her arms crossed as she regarded Clark. "You made notable progress, young man. No wonder you dare to return. Do you truly believe that with such meager skills, you could win Diana's hand? Dream on." At that moment, a horn sounded from the distant shore, followed by the rapid approach of hundreds of Amazon warriors, mounted on proud steeds, brandishing spears and bows. Clark shook out his arm and remarked with a hint of indifference that while his speed was sufficient, his strength still fell short. He glanced at the charging cavalry and mused that their kind posed no significant threat, regardless of their numbers. His gaze then returned to Artemis. "As for you, there is still more play to be had. Are you ready? Now it is my turn." With that declaration, the water beneath him erupted violently. Rather than attacking, Clark lifted his foot and sent a surge of seawater crashing forward, like a dam releasing its flood. Over a meter of water was hurled into the air, transforming into a colossal wave aimed at Artemis. Simultaneously, Clark propelled himself forward in pursuit. Artemis, gazing at the surging wave, scoffed. "Is that all you have?" She raised her right hand high above her head, reminiscent of the earlier Diana, parting the enormous waves before her with her bare hands, revealing Clark hidden behind. Artemis displayed a knowing expression, and her other hand, which had been tucked away, suddenly shot out, fingers aligned like a spear, aimed directly at Clark's chest. From the beginning to the end, her target was deliberately placed at the most defenseless point. Seemingly intentional. Clark did not even glance at her. He unleashed a horizontal punch. He had discerned that while his opponent excelled in technique and agility, she fell far short in power. Thus, his task was to amplify his advantage to the utmost. He would crush her with absolute strength. He threw the punch without restraint, the immense force making his fist resemble a small celestial body, drawing the surrounding seawater back toward him once more. Artemis furrowed her brow, feeling a subtle pull, though not yet overwhelming, which nonetheless startled her. This punch was one she could not withstand. With a swift movement of her feet, she suddenly tilted her body, skirting along the water's surface to maneuver around Clark's side. In the blink of an eye, Artemis had arrived behind him, her feet gliding effortlessly close. I've encountered many brutes like you. If you cannot even control your own strength, how can you speak of combat? Clark frowned. As Artemis had observed, he was currently incapable of mastering his abilities, and thus, when he unleashed that punch, he could not retract his strength before its release. Seeing her maneuver behind him, he suddenly leapt lightly, propelling himself out of the water surface, and with all his might, he pressed his fist downward. Boom! It was as if a bomb had detonated. Centered on Clark, the ocean surface within 100 meters erupted, sending torrents of seawater soaring into the air, dispersing in all directions, and inadvertently casting Artemis far away. Standing on the beach, Clark found himself surrounded by a void of water, the distant sea yet to return. He gazed at his fist, reflecting on the words spoken earlier. Artemis had also landed back in the water, regaining her stance. At that moment, over 100 Amazonian warriors had arrived on the shore, standing in unison, observing Clark with unwavering focus. This multitude of noble steeds stood motionless, resembling a sculptural display, showcasing their exceptional combat prowess. Clark addressed Artemis, suggesting they cease hostilities, asserting there was no necessity for combat between them. However, Artemis shook her head, declaring otherwise. I believe it is quite necessary. She cast a glance at Hippolyta in the distance, adding, and your mother-in-law is prepared to teach you a lesson. What on earth? Clark furrowed his brow. Have you mistaken me for someone else? I do not know you, nor do I have a mother-in-law. He chuckled. Artemis smiled enigmatically. My dear boy, your concern should not lie in crafting excuses, but rather in how to endure less suffering. It would be wise to surrender gracefully and speak favorably of the queen. Perhaps your little princess will intercede on your behalf, and your life may yet be spared. Otherwise, Clark's countenance darkened ominously. Do you genuinely believe you have me at your mercy? Artemis laughed heartily. Am I not aware of your capabilities? After your little excursion, aside from your enhanced strength, you have gained little else. Clark lowered his head, chuckling softly. You wish to see progress? Allow me to demonstrate. With a fierce roar, 2 crimson beams of searing energy erupted from his eyes, striking the sea beneath him. The water was instantly tainted crimson, vast clouds of vapor rising into the air. As Clark raised his gaze toward Artemis, the beams carved a path across the ocean's surface, advancing toward her. Indeed, as far as the eye could see, it was desolation. Artemis's expression shifted dramatically. Even before the beams reached her, she felt her hair begin to curl in anticipation. Retreat, she shouted to the knights on the shore before swiftly darting away, choosing a direction opposite to the coastline. The knights exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily about whether to withdraw. However, in the next instant, Clark's gaze fell upon them. Down! Someone shouted, and in an instant, all the knights crouched low, slipping off their steeds like water draining away. Simultaneously, the searing beams swept across, and in a mere sweep from right to left, all the steeds lost their heads, their robust bodies standing motionless in place. Then, the beams returned, incinerating the remnants to ash, leaving behind 4 half-human-height horse legs, resembling an unkempt grove upon the beach. Fortunately, all the Amazon warriors had crouched on the ground, narrowly escaping disaster. Now, tell me, have I made progress? Clark mused, retracting his gaze as he sought Artemis once more. But the turbulent sea revealed no trace of the warrior maiden. Undeterred, Clark unleashed his pent-up fury, the searing beams ravaging the tranquil sea surface. Just then, Artemis emerged suddenly from the waters behind Clark, her powerful arms wrapping around his neck in a chokehold. In the next moment, Clark's head was forced upward, and the beams shot skyward, yet they did not ascend high, colliding with an invisible barrier. The beams and the barrier clashed, emitting a dazzling explosion of light. In the distance, Hippolyta's expression changed abruptly upon witnessing the spectacle. Meanwhile, the light in Clark's eyes abruptly extinguished, and his hand clamped tightly around Artemis's arm. The previously unyielding hold of the naked choke suddenly loosened under Clark's overwhelming strength. Then, Artemis heard a chilling voice proclaim, "I've got you." Chapter 40. The Lasso of Truth, I've Got You. Clark extinguished the light in his eyes, seizing the forearm wrapped around his neck, and with a powerful tug, he dismantled Artemis's chokehold. Naturally, Artemis was unwilling to yield. Her arm muscles bulged, threatening to burst through her skin. Yet she found herself being gradually lifted by this young man's immense strength. "This kid is incredibly strong," she cursed inwardly. In the next moment, Clark freed his head from her arm, and they stood facing each other, each gripping the other's arm. "Are you satisfied now?" he snarled, baring his teeth in a menacing grin. "Eat this," Artemis retorted, spitting a mouthful of phlegm at him before erupting into laughter. Clark tilted his head to evade the spit and, expressionless, tightened his grip. Just as Artemis was laughing, she was suddenly lifted into the air, tracing a graceful arc before crashing heavily into the sea. The impact felt as if she had struck concrete. The searing pain nearly knocked her unconscious. Yet she stubbornly continued to smile. Clark remained impassive, tossing her down repeatedly. Artemis felt like a mere rag doll in his grasp, utterly devoid of resistance. This was an unadulterated display of brute force. At that moment, the knights on the distant shore finally rose, witnessing their leader being treated in such a manner by Clark. They roared in outrage, raising their spears, preparing to charge at Clark. But at that instant, a golden lasso descended from the heavens, coiling towards Clark. Upon seeing the lasso, the knights halted, for they recognized it as the Queen's intervention. Clark, too, observed the golden rope, and having glimpsed the memories of Kal-El, he understood the formidable nature of the lasso of truth. As it spiraled towards him, Clark casually tossed Artemis upwards, initially believing the lasso would bypass her. To his astonishment, it ensnared Artemis first before returning to the shore, with the leading end still suspended above Clark's head. After contemplating his options, Clark murmured Shazam, yet nothing transpired. He gazed skyward, perceiving the golden lightning striking outside the protective barrier, yet realizing that the two were of the same essence, rendering the barrier impervious to the lightning. His desire to harness the power of the gods stemmed from the need to resist the lasso's enchanting magic, a force capable of compelling unwavering obedience and revealing the truth without hesitation. However, since this strategy has proven ineffective, only one option remains. In the next moment, Clark's eyes glowed crimson once again, and two searing rays erupted forth, soaring towards the golden lasso of truth above. To his surprise, the lasso suddenly twisted and coiled like a serpent, deftly evading Clark's beams while simultaneously extending downwards with remarkable speed. It appeared almost tauntingly, ensnaring one of the scorching rays as it descended. Observing this, Clark's pupils constricted. The two fiery rays suddenly fused into one, transforming from a cylindrical shape into a flattened fan, significantly increasing its coverage area and successfully enveloping the lasso of truth within. Had he succeeded? This was an experiment on Clark's part, and to his astonishment, it had indeed borne fruit. Yet at that very instant, the golden lasso abruptly emerged from less than 10 meters in front of him, cracking like a whip as it lunged towards Clark's neck. Instinctively, he reached out and grasped it. The lasso took advantage of the moment to wind around Clark's arm several times, finally coming to a halt. Looking at his shimmering golden arm, Clark sighed, realizing that he had ultimately failed. "It worked," Antiope exclaimed with palpable excitement. "The Queen is truly formidable." Yet Hippolyta did not share in the joy. Her expression remained serene. One hand clutched the tail of the lasso, while the other rested gently on the shoulder of the young Diana. Diana gazed at Clark with concern, suddenly hearing her mother's voice. "Are you not pleased that he has grown so powerful?" Hippolyta inquired calmly, just as Diana was about to respond with excitement. Her expression shifted to one of sorrow as she turned to her mother, saying wistfully, "We could have avoided this battle. Those horses would not have perished. What does his strength matter if he cannot defeat you? It is the horses I pity." Hippolyta, somewhat satisfied with her daughter's response, made a sudden motion, causing the lasso to constrict. Clark felt the tug on his arm, yet he was unwilling to be dragged like mere cargo. At that moment, the lasso did not emit its heart-corrupting magic. In a contest of strength alone, he believed himself to be a match for anyone. The lasso tightened abruptly, resembling a golden bridge in the air, connecting the sea to the shore. Hippolyta raised an eyebrow, questioning his defiance. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted from the lasso. She had no intention of engaging Clark in a battle of strength. Meanwhile, Clark felt an eerie energy surging up his arm, flooding into his body from his shoulder, rushing towards his head, clouding his once clear mind and shrouding his vision in a fog. Everything appeared distant, as if he were observing events from another realm. This is dire. This adversary does not play by the rules. The thought took a moment to materialize in Clark's mind, and at that instant, his reaction was notably delayed. "Come here." A stern voice abruptly resounded within his consciousness, compelling Clark's feet to move involuntarily toward the shore. He still retained control over his body, yet he was disinclined to resist that commanding voice. Feeling a surge of defiance, Clark thought, "Come on then." Moments later, the onlookers on the coast were astonished to witness Kal-El, who had been obediently approaching, suddenly curl into a ball and hurtle toward the cliff like a meteor. "Stop," Hippolyta commanded coldly. Ultimately, Clark did not collide with the cliff. He halted just below it. With a flick of her hand, Hippolyta unleashed the lasso of truth, which swiftly encircled Clark, wrapping around him until he resembled a tightly bound dumpling. She concluded with a directive, "Lock him away," and then led the others away. In the distance, Artemis directed the knights, gathering the remnants of their war horses with a sorrowful gaze. On the battlefield, a war horse is a warrior's closest companion, and the loss of over 100 steeds weighed heavily upon her heart as their leader. Unable to contain her grief, she approached Clark and delivered a sharp kick to his backside. Clark remained motionless, seemingly devoid of sensation. Chapter 41. Gilding the soul in a sun-drenched prison, Clark sat cross-legged, the lasso of truth coiling around him, undulating with his breaths as though it were an ornament adorning his form. Diana would have expected him to be despondent. Yet to her surprise, he appeared remarkably tranquil, a stark contrast to his former self, who had always been the most vociferous. "Kal-El," Diana softly called, reluctant to disturb him from his slumber. Clark gradually opened his eyes, smiling in silence, not from a lack of desire to speak, but because he felt two opposing forces within him clashing, making it difficult for him to articulate. He feared that if he spoke, the entirety of the truth would spill forth uncontrollably. Noticing Clark's gaze upon her, Diana smiled faintly, her brows arching in delight, completely shedding the ferocity and decisiveness she had displayed during battle. "You returned for me, didn't you?" Clark, still smiling, remained silent, as golden tendrils of electricity surged from his heart, coursing through his veins and striking his brain. Each time the lasso's magic encroached upon him to a certain extent, the golden lightning would awaken him, enhancing his resistance against that very magic. Discovering this advantage, Clark found himself increasingly reluctant to depart. Seeing his silence, Diana thought nothing of it and settled herself against the iron door of the cell, resting her head on her knees. Thankfully, her legs were long enough to accommodate such a position, or it would have been quite challenging. "In truth, both my mother and I are aware that your return serves a singular purpose, the mother box. Before you departed, you persistently sought my assistance in stealing it. This endeavor led my mother to confine me, yet I harbor no resentment towards you, truly. Having grown up together, I am attuned to your thoughts, nonetheless. I am willing to do anything for you. However, I must draw the line here, for the mother box is pivotal to the safety of Themyscira. We cannot act so selfishly. Kal-El, I shall implore my mother to release you from the lasso of truth, and then you must depart, never to return. I too shall endeavor to forget you." As she uttered these words, Diana rose slowly, turning her back to Clark as she began to walk away, her silhouette embodying resoluteness, sorrow, and perfection. "No," Clark exclaimed, voicing his protest against the removal of the lasso of truth, for without it, how could he enhance his magical resistance? Despite possessing Shazam's divine powers to better withstand various magical harms, his esteem for them had diminished after recent events. External forces are always just that, external. True strength lies within. This was evident during his time on Themyscira, when the divine powers proved ineffectual, leading to his capture. Yet, had he not been captured, he would not have discovered this method to bolster his magical resistance. Every action and consequence is predestined. What did you say? Diana halted in her tracks. I said, do not leave. This statement was uttered with genuine conviction, devoid of pressure. Why? She inquired again, recognizing that he could not lie in this moment. Her hesitation in questioning him earlier stemmed from her fear of the painful truth. Because I do not wish to untie the lasso of truth. This too was sincere. Diana abruptly turned to face Clark, her enchanting visage aglow. You do not wish to leave? Not at this moment. He admitted, an honest declaration. Clark sensed he had stumbled upon a peculiar anomaly. The lasso's enchantment compels truthfulness, yet he found himself speaking genuine truths, albeit modified. It remained uncertain whether this was the inherent nature of the lasso or a result of his heightened resistance. Nevertheless, all seemed to be trending positively. Yet, his heart swelled with tenderness for the beautiful girl before him. From her account, he discerned that the man named Kal-El had exploited her naivety to achieve his own ends, ultimately failing and fleeing from this place. Realizing he must not allow her to inquire further, lest he inadvertently reveal too much, he took the initiative to speak. Do you remember our cherished memories? Upon hearing this, Diana's face immediately flushed with a delicate shyness as she nodded and softly replied, of course. Clark felt a sharp pain pierce his mind, as if the lasso of truth were punishing him for daring to speak. Unbeknownst to Diana, Clark's expression was contorted with agony, a torment that seemed to stab at his very soul, driving him to the brink of madness. Yet he still endured. In the next moment, his heart surged painfully, a golden arc of electricity flickering momentarily, piercing deep into Clark's mind, clashing with the magic of the lasso, each exerting its influence upon the other. During this process, Clark could distinctly sense that something within him, whether a presence or a latent power, was growing stronger. It felt as if his soul were being adorned with a gilded edge. Where should I begin? Diana had already succumbed to delightful reminiscence. Our first meeting. Clark managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Yes, let us start from our first encounter. Diana exclaimed with excitement. I was so young, playing by the seaside when your spaceship crashed through the protective barrier, nearly landing on me. My mother said you were not from Earth, but from outer space. Therefore, I must have been the first person you encountered, the first Amazonian. Clark, suppressing the intensifying pain, listened intently to the girl recounting her beautiful past. In that moment, he focused entirely on her, allowing her clear, melodious voice to penetrate his heart, alleviating the sensation of his soul fracturing. Through her narrative, Clark came to understand something significant. There had indeed been a Kal-El on Paradise Island, a Kryptonian orphan just like him. However, while his spaceship had crash-landed in Smallville, this Kal-El had descended upon Paradise Island. It was as if the Paradise Island of a parallel world had, due to some reason, traversed into his own reality after its Kal-El had departed, leading to his own unintentional intrusion. Chapter 42. The salvation from Maiden. If we were to refer to the Earth where Clark resided as the Prime Earth, then the Earth where the spaceship fell upon Paradise Island could be designated Earth 2. Originally, the two Earths existed as parallel lines, destined never to intersect or collide until a certain event transpired. After their Kal-El's departure, the entirety of Paradise Island from Earth 2 had traversed into the Prime Earth. Meanwhile, the Paradise Island of the Prime Earth may have also crossed over to Earth 2, or perhaps it had not. No one truly knows. Now, having inadvertently wandered into the Paradise Island that had crossed over, the Amazons naturally regarded him as the Kal-El who had grown up there, hence the words they spoke. Clark finally unraveled the intricate connections at play. He was now faced with two choices, either to masquerade as Kal-El, for he indeed was Kal-El, albeit with differing memories. However, such behavior appeared rather juvenile in the presence of the lasso of truth. Unless he could completely resist its magical influence, any lie would be effortlessly exposed. As for the alternative, it involved revealing the truth to the assembled crowd and persuading them to facilitate his departure. Yet, as soon as this thought surfaced, Clark ruthlessly extinguished it. Veins bulged on his forehead, his expression contorted with fury. After enduring so much, did they think he could be so easily dismissed? Dream on. Furthermore, his magical resistance had not yet reached its peak. There was no urgency to leave, and perhaps this island harbored other artifacts that could augment his strength. For instance, that mother box? Or perhaps the girl before him. Even if he were to leave, he intended to take their little princess with him. In a few years, he would return, heavily pregnant and witnessed the expressions on their faces. With this thought, Clark couldn't help but exhibit a smirk reminiscent of Arthur. However, the next moment, an excruciating pain surged through him, and this time, he could not stifle a groan. It was this sound that interrupted Diana's reverie. She turned at the noise and saw Clark, inexplicably kneeling on the ground, his face twisted in agony. The lasso of truth seemed to ignite, emanating a fierce golden flame, and the rope had even embedded itself into Clark's flesh. Were it not for his body being as resilient as steel, he would likely have suffered broken bones by now. Panic surged through Diana as she exclaimed, "Do not resist it. The more you struggle, the stronger it becomes. Relax, take it easy." Clark, unable to help himself, closed his eyes. Instead of relaxing, he exerted even more effort to free himself from the lasso, which only intensified its power and the encroachment of its magic. Yet, this was precisely what Clark desired. At this moment, his heart raced like a high-speed engine, beating furiously. With each expansion and contraction, a thread of golden lightning surged forth, piercing his mind, and in its clash with the lasso's magic, it would gradually become the golden edge of Clark's soul. The more he resisted, the stronger he grew. This sentiment applied equally to both Clark and the lasso. Unable to contain herself any longer, Diana rose, determined to seek out her mother, even if it meant begging her to release the lasso. But just then, Clark slowly extended his hand. "Diana," he called, kneeling on the ground, eyes tightly shut, reaching toward the outside of his cage, seemingly beseeching the girl for salvation. With tear-streaked cheeks, the girl knelt beside him, extending her hands to grasp his firmly. She then leaned in, placing her face in the palm of his hand. "It's okay, Kal-El. I'm here. I have always been," she proclaimed, uttering the name she once frequently called out, a name she thought she would never speak again after their painful separation. Just as she had said the first time she met Clark, she has always been present, never changing. In this moment, Clark's heart became profoundly tranquil. For days, influenced by the memories of Kal-El, his demeanor had grown peculiar and somewhat erratic, but at this instant, he truly reconciled with his original self. From this moment forth, he had finally emerged from the shadow left by Kal-El, returning to the warmth of sunlight. Simultaneously, the two forces within him achieved a flawless equilibrium. His heart resumed its normal rhythm, ceasing the golden lightning that once surged forth, yet the magic of the truth lasso could no longer exert its influence over him. Thus, the golden edge of his soul was finally realized. However, Clark remained still, merely opening his eyes to gaze quietly at the girl before him. The previously vile and wicked plans had been cast aside, replaced by an overwhelming sense of compassion and affection for her. She was a strong, brave, beautiful, fearless, sincere, loyal, and kind girl, unworthy of such treatment. "Diana," Clark softly called. Diana lifted her head, the imprint of Clark's palm evident on her delicate face, revealing how fiercely she had clung to him. Upon meeting Clark's gentle and radiant gaze, she shyly smiled, her cheeks flushed, yet she bravely held her gaze. "Kal-El," she called tenderly. Clark nodded, not denying it. He was indeed Kal-El, and now he was also her Kal-El. "I will take you away from here," Clark resolutely asked. "Are you willing?" Diana's gaze grew steadfast. "I am willing." Clark could not contain his laughter, erupting joyfully as he suddenly rose to his feet. Grasping the iron bars behind him, he exerted force, effortlessly tearing the gate from the wall. A flash of red light illuminated his eyes as the iron bars split in two, precisely severing at the point where their hands intertwined. Clark glanced at their tightly clasped hands and smiled at the girl. At that moment, she felt a rush of shyness, but returned an uncontainable smile. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the cell. "You wish to take her away. Have you consulted me?" It was Hippolyta's voice. Indeed, the next moment Hippolyta entered, followed by Antiope and Artemis. Antiope wore a look of contentment, silently smiling, while Artemis maintained a stoic expression, seemingly indifferent. As for Hippolyta, a rare chill flickered across her face. Clark stepped forward, shielding Diana behind him, as he pulled the truth lasso from his body and calmly addressed Hippolyta. "Sometimes, when you show a hint of weakness, you are underestimated. Therefore, the best approach is to compel respect all at once. If they refuse to yield, that can only signify one thing. Your strikes lack sufficient weight." The lasso of truth was carelessly tossed aside as Clark's eyes ignited with a crimson glow. Though he refrained from unleashing his heat vision, The temperature within the cell soared exponentially. He had grown stronger. So, are you prepared? Chapter 43. The Mother Box. Do you truly intend to lay hands on Her Majesty the Queen? Antiope's expression darkened as the Queen's guard. She valued the honor of the Queen above her very life. Clark proclaimed with a booming voice, "That depends on whether Her esteemed Majesty is prepared to obstruct my path." "And if I am?" Hippolyta replied coolly. Clark smiled slightly. "You shall not impede me. None of you can." His tone brimmed with confidence and resolve. With the vulnerabilities in magical resistance addressed, Clark felt he could traverse the earth unchallenged. A heavy silence enveloped the cell. Hippolyta suddenly commanded, "You two, follow me." She turned and walked away, with Artemis trailing closely behind. Antiope cast a lingering glance at Clark before departing. Clark, observing the now desolate cell, couldn't help but chuckle, the crimson light in his eyes fading. He turned to see Diana beaming behind him, and felt a twinge of embarrassment, having exerted all his strength only to throw an empty punch. "What are you laughing at?" Clark inquired, soon joining in her laughter. Diana gazed at him with warmth in her eyes. "You don't actually intend to fight my mother, do you? Do you truly believe I cannot best her?" "Not all. It's just that she is my mother," Clark replied. "Oh, your mother. That does complicate matters," Diana said. She took his hand and led him toward the cell's exit. Clark, quick on his feet, snatched the lasso of truth from the ground and handed it to Diana, who casually secured it at her waist. Upon emerging, they discovered their companions mounted and awaiting them. Clark glanced around, noticing a lack of spare steeds. Just as he was about to speak, Diana suddenly whistled sharply, and a black warhorse galloped towards them from a distance. Diana affectionately patted the horse's head and gracefully mounted it. She then extended her hand toward Clark. Taking her hand, he also climbed onto the horse, which let out a mournful whinny and nearly buckled under his weight. However, being no ordinary steed, it steadied itself. With both riders settled, Hippolyta led the charge, accompanied by a host of Amazonian warriors, galloping purposefully in a specific direction. Clark and Diana followed closely behind, murmuring quietly amongst themselves. "Where's your mother taking us?" "I have no idea. I've never been here before. There are places on Paradise Island you haven't visited? The only place I haven't been is the Forbidden Zone at the cliff's edge." "The Forbidden Zone?" "That is where the Mother Box is stored." As Clark fell silent, he realized that further words might betray him. Indeed, the group hastened toward the cliff at the back of the island, soon beholding a circular domed structure standing at its edge, with a vast azure sea stretching into the distance. This was indeed the place. Diana furrowed her brow, pondering why her mother would bring them here, having previously opposed their proximity to the Mother Box. Clark, crossing his arms behind his head, shrugged indifferently. The Mother Box was inconsequential. The enhancement of his magical resistance and physical prowess was already an unexpected boon. Upon reaching the entrance of the passage, the group dismounted. Hippolyta strode forward into the tunnel without a word, and the others followed closely, not daring to linger. Clark and Diana exchanged glances before stepping inside. As they traversed the passage, Clark noticed that the ceiling was adorned with massive boulders, each supported by 4 wooden pillars, beside which stood a robust Amazon warrior, their muscular physique leaving no doubt about their formidable strength. Emerging from the passage, they entered a circular cavern, with a square Mother Box lay at its center. Clark's curiosity about the object waned upon seeing it. It appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary box. "Mother, why have you suddenly brought us here?" Diana inquired, gazing at the Mother Box. Hippolyta did not respond directly. Instead, she began recounting a tale from long ago of an alien fleet that descended upon Earth, annihilating all who dared to resist them. They served the darkness, and their leader was known as Darkseid. This name, you must remember well. He is cursed and feared by every being across the cosmos. However, his choice to invade Earth was a grave error, for he and his invaders encountered Earth's guardians, humanity, the ancient deities, the Atlanteans before they submerged into the depths, the Amazons before their betrayal and enslavement, and the interstellar protectors. As Hippolyta spoke, she seemed to drift into a reverie, her voice taking on an ethereal and ancient quality, reminiscent of a myth passed down through generations. During Darkseid's incursion, he uncovered a secret of Earth, a force hidden within infinite space. He summoned mystic sorcerers who revered and manipulated these 3 entities, the Mother Boxes which you see before you, indomitable machines imbued with vitality. Clark's gaze returned to the mother box, though he sensed no vitality emanating from it. Hippolyta continued, explaining that the technology used to create it was so advanced that it appeared more like sorcery than science. Its true power will only manifest when the three mother boxes unite as one, achieving complete harmony. What will transpire when the three mother boxes merge? Diana suddenly inquired. Hippolyta solemnly responded, fire will engulf the entire planet, and all life upon it shall become the slaves of Darkseid, transformed into soulless creatures. Since the mother boxes are in our possession, does this not imply that we have triumphed in the war of yore? Diana asked once more. Hippolyta nodded, affirming, indeed. We have prevailed. Clark retorted coolly, then what are you still worried about? Since we have triumphed once, we can certainly do so again. Let them come. Hippolyta chuckled, addressing Clark directly for the first time. When you truly encounter Darkseid, you will surely refrain from uttering such words. Yet, I would rather not cower in fear over a mere trinket. Clark's tone was laced with disdain. Chapter 44. I shall take you to the snowy peaks. Clark and Diana were ultimately expelled by the irate queen. The two set sail in a small Amazonian vessel, drifting away from Paradise Island. Clark gazed at Diana, adorned in a pristine battle dress, a sword at her waist and a shield in hand, momentarily entranced. It was difficult for him to reconcile the image of this valiant warrior with the gentle girl he once knew. That attire suits you, he remarked involuntarily. What? Diana queried, pleased by the awe reflected in Clark's gaze. Indeed, it is quite striking, Clark praised with a smile. I truly admire it. Diana raised her wrist, revealing two gleaming bracelets. Mother insisted I don all the sacred artifacts. Should you dare to bully me, you shall face the consequences. Ha ha ha. I look forward to witnessing that, Clark replied. In the distance, Hippolyta and Antipode, along with others, observed the small vessel on the sea. Antipode could not help but inquire, Your Majesty, do you truly wish to let them go? Artemis scoffed. Those two are eager to depart. No matter how reluctant the queen may be, what can be done? However, Hippolyta shook her head. The disturbance of the mother boxes signifies that dark forces are poised to return. It would be folly for us, the Amazons, to believe we could withstand Darkseid alone. Her words were blunt, yet no one dared to refute her. So, you are permitting them to leave Paradise Island in search of new allies in anticipation of confronting Darkseid in the future? Antipode asked in astonishment. I thought you had truly given up on them. Give up? Hippolyta chuckled softly. She is a life I'm molded from the very earth, beseeching the gods for blessings. She is dearer to me than my own life. How could I ever forsake her? I merely believe. The queen simply finds that insufferable boy too bothersome. I cannot fathom what Diana sees in him. Artemis interjected. Hippolyta remained noncommittal. Antiope rolled her eyes. Meanwhile, at the other end of Paradise Island, in the forbidden land beneath the cliffs of a stone cave, a figure donned in a horned helmet was slowly scaling the precipice, his objective being the cave that concealed the mother box. As Clark and Diana traversed the protective enchantments of Paradise Island, a familiar dense mist enveloped them once more. At that moment, Clark rose from the ship's cabin and extended his hand toward Diana. What are you doing? Diana inquired, bewildered, yet despite her question, she placed her delicate hand into the palm of Clark's. Clark gently grasped the young woman's hand and, with a slight exertion, pulled her into his embrace. It may hurt a little. Bear with it. We will ascend soon, he declared, then closed his eyes and softly uttered, Shazam. In an instant, golden lightning surged forth, merging with Clark's being and simultaneously jolting Diana beside him. Their small vessel was completely shattered beneath them. Diana gasped, instinctively gripping the waist of the person beside her as she suddenly found herself soaring into the sky. The rapid sensation of weightlessness compelled her to clutch tighter, but the distinctly different feel of his form made her frown involuntarily. She instinctively glanced up at Clark, only to be met with a somewhat unfamiliar face. Kal-El? She queried, uncertainty lacing her tone. The adult version of Clark smiled gently at her. It's me. How did you transform into this? Diana asked, still unsure. And are we flying? A minor trick, Clark replied. Hold on tight. I'll take you to the heavens. With that, he enveloped Diana in his cloak, and together they became a streak of lightning, piercing through the mist and ascending into the vast expanse of the sky. With a swift glance, Clark spotted the ship they had previously boarded and, with a swift movement, darted towards it. At that moment, The captain was torn between notifying the Coast Guard, as Clark had been missing for several hours, and fearing the worst. Yet, he was at a loss for how to explain to the authorities that the missing person had flown away. Who would believe that a victim had simply vanished? Who would accept that he had met his demise in that mist? People would rather believe it was I who harmed the passenger. Goodness, being a good person is truly challenging. First mate, perhaps we should return to Somalia and resume our pirating ways? First mate? First mate. The captain called out twice with no response, his fury mounting. He set down the phone and turned to chastise, only to find the first mate gazing upwards, a look of bewilderment upon his face. He lowered his head and peered through the porthole, catching sight of two figures silently suspended in the air, their capes billowing in the wind, resembling divine beings. The captain tumbled out of the cabin, landing on his knees without hesitation, murmuring, "Oh, Holy Son, Holy Mother, I have beheld the true God." Clark gently descended to the deck, cradling Diana, whereupon he noticed that no one stood. All had knelt, their foreheads pressed to the ground, oriented towards Clark and Diana. "What are they doing?" Diana inquired, perplexed. "Is this some sort of ritual? How should I respond?" As a princess and the daughter of a queen, Diana's etiquette instructor had never permitted her to miss a single lesson. Clark shook his head. "No need to concern yourself with them. They will rise once they have knelt long enough." With a sudden burst of white smoke, Clark transformed back into his youthful form, prompting Diana to exhale in relief, feeling her earlier worries were unwarranted. "I was worried you were not Kal-El, but rather an imposter." Clark paused momentarily, then feigned indifference, asking, "So, how do I look as an adult? Am I not rather dashing? But I prefer your current appearance." "Then I shall strive to remain in this form as much as possible." With that, Clark approached the captain, taking 2 steps to his side, commanding, "Stand up." The captain shook his head, leaning down as if to kiss Clark's boots. Frowning, Clark stepped back. "I said stand up," realizing the anger in Clark's tone. The captain hastily complied, yet straightening his bent back proved difficult. Observing the captain's fawning expression, Clark coldly stated, "Set sail. I demand you reach the port with utmost speed. Do you understand?" "Understood. Understood," the captain replied, smiling. "I shall not disappoint you, my most esteemed passenger." "Very well, off you go." After issuing these instructions, Clark returned to Diana's side, pulling her onto a deck chair to bask in the sun. "Kal-El, where are we headed now?" Diana gazed out at the boundless sea, momentarily lost, as this was her first venture beyond Paradise Island. Everything before her felt unfamiliar and exhilarating, a blend of subtle unease with excitement, rendering her somewhat dazed. Clark grasped her hand. "We're going to climb a snow-capped mountain." "Where is this mountain?" "You need not know. Simply understand that wherever I am, so too shall you be." All right. Chapter 45. I am Bruce Wayne as Bruce hammered the last steel piton into a crevice of the icy rock. Securing the safety rope firmly, he finally exhaled deeply, feeling utterly spent, his limbs sprawled as he closed his eyes. At this moment, he found himself directly beneath a protruding ice cliff, his entire being suspended in midair, reliant solely upon a safety rope, with a bottomless abyss looming beneath him. Yet, a profound tranquility enveloped his heart. Ascending Mount Everest is an ancient tradition of the Shadow Dancers Alliance, to graduate smoothly from the alliance. Reaching the summit is the most significant and perilous trial. Throughout his days of training under Henry Duckard, he had often heard tales of those who perished on the ascent. Yet he chose to proceed undeterred. Henry spoke of adventure, but the true nature of his endeavor lay solely within Bruce's own heart. Over the years, he had repeatedly cast himself into various perilous situations, euphemistically termed as a quest for the meaning of life. More bluntly, it was due to the fact that his heart had long since died, lost in that dim, damp alley, extinguished amidst the echoes of gunfire. At this thought, Bruce's eyes snapped open. Today, he was resolute in his ambition to conquer Everest. As for what awaited him upon reaching the summit, Henry had assured him that he would understand in due time. With a twist of his body in midair, he grasped the safety rope, his arm muscles swelling with effort, swiftly pulling himself upward. His 10 fingers incessantly explored the ice cliff, seeking a suitable point of leverage. If he could not surmount this massive ice formation soon, he would likely become an eternal part of this world's highest snow-capped mountain. In that instant, an ominous sound suddenly reached Bruce's ears, and he immediately identified its source, the very spot where he had driven in the steel piton. At that moment, A narrow crack began to extend from the piton, widening perilously. Bruce exhaled sharply, letting out 3 long breaths, and then cursed with a sudden laugh. Motherf! No sooner had the words left his lips than the ice cliff fractured violently, the steel piton dislodging, and he plummeted into the unfathomable abyss below. In that critical moment, Bruce instinctively swung his hand, unleashing a slender, resilient rope that whipped through the air towards the remaining segment of the ice cliff. The rope traversed a distance of over 10 meters, coiling around the ice formation and securing itself with a sharp clang. Instantly, the entire length of the rope tightened, arresting Bruce in midair. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. His reflexive action had saved him, though he had already descended more than 10 meters. And had he delayed even a moment longer, he might have exceeded the rope's critical length. Watching the fragment of ice plummet past him into the abyss, Bruce couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. He had survived once more. Isn't surviving a good thing? Someone suddenly inquired. Bruce replied casually, living is exhausting. It's better to be dead. In the next moment, a chill coursed through him, his body bristling as he stared vacantly toward the source of the voice. Where was this place? Mount Everest, in the world's highest, coldest, and most perilous place. How could anyone be speaking? Was it merely a figment of his imagination? He gazed at the half-exposed ice rock, from which the sound had seemingly emanated moments ago. Yet from his vantage point, he discerned no presence upon the ice. He could not help but inquire, "Who are you?" "I am your conscience." The voice resonated once more. "Now, tell me, do you wish to live or die?" Bruce let out a hearty laugh. "Regardless of who you are, please pull me up." "Thank you. Were you not just lamenting the burdens of existence? Even if it is burdensome, one must persist in living, mustn't one?" As Bruce's words faded, he felt his body being swiftly drawn toward the ice rock. In mere seconds, he traversed the distance of several meters. What immense strength, he thought in astonishment. Upon reaching the ice rock, Bruce intended to scale it himself, but the other party did not afford him the opportunity. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the ice, lifting him effortlessly upward. At last, Bruce beheld the figures of the speakers. Against the backdrop of the snow-white glacier, 2 youthful individuals appeared before him, a young man and woman, both strikingly beautiful, as if deities had descended. Cloaked in loose-fitting, pristine white robes that enveloped their forms, Bruce sensed an unusual impression. It seemed they were not clad as warmly as he was. At that moment, he found himself cradled in the young man's grasp. "Hello," he greeted the pair. "Could you please set me down? This feels rather embarrassing." Clark gently placed Bruce aside and turned to Diana, saying, "Is this sufficient?" Diana smiled slightly, remaining silent. In that instant, Bruce realized that his savior was not the young man, but rather the young woman. "I am Bruce Wayne. Thank you both." He clasped his fists and offered a slight bow. Diana, observing this, inclined her head in return. "With your abilities, even without our assistance, you would have been fine," she remarked, casting a glance at Bruce. The two had witnessed the earlier scene with clarity. Clark, intrigued by Bruce's prowess, noted Diana's earlier comment that this man's physical capabilities were on par with an ordinary Amazon warrior with superior reflexes. Such an individual in this desolate place was indeed extraordinary. "What brings you here?" Clark inquired. Bruce raised an eyebrow, replying calmly, "Climbing mountains." "And you?" Clark scrutinized him, failing to glean anything from his eyes, and shrugged. "Climbing mountains." Bruce glanced around, but found no sign of equipment belonging to the 2 individuals. Observing them, their hands tucked within their cloaks, they bore no semblance of climbers. Yet, the enigma lay in the fact that how could 2 individuals without any gear ascend to such lofty altitudes? Furthermore, they appeared eerily calm, an unsettling tranquility that belied the daunting ascent of the world's highest peak, instead resembling a leisurely excursion. This led Bruce to his ultimate conclusion. They were individuals who defied all logic. From this deduction, he surmised another possibility. Perhaps they were not human at all? This fleeting thought, though ephemeral, took root deeply within Bruce's mind. "Let us proceed," Clark said to Diana, who nodded in agreement before inquiring, "Do you still feel that sensation?" Clark shook his head. "It has vanished." "Why might that be?" Diana pressed further. "If my judgment serves me correctly, it is likely connected to the divine power within me." Clark replied, "By the way, what was the name of that country we passed earlier?" "Kandahar," Diana responded. Clark silently repeated, "Kandahar." Diana's inquiry stemmed from the peculiar feeling Clark had experienced while their plane traversed the skies above Kandahar en route to Nepal the previous day, a sensation akin to facing a formidable adversary, which had gradually dissipated only after they began their ascent. Once this is concluded, we must visit Kandahar, Clark declared, placing a hand over his heart. Diana nodded resolutely. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Warmth enveloped Clark's heart as he smiled at the young woman. Meanwhile, Bruce, bewildered by their exchange, felt at a loss for words, awkwardly gazing into the distance. Before them loomed snow-capped peaks, lower than their current elevation. Chapter 46. A nest of intruders, let us move on, Clark urged Diana. We are nearing the summit. Diana nodded, refraining from questioning what awaited at the peak or why they sought it. She simply chose to accompany Clark in silence. Observing their intent to leave, Bruce interjected, Are you both heading to the summit? Clark glanced back at him. You would be wise to descend. The summit is not a place for you. At that moment, snowflakes began to drift down, and a chilling wind swirled around them. Clark extended his hand, catching a snowflake that swiftly transformed into a droplet of water upon his palm. Even this can claim your life, he remarked, before turning away. Diana offered Bruce a final nod before following Clark toward the summit. As Bruce watched their departing figures, he instinctively reached out. A snowflake landed in his palm, melting into a droplet of water. Can even you, little one, take my life, Bruce Wayne? He gazed at the droplets of water in his palm, murmuring to himself. Yet, after uttering those words, he shook his head and cast his eyes once more in the direction Clark had departed. You are mistaken, enigmatic one. Cold and snow can indeed claim many lives, but not mine. My fate is mine to determine. At this moment, Bruce resembled a bundle of burning firewood, exuding an indomitable spirit that seemed to intimidate even the swirling snowflakes around him, compelling them to dance in his orbit. However, in the next instant, Bruce could not suppress a shiver. Observing the thickening snowfall, he understood that an extraordinary blizzard was imminent. If he failed to reach the summit before the storm's arrival, he would be forever ensnared in its grasp. With this thought, Bruce abruptly discarded all his gear and strode purposefully toward the peak. Though, without his equipment, he might perish. Burdened by them, he surely would not survive. In contrast, Clark and Diana appeared far more at ease compared to Bruce. They seemed to be on a leisurely excursion, ascending toward the summit at a steady pace. The swirling snowflakes, the biting winds, and the treacherous snow underfoot were merely scenic embellishments along their journey. The gusts of wind billowed Diana's cloak, revealing the battle skirt she had donned upon leaving Paradise Island. What was an insurmountable chasm for Bruce was but a mere incline for the two, effortlessly leaping over what would take an ordinary person hours to traverse. It must be said that Bruce's earlier conclusions did approach the truth in certain respects. For Diana, encountering snow for the first time and witnessing such a magnificent spectacle, she found herself momentarily entranced, while Clark did not rush her. After all, the sun streamed down through the clouds, casting a golden hue upon the once icy peaks. This scene was undeniably captivating, and even he was seeing it for the first time. Thus, when Bruce finally caught up, he could hear the joyful laughter of the young woman from afar. Shaking his head, Bruce murmured to himself, "They are not human. One cannot compare oneself to them. Engage in such comparisons, and you shall not survive. Remain true to yourself, Bruce. Tread steadily, one step at a time. You can do this." Clark had already spotted the figure writhing in the snow, and with his superhuman hearing, he clearly discerned the words being spoken. Diana heard them too, and they exchanged knowing smiles, finding this companion rather amusing. Yet, it was merely amusement. Neither had any further interest in conversing with him. "Let us proceed. We are near the final stretch," Clark remarked. Diana, however, chuckled and shook her head, lifting her cloak to reveal the golden lasso of truth at her waist. "Shall we give it a try?" she suggested to Clark. Clark cast a glance towards the distant mountaintop, only to find the sun obscured by clouds, casting a shadow over the peak. From afar, it appeared as though an ancient behemoth lay in repose, gazing down upon the two figures below. "Is it within reach?" he inquired. Diana, with a slight smirk, removed the lasso of truth from her side. As it fell into her grasp, it instantly shimmered with a golden radiance, exuding an air of exquisite sanctity. Without hesitation, Diana swung the lasso over her head, twirling it twice before casting it towards the summit. The golden lasso arced gracefully through the air, traversing thousands of meters to land atop the mountain. A golden bridge materialized in the sky, connecting the peak to Diana. Clark couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "Let us proceed," Diana said, wrapping her arm around Clark's waist. With a flick of her wrist, the lasso contracted suddenly, propelling them swiftly towards the summit. Bruce watched from a distance, momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. "This is truly unbelievable," he muttered, shaking off the distraction. He refocused his resolve and continued his arduous trek towards the peak, albeit slowly and with great effort. Yet each step he took was imbued with determination. When Clark and Diana finally set foot on solid ground once more, they were rendered speechless by the sight before them. Nestled amidst the surrounding peaks, the highest mountain of the Himalayas, Mount Everest, bore a crystalline palace, a structure said to exist only in legend, standing serenely in its grandeur. The very summit of Everest had been sculpted into a platform, serving as the foundation for this ethereal palace. Its crystalline facade was so transparent that one could hardly discern its beauty from afar. Clark's eyes grew misty. The scene before him resonated with memories, evoking a sensation both familiar and alien. He imagined his father, Jor-El, standing at the entrance of the Crystal Palace, smiling down at him. "Jor-El, I have arrived," he murmured, uttering words that only he could comprehend. "This is my closest approach to you, and the beginning of my journey towards you. Wait for me. You must wait for me." Taking a deep breath, Clark stepped forward, but at that moment, a figure emerged from the palace. The silhouette was tall and slender, momentarily causing Clark to mistake the identity of the figure. "Who are you?" the figure demanded. "Where is Bruce?" Snapping back to reality, Clark recognized the figure as a tall, middle-aged man, with dark hair and a trim beard, exuding a shrewd and formidable presence. Clark's brow furrowed, a surge of anger rising within him. "Who are you? Why are you in my home?" The man, upon hearing Clark's words, raised an eyebrow and scrutinized him closely before responding. "This is not your home. This is the sanctum of the Shadow Dancers Alliance. I advise you to leave at once." With that, he turned and strode towards the Crystal Palace. Upon hearing this, a flicker of crimson light ignited in Clark's eyes, and he surged forward into the palace, arriving behind the man in the blink of an eye, reaching out to seize his shoulder. He intended to cast this interloper from the summit of the peak. However, in the next moment, a plume of azure gas erupted from the man, unexpectedly engulfing Clark's face. Furrowing his brow, Clark mused, "Poison gas?" Though he had his suspicions, he made no move to shield himself. Such toxins posed no threat to him. He extended his hand once more, but this time he resolved to interrogate the man thoroughly before disposing of him. It seemed he was allied with the one named Bruce. Together, they would be cast down. Yet, the man exhibited remarkable agility, suddenly lunging forward and evading Clark's grasp. Clark let out a sinister laugh, fleeing. With a slight shift of his feet, he reappeared behind the man, his hand never straying far from the man's shoulder. In an instant, a transformation occurred. Chapter 47. The Terror of Toxins in Clark's Eyes. The once serene and pure Crystal Palace morphed into a realm of crimson light. The crystalline pillars transmuting into emotionless metallic walls that radiated an unsettling discomfort beneath the oppressive glow. Most alarming to Clark was the black-clad man before him, who suddenly transformed into another figure clad in a white robe and masked visage, someone he had glimpsed in the memories of Kal-El. The very architect of Kal-El's torment for over 30 years, Dr. Jones. How could this be? Clark's brow furrowed as he beheld this scene. In that instant, he felt as if he had become Kal-El, returning to the underground base to endure Jones's cruelty once more. "You cannot still be alive," he murmured, disbelief coursing through him. In the next moment, his eyes blazed with crimson light, two beams of energy piercing through Dr. Jones. Yet, Jones evaded the onslaught like a wraith, impervious to Clark's searing rays, which proved utterly ineffective. Clark surveyed his surroundings, directing his fiery beams toward the surrounding metallic walls, yet they yielded no results. A chill gripped his heart. In this moment, the deep-seated fear once harbored within Kal-El surged forth, overwhelming him with its intensity. Meanwhile, Diana observed as Clark suddenly exhibited strange behavior. His eyes erupted with scorching rays, wreaking havoc upon the crystal palace before him. The beams refracted off the crystalline pillars, nearly striking her in the process. Diana evaded a beam of light with a graceful leap and rushed to embrace Clark. "Kal-El, What has happened to you? She questioned, perplexed. I am Diana. Can you hear my voice? At that moment, the shadowy figure turned once more, unleashing another burst of blue gas that enveloped the two once again. Diana surmised that Clark's transformation was the result of this blue gas, and hurriedly covered her mouth and nose, momentarily halting her breath while pressing her hand against Clark's face to prevent him from inhaling more of the gas. Yet, despite her efforts, some of the blue gas slipped through her fingers and entered Clark's system. In an instant, fear intensified. Diana watched as a crimson glow flickered in Clark's eyes, two searing beams erupting like molten lava from his gaze. Diana! Diana! Clark roared, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Get away from here. Don't worry about me. Go. However, Diana clung tightly to his hand, refusing to comply. I'll be fine. You must leave. Get out of here. Clark growled. I can barely control myself. Hurry. Diana understood his intent, but chose to remain. The next moment, Clark could no longer suppress the tumult of fear and rage within him, and opted to unleash it. A furious roar echoed from the Crystal Palace, startling Bruce Wayne, who had just climbed up. He gazed at the majestic Crystal Palace in the distance, his brow furrowing. He recognized the voice as that of the boy who had previously saved him. What transpired within? Were they in danger? With this thought, Bruce summoned his last reserves of strength, moving forward with determination. Suddenly, the shadowy figure appeared before him, blocking his path. Bruce! The figure called out. Startled, Bruce exclaimed, Henry, what are you doing here? The figure was none other than Henry Duckard, the second in command of the Shadow Dancer Alliance, who had guided Bruce to join the Alliance and taught him combat skills. I am here waiting for you, Henry said with a smile. I knew you would make it up. Do you know what is happening inside? Bruce inquired, gesturing towards the Crystal Palace as he approached it. Yet, Henry stepped in front of him again. Inside, there are enemies. He stated coldly, I am assigning you your first mission. Destroy that Crystal Palace and eliminate those two adversaries. No, Bruce replied, his brow furrowed, shaking his head firmly. They saved my life. Henry, undeterred, smiled and replied, I have saved your life as well. Do not be foolish. Bruce, if you go in now, they will see you as an enemy, and you will perish at their hands. Bruce cast a deep gaze upon Henry, a flicker of understanding dawning upon him. It seemed that you had already made contact with them. Who exactly are they? You need only comprehend that they are enemies. That is sufficient. With a swift motion, Henry tossed 2 bombs to Bruce. Go, fulfill your mission. This palace ought not to exist in this realm. Today, let it accompany them back to the earth, restoring the world to its origins. Clutching the bombs, Bruce was acutely aware of where to place them to obliterate this grand palace, sending it, and its inhabitants, plummeting into the abyss. After a moment's contemplation, he turned and strode towards the Crystal Palace. In the next instant, a slender beam of searing light suddenly shot forth from the palace, prompting Bruce to nimbly evade its trajectory. The light melted a shallow groove into the ground before vanishing entirely. What transpired within? Bruce cautiously approached the front of the palace. Peering inside, what he witnessed filled him with profound dread. Inside the Crystal Palace, myriad crimson beams of light filled the air, emanating from the boy's eyes. 2 thick, blazing rays burst forth, striking the crystalline columns, which refracted the intense light, splitting it into numerous smaller beams that continued to multiply. The entire palace was nearly engulfed by this dense array of rays. The earlier beam was merely a remnant. The girl's cloak had already been melted away by the rays, revealing a form-fitting battle dress. One arm cradled the boy, while the other was raised, utilizing the bracelet on her wrist to fend off the oncoming light. However, the sheer volume of rays was overwhelming, and even she was not spared from their impact. Yet she managed to shield the boy effectively. Observing the boy's demeanor, Bruce grasped the gravity of the situation. He glanced back, realizing that Henry had vanished without a trace. Without further hesitation, Bruce rolled into the Crystal Palace. He seized a shard of crystal from the ground to serve as a shield, sliding in closely against the floor. Hey, he has been struck by fear toxin. Make him consume this. He shouted to Diana, tossing a pale blue flower. Ingesting it will alleviate his symptoms. Bruce urged, his focus unwavering as he navigated the surrounding beams, continuously adjusting his stance to avoid their lethal paths. Diana, resolute, acted without hesitation. She raised her hand, ensnaring the blue flower with her lasso of truth. and promptly placed it into Clark's mouth. As the flower entered, Clark instinctively began to chew, swallowing it within moments. Is there a way to make him close his eyes? Bruce's gaze remained fixed on the scene within the palace, spectacular yet chilling. Diana disregarded him, her gaze fixed intently on Clark. However, Clark seemed to have heard Bruce's words, abruptly closing his eyes, and the radiant beams that filled the palace vanished entirely. Bruce exhaled deeply, rising to his feet to address Diana, exclaiming, "Truly magnificent." In the next moment, Clark opened his eyes, standing up from Diana's embrace, his gaze piercing into Bruce as he demanded, "What was that? What did you give me? Who was that person? And who are you?" As he spoke, he advanced step by step toward Bruce. Bruce raised his hands, exclaiming, "Whoa, whoa. You shouldn't treat someone who saved your life like this. We're even now. Now, answer my questions." Chapter 48. A visit uninvited. Bruce refrained from responding to Clark's inquiries, not out of reluctance, but due to the lack of opportunity. Just as Clark regained consciousness, a tremendous explosion erupted, and the entire Crystal Palace began to tilt, teetering towards the abyss beside it. In a fleeting moment, Bruce seemed to glimpse the figure of his mentor, Henry Duckard, flitting past in the distance. Then, the main entrance of the Crystal Palace collapsed completely. In other words, the three of them were trapped inside, about to plunge into the unfathomable depths along with the palace. "Even I am to be slain," Bruce couldn't help but mutter. How utterly inhumane. Yet Clark remained unfazed, looking at Bruce and remarking, "It seems you are merely an inconsequential figure, easily discarded." Bruce retrieved 2 explosives and tossed them to Clark, stating, "Do you think I desired this? My mission was to demolish this palace and launch you two into the heavens. If it weren't for rescuing you, I wouldn't have ended up in this predicament." Clark's gaze turned icy as he regarded the explosives. "This is truly ruthless." "They always operate this way," Bruce commented casually. "You should be more concerned with how we can escape." At that moment, the palace, compromised at its structural points, began to distort severely, inching closer to the abyss. However, Bruce noticed that the two before him remained completely unperturbed. Having witnessed their extraordinary capabilities, Bruce quickly realized they must have a means of survival, and thus he sat down, relinquishing his urgency. "What, don't you wish to live?" Clark raised an eyebrow and inquired. Bruce glanced at him, replying, "Indeed, I've lived enough. Dying alongside you two wouldn't be so bad." Clark rolled his eyes and softly uttered, "Shazam." In the next instant, golden lightning surged forth, heralding the return of the dark-clad Kal-El. Observing this spectacle, Bruce could not help but scoff. "Such a variety of tricks. This is no trick, this is power." Clark casually spoke, and in an instant he soared into the sky, a golden lightning bolt emanating from his hand, swiftly extending toward the collapsed entrance of the Crystal Palace. With a thunderous roar, the grand doors of the palace were once again breached. Clark flew straight out. Bruce glanced at Diana, gesturing toward Clark. "Your boyfriend has run off." Diana smiled and replied, "You could run too." "I would not dare." Bruce shook his head, his tone resolute. Venturing outside now would be tantamount to a death sentence. Remaining here might afford us a chance at survival. In the next moment, both realized that the Crystal Palace beneath their feet had ceased its collapse. Meanwhile, upon exiting the palace, Clark scanned his surroundings but found no trace of Henry. With a disdainful snort, he directed his flight downward toward the very base of the palace. At that moment, the entire structure was visibly askew. Had it been any earthly edifice, it would have surely crumbled by now due to its precarious state. As Clark reached the underside of the palace, he spotted a narrow opening just large enough for a person to pass through. He squeezed inside, finding himself directly beneath the crystal floor. Clark recognized this as the mark left by Kal-El when he had transported the Crystal Palace from the Arctic to its current location. Drawing inspiration from Kal-El, he pressed his shoulder against the crystal surface and exerted all his strength to lift. Instantaneously, a tremendous burden settled upon his shoulders, and he felt as taut as a stretched spring straining under the weight. "Lift!" he bellowed, and with determination, he began to ascend slowly. As he supported the palace, it gradually began to realign. The once tilted crystal columns stood upright once more, restoring the structure to its original integrity. Henry, who had been descending, suddenly sensed something and turned back. Bathed in sunlight, he beheld the magnificent Crystal Palace floating high above, casting a colossal shadow that nearly enveloped the summit of Mount Everest. Beneath this grand edifice stood a figure clad in a black battle robe with a white cloak, resembling a demigod, defiantly bearing the palace upon his shoulder. Observing this figure, Henry muttered to himself, Kryptonian, merely a cancer upon this world, destined for destruction one day. With that, he turned and raced down the mountain, his speed surpassing even Bruce's remarkable agility. The golden lightning danced like a comb, meticulously smoothing the surface at the peak of Everest until it had been flattened by several feet. Only then did Clark retract the lightning and gently descend to the ground. Ultimately, the Crystal Palace settled back atop Everest, albeit at a considerably lower elevation than before. In a flicker, Clark reappeared within the palace. "Follow me." With one hand firmly grasping Bruce's shoulder, Clark barely touched the ground before soaring out the door with Bruce in an instant. Before departing, he turned to Diana and uttered, "Wait for me here." The fierce wind howled past their ears, and the biting cold seeped through the seams of their clothing, leaving Bruce feeling as though he might succumb to frostbite. The two hovered more than a meter above the ground, hurtling swiftly down the mountainside. "Tell me everything I wish to know, or I won't hesitate to bury you here." Clark cast a glance at Bruce, his eyes alight with barely contained fury. Bruce trembled as he replied, "They call themselves the League of Shadows, specializing in training assassins and mercenaries. Each of their members is a master of martial arts, though, of course, that may not mean much to you. Their headquarters lies just below, adept in utilizing a refined fear toxin, the very one you encountered." Bruce divulged everything without reservation. "Show me the way," Clark demanded. "Of course. Aren't you one of their trained operatives? Do you not possess a shred of loyalty?" Bruce retorted, "I am loyal only to myself and those I love. As for them, my ideals clash fundamentally with theirs." Clark chose not to discern the truth in Bruce's words. Before the task he was about to undertake, the distinction between truth and falsehood had become insignificant. Since the League of Shadows not only occupied their territory, but also sought to destroy the Crystal Palace, their existence was unwarranted. Together they descended, swiftly surpassing the base camp of Everest, and, under Bruce's guidance, veered eastward. Before long, a prominent peak loomed ahead of them. "Their headquarters lies right there." Bruce pointed towards the distant summit. They have spent centuries constructing a vast complex around that mountain, with all their members residing there. Suspended in midair, Clark adjusted his keen eyes, and the scene soon unfolded before him. Just as Bruce had described, a colossal structure clung to the mountainside, appearing both formidable and impenetrable, with figures darting within, exuding an air of prosperity. "What is the name of their leader?" "Ra's al Ghul," Bruce answered. "By the way, the one who ambushed us earlier on the mountain is named Henry Duckard. He is their second in command." Clark regarded him thoughtfully. "You seem even more eager than I to bring about their downfall." Bruce smiled faintly. "The demise of extremists is far more gratifying than their continued existence. Moreover, their next target will be my city. To be honest, had it not been for you, I would have found a way to obliterate this place myself." As he spoke, Bruce appeared lost in painful memories, gazing intently at the peak, murmuring, "They must die." With a loosening grip, Clark allowed Bruce to descend back to the ground. Just as Bruce steadied himself, a shadow flashed by, accompanied by a tremendous sonic boom that lingered in the air. "Wait for me here." Bruce had to cover his ears to protect his eardrums from the deafening roar. Watching Clark's departing figure, he feigned astonishment, saying, "Wow, buddy, aren't you being a tad dramatic?" In response, a fierce gust of wind swept through. Chapter 49. The Kill, Supplement 1. Ra's al Ghul, as per his usual practice, sat cross-legged in the third-floor hall, surrounded by dozens of disciples from the Shadow Dancer Alliance, all adopting the same meditative posture. The faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted, causing Lars to open his eyes and gaze skyward. A fighter jet? The sound resembled the roar of a jet engine. However, to the astonishment of all present, a figure appeared in the sky, clad in a black robe with a white cloak, none other than Clark. Observing the circular courtyard below, Clark began to descend gradually. At this moment, the meditating disciples had all gathered around, each armed with a cold weapon and casting hostile glances at Clark. "Who are you?" one disciple inquired. Clark replied calmly, "Are you all members of the Shadow Dancer Alliance?" "Indeed, knowing where this place is, you dare to." The disciple's words were abruptly cut short as a bolt of golden lightning incinerated him into ashes. In the next instant, alarm bells resonated throughout the valley. A throng of people surged in from all directions, some wielding cold weapons while others brandished firearms, all regarding Clark with hostility, poised to fire at any moment. At this juncture, Lars stepped forward, positioning himself at the outer edge of the third floor, addressing the hovering Clark. "Sir, it seems our Shadow Dancer Alliance bears no enmity towards you. Why do you harm my disciples?" "You are Lars?" Clark scrutinized the man before him, the yellow hue of his skin revealing his identity. According to Bruce, Lars was the only individual in the entire Shadow Dancer Alliance of Asian descent. Lars nodded. "Indeed, I am he." "Then you may as well perish." In the blink of an eye, golden lightning erupted, countless fine arcs surging from Clark's form, radiating outward. Lars, the leader of the Shadow Dancer Alliance, was the first to bear the brunt. He scarcely had time to utter a scream before his body expanded from within, ultimately dissolving into a puddle of blood. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend why Clark unleashed such wanton slaughter upon his arrival. Clark, uninterested in explanations, stood at the center of the circular courtyard, the surrounding lightning spreading swiftly, and in an instant, it obliterated every individual on the third floor. The only remnants left by the disciples of the Shadow Dancer Alliance were the bloodstains upon ground. In that moment, the entire third floor was rendered eerily silent. Meanwhile, the personnel downstairs unleashed a barrage of gunfire, a multitude of bullets of varying calibers cascading towards Clark. Each minuscule projectile, imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, traversed dozens of meters before striking Clark's body with unrelenting force. In that fleeting moment, countless sparks erupted from Clark, each a manifestation of a bullet's shattering impact. These seemingly innocuous fragments, which could rend anything to shreds, appeared before Clark like moths drawn to a flame, producing mere sparks with no further effect. Clark remained motionless, allowing their firepower to rain down upon him. Dispatching them would require but a single widespread discharge of electricity, yet he desired a more ruthless and decisive end for them. "Fire!" someone shouted, and a rocket propelled itself towards Clark, trailing a long plume of smoke. At that instant, all eyes were drawn to the projectile, as the realization of the bullet's diminished potency transformed the rocket into a vessel of hope. However, in the next heartbeat, Clark grasped the rocket firmly in his hand, plunging the surroundings into silence. With the rocket in hand, Clark surveyed the scene, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his mouth. He then positioned the rocket vertically and released it. The still-burning rocket surged skyward, wobbling erratically, and after losing its propulsion, it plummeted back down, grazing Clark's shoulder on its descent. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted, flames soaring into the sky, licking at Clark's feet. In an instant, several lives were extinguished, their bodies rendered unrecognizable. Yet, many others continued to pull the triggers of their weapons, trying to drown their inner terror in the cacophony of gunfire. Clark felt a surge of determination as he abruptly descended, his foot landing squarely on the head of a disciple from the Shadow Warrior Alliance, crushing it into the chest cavity, a fatal blow. At that moment, all ceased their actions, their gazes riveted upon the encircled Clark. They remained still, yet Clark was in motion. With a swift motion, Clark extended a hand and, utilizing his incredible speed, circled the courtyard. His arm became a razor-sharp chainsaw, cleaving through everything in its path, be it rock formations or human flesh. In an instant, dozens stood frozen, until the reality of their severed bodies dawned upon them, blood gushing forth. Clark did not falter. Seizing an individual, he flung them aside. That person crashed into several comrades before violently colliding with the stone wall at the courtyard's end. Grabbing another, he repeated the act, throwing them with the same ruthless efficiency. After several encounters, there were scarcely any individuals left standing before Clark. The circular courtyard was strewn with bodies in various postures, most lifeless, while a small fraction clung to their last breaths, though their demise was imminent. In stark contrast, Clark's pristine white cloak appeared impervious to the carnage. Not a single drop of blood staining its fabric, while the intricate patterns of his dark battle attire were soaked in rivulets of crimson. He exhaled deeply, feeling the gruesomeness of his surroundings even weighing upon him. He was relieved that he had not brought Diana along, wishing to shield the young girl from witnessing his current state. At that moment, beneath his feet, a barely surviving disciple, as if experiencing a moment of clarity, loudly inquired, "Who exactly are you? Why do you seek to annihilate the Shadow Dancers Alliance?" With a furrowed brow, Clark suddenly extended his foot to strike the man, an immense force propelling him against the stone wall, rendering him a mere painting upon it. "Because you deserve to perish," Clark replied coolly. Just then, a pale blue mist enveloped the entire courtyard. Initially, it was a mere wisp, but it soon thickened, rapidly wrapping the entire area in a dense shroud. Witnessing this, a glint of cold light flickered in Clark's eyes. "At long last, you have arrived." It appeared that others lay in wait, releasing toxic fumes from the shadows. Clark, however, had little inclination to seek them out. He softly uttered, "Shazam." In the next instant, he resumed his true form, inhaling deeply. This breath was so profound that it consumed the surrounding blue poison entirely, creating a void of toxicity. Observing this, the Shadow Dancer Alliance members clandestinely releasing the toxins breathed a sigh of relief. Then Clark began to mutter, "Jones, you've come again. This time, I must admit, I missed you. Without you, how could I find the resolve to take lives?" Clenching his fists, Clark slammed his arms down onto the ground, unleashing a torrent of earth that surged outward in all directions. Two beams of scorching red light pierced through the blue mist, illuminating the mountaintop from afar. With a single sweep, they severed a section of the peak. The massive mountain crumbled, crashing down towards the Shadow Dancer Alliance headquarters nestled on the mountainside. Chapter 50. My son, when Clark regained consciousness, the headquarters of the Shadow Dancer Alliance had been reduced to ruins. Even the great mountain they had relied upon was halved by the searing rays. Its once sharp summit vanished, leaving behind a barren platform, while the obliterated peak lay embedded in the mountainside within the Alliance's base. Clark gazed upon his masterpiece. As wisps of pale blue gas continuously escaped from his pores, an embodiment of the fear toxin he had previously inhaled. Lars could never have anticipated that the fear toxin he had developed would ultimately serve as an outlet for Clark's catharsis. Clark's formidable physique allowed the fear toxin to linger in his system for less than 3 minutes, after which it was expelled through his metabolism. Yet in that fleeting time, the Shadow Dancer Alliance, with its century-old legacy and thousands of disciples, was utterly obliterated, leaving only Henry Duckard unscathed. Standing amidst the ruins, Clark surveyed his surroundings. Enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound, he exhaled softly. Even he felt a tinge of fatigue, predominantly of a psychological nature. Just as he prepared to depart, a faint sound suddenly reached his ears. A flicker of curiosity ignited within him, and his eyes narrowed as he gazed downwards. The solid rock before him vanished in an instant, revealing a scene deep underground. Unbeknownst to him, Clark had awakened his ability of X-ray vision, and he soon discerned a vast expanse below, harboring several figures. These figures were predominantly women and children. The women clamped their hands over their children's mouths, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed upward, fearing that the enemy would soon tear through the rock to find them. Clark averted his gaze. He had no intention of harming the women and children. With a resounding Shazam, a golden lightning bolt enveloped him, transforming him into his black and white garb. As he slowly levitated into the air, he cast one last glance at his creation and sighed gently. Indeed, the world of adults knows no morality. The members of the Shadow Dancer Alliance sought his demise, rendering them his adversaries. Yet, in extinguishing so many lives, he had inadvertently become the enemy to those hidden below. "I hope you grow up to be ordinary," he murmured. With that, he suddenly tore through the air, morphing into a bolt of black lightning, soaring toward the direction of Mount Everest. From a distance, Bruce observed the headquarters of the Shadow Dancer Alliance. Though he lacked Clark's superhuman prowess, the commotion stirred by Clark was undeniable. He witnessed the mountain peak topple. The catastrophic outcome was all too evident, especially with the crimson beam of light emanating from that direction. Even from afar, he could still feel its searing heat. Truly a brutal yet aesthetically striking display, he sighed, seemingly paying homage to the fallen members of the Shadow Dancer Alliance. With a thunderous roar that accompanied the tearing of air, Clark's figure reappeared before Bruce. "Is it over?" Bruce inquired. Clark nodded. "It is over. As far as I know, a significant number of those in the Alliance are women and children hiding underground. I am not as devoid of compassion as you might think." Bruce sighed, then suddenly recalled something and inquired, "What about Henry? Have you seen him?" Clark shook his head. "He is not here. He may not have descended yet. I will search along the mountain path once more." Bruce replied, "You might be disappointed. Based on my understanding of him, it will be quite challenging for you to locate him." Clark stated resolutely. He cannot escape. Observing Clark's unwavering confidence, Bruce gently shook his head, still unconvinced that Clark would find Henry. After casting one last glance at the ruins of the Shadow Dancer Alliance, Bruce said to Clark, "Well then, it seems we must part ways, my friend. Where are you headed?" Clark inquired, genuinely concerned for his comrade who had shared both peril and survival with him. "My home is in Gotham City. I shall return to Gotham to complete the unfinished legacy of my parents," Bruce declared, his eyes shimmering with fervor. "I will transform Gotham. I shall reshape it into a better place." Clark nodded, affirming, "You will succeed, Bruce." "I believe so too." Bruce paused, then realized he did not yet know Clark's name. "Clark Kent. You're welcome to seek me out in Gotham, Clark," Bruce proclaimed exuberantly. "My family is the wealthiest in Gotham, you know." A smile crept across Clark's face as he retorted, "Huh, wealthy indeed. I will come looking for you." Laughter erupted from Bruce, echoing through the air as they parted ways. Hours later, Henry Duckard's figure emerged amidst the ruins, and upon surveying the devastation, he emitted a mournful wail akin to a solitary wolf. At that moment, however, Clark had already returned to the summit of Mount Everest, beginning to embrace the legacy of Krypton. Thus he did not hear Henry's lament. Otherwise, the last member of the Shadow Dancer Alliance would surely have succumbed to a grim fate. Upon Clark's return to the peak, he found Diana seated at the entrance of the Crystal Palace, lost in thought. Upon seeing Clark, she hurriedly approached. "You're back." Clark smiled and nodded, saying, "Let's go inside and see what this place truly is." "Why would anyone build a house at such a high altitude?" Diana queried. Clark took her hand and, as they walked, explained this palace was not originally here. It was transported from the Arctic by an individual. "Who could possess such strength?" she asked, intrigued. "A Kryptonian." They traversed the lengthy corridor and soon arrived at the crystal platform. Recalling the memories of Kal-El, Clark knew there should have been numerous small crystals here. Indeed, the crystal platform was densely populated with small crystals of varying lengths and thicknesses. As Clark reached out to grasp one, his hand passed through it effortlessly, as if through a mere expanse of air. His expression changed abruptly, and he hurriedly reached for others, yet his hands remained empty. These crystals were nothing but illusions, mere figments of the imagination. Clark, undeterred by superstition, meticulously examined each one, ultimately in vain, his brow furrowing as he clenched his fists. Indeed, the members of the Shadow Dancer Alliance must have discovered this place before me. If there were any crystals, they would have taken them long ago, not leaving them until now. Reflecting on this, Clark murmured to himself, recalling how, when Kal-El first entered this space, the crystals appeared to be just like this. Beside him, Diana, intrigued, reached out to touch the crystals, only to find the same emptiness. Unable to restrain herself, she remarked, "These things seem deliberately placed here." "What do you mean?" Clark queried, turning to her. Diana replied, "I just feel that these items were intentionally positioned here." Intentionally positioned? Clark paused, then extended his hands to explore the crystal platform. In the next moment, it seemed he had activated some sort of switch. The platform suddenly appeared barren, the previous illusions vanishing to reveal a multitude of dense holes, resembling a lotus pod. Indeed, there was a mechanism. No sooner had he spoken than a single crystal slowly emerged from the central hole of the platform, the only one. Clark grasped it, feeling its substantial weight and exquisite texture. Just as his palm made contact with the crystal, a colossal human face abruptly materialized on the opposing crystal wall. "Kal-El, my son, you have finally arrived." Chapter 51, Soaring. "Kal-El, my son, you have finally arrived." Clark gazed silently at the visage, absorbing the words spoken, while Diana glanced between Clark and the face on the wall, remarking, "You bear a striking resemblance." Clark remained silent, continuing to observe. The figure continued, "I am your father. Your true father, Jor-El. By now, I trust you have matured into adulthood. I regret not being present during your upbringing, but the love your mother and I have for you has never wavered. All of this stems from the destruction of Krypton." Jor-El spoke eloquently, and Clark listened intently. It appeared to be a pre-recorded message rather than the real-time interaction they had anticipated. Through his father's narration, Clark gained a profoundly authentic and detailed understanding of why he had come to Earth and the true cause of Krypton's demise. Jor-El seemed to have anticipated this day, meticulously detailing the expansion and decline of Kryptonian civilization, the limitations of their societal systems, and the flaws of genetic engineering, among other topics. Krypton's legacy, dear Kal-El, lies deeply embedded within your very genes. Utilizing the vessel upon which you traverse the cosmos, you possess the capability to extract the secrets of life, thereby resurrecting the civilization of Krypton. This is your true calling. On Earth, there exists a Kryptonian scout ship, housing a complete chamber of creation. Through this ship, you can forge a new Kryptonian civilization. In that moment, you shall ascend as the new deity of Krypton, the sovereign of all Kryptonians. My son, upon hearing such declarations from his biological father, Clark could not help but furrow his brow. Beside him, Diana appeared somewhat anxious and softly inquired, "Will you truly pursue this?" Kal-El? Clark shook his head. Krypton is no more. It has become mere history. Even if I were to recreate Krypton and its people, it would not be upon this earth, nor would I aspire to become the master of Krypton. Hearing Clark's words, Diana exhaled in relief and, with concern, remarked, "We Amazons bear the responsibility of safeguarding Earth. Though humanity has betrayed us, this duty has been passed down through generations." I worry that Clark gazed at Diana, resolutely assuring her, "Rest easy, Diana. That will not be my path. Yes, I believe in you." At that moment, Jor-El's tone shifted, losing its earlier vigor and confidence, replaced instead by a gentler, wearied voice. "Indeed, my son, what I previously articulated was merely one option, and the most dire of choices at that. Those words were spoken in my capacity as the president of the Kryptonian Philosophers Guild, to ensure the continuity of Kryptonian civilization. However, as your father, I yearn for you to embrace a different path. I wish for you to live joyfully on Earth, to marry, to have children, to cultivate a fulfilling family and a life of happiness. Admittedly, there may be minor tribulations along the way, yet these too form part of your journey. Therefore, I implore you to forget Krypton, to disregard those things that have never truly existed for you. Pursue your own ideals and aspirations, and strive passionately towards them." Upon hearing this, Diana wrapped her arms around Clark's. Gazing at Jor-El's visage, she softly said, "How wonderful, Kal-El, to have a father who loves you." Clark nodded gently, feeling a warmth swell within him for the father he had never known. "Now, what I am about to reveal is of great significance to you. It pertains to your very being. You may have already discerned that, in comparison to the frail bodies of Earthlings, yours is remarkably robust. No, not just robust, but potentially 100-fold or even 1,000-fold stronger. This is due to Krypton's unique environment and the nurturing embrace of that yellow star in the solar system." At this revelation, Clark's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the knowledge he had longed to grasp. The stars of Earth are younger and more vibrant than those of Krypton. Your cells absorb their radiation, fortifying your muscles, skin, and senses. The gravity of Earth is gentler, and the atmosphere is more nurturing. You shall be stronger than you can ever imagine. Clark clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power coursing through him, his heart ablaze with passion. All you must do is continuously challenge your limits, and soon you will discover. At this juncture, Jor-El paused, a proud smile gracing his lips. "You shall have no limits. My son, learn to open your embrace and welcome your son. You will become the faith of humanity, an exemplar for all. You shall ascend to be a deity among men." Unbeknownst to him, Clark had already closed his eyes, radiating an intense aura, which seemed to waver due to his overwhelming excitement. "Diana, step back." She complied, retreating a few paces. In the next instant, Clark launched himself skyward, shattering the crystalline ground beneath him with his immense power. He soared several dozen meters high, crashing into the apex of the Crystal Palace. With a resounding pang, the hard crystal fractured, and Clark burst forth through the opening. Diana rushed out of the palace, looking up to see Clark ascend even higher. At that moment, the sun itself seemed to bow at his feet, with the entire Himalayan range serving as his backdrop. The sky and earth were so close, and between them stood a tall figure connecting the two, radiating a golden glow under the sunlight. Majestic, grandiose, awe-inspiring. Suddenly, Clark halted his ascent, suspending himself in midair. Utterly still, he extended his arms, embracing his son as Jor-El had instructed. A warm energy filled every cell of his being. Every muscle, every pore, every inch of skin, every nerve, every bone, every single cell, celebrating in unison. Clark opened his eyes, a slight frown creasing his brow. Two blazing crimson beams erupted from his eyes, cleaving the thick clouds obscuring the sun above in half. He forcefully clapped his hands together, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that transformed into a biting cold wind, tearing apart the dark clouds and dispersing them. The golden sunlight broke through once more, enveloping him. Clark smiled. In that moment he was finally soaring, empowered by his own strength. Chapter 52. Ares versus Amazon. As Clark ascended to the heavens, an unexpected guest arrived on Paradise Island, far away. Ares. Hippolyta cast a cold gaze upon the man before her, flanked by her vigilant Amazon warriors, each mounted upon their steeds, forming a military phalanx that resembled a forest of steel, exuding the scent of blood and fire. Your Majesty, Ares, clad in battle armor and adorned with a helmet, greeted Hippolyta with a smile. It has been quite some time. The new gods have emerged, while the old ones have perished. I presumed you, an ancient deity, had met your demise. To my surprise, you still draw breath. Hippolyta retorted. Ah, Hippolyta, how dare you address a deity in such a manner? Ares's eyes glinted with menace. Do you not fear that I might lay waste to your Paradise Island? At his words, Hippolyta remained silent, but her Amazon warriors raised their spears and bows in unison. Growling Hoa, Hippolyta replied coldly. You may certainly attempt it. Ares, the son of Zeus and Hera, the legendary god of war, possessed unmatched strength. Yet, Hippolyta's fierce words suggested she harbored no fear of him. Ares smiled broadly. How could I harm you? After all, we once fought side by side against the invasion of alien races. We are comrades, are we not? Say what you will, Ares. Despite his apparent attempts to feign weakness, Hippolyta remained ever vigilant. Now tell me, what brings you to Paradise Island? Oh, merely to visit an old friend and to share some good news. Enough. We have already exchanged pleasantries. As for your so-called good news, I am not interested. Now, leave Paradise Island at once. Outsiders are not welcome here. Ares's gaze turned icy. Not welcome? If I am an outsider, then what does that make the human who abducted my dear sister? Hippolyta understood precisely whom he referred to, and Ares' claim that Diana was his sister stemmed from Zeus granting her life. In a sense, they were indeed siblings. Enough, Ares. Hippolyta interjected firmly, unwilling to dwell on the matter. You intruded upon Paradise Island while Diana was absent and attempted to approach the mother box. I am fully aware of your intentions. Leave now, and I shall pretend this encounter never occurred. Otherwise what? Ares responded coldly. In the next instant, Hippolyta seized a spear from Antiope's hand and hurled it with determination. As she released the spear, her steed suddenly reared its neck, lending its strength to her throw. United in purpose, the tremendous force propelled the spear towards Ares like a bolt of black lightning, traversing hundreds of meters to reach him. Ares merely tilted his head, causing the spear to graze his helmet, igniting a shower of sparks. With a near miss, Ares' expression turned dangerously cold. Ares, leave Paradise Island, Hippolyta commanded, her voice ringing clear and resolute. Ares clenched his fists tightly, white lightning crackling between his fingers, betraying the fury within him. Yet he struggled to maintain his composure. Hippolyta, have you forgotten the betrayal and enslavement humanity has inflicted upon the Amazonian kin? Ares suddenly bellowed. Has the illustrious Amazonian tribe forgotten its hatred, reduced to merely surviving on Paradise Island? Upon uttering these words, the morale of the Amazons faltered unexpectedly, losing its previous aggression. Ares, keenly perceptive, seized upon this moment and continued. Humans are insatiable, selfish, shameless, and above all, violent and belligerent. For millennia, they have ignited countless wars, driven by nothing more than trivial gains. Now, armed with even more formidable weapons, I ask you, Amazons, once humanity discovers Paradise Island, how long can you hide? Do you possess the strength to overcome them? Is there a future for you? Hippolyta regarded Ares coldly. Have you finished? Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Not yet. Ares shook his head. Your Majesty, tell me, where lies the future of the Amazonian tribe? Hippolyta remained silent. Observing her reticence, Ares revealed a dangerous smile and continued. If we cannot resist humanity now, while they remain blissfully ensnared in their wars, if we do not unite to confront them, then allowing humanity to advance unchecked poses a peril even to the gods. Thus, Amazonian people, your majesty, I implore you, embrace my goodwill. Hippolyta cast a sidelong glance at the Amazon warriors beside her, noting their unyielding expressions, and raised an eyebrow. So, your goodwill entails opening the mother box. Allowing our ancient foes to return? Ares was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Hippolyta would perceive his intentions. He then spoke unabashedly, indeed. Humanity progresses too swiftly. Our strength alone is insufficient to combat them. Hence we require allies. We must harness their power. Enough, Ares. Your proposition revolts me. Hippolyta slowly raised her right hand. I command you to leave Paradise Island at once. Ares' brow furrowed. He had not expected such obstinacy from Hippolyta. Despite his earnest overtures, she still rejected his goodwill. His expression darkened, arcs of electricity beginning to flicker around him. So, you would rather face enslavement by humanity than heed my counsel? Ares, the Amazonian tribe shall perish only in battle against our enemies, not by inviting wolves into our midst to become the pawns of Darkseid. Just like you. Ares growled softly. You are courting death. Hippolyta scoffed coldly, her voice rising in anger. Release. Proclaim. In the next moment, all the Amazons simultaneously released the strings of their bows, and a curtain of black arrows surged forth from the heavens, enveloping the direction of Ares. Wretched Amazons! Ares scoffed, raising his hands high to invoke his divine power. With the sea at his back, gusts of wind suddenly stirred from the ocean's surface, swiftly converging beside him. At his mental command, these tempestuous winds coalesced into a formidable barrier above his head, rendering the arrows utterly ineffective. As the long arrows collided with the windshield, they diverged and fell harmlessly to the ground, devoid of any potency. However, a greater number of arrows were ensnared within the gusts, and under Ares' divine manipulation. Each arrow turned its tip towards the distant Amazon warriors. With a flourish of his hand, Ares conjured a similar curtain of arrows, but this time, the target was the Amazon warriors. Witnessing this, Ares chuckled coldly. You have much to learn. No sooner had his words left his lips than a figure with crimson hair suddenly appeared before him. A long knife descending upon him with such speed and force that it startled Ares, prompting him to raise his hands to block the strike. D. bellowed Artemis. In the next instant, the long knife broke through Ares' defense and struck his helmet with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying. Chapter 53. The Death of Artemis. Artemis, wielding her immense strength, was the first to confront Ares, her sharp knife igniting a spark as it grazed his helmet. Ares regarded Artemis with cold disdain, a fist crackling with lightning thrusting towards her abdomen. The surge of divine power rendered Artemis momentarily paralyzed, and the punch landed squarely on her midsection. Two. Artemis spat a mouthful of blood, the crimson droplets splattering across Ares' face, marring his visage. Ares snorted derisively, unleashing his divine might. The lightning around his fist intensified, transforming into a colossal dragon that hurled Artemis away, sending her crashing into the ranks of the Amazons. Pathetic, Ares proclaimed with a hint of pride. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a spear pierced through his body, pinning him to the ground. Ares gazed in agony to see Hippolyta slowly retracting her hand, while nearby, Antiope presented another spear, which Hippolyta weighed in her grasp. Ares narrowed his eyes. In an instant, the spear was engulfed by lightning, the intense heat melting it into a pool of red-hot iron that dripped to the earth. Freed from the spear's constraint, Ares ascended slowly into the air, surrounded by crackling lightning, exuding an aura of formidable power. Foolish Amazons, today you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Ares let out a thunderous roar, transforming into a colossal bolt of lightning, with countless slender branches of electricity extending outward like the twigs of a tree. Hippolyta furrowed her brow and shouted, Raise. All the Amazons simultaneously lifted their spears high. Fire. A resounding hum echoed as a deluge of spears, thicker and more densely packed than a rain of arrows, surged forth from the ranks of the Amazon warriors, enveloping Ares above. With a fierce bellow, Ares exclaimed, Do you think I am some pitiful mortal, attempting to harm me with mere iron? I am Ares, the god of war. In response to his fury, countless silver bolts of lightning twisted into a massive dragon, clawing its way toward the torrent of spears. Upon collision, the spear rain was instantly breached, the searing heat of the lightning melting the metallic spears into molten iron that dripped onto the ground. Yet, the lightning dragon remained undiminished, swirling in air before diving into the ranks of the Amazons, erupting in a brilliant blaze and explosion. The once orderly formation was shattered into chaos, and even the steed beneath Hippolyta collapsed, its limbs giving way, resulting in a state of utter disarray. Hippolyta leapt from her mount, her spear darting forth and reaching Ares in an instant. By the time Ares noticed, the spear was but a mere 10 centimeters from his nose. Reacting instinctively, Ares tilted his head back, narrowly avoiding the spear as it grazed his nose and sent his helmet flying, revealing his flowing black hair, which danced wildly behind him, adding to his ferocity. "You seek death," Ares exclaimed, wiping his nose to find it stained crimson. That spear had cut him. An overwhelming rage surged within him, for as the long-reigning god of war, he had never suffered such indignity. In the next moment, Ares extended both arms outward and forcefully pressed down. An invisible force instantly crushed the Amazon warriors before him to the ground, causing the earth to sink several inches. Both the warriors and their steeds were pinned down, unable to rise. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the sunken earth lifted into the air, along with the warriors and horses. "Begone!" Ares roared, sending the massive slab of ground soaring toward the distant sea, dozens of Amazon warriors and steeds on the brink of plummeting into the waters below. Just then, Artemis appeared directly beneath Ares, her feet planted firmly on either end of a gigantic bow, a long arrow, as thick as her fist, gripped in her hands. Its sharp tip aimed squarely at Ares' groin. "Kill!" Without hesitation, Artemis released the arrow, which, comparable to her own height, tore through the air and plunged toward Ares. A searing pain surged through him, causing Ares to release his grip and clutch his groin, while the ground suspended in the distance abruptly lost its support, plummeting to the earth below. Antiope, Hippolyta gazed upon the ravaged battlefield and urgently addressed her companion, informed Diana. Antiope nodded gravely, fully aware that the current situation was far from favorable for their side. Diana had departed with several divine artifacts, and without them, Hippolyta felt vulnerable against the gods. The Amazonian tribe stood on the brink of annihilation. With her longbow in hand, Antiope's muscular arms tensed as she drew the bowstring taut. Yet there was no arrow in sight. Aiming the bow toward the heavens, she released it. A piercing cry resonated across the skies, and a brilliant flame erupted from the bowstring, soaring towards the firmament. In that moment, all eyes were drawn to the radiant light, a beacon of hope for the Amazons. The flame pierced through the clouds, shattering the protective magical barrier enveloping Paradise Island, ultimately vanishing beyond its confines, out of sight. Ares, having regained consciousness from the excruciating pain, felt the surge of electricity coursing through him, as the arrow lodged within him was instantaneously vaporized. Reinforcements? It was too late to summon anyone. Ares roared in fury, declaring, "Today marks the extinction of your Amazonian tribe. Paradise Island shall crumble into ruins, you brutes." Hippolyta responded coldly, "If you wish to obliterate the Amazons, prepare yourself for your own downfall." "Ares, are you ready?" Ares glared menacingly at Hippolyta, then suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Artemis. He clasped his hands around her head, yet his gaze remained fixed on Hippolyta. "She is Artemis, is she not? Then let the destruction of the Amazon tribe commence with you." As soon as Ares finished speaking, Artemis drew a dagger from seemingly nowhere, thrusting it towards Ares without looking back. However, under the surge of Ares' divine power, the blade halted before him. No matter how forcefully Artemis pressed, it would not advance an inch. Ares looked down at Artemis as the dagger inexplicably reversed direction, plunging toward her own chest, all the while still held firmly in her grasp. Thus, Artemis watched in horror as the dagger she wielded slowly penetrated her own heart. This was Artemis' final exclamation left for all to hear, before Ares severed her head, still attached to a lengthy spine, which then dangled ominously in the air. The bravest warrior of the Amazon tribe, Artemis, lay dead. Chapter 54, one by one they fall. A solitary flame shot skyward, traversing the protective magical barrier of Paradise Island, ascending directly into the heavens. The flickering flame seemed to possess a certain enchantment, invisible to the ordinary eye. Yet, far away atop the Himalayas, Diana perceived it with clarity. The moment she beheld the firelight, her expression shifted dramatically. She leaped high, vaulting through the breach created by Clark, ascending to the apex of the Crystal Palace. Her gaze fixed intently on that solitary spark. Clark slowly descended beside her and inquired, "What is it?" Diana turned to him, a hint of panic gracing her features. "Something has happened on Paradise Island." "What has transpired?" Clark asked. "How do you know?" Diana pointed towards the sky, exclaiming, "The warning from Paradise Island. Did you not see it?" Following her gesture, Clark scanned the heavens but discerned no warning, prompting him to shake his head. Diana clenched her fists. "Something must have gone awry on Paradise Island. Kal-El, we must return." Clark nodded in agreement. "Then let us return and investigate." With that, he softly uttered Shazam, and golden lightning materialized, transforming him into the dark-clad Kal-El once more. He gently embraced Diana, urging, "Hold on tight." In the next instant, they soared skyward, heading towards Paradise Island. Although Clark had mastered the art of flight, entering Paradise Island necessitated the power of the gods, rendering Shazam's strength particularly apt in this moment. A black figure ascended from the summit of Everest, soaring westward, cleaving the clouds in its wake, creating a lengthy passage through the sky. Meanwhile, on Paradise Island, the death of Artemis enveloped all Amazons in profound sorrow. Even Hippolyta trembled, not from fear, but from the unbearable anguish that compelled her body to shudder involuntarily. "Kill!" Antiope roared, and the Amazons surged forward, their steeds, though wounded from the lightning's wrath, rallied under the night surging, summoning their last reserves of strength to charge. In an instant, 100 Amazonian cavalry surged forth, their formidable presence resonating with earth-shattering intensity. At this moment, all had forsaken their longbows, wielding long spears instead, intent on avenging their leader. Observing this, Ares scoffed coldly, hurling a severed head towards Hippolyta. The round, lifeless head traversed over 1,000 meters, landing securely in Hippolyta's embrace. Gazing upon the head of her beloved comrade with its wide-open eyes, Hippolyta could no longer contain the fury within her heart. "Kill him! Kill!" The Amazon warriors bellowed in unison, charging towards Ares. Though they understood that this assault could lead to their demise, not a single soul displayed a hint of cowardice. Ares coldly regarded the scene, suddenly raising his hands high. Divine power surged between them, and the ground beneath the Amazon warriors began to fracture violently. Endless mounds of earth surged forth, fragmenting the once flat meadow into countless patches of varying sizes. These patches seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, suddenly lifting into the air, along with the Amazon warriors galloping upon them. Taken by surprise, the steeds came to an abrupt halt, yet a few resolute warriors continued to guide their horses, leaping from one floating surface to another, pressing closer to Ares. Among them was Antiope, who deftly adjusted the rhythm with her steed. Under her command, the horse leapt from one suspended patch to another, and after a few agile bounds, she found herself face to face with Ares. With a fierce thrust, her spear descended. "Come forth!" Ares neither dodged nor flinched, swiftly grasping the spear with such speed that it left an afterimage in its wake. Antiope's strike embodied the full strength of both her and her horse, the spearhead trembling slightly, blossoming into a silver flower in midair. However, Ares was no ordinary foe. No matter how the spear quivered, it could not elude his grasp. The clang of Ares' armor meeting the spear erupted in a piercing clash, and he seized it firmly in his hand. In the next moment, a brilliant silver lightning surged from Ares, coursing through the metallic spear with the force of thunder, penetrating Antiope's grasp and spreading throughout her being. Suddenly, Antiope turned to glance at her queen, murmuring incoherently, her words lost in the tumult. The very next instant, Hippolyta watched in horror as violent bolts of lightning erupted from Antiope, enveloping her entire form in a blinding brilliance that illuminated the battlefield. When the lightning subsided, all that remained of Antiope was a charred corpse, eerily turned to face Hippolyta, utterly motionless. Ares' hand trembled as he released the spear, and Antiope's charred remains instantly turned to ash, scattering in the breeze. Hippolyta, in anguish, closed her eyes, vividly recalling Antiope's final words, "Run." This was her friend's last warning to her. No, she covered her face with her hands, unwilling to let her warriors witness the tears of their queen. Meanwhile, All the warriors charged toward Ares, even those lifted into the air, mimicking Antiope's earlier maneuvers, desperately urging their steeds to advance against the enemy. Yet, as Ares' hand came crashing down, the floating ground returned to the earth, sending the knights plummeting. In an instant, chaos reigned, the battlefield rife with turmoil. Seeing this, Ares could not help but feel exhilarated. Hippolyta, you have indeed bestowed the divine artifact upon Diana. As the battle raged on, Hippolyta refrained from utilizing the divine artifact, helplessly witnessing the demise of her subordinates, a behavior inconsistent with her character. This led to a singular conclusion. The artifact was absent from Paradise Island. Ares recognized that his gamble had succeeded. The Amazon warriors, devoid of their sacred weapon, were to him inferior to mere mortals, for humanity wielded formidable firearms, while the Amazons possessed little more than spears and bows. Lacking any alternative means, their fate was sealed. Ares erupted into maniacal laughter, raising his hands once more as the ground before him began to levitate, transforming hundreds of tons of earth into colossal orbs under his divine influence. In that moment, dozens of these massive earthen spheres hovered in the sky, and Ares, arms aloft, was poised to crush the despicable Amazons beneath their weight. After millennia, this was the pinnacle of exhilaration for Ares. Meanwhile, the surviving Amazons instinctively surrounded Hippolyta, forming a protective barrier around their queen, prepared to fulfill their oath by sacrificing their lives for her safety. Do you feel regret, Hippolyta? Ares bellowed, let your tears flow, let your guilt consume you. Today, Paradise Island shall be obliterated from the earth, and you, Hippolyta, are the architect of its downfall. I, Ares, shall lead the Dark Legion to eradicate humanity, restoring the earth to its primordial paradise devoid of mankind. With that declaration, Ares violently swung his hands down toward Hippolyta. Simultaneously, the enormous earthen spheres cascaded from the heavens like meteors. Chapter 55. 1,000-mile reinforcement at that moment had one been observing from satellite. They would have witnessed a humanoid shadow hurtling through the sky at supersonic speed, originating from the Himalayas and racing toward the Atlantic. The trajectory of this shadow was a straight path, so pronounced that numerous passengers aboard aircraft caught a fleeting glimpse of the silhouette. Not to mention, on the radars of various nations, the figure appeared as a luminous firefly amidst darkness. Yet, just as they prepared to pursue, they realized the shadow had already crossed into foreign airspace. Consequently, the military bases across Central Asia and Europe became abuzz with intrigue regarding the shadow's identity and whereabouts. Clark, cradling Diana, pressed onward without pause, even casting only a fleeting glance at Kandahar before refocusing on the path ahead. At such a breathtaking velocity, his passage was a harbinger of doom for any creature or aircraft within his flight path. With his unparalleled physical prowess, nothing on this earth could impede his relentless advance. After colliding with several unfortunate birds, Clark finally took notice of the situation. He felt a sense of relief that he had not struck an aircraft. Had he done so, he would likely have lacked the time to pause and assist anyone. After all, the anxious emotions radiating from Diana had begun to affect him. Thus, Clark was compelled to elevate his altitude to avoid human vessels. In the three-dimensional realm, what appeared as a straight path on a plane transformed into a graceful arc. After a brief flight of several minutes, the vast Atlantic came into view. Diana, is that warning light still there? Clark inquired, glancing down. Diana's gaze remained steadfast. It's still there. That must be good news, right? Yes, as long as the fire is still burning, it means my mother is still alive. Clark nodded affirmatively, that's reassuring. However, in the next moment, Diana suddenly shrieked, it's gone. The fire is out. Clark sensed her body stiffen abruptly, furrowing his brow as he began to descend. His speed, augmented by gravitational acceleration, caused him to exceed several times the speed of sound in an instant. Soon, Clark was flying almost parallel to the water's surface, with the ocean parting violently behind him, creating turbulent waves that surged outward. The bright white spray soared high, showcasing his current velocity. We've arrived, Clark exclaimed, cradling Diana in one arm while freeing a hand. A flicker of golden electricity danced before him, as a bolt of lightning, seemingly forged of pure gold, materialized in his grasp, intended to pierce through the protective magical barrier. In the next moment, they plunged into the mist, and almost simultaneously, Clark's lightning pierced through the barrier, allowing their figures to surge into Paradise Island. Outside the protective barrier, the previously dense fog began to reveal a passage, beneath which tumultuous waves roared. Amazons! Clark shouted, "We're here!" as they burst into Paradise Island. The divine energy within Clark contracted back into his being. Had he not learned to fly, he might have found himself in quite the predicament. Nevertheless, returning to his youthful form, he continued to hold Diana as they rushed toward the shore, where they spotted several enormous Earth spheres suspended high above Paradise Island, the very location of the Mother Box. There, Diana pointed urgently at the spheres. As her words fell, the massive spheres suddenly plummeted. Boom! A tremendous roar resonated through the sky, and a violent shockwave, laden with earth, surged toward them. Clark's eyes ignited with a crimson glow as two scorching beams erupted, cleaving the thick dust and revealing a passage. In the next moment, their figures vanished into the haze. As Clark unleashed a ferocious roar, Ares and Hippolyta turned their gazes simultaneously. A flicker of excitement danced in Hippolyta's eyes, while Ares furrowed his brow and directed a massive earthen sphere towards Hippolyta and the Amazons. The colossal wave of soil engulfed the Amazons entirely, and the violent shockwave battered against Ares' armor. No matter who arrives, it is too late, Ares muttered. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly soared into the sky, and two crimson beams enveloped the spot he had vacated. Who? He bellowed, and just then, a fist broke through the swirling dust, instantly appearing before him, unhesitatingly aimed at his nose. Ares raised his arms high, attempting to shield himself from the blow. However, the instant the fist met his arms, Ares' expression shifted abruptly, for he realized he could not withstand it. A resounding thud reverberated through the air as a figure descended from above, crashing down at an angle, causing the moist grass to sink beneath the impact. Ares vanished from the ground, only to re-emerge from a different cliffside, hurtling towards the sea. The owner of that fist gradually revealed himself. It was Clark. Observing the dust-choked surroundings, Clark furrowed his brow, spread his arms wide, and stepped forward with his right foot. In the next moment, his iron fists clashed together. Bang! A tremendous force surged forth, compressing and exploding the air between his palms, producing a deafening sonic boom. The immense shockwave instantly swept up the surrounding dust, unveiling the scene before Clark and the others. "Mother!" Diana exclaimed, rushing toward the clustered Amazons. Clark gazed intently at the unfolding chaos. First, he spotted a charred corpse, then the unblinking head of Artemis, followed by various contorted bodies, and a multitude of Amazons buried beneath the earth. Diana clawed at the soil, desperate to unearth her kin, but the sheer volume of dirt was overwhelming, and she feared injuring those beneath, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Observing her plight, Clark approached, retrieving the lasso of truth from Diana's waist. He gently wrapped one end around the waist of an Amazon warrior, and with a firm tug, he hoisted the warrior from the ground. True to its legendary nature, the lasso of truth began to move of its own accord, slowly burrowing into the earth, ensnaring the buried Amazons one by one, before emerging once more, nodding towards Clark. Understanding the lasso's intent, Clark tightened his grip on it and began to ascend. As he rose into the air, those Amazons entwined by the lasso also began to rise from the soil, one by one. Diana instantly spotted her mother, who was at the bottom, seemingly protected by numerous Amazon warriors at the moment of impact. However, Hippolyta's face was pallid, her eyes tightly shut, and she remained utterly still. "Mother!" Diana hastily approached Hippolyta, gently freeing her from the lasso of truth and cradling her in her arms, attempting to clean the dirt from her mother's face and hair. Yet, no matter how fervently she called out, Hippolyta remained unresponsive. Witnessing this, Clark's expression turned ashen. His gaze shifted towards the distant sea, and he ascended several meters higher, employing his superhuman vision to search for any trace of the enemy. "Found you!" With that, Clark could no longer contain himself and transformed into a shadow, charging towards Ares. Chapter 56. I will end you. Ares stood upon the sea, regarding the figure of Clark high above with a mixture of suspicion and concern. The sight of Clark's youthful visage caused him to frown deeply. The previous punch had nearly fractured his arm, and the armor adorning his limb was already cracking, on the verge of destruction. This boy is remarkably powerful, Ares mused, recalling that his ability to breach the protective barrier into Paradise Island was due to the opening Clark had created. He had not anticipated that Clark's strength would escalate so dramatically. Just a short while ago, he had been evenly matched with Artemis, and now, his prowess had surged to such heights in so little time. As Ares contemplated this, the cliffs he had just broken through crumbled, sending large boulders plummeting into the sea, creating massive splashes. Meanwhile, Clark was charging towards him once more, his speed so great that even Ares struggled to react. "Come at me," Ares bellowed, plunging his hands into the water beneath him. Instantly, the entire surface of the sea roiled violently, and all the water before him erupted, surging towards the approaching Clark. Clark flew close to the surface of the water, and at that moment, the sea erupted around him, waves crashing and revealing flickers of silver lightning darting through. Observing this, Clark spun in midair, the surrounding waves enveloping him entirely. Witnessing this, Ares let out a thunderous roar, his body crackling with electricity as he channeled every ounce of lightning he could command into the water. The electricity leapt across the surface, hurtling towards Clark. "Got you," Ares exclaimed triumphantly. Yet, in the next moment, Clark's voice rang out, "Not so fast." In an instant, the sea enveloping Clark erupted violently, revealing his figure within. Two beams of crimson light radiated from Clark's eyes, slicing through the water as he rotated, the intense heat colliding with the powerful electric arcs in the sea. This tumultuous energy evaporated the water instantaneously, creating wisps of mist that spread across the surface. With a resounding impact, Clark's fist struck the ocean, unleashing boundless strength that forcefully displaced the surrounding water. In that moment, within 100 meters radius of him, the sea surged away, exposing the pristine white sands and rocky seabed beneath. Clark then planted his foot firmly on the ocean floor, his powerful thigh surging with energy, transmitting a colossal force to the ground. The seabed rocks, untouched by the sea for millennia, were utterly reduced to powder, leaving no trace of an unblemished surface within that expanse. Simultaneously, the ground responded to Clark with an even greater force, propelling him to vanish from his original position, leaving no shadow behind. Ares' expression shifted abruptly. Despite his ancient godly powers, he could not locate Clark's presence, yet an instinctual alarm blared within him. Suddenly, a figure materialized before Ares. It was the previously vanished Clark. A massive hand loomed before Ares, expanding with such speed that he could hardly react before it grasped his head. Ares soon realized that his body was no longer under his command. Under Clark's grip, Ares resembled a mere puppet, lifted off the ground and forcefully pressed into the water. The god of war shattered the ocean's surface, plunging deeply into over a meter of water before colliding violently with the rocky seabed. As before, the water was expelled by the overwhelming force, the hard rocks fracturing completely, leaving an imprint of Ares' form, who found himself trapped within that indentation. Ares felt as though his bones might splinter, but then a colossal foot filled his vision. With a deafening crash, Clark's foot drove Ares' head into the rock, the force so immense that Ares' body lifted off the ground, his head buried deep. Yet, Clark did not relent. He raised his right foot again, aiming for Ares' elevated chest. With another thunderous strike, the recently displaced water surged outward once more, while the shattered rocks erupted into the air, some even soaring higher than a man. With yet another blow, Ares' head emerged from the stone, though his body remained ensnared beneath. Clark's every step reverberated with tremendous force, sending tremors that reached Diana, prompting her to glance upward. Ares, nearly overwhelmed by waves of agony, had not endured such torment and humiliation since the last extraterrestrial invasion. Pain ignited his fury, transforming it into raw power. In an instant, a resounding crackle of electricity echoed throughout Paradise Island. Clark ascended into the air, his gaze icy as he observed Ares below, whose form was gradually submerged by the returning sea, which began to bubble under the influence of the electric current. He furrowed his brow, realizing this adversary was remarkably tenacious. Despite being battered, he remained fundamentally unscathed and seemed poised for a counterattack. As Clark contemplated this, the water surged, and Ares emerged, locking eyes with him. Ares appeared disheveled. The horns of his helmet were completely shattered, and the once smooth surface of his headgear was now marred with dents and distortions. His armor was in tatters, especially the breastplate, which was shedding pieces into the water, revealing his hairy chest beneath. "Who are you?" Ares demanded, his expression dark, every part of him racked with pain. Yet, the ancient god was far from fragile. He retained formidable combat prowess. Clark replied coldly, "And who might you be?" "I am Ares, the god of war, son of Zeus and Hera, and noble deity," Ares declared, his tone laced with pride, though his gaze was frigid, indicating that it was Clark's strength that warranted his respect. "Now, reveal your name." "You need not know my name. Simply understand that I will end your life." Barely had the words left his lips when Clark launched himself toward Ares. Ares scoffed, "In my life? I shall do so to you first." With that, he hurled a punch at Clark. As the god of war, he possessed not only the power to wield lightning, but also an extraordinary physicality that surpassed that of other gods. Seeing that the lightning seemed ineffective against Clark, Ares abandoned that tactic, opting instead for sheer brute strength. "Bring it on," Clark bellowed, countering with a punch of his own. Boom! The clash of these two superhuman entities resonated like a thunderous explosion, creating a cataclysmic sound that sent a transparent shockwave rippling outward, compressing the sea beneath them by several feet and dispersing the clouds above, revealing a brilliant blue sky and a radiant sun. Chapter 57. Growing stronger with every blow, Clark felt exhilarated, as if a switch within him had been flipped. Battling under the sun against a formidable foe stirred a fervor within him. Every cell within his body seemed to pulsate with excitement, an inexhaustible power being squandered, while simultaneously, an even mightier and more resilient force was absorbed. This power appeared to be tamed the instant it entered his being, allowing Clark to command it with effortless grace. His cells, bone marrow, muscles, skin, and organs, every facet of his corporeal form, grew increasingly formidable under the radiance and nurturing of this newfound strength. With each passing moment, he became more powerful than the last. This was Clark's most visceral sensation. The immediate victim of this state was Ares. Both warriors instinctively resorted to the most primal form of combat, exchanging blows in a fierce duel. Each collision generated intangible shockwaves that radiated outward, churning the ocean beneath them into a tempest. Ares's most palpable realization was that the young man before him struck with ever-increasing force. Just when he believed Clark had reached his limit, the latter unleashed an even more potent blow, despite Ares pouring all his strength into each punch, as if he were in a continuous state of evolution. With a resounding impact, Ares found himself unable to maintain his footing, propelled backward by the sheer force of Clark's strike. At that moment, a flicker of retreat crossed Ares's mind. However, Clark, caught in the fervor of battle, would not allow him such an easy escape. In a flash, he appeared before Ares, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Where do you think you're going?" In response, Ares launched himself into the air, twisting his body like a coiled spring, his legs shooting out with remarkable speed and an unconventional angle. Clark did not flinch. He stood his ground, bracing himself to absorb the kick. Agony surged through his chest, radiating throughout his body, yet the energy released within him swiftly countered the pain. He felt his chest muscles densify and the resilience of his bones enhance. With an exhilarating roar, he bellowed, "Bring it on, you lunatic!" Ares retorted angrily, delivering another kick aimed directly at Clark's abdomen. Once again, Clark chose not to evade. He absorbed the blow, even thrusting his stomach forward, which sent Ares flying back. In the next instant, Ares abruptly pivoted and raced toward the shore. This escape had been meticulously calculated. Recognizing that he could not best his opponent, he opted to pursue his original plan, seizing the opportunity presented by the tumultuous waves to withdraw from the conflict. Clark, however, was taken aback by Ares's retreat, particularly as the latter headed toward the very cave housing the mother box. Frowning, Clark surged after Ares, the two figures resembling twin streams cascading from the heavens. Ares did not look back, fully aware that Clark was pursuing him closely. Suddenly, he rubbed his hands together, releasing a bolt of silvery lightning that shot towards Clark. With a cold snort, Clark chose not to evade and absorb the lightning, thinking it merely a means of attack. To his astonishment, the surrounding illusion abruptly transformed. The once sunlit paradise island vanished, replaced by a somber sky filled with hundreds of massive warships. Where was this? Clark halted and glanced down. Before him lay countless warriors, both male and female. From their attire, Clark recognized them as Amazonian warriors alongside humans and a familiar golden trident. Were those Atlanteans? Was this a battlefield? It became clear that Ares' earlier lightning was not lethal, but a form of magic that projected his memories onto others. What Clark beheld was the scene from a millennium ago, during Darkseid's invasion of Earth. At that time, humans, Amazons, and Atlanteans coexisted amicably, united against an extraterrestrial threat, supported even by ancient gods and allies from beyond the stars. Clark furrowed his brow, realizing he had fallen under a magical influence. Yet, he felt no fear, for he sensed he could escape the spell's grasp at any moment. However, the scene before him stirred a sense of longing, as if he were witnessing a fragment of ancient history. This was Ares' cunning strategy. He chose to project this memory to Clark precisely because it was so profoundly shocking that even upon recognizing the magic's influence, one would be reluctant to break free. Just like Clark in that very moment. Opportunity, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Ares' eyes as he suddenly quickened his pace toward the rocky cave at the shore. Just as he was about to enter the cave, a golden lasso barred his path. Following the lasso, Ares saw Diana had arrived at the cave entrance, sword in one hand and the lasso of truth in the other, her gaze filled with contempt for Ares. "Oh, my dear sister." Ares cast a glance at Clark in the distance, speaking to Diana with feigned nonchalance. "I am your brother, Diana." Diana, however, had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. With a swift motion, she hurled the lasso of truth like a golden flash towards Ares. Ares swiftly countered, summoning a fierce wind from behind that repelled the lasso, the gale cutting through the air like a blade, causing Diana to feel as if she were being sliced. "You still have much to learn, Diana," Ares declared coldly. "Hippolyta treats you like a mere doll, refusing to teach you even the basics of combat. You are pitifully weak now, my dear sister." Silence. Diana, realizing that the lasso of truth was ineffective, let out a fierce roar and ascended into the sky, her sword gleaming with a chilling light as it descended upon Ares. Ares deftly evaded the strike, yet the cold aura emanating from the blade sent shivers down his spine. He gasped in disbelief. The sword of Hephaestus. Hephaestus, the legendary god of fire, had crafted this divine weapon, capable of cleaving through all matter at a subatomic level. Not only could it harm Ares, but even Zeus would not be safe from its edge. Ares could no longer conceal his jealousy as he gazed at Diana, adorned with artifacts of immense power, cursing the injustice of his father in his heart. However, Diana was consumed by a singular focus, having just discovered the corpse of her mentor, Antiope. She was filled with an overwhelming rage that could only be quelled by the utter destruction of the man who claimed to be her brother. Her strikes came faster and more ferociously than ever before. This was a ferocity that the former Diana, a quiet princess, could not have mustered. Now, she embodied the spirit of a true Amazon warrior. She bellowed, disregarding her own safety as her sword met the lightning that erupted from Ares' hand. In the next moment, the silver lightning enveloped her, yet it too was cleaved in two by the sword of Hephaestus, the sharp blade piercing through Ares' armor and into his flesh. Ares screamed in agony, retaliating with a powerful punch aimed at Diana. In response, she swiftly slashed her sword diagonally, severing his hand. Chapter 58. The Death of Ares, Supplement 2. While Diana fought for her life, Clark was immersed in the memory projection of Ares. He felt acutely the pressure that the extraterrestrial invaders exerted on the people and deities of Earth. The sheer number of warriors on Earth appeared to outnumber the invaders. Yet, the true pressure manifested in the form of a singular figure. Darkseid. Even though this was Clark's first encounter with him, he instantly recognized the being before him. It dawned on him that the imagery he was witnessing was precisely what Hippolyta had recounted in the cave of the Mother Box. Indeed, it was Darkseid. Clark fixated on the figure, a colossal giant whose exterior resembled rock, with grotesquely muscular arms akin to gray boulders devoid of humanity. His crimson eyes brimmed with boundless malevolence and fury, as if perpetually concocting schemes to endanger the entire universe. At this moment, Clark stood before Darkseid. Although the entity was merely a fragment of memory, he felt as though he was locking eyes with him, even perceiving his own reflection within Darkseid's gaze. In the next instant, a long axe was handed to Darkseid, who then charged past Clark and leapt toward the ground. His massive form crashed heavily onto the earth, creating a deep crater in the solid ground. Clark observed intently as Darkseid, upon landing, suddenly exhibited a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He then witnessed Darkseid scoop up a handful of soil and inhale its scent. For a fleeting moment, Clark seemed to hear Darkseid utter something. Yet Ares did not catch the words clearly, leaving him in the dark about what had been said. However, the next moment saw Darkseid's axe strike the ground with ferocity, causing the earth around him to convulse violently, and countless magma flows erupted from beneath, forming a complex pattern around him. Clark found himself captivated by this intricate design. At that moment, 3 tall, slender figures emerged from spacecraft, each one accompanied by a floating cube, one of which was the mother box that Clark had previously encountered on Paradise Island. The appearance of the mother box jolted Clark back to reality, reminding him of his ongoing battle with Ares on Paradise Island. With this thought, Clark cast one last glance at the pattern on the ground, firmly etching it into his memory, before abruptly closing his eyes to summon the energy within him. In the next instant, a surge of power erupted from the depths of his soul, racing through his energy pathways and into his mind, accompanied by a sharp pang. Clark opened his eyes, and the memory projection of Ares had dissipated, replaced once more by the familiar sights of Paradise Island. Then he beheld Diana, her body enveloped in smoke, and Ares, missing a hand. In an instant, Clark dashed to Diana's side, enveloping her in his arms and feeling the residual electricity coursing through her. His gaze toward Ares turned cold and merciless. Ares, having been pierced through the chest by Diana's sword and severed at the wrist, felt a surge of desperation to flee. He had already come to understand the formidable power of the God-Killer sword, and facing these two posed no chance of victory, not to mention the risk of his own demise. In the next moment, Ares whirled around and bolted toward the cavern's passage, unleashing a bolt of lightning in an effort to impede their advance. Upon witnessing this, Clark's eyes ignited with a crimson glow, and 2 searing beams erupted forth, colliding with the lightning and unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. The shockwave struck Ares from behind, propelling him further into the cavern. Seizing the opportunity, Clark held Diana close and leapt into the cavern as well. At that moment, Diana shouted into the depths of the cave, "Smash them!" As her voice resonated through the air, Ares beheld the formidable Amazon warriors standing on either side of the passage, suddenly brandishing their colossal hammers and striking down upon the massive stone pillar above. They appeared utterly oblivious to their own peril. A single blow would unleash the immense weight of the boulder, crushing everyone within the passage, and even Ares could not guarantee his survival. In an instant, Ares let out a furious roar, summoning several bolts of lightning that surged through the air, penetrating the robust bodies of the Amazon warriors. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. They were ensnared in Ares' projection of memories, though this stillness lasted only a few fleeting seconds before the warriors regained their senses, as Ares' memories held little allure for them. Yet, those precious seconds granted Ares the opportunity to strike. Silver lightning coursed through the hammers they wielded, effortlessly invading their bodies and wreaking havoc upon their cells in mere moments. The damaged cells turned to charred remnants, and, simultaneously, the Amazon warriors, their very essence reduced to cinders, succumbed to the onslaught of the silver lightning. As Ares darted through the passage, the whirlwind he conjured dispersed the charred remains, leaving only fine particles of ash in his wake. However, these valiant Amazon warriors had managed to buy a few critical seconds for Clark and Diana. Clark, suspended in the air, began to spin rapidly, and with a thunderous roar, he hurled Diana toward Ares, who had already traversed the passage and entered the cavern. His eyes fixed on the mother box, the very object of his intrusion into Paradise Island. Without hesitation, Ares extended his arms toward the mother box. Just then, Diana, like a spear, propelled herself forward, her sword blazing with the fire of the gods, aimed directly at Ares. Oblivious to Diana's approach, Ares focused solely on the mother box, his hands enveloping it, poised to seize it in an instant and employ the method taught to him by a certain entity to manipulate the mother box and vanish from Paradise Island. Yet, Diana's sword was a heartbeat too late. As Ares' hands grazed the surface of the mother box, Diana's sword slipped from her grasp, soaring through the air and plunging into Ares' back with fierce precision. A cry of agony erupted from Ares as pain coursed through his nerves. Looking down, he saw the tip of the flaming sword piercing through his chest, the blade glistening without a trace of blood. At that moment, Diana had reached him. Grasping the hilt of the sword with determination, and with a powerful tug, she withdrew the weapon from Ares' body. this time drawing forth a significant amount of his blood. Ares suppressed his instincts, his hands once again reaching for the mother box. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Clark's figure appeared beside him. With one hand, Clark grasped Ares' forearm, preventing him from advancing further. Just a hair's breadth away, so close. Ares' eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Clark, who responded with a smile. Gradually pulling his hands away, the mother box slowly slipping from Ares' grasp. No, Ares summoned every ounce of strength within him, resembling a dying beast struggling to achieve his final goal. But alas, he faced Clark. Regardless of Ares' desperate efforts, Clark unwaveringly pulled him back. In the next instant, Clark twisted his arms, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as he broke Ares' arms. Then, he lifted his foot, pressing it firmly against Ares' chest, forcing his head to tilt back at an awkward angle. Diana. Without Clark needing to utter a word, Diana had already leapt high into the air, the sword of Hephaestus poised to strike. With a swift whoosh, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing wind, Ares felt a sudden chill at his neck. In the next moment, a massive head rolled onto the ground, and Ares, wide-eyed, strained to see the headless body, which struck him as oddly familiar. Soon after, an endless darkness engulfed him. Chapter 59. The sonic passage. Ares' severed head lay at Diana's feet, yet his body stood upright, arms still outstretched as if in embrace. Clark released the grip on Ares' hands, deeming a headless form incapable of posing any threat. However, at that moment, a silver flash suddenly surged from Ares' hands. This bolt of lightning was exceedingly faint, appearing almost inconsequential, reminiscent of Ares' final flicker of life before death. Clark, momentarily taken aback, watched as the lightning darted into the mother box, causing a ripple across its surface, followed by an unsettling stillness. He kicked Ares' lifeless body aside, the headless corpse crashing heavily against the cavern wall before collapsing motionless on ground. The two watched the mother box intently, anxious for any signs of disturbance. But it merely quivered slightly before falling silent, allowing them to exhale in relief. Clark turned to Diana and asked, "How is your mother?" Diana, momentarily dazed, softly replied, Her words trailed off, but the look in her eyes conveyed a grim understanding. It appeared that the Amazonian queen had indeed perished. He extended his hand gently, wrapping it around Diana's shoulder, poised to offer her comfort. However, just at that moment, the mother box before them began to tremble violently, and a fissure abruptly appeared on its surface, emanating a blinding white light that illuminated the entire cavern. Clark's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively stepped back. But at that instant, a rift in the space above the mother box erupted with a thunderous boom, revealing a sonic portal hovering ominously above. An insatiable gravitational force emanated from the portal, enveloping both of them, causing them to feel as though their heads were spinning and their bodies were uncontrollably drifting upwards. What is happening? Clark furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. He struggled to regain control of his body, attempting to leverage his flight ability to counteract the gravitational pull and extricate them from this predicament. However, to his terror, he realized that his flying capability seemed to be restrained by an unseen force. In that moment, they resembled astronauts adrift in the vastness of space, devoid of anything to anchor themselves to, flailing helplessly. At that moment, Clark inadvertently glanced upward, where a void of darkness had manifested, resembling an open black hole, poised to consume them. Witnessing this, Clark tightened his embrace around Diana and whispered, "I'm sorry, Diana, I deceived you." Diana's eyes widened in shock, just as she was forcefully propelled away by Clark's powerful thrust. This tremendous force enabled Diana to escape the sonic portal, and as she broke free, Earth's gravity reclaimed her, pulling her back to solid ground. Diana landed steadily, her gaze anxiously searching for Clark, but she was met only with the sight of him being swallowed by the black hole. Kal-El, Diana gasped in horror, her feet instinctively moving towards the portal. Just then, a shadow emerged from within the sonic portal. Upon seeing this figure, a flicker of surprise ignited in Diana's eyes, quickly transforming into fear as two dark wings unfurled behind the shadow. In response, Diana reached for the sword of Hephaestus, which returned to her grasp, her gaze icy and resolute as she awaited the next move of her adversary. At that moment, another shadow materialized behind the first, similarly adorned with wings, followed by yet another. In the blink of an eye, the entire sonic portal was brimming with these dark figures. Observing this, Diana's initial panic morphed into unwavering determination as she softly declared, "Kal-El, I will await your return." In the next instant, the sonic portal emitted a soft sound, and the shadows surged forth, allowing Diana to finally discern their grotesque forms. They were hideous, malevolent, and repulsive, resembling oversized bats with humanoid features and skin as dark as night, evoking a sense of revulsion. "Come forth," she beckoned, ready to confront the impending threat. Diana let out a fierce roar as the sword of Hephaestus gleamed with a chilling light. Confronted by the approaching abominations, she felt, for the first time, the weight of her responsibilities as an Amazonian warrior. She understood that these grotesque entities were the very foes her people had guarded against and awaited for millennia. The sword of Hephaestus could sever even the body of Ares, the god of war. How much easier it was to slay these abominations. With one stroke, she dispatched them effortlessly. Yet, the numbers of her adversaries surged exponentially, and within moments, the cavern was nearly filled to capacity with their presence. Diana furrowed her brow as she glanced at the mother box, but all she could see were layers upon layers of hideous creatures encircling her. Realizing the gravity of her situation, she began to retreat towards the narrow passage, planning to leverage the confined space to counter their overwhelming numbers, lest she find herself trapped in a precarious position. However, the abominations seemed to read her intentions, charging at her fearlessly in an attempt to impede her movement. Before long, a layer of their fallen bodies accumulated at her feet, and her battle attire was stained with their viscous blood, rendering her appearance quite disheveled. The explosive passage remained open, with more of the abominations pouring forth. Some had even begun to fly out of the tunnel. Diana felt a surge of urgency. After Ares' battle, the Amazon warriors were gravely weakened. If these creatures were to break through, the non-combatants on Paradise Island would undoubtedly be in peril. Resolute, she decided to expend her remaining strength. With a swift motion, she hurled the lasso of truth, its golden strands spanning dozens of meters to ensnare the creatures that ventured into the passage. As Diana exerted force, the lasso tightened abruptly, slicing through the ensnared abominations into multiple segments. But that was just the beginning. She wielded the lasso with fervor, its golden strands twisting through the air as if guided by an unseen hand, binding the creatures one by one. Soon, nearly all of them were ensnared by the infinitely extending lasso around their necks and waists. Diana then leaped high into the air, descending with formidable weight. In that moment, with a focused thought, she tightened the lasso. A cacophony erupted as a torrential rain of blood fell from the heavens, accompanied by countless severed limbs. Dozens of the abominations were instantly cleaved apart, clearing the cavern. With a sigh of relief, Diana acknowledged that this method of utilizing the lasso of truth had been a sudden inspiration. She was uncertain of its success, yet fortune favored her. At that moment, she realized the essence of true combat. Such experience could only be acquired through personal trial. "Mother, rest assured, Paradise Island has me. I will protect it with my life," Diana murmured, her mind suddenly conjuring the image of Clark. Just then, the explosive passage trembled violently, rousing Diana from a reverie. She lifted her gaze, only to witness a horde of demonic figures emerging once more from the portal. Frowning deeply, she swiftly brandished the truth lasso in her hand. The slender cord instantly elongated, weaving itself into a tightly knit net, securing the entrance of the passage. With the sword of the fire god crossed over her chest, Diana regarded the advancing demons and softly commanded, "Come forth." Chapter 60. The Apocalypse Star After Being Engulfed by the Black Hole. Clark felt as though he were ensnared within a constricting cave, so narrow that he was compressed into a tight ball, rendering him nearly immobile. Yet, he distinctly sensed his body surging forward at a rapid pace, a velocity unlike any he had experienced while flying, transcending dimensional perception. As a glimmer of light flickered ahead, Clark found no joy in it. He could unmistakably feel something sinister awaiting him at the passage's end. As he pondered this, a blinding radiance erupted before him, the oppressive sensation dissipating in an instant, replaced by a searing heat that stung his skin. Suddenly, he felt a grip on his arms. Looking up, he beheld two winged creatures with pitch-black skin, one on either side, restraining him. These beings possessed grotesque, bulging crimson eyes and a mouth full of jagged teeth, exuding a malevolent aura. More alarmingly, their numbers were staggering. Clark observed countless such creatures darting into the explosive passage behind him, the once cavernous portal now crammed to capacity. Panic surged within him. Diana, he thought with alarm. The other end of the explosive passage led directly to Paradise Island. If these demons were allowed to transit, Diana would be hard-pressed to fend off such overwhelming numbers alone. With urgency, Clark moved his arms, causing the demons gripping him to lose their balance and tumble in front of him. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the heads of both creatures, bringing them together in a sudden, forceful motion, merging their skulls in a grotesque union. With his newfound resolve, the surrounding demons erupted into chaos, launching themselves at him. Clark's eyes ignited with a crimson glow, and two searing rays burst forth from his gaze. As he swung his head wildly, those scorching beams sliced through the sky, obliterating the demons above, reducing them to mere fragments, vaporized by the intense heat. In a mere span of seconds, the once crowded throng of demons vanished, revealing the sky that had been concealed by their presence. Red, fiery, ferocious. This was Clark's initial impression of the sky. Furrowing his brow, he glanced around and found himself surrounded by a barren expanse, the soil a deep reddish brown, utterly devoid of life. In that moment, Clark comprehended that he was likely on an alien planet. Ascending slowly, he confronted the approaching monstrosities, snapping the necks of those within reach and dispatching others with a swift ray. As he rose into the lofty heights, his enhanced vision allowed him to gaze into the distance. There appeared to be a colossal pit, its diameter astonishing, and even with his acute eyesight, he struggled to discern its limits. Frowning, he turned his gaze in another direction, where towering edifices came into view. These structures seemed to be constructed of some metallic substance, their surfaces gleaming under the crimson sky, exuding an air of frenzied energy. What manner of place was this? He murmured, but alas, no one was present to answer him amidst the throngs of creatures. Suddenly, Clark shifted his attention towards the direction of the sonic portal, and without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards it. Since this was not Earth, there was little reason to linger. The priority was to return home and assist Diana. Yet, as he eagerly approached the sonic portal, he collided violently with its outermost layer. The rippling folds of space felt like a transparent wall, barring his entry. Not only was he thwarted, but even the creatures that could initially enter the portal were now repelled. Some of the less intelligent beings, unable to grasp the situation, repeatedly hurled themselves against the portal, ultimately rendering their heads unrecognizable in their futile attempts. Clark clenched his fists, gently caressing the surface of the sonic portal. The sensation in his hand informed him that this route was impassable. In the next moment, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, the folds of space began to smooth out, and soon the entire portal vanished from Clark's view. The path home was irrevocably severed. His hand fell limply to his side, having passed through the air. Perhaps it was for the best. At least Diana would no longer have to confront these abominations. Clark turned away, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings and strange beings. A wave of loneliness washing over him. He shook his head, dispelling this unwarranted emotion, then seized a flying creature, tearing it asunder with a swift motion. It was of no consequence. Without this portal, he could still fly back to Earth. As long as he knew his current coordinates, he gazed upwards through the scarlet sky, only to behold a scene that filled him with despair. There was no sun in the crimson heavens. At this moment, Clark realized that the energy within him had not been replenished. The recent exertion had left his once vibrant cells feeling somewhat desolate. Although he had not yet descended to the level of an ordinary human, without the radiance of sunlight to replenish his energy in this alien and hostile world, he would inevitably revert to that state. A heavy feeling settled in Clark's heart, confronted by the oncoming creatures resembling demons. He instinctively chose to subdue them rather than resort to lethal force. "Stop," he commanded coldly, gripping one such creature by the throat. Yet, the creature continued to thrash its limbs, attempting to strike him. With a decisive snap, he broke its neck, and his form gradually descended towards the ground. Whether flying or emitting rays, every action consumed energy, and he was now in conservation mode. Faced with the numerous creatures still pursuing him, Clark suddenly turned towards the direction of the city he had previously glimpsed. With a powerful thrust of his feet, he transformed into a shadow, racing towards that destination. A A swarm of creatures followed in his wake, desperately flapping their wings, but soon lost sight of him, halting as if pondering something, before each flew off in different directions. Hidden behind a massive rock, Clark exhaled in relief. The sheer number of these beings was overwhelming, even though he believed he could eliminate them all in this environment. Such an approach was far from optimal. His immediate priority was to ascertain his whereabouts, find a path home, and discover a means to replenish his energy for the journey ahead. With this resolve, Clark once again morphed into a shadow, skimming close to the ground as he sped towards the city. Shortly after his departure, several creatures flapped their wings and arrived at the spot where Clark had descended, accompanied by a tall, slender figure. This figure donned blue armor resembling fish scales, a crimson cloak billowing behind, and a uniquely designed helmet upon her head. Judging by her curvaceous silhouette, it was evident she was a striking woman. "Is there an outsider's presence here?" she inquired, and the demon nodded, gesturing towards the direction in which Clark had vanished. The demons, transformed from intelligent beings of various planets, possessed varying levels of intellect. The one before this woman, however, exhibited a higher intelligence. During Clark's earlier slaughter, it had wisely sought out the leader of the revenge-seeking goddess team, the formidable Babada. Babada gazed in the direction Clark had taken, a cold snort escaping her lips. Who dares to sneak into the Apocalypse Star while the great Dark Lord is away waging war? She mused. The demons listened in silence. At that moment, Babada waved her hand towards the creatures, commanding, "All of you pursue in this direction. Remember his scent. Do not alarm him upon discovery, and report back to me immediately. Remember, report to me at the first opportunity, but do not disturb the benevolent grandmother." Elohim responded to her. In the next instant, a multitude of creatures resembling demons soared into the sky, nearly obscuring the entire expanse above. All of these beings surged forth, led by one with a slightly higher intellect, in the direction that Clark had departed. In that moment, the sound of flapping wings echoed throughout the heavens. Chapter 61. The legion of creatures. These entities, known as parademons, are biological weapons engineered by the technology of Apocalypse. They constitute the malevolent army created by the Dark Lord Darkseid for the purpose of conquering various worlds. Through the advanced technology of Apocalypse, the genes and bodies of other organic life forms are completely transformed, resulting in the creation of Darkseid's most loyal minions. In Clark's estimation, the individual strength of these parademons was negligible. However, their most perilous trait lay in their sheer numbers. When the quantity of such beings reaches a certain threshold, a qualitative change inevitably occurs. Thus, when Clark observed an enormous shadow suddenly cast upon the ground beneath him, he instinctively turned his gaze skyward. The once crimson sky was now veiled by a vast, ominous cloud, which was not a natural phenomenon, but rather a multitude of parademons stacked upon one another, forming an endless expanse that darkened the day and instilled a sense of despair. At that moment, Clark was moving at high speed, seeing the parademon horde approaching. He swiftly took refuge beneath a protruding boulder, carefully concealing himself to avoid detection. Yet, he had underestimated this unfamiliar adversary. The parademon legion had already spotted him, as evidenced by their gathered numbers. The buzzing sound of flapping wings grew increasingly louder, prompting Clark to sigh, realizing that he had been discovered. Their hesitation to attack was merely a ploy to await the arrival of more of their kind. Rising from behind the boulder, Clark pressed one hand against it and effortlessly broke off a rock the size of a human head. With both hands, he kneaded the stone, reducing it to hundreds of small fragments the size of grapes. A little welcoming gift for you. Clark felt a surge of excitement as he anticipated the impending battle. In the next moment, the grape-sized stones transformed into projectiles as Clark raised his hand and sent them hurtling towards the parademons at supersonic speeds. He did not bother to aim. With the vast multitude of parademons before him, the possibility of missing was non-existent. In the blink of an eye, parademons began to plummet from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, groaning in agony. Those who survived had suffered injuries to their wings or limbs from the stones, while those who lay motionless had been struck fatally. Thanks to the dense clustering of the parademons, even with just 100 small stones, each one, empowered by Clark's immense strength, pierced through the bodies of 2 or 3 of these creatures. In an instant, hundreds of aberrant creatures stumbled and fell to the ground. However, in comparison to the vast army of these creatures, This number was merely a drop in the ocean. Instead, the small stones had successfully provoked the adversary, and in a heartbeat, more aberrant beings flapped their wings and dove towards Clark. With a swift motion, Clark broke off another piece of stone, then, after a quick manipulation, sent hundreds of stones hurtling towards the descending creatures, causing the foremost of them to crash down to the earth. The ground was soon carpeted with a layer of blackened flesh, undulating grotesquely, evoking a sense of revulsion. Clark grinned, poised to launch another assault, when suddenly, a sphere of energy shot down from above, obliterating the massive rock before him into dust. He discerned clearly that the energy sphere had been unleashed by one of the aberrant beings, which hovered aloft, wielding a bizarre weapon. The energy sphere had originated from that very weapon. Shortly thereafter, Clark spotted more of the armed aberrant creatures. These were distinct from their ordinary counterparts, appearing more elite and merciless. In the next moment, all the armed aberrants activated their energy guns, launching basketball-sized energy spheres towards Clark's position. The ordinary aberrants that stood before him were pierced through by these energy spheres, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the ordinary aberrants hastily flapped their wings and veered aside, making way for the incoming energy projectiles. Seizing the opportunity, Clark moved swiftly to the side of one aberrant, grabbing it and pulling it in front of him as a shield against an energy sphere. The aberrant emitted a wretched cry before its head was severed by the sphere, its body becoming a makeshift bat for Clark as he swung it toward the relentless barrage of energy spheres. However, to his astonishment, the moment the aberrant's body made contact with the energy spheres, they expanded explosively. The detonation of one sphere triggered a chain reaction, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of energy spheres detonated simultaneously, engulfing Clark and the surrounding area in a violent energy reaction. The aberrants caught within this cataclysm disintegrated into ash without uttering a single scream. Yet, Clark withstood the ferocious energy explosion and propelled himself skyward. His garments, once from earth, were now tattered rags, leaving his upper body nearly bare, revealing his muscular physique, while his black trousers had transformed into shorts, and he wore nothing on his feet. In a flash, Clark reached the armed aberrants, seizing two of them by the throats and effortlessly twisting their heads off before snatching their weapons. Upon grasping the weapons, he realized he was unfamiliar with their use, but attempting to employ the techniques of Earth's firearms, he surprisingly succeeded in firing two energy spheres. The two energy orbs erupted from the weapons, soaring into the distance, and with the subsequent explosion of immense energy, dozens of demonic entities were instantaneously reduced to ashes. Observing this, Clark could not suppress a smile. Wielding an energy gun in each hand, he squeezed the triggers towards the similarly armed demons. "I am Rambo." The energy spheres cascaded forth as if they were free, pouring relentlessly into the ranks of the demonic army, which retaliated by firing back at Clark. Yet, Clark stood solitary against a multitude of thousands. In an audacious display, he began to tumble through the air, evading one energy orb after another as they detonated behind him, obliterating the demons into fine dust. The sky erupted into chaos in an instant. At that moment, a thicker energy beam abruptly surged from the ground, traversing over 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, striking Clark with precision. A surge of excruciating pain engulfed him, threatening to destabilize his flight, causing him to plummet towards the earth. As he descended, countless demons, akin to sharks sensing blood, lunged towards him. However, in the next heartbeat, two searing energy beams erupted forth, piercing through the bodies of over 100 demons, ascending into the heavens. These beams then began to sweep through the air with abandon, each sweep severing hundreds, if not thousands, of demons. Some fortunate ones merely lost their wings, while the unfortunate ones found their bodies cleaved in twain. Often, before the severed halves could even touch the ground, they were further fragmented by the returning searing rays. In that moment, the sky resembled a rain of demons, countless dismembered limbs and torsos plummeting to the earth, thickening the blackened carpet of flesh below, evoking a sense of repulsion. As hundreds of demons perished, the sky itself cleared. Yet, the two beams, after maintaining their onslaught for mere seconds, vanished, along with their master. When the tardy Batura arrived to witness the sea of demon corpses, a fleeting glimmer of excitement and satisfaction flickered in her eyes, though her commands sent shivers down the spines of all remaining demons. What are you staring at? Go out and search. If you cannot find the intruder, then leap into the abyss yourselves. Chapter 62. The Indomitable Deity as Clark descended from the sky. His eyes unleashing searing rays, he felt a subtle wave of weakness coursing through him. A signal, albeit faint, but one that heralded danger. Thus, upon landing amidst the pile of demon corpses, he disregarded the nausea as he coated himself in their blood, and while the aerial demon army was momentarily obscured from view, he pressed himself against the ground and sped away into the distance. In that moment, he disregarded the depletion of his physical strength and energy, instantaneously accelerating to his utmost limit, vanishing before the throngs of the monstrous army in the blink of an eye. Without a backward glance, he continued his high-speed flight until his body began to convey signals of fatigue. Only then did he strike the ground with a punch, creating a deep crater. He then picked up a stone and lightly tossed it, suddenly burrowing into the depths of the pit. The next moment, the large stone fell, perfectly concealing the crater and shielding Clark from view. At this juncture, Clark held his breath, controlling his heartbeat, suppressing all physiological functions to their bare minimum, while directing all his attention to his ears, meticulously listening for any sounds from the surface. Perhaps the blood of the monsters masked his presence, or perhaps the depths below isolated him from detection, as one after another, the creatures flitted above him, yet none discerned his trace. Clark could distinctly hear the chaotic flapping of their wings, gradually allowing him to relax. Uncertain how long had passed, Clark realized he had not heard the monsters for quite some time. Thus, a thought crossed his mind. His eyes emitted two faint beams, which slowly penetrated the massive stone above him, leaving a circular hollow on its surface before fading away. Through this tiny aperture, Clark gazed outward. The crimson sky remained unchanged, with fiery clouds floating above, devoid of any sign of the monsters. It appeared that this area had been bypassed. Clark could not help but exhale softly in relief. He had no intention of emerging immediately. Though somewhat uncomfortable underground, it was safe. He was even prepared to close his eyes and take a nap when a faint sound of footsteps suddenly reached his ears. Frowning, Clark strained to listen as the footsteps, in tandem with his heartbeat, gradually approached his position. Had he been discovered? He wondered, only to discern something peculiar. The footsteps and the heartbeat did not emanate from above, but rather from below. Below? Could there be a passage underground? With this realization, Clark could no longer contain his curiosity. He urgently needed to comprehend his current location, and the heartbeat beneath was a blatant temptation. He still held some reservations regarding the thousands of monsters, but a solitary individual posed no threat. With this thought, Clark again listened intently, then aimed in the direction of the heartbeat, executing a swift strike with his hand. The dry earth and hard rock yielded beneath his touch as if they were mere tofu. With that motion, he plunged his entire arm into the ground, then, with a flick of his arm, a space the length of his arm materialized before him. He extended his other hand to further enlarge the opening, taking this precaution to prevent the stones above from collapsing. After repeating this process 2 or 3 times, he had successfully burrowed deeper into the earth. The hand plunged once more into the earth, but this time the sensation conveyed to her was that there was emptiness behind. Adele, merely 16 years of age, had already proven herself as a capable member of the resistance. Today, she was tasked with traversing the underground passage to the refugee camp to locate the resistance leader, Simon. The surface of Apocalypse was a realm dominated by the parademons, and thus Simon had utilized his abilities to carve out this subterranean route. Since its inception, the resistance had begun to yield some results in their struggle against the dark forces of Darkseid. This time, they were set to undertake a significant endeavor, one that would surely cause Darkseid considerable anguish and regret. However, the nature of this grand undertaking was beyond Adele's comprehension. After all, she was just a girl of 16. Her most critical role thus far had been to relay intelligence for the resistance. Yet today felt different. The parademons in the sky seemed frantically searching for something. Could they have discovered our plans? Adele pondered anxiously. Suddenly, she spotted a hand emerging abruptly from the wall ahead. In her shock, she instinctively covered her mouth to suppress any noise that might alert the parademons. In the next moment, a figure, caked in dirt, emerged from the wall. As she beheld this person, Adele felt a wave of relief wash over her. At least it wasn't a parademon. She quickly regained her composure and, glancing at the disheveled Clark, whispered, "Are they searching for you?" Clark straightened himself, only to realize that his head nearly brushed against the ceiling of the passage. The walls were adorned with bioluminescent plants, illuminating the corridor in a gentle glow. He brushed the dirt from his clothes and looked toward the small girl with gray skin nearby. "Could you tell me where this place is?" he asked with a smile. Adele furrowed her brow. "You don't even know where you are? How did you end up here? Why are the parademons after you? What have you done?" Clark was taken aback, only then realizing he could comprehend her words. Although he recognized that she was not speaking English, he understood her perfectly, thanks to the wisdom of Solomon. "I am Clark Kent. I hail from Earth in the solar system. As for how I arrived here, that is a long story." He sighed. "Do you know of Earth?" Adele shook her head. "Never heard of it. Can you tell me where this place is?" Clark inquired again. The girl's round eyes sparkled with mischief as she replied, "This is Apocalypse, the very planet ruled by the Dark Lord Darkseid. Welcome to this place." At her words, a towering figure suddenly flashed through Clark's mind. "Darkseid," he murmured. Adele appeared to take great pleasure in Clark's current expression, continuing, "Indeed, it is that Darkseid, the one who has enslaved countless planets, transforming innumerable souls into monstrous beings. How unfortunate you are to have chosen this place of all places. For no one who arrives here ever departs alive." Her words filled Clark with irritation. He cast a glance at Adele, only to find her observing him with keen interest, as though he were merely a doll. Raising an eyebrow, he stifled his annoyance and inquired, "And how did you come to be here? Are you foolish?" Adele regarded Clark as if he were simple-minded. "I am a native of Apocalypse. Darkseid is my fellow countryman." Thus, Clark surveyed his surroundings and looked at Adele, questioning, "Do natives also burrow into the earth? Do compatriots also fear the monstrous beings?" "Bah!" Adele suddenly lost interest and began to turn away, for she had more pressing matters to attend to. As she passed by the opening from which Clark had emerged, she paused to glance inside. "You must seal this hole. Otherwise, if the monstrous beings discover it, we shall all be doomed." Clark glanced at the opening, then reached out a hand and gently tapped around its perimeter. In an instant, the soil above the entrance collapsed, completely burying the passage through which he had crawled. Adele's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "You are mad. The surface will surely notice your actions." Clark was taken aback. He had not considered that aspect. Adele shot him a cold look before turning away, this time departing with noticeably greater haste. Clark hurried after her, asking, "Are there other exits? I could restore the surface." Adele retorted sharply, "The surface is teeming with monstrous beings. You would be walking into certain death." Sensing the inherent kindness within this young girl, he asked, "How can you be so certain that the monstrous beings are searching for me? If you were truly from Apocalypse, you would not pose such a naive question." Adele replied, still irritable, "Then enlighten me. What are the people of Apocalypse like?" Clark pressed, eager to know who among her acquaintances possessed the most knowledge. "Without a doubt, it is Hymen." Adele's tone swelled with pride. Then she shot Clark a sidelong glance. "Could it be that I am the one?" "Hymen?" Clark echoed, pondering the name. "Who is he?" "He is no mere mortal. He is a deity," Adele declared with conviction. "He is the god who eludes Darkseid's dominion." Chapter 63. The underground passage. Adele was a girl unable to conceal her thoughts. Despite her displeasure with Clark's actions in a narrow and solitary underground passage, he was her only companion for conversation. Thus, it was with ease that Clark gleaned much information about Apocalypse from her. On Apocalypse, there exists no sun. All illumination emanates from several fiery pits that penetrate the core of the planet. The dark flames provide a flicker of light and warmth, but that is the extent of their benevolence. Darkseid has established a city within one of the largest pits, a prison designed specifically to confine those who dare to oppose him. The inhabitants of Apocalypse refer to it as the Black Vault. Those confined within its walls are perpetually subjected to the corrosive influence of the dark flames from the planet's core. This fire not only erodes the body on a physiological level, but also taints the soul psychologically. When the Black Vault is mentioned, Adele's demeanor shifts to one of solemnity, as if it holds a narrative uniquely poignant to her. It is a place from which no one has ever escaped. Adele earnestly cautioned Clark, insisting that under no circumstances should he be confined there. Taken aback, Clark nodded in agreement, instinctively reaching out to pat Adele's small head, only to have her evade him. Subsequently, silence enveloped them, and Clark noticed that the underground passage seemed somewhat amiss. "How long is this passage?" he inquired. "Why do you ask such a thing?" Adele's tone was sharp, prompting a chuckle from Clark. I merely feel that we are progressing rather slowly. How long must we traverse this path? Adele, unable to suppress her pride, lifted her chin and huffed. You, a mere mortal, could never comprehend the greatness of Shimon. I'm not particularly familiar with this Shimon. Do enlighten me on what makes him so grand. This underground passage was excavated by Shimon himself, imbued with his divine power, significantly shortening the distance between its ends. At this juncture, Adele suddenly clasped her hands over her mouth, as if she had divulged too much. Divine power, you say? Clark, intrigued, knocked on the wall, dislodging a sizable chunk of earth. Adele glared at him in indignation, seemingly reproaching him for his action. Clark awkwardly held up the clod of dirt, remarking, Didn't you say it was imbued with divine power? Adele, fuming, approached him and snatched the dirt from his grasp, pressing it against the wall with all her might, as if attempting to restore it. However, upon releasing her grip, the dirt fell once more with a dull thud. How could divine power be wasted on a wall, you oaf? The young girl's face flushed with anger as she spun on her heel and marched ahead. Clark sighed softly, muttering resignedly, Perhaps I should just challenge the demon myself. At that moment, a glimmer of light began to emerge ahead, and Adele's voice echoed back. Wait until I exit. This passage will vanish. If you do not hurry, prepare to be buried alive. Upon hearing Adele's words, Clark became increasingly curious about that Simon. What kind of ability could create such a marvelous underground passage? Moreover, for what Adele implied, it seemed that this passage could also be retracted. With this thought in mind, he hastened his steps. However, no matter how fast he moved, he remained several dozen meters away from Adele, as if the distance between them was measured not by speed, but by time. Those who set out early would always find themselves ahead of those who started late. At this moment, the light ahead grew increasingly evident, and Adele stood at the exit awaiting Clark. He rushed out of the passage in a flurry, taking 2 steps at a time. Glancing back, he witnessed Adele stepping out of the passage, after which the pathway vanished entirely, leaving behind only a wall formed of piled rocks. Adele looked at Clark, raising an eyebrow. You should be grateful for my kindness. Otherwise, you would have become one with the stone. What exactly is this passage? Clark inquired, furrowing his brow. Adele, growing impatient, waved her hand dismissively. Why ask so many questions? Are you trying to pry into our secrets? Clark's expression shifted, and with a slight smile, he responded, You don't understand, do you? Not your concern. Adele shot him a glare before attempting to leave, but Clark blocked her path and asked, Are you going to find that Simon? Not your concern. The young girl was still upset. Take me with you. Why? To spy on our secrets? I want to meet Simon. Why do you want to meet him? To spy on us? Clark couldn't help but close his eyes, steadying his breath, then spoke to Adele, word by word. I come from Earth. Darkseid once invaded my planet, and he may come again. I must return to my world to protect it, to safeguard my family and loved ones. Do you understand? Simon is the one most likely to help me get back, and I must speak with him. Unbeknownst to Clark, when he mentioned protecting his family and loved ones, a hint of envy flickered in Adele's eyes, quickly disappearing. However, her demeanor softened. The more Clark spoke, the more agitated he became, oblivious to the gathering crowd around them. Yet, Adele keenly sensed the change in atmosphere. Her expression shifted slightly, and she grasped Clark's hand, intending to lead him away. But in the next instant, she felt as if she were bound to a massive stone, unable to budge Clark even an inch, no matter how hard she tried. At that moment, Clark also noticed the surroundings, observing various peculiar beings, either hiding in corners, lurking in shadows, or exposed to the light, all gradually encroaching upon the two. Who are they? Clark asked, frowning. Adele's tone was marked by a palpable urgency. They're all slaves, a bunch of cowards, content to be subjects of Darkseid, barely clinging to life. Mere soulless shells. Upon hearing the young girl's words, a look of disdain flickered in Clark's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Adele continued, However, we must leave this place immediately. It is your fault we have been discovered. If we do not hurry, we may very well attract the attention of the demons. Yet, in the midst of their conversation, they found themselves encircled by a throng. Clark remarked coldly, If they die, will it summon the demons? They're the lowest of the low on this planet. Their demise would mean little. Yet among them are some formidable individuals. If we are ensnared by them, it could spell trouble. Adele cast a frosty gaze around her, then grasped Clark's hand and began to retreat slowly. Her final recourse was to reopen the underground passage. But doing so would jeopardize her mission, as the passage was a one-way route. Once opened, they would have to traverse it to the end, which would consume precious time. Observing Adele's anxious demeanor, Clark suddenly chuckled. You find this amusing? Is the solution simply to eliminate them all? Not only must they be eradicated, but it must be done in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, all right, I understand. Clark interjected, stepping forward with resolve, and whispered to Adele, get down. What? Get down. In the next moment, Adele collapsed to the ground, and two beams of crimson light pierced through the surrounding throng completely. Chapter 64. Simon and arm-wrestling Adele stared in shock at the scene before her, witnessing severed limbs scattered everywhere, while the walls were etched with deep gashes from the fleeting, searing rays. She widened her eyes in astonishment at Clark. Why, you can emit light. A fleeting glimmer of red flickered in Clark's eyes. It's thermal vision, not light. You are astonishingly powerful. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Adele's brow furrowed in discontent, seemingly upset by Clark's concealment of his abilities, while also feeling a sense of unease at his sudden transformation from an ordinary person to a superhuman. It felt akin to a simple neighbor unexpectedly rising to a position of high authority, leaving the young girl bewildered, with a subtle hostility brewing within her, a manifestation of her insecurity. Of course, Clark was oblivious to these sentiments. He was preoccupied with the dwindling reserves of his energy. When he first arrived on Apocalypse, his energy level was at 100, but after several battles, it had plummeted to a disconcertingly low value. I'm down to 80 energy. I need to recharge, he remarked with a hint of self-deprecation, glancing skyward at the crimson expanse, barren and devoid of any trace of the sun. Upon contemplating this, he gazed at the multitude of fallen foes scattered across the ground, some fortunate enough to have escaped grave injury, still lying there and groaning. These lamentations reached Clark's ears, inexplicably stirring a sense of irritation within him. A flash of crimson light ignited in his eyes, and the sounds of despair ceased entirely. Another power outage, you wretches, wasting my energy. Adele, unable to discern his words, hurriedly inquired, what did you say? Clark shook his head. It's nothing. I believe it's imperative we vacate this place swiftly. Adele nodded, affirming, you are right. Follow me. With that, she instinctively reached out to grasp Clark's arm. But halfway through, she recalled the earlier awkwardness and withdrew her hand. This way, she beckoned, her petite frame darting down a narrow path into an alley, weaving deftly through the twisting passage with remarkable speed. Clark found himself struggling to keep pace. The alley was decidedly unwelcoming, particularly as he passed through some filthy corners where the stench nearly compelled him to unleash his heat vision, reducing the makeshift refugee camp to ashes. Nevertheless, he ultimately suppressed the urge, dutifully trailing behind Adele, continually reassuring himself that it was all for the sake of returning home. In that moment, he began to grasp why Kal-El was so fervently devoted to the notion of home. Both stranded on an alien world, both enveloped in solitude. The only solace lay in the hope of returning home. After an indeterminate duration of traversing the narrow pathways, Clark snapped back to reality, finding himself inside a spacious warehouse. This place appeared to be teeming with refugees from various planets, every visible corner bearing the marks of life, resembling anything but a secret base of a resistance group. Clark keenly felt the presence of many individuals surrounding him. However, they merely lurked behind corners, observing rather than attempting to ambush him like the others before. At that moment, Adele had dashed into the embrace of an elderly man clad in a yellow robe, her voice animated as she chattered away. Clark surmised she was speaking of him, as he noticed the old man's gaze fixated on him, shimmering with an inscrutable brilliance. It seemed he was indeed Simon, Clark speculated inwardly. The elderly figure approached briskly, and before Clark could utter a word, he inquired, you say you hail from the solar system? Clark raised an eyebrow. You are aware of it? I come from Earth in the solar system, and I am Clark Kent. I am Simon, the elderly man confirmed, the leader of the Apocalypse Star Resistance. I know of the solar system and Earth, though the last time I visited, it was still a primordial wilderness. How long has it been? It seems intelligent life has since emerged, and, judging by your appearance, your civilization is quite advanced. Clark, brimming with excitement, asked, do you remember the coordinates of the solar system? Can you assist me in returning to Earth? Simon shook his head, declaring, no one can escape Apocalypse, unless what? Clark's brow furrowed. Simon gazed at him, a sly smile gracing his lips. Unless you become a parade mon. When Darkseid conquers your planet, perhaps the D-Sod will send you forth. As they have always done, wouldn't you agree? Clark's expression darkened abruptly. Are you jesting with me? Of course. Simon laughed, extending his hand. It is indeed a jest. Do you not find me humorous? Ha ha ha. Taking a deep breath, Clark endeavored to restrain his emotions, grasping Simon's hand earnestly. Simon, I require your assistance. Help is reciprocal. My friend, I too need your aid. Simon's gaze bore into Clark's, a glint of mischief evident. Clark inquired, what can I possibly do for you? After all, I am unfamiliar with this place. Simon turned to Adele. This little one tells me you possess considerable prowess. Might I witness it? Clark glanced at Adele, who cheekily stuck out her tongue. Now, here, he surveyed the surroundings, his tone chilling. I could eliminate everyone here within seconds, should that be what you require of me. I would comply. At his words, Clark himself was unsure if he spoke from sincerity. Yet Simon waved his hands. Oh no. There are no slaves of Darkseid here. Only our comrades and family. You must not harm them. With that, he snapped his fingers, and a bald man clad in a blue uniform emerged from the shadows. Simon. The bald man nodded at him. Simon gestured towards the man and said to Clark, This is Cretan, my right-hand man, my hero. Cretan shook his head. No, Simon, you are our hero. Simon erupted into laughter, pointing at Cretan as he addressed Clark. Come, my friend, demonstrate your strength to me. Prove your worth. Strength? Clark looked at Cretan, whose physique did not appear particularly imposing. At first glance, he seemed unremarkable. Are you truly strong? Before Cretan could respond, Adele chimed in. Indeed, the gravity on Cretan's planet is immense. Thus, the inhabitants possess great strength. They can even lift mountains. As she spoke, she spread her arms wide, gesturing grandly. Cretan remained silent, merely observing Clark. With a sigh, Clark resignedly stated, Though I despise wasting energy, it seems this is a necessity. He extended his arm, only to realize there was no table before him. Turning to Adele, he instructed, Hey, go fetch a table. What for? Adele furrowed her brow, expressing her disdain for being commanded by others, which made her feel akin to a slave. Clark raised his arm. Without a table, how can we engage in an arm wrestling match? No sooner had he spoken than a metallic table materialized before him. Simon, standing nearby, chuckled and asked, Is this suitable? Bang! Clark slammed his arm down onto the tabletop, producing a sharp sound. He turned to Creighton. Come on, Crex. Who is Crex? Creighton approached, mimicking Clark's stance and extending his arm. Clark grasped his hand firmly and said, Oh, that's a friend of mine who is also bald. I will count to 3, and on 1, we will exert our strength. Whose hand touches the table first loses, understood? Understood. Creighton found this method of competition intriguing. The simple rules were remarkably fair. Now, I shall begin to count. Clark declared solemnly. 3, 2. Suddenly, Creighton interjected, Your friend must be quite handsome. 1. As Clark's words faded, a tempestuous wind erupted, centered around the two participants, unleashing a circular shockwave that radiated outward. The force of the shockwave, coupled with the gale, sent every loose object within the factory flying, including makeshift tents and personal belongings, all of which were hurled against the walls with a cacophony of crashing sounds. Meanwhile, as Clark and Creighton exerted their strength simultaneously, the metallic table before them shattered into fragments, and the ground beneath their feet sank deeply, causing both of their bodies to descend half a meter into the earth. Are you ready? I shall now exert my strength. That line belongs to me. Chapter 65. The absurd plan. Creighton's strength was indeed formidable, yet his endurance was somewhat lacking. Therefore, during their contest, Clark did not summon all of his might. He merely relied on his stamina to press down Creighton's arm. After all, when the strength of two competitors is relatively equal, the one with greater endurance can persevere longer. All right, that's enough. Simon patted Clark on the shoulder and turned to Creighton. Let us avoid any needless sacrifices, my heroes. You are all invaluable to me. Such words sounded quite sentimental to Clark, yet they resonated deeply with Creighton. Clark withdrew his hand and looked at Simon, saying, I suppose this proves my worth? Simon smiled and replied, Indeed, my friend. Gazing at the beaming Simon, Clark felt an inexplicable sensation swell within him. He sensed a hint of insincerity in Simon's demeanor. However, as he observed the gathering crowd around them, he concealed this feeling deep within himself. At least in the current circumstance, Simon held a position akin to that of a spiritual leader among the throng, and his influence appeared unassailable. As Simon moved his hand, a series of floating steps materialized beneath his feet, allowing him to ascend swiftly until he stood atop the highest step, surveying the crowd below. "My comrades, my friends, my allies, my heroes," he proclaimed passionately. "Today marks a pivotal moment for our resistance. From this day forth, we shall raise our voices against that tyrant, the cruel dark side. No, no, no." The throng below erupted in low roars, their excitement palpable. Simon continued, "Adele has brought us vital intelligence regarding the location of Darkseid's factory of monstrosities. We are poised to obliterate that den of evil and eliminate Darkseid's right-hand man, the treacherous scientist Desaad, and, if the opportunity arises, we shall also rid ourselves of that wretched hag. This is our retribution against Darkseid and our pledge to protect Apocalypse." With each word, Simon grew increasingly fervent, igniting the crowd into a frenzy, with some unable to contain their enthusiasm, erupting into shouts. Clark, observing the fervor of the assembly, incredulously turned to Adele and asked, "So your plan is simply to blow up the factory of monstrosities?" Adele's face flushed with excitement. "Yes. Isn't it magnificent? Isn't it thrilling?" Clark gestured toward himself. "Such a crucial plan, and you disclose it so casually to me, an outsider? You have gained Simon's approval. You are one of us now?" Adele exclaimed, resembling an ardent fan, her mind already envisioning the moment they would destroy the factory and witness Darkseid's agony. Clark furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Simon from his elevated position. To Clark, Simon did not appear to be a simpleton, yet every action he took seemed foolish. At that moment, Clark noticed an important detail. The individuals present bore distinct appearances, suggesting they were not of the same race. A thought suddenly struck him. "Adele, do you know everyone here?" Upon hearing Clark's question, Adele glanced around and replied, "I recognize most, though not all. After all, there are many leaders in the Resistance, and I cannot know them all." "Are you implying that all the leaders of the Resistance are present for this plan?" Clark inquired further. Adele looked at him as if he were simple-minded. For such a monumental event, of course everyone would attend. No one would decline Simon's invitation, nor would anyone resist such a grand scheme. As Adele spoke, a chill ran through Clark's heart. At that moment, Simon, in his eyes, was no longer merely a leader of the Resistance, but rather a spy for Darkseid, a conspirator aiming to ensnare all the leaders of the Resistance on Apocalypse. However, the very thought of it struck Clark as absurd. Apocalypse, under Darkseid's dominion, was teeming with individuals from myriad races and planets. The notion that one could escape Darkseid's grasp to become a leader of the rebellion seemed utterly ludicrous. Yet, they remained blissfully lost in their fantasies, dreaming of the moment their plan would succeed. What hidden conspiracy lay beneath this fervor was beyond Clark's comprehension, nor did he wish to speculate. The fate of the rebellion mattered little to him. His sole desire was to return to Earth. Shaking his head, he cast aside his doubts and observed the fervent crowd around him, feeling a profound sense of sorrow. At that moment, he sensed a gaze upon him. Following the feeling, he looked up to see Simon at a height, smiling warmly and sincerely at him. Suddenly, Simon raised his hand. "Everyone quiet, quiet." Gradually, the crowd hushed, their eyes fixed eagerly on Simon, awaiting his next words. "Ladies and gentlemen, you may begin your preparations. We shall commence our operation in 30 minutes. "Yes, Simon." The crowd responded in unison, dispersing to make ready. Clark remained still, watching Simon approach him. "My friend, I am aware of your thoughts, but they are of no consequence." "Are they?" Simon stated bluntly. Clark nodded slowly. "You are correct. It does not matter. Therefore, if you assist me in executing this plan, I shall divulge everything you wish to know. Deal?" "Deal." Upon hearing this, Simon patted Clark's shoulder and turned to leave. At that juncture, Adele sidled up and inquired, "What were you two discussing? Were you unable to overhear, being so close?" To eavesdrop on Simon's words would be a grave insult. "Oh," Clark replied, then moved aside to sit on a stool, watching the bustling crowd as tumultuous thoughts swirled in his mind, causing him some agitation. Adele, noticing his indifferent demeanor, snorted disdainfully and walked away. Clark gazed at her retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "She is bound to perish, isn't she?" He then turned his attention back to the throng, remarking about each passing person, "He will die too, won't he? And her, and him. They all shall meet their end, won't they? So, what is the purpose of it all? Chapter 66. The true objective. As everyone readied themselves, Simon, before all present, summoned his divine power to unveil the underground passage. This time, however, he did not merely reveal one. He opened 4 passages in a single breath. Clark, follow me. Simon beckoned, directing his gaze toward Clark. Clark nodded silently, absorbing the envious gazes of those around him, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Adele nudged him with her elbow. Hey, it seems Simon holds you in high regard. Stick close to me, understood? Clark cast a sidelong glance at Adele, recognizing the gravity of the situation. If you wish to survive, heed my words. He retorted. Oomph. Adele scoffed, yet did not counter his assertion. She had witnessed Clark's prowess and found his caution reasonable. Nonetheless, her confidence in Simon was unwavering, and she did not entertain the notion of danger. Thus, the elite forces of the resistance on Apocalyptic Star surged into 4 underground passages, advancing toward the factory reminiscent of demons. Leading the largest and most formidable contingent, Simon propelled the group forward with palpable excitement. Due to the unique nature of the underground route, Clark deliberately entered after Simon, ensuring that they maintained a distance from the others, thus preventing anyone from encroaching upon their conversation. In the subterranean passage, Clark followed Simon in silence, oblivious to the fleeting glance Simon cast in his direction, accompanied by a subtle smile. Clark, how did you arrive at Apocalyptic Star? Simon broke the silence, his tone shifting. Clark raised an eyebrow, through passage. Suddenly, Simon turned to face him, the amiable demeanor replaced by incredulity. A passage? What kind of passage? Just a passage, Clark replied matter-of-factly. Recognizing Clark's indifference, Simon abandoned his pretense. Speaking coldly, you must understand, if you wish to return to your solar system, you can only rely on me. Therefore, when I inquire, you would do well to answer. Witnessing the abrupt change in Simon's demeanor, Clark scoffed. So this is your true nature, Simon. My true nature? Huh. Simon laughed, though devoid of mirth. You do not comprehend me. How could you grasp my true essence? I am curious. How did you persuade so many to accompany you to their demise? Clark inquired bluntly. This so-called assault plan must seem absurd even to you. Absurd? Not at all. It is in fact a magnificent scheme, Simon replied cheerfully. Did you not notice how much everyone embraces this plan? Humph. There is no clear division of labor, no specific details, no logistical support, not even weapons. Clark glared into Simon's eyes, fiercely asking, I am intrigued. What method did you employ to convince these unarmed individuals to confront the demons? Can you enlighten me, Simon? Simon met Clark's gaze, pride evident in his eyes. It seems you are not entirely foolish. This is not a matter of intelligence. Even the dim-witted can discern the flaws. Yet, they follow you without question, as if marching to their doom. How is this any different from a death march? Ha! Clark, you're not one of the apocalypse. Thus you cannot comprehend. Simon chuckled lightly, glancing at the elite rebels in the distance. In that moment, they were brimming with hope and confidence, qualities that were sorely lacking among the underprivileged of Apocalypse. The more they lack something, the more you provide it to them, and in turn, they will venerate you as a deity. Simon's words stirred a profound sorrow within Clark. So, you are indeed one of Darkseid's followers? Have you ever heard the saying, I am one whom Darkseid will never conquer? Clark cast a glance at Adele, who had once uttered those very words. Look at how blind one must be to utter such a statement, Simon scoffed. Ultimately, they are merely a hopeless lot, and I bestowed upon them a glimmer of hope. Is that not sufficient for them? But they will perish. Clark retorted. Life? On this planet, aside from Darkseid, the lives of others hold no value. At this juncture, both fell into silence. After a considerable pause, Clark finally inquired, so, what lies at the end of the passage? Darkseid? Is he preparing to ensnare all who resist him? Simon chuckled softly. Young man, you underestimate Darkseid far too much. A mere handful of failures could hardly capture his attention. What do you intend to do? Clark pressed. What is the purpose behind your considerable efforts? Simon gazed at Clark, his smile broadening. He pointed upwards and asked, Tell me, what exists above? Parademons. Clark pondered before responding. What do you think of the parademons? Simon probed further. At that moment, Clark noticed a flicker of light ahead, indicating the proximity of an exit. Parademons? They resemble failed creations. Upon hearing this, Simon raised an eyebrow, excitement evident in his voice. Indeed, you are correct. Parademons are, without a doubt, failed creations. They possess no advantages apart from their sheer numbers, which were achieved at the expense of vast resources. Thus, parademons are merely an excess, yet we have yet to discover a more suitable alternative. A glimmer of understanding crossed Clark's eyes. You intend to use this band of rebels to forge a biological weapon even mightier than the parademons. Biological weapon? Simon clapped his hands. I adore that term. Precisely, it is a biological weapon. Why must it be the rebels? What the slaves? Clark recalled the slaves he had encountered with Adele, those who dared not defy Darkseid and could only endure in despair. Simon, with a look of disdain, remarked, slaves? Can you truly expect a horde of soulless beings who have forgotten even the most basic dignity to become the most formidable biological weapon? Thus you have formed the resistance, instilling hope within them, rekindling their confidence, allowing them to reclaim the dignity and pride of being warriors. Indeed, the purpose is to awaken their potential, transforming them into superior vessels. Only such bodies and souls qualify as worthy carriers. At this juncture, Clark comprehended Simon's scheme, yet a flicker of doubt lingered. What are the leaders of the resistance? Surely, they cannot be so foolish? Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile graced Simon's lips. I previously mentioned, how can you discern my true nature, if I am indeed Simon? If I were not Simon, would those leaders remain as they were? Chapter 67. The Avenging Goddess Brigade. The Class Machine Factory is an oddly shaped, towering edifice, sprawling extensively, evoking a sense of endlessness. It is from this very place that the innumerable Class M armies are produced, subsequently following Darkseid to conquer various planets. At this moment, outside the factory, a kindly grandmother with white hair stands proudly at the forefront, her back brimming with a dense throng of Class M soldiers. Not only is the ground beneath her cloaked in darkness, but the entire sky behind her is shrouded with the ominous presence of Class M, creating a striking spectacle. Standing beside the kindly grandmother is Big Barda, whose tall stature seems diminished next to the grandmother's robust frame, illustrating the latter's formidable size. Have all the personnel been deployed? The grandmother inquired, her face lined with wrinkles, revealing a hint of pride, as if no one in this world, aside from her master, could command her admiration. Big Barda nodded. Rashina, Bernard, Mad Harriet, and Giganta await the arrival of the traders at the four corners of the factory. While I have stationed Reptilian here, her adversary being Creakin, who is beside Simon. Simon? Oomph. A glimmer of disdain flickered in the grandmother's eyes. If he were truly Simon, I would hold him in some regard. Alas, he is but a counterfeit, a mere lackey unworthy of my respect. Indeed, aside from the great Dark Lord, no one deserves our loyalty. Big Barda echoed the grandmother's sentiment. The kindly grandmother smiled warmly. Your loyalty is commendable. The great Dark Lord is our deity, our singular focus. Remember this, it is more vital than your very life. Yes. Big Barda bowed her head, concealing her current emotions. Just then, a dark spot suddenly appeared on a massive stone wall not far from them. They have arrived. The grandmother recognized that dark spot instantly, raising her voice, Class M. I demand to be alive. Buzz. The response was a deafening cacophony of wings, akin to a swarm of thousands of mosquitoes encircling you. The sound alone sending shivers down one's spine. At that moment, Abada noticed that the black spot was gradually expanding, soon transforming into a wide opening filled with an inky darkness, rippling gently like a still pool of ink. Will they burst forth together? Abada suddenly inquired of the gentle grandmother beside her. The kind grandmother shook her head and replied, if that were the case, this Simon's abilities would not suffice for him to be Simon. The wondrous aspect of the underground passage lies in the fact that those who enter must inevitably emerge first. The time that elapses between their entries corresponds with the time they entered. It seemed the gentle grandmother was intentionally nurturing Abada. Such confidential matters were not meant to be disclosed to her. Yet as the most exceptional student of the kind grandmother, she received the most meticulous training. Just then, Simon's figure suddenly emerged, but Abada was taken aback to see that his face was contorted with terror. The moment Simon stepped out, he immediately ran toward the kind grandmother, crying out in distress, Grandma, help! What on earth is happening? The kind grandmother's expression grew increasingly cold, seeing Simon in such a state. She understood that something had gone awry. However, As a crucial part of Darkseid's insidious plan, it was imperative that all the rebels be captured without fail. With this thought, the kind grandmother's gaze toward Simon turned decidedly menacing. A being from another planet has managed to attack me within the underground passage. Simon shrieked, his previous bravado completely stripped away, leaving only a desperate struggle for survival. Oh, the kind grandmother's eyes shifted toward the opening in the stone wall, her excitement and curiosity igniting. The person capable of shattering the rules of the underground passage must be extraordinary, and such a potent force could play a pivotal role in Darkseid's scheme. For the kind grandmother, the stronger the rebel, the better. In the next instant, Clark's figure burst forth from the opening, and upon his emergence, he was met with the sight of a shadowy army, causing his expression to darken considerably. The moment the kind grandmother laid eyes on Clark, she became exhilarated. A boy of his age was precisely what she cherished, and nothing thrilled her more than to personally train a formidable hound. "Seize him! I want him alive!" the kind grandmother shouted vehemently. Instantly, the enormous dark clouds above parted, transforming into countless shadowy figures that lunged toward Clark. As for Clark, the moment the kind grandmother spoke, he charged toward the white-haired elder. However, the kind grandmother remained firmly rooted in place, and Abada did not move either. Instead, it was another imposing figure clad in heavy armor that stood ready. Upon noticing the approaching figure, Clark could not help but furrow his brow. The adversary charging towards him was indeterminate in gender, with long hair tightly secured at the back, stretching the scalp taut. Clad in heavy armor that obscured their form, only robust limbs were visible, particularly a pair of boots glinting with a metallic sheen. Each step they took resonated with a cataclysmic intensity, and Clark's keen eyesight discerned that everything beneath their feet disintegrated into nothingness, leaving no remnants behind. A molecular obliteration. This imposing figure was none other than the most formidable member of the vengeful goddess squad, meticulously trained by the benevolent grandmother herself, known as Heavy Tread. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Clark felt a surge of exhilaration, ever since his awakening atop Mount Everest. The combat genes inherent to his Kryptonian lineage seemed to have stirred to life, igniting a sense of anticipation for battle. The distance of over 1,000 meters vanished beneath their feet in less than 3 seconds, as Heavy Tread launched a fist, the surrounding air fracturing under the pressure of the force. In response, Clark raised his own fist, surprisingly matching the attack, his robust physique appearing somewhat diminutive in comparison to Heavy Tread's sheer bulk. The two fists, one larger than the other, collided with a resounding impact. In the next moment, a torrent of razor-sharp wind blades emanated from the point of contact, slicing through the air in all directions. Any creatures touched by these blades were cleaved cleanly, spilling forth a gruesome cascade of blood before succumbing to death. Following the wind blades, a more ferocious shockwave surged forth, visibly expanding like a hemispherical dome, repelling everything in its path, including the very air and the planet's gravitational pull. This caused the soil and stones beneath them to levitate, suspended in the air, unable to settle. Concurrently, the shockwave expelled the throngs of creatures surrounding them, crushing those in the immediate vicinity into mere flesh pancakes, which then pressed against their comrades, further compressing more into the same fate. In that fleeting moment, clarity reigned. The cacophony of the army of creatures diminished significantly. The shockwave soon reached the position of the benevolent grandmother, yet she remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the magnitude of energy unleashed. Just as the shockwave was about to engulf her, Big Bada stepped forward, grasping a short staff, standing protectively in front of the grandmother. The golden staff twirled deftly between her fingers, moving with such speed that it appeared to leave afterimages, resembling a shield in its formidable presence. In the next moment, Bada suddenly struck the ground fiercely with his short staff, unleashing a surge of energy akin to a tidal wave that collided with the oncoming shockwave. The energies clashed and pressed against each other, ultimately annihilating one another. However, the residual waves from this encounter claimed the lives of even more of the demonic entities. Observing this scene, the kind grandmother's expression darkened, and she murmured, "Is this the substandard weapon that Disade employs to confront the great Dark Lord? It seems the creation of the destruction demon is inevitable." Chapter 68. A single punch to death, what a wonderful child, Bada. The kind grandmother beamed at him, a smile gracing her lips, for he truly was the finest offspring of the great master, was he not? Indeed, kind grandmother, Debata replied emphatically. At that moment, as the shockwave dissipated, figures began to emerge from the distant stone wall's exit, members of the resistance. As they stepped out of the underground passage, they were immediately confronted by a dense throng of demonic beings. Before they could react, countless demons pounced upon them, and as those demons soared once more, a member of the resistance would find themselves bound tightly, whisked away into the sky by two demons, heading towards the distant demon factory. This entire sequence unfolded with remarkable precision, as though rehearsed innumerable times. Adele emerged from the underground passage, her face a canvas of confusion. Previously, she had witnessed Clark throw punches at Simon, igniting her fury. Yet, upon seeing Simon kneel in supplication, the beacon of resolve within her heart crumbled, leaving her in a haze even as she exited alongside her comrades. But in the next instant, several demons appeared before her, seizing her without a moment's hesitation. Simultaneously, others produced sturdy ropes, binding her tightly. Regardless of Adele's struggles, she found herself unable to resist against their overwhelming strength. At that moment, a bald man suddenly charged in, seizing one demon by the head and colliding it against another. With a sickening crunch, both heads flattened instantly. The remaining demons abandoned their pursuit of Adele and lunged toward Creighton, who was not someone Adele could compare with, given his strength rivaled that of Clark. Creighton's arms flailed wildly as he effortlessly captured two demons, using them as extensions of his own limbs to send the surrounding attackers crashing back. The space around him cleared significantly, but this emptiness was short-lived as more demons rushed to fill the void. Adele stood frozen in place, her gaze sweeping across the scene filled with demons, while her comrades, save for a few formidable ones, were nearly all bound and taken away. In that moment, disbelief washed over the young girl. Where was the promised battle? Where was the anticipated counterattack? Where was the vengeance spoken of? Was it all but a facade? All of this was observed by the benevolent grandmother, who pointed at Adele and remarked to Big Bada, "Look at that little girl. Doesn't she resemble you in your youth?" Big Bada, wielding her short staff, gazed at Adele, whose bewildered expression stirred a pang of compassion within her, though she masked her feelings and merely stated, "She is but a traitor." Hee hee hee. The kind grandmother chuckled oddly, exclaiming, "Ah, my dear Big Bada, no one is born loyal to another. Loyalty must be nurtured and cultivated. Go, bring her to me. It has been far too long since my orphanage has had a remarkable student." Big Bada nodded in agreement. Understood. With that, she set off toward Adele. Adele, upon noticing Big Bada, remained oblivious to the grim fate that awaited her. Meanwhile, the kind grandmother quickly diverted her attention from Adele, deeming her inconsequential and not worthy of excessive energy. Instead, her focus shifted to the young lad engaged in a fierce battle with the formidable Chong-Ta. Just moments ago, the clash between Clark and Chong-Ta had nearly cost the lives of hundreds of demonic creatures, and that was merely the result of a couple of ordinary punches. Now, the two were embroiled in an intense fight. Chong-Ta unleashed punch after punch at Clark, exuding excitement, even a hint of obsession, as she held nothing back, exerting her full strength, while her opponent appeared somewhat fatigued. Witnessing this spectacle, the kind grandmother wore a satisfied smile. Though today, as planned, had seen minor disruptions, it largely remained within her expectations. Ah, yet another goal achieved for my master. I am certain he will commend me upon his return. Yet, if the kind grandmother were less conceited or took a moment to observe closely, she would realize that the apparent fatigue displayed by the boy was merely a facade. In truth, he was quite at ease. After that initial punch, Clark discerned the extent of his opponent's strength, which was hardly superior to another bald-headed foe. He could easily obliterate her with a single blow if he so wished. However, Clark intentionally restrained his power. A stable opponent allowed him to better survey the battlefield and identify suitable opportunities to disengage, for his objectives were not centered around a demonic factory nor revenge against Darkseid. Moreover, maintaining a steady output of energy was a means of preserving his own strength. Observing the rebels being seized one by the demonic beings, Clark felt no inner turmoil. Yet, upon seeing Big Bada advancing towards Adele, his brow furrowed involuntarily. The little girl was the first person he had encountered upon arriving on this planet, and if it were within his power, he wished to prevent her from being captured and transformed into one of those grotesque, mindless weapons. Are those demonic beings after you? Here lies Apocalypse. the realm governed by the Dark Lord Darkseid. Welcome to this place. Are you foolish? I'm a native of Apocalypse. I share the same roots as Darkseid. In an instant, the imagery of their first encounter flooded Clark's mind, prompting a soft sigh to escape his lips. Truly, what the hell? He murmured. At that moment, a colossal metallic boot came crashing towards him, accompanied by the thunderous voice of its wearer. If you wish to beg for mercy, then do so loudly. Kneel and kiss my boots, and perhaps I shall spare you. You wretched man. As Clark beheld the enormous foot approaching him, he exhaled in resignation through his nostrils, then lifted one of his own feet high, bringing it down upon the instep of the heavy boot. Have you been hurt by man? The heavy foot sank deeply into the ground beneath Clark's forceful step, leaving the wearer astonished as she gazed at him, only to be met with an ever-growing fist. I'm merely toying with you. Did you truly believe it? Boom. The resounding explosion immediately captured everyone's attention. In the vicinity where Clark and the heavy-footed one had clashed, no demon dared to appear within 100 meters. At that moment, tons of soil erupted into the air, resembling waves churned by a bomb, soaring skyward and lingering in suspension. Soon after, a figure burst forth from the earth, racing towards the kind grandmother. Seeing the scene, Big Barda hastily turned and sprinted towards the kind grandmother as well. As for Adele, after regaining her senses following the deafening sound and comprehending her current predicament, she turned and dove back in the underground passage. Meanwhile, the kind grandmother's gaze fell upon the heavy-footed one. The heavy armor adorning her body lay shattered into countless fragments, crafted from the latest technology of Apocalypse, capable of withstanding meteor impacts, now scattered across the ground. Beneath those shards lay the remains of a corpse, its left half grotesquely exposed to the kind grandmother's view. Big Barda, kill him, the kind grandmother bellowed in fury. Her voice sharp and bitter, her facial wrinkles twisting grotesquely, resembling a mass of centipedes. This was her true nature, a vengeful and malevolent old woman. Chapter 69. Witness how I respect the elderly and love the young. Clark's speed far surpassed that of Big Barda. So even though she was closer to the kind grandmother, she could only watch helplessly as Clark suddenly appeared before her. Gazing at the white-haired elder before him, Clark offered a slight smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. So, you are the kind grandmother? Without uttering a word, the kind grandmother began to retreat, but Clark was swifter still. Clark extended a hand and effortlessly seized the gentle grandmother by the throat. With a surge of muscular strength, he lifted her high, as if she were but a mere doll, and then forcefully slammed her down onto the ground. A resounding thud echoed through the air, and the grandmother became embedded in the earth, leaving behind only a human-shaped indentation. As she writhed in pain on the ground, Clark was about to take a step forward when a piercing whistle reached his ears from behind. The formidable Bada had finally arrived, brandishing a colossal short staff that weighed millions of tons and aimed it squarely at Clark's back. The name of the staff aptly indicated its tremendous weight. Although it may not have truly weighed 1,000,000 tons, the difference was negligible to those unable to withstand its might. However, Clark was an exception. Sensing the fierce wind generated by the swinging staff, he did not turn around, but instead extended a hand, firmly grasping the other end of the staff with precision. The sudden halt of such a massive object released a tremendous amount of energy, a significant portion of which surged into the hands of both individuals, while another fraction was unleashed into the surrounding environment. The ensuing force disturbed the air and the ground, transforming the space within a kilometer into a turbulent zone. The airborne demon-like creatures were the first to be affected, as if a rain of meteors were falling in reverse, each one a creature of chaos. In that moment, thousands of these entities were violently expelled from the gravitational pull of the Apocalypse star, soaring into the void of outer space. Regardless of how fervently they flapped their wings, they could not escape the overwhelming force that propelled them. Thus, those creatures that burst into the cosmos erupted in a spectacular display, transforming into a dark, explosive firework. Witnesses to this spectacle instinctively fled in the opposite direction, not solely out of fear of being caught in the chaos, but because the ground surrounding the two was fracturing dramatically. Enormous fissures radiated from Bada, fracturing the terrain into countless pieces of debris. Some unfortunate souls plummeted into these crevices, their cries echoing in despair. From an aerial view, one could observe that all fissures originated from Bada, extending behind her, while Clark remained unscathed, his back turned to her. Even the gentle grandmother, embedded in the ground before him, remained untouched by the energy released. The disparity between the two was glaringly apparent. Quite impressive, Clark exclaimed, suddenly turning to regard the massive staff with keen interest. Despite its weight, he had nearly faltered under its might. What do you have for me? He inquired, casting a glance at Bada. With a cold snort, Dabida declared, All right, I'll smash it for you. With that, she forcefully yanked on the short staff. It remained steadfast, for the other end was firmly gripped by Clark. How embarrassing! Clark chuckled, and with a swift motion, he tugged at the staff, causing Dabida to lunge toward him. With the aid of Clark's strength, Dabida moved like lightning. In an instant, her knee was perilously close to Clark's nose. If struck, even Clark would likely be incapacitated. The next moment, Clark's palm shot forward, facing outward, resolutely blocking Dabida's knee, and then his fingers curled, poised to crush it. However, in the blink of an eye, Dabida's figure vanished from his sight, along with the staff slipping from Clark's grasp. When she reappeared, she was already behind him, swinging the staff down with great force aimed at his head. Teleportation? Clark suddenly closed his eyes, relinquishing all defenses. Boom! The massive staff struck Clark's head with a resounding thud, echoing like the distant chime of an ancient temple bell. The tremendous recoil caused the golden staff to tremble incessantly, and Dabida found it momentarily difficult to maintain her grip. Yet her focus remained on Clark, whose entire face rippled as if disturbed by the impact, the flesh quivering from the blow. Remarkably, his head remained perfectly round, showing no signs of damage from the colossal force. Clark gently opened his mouth, releasing a plume of white steam that surged forth, the intense heat singeing Dabida's skin. In that instant, she was taken aback. This man had taken a blow with an immense weight of 1,000,000 tons to his head, creating a massive fissure in the ground. Yet it seemed as if nothing had transpired upon striking him. Was he truly a carbon-based life form? Even silicon-based entities could hardly withstand such force. At that moment, Clark slowly opened his eyes, revealing a crimson glow, not the fierce radiance of activated heat rays, but a glare filled with ferocity. Do you know? Ever since I arrived on this planet, I have felt a shift within myself. Clark paused, a frenzy. He then extended his hands, clenching his fists tightly. Back on Earth, my body absorbed the sun's radiation, providing a warmth akin to that of a mother. Yet here, it is not I who absorbs, but rather the unknown radiations that relentlessly invade my being. Clark's hands trembled slightly, yet his expression was inexplicably exhilarated. With every person I encounter here, I feel an overwhelming urge to tear them apart, a feeling I had suppressed until your arrival. As soon as the words left his mouth, Clark suddenly lunged forward, reaching for the figure of the Grand Bada before him. The moment Bada met the boy's frenzied gaze, a chill coursed through her, compelling her to grip her short staff tightly. In an instant, she transformed into a mere shadow, poised to vanish from Clark's sight. Yet at that very moment, Clark's hand pierced through the illusion, landing firmly on Bada's calf, forcibly pulling her back from the brink of her ethereal escape. Want to run? Did you consult me first? Clark revealed a chilling smile, exposing his pearly white teeth. A wave of dread washed over Bada, as the boy's presence began to meld with the gray figure haunting her thoughts, stirring a primal fear within her. Clark slowly extended his hand. Give it to me. Swallowing hard, Bada reluctantly offered her staff to Clark. He accepted it, weighing it in his hands before declaring with satisfaction, Don't run, or I shall end you. With that, he relinquished his grip on her calf and strode towards the kind old woman, instructing, You come here and watch. Bada, taken aback, inquired, Watch what? By now, Clark had reached the elderly woman, who remained embedded in the earth. Towering over her, he muttered, Watch how I honor the elderly and cherish the young. In the next heartbeat, a steel fist descended, ruthlessly striking the kind old woman's face. Behold my reverence for the elderly. Bada stood frozen beside Clark, her eyes wide in disbelief as he relentlessly pummeled the old woman into the ground. The once pitiful visage of the white-haired matron had been obliterated, reduced to a grotesque mash of flesh. Yet Clark showed no signs of mercy. After delivering 4 or 5 blows, he yearned for more. His eyes glinted with a crimson hue, igniting the scorching rays within him. Without regard for the energy expended, 2 blazing beams of light singed the old woman's white hair, enveloping her battered head in a charred layer of skin resembling a burnt egg. As the searing rays persisted for several seconds, The acrid scent of roasting flesh wafted through the air. Only then did Clark withdraw the scorching rays, casting a glance down at the old woman. Even he, the instigator, couldn't help but grimace in disgust. Lifting his gaze to Bada, he posed a question. Do you know the coordinates of the solar system? Bada shook her head. Clark's brows furrowed in irritation. Then perish. With that, he hurled the million-ton short staff towards her. The massive weight of the staff naturally generated immense energy as it flew through the air. As it spiraled towards her, Bada's expression shifted dramatically, and she leapt high into the air, reaching out to touch the staff as it whizzed beneath her. At the moment she grasped the short staff, her entire being, along with the staff, transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing entirely before Clark's eyes. Clark chose not to pursue her. Instead, he lifted his gaze and scanned the surroundings, searching for Adele's presence. However, the clever little girl had long since returned to the starting point via the underground passage. Unbeknownst to him, after surveying the area, Clark failed to spot Adele, and with a gentle sigh, he resigned himself to the thought that the little girl had also been captured. Shifting his focus, Clark once again directed his attention towards the distant factory of the automaton-like beings, pondering internally whether he should attempt to rescue her. His heart provided a resounding negative response. He had far more pressing matters at hand, and could not afford to endanger himself for someone he barely knew. Yet, upon further observation, he recognized another familiar figure. Simon. At that moment, Simon was sprinting towards the automaton factory, on the verge of entering its doors. With a swift motion, Clark transformed into a streak of darkness, hurtling toward Simon, not opting for flight, as running was far swifter at such a close distance. Sensing an overwhelming hostility, Simon could not help but glance back. Although he did not see Clark's figure, he noticed the unmistakable signs left on the ground. The earth having been violently disturbed was difficult to overlook. Astonished, Simon abandoned any pretense and scrambled towards the automaton factory, just as those automatons tasked with capturing the rebels emerged from within. Block him! Quickly block him! Simon shouted at the automatons, but all he received in return were their bewildered stares. To their vision, Clark was invisible. In the next moment, a voice suddenly resonated in Simon's ear. Whom do you wish to block? Tell me, and I shall assist you. It was Clark's voice, accompanied by his hand gripping Simon's shoulder tightly. Simon's complexion turned ashen, and he soon felt a violent, pulling force emanating from his shoulder, propelling him uncontrollably away from the automaton factory. After casting Simon back, Clark regarded the automatons rushing towards him with a scoff. What a wretched assembly of creatures! With that, his eyes glinted crimson, and the sky was cleaved asunder, along with the automatons above. In the blink of an eye, Clark's figure vanished, accompanied by a flurry of earth being thrust into the air as he sped to Simon's side, who had just reached the location of the kindly grandmother. From his elevated position, he caught sight of the kindly grandmother deeply embedded in the ground, recognizing her solely by her attire. Witnessing the once mighty figure of the kindly grandmother, who commanded the winds and rains across the entire apocalyptic star, now resembling a charred and lifeless creature, Simon was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of sorrow. At that moment, Clark had already arrived beside him, pressing Simon's head down towards the kindly grandmother, his tone surprisingly gentle. Do you like her current appearance? With a sorrowful expression, Simon forced a smile and said, I like it. Clark, twisting his hand around his head, had a fierce glint in his eyes. Then I shall give you one too. No. Simon suddenly fell to his knees, clutching Clark's leg and begging for mercy. The crimson glow in Clark's eyes dissipated, replaced by a cold, stern demeanor, as he calmly inquired, Tell me the coordinates of the solar system. I don't know. I truly don't know. Simon pleaded. Clark frowned, placing a foot on Simon's head, pressing it into the ground. So everything you told me before was a lie? With his face buried in the dirt, Simon could scarcely utter a word. Clark lifted his foot and gazed down at him. Tell me, Simon. Tell me. Clark felt his patience nearing its breaking point. Had it not been for the lingering concerns in his heart, he would have already severed the head of the wretch beneath him. Yet Simon merely pressed his forehead against the ground, displaying his submission. Though this act plunged Clark's heart into despair, Simon had been deceiving him all along. Clark could no longer suppress the murderous intent surging within him. He suddenly threw his arms wide and let out a roar toward the sky. In that moment, the azure of his eyes began to glow with a crimson light, a light poised to erupt into two searing beams. However, at that very instant, The color of Clark's eyes shifted dramatically. The blood-red hue morphed into a dark crimson. As if during the process of unleashing the fiery beams, countless photons erupted from his cells, and an unknown energy mingled with the flow, deepening the crimson until it became a blackened red. In the next moment, two beams of dark crimson light erupted forth. Compared to Clark's previous searing rays, these were more robust, more ferocious, and more violent. The moment Simon was touched by the light, he was thrust backward by the dark crimson rays. Though the beams did not incinerate his body, Simon emitted a heart-wrenching scream that sent chills through all who heard it. In the blink of an eye, Simon was propelled against the metallic wall of the demon-like factory, his body pressed tightly against it. Under the oppressive force of the dark crimson light, his form began to embed itself within the metallic surface. Even the hard alloy seemed incapable of resisting the pressure of Clark's dark crimson rays, creating a rounded indentation in the wall centered around Simon's body. The scene resembled a heavy iron ball resting on a piece of silk, the weight of the iron causing the fabric to sag beneath it. Yet Simon was not the iron ball, the dark crimson light was. At best, Simon was merely an ant caught in the fray. The moment the dark crimson rays made contact with him, he was, in truth, already dead. The anguished scream that echoed was akin to the mournful wails of a tormented soul. In the next moment, the metallic walls lost all semblance of protection, as nearly 1,000 meters of the structure was uprooted, allowing the dark crimson light to surge unabated into the factory, resembling a demonic stronghold. The dark crimson light advanced resolutely along its predetermined path, for the trajectory of light is inherently straight. However, this course was obstructed by a myriad of objects. Regardless of their size, structural integrity, or whether they were anchored to the ground, all were mercilessly battered by the dark crimson light, dislodging them from their original positions, propelled forward by its force. At this juncture, a sudden wave of weakness surged through Clark's body, rousing him from his frenzied state. He tightly shut his eyes, dispelling the dark crimson hue from his vision, while the dark crimson light flickered in the air a few times before gradually dissipating. With the vanishing of the dark crimson light, the objects that had been thrust forward lost their momentum, crashing to the ground with a cacophonous clatter. Surprisingly, the once resilient alloy walls and metallic machinery shattered into a fine powder upon impact, as if their durability had been stripped away by the dark crimson light. From an aerial perspective, the immense factory had been cleaved in two, a deep chasm appearing within its confines, where all objects flanking the ravine were rendered unrecognizable. Meanwhile, Clark knelt on one knee, his arms trembling, a manifestation of utter physical exhaustion. Chapter 71. Into the abyss, into the inferno. At the moment Clark collapsed to the ground, a short distance away in a deep pit, a kindly old woman struggled to raise her hand. Sensing movement beside him, Clark turned to see a robust, flabby arm emerging from the earth, which then lifted to reveal a brilliant light shooting forth from her sleeve, ascending rapidly into the heavens. Yet in the next instant, Clark's figure materialized directly above the kindly old woman. With a swift motion, he captured the luminous object in his palm. Thud! Clark landed vertically, his foot striking the old woman's arm, which snapped at an unnatural angle beneath his weight. Gazing at the orb of light in his grasp, he addressed the old woman. "Do you seek to summon aid?" Before she could respond, he exerted pressure, shattering the orb completely. In that fleeting moment, the orb erupted into 4 fragments, hastening skyward at a velocity several times greater than before, soaring to great heights before exploding into 4 colossal spheres of light, radiating brilliance. Clark's expression darkened considerably, while beneath him, the kindly old woman's grotesque visage broke into a smile, only to be met by the force of Clark's foot. After delivering several kicks to that grotesque visage, Clark realized it was time for him to depart. Regardless of who might arrive next, they would undoubtedly place him in a vulnerable position. His earlier outburst had significantly drained his internal reserves of energy, and with Simon now deceased, there was little reason for him to linger any longer. With this thought in mind, Clark, without a moment's hesitation, delivered another kick before utilizing the resulting thrust to propel himself away from the factory, resembling a demonic entity. Shortly after Clark's departure, the imposing figure of Big Bada gradually materialized beside the benevolent grandmother. She bent down to extricate the grandmother from the ground, enduring a torrent of venomous invectives throughout the process. While most of the curses were directed at the boy, A portion was also aimed at Big Bada, and even the deceased repeated tread received some blame. Struggling to free herself from the earth, the grandmother began to produce various potions from her garments, either consuming them directly or injecting them into her skin, as her facial wounds visibly improved at an astonishing rate. Observing this, a peculiar glint flickered in Big Bada's eyes, and she promptly knelt before the grandmother, exclaiming, "Please allow me to pursue the enemy. If I fail to bring him back for your judgment, I shall willingly leap into the abyss of fire, enduring the eternal torment of the dark flames." The grandmother regarded her askance, her gaze cold as ice. After a prolonged silence, she slowly raised her hand and said, "Go forth, Big Bada. You are the one I hold in the highest regard. My position shall one day be entrusted to you. Do not disappoint me." Upon hearing this, Big Bada, filled with fervor, declared, "I will not let you down." With that, she brandished her million-ton short staff and soared into the sky, pursuing the direction in which Clark had vanished. The grandmother's eyes remained fixed on Big Bada until she disappeared from view, at which point she slowly withdrew her gaze. Not long after Big Bada's departure, four figures converged from three directions towards the grandmother. She stood motionless, while the four figures halted before her, kneeling on one knee and bowing their heads. The grandmother's gaze traversed the four individuals before finally resting on the one to her far left. Rashina lifted her head to meet the grandmother's eyes, her face obscured by a mask that concealed her forehead, nose, and chin, leaving only her eyes and mouth visible. In that moment, her eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly delighted that the grandmother had called her name. The grandmother reached out, gently caressing Rashina's mask. "I have been attacked," she stated. At this revelation, the remaining three individuals simultaneously raised their heads, their faces mirroring a shared fury. Rashina almost roared, "Who dares to assault you? I shall reduce them to cinders." The other three nodded in agreement, each mimicking a gesture of cruel intent. The kindly grandmother gazed in the direction where Clark had vanished. "Big Bad is pursuing him," she remarked. However, upon hearing the name Big Bad spoken by the grandmother, a sudden expression of jealousy flickered across Lathina's face, which she made no effort to conceal. At that moment, Geraltino, adorned in a flowing white gown, detected the shift in the grandmother's tone. The grandmother cast a glance at Geraltino and nodded, saying, "However, Big Bad's heart has changed. I fear she may commit acts that would disappoint the great Dark Lord. Therefore, I command you to pursue and bring back both the enemy and Big Bad." Lathina, her face alight with excitement, inquired, "May I kill Big Bad?" The grandmother smiled benevolently, her hands gently caressing Lathina's mask. "Of course, my child. If Big Bad truly betrays the great Dark Lord, then you, along with the others." The grandmother's gaze shifted to the other three, her kind demeanor suddenly transforming into one of cold severity. "Kill her. Betrayers are far more disappointing than mere rebels." In the next moment, the four rose in unison, nodding in acknowledgement to the grandmother before hastily pursuing the direction of Clark and Big Bad's disappearance. The grandmother gazed tenderly at the retreating figures of her vengeful goddess squad, the most elite and loyal warriors across this planet and beyond. Yet at that moment, she appeared to recall Clark, instinctively touching her swollen face, the pain still lingering. "Ah, the solar system, is it? You shall soon experience the consequences of betraying the great Dark Lord. And as for you, I shall savor your most beloved one, piece by piece, before your very eyes." The grandmother's venomous curse sent a chill down Clark's spine, even from a distance. He instinctively glanced back, but saw nothing. However, as he turned forward again, a figure abruptly appeared before him. It was Big Bad, her hands raised in surrender, seemingly devoid of any intent to fight. Clark furrowed his brow, uncertain of the enemy's intentions, yet he had no desire to halt. Coldly, he declared, "If you wish to live, get lost." As he spoke, he did not slow his pace. Just as he brushed past Big Bad, her lips moved slightly, and a voice reached Clark's ears, causing his expression to shift drastically. In the next instant, Big Bad extended her short staff, and without hesitation, Clark grasped it. Their figures vanished from the spot, only to reappear in an underground cavern. Clark released the staff, his urgency palpable as he asked, "What did you mean by that statement?" "Just what you heard," Big Bad replied. "I can help you return to your planet." "You will help me?" Clark questioned with skepticism. Bada nodded, speaking with a rapid pace, "I will assist you, but only if you first assist me." Clark scoffed disdainfully. The last person who uttered those words was Simon, who said exactly the same thing to you before he met his demise at my own hands. Dabata shook her head, asserting, I can reveal to you that there is but one way to escape from Apocalypse Star. What is that way? Clark inquired, willing to take the risk once more rather than relinquish any potential means of returning to Earth. Dabata stated firmly, descend into the fire abyss and enter the Black Prison. Chapter 72. The Gifted Women. Though Dabata appeared anxious, she patiently awaited Clark's comprehension of her words. Clark stared intently at her, asking, someone once warned me never to enter the fire abyss Black Prison, a place from which no one has ever escaped. Yet you now urge me to enter willingly? Indeed, Dabata replied with unwavering conviction. Can you elucidate the connection between entering the fire abyss Black Prison and aiding my return to Earth? Because the one who can help you leave Apocalypse Star resides within the fire abyss Black Prison. Dabata's words were startling. Clark maintained a calm demeanor, silently awaiting her explanation. Dabata furrowed her brow and quickly continued, we are pressed for time. The other members of the Vengeful Goddess Squad will soon be upon us. I can only tell you this. I need you to enter the fire abyss Black Prison to assist someone in escaping, and that person is your only hope. Clark feigned sudden realization, asking, you expect me to trust that someone who cannot even escape the prison can help me flee from Apocalypse Star? I can only disclose this much for now. We are out of time. Dabata fixed her gaze on Clark, insisting now, tell me your choice. If you truly wish to return to your planet, the Fire Abyss Black Prison is your sole opportunity. Of course, to enter the Fire Abyss Black Prison, you must face the judgment of Granny Kind, for only she has the authority to confine you within the prison. What you must do now is, at this moment, Dabata abruptly paused, then swung her hand to hurl a massive short staff towards the opening above, the heavy implement instantly dislodging rocks and earth overhead, allowing a stream of crimson light to flood into the cavern. In the next instant, Dabata lunged towards Clark, who remained motionless. What you must do now is endure a thorough beating from me, after which I will take you to Granny Kind, who will torment you before casting you into the Fire Abyss Black Prison. This is my plan. If you accept, then stand still. Clark's azure eyes grew vacant like those of a dead fish as he sighed softly, bracing himself for Dabata's assault. Ultimately, he chose to place his trust in her. After all, merely half an hour prior, they had been adversaries, and it seemed Dabata had no reason to deceive him. He had considered the possibility that this was a cunning scheme orchestrated by Big Bada, designed to capture him and present him to the gentle grandmother. Nevertheless, Clark had no choice but to endure this peril, for he felt utterly powerless. However, he was not devoid of hidden cards. If this truly was a trap, his aces would undoubtedly facilitate his escape from this dark prison. With this thought in mind, Clark gazed at the approaching figure of Big Bada and softly inquired, why me? In response, Big Bada delivered a powerful punch to Clark's abdomen, the immense force lifting him off the ground. Because you possess strength. This somewhat unsatisfactory answer alleviated Clark's frustration considerably. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of four silhouettes dashing toward him. They were undoubtedly the Vengeful Goddess Squad mentioned by Big Bada, and the current bout was merely for their spectacle. With this realization, Clark swiftly sidestepped a direct kick from Big Bada and retaliated with a flying kick aimed at her. Since this is a drill, it would be unreasonable for me to refrain from striking back. Clark observed Big Bada, whose indignation was palpable, and he smiled slightly before launching a formidable punch toward her head. The sheer force behind the blow was such that, if it connected, it would surely result in severe injury or worse. Seeing this, Big Bada summoned her golden-toned short staff, which effortlessly materialized in her grasp. With deft precision, she maneuvered it, meeting Clark's fist with a resounding impact. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted, sending Big Bada hurtling through the air while Clark, in an effort to maintain the authenticity of the exercise, coughed up blood and was thrown backward, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, the remaining members of the Vengeful Goddess Squad arrived, halting their advance to observe the unfolding scene. They watched as Big Bada tumbled through the air before regaining her composure, prompting Lahina to scoff. Big Bada, why haven't you killed him yet? Anyone who dares to offend the gentle grandmother deserves no chance to survive. With that, Lahina produced a metallic whip from behind her waist, and with a flick of her wrist, it lunged toward Clark. However, midway, the whip veered sharply, unexpectedly hurtling toward Big Bada. In a swift motion, Big Bada swung her staff, ensnaring the whip around it. Lahina, what are you trying to accomplish? Big Bada asked coldly. Lahina chuckled nonchalantly, just a breeze. As she spoke, without any visible effort, the whip emitted a resonating hum, and several arcs of blue electricity surged toward Big Bada. Standing steadfast, Big Bada allowed the electric arcs to envelop her staff, yet it appeared impervious, as the vibrant arcs flickered without inflicting any harm upon her. With a disdainful huff, Big Bada remarked, "You know full well that your whip is ineffective against me. Do you wield it merely to humiliate me? Is this all you can do, Raxana?" "Nonsense." Raxana seethed with fury, her hand trembling slightly as the long whip suddenly detached from her short staff, coiling around the massive Bada like a gigantic serpent, poised for an imminent strike. Meanwhile, Clark, who lay nearby, had transitioned from protagonist to mere spectator. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he feigned injury on the ground and, witnessing the clash between the two, shifted into a more comfortable position to enjoy the spectacle. At that moment, the silver-haired Geraltino, clad in a flowing gown, interjected, "You two should temper your fervor." Upon hearing her words, both Bada and Raxana turned their gazes toward her. Geraltino continued, "Do not forget the command of the benevolent grandmother." Raxana abruptly retracted her whip, securing it at her waist, and fixed a penetrating stare on Bada, warning, "You had best not give me any leverage. Do not forget the fate that awaits those who betray the benevolent grandmother and the Dark Lord." With that, she turned on her heel and vanished from sight in a matter of steps. Geraltino, observing the prostrate Clark, then turned to Bada, her tone even and composed as she inquired, "Is he the one who attacked the benevolent grandmother?" Bada raised an eyebrow. "Attack? Indeed, it was he. Since he is your quarry, we shall not contend with you for him. You would do well to subdue him now and present him to the benevolent grandmother, for otherwise, no one shall come to your aid." With that, Geraltino also turned and sped toward the demon forge, her twin blades slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense and chilling. "What a pity that no one has died," lamented the deranged Harriet, who had been squatting on a stone. "I rather hoped to see one of you perish, yet here you remain, unharmed." A glimmer of regret flickered in Harriet's eyes as she spoke, quickly replaced by an intense fervor. "Of course, I will be delighted to assist one of you in eliminating the other. Truly." She directed her gaze at Bada, her thin lips failing to conceal her gleaming white teeth, granting her a perpetual semblance of mirth. "These words are meant for you first, my dear Bada." No sooner had she spoken than she too vanished from the assembly. Bada furrowed her brow, a wave of revulsion washing over her as she considered Harriet's previous position. Her gaze then turned to the last remaining individual present, Bernard from the Vengeance Goddess Squad. Towering in stature, Bernard bore an imposing presence, her long spear cradled in her arms as she silently observed the unfolding events, seemingly indifferent to the chaos around her. "And you, Bernard, do you not intend to depart?" Bernard glanced at Clark and replied coolly, "I am concerned that you may not be able to subdue him alone, especially given the wounds he inflicted upon the benevolent grandmother." Bada shook her head. "He is no longer a threat. You are well aware of the benevolent grandmother's might." Bernard nodded. "Then I'll take my leave. Make haste to join me." Big Bada responded with a hum, gazing at Bernard. As Bernard turned to depart, her words lingered in the air. "Do not place your trust in her. She has uttered similar sentiments to Lahana before." Chapter 73. Darkseid on his way to Earth once Bernard was gone. Big Barda remained rooted to the spot for an extended period until Clark's voice roused her. "How much longer will you ponder?" he inquired. Big Barda furrowed her brow and glanced at Clark, still sprawled on the ground, asking, "What did you say?" "Ask for your name," Clark replied. Big Barda. "Very well. Big Barda, can you now enlighten me on whom I should seek upon entering this so-called black prison?" "Speak as we walk," she instructed. Big Barda strode forward with her long legs, heading toward the factory-like structure. Clark's body gradually lifted from the ground, aligning itself in mid-air before gently descending. "Go on. Share everything you know, such as this black prison and that individual," he urged. As they walked, their pace was unhurried yet steady. Big Barda began. "The person you seek is named Scott Free. He is the leader of New Genesis, the son of Highfather. From a young age, he was exchanged as a hostage between Highfather and Darkseid, yet Darkseid entrusted him to Granny Goodness for guidance. It was during that time that I met him." Clark acknowledged, offering a sign of respect, though he felt indifferent toward Big Barda's acquaintance with Scott. Seemingly lost in reminiscence, Big Barda failed to notice Clark's indifference and continued. He is one of the few friends I have on this planet, and perhaps the kindest and most upright individual I have ever encountered. He is utterly distinct from everything associated with Apocalypse. Wow, Clark responded dismissively, but this time Big Barda caught his lack of enthusiasm. She frowned and coldly remarked, "If you wish to return to your planet, you must earnestly listen to what I have to say." Clark nodded. "I assure you, I am fully attentive." "Then tell me his name." "Scott Free." "Enough." Clark sighed. "All right, please continue. I'll pay more attention this time. By the way, why is he in the Black Prison?" Big Barda scrutinized him for a moment before scoffing, simply because of his unwavering righteousness and kindness. No matter how Granny Goodness tormented him, it could not alter his nature. More importantly, he once clandestinely formed a resistance, distinctly separate from that so-called rebellion led by Hyman. This resistance caused considerable strife for Darkseid, which is why Granny Goodness confined him to the Black Prison. Clark nodded slightly and asked, "How can I earn his trust once I arrive in the Black Prison?" Upon hearing Clark's words, a sudden blush graced the visage of Big Barda, who then softly uttered, "Merely convey one phrase to him, and he shall understand that you are the ally I have procured." "What phrase?" Clark inquired, intrigued. Big Barda whispered, and at her words, Clark's eyes widened in astonishment, only to be met with a swift strike from her short staff upon his head. With a slight tilt of his head, he deftly evaded the blow, exclaiming in wonder, "I never would have anticipated such a statement." Indeed, who could have foreseen it? As Big Barda retracted her staff, her expression darkened considerably. Promptly, Clark cleared his throat and asked, "Pray tell, what the Black Pit? What manner of place is it?" Big Barda's demeanor softened somewhat as she replied, "On Apocalypse, there exist 9 colossal fire pits that plunge into the very core of the earth. Within them burns the Dark Flame, a force that erodes both flesh and spirit. After Darkseid seized control of Apocalypse, he established the Black Pit within the largest of these fiery abysses to imprison those who dare to oppose him. As for the specific appearance of the Black Pit, you shall discover it upon your arrival. However, be particularly wary of the Dark Flame that can ignite at any moment. Once tainted by its touch, extinguishing it becomes a near impossibility. It will consume your body as kindling and your soul as fuel until you are entirely incinerated." Clark frowned deeply at her words. "At any moment? Indeed. Has no one ever escaped?" "Never." Clark halted, fixing a cold gaze upon Big Barda. "I yearn to return to my planet swiftly, but that does not imply I am willing to forsake my life. Do you comprehend?" Big Barda regarded him with a piercing gaze. "Do you believe you have a choice?" Clark nodded resolutely. "This planet is vast, and there are many extraterrestrials. I trust that someone must possess knowledge of the coordinates of the solar system. Even if I must fly, I shall find my way back." To his surprise, Big Barda laughed. "If my conjecture is correct, you must have arrived via the boom tube. Am I right?" Clark regarded her with indifference, offering no reply. The boom tube is a pinnacle of technology on this planet, a flawless creation. Darkseid once possessed 3 boom tubes, but they were lost in a singular conflict that nearly cost him his life, a tale you have undoubtedly heard. "And what if I have?" Big Barda continued with a smile. "Do you realize that Darkseid has never relinquished his pursuit of you, or rather, of your planet? His relentless conquests are driven by the ambition to augment his power, all with the ultimate aim of returning to your world and reclaiming the boom tubes. And since you arrived here through the boom tube, I have ample reason to believe that the boom tubes on your planet are already beginning to activate. Do you grasp the implications of your arrival?" With this, Big Barda's smile grew ever more audacious. "This signifies that the time for Darkseid to descend upon your planet is drawing near, and you still wish to linger longer, relying on your flight capabilities to return to your world?" This statement seemed somewhat exaggerated to Big Barda, prompting a comical smile to grace her lips. Clark, however, responded with calm composure. "You cannot fathom the distance between my planet and here, so how could you possibly know that I cannot return before Darkseid arrives?" A peculiar smile crossed Big Barda's face. "I am indeed aware, and to be frank, he is already en route." Her words caused Clark's expression to shift dramatically, and in the next moment, he stood before her, looking down with an intensity that threatened to overflow from his darkened eyes. "How dare you say that Darkseid is on his way to Earth? Why should I tell you?" Big Barda replied coolly, "Perhaps I am merely deceiving you? After all, Women are known to enjoy misleading men. Clark shut his eyes, yet the dark hue was evident even through his closed eyelids. Big Barda's words stripped Clark of any semblance of control. Indeed, she might be lying, but Clark could not afford to take that risk. For should he lose this gamble, he would not merely sacrifice a planet, but everything he held dear. Upon reopening his eyes, Clark coldly stated, "Since you were tasked with hunting me down, it would hardly be fitting for you to return unscathed." With that, he launched a punch towards Big Barda's face as if seeking vengeance. Chapter 74. The fiery tongue of the earthly serpent. When Big Barda brought Clark before the kindly grandmother, she had shed her previous fierceness and poise, leaving only a disheveled figure. Her damaged armor, swollen visage, and blood-stained body all bore testament to the challenge she faced in capturing the young man. At this moment, four figures stood behind the kindly grandmother, the other members of the Vengeance Goddess Squad. The body of the fallen had already been collected by the grandmother, for Darkseid possessed the ability to resurrect the dead, and should the opportunity arise, she was reluctant to lose a promising student. Compared to Big Barda, Clark appeared relatively unscathed. "Big Barda, when we last saw you, you were not in such a state," Lasheen remarked coldly. "How is it that you have become so disheveled at the mere turn of a head? Are you performing for our amusement?" Big Barda replied with indifference. "What are you to warrant a performance for me? This fool assaulted me midway, and had it not been for the grandmother exhausting his strength, I might not have been able to subdue him." Upon hearing Big Barda's explanation, the grandmother's stern expression softened considerably. No one wishes to lose face before their peers, and Big Barda's ability to uphold her dignity brought a measure of solace to the kindly grandmother. In the next moment, her gaze towards Clark suddenly turned venomous. She slowly approached him, abruptly extending a hand to seize his hair, forcefully yanking it back so that he lay exposed to the heavens. Clark opened his eyes and caught a glimpse of the benevolent grandmother, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Ah, it's you. Does the scent of the earth still linger?" Upon hearing this, the grandmother's expression shifted dramatically, and she raised her hand to strike Clark's cheek. Yet, as her gaze met his, the moment hung in the air. A fleeting flash of dark crimson light flickered in Clark's eyes, causing her hand to abruptly halt beside his face, the strike never landing. Swiftly, the grandmother brushed her fingers through Clark's hair, capturing a small tuft which she clutched tightly. With a sudden turn, she commanded, "Cast him into the abyss of the infernal prison. Remember, do not let him perish. He remains of great use to me." Big Barda suppressed her excitement and nodded in affirmation. Understood. What Clark was unaware of was that Big Barda harbored a plan so fraught with uncertainty that even she felt a tremor of doubt. The first challenge in her endeavor to save Scott was to securely place Clark in the prison, a privilege currently held only by the grandmother. However, she could not fathom the grandmother's temperament. Should the grandmother choose not to confine Clark, the subsequent stages of her plan would dissolve into mere fantasies. Fortunately, the grandmother ultimately decided to imprison Clark, igniting a spark of exhilaration within Big Barda. What splendid fortune! She mused internally, and without delay, she led Clark away towards the prison's direction. Unbeknownst to Big Barda, at the instant she turned to depart, the grandmother's head spun a full 180 degrees. Her swollen eyes fixated on her retreating figure until she vanished from sight. At that moment, Rahina spoke up again. "Dear grandmother, you are well aware that her heart has changed. Why do you refrain from executing her?" Gelatino coldly interjected. "Rahina, silence your tongue. The grandmother requires no guidance in her actions." Upon hearing Gelatino's rebuke, Rahina realized her misstep, hastily lowering her gaze, too timid to meet the grandmother's eyes. Yet at this juncture, the grandmother had already turned her head back, her gaze now resting upon Rahina. She spoke slowly, "Because my love for you all renders me incapable of taking such action, Rahina." Rahina lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears. "I love you too, my dear grandmother." The grandmother nodded in acknowledgement before sweeping her gaze across the faces of the other three. "Remember, you are all my students, my proudest and most exceptional pupils. I refuse to forsake any one of you. Big Barda is merely momentarily entranced. She will come to understand in time. What we must do now is simply wait, waiting for her heart to return to our side. Do you understand?" The four nodded in unison. "Yes, kind grandmother." The kind grandmother nodded and said to the four, "Simon is dead. You must find another. Without Simon, we lack the props for our experiment. Go forth and swiftly seek the next Simon." "Yes." With that, the four suddenly dashed in different directions, vanishing from the kind grandmother-esque sight in an instant. As they departed, the gentle expression of the kind grandmother abruptly turned cold. She looked down at the hair in her hand, murmuring, "With you, I might create the most perfect masterpiece. You are the future, while they are merely flawed imitations." Once the four had vanished from her view, Daba began to accelerate wildly, as if fearing that if she lagged even a moment, the kind grandmother would retract her command and confine Clark elsewhere. In her urgency, she vigorously wielded her short staff, utilizing its considerable weight to propel herself forward. Even so, by the time they reached the fire abyss, several hours had elapsed. Clark found himself reminiscing about the underground passage created by Simon, which had proven to be an invaluable asset for long-distance travel. At that moment, Clark could sense a strange radiation surging through his pores and invading his body. This unfamiliar radiation was the culprit behind his scorching beam mutation. As he had previously mentioned to Daba, ever since arriving on Apocalyptic Star, his internal energy had been diminishing without replenishment. With each use, he found himself depleted, and as he expended more energy, the pervasive, strange radiation across Apocalyptic Star surged towards him like a swarm, invading his body and claiming the territory left vacant by his energy loss. Now, the fire abyss lay ahead, and the strange radiation grew increasingly active, with its concentration geometrically escalating. Clark suddenly realized that the strange radiation pervading Apocalyptic Star emanated from this very fire abyss. However, the radiation concentration was lower and relatively calm at a distance, while it intensified closer to the abyss. Despite having closed his pores, the omnipresent radiation seeped through his skin, gradually infiltrating his body and ultimately penetrating his cells. At this moment, within Clark's body resided two types of energy, one derived from solar radiation absorbed on Earth, now occupying roughly 25 of the cells. The other type of energy was the radiation emanating from the fire abyss, which, upon entering his body, began to seize control of the remaining 75 of his cells. Fortunately, the two forms of energy exhibited inertia towards one another, refraining from conflict within him, which brought Clark a sigh of relief. As he prepared to face impending danger, he naturally wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. Yet deep within his heart, he comprehended that the radiation from Apocalyptic Star was far from benign. The previous outburst he experienced in the pseudo-demonic factory was merely one of its side effects. He could scarcely envision the transformation that would ensue should the energy stored within his cells be entirely replaced by this specific radiation from Apocalyptic Star. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he suddenly realized that the two had reached the precipice of the fire abyss. At that moment, a frenzied alarm blared in Clark's mind, and immediately, an extraordinarily thick crimson tongue erupted from the depths of the abyss before them. The earthly giant python. Gazing at the fiery tongue, Clark murmured to himself, for it was the only term he could summon to encapsulate the sight before him. The abyss, measuring thousands of kilometers in diameter, had unleashed a tongue that towered even higher than the Himalayas. Chapter 75. The Survivors and the Strange Signal. While Clark toiled to unearth a path back to Earth on Apocalyptic Star in the distant Andromeda constellation, the void of space surrounding a shattered planet suddenly rippled and undulated. Following this, a colossal and peculiar spaceship gradually emerged from the region of distortion. Had Clark beheld this spectacle, he would have been utterly astounded, for this was a vessel he had encountered before. In the recesses of Kal-El's memory, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the ship that had transported him from Earth to Krypton. At this moment, within the ship's cabin, several figures stood silently before the enormous transparent viewport, gazing out at the fragmented planet that lay beyond. A somber atmosphere enveloped the cabin, for what they beheld was none other than their homeworld, Krypton. Druzad, the military commander of Krypton, had sorrowful black eyes that betrayed a sense of despair, mingled with a hint of defiance and a touch of bitterness. The despair stemmed from a deep-seated remorse for failing in his duties, while the defiance arose from his refusal to accept that the Krypton he had vowed to protect with his life was now destined to meet its shattered fate. The bitterness was rooted in the long-held convictions he had cherished, which ultimately led to the present calamity. If you had all heeded my counsel, Krypton would not have perished. He had been exiled into the Phantom Zone, a confinement that ironically preserved their lives. A cruel twist of fate that simultaneously reinforced Zod's belief in the validity of his convictions. At that moment, Fiora softly inquired, "General, her words trailed off. Yet, Zod discerned her meaning. Krypton had been obliterated, and what path lay ahead for this band of Kryptonian survivors? Zod fell silent for a moment before turning to inquire of Noel, who stood behind Fiora. Is it possible to locate the ships left behind on other planets from the exploration era? Priority to those with Genesis chambers. As the chief craftsman of the Craftsman Guild, one of the 5 major guilds of Krypton, Norse swiftly began to operate his personal terminal, then lifted his gaze towards Zod. This ship contains no useful information. The weight of this statement plunged the already disheartened spirits of the group into further despair. However, Zod was not taken aback. After all, this vessel was designated for the exile of the 11 of them, and it was unlikely to harbor much information. Yet, he had not anticipated that it would be utterly devoid of anything. 11 individuals aboard a ship that lacked even a star map. How were they to resurrect the grandeur of Kryptonian civilization? Great Rao, please guide me on what I must do. Zod silently prayed in his heart. He knew such supplications were futile, yet faith had always provided him with fortitude in moments of impending collapse. As the leader of the Warriors Guild, Zod had been aware of his mission and responsibility since birth: to protect Krypton, safeguard its civilization, and lead Krypton towards a more resplendent future. However, gazing upon the shattered planet before him, he felt, for the first time in his life, a profound sense of confusion. Just then, Nur suddenly uttered a sound of surprise. His voice was not loud, yet it reached Zod's ears with crystal clarity. Zod turned abruptly to Nur. "What is it?" Nur did not respond directly. Instead, he took 2 steps towards the console, his hands moving swiftly across it, creating an illusion of blurred motion. The others watched in silence, hesitant to interrupt. Zod was no exception. He sensed Nur must have discovered something significant. Whatever it was, it meant he had a task to undertake. A specific and clear objective could always divert one from sorrow and confusion. "We have detected an unknown signal. 27 light years away. Kryptonian technology." Nur's words ignited a surge of warmth within the group. A glimmer of light flickered in Zod's eyes as he turned to Nur and declared decisively, "Lock on. Set the course. Let's embark." In the next moment, everyone in the cabin seemed to come to life, rushing towards their respective stations, their eyes shimmering with hope. Witnessing the scene, a hint of relaxation surfaced on Zod's stern face as he approached Nur and patted him on the shoulder. "Well done, my friend." Nur nodded in gratitude. "It is my duty, General. Can you decipher the information contained in that signal?" Zod inquired further. Nur hesitated, his expression turning peculiar before he replied. "The information is encrypted, but it appears to resemble the encryption method of the elf family." Zod's brow furrowed, his gaze sharpening. "You mean Jor-El's?" Nur nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. This is impossible." Zod shook his head, a furrow forming between his brows. Joel should have perished alongside Krypton. How could he possibly appear over 20 light years away? At this moment, Zod suddenly froze. Years of imprisonment had dulled his memories, but now he recalled that before Krypton's destruction, his dear friend Joel had sent his son, the naturally conceived and unaltered Kal-El, away from Krypton. Based on his understanding of this old friend, it was evident that the boy harbored something crucial for the rebirth of Krypton: the Codex of Life. With this thought, Zod's once dead heart surged back to life, beating fiercely. With the Codex of Life in hand, and upon locating the Genesis chamber, the reconstruction of Kryptonian civilization would no longer be a mere fantasy. "All hands, full speed ahead," Zod bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the ship, met with a chorus of enthusiastic cheers from the crew. "Yes, General." In the vastness of space, the shattered remnants of Krypton continued to scatter its debris, with the farthest fragments already drifting beyond the planet's gravitational reach, sailing deeper into the cosmos. Meanwhile, the Kryptonian vessel, amidst a surge of energy, vanished before the fragmented world, propelling towards a planet 27 light years away. What they failed to notice was that amidst the endless shards surrounding the broken planet, a dark figure floated cross-legged in the void. He remained motionless, akin to a shadow, occasionally nudged by drifting debris, but merely shifting to another direction. His face, untouched by frost, bore no signs of pain or ferocity, only a serene calmness. Chapter 76. The Superhumans. Gotham City. Bruce struggled to remove his armor while complaining to Alfred, who stood nearby. I believe we should increase our investment in the Applied Sciences Department. Alfred responded, so Mr. Fox can provide you with more equipment to transform you into a true superhero? Alfred, you should understand the purpose of this suit. Bruce replied, somewhat disgruntled. Unfazed, Alfred glanced at the bruises on Bruce's body and asked, were those caused by bullets? Bruce shrugged. The suit is merely bulletproof. I still bear the impact. With a tinge of reproach, Alfred looked at Bruce and applied ointment to the bruises before suggesting, you might as well purchase some elixirs from the water group. I hear they've developed something that can enhance one into a superhuman. So, you and T need to apply this ointment every time. Upon hearing Alfred's words, images of the two of them strolling at the highest point in the world flashed in Bruce's mind. Superhuman, you say? He murmured. Haven't we already achieved that? Alfred, upon hearing his words, nodded and replied, indeed, I have heard that the water group has utilized this serum to create several superhumans, each endowed with distinct extraordinary abilities. Bruce interjected with a smile, no, Alfred, what you are referring to is not the same matter. I have also heard of the water group's endeavors. Those so-called superhumans are nothing but a farce. I find them rather impressive, Alfred remarked coolly. Bruce shook his head. You have yet to witness a true superhero. Once you do, you will grasp the meaning of my words. Ah, Alfred exclaimed, firmly slapping the ointment he held onto Bruce's shoulder, eliciting a yelp of pain from him. Master Bruce, do you know what scene I yearn to witness the most? Oh, Alfred, here we go again. Bruce spread his arms in exasperation. Is it not simply to see me dining with a beautiful lady at a restaurant by the street someday? I could show you that tonight. Alfred retorted coldly. Will there also be a little girl accompanying you on your date? That is two objectives. Alfred, I can't fulfill one of them first. Bruce laughed as he donned a short-sleeved shirt and headed toward the elevator. Behind him, Alfred called out, I hope that beautiful woman is Miss Rachel, and that the little girl resembles her father. Very well, Alfred, I shall seek out her mother for a candlelit dinner. With a bit of luck, you might see that little girl by next year. As Bruce's figure vanished into the elevator, Alfred couldn't help but smile. However, when his gaze shifted to the black armor nearby, that tender smile abruptly transformed into a look of disdain. Oomph. Alfred scoffed, leaving the damp and dark Batcave. Meanwhile, on a nearby computer screen, an image was playing of a blond man clad in a blue battlesuit and a red and white striped cape. This man was currently amidst a battlefield, confronting a group cloaked in headscarves, his eyes emanating a crimson glow. Far away in Amnesty Bay, Arthur Curry, with his long hair flowing, was engaged in a fierce struggle with his mentor, Nudis Vico. As a former royal guard of the Atlantis Queen, Nudis possessed combat skills that surpassed ordinary Atlanteans. However, he found himself wholly overpowered by his disciple, Arthur. Nudis desperately spun his trident, attempting to deflect Arthur's relentless assaults. But with a fierce roar, Arthur's trident swiftly disarmed Nudis, sending his weapon flying, and the longest prong of the trident was soon pressed against Nudis' throat. He could feel the chilling presence of the blade. Arthur, he exclaimed in a grave tone. Arthur's face, filled with lethal intent, gradually broke into a smile as he casually planted the trident into the sandy beach, causing Nudis' anxious heart to finally ease. He extended his hand, intending to pat his disciple's shoulder as usual, yet today, that hand could not descend, no matter how he tried. Subtly retracting his hand, Nudis remarked, Arthur, have you encountered someone or something of significance lately? Arthur glanced at him, asking, why do you say that? Nudis scrutinized Arthur from head to toe before responding. The transformation is profound. If the Arthur I met a month ago resembled a perpetually childish figure, the Arthur before me now exudes the aura of a leader, instilling in me a sensation akin to standing before King OM. This is the reason my hand could not fall upon your shoulder. Seated on the beach, Arthur propped himself up with his hands, gazing at the distant sea, inquiring, Nudis, could you tell me more about my mother? Nudis furrowed his brow slightly and replied softly, your mother is the most beautiful, gentle, and nurturing queen in this world. Arthur's tone turned somewhat frigid. Then why was she exiled? After a moment of silence, Nudis explained, because some within Atlantis did not wish for their king to be such a person. They desired more. For instance? Arthur inquired. For instance, the very land beneath you. Nudis gestured. Arthur turned to look at Nudis. They already possess the ocean. Do they now covet the earth? Nudis nodded, but remained silent. Tell me, Nudis, who is my enemy? Arthur spoke with a calm, yet resolute tone. I must know everything about my adversary. At that moment, Nudis realized that the young man before him had indeed changed. Observing the present Arthur, Nudis understood that the plan he shared with the Queen could finally commence. Your enemy is named OM. Meanwhile, far away at the Central City Police Department, Barry Allen, cradling a box of chemical reagents, made his way toward the laboratory. Above him, the ominous sky rumbled with distant thunder, and a flicker of blue lightning danced within the thick clouds, seemingly poised to unleash its wrath upon the earthbound humans at any moment. In the distant coastal city of the West, Jordan Hall was landing a nearly disassembled aircraft, and as it gradually glided down the runway, a cascade of parts began to tumble from the aircraft, creating a cacophony of noise. Ground crew members, unable to contain their frustration, extended their middle fingers towards Jordan Hall, who responded in kind. On Paradise Island, Diana, her youthful demeanor gradually giving way to resolve and confidence, stood atop a high cliff, much like Clark did upon his first arrival, gazing intently at the distant waters. It seemed that the world had transformed from the moment Clark awakened. Chapter 77. The Terror of the Dark Prison. Clark. Wake up, Clark. Amidst a gentle shaking, Clark slowly opened his eyes, his vision greeted by a vividly colorful face. He sighed. Scott, do you have any idea what time it is? The being before him, adorned in a riot of colors, was indeed Scott Free, the very individual he had sought upon entering the dark prison. Like a human, he possessed 2 eyes, a mouth, and a slightly flattened nose, all of which were acceptable to Clark. However, what he found most difficult to accept was the flamboyant skin of Scott. It appeared as though a brush laden with yellow paint had been carelessly splattered across his face, rendering it entirely yellow, while the sides of his head bore a different shade of dark red. His skin radiated a striking interplay of red and yellow, and draped over his shoulders was a pure green high-collared cloak, its collar towering even higher than his head. The coordination of his shorts and knee-high boots with the cloak's colors struck Clark, accustomed to Earth's aesthetic, as both comical and absurd. Oh, my friend, within this dark prison, we must always maintain a spirited and uplifting attitude, lest we succumb to the consuming darkness, Scott proclaimed. Clark sighed again, rising from what could only be termed a bed, a mere slab of rock protruding from the stone wall, just sufficient for him to recline upon for rest. As he surveyed his surroundings, observing the barren rock walls, he could not help but shake his head. How could I have agreed to come here with your woman? Scott pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, I have been unable to fathom it either. Even if your longing for home is profound, did not the sight of the fire abyss alter your resolve? At the mention of the fire abyss, a vision of the towering flames, higher than the Himalayas, surged into Clark's mind. In the face of such inferno, anyone would instinctively feel a sense of vulnerability and insignificance. He vividly remembered, after a brief moment of hesitation, closing his eyes and leaping into the abyss, only to crash heavily onto the platform of the dark prison after what felt like an eternity. Reflecting on this, Clark could not restrain himself from standing up, pushing open his cell door, and stepping onto the platform of the dark prison. As he gazed around, he noted that the walls of the fire abyss were teeming with cells, and the platform beneath his feet jutted out from each cell, capable of accommodating 3 to 5 individuals standing side by side. At that moment, however, few dared to emerge from their cells, for the reason for their reluctance was well understood by all. While Clark was lost in thought, he suddenly pivoted, and in the next instant, a tongue of flame lashed out towards him. Had he not evaded in time, it would surely have struck him. The flame, missing its target, swiftly recoiled back into the depths of the fire abyss. Today, the fire abyss is particularly lively. Scott's voice resonated behind him. Clark looked up and noticed that the sky above him resembled a basin in size, which subtly indicated the depth of his current predicament. I can't shake the feeling that it's not that you are unable to leave, but rather that you are unwilling to do so, Clark remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Scott. Scott shook his head in response. You are mistaken. The reason no one escapes this abyss is that every active entity becomes a target for the dark flames. Just like you experienced moments ago. Had you not been so quick to react, you would likely be writhing on the ground right now. Clark peered downwards and spotted a humanoid figure approximately 100 meters below, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames consuming it. No matter how hard it struggled, the fire refused to be quelled, intensifying instead, slowly seeping into its flesh. Clark gestured towards a figure, saying, "What about that one? If he doesn't get burned today, I might have assumed he had already perished." With keen interest, Scott observed the scene and began to analyze it for Clark. Speaking in a calm tone, "He has simply been lying there too long. His spirit has been insidiously eroded. Now, only his body is aflame. If you look closely, you'll see the fire igniting from within, then penetrating outward. I term this phenomenon assimilation." Upon hearing this term, Clark furrowed his brow, about to speak, when Scott continued. "Assimilation is the act of using one's own flesh as fuel, with the soul serving as the catalyst, ultimately incinerating oneself until nothing remains but a blossoming dark flame." As Scott's words resonated, Clark observed the figure's body beginning to curl inward, eventually condensing into a tight ball. Suddenly, a spark erupted from within, and a multitude of sparks floated gracefully from the confines of the cell, drifting deeper into the abyss. "You enjoy helping others, don't you? Why not assist him?" Clark inquired. To his surprise, Scott scoffed dismissively. "I have no interest in aiding someone who has lost all self-awareness. Remember, Clark, in this infernal abyss, the only ally you have is yourself." Clark turned to him. "I had thought we were allies, capable of mutual support." Scott flashed a slight smile, revealing a gleaming set of teeth that added vibrancy to his demeanor. "We are allies, and we support each other. However, in matters like this, I am powerless." Clark understood that Scott's words pertained to assimilation. At that moment, a nearby cell was suddenly breached, and a fur-covered figure burst forth like lightning, trailing a rainbow of light as it soared toward the zenith of the abyss. Observing the spectacle, Scott sighed, another one driven to madness. Honestly, this was quite a decent friend, albeit a bit overly hirsute. Clark's gaze was firmly fixed on the vast creature known as Vis, a mere 1,000 meters separating him from the summit of the fiery abyss. Under ordinary circumstances, such an elevation would require no more than a single leap for Clark to surmount. However, in the next moment, a tongue of fire, broader and mightier than the Himalayas, erupted from the depths of the abyss. To Clark, its speed appeared unhurried, yet effortlessly closed the distance to Vis. Without any forewarning, Vis was consumed in an instant by the licking flames, reduced to ashes, which only added a spark to the inferno below. Immobile, unable to leap or climb, even the slightest breath would draw the attention of the infernal tongues, rendering that seemingly trivial distance into an insurmountable chasm within this dark prison. Clark stared at the crimson sky above, muttering softly. Scott placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "You should never have agreed to the terms set by Big Bada." Clark abruptly lowered his gaze to Scott, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. "I have no regrets about my choices. I will find a way to escape from here and take you with me. You must promise me that you can bring me back to Earth, scot-free." At this sight, the green cloak behind Scott unfurled dramatically, enveloping him within its folds. Scott nodded solemnly. "I promise. But how do you intend to get me out?" Clark Kent looked down into the depths of the abyss, sensing a colossal beast lurking within. The fiery tongue was none other than its own, while the abyss itself was merely its mouth. This greedy creature allowed no sustenance that entered its maw to escape. "I do not know," Clark whispered softly. Chapter 78. If ascending is impossible, then descend, Scott. Why is it that you can traverse between the cells while the dark flames do not assault you? Clark inquired. "If the dark flames do not attack you, why not ascend?" Scott spread his hands wide. "Who told you that the dark flames do not attack me? You said that anyone overly active within this prison, whether through physical strength, mental energy, or superpowers, would be targeted. Yet here you are." Clark pointed towards the door of his cell. "In my cell. Can you elucidate how you achieve this?" Scott declared confidently, "Of course." In an instant, Clark was jolted awake from his slumber, surveying his surroundings to find himself still confined within his cell, the stone walls unchanged, the door firmly shut, and that peculiar creature of red, yellow, and green seemingly non-existent. Furrowing his brow, Clark strained to recollect the events of the past few days spent within the prison, only to be astonished by the vividness of his memories, a clarity that felt all too real, as if it were not a dream at all. "Scott," he suddenly called out. In the next moment, Scott's figure abruptly materialized within the cell, prompting Clark to unleash a powerful punch. However, his fist was firmly grasped in Scott's palm. Was this a dream? As the thought crossed his mind, both retreated instinctively, only to be met by a robust tongue of flame surging in from outside the cell. The door, crafted from an unknown material, remained impervious to the encroaching darkness of the fire. The flame danced wildly within the confines of the cell, seeking the overly animated presence from before. Yet both Clark and Scott skillfully evaded its grasp. After a brief moment, the fiery tendril gradually withdrew, leaving behind a stifling heat in the two men. "Is this your power?" Clark inquired, dream-weaving. Scott smiled faintly. "You're mistaken. Take another guess." Unfazed by his demeanor, Clark scoffed and approached the cell door, pushing it open effortlessly. Standing on the platform, he gazed into the room that had just been engulfed by the dark flames, now revealed to be empty. The individual who had previously lain on the ground was gone. This indicated that everything that had transpired was indeed no mere dream, yet he had inexplicably awakened from slumber. This enigmatic ability left Clark momentarily bewildered. He turned to Scott. "How did you accomplish that?" "That's a secret. Can you leave?" "I mean by yourself." "Unfortunately, I cannot." This response did not surprise Clark. Nodding, he declared, "I intend to explore this fire abyss. Would you care to join me?" Without awaiting Scott's reply, he leaped toward the platform where the assimilated individual had been. Just as he soared through the air, a thick tongue of flame lashed out, its speed and ferocity far exceeding Clark's expectations. It was as if the fire had anticipated his every move, lying in wait for him. Without a moment's hesitation, Clark pressed his hands against the stone wall to his right, twisting his body mid-air to evade the attack. The fiery tendril struck the wall, producing no sound, yet leaving a stark white mark behind. Perhaps the commotion caused by Clark had been too great, rendering the flame ineffective. In the next instant, dozens of fiery tongues erupted from the abyss, varying in thickness, and without any aim, they lashed out towards the stone wall where Clark stood, covering an area far beyond his expectations. Almost simultaneously, those flames struck the stone wall with tremendous force. Clark then opened his eyes once more, finding himself back on the stone bed, the cell door ajar. The tricolored figure stood on the platform outside, arms crossed in a relaxed manner. Upon seeing Clark regain consciousness, Scott could not help but remark, "Could you refrain from such recklessness next time?" Clark rose and approached him, gazing down at the dozens of flames that gradually receded beneath his feet. His brow furrowed even tighter, ever since arriving at this dark prison. He felt as though he were a mere country bumpkin, utterly ignorant and unacquainted with the world around him. This realization, coupled with his innate arrogance, left him increasingly agitated. It was this very restlessness that had prompted his earlier rash actions. "Am I dreaming?" he impatiently inquired. "Or have I truly awakened?" Scott did not respond directly, but gravely remarked, "Your heart is in disarray, and so what?" Clark retorted, "Chaos is merely the prelude to collapse, indicating that you are being eroded by the dark flames, and you remain oblivious to it." Upon hearing Scott's words, Clark suddenly gained clarity. He recognized that for some time, his heart had become irritable and violent. During his earlier confrontation with the kind old lady, he had unleashed his emotions, believing he had regained his composure. Yet now, it appeared that his outburst had only addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause. He was ultimately still affected by the radiation emanating from the abyss, the dark flames. "But what of it? I cannot maintain a tranquil mindset like you." He shook his head. "Barda has informed me that Darkseid is en route to Earth. If I do not return swiftly, Earth will be doomed, along with my loved ones. Yet, even if you return, what then? Can you truly contend with Darkseid?" Scott countered. "Do you grasp the magnitude of his existence?" A gray figure surfaced in Clark's mind. During his battle with Ares on Paradise Island, Ares had ensnared Clark with his memories, revealing glimpses of the Dark Lord, Darkseid. However, in those memories, Darkseid had been thoroughly defeated by the old gods of Earth, nearly losing his life. Thus, while discussions about Darkseid's terror and brutality circulated, Clark secretly regarded him with a measure of disdain. Yet upon arriving at the Black Prison, he realized how naive his previous thoughts had been. The entity capable of constructing such a formidable prison in the terrifying abyss was far beyond the scope of Clark's contempt. Acknowledging this truth intensified his anxiety, leading to an imbalance in his mindset, further eroded by the dark flames. "Can you guarantee that I will not die?" Clark gazed at Scott, a bold idea surging within him after the recent events. Scott frowned. "What are you planning to do?" Clark replied resolutely, "First, answer my question." Scott shook his head. "I cannot guarantee your survival. My powers are not that formidable. I can only shift between reality and dreams within my line of sight." "What do you mean?" "For instance, at this very moment, you are undeniably awake, Yet I possess the ability to transform this reality into a dream, from which, upon your demise within it, you shall awaken anew. Of course, though this transition is swift, it still requires a measure of time. Moreover, it must occur within my line of sight. Thus, Clark finally comprehended Scott's capabilities. Despite numerous limitations, they remained feasible in the context of his thoughts. Clark cast another glance at the abyss below and spoke. Remember, always keep your eyes on me. Scott could not help but inquire, what are you planning? If upward is not an option, then I shall descend. You truly are a madman. Chapter 79. Fury ignited. Clark did not immediately leap to the platform below. Instead, he turned back into his cell, placing his hands upon the stone where he had previously rested, gradually exerting force. For he had just discovered that the stones originating from the abyss appeared to possess a formidable resistance against that dark flame. However, no matter how he amplified his strength, he could not budge the large stone. Even the faint imprints of his palms upon its surface did not suffice to separate the protruding boulder from the mountainside. Witnessing this, Clark erupted in anger. Do you dare to insult me as well? With that, he raised his hands high and struck down upon a massive stone with great force. With a resounding thud, the stone finally dislodged from the mountainside, crashing heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, a robust tongue of flame suddenly surged in from outside, without hesitation, lashing towards Clark. Observing this, Clark deftly kicked the large stone, positioning it before him as a shield. The flame collided violently with a boulder, pushing it forcefully toward Clark. He braced one hand against the stone, attempting to counter the fiery onslaught. Yet the flame was cunning. While it pressed firmly against the boulder, it simultaneously split off several elongated tendrils, circumventing the stone to lash out at Clark. With a fierce shout, Clark exclaimed, "Is that all you have?" He then wielded the boulder like a bat, sweeping it horizontally, and the stone struck fiercely against the fire and its tendrils, scattering them into countless flickering sparks. These sparks shimmered briefly in the air before soaring towards the confines of the cell, seemingly preparing to return to the abyss. Clark, seizing the opportunity, raised his brow and charged forth, clutching the massive stone, disregarding the potential for more dark flames to be summoned by such vigorous movement. Just as he had surmised, the sparks gradually descended deeper into the abyss, only for an even more formidable tongue of flame to surge upward from the depths. The fiery tongue moved not with haste, yet it swiftly arrived before Clark, who had just escaped from his cell and found himself on the platform. Upon witnessing the flame, which was even thicker than himself, he furrowed his brow and hurled the massive stone in his grasp towards it. The stone was ensnared by the fiery tongue mid-air and was unexpectedly sent hurtling back towards Clark. Taken by surprise, he grasped the stone tightly. Yet the force contained within it propelled him violently against the stone wall behind him. Before he could catch his breath, a formidable surge of power erupted from the stone, pinning him firmly against the wall, rendering him immobile. He understood that on the other side of the stone, the fiery tongue was relentlessly battering against it. Remarkably, the stone's hardness exceeded Clark's expectations. Even wedged between the fiery tongue and himself, it showed no signs of fracturing. Elated by this realization, Clark found himself reluctant to part with the stone. Instead, he embraced it tightly and pushed outward with great force. At that moment, the energy within him surged like a tumultuous tide, an inexhaustible power radiating throughout his being. "Get away!" Clark bellowed, launching the stone with ferocity. The fiery tongue, struck by this blow, did not erupt into countless sparks as before, but serpentine form began to falter, hinting at a potential disintegration. Observing this, Clark wasted no time and leaped into the air, wielding the stone like a baseball bat. An immense force concentrated at the tip of the stone, which he brought crashing down upon the fiery tongue's head. The impact resounded with a thunderous boom. The fiery tongue could no longer maintain its form, disintegrating into myriad tiny sparks that tumbled into the abyss of the fiery chasm below. Suspended midair, Clark held the stone aloft, gazing down into the unfathomable depths of the chasm. This was his first direct confrontation with the abyss, and he noted that the deeper one peered, the darker the colors became, with the deepest parts shrouded in utter blackness, devoid of any light. At that moment, witnessing Clark's victory over the fiery tongue, those who had previously remained in their cells emerged, lifting their gazes towards him. However, not a single soul offered him praise. They regarded him as one might regard a corpse. Clark understood their sentiments. Even he did not believe he had triumphed over the chasm. What lay ahead might be an even fiercer and more savage retribution. Unable to restrain himself, he glanced at Scott, who was spectating nearby. Am I going to die? Scott nodded. Yes. If you don't die, how can you awaken? Clark replied with a determined affirmation. Then let me measure the limits of this chasm, or rather, my own limits before I meet my end. As his words fell, a sudden splash of color emerged from the depths of the fiery abyss, akin to a vivid crimson appearing within the obsidian pupils of an individual. This crimson hue rapidly expanded in Clark's gaze, transforming swiftly into a colossal entity. It resembled a river of flames, akin to the initial surge of lava erupting from a volcano, hurtling directly towards him. A flicker of fierce determination ignited in Clark's eyes, prompting him to pivot and charge headlong into the river of flames. Witnessing this spectacle, Scott felt a stirring within his heart. It was the first glimmer of hope he had felt since arriving in the Black Prison, a hope bestowed upon him by Clark. Simultaneously, those on the platforms of their cells, observing the unfolding drama, directed their keen eyes towards Clark. His audacious actions infused a spark of vitality into their jaded hearts. Clark remained oblivious to the thoughts of others, yet he had already cast aside the notions of life and death. His azure irises gradually surrendered to a deep crimson, the dark red luminescence gathering in his eyes without the explosive release of previous times. Instead, it accumulated like a volcano on the verge of eruption, poised to unleash its roar into the heavens. With a sudden, thunderous roar, Clark unleashed the pent-up black-red light from his eyes, which coalesced into a more robust beam as it surged forth to meet the onrushing river of flames. The once molten ray of light underwent an inexplicable transformation upon this apocalyptic planet, losing its searing temperature, yet acquiring an extraordinary quality. In an instant, the black-red beam traversed thousands of meters, colliding violently with the fiery river, halting its relentless flow as if it had struck a dam. The energies of the flame river and the black-red beam clashed, compressing and erupting, sending violent torrents of energy radiating in all directions, crashing against the surrounding stone walls and generating ripples within the fiery abyss. Those who had initially stood by as spectators now exhibited their own prowess in the face of these energy torrents and shockwaves. Not a single individual imprisoned within the Black Prison was feeble. Neither the energy torrents nor the residual waves inflicted harm upon them. Some even perceived this as an opportunity, suddenly taking flight toward the summit of the abyss. Clark remained unaware of this development, but Scott observed his gaze towards the ascendant figures, betraying a deep disdain. Indeed, just as Clark and the River of Flames were locked in their fierce contest, a more formidable and savage torrent of flames erupted from the depths of the abyss, brushing past Clark's shoulder as it surged towards those ascending figures. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, as the torrent of flames brushed past Clark, he sensed a profound mockery emanating from it. Yet, he could not discern whether the subject of this derision was himself or the individuals above him. In Chapter 80, To Live Towards Death, which commands respect, Clark chose not to glance back at the fate of those individuals. However, the searing sensation radiating from his back made it abundantly clear that none of them would escape unscathed. The fiery river, under the pressure of the dark crimson light, appeared to struggle. This was evident from Clark's own plummeting form. The dark crimson light enveloping him did not resemble an energy attack, but rather a physical assault, effectively suppressing the tumultuous torrent of flames, rendering it incapable of altering its course despite its writhing body. Observing this, a sinister smile unfurled across Clark's obscured face, shrouded by the dark crimson glow. However, at that moment, the previously soaring torrent of flames began to retract, passing by Clark once more. This time, he felt no emotion emanating from it, as if the earlier mockery had been nothing more than a figment of his imagination. In the next instant, the torrent of flames abruptly merged with the fiery river, transforming into an intense wave of fire surging toward him. The dark crimson light continued to assault the flames, but the once slender body of the fiery river now expanded like a great serpent morphing into a dragon, suddenly extending two broad wings of flame from its sides. Those wings, one to the left and one to the right, surged toward Clark, seemingly intent on enveloping him in an embrace. Sensing this, Clark swiftly closed his eyes and shielded his face with his hands. The robust, dark crimson light flickered in the air a few times before gradually dissipating, while the fiery river, previously subdued, now charged unapologetically toward Clark. In an instant, the entire source of fire was engulfed in an abyss of dark flames. Under Scott's watchful gaze, the torrent of flames suddenly engulfed Clark, while the two wings descended, completely obscuring the space above him. With a soft sigh, Scott turned to the cell, where the stone bed had vanished. Yet Clark was absent, contrary to his expectations. Scott gasped in sudden alarm, whirling back to peer into the fiery abyss. In the next moment, hundreds of slender, dark, crimson beams shot forth from the torrent of flames, their brilliance undiminished by the surging fire. Subsequently, those myriad dark crimson beams began to circulate within the fiery torrent, each rotation cleaving a path through the flames. Through this newly formed passage, Scott beheld a familiar silhouette. Just as the torrent of flames consumed Clark, he opened his eyes, and the dark crimson light surged forth once more, only to be abruptly scattered and refracted as it reached his hands. A robust beam of dark red light abruptly dispersed and refracted into countless slender rays, which danced in tandem with Clark's head movements. In no time, they severed the flames, enveloping him into myriad fragments. This technique, once glimpsed in the memories of Kal-El, was now deployed by Clark with remarkable efficacy. Scott sidestepped one of the beams, while Clark shielded his eyes with both hands. The dark red light refracted indiscriminately, showing no distinction between friend and foe. However, as Scott beheld the flames gradually being sliced and fragmented, ultimately transforming into a multitude of scintillating sparks that plummeted into the abyss, a flicker of excitement flashed in his gaze. "Oh, dear Barda, my most cherished companion, from where have you summoned such allies for me? Once your Scott emerges from this place, I shall surely marry you." Scott murmured, his eyes aglow. Yet, as he uttered the word marriage, the brilliance in his eyes abruptly extinguished. "Of course, that is contingent upon you refraining from pummeling me any further. Truth be told, when you strike me, you truly resemble a man." Clark, indifferent to Scott's lamentable existence, found himself preoccupied. After vanquishing the surrounding flames, an inexplicable chill surged through him, rendering his hands and feet icy in this sweltering environment. As the light dissipated from his eyes, Clark gazed down into the fiery chasm. With countless sparks cascading like raindrops into the depths, a glimmer of white seemed to emerge from the darkest center of the abyss, akin to an open eye. In the next instant, a familiar flame, resembling a colossal serpent, surged forth from the chasm, its girth surpassing even that of the Himalayas, ascending toward Clark. Suddenly, Clark turned to Scott, their eyes locking, and Scott deciphered the urgency in his gaze, loudly proclaiming, "You can rest assured in your demise." "Ridiculous," Clark chuckled lightly, gesturing toward the platform beneath Scott's feet. "Hand that over. It just fell." Scott, devoid of any embarrassment, shrugged and replied, "I can't retrieve that." Clark sighed softly and shook his head. "Then it shall be." At that moment, a massive boulder hurtled toward Clark, and, just as it was about to collide with him, he caught it effortlessly with a single hand. Following the trajectory of the boulder, Clark beheld a purple-skinned alien clad in green armor from a nearby cell, now devoid of its platform, who addressed him, "Your resolve has earned my respect, Earthling." Clark raised an eyebrow at this revelation. The alien recognized him as an Earthling, which piqued his curiosity, yet this was not an opportune moment for discourse. Nodding in acknowledgement, he replied, Clark Kent. "And you?" "Sue. Abin Sue." The purple-skinned alien waved, and Clark noticed a green ring adorning his hand. Withdrawing his gaze, Clark lifted the massive boulder high above his head, his countenance twisted in fury as he roared, "Is this all you are capable of?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a fiery tongue surged toward him, met by the tremendous boulder that Clark brought crashing down. Boom! In an instant of collision, the boulder disintegrated into atomic form, vanishing into the abyss of flames, while Clark, wielding the boulder, was propelled skyward, traversing thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. In Scott's astonished gaze, Clark burst forth from the fiery depths, soaring into the skies above Apocalypse. Yet, the fiery tongue ascended languidly toward him once more. It was evident to all that this time it seemed intent on granting Clark a reprieve, its velocity markedly different from before. Had he earned the respect of the Inferno? The thought surged within Scott's mind, swiftly followed by another. Was Clark free now? Will he return? Scott's eyes, indeed the eyes of all present, fixated intently on the figure atop the inferno, the first to escape this hellish abyss in countless years, or rather, to step forth from it. In this moment, that figure embodied the hope of everyone trapped within the dark prison, yet all understood that this hope did not belong to them. Once that figure vanished from the skies above, the abyss would revert to its former state, the inferno would remain unchanged, and they would still be the same, struggling to survive under the onslaught of the dark flames. "Go, Clark!" Scott suddenly bellowed. "Leave this place. Depart. Clark, you must not succumb here." Abin Sur's voice resonated. "Your will moves even the cosmos. You must help more people. You are hope. You are light. You must survive. Leave this place. Go." In that moment, a cacophony of languages filled the dark prison. All eyes were on Clark, the first to emerge from this abyss since its inception. As the multitude proclaimed, he was the hope of many, their beacon of light. His existence illuminated the prospect of escape for all, and he would become the spiritual anchor for the masses. A glimmer of warmth amid the encroaching darkness. Clark hovered in the air, gazing around him. The vast expanse before him felt entirely different from the confines of the infernal prison. It was the sensation of freedom. He understood that with a mere thought, he could completely sever ties with this abyss. And though he had not rescued Scott, forfeiting the chance to return to Earth, possessing freedom meant all possibilities lay before him. For the first time, he savored the beauty of liberation. Alas, he sighed softly, lowering his gaze once more to the figures standing on the platform within the abyss. Witnessing the hope reflected in their eyes, Clark gradually extended his arms, drawing in a deep breath. At this moment, an endless torrent of radiation surged toward Clark with fervor, eagerly penetrating his being. It not only replenished his previously hollow cells, but also ruthlessly expelled the solar energy stored within them, usurping their dominion. At this instant, a golden radiance enveloped Clark's exterior, a manifestation of the escaping solar energy. Simultaneously, a tempestuous and domineering energy coursed throughout his entire body. In Chapter 81, deep in the fire abyss, planetary energy, all who beheld Clark sensed his intense emotions. Not a desire to flee, but an unyielding spirit of resistance. Is this real? Scott thought. Incredulous. Yet in the next heartbeat, without a hint of hesitation, Clark launched himself downward. Black rays erupted from his eyes, shooting straight toward the earthly giant serpent. The serpent, seemingly incensed, erupted into a cascade of fiery sparks. Its body ignited in flames that scattered the sparks like stars, transforming into a torrent of fire racing toward Clark. However, Clark paid no heed to the sparks. His singular focus lay upon the fiery tongue before him, broader than the Himalayas and taller than Mount Everest, the earthly serpent itself. The relentless stream of sparks traversed thousands of meters in an instant, with each spark resembling a meteor rushing toward Clark, colliding violently against him and triggering fierce explosions. In a mere moment, thousands of sparks enveloped Clark entirely. Yet, he remained unperturbed. With a swift motion of his hands, he clapped them together, unleashing a fierce shockwave that propelled the unignited sparks far away. As for those that had already detonated, they could not so much as disturb the golden sheen on his skin, let alone inflict harm upon him. Meanwhile, the black rays had reached the earthly serpent. In comparison to the beast's colossal form, Clark's rays appeared diminutive. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly insignificant black ray that effortlessly bored a cavity into the serpent's head. Upon the instant of contact between light and flame, a violent explosion ensued, shattering the serpent's massive fiery cranium. The flames that constituted its 100-meter body were instantly extinguished by the ferocious energy, causing a segment of the serpent to vanish. Although the flames surged back to restore its form, it no longer exuded the same formidable presence. At this juncture, Clark stood before it, raising his fist to deliver a powerful blow. With a swift motion, a narrow tunnel was drilled through the serpent's newly restored head, nearly penetrating half of its body and creating a vacuum passage within. Without a moment's hesitation, Clark charged down that vacuum tunnel. In the depths of the dark prison, a striking scene unfolded. The robust and elongated body of the earthly giant serpent was continuously emitting black rays of light, which scattered across the surrounding stone walls, leaving behind white grooves on the once impenetrable surface. Scott's gaze followed the light as it delved deeper into the abyss of flames. ultimately becoming indistinct to his extraordinary vision. He softly called out to Clark, yet received no reply. At that moment, a binsu, enveloped in a green glow, gradually ascended from below, drawing the attention of all, even startling Scott. "You, it?" Scott glanced at Abinsu, then down at the fiery chasm. In the face of Abinsu's defiant ascent, the abyss remained unresponsive, leading Scott to realize that Clark's attack had captivated the chasm's full attention. Otherwise, Abinsu would not have survived to this moment. "We must leave this place," Abinsu urged Scott. "I believe that is also Clark's intention." Before Scott could respond, another figure surged up from below, offering no pause but merely casting Scott a fleeting glance and a subtle nod before dashing out of the chasm, disappearing into the sky above. With the first escapee came many more. In the next instant, it was as if a rain of reversal descended from the abyss, with hundreds, perhaps thousands, of flying entities bursting forth, swiftly vanishing into the upper reaches of the chasm. Those unable to fly exerted every effort, leaping or crawling, striving towards the direction of freedom. Scott turned to Abinsu. "Do you know where Earth is?" Abinsu nodded. "In Sector 2814 of the universe." Scott replied affirmatively. "I promised Clark I would bring him back. I shall fulfill that promise." After a moment of silence, Abinsu spoke. "Clark is my friend, as well as a friend to the Green Lantern Corps. I will spare no effort to safeguard this bond of friendship and respect. However, I have a more pressing matter to attend to. I must leave this place, and I hope you can understand." Scott shook his head resolutely. "I cannot leave. I have something equally significant to accomplish here." Abinsu furrowed his brow slightly. "If we do not depart now, I fear there will be no necessity for that." Scott replied with unwavering determination, "If we are to go, we must do so swiftly." With a sigh, Abinsu transformed into a beam of green light and shot upwards, without hesitation, directly into the cosmos. In Scott's gaze, Abinsu vanished into a wormhole, disappearing from Apocalypse. At that moment, Scott turned his attention back to Clark's cell, his gaze settling on the spot where Clark had once slumbered, softly murmuring, "Clark, if you awaken here, then this dark prison will be left with just the two of us." Meanwhile, Clark had plunged deep into the heart of the fiery abyss, where the earthly giant serpent was being gradually obliterated by his black rays and boundless power. The darkness within the abyss of fire, its most formidable attribute, lies not in its scorching heat, but in its insidious erosion of both flesh and spirit. Yet at this moment, Clark is suffused with the emanating radiation from the abyss, both entities sharing a common origin. Thus, the most potent capability of the dark fire poses little threat to him. However, as Clark delves deeper, the energy contained within his cells has undergone multiple cycles, transitioning from the radiation beyond the abyss to the very essence found within its depths. This energy, radiated from the core of the Apocalypse, has existed since the planet's inception, a force so profound that even the Dark Lord Darkseid would hesitate to confront it directly. Yet now, deep within the abyss, Clark continues to absorb this primordial power. Unbeknownst to him, his body is undergoing subtle transformations. Yet, these changes are not what concern him at present. Having absorbed an overwhelming amount of primordial energy, his thoughts have descended into chaos, and he finds himself mechanically repeating prior actions, his singular focus directed downward. The colossal earthly serpent he once encountered has long since disintegrated. Yet simultaneously, he is enveloped by even larger and more ferocious flames. In battling these fires, the energy within Clark circulates incessantly. He resembles a being transfused with an array of blood bags, continuously replacing the blood within his veins. Each infusion of energy is purer, stronger, and more volatile than the last, destined to one day culminate in an explosive culmination, where Clark will ultimately dissolve into the very essence of this planet. Whether as Clark Kent or Kal-El, he is fated to vanish from this world forever, provided unforeseen circumstances do not intervene. Chapter 82. Zod, who bathed in the sun for 3 years. Sector 2814. Earth. 3 years later. Peter Jackson, a humble employee of NASA, dutifully arrives at his workstation each morning at 9 o'clock, sipping coffee as he powers on his computer. He has held this position for 3 years, and the details of his previous endeavors are inconsequential. What matters is the work he has diligently performed during this time. Peter considers himself fortunate to have secured such a relaxed role, one that requires him to perform but a single task, using the satellites hovering above Earth to capture photographs of the sun. His ascension to this position can be traced back to an extraordinary photograph he inadvertently took 3 years prior, featuring the sun. The sun remained unchanged. Yet before that radiant orb, there appeared an anomaly, an object that did not belong to the sun or the solar system. A black spacecraft. For 3 years, Peter's sole task was to capture a photograph of the sun every 10 minutes to ascertain whether that spacecraft remained in its orbit. Over the course of these years, Peter had grown almost numb to the routine, skillfully opening the day as first photo, glancing at it before dismissively closing it. However, just as he rose to fetch another cup of coffee, he suddenly froze, the cup slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor, coffee splattering onto his trousers. With a sense of urgency, he clumsily reopened that photograph, his gaze fixating on the dark speck within it. He discerned that the speck had grown larger. Zod was clad in Kryptonian armor, a suit reserved for a general, crafted from the finest materials of Krypton. This armor had shielded him from lethal harm on countless occasions, and he had once believed he would never part with it. Yet now, that armor lay discarded. He wore only a snug black battle suit, the Zod family crest gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. At that moment, he was not within the spacecraft's cockpit, nor even inside the craft itself, but rather he floated serenely in the vastness of space, arms outstretched, embracing the colossal fireball before him. Indeed, the dark speck that Peter had photographed for 3 years was none other than the spacecraft piloted by Zod and his companions. Upon arriving on Earth 3 years prior, Zod had intended to rush down, locate the Kryptonian rebel, extract the secrets of life from him, and subsequently enslave the entire planet. During his passage past Mars, he had stumbled upon a spacecraft left behind by Kryptonian civilization during its exploratory era, which contained a remarkable chamber of creation. This discovery filled Zod with elation. He believed it to be a divine gift, a sign from the gods of Krypton, bestowing hope and purpose upon him. Yet in that moment he beheld the bright sun, a yellow star unlike Krypton's red sun, its warm rays captivating him. It was then that he inadvertently realized his powers had been exponentially amplified. This revelation prompted him to command a course that bypassed Earth, heading directly towards the sun. In that instant, he perceived an extraordinary truth. The yellow sun before him transformed all Kryptonians aboard the ship into super beings, especially Zod, whose physical prowess seemed to evolve daily, awakening each morning to find himself drastically changed from the day before. The sensation of energy coursing through him made Zod forget his mission and responsibilities, consumed only by the desire to remain before the sun, basking in its radiant light. Thus, 3 years elapsed in this manner. As of today, Zod has still not discovered the limits of his enhanced abilities, although even his most exceptional subordinate, Fiora, had reached her peak a year prior, not to mention the others. However, due to the influence of Zord, the others refrained from speaking much, continuing to accompany him daily under the sun, basking in its warm embrace. A situation that persisted for an entire year. Until today, Zord suddenly proclaimed, "You shall journey to Earth, locate Joel's son, and bring him back here." With that, he removed his armor and ascended into the vastness of space, enduring the myriad of cosmic radiations with his formidable physique. Witnessing their general soar like a deity, the hearts of the Kryptonians swelled with excitement. This was a star system brimming with hope for the Kryptonian people and their civilization. With such a son, Kryptonian civilization was destined to ascend to its former glory. Fiora cast a lingering glance at her general before turning away, her voice cold as she commanded, "To Earth." "You know what to do." Noel chuckled softly. "Splendid, Fiora. At last, we can truly engage with that barbaric and primitive civilization." Fiora shot him a glance. "Remember the general's words. Finding the son of that Kryptonian traitor is our objective. Of course, the journey can also be quite enjoyable, can it not?" Her words elicited laughter from the assembly. 3 years prior, upon their arrival in the solar system and observing the development of Earth's civilization, there had been a twinge of hesitation among them. After all, they were but individuals piloting a blank vessel. Confronting an entire civilization felt daunting. Yet, after 3 years of energy absorption, they no longer regarded Earth as civilization with any trepidation. Given the physical capabilities of humanity, even the weakest among them could effortlessly penetrate any location of their choosing. Unless humanity wielded weapons of mass destruction, Their conventional arms posed no threat to Kryptonians. However, that traitor's son had resided on this planet for decades. Having been exposed to our rays for only a year or two, he had already gained significant strength. Would he not become even more formidable? At that moment, the bald Hannibal spoke up. As a natural-born warrior, he possessed a robust physique and rich combat experience. His loyalty unwavering. Yet, in terms of intellect, he was not as distinguished as his martial prowess, often speaking his mind without regard for appropriateness. His words cast a shadow over the previously light-hearted mood. They could see their own growth. But what level of enhancement might the traitor's son achieve after 2 decades of exposure? Noting the solemnity among the group, Fiora interjected, "We are genetically engineered warriors, born elite. While that traitor's son is a product of natural birth, his genes the most inferior. Even if given 200 years, it would be of no consequence. And let us not forget, our general stands behind us." The mention of the general acted as a potent tonic, restoring the group's composure and lifting their spirits once more. The crowd instinctively turned their gaze toward the porthole, where the figure of the general remained vividly discernible even before their extraordinary vision. "Ah, we have arrived, Earth. Are you prepared, humanity?" Chapter 83. The black-robed enforcers as the Kryptonian spacecraft gradually approached Earth at the headquarters of the Water Group in New York. The patriotic man lounged with his legs propped on the table, observing the company's president, Stan Edgar, whose handsome visage bore a trace of arrogance and disdain. Stan Edgar, the president of Water Group, regarded the patriotic man calmly, articulating words that dripped with condescension. "You are merely a product of the company. Remember this." The patriotic man sprang to his feet, his stature not particularly imposing. Yet at that moment, he stood nearly eye to eye with Stan. His eyes glimmered with a faint crimson light as he furiously proclaimed, "My abilities rival those of deities. I believe you comprehend better than I that I am the future of this world." In the face of the patriotic man's intimidation, Stan exhibited no sign of trepidation. Responding with measured composure, "Have you not perused the reports recently? Your approval ratings have plummeted significantly. If you persist in this attitude, the company will contemplate your complete obsolescence. You must recognize that there are many who could easily replace you." Upon hearing Stan's words, the crimson light in the patriotic man's eyes flared intensely, as if on the verge of bursting forth. Yet after a few seconds, it gradually dimmed, revealing his original youthful hue. "My approval ratings will rise, I assure you," he declared with a cold demeanor. "No one can supplant my position, Stan. No one. Then you ought to cease causing trouble for the company, especially since you were captured on camera and it's circulated online. Do you have any idea how much the company has spent to mitigate the repercussions of this incident? Certainly not a fraction of what I have earned for the company." With a slight furrow of his brow, Stan turned toward the exit, remarking as he walked, "Patriotic man, you must be wary of your thoughts. Your current mindset is perilous." "Huh, a deity?" Stan's tone dripped with disdain, prompting the patriotic man to clench his fists tightly until Stan vanished entirely from the office, at which point he gradually relaxed his grip. This exchange arose from the uproar caused by the patriotic man's actions in a war zone, where he had slaughtered civilians, resulting in widespread outrage and a significant drop in his approval ratings, a dangerous signal not only for him, but for the Water Group as well. Thus, Stan Edgar, as the group's president, sought out the patriotic man to deliver a stern admonition. Stan understood that when a person possesses extraordinary power, their inner world undergoes a seismic shift. However, such transformations are intolerable for the company. He remained unconcerned that his words might evoke dissatisfaction or anger in the patriotic man. As he previously remarked, these superhumans are merely a product of the company, and not even the most significant asset. Being a senior executive, why would he concern himself with the feelings of a mere product? The individual from the homeland, deeply humiliated, closed his eyes tightly, striving to suppress the fury and murderous intent surging within him. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. He had long considered himself a deity. Now, being chastised by an ordinary person he had always regarded with disdain felt like an unbearable affront to his inflated pride. At that moment, Queen Maeve, donned in her battle attire, entered the room. Upon seeing the homeland individual with his back turned, she sensed the overwhelming intensity of his anger and murderous intent, causing her breath to quicken. Although she was unsure of the circumstances, she understood that it would be prudent to avoid provoking him. Just as she prepared to silently withdraw, The Homeland individual suddenly spoke. Maeve, summon the others immediately. Maeve nodded and, employing her super speed, vanished from the office in an instant. 3 minutes later, the office was filled with individuals, including the Homeland individual, Queen Maeve, and others such as Schwanza, Deep Sea, Invisible Man, and Locomotive. The atmosphere was tense as they faced the Homeland individual, particularly in light of his current fury. The Homeland individual scanned the room, his icy demeanor gradually dissipating, replaced by his customary insincere smile. Everyone, have you seen the latest report? Our approval ratings have plummeted drastically. What solutions do you propose for this predicament? Upon hearing his inquiry, the group exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared sense of helplessness reflected in one another's eyes. If the Homeland individual hadn't been unable to control his emotions, leading to rampant bloodshed, how could their approval ratings have declined? Naturally, no one dared to voice such thoughts in his presence. The ever-impulsive Locomotive spoke up first. Approval ratings are merely a facade. Just wait, boss. In a few days, our ratings will rebound. His comment earned him an eye roll from Queen Maeve, yet she refrained from interjecting, casting a glance at the smiling Homeland individual. Conversely, Deep Sea candidly stated, "What you said is of no consequence. Approval ratings can be manipulated. Why not revert to our previous tactics? Find a few individuals for a publicity stunt and arrange for the media to disseminate it widely. Over time, people will forget the past, and our ratings will naturally recover. As for the fans, you know how blindly loyal they can be." Deep Sea's suggestion was constructive, and the Homeland individual's expression softened considerably upon hearing it. Schwanza, as usual, remained silent, prompting the Homeland individual to turn his gaze towards Queen Maeve. With a furrowed brow, Queen Maeve replied, "The impact of that video is too significant to be concealed by a mere publicity stunt. To regain the support of our fans, we must devise a grand strategy." "Oh, what do you mean by grand? How grand must it be to be considered grand?" The compatriot expressed curiosity and inquired further. Maeve gazed at him, articulating each word deliberately. "For instance, saving humanity." "Humph, I thought you would say something more profound." "I did not expect this," the engine driver scoffed. "Everyone desires to save humanity. You wanna, but how shall we accomplish this? Shall we create a Godzilla and have the boss slay it before all of humankind?" Queen Maeve shrugged her shoulders. "I have conceived the idea, but how to execute it is not solely my responsibility. You all must ponder solutions as well." Meanwhile, Deep Sea, upon hearing Queen Maeve's words, fell into contemplation, while the compatriot astutely noted this and turned to Deep Sea, asking, "What are you pondering?" Deep Sea hesitated, then shook his head. "It's nothing." However, before he could finish, the compatriot suddenly appeared beside him, lifting Deep Sea off the ground with one hand, growling softly, "You are lying." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly glowed red, and 2 laser beams began to emanate from his gaze, inching towards Deep Sea's eyes. Deep Sea quickly clarified, "I have no boss. I am merely reflecting on something my underwater friends once conveyed to me regarding underwater civilization." Before he could complete his sentence, he was interrupted by the Invisible Man, whose voice echoed throughout the office. "Everyone look! Quickly look!" In an instant, all attention was drawn to the end of the office, where the LCD screen flickered to life, followed by a resonant voice filling the room. "You are not alone. You are not alone. You are not alone." Then, a figure clad in armor materialized on the screen. "I am Fiola, a warrior under the command of General Zod from the great Kryptonian army. We hail from a distant world. We have traversed the starry seas to finally arrive at your side. Our purpose is to locate the Kryptonian child you have long sheltered. I demand that you return him to us. Within 24 hours, if I do not see you, Kal-El, we shall declare war on you in the name of Kryptonian civilization. You must understand, to Kryptonian civilization, you are but insects." As the final words echoed, the LCD screen extinguished once more, as if everything that had transpired was but a mirage. Yet, all present comprehended that it was no illusion. Queen Maeve rose, leaning her face toward the compatriot, laughing sweetly. "This is what I meant by monumental." A smile gradually blossomed on the compatriot's face. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Chapter 84. The live broadcast of the Kryptonians beep beep beep. Inside the Kryptonian spacecraft, alarms blared rhythmically, capturing Fiola's attention. "Noel, what is the situation?" Noel, responsible for piloting the spacecraft, casually replied. Oh, it's nothing. That group of insects seems to be preparing to struggle. Will they pose a threat to the spacecraft? Fiola inquired. Noel shrugged, remarking that if one were to consider even the slightest tremor, there might be a hint of menace. With a few deft taps on the control panel, a holographic image suddenly materialized before the crowd. It depicted a black rocket, currently billowing a fierce tail of flames as it surged towards the Kryptonian spacecraft. Fiora couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. It was a rather primitive weapon. Nevertheless, she thought, we lack weaponry, so let them revel in their moment of triumph. Yet Noel wore a mysterious smile, countering, who says we are devoid of weapons? Taken aback, Fiora responded with a grin. Then what are you waiting for? At your command, my commander, he replied. The origins of the rocket were of little concern to the Kryptonians, but nations on Earth, ever vigilant of the spacecraft, were deeply invested. Their interest lay not in the rocket's provenance, but rather in the impending consequences it would unleash. With only a single Kryptonian vessel in existence, it suggested that their adversary lacked numerical superiority, creating an illusion among Earth's populace. The prevailing thought was that if they could bring it down, they might seize the enemy's technology, leading to a monumental leap in their own scientific advancements. This notion flickered through the minds of countless individuals. Some Western media outlets even projected the rocket's trajectory on outdoor screens, broadcasting live, resulting in nearly the entire human population being aware that mere hours after the aliens had declared war, a certain organization on Earth initiated a counterattack. At that moment, the rocket held the collective breath of 8 billion souls. Yet, just as the rocket was on the cusp of colliding with the alien vessel, a chilling spectacle unfolded before all eyes. The uniquely designed spacecraft suddenly unfurled 3 legs at its rear, resembling a claw poised to seize the rocket, which it captured effortlessly. In an astonishing maneuver, the ship flipped and hurled the rocket back into the void. This scene shattered the hearts of all those involved in weaponry development. Since the inception of such projectiles, no one had ever conceived that they could be returned in such an incredible manner. This was neither a dart nor a stone. It was an explosive rocket. At that moment, the rocket had barely traversed any distance before it detonated in a colossal blaze amidst the stars, engulfing the Kryptonian ship and consuming the screens before the onlookers. The next instant, the roar of astonishment reverberated across the globe. Noel glanced at the cup beside him, noticing the surface of the water ripple momentarily before settling back into stillness. He nudged Fiora with a subtle gesture. See, is this the damage you desired? Fiora, however, was captivated by the holographic display before her, which had already fragmented into dozens of images, each showcasing real-time footage from various locations on Earth. At this moment, the ecstatic expressions of humanity were vividly displayed before her, prompting her to eagerly anticipate the reactions that would unfold when the flames subsided and humanity beheld the spacecraft unscathed. Indeed, as the fire gradually dissipated and the Kryptonian vessel re-emerged before the crowd, the exhilaration on nearly every face abruptly froze, replaced by an overwhelming terror that filled their eyes and countenances. Fiora raised an eyebrow, reached out to deactivate the holographic images, and remarked with a hint of disdain, "Humans lacking genetic enhancements are rife with vulnerabilities. I find it difficult to conceive of any true warriors within such a civilization." Nearby, the bald Hannibal scoffed. "Perhaps I should apply a little pressure on them?" After a moment's contemplation, Fiora nodded in agreement. "Go ahead, feel free to have your fun." Hannibal acknowledged with a nod and turned to exit, while Noel called out from behind, "Put on your armor. The air on Earth differs from that of Krypton, and you'll need the filtration system." Hannibal waved him off. "That's for you." With that, he vanished down the corridor. Noel turned to Fiora and inquired, "Should I broadcast this to the Earthlings? Their technology is riddled with flaws." Fiora cast a resigned glance at Noel, but, upon reflection, consented to his proposal. "Why am I a member of the Artisan Guild? Staying aboard the ship, while ensuring my safety, is indeed exceedingly dull." Ignoring Noel's grumblings, Fiora focused on the holographic image of Hannibal, her eyes glinting with a cold light. As a proud Kryptonian warrior, it was intolerable for her to witness an inferior civilization initiate an attack, which is why she abandoned her earlier promise of a 24-hour wait and allowed Hannibal to proceed to Earth. She intended to teach humanity a lesson that would be indelibly etched in their memories. In the holographic display, Hannibal was not clad in armor, but rather donned a form-fitting battle robe, wielding a fearsome warhammer in his grasp. His appearance astonished all those still before the screen. Although the media broadcast had been cut, Noel, endowed with Kryptonian technology, intercepted global network signals. Just as Fiora had previously declared to the world, Hannibal's figure now graced every electronic screen on Earth. From mobile phones to the colossal screens in Times Square, Hannibal's visage appeared everywhere. No matter how people manipulated their devices, even cutting off the power, they could not extinguish the image on their screens. This was a demonstration of technological supremacy. He looks just like us. Does he not have a parachute? He will fall to his death. Hannibal descended without any form of aerial transport, plummeting directly from his ship, piercing through the atmosphere, and hurtling towards the ground. His landing site was none other than Central Park in New York. Thus, under the witness of nearly every inhabitant of Earth, Hannibal plummeted straight down into Central Park. At that moment, the camera did not follow Hannibal. Instead, it switched to a distant view, where the crowd beheld a tremendous thud accompanied by a shockwave that dispersed through the lush foliage of the park. In an instant, the multitude of verdant trees tilted outward, their lofty crowns bending almost 90 degrees, as if bowing in reverence to all present. Then, silence ensued. Could he be dead? This thought flickered through the minds of everyone. Yet, in the next moment, Hannibal's figure emerged slowly from the thicket as Noel captured a close-up of him, revealing his austere countenance to the world. However, Noel was somewhat taken aback to see the robust Hannibal now coughing violently. Simultaneously, a blue figure cloaked in a red and white striped cape suddenly descended from the skies, landing before Hannibal. "You have arrived at the perfect moment," the Patriot remarked, watching Hannibal bend over in coughing fits, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 85. The Patriot in the spotlight. Hannibal could not comprehend the meaning behind the Patriot's words. As he was currently suffering the repercussions of his own actions, the composition of Earth's atmosphere differed significantly from that of Krypton. When Clark first arrived on Earth, he experienced a period of frailty and illness until his body acclimated to the environment, ultimately gaining strength. Hannibal had never encountered Earth's air before. Now, as it infiltrated his system, it adversely affected his condition, reminiscent of being unwell. Although it would not prove fatal, it would significantly diminish his combat effectiveness. The Patriot, witnessing the alien's intense coughing, felt a surge of delight, then suddenly turned to face the throngs of onlookers in New York, smiling and waving at the crowd. This spectacle was broadcast live by Noel without reservation, showcasing the Patriot's gallant demeanor before the eyes of humanity worldwide. Noel cast a resigned glance at Hannibal and inquired, "Should we cut the live feed?" Fiora shook her head. "Let them revel for a while longer." How is Hannibal faring? The respiratory system is enduring torment. He's nearly coughing up his lungs, Noel replied with a mocking expression, reflecting on the individual who incessantly boasted of unmatched prowess, now humiliated on an extraterrestrial stage. "I must preserve this moment. I will play it for him daily." Fiora calmly observed the holographic imagery. "Let us see how formidable the warriors of Earth truly are." The patriotic man felt an overwhelming surge of fervor coursing through him. Although prior to this moment, he had already enjoyed immense popularity as a star. His influence had largely been confined to New York, perhaps extending to half of America at best. However, he now firmly believed that if he could vanquish the extraterrestrial adversary before him, a monument would be erected in his honor across the entire planet. What a remarkable opportunity this was, seemingly crafted just for him. As he observed the incessant, flickering lights around him, emanating from the cameras of eager onlookers, his excitement reached a crescendo, compelling him to speak. With a glance at Hannibal, who continued to cough incessantly, he realized that the stage and his opponent had afforded him ample time to showcase his prowess. "I am a patriotic man. You must have heard my name, know of my deeds, and understand my righteousness. Today, I shall stand as the representative of Earth, of humanity, to pass judgment upon him." He gestured towards Hannibal, then pointed skyward, "And upon them, I shall proclaim to them, humanity is invincible." As these words echoed through the air, New York erupted in fervor. The patriotic man's keen sense of hearing confirmed that he had already achieved half of his objective, with the other half to be realized once he eliminated the alien foe. At that moment, he envisioned himself as a hero for humanity, a champion of Earth. All notions of support ratings and corporate entities would fade into obscurity, and he, the patriotic man, would become the beacon of humanity's future. In the next instant, his smile vanished, and he turned to face the still coughing Hannibal. His eyes ablaze with crimson light. Two beams of laser energy shot forth, piercing the air and striking Hannibal directly in the face. With a resounding crash, Hannibal fell backward, his left cheek marred by two charred wounds, yet he appeared relatively unscathed. Nevertheless, the patriotic man refused to squander this opportunity. He darted forward, leaving a blur in his wake, and suddenly positioned himself above Hannibal, his red boots firmly planted on the alien's chest. With a thunderous impact, the earth beneath Hannibal erupted, enveloping him in a torrent of soil, the force of the patriotic man's strike evident in the spreading waves of dirt. But the spectacle did not end there. He lifted his foot again, aiming to stomp down upon Hannibal's face in a gesture laden with humiliation, showcasing his might to the world. Yet his foot was halted mid-descent, firmly caught by a steady hand. Hannibal felt his body acclimating to the atmosphere of this planet, though his augmented physique was still adjusting and not entirely comfortable. The initial agony had subsided significantly. "Get off!" he bellowed, forcefully thrusting the patriotic man's foot away with a surge of anger. Caught off guard, the patriot nearly lost his balance. However, in an instant, he adjusted his form mid-air, thus avoiding a disgraceful fall. It is important to note that this was a global live broadcast, where even the slightest mishap could undermine all his previous efforts, a scenario he could not permit. The next moment, he began to ascend slowly until his body was nearly level with the adjacent skyscraper. Then he pivoted and dove towards Hannibal. In response, Hannibal stood tall, facing the descending patriot, and with a roar, he opened his arms to embrace him. The patriot, propelled by immense force, sent Hannibal flying, and in an instant, they traversed the entire Central Park, leaving behind a straight path through the once lush greenery, resembling an unsightly scar. At this juncture, one could not help but admire Noel's mastery over the live broadcast, akin to cinematic brilliance. Amidst such rapid turbulence, he was still able to capture the flying duo in clear detail on screen. At that moment, the Patriot's eyes emitted laser beams as he struggled within Hannibal's grasp, the beams flailing wildly with his head's movements, severing numerous surrounding trees. Yet, Hannibal's hands felt as if forged from alloy, no matter how fiercely the Patriot writhed. He could not escape the iron grip. Enduring the intense heat of the laser, Hannibal let out a furious roar, his arms contracting abruptly, the overwhelming force making the Patriot feel as though his own arms might snap. In this critical moment, the Patriot suddenly tilted his head back and then forcefully collided with Hannibal's nose, causing crimson blood to spurt forth, staining the Patriot's visage. Yet even so, Hannibal's embrace remained unyielding, tightening further. "Release me." The Patriot growled softly, and then the laser beams from his eyes thickened considerably. No longer erratic, but now focused directly on Hannibal's face, as if intending to scorch him. The upper half of Hannibal's face was shrouded in red, yet the lower half bore a sinister grin. "You are hardly worthy of being called a warrior." With that, Hannibal began to summon the energy within him, preparing to snap the spine of this clownish adversary before him. But just then, a violent cough erupted from his chest, and his once-locked arms suddenly lost their strength, his entire form curling up like a shrimp as he coughed violently. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Patriot's face, yet he would not let this rare opportunity slip away. "Just playing with you. Did you truly believe I couldn't break free?" he declared loudly, providing an excuse for his earlier actions. Then, seizing Hannibal's bald head, he forcefully slammed it against the towering building before them. In Chapter 86, everyone gathered as the Patriot hurled the extraterrestrial against the wall, which shattered upon impact, and their figures vanished into the depths of the structure. What the masses could see was merely the dark, gaping hole in the wall. Yet in the next moment, the live broadcast shifted abruptly to an aerial view, revealing the building from above. It was then that people realized that the valiant beings from their homeland and the extraterrestrial invaders were weaving through the structure. From this lofty vantage point, the silhouettes of the two could be distinctly observed entering one end of the building, only to emerge from the other amidst billowing clouds of dust and a cacophony of screams, subsequently crashing into the adjacent edifice. The structure they breached appeared ominously precarious, with individuals streaming from its exits, their faces etched with terror and panic. In the next instant, the building collapsed with a thunderous roar. Not just one, but an entire row of buildings succumbed, toppling one after another. The clash of these superhuman entities had obliterated the very architecture and before the eyes of the world. 5 contiguous structures fell like a line of dominoes, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction. For a moment, the air was filled with anguished cries and swirling dust, enveloping the scene in a haunting silence. To the 2 combatants, however, this destruction was merely a trivial matter. The Patriot was consumed by a fervor, his eyes ablaze with rage. Despite facing the incessantly coughing Hannibal, he had yet to gain the upper hand and had even suffered multiple counterattacks, leaving his once handsome visage swollen, smeared with blood and dirt, rendering him somewhat ghastly. Hannibal, too, was not in a better state. His skin bore the scorched marks of the Patriot's laser beams, and his bald head was marred by charred streaks, particularly the bridge of his nose, which had been skewed to one side, blood still trickling from his nostrils. The 2 exchanged powerful punches to each other's chests, their forms momentarily entangled before they abruptly separated. A rather narrow street lay between them as they locked eyes. At that moment, all who were watching the live stream began to realize that the valiant being they had placed their hopes upon did not seem to possess the ease with which to vanquish this alien invader, but instead appeared quite beleaguered. In an instant, waves of skepticism surged forth, particularly in New York, where the earlier cheers had been replaced by an unsettling silence and doubt. These murmurs reached the ears of the Patriot, exacerbating the malevolence already etched upon his face. Conversely, Hannibal, having battled fiercely, felt the warrior genes within him stir as if awakened. The irregularities in his lungs had significantly eased, and under the sunlight, his stamina not only remained intact, but began to gradually replenish. Furrowing his brow, the Patriot discerned that his adversary's condition seemed to be improving, a notion that filled him with disbelief. This was the first time in many years that he had encountered such a formidable opponent. Having grown accustomed to battles fought in his favor, he found himself at a loss against this tenacious foe. As he found himself enveloped in confusion, Hannibal, in stark contrast, became invigorated. He had accompanied General Zord through numerous battles, facing a myriad of adversaries, all of whom ultimately met their demise at his hands. The individual before him would be no exception. In the next instant, Hannibal propelled himself forcefully off the ground, uprooting a substantial section of earth that soared through the air, crashing against the wall and shattering into fragments. Hannibal transformed into a shadow, swiftly materializing before the Patriot, his powerful hands reaching for the Patriot's head. However, the Patriot glided gracefully several inches above the ground, moving backward with an elegance reminiscent of a dancer rather than a warrior. Yet, Hannibal would not grant him the luxury of escape. With a sudden burst of speed, he closed the distance, his hands again outstretched. Standing over 2 meters tall, with shoulders broader than a meter, Hannibal reveled in the act of enveloping his weaker foes, intending to crush them with sheer force. Yet, the Patriot abruptly pivoted, preparing to ascend into the sky. He recognized that this extraterrestrial being lacked the ability to fly, and thus, if he ascended high enough, he could seize the initiative. In the next moment, Hannibal's grip tightened around the Patriot's cloak. "Got you." Hannibal grinned, retracting his arm and yanking the Patriot back. In a moment of desperation, the Patriot delivered a powerful kick aimed at Hannibal's head, the force of which stirred the surrounding air, showcasing immense strength. The impact resounded as the kick struck Hannibal's head, causing his entire body to tilt at an almost 90-degree angle. Yet, even so, Hannibal maintained a firm grasp on the Patriot's leg. Crack! Crack! Hannibal straightened himself, tilting his head with a sound of crisp bone shifting. "Is that all?" He scoffed disdainfully, lifting the Patriot with ease, while his other hand clenched into a fist, raised high, and came crashing down toward the Patriot's leg. In a moment of revelation, the Patriot exclaimed, "Invisible Man!" Instantly, a shotgun levitated from a corner of the ground, its barrel swiftly aligning with Hannibal, leaving him no time to react before the bullets erupted from the dark muzzle. Hannibal barely managed to shut his eyes before dozens of pellets riddled his face, turning it into a sieve. Although the pellets merely penetrated his skin, halted by his bones, the immediate pain triggered a cascading reaction. A violent cough erupted from him as he doubled over, blood spilling from his mouth, his grip loosening. Seizing this opportunity, the Patriot ascended into the sky, casting a lingering glance at the hunched-over, coughing Hannibal. At that moment, atop the building beneath his feet, the figures of Queen Maeve, The Homelander and Black Noir materialized abruptly, all casting their gazes towards the Homelander. Though no words were exchanged, their intentions were unmistakably clear. They sought to overshadow him. This thought burgeoned in the Homelander's mind, swiftly followed by another. If this continued, he might truly be unable to vanquish his adversaries. Instead, it would be more prudent to let them wear down that individual, and when the time was ripe, he would strike the decisive blow. With this realization, a smile blossomed on the Homelander's face as he proclaimed, "My comrades, you have finally arrived." Simultaneously, the figures of Queen Maeve and the Homelander appeared on the live broadcast screen, igniting a wave of excitement among those who recognized them. The superheroes, meticulously crafted by the Vought Group, were poised to fulfill their true mission at last. Thus, the cheers from New York resonated in the Homelander's ears. Although the applause transitioned from his loyal supporters to a few others, it left him with an uncomfortable sensation. This glory was meant to belong solely to him. Taking a deep breath, he assumed the tone of a team leader and began issuing commands. "Maeve, engage with me. A-Train, unleash your speed. Deep Sea, you know what to do. Where is the Invisible Man?" In an instant, their gazes snapped downward. They beheld the floating shotgun being crushed into a crumpled mass by a Nara-covered Hannibal, who seemed to grasp something invisible in his other hand. Subsequently, Hannibal slowly bent his knees and leaped upward, his form striking the exterior wall of the adjacent building forcefully before propelling himself onto the rooftop, appearing within the line of sight of Queen, Maeve, and the others. "Have you forgotten me?" He waved at them, his hands still empty. Yet the voice of the Invisible Man resonated forth. "Help me. Save me." Chapter 87. The Boys versus the Aliens. If one were to categorize the 6 individuals, the Homelander and Black Noir could be deemed warriors, while Deep Sea and A-Train were little more than actors. As for the Invisible Man, he was nothing short of a shameless lecher. He often exploited his abilities to engage in crass and vulgar activities, resulting in an exceedingly sleazy and cowardly disposition. Now, captured by the Kryptonians, he opened his mouth to plead for mercy without a trace of hesitation, fully aware that his cries would be broadcasted to the world, potentially diminishing his popularity. Yet, in the face of life and death, what did those concerns matter? "Boss, save me. A-Train, Deep Sea, Queen Maeve, help me. Black Noir, save me." In a fleeting moment, he pleaded with everyone, yet was met with scornful gazes from the others. A-Train could not suppress his retort. "Hey, buddy, your skin is tougher than diamond. What are you afraid of? He can't kill you." The Invisible Man erupted in a torrent of curses. "Nonsense. I certainly know I won't die, but it will hurt. Hurry and save me." The Patriot restrained the words of the locomotive, his gaze locked on Hannibal. At that moment, Hannibal, though not comprehending the dialogue, received a translation of Noel's words through the communicator embedded in his battle suit. "Comparable to diamonds?" Hannibal raised an eyebrow, abruptly flinging the Invisible Man's hand, slamming him forcefully onto the rooftop. A resounding thud echoed as the onlookers witnessed the alien merely waving a hand, creating a dent the size of a head in the ground. Accompanied by the agonized cries of the Invisible Man, Hannibal grinned, a fierce smile stretching across his face. "Surprisingly effective, isn't it? Come on, your companions are waiting for you." As he spoke, he struck the Invisible Man against the ground twice more, producing 2 additional deep craters. The Patriot's expression turned cold as he stated, "As per our previous arrangement, let each of us play our part." The locomotive hesitated before asking, "And what of the Invisible Man? He won't come to harm, will he?" The Patriot cast a fleeting glance at the locomotive, his icy gaze compelling the latter to lower his head in submission. "Now charge." No sooner had the Patriot uttered these words than he surged towards Hannibal, while Queen Maeve leaped high, diving toward Hannibal as well. Just before their actions unfolded, the ground beneath the locomotive suddenly cracked open, causing him to vanish from sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, only the Obsidian and Deep Sea remained. Deep Sea glanced at Obsidian, questioning, "What do you mean I know what to do?" Obsidian's black mask turned toward him, then back again, and in the next moment, he too disappeared before Deep Sea's eyes. Deep Sea surveyed the surroundings, momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, in the distance, the battle had erupted in full force. The locomotive was the first to reach Hannibal, his superhuman speed granting him immense momentum, enough to send past adversaries flying, even reducing ordinary individuals to mere remnants. Thus, before Hannibal could react, the locomotive collided fiercely with him, the tremendous impact sending Hannibal hurtling away, crashing directly into the ruins of a nearby building, further dismantling what had already collapsed. After propelling Hannibal away, the locomotive skidded across the ground for several meters before coming to a halt. Looking around at the desolate expanse, he couldn't help but call out, "Invisible Man, are you here?" No reply came, indicating that Hannibal had clutched the Invisible Man tightly as he flew. At this moment, the Patriot and Queen Maeve arrived at his side, their eyes fixed on the spot where Hannibal had been sent flying. The Patriot's expression darkened. After all, his long-standing adversary had been so easily dispatched by the locomotive, casting doubts on his own prowess. Just then, from the distance among the ruins, a rooftop, reduced to only a few upper floors, suddenly soared into the air, hurtling toward the Patriot and his companions. As the locomotive perceived the impending danger, it vanished from its position in an instant, while the patriotic heroes seized Queen Maeve and soared into the sky, narrowly evading the colossal mass that plummeted towards them. However, just as they ascended, Hannibal's silhouette materialized atop the descending skyscraper. When the three figures faced each other, Hannibal launched a ferocious assault. With a resounding thud, the lofty edifice abruptly changed its trajectory under Hannibal's feet, plummeting directly towards the ground. Hannibal leapt high into the air, arms raised above his head, ready to strike down upon the Patriots. With a frown, the hero swiftly retreated, evading Hannibal's attack by a mere meter, yet a fierce gust of wind whipped above him. The Invisible Man. A surge of alarm coursed through the Patriot's mind as he recalled that the Invisible Man was still under Hannibal's control, utilized as a weapon due to his impervious nature. In a moment of desperation, the Patriot raised his hands high, bracing himself to absorb Hannibal's strike. The sensation upon his palms was nauseating, for the Invisible Man lay bare before him. With a roar of fury, the Patriot hurled the Invisible Man aside, advancing towards Hannibal. Yet, Hannibal denied him the opportunity to close the distance, ferociously wielding the Invisible Man to thwart the Patriot's approach. At that critical moment, the locomotive suddenly appeared behind Hannibal, its form invisible in its rapid motion. It was only when it prepared to brake that its pale, blue figure became vaguely discernible to the naked eye. Yet, by the time one perceived it, it was already too late. Once more, the locomotive charged forth, confident that no one could withstand its blinding speed. In the next heartbeat, Hannibal was sent tumbling through the air, hurtling towards the Patriot, who seemed to anticipate his arrival. With arms outstretched in the path of Hannibal's flight, the Patriot swung down, striking Hannibal squarely in the chest. With a resounding impact, Hannibal spun violently away, while the Patriot unfurled his cape and pursued him. Leveraging his ability to fly, he swiftly appeared behind Hannibal, mimicking the locomotive's approach, colliding with unrelenting momentum into Hannibal's lower back, propelling him downward at an accelerating pace. Seizing the opportunity, the Patriot's excitement surged as he chased after Hannibal, delivering a powerful kick to his chest, driving him deep into the ground. With a thunderous crash, the concrete surface buckled beneath the force, as Hannibal was embedded within, the immense power rendering the once solid ground softer than bread. Below, a vast cavity emerged, while the surface above bore the scars of shattered concrete and a mound of earth. Victory! In that fleeting moment, humanity erupted in jubilant exultation. Chapter 88. The severed locomotive. The jubilant cheers surrounding him did little to stir the heart of the patriotic man, for he was acutely aware of Hannibal's formidable strength. He held a unique perspective on the matter, believing that the recent flurry of attacks was insufficient to secure victory in this battle. The resilience of that extraterrestrial being was beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. At that moment, Queen Maeve and the locomotive appeared beside him, gazing at the gaping black hole in the ground, and the locomotive couldn't help but display a smug grin. "I told you," in the face of absolute speed. Strength pales in comparison. He noticed the discontent etched on the patriotic man's face. Yet the locomotive was now filled with an overwhelming sense of superiority, convinced that after this encounter, the question of leadership would be up for debate. The patriotic man shot him a glance, which he pretended to ignore. "Do you truly believe that extraterrestrial is so easily vanquished?" the patriotic man inquired. The locomotive hesitated momentarily, even after being struck to the core of the earth. "He remains alive? He is an alien, not a deity." Upon hearing this, a smirk of disdain crept across the patriotic man's lips. He had already sensed the commotion emanating from deep underground, a clear indication that their foe was not dead and would soon emerge. With this thought, he instinctively drifted back slightly, turning to face the crowd as if to greet them. At that moment, he found himself perfectly aligned with the locomotive, meaning that whether it was Hannibal or something else lurking below, it would inevitably have to collide with the locomotive before reaching him. In the next instant, Hannibal's figure erupted from the earth, charging directly at the locomotive. His speed was no less than that of the patriotic man, yet in comparison to the locomotive's super speed, it seemed insufficient. The locomotive's brow furrowed as he swiftly dodged to the left, his extraordinary velocity allowing him to evade Hannibal's assault with ease. However, the immense inertia momentarily hindered his ability to adjust his trajectory. Then, the locomotive's expression shifted dramatically, for Hannibal had appeared directly in his path. If he could not quickly redirect his motion, he would inevitably crash in a Hannibal-esque embrace. Hannibal opened his arms wide as if to welcome the locomotive's arrival. Having discerned the locomotive's vulnerability, a vulnerability born from the very super speed that provided him with such momentum, rendering him difficult to control. Thus, Queen Maeve and the patriotic man could only watch in horror as the locomotive collided headfirst into Hannibal. The force of the impact sent Hannibal staggering backward, his feet carving deep trenches into the earth as he slid for several meters before regaining his footing. Lowering his gaze to the locomotive cradled in his arms, a smile graced his lips, yet his eyes glimmered with a murderous intent. "Release him," Queen Maeve bellowed, her fury causing the ground beneath her to fracture as she propelled herself toward Hannibal. Meanwhile, the patriotic man, suspended in midair, appeared momentarily dazed, lagging just behind Queen Maeve. Yet it was this very act that irrevocably sealed the fate of the locomotive. In a sudden burst of strength, Hannibal's arms exerted pressure, contorting the locomotive into an arc within his embrace, as though he intended to assimilate it into his own being. The spine of the locomotive emitted a sharp crack, while its upper half arched skyward, its legs twisting backward, leaving only the waist and abdomen pressed tightly against Hannibal's body. Under the intense pressure applied to its midsection, the locomotive could scarcely muster a coherent cry, its chest collapsing inward, with its shriveled lungs merely expelling air, devoid of any capacity to inhale. At that moment, Queen Maeve launched her assault, her long leg sweeping toward Hannibal's head. Clutching the locomotive with unwavering resolve, Hannibal tilted his head, leaning toward Maeve's extended leg. A resounding thud echoed as Hannibal was abruptly propelled in the opposite direction, bringing the locomotive down with him. However, only the upper half of his body succumbed to the fall. In the instant of Queen Maeve's strike, Hannibal had decisively severed the locomotive's form. Maeve, witnessing the remaining half standing defiantly, was struck with disbelief, never having anticipated the demise of comrade. For a fleeting moment, she was rendered motionless. Yet, in that moment of distraction, Hannibal drew near once more, hurling the severed upper half of the locomotive toward Queen Maeve. The bloodied remnants landed at her feet, splattering her battle boots with crimson. Maeve's eyes widened in shock, and instinctively she recoiled, only to find herself retreating into Hannibal's awaiting embrace. As she turned, she was met with Hannibal's charred visage, baring his teeth at her. In the next instant, his powerful arms enveloped her entirely, mirroring the grip he had on the locomotive. Maeve, taken aback, thrust her elbow backward in a desperate attempt to escape his grasp, but Hannibal, impervious to her assault, remained unfazed by her efforts. Her elbow struck his cheek with considerable force, visibly displacing his bone, even causing a shard to protrude from the flesh, a sight that elicited gasps. Yet, Hannibal's expression remained unchanged, his eyes reflecting only indifference and brutality, as if he were not the one injured. Far above, aboard the Kryptonian spacecraft, Norrell observed Hannibal's fearsome demeanor and sighed, pondering, "Is this what it means to be a true warrior? It appears that I'm truly unfit for the path of a soldier." However, Fiora shook her head beside him, stating that this was merely a quality expected of a competent Kryptonian warrior. A true warrior does not merely disregard the pain of the flesh. Rather, they must possess a heart filled with compassion. Huh? Noel gazed at Fiora in disbelief, unsure if he had heard her correctly. Compassion? Fiora nodded, admitting, "I too do not fully grasp the meaning of this phrase, yet it was imparted to me by the general, a veritable warrior whose words cannot be mistaken." Noel furrowed his brow, realizing that becoming a true warrior proved to be even more challenging than being a master craftsman. Fiora cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. At that moment, the holographic image shifted once more. Just as Hannibal prepared to exert his strength, the Patriot arrived belatedly, executing a bare chokehold that ensnared Hannibal's neck. If Hannibal did not release Queen Maeve, he would face the grim fate of having his neck snapped by the Patriot. Yet, Hannibal's combat experience enabled him to react instantly. He crouched slightly, then leaped high into the air, performing a somersault that positioned his back downward, crashing heavily toward the ground, with the unsuspecting Patriot becoming his makeshift cushion. The Patriot, fueled by determination, tightened his grip around Hannibal's neck, his arms contracting with ferocity. In an instant, the blood flow to Hannibal was severed, causing his face and head to flush a deep crimson. Just then, a shadowy figure emerged from below, the enigmatic Schwanza. In his hands were two pitch-black daggers that reflected no light, even under the sun. As Schwanza appeared, the daggers suddenly materialized before Hannibal's eyes, aimed directly at them, plunging forward with ferocity. Chapter 89. Total annihilation. Schwanza's arrival took everyone by surprise, yet all were filled with exhilaration. The alien's formidable strength exceeded all expectations. And at this moment, eliminating the extraterrestrial threat was paramount. The two blades pierced Hannibal's eyes almost simultaneously, but in that fleeting instant, Hannibal finally relinquished his hold on Queen Maeve. He abruptly arched backward, one hand darting between the daggers and his eyes at lightning speed. The blades embedded themselves into his palm, and as Schwanza forcefully spread his hands apart, the daggers sliced through Hannibal's palm, nearly severing it, exposing the stark white of bone and the tender red of muscle from the gaping wound, indicating a grievous injury. Yet, that was not the end of it. One must not forget that the Patriot remained behind Hannibal, still executing the chokehold. As Hannibal tilted his head back, he inadvertently provided the Patriot with a golden opportunity, a chance to snap his neck. The Patriot pressed one foot against Hannibal's lower back, and, with a sudden pull of the arm encircling his neck, yanked Hannibal backward, causing him to lose his balance entirely. At that moment, Shinsei reappeared directly above Hannibal, who was restrained by the compatriot, suspended in midair, parallel to the ground. Shinsei descended from the heavens, one dagger aimed at his heart, while the other lunged toward his throat. Faced with the combined assault of his adversaries, Hannibal appeared somewhat overwhelmed. Despite his struggles to free himself from the compatriot's grasp, the formidable strength of his opponent made it difficult for even Hannibal to extricate himself from the entanglement. In a moment of desperation, Hannibal's right leg lashed out with ferocity, akin to a wild beast, targeting Shinsei's left ribcage. The kick was exceptionally brutal. Had it landed, it could have resulted in severe injury or even death. However, Shinsei, unable to evade in midair, swiftly rotated his body, presenting his more defensively fortified back to Hannibal's strike. A resounding thud echoed as Shinsei was propelled away, narrowly grazing the compatriot's shoulder, the scent of blood emanating from him palpable in the air. Meanwhile, Hannibal was now pierced by a dagger in his right foot, and another black blade was embedded in his chest. It seemed that when Shinsei struck his chest, he had not applied full force, resulting in the dagger merely grazing the muscle without inflicting substantial harm. Ah! Hannibal roared, akin to a ferocious tiger ensnared in a cage, his bloodied hands clawing at the compatriot, oblivious to his own injuries. The compatriot, fixated on Hannibal's back, felt the muscles of his arms swell as they constricted around Hannibal's neck. He understood that Hannibal was fighting like a cornered beast. If he could endure just a little longer, victory would ultimately be his. Just then, a lithe and agile figure materialized before Hannibal. It was Queen Maeve. She leapt high into the air, then plummeted down, one foot aimed directly at the dagger in Hannibal's chest, poised to deliver the final blow. The compatriot, witnessing this, emitted a laser-like glare targeting Queen Maeve. He would not permit anyone to preemptively slay this extraterrestrial, nor would he allow anyone to usurp his glory. Yet, he was a fraction too late. Queen Maeve's foot was mere moments from striking the dagger, while his laser beam lagged by a crucial second. No, the compatriot bellowed. A triumphant smile adorned Queen Maeve's face. Meanwhile, all those watching the live broadcast braced themselves to erupt in cheers. However, in the next instant, a figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily into the fray. The tremendous force instantly shattered the surrounding ground, and a cloud of dust billowed upwards, enveloping those engaged in combat, and obscuring the scene from view. In an instant, the screen was filled with a tawny haze, and the hearts of all who had been poised on the brink of celebration surged once more. Within the confines of the Kryptonian spacecraft, Nor glanced around the cockpit, yet he found no trace of Fiorella. He then returned his gaze to the holographic image before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "What a stubborn yet soft-hearted individual." Moments later, as the dust began to settle, several shadows gradually emerged from the haze. The eyes of the entire world widened, fixated on the screen, striving to discern the events that had just transpired. Those fleeting seconds felt like years to the spectators before they finally comprehended the scene unfolding before them. Their mouths agape in astonishment at the incredible sight displayed on the screen. There stood a tall figure clad in black armor, proudly asserting her dominance, with no other soul standing beside her. Queen Maeve lay beneath her feet, while a member of the homeland was seized by the throat, suspended in midair. At that moment, Schwanza lunged toward her, but in the blink of an eye, two crimson beams of light erupted, sending him hurtling backward into a distant wall, where he embedded himself deeply. Fiorella cast a glance at the homeland member, nonchalantly tossing him aside, where he collided with Schwanza, causing the wall to finally give way as it crumbled, sending Schwanza once again crashing through it, while the homeland member remained behind. His eyes were filled with venomous hatred as he locked gazes with Fiorella, who furrowed her brow, her disdain evident and unmasked. In the next moment, a crimson glow flickered in both their eyes, and beams of red energy shot forth, colliding with tremendous force over several meters. The temperature in the air surged dramatically, and the live broadcast displayed a distortion of space, an illusion created by the evaporation of moisture in the air, signaling the intense heat contained within their beams. "Ah!" cried the homeland member, desperately channeling all his energy toward his eyes in an attempt to amplify his beam and overpower his opponent. However, the outcome was quite the opposite. Fiorella's beam proved significantly stronger, and with the homeland member having just endured an exhausting battle, he was at a disadvantage against the fully energized Fiorella. Thus, to the spectators, the point where the two beams converged began to inexorably shift toward the homeland member. "No!" he bellowed in a fit of hysteria, but his cries bore no fruit. Following a cold huff from Fiorella, the searing beam instantly engulfed him, the violent energy colliding with his form before refracting into the surrounding space. In an instant, the building behind the homeland member collapsed entirely, burying him deep beneath the rubble. Having dealt with the homeland member, Fiorella then turned her gaze to Queen Maeve beneath her feet. The condescending look in her eyes filled the struggling yet ensnared queen with an overwhelming sense of humiliation. However, in the next moment, Queen Maeve's expression transformed into one of sheer terror as she beheld Fiora gripping a dagger, the very same that had previously pierced Hannibal's chest, the very weapon she intended to plunge into his heart. "No, no, no. Listen to me. Please, don't kill me," Queen Maeve implored Fiora, her voice a wretched plea. Yet, the sorrow etched upon her face stirred no tremor within the resolute Fiora. In an instant, the dagger was driven into Maeve's forehead, emerging from the back of her skull, and it penetrated deeply into the ground, nailing her firmly to the ruins. Having completed this grim task, Fiora slowly rose, surveyed her surroundings, and softly uttered a phrase before cradling Hannibal in her arms and stepping aboard the shuttle dispatched by Noel, ascending into the heavens. That phrase echoed relentlessly in the ears of billions of humans. Insect. Chapter 90. The Deep Sea. I still am not enough of a BT. Billions of Earth's inhabitants watched in stunned silence as the small spacecraft ascended slowly into the void, their hopes pinned on the superheroes who lay dead or wounded, having failed to vanquish a single alien foe, an unfathomable reality for them to accept. In that moment, the entire planet seemed to be muted, enveloped in a chilling quietude. Suddenly, a shadow darted from afar, and before anyone could react, it pierced through the very vessel Fiora occupied, emerging from the opposite side and soaring higher into the sky. Before it could travel any further, it spun in the air a few times and then returned along its original path, re-entering the spacecraft once more, ultimately heading back in the direction it had come. The spacecraft trembled violently before plummeting towards the Earth, while Fiora and Hannibal leapt from it, crashing heavily to the ground. The vessel, meanwhile, careened erratically before landing with a tremendous thud amidst the ruins, kicking up a cloud of dust. Fiora straightened, her expression grave as she gazed in the direction where the spacecraft had fallen, then shifted her focus to the spot where the shadow had landed. Simultaneously, the live broadcast shifted to follow her gaze. There, on a nearby rooftop, stood a robust young man with black hair, wielding a trident. His bare torso exposed as he looked down upon Fiora with eyes that roiled like the tempestuous sea. Fiora's attention fixated on the trident, the very weapon that had pierced her craft. "You are not human. Why did you attack us?" Fiora exclaimed. Arthur did not respond. Instead, he turned his gaze toward a figure standing beside him. "Is this the alien you spoke of?" Deep Sea, slightly hunched, respectfully addressed Arthur. "Yes, my king. They are the extraterrestrials invading Earth, self-styled as Kryptonians, who have come to our planet in search of another alien named Kal-El, rumored to have been hiding on Earth for several years, if not decades." Arthur caressed the trident in his hands and turned his gaze towards Fiora, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity with the alien before him, as if there were details he had overlooked. It was only when his eyes fell upon the emblem on Fiora's armor that realization dawned upon him. The insignia on the chest of this extraterrestrial bore a striking resemblance to someone from his recollections, though there were subtle differences. Nonetheless, in both form and style, they were clearly of the same lineage. So, I wondered if that fellow was human, only to discover he is, in fact, an alien. He murmured to himself, a figure flashing in his mind. "Hey, are you here to find your compatriot? Do you have a photograph? Perhaps I might recognize him." Arthur began to exude the charm of Aquaman towards Fiora. Do not question how he discerned Fiora's gender through the formidable armor. It was merely an innate family trait. After all, he had a father who conquered the Queen of Atlantis. Fiora was momentarily taken aback, and within her armor's communicator, Noel had already translated the words spoken. It appeared this individual was acquainted with Kal-El, and their relationship seemed to be rather extraordinary. After analysis, we concluded he is an enemy, not a friend. A recommendation for termination was conveyed. Noel's voice echoed in their communication. Upon hearing this, Fiora suddenly inquired loudly, "Do you know where Kal-El is?" Her words were likewise translated and projected through the amplification device within her armor. Arthur raised an eyebrow upon hearing Fiora's question. Her voice was quite pleasant, and she could speak the language of Earth. She seemed a worthy companion, a quality that a certain individual could not compare to. The Deep Sea, standing by, swallowed hard upon hearing his king's words, wondering if he had understood correctly. It appeared that this serendipitous encounter with the king hinted at an intention to entice the alien. How exhilarating! He couldn't help but think of his octopus friend, suddenly feeling inadequate, unable to keep pace with the king's thoughts. "Oh, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding," Arthur said, pulling the Deep Sea in front of him and addressing Fiora. "It's this fellow's fault. He insisted on enlisting my help against the alien invasion. Had I known you were his kin, I would not have intervened. I sincerely apologize for damaging your spacecraft. How much will it cost? I'll find someone to fix it." The word compensation hung unspoken in the air, and Arthur couldn't help but commend his own cunning and silence. Fiora, hidden beneath her helmet, couldn't suppress a flicker of doubt. Could this individual truly be oblivious to the fact that she was not an ally of Kal-El, but rather his adversary? She even began to question whether the previous global broadcast had omitted certain fundamental details. Anyone who had witnessed her earlier broadcast would not have harbored such misconceptions. "Where is Kal-El?" she asked again, momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Arthur had leapt from the building and was approaching Fiora, conversing as he walked. "I have no idea where that guy's gone. It's been years since I last saw him. By the way, are you looking for him for a particular reason, or have you simply come to make an acquaintance? You can't possibly be his sister, can you? I wouldn't mind being his brother-in-law, though the stepfather would be even better. You must be his mother, right?" Arthur's words left Noel momentarily at a loss for translation. Yet the ship's intelligence system rendered them faithfully. These statements reached Fiola's ears, and even the most stoic elite warrior could hardly contain their fury. Meanwhile, their conversation was broadcast live, inciting widespread discontent. "Who's this guy? A clown from a zoo? He truly brings shame to us Earthlings. Look at how many lives they have taken. Why hasn't that naked man taken action against them yet? It seems they are making friends? This is madness. Our countrymen are dying, and who can save the Earth now?" A flurry of voices arose, especially among the citizens of New York present at the scene. Arthur's behavior made them feel betrayed and enraged, resulting in a cacophony of condemnation. Arthur's superhuman hearing allowed him to catch every word clearly, and his expression suddenly darkened. With a swift motion, he twirled his trident in the air before plunging it forcefully into the ground. Buzz! A whale-like cry resonated throughout New York City, echoing in the ears of all present. The sound surged through their bodies and souls like an electric current, momentarily rendering them dazed. Simultaneously, a hemispherical wave of water erupted from beneath Arthur's feet, spreading outward in all directions. The cerulean shockwave enveloped a radius of several kilometers, and anyone caught in its sweep felt a profound chill as the once blazing anger within them vanished, leaving only a cold rationality behind. What do I care for your lives, humans? In my eyes, you are worth less than a krill. So shut up. Despite having human blood coursing through his veins, Arthur had never considered himself human. During the formative years of his upbringing, he received a thorough education in Atlantis, thus leaning more towards the ways of the oceanic race. Consequently, when the myriad voices reached his ears, he was filled with rage, and his furious tirade was disseminated worldwide, extinguishing the hopes of those who still believed in him. However, at that moment, Fiola noticed that Hannibal's injuries seemed to have worsened. Although she had intervened to stop Queen May's kick, the blade had still penetrated deeply into Hannibal's chest, and now the bald Kryptonian lay nearby, gasping and spewing blood. Upon witnessing the scene, Fiorella suddenly shouted, "Noel, come and fetch us." No sooner had her words left her lips than a small shuttle descended from the heavens, landing beside her. Fiorella swiftly scooped up Hannibal, their contrasting sizes eliciting a raised eyebrow from Arthur. "You certainly possess considerable strength." To his surprise, Fiorella replied coldly, "Are you a friend of Kal-El? I suppose so, although that fellow always believes he is unworthy of my friendship. Nevertheless, I cherish our bond." Arthur shrugged. Fiorella remained silent as she placed Hannibal aboard the shuttle, then stepped back down herself. "Take Hannibal back for treatment," she commanded over the communicator. Noel inquired, "Aren't you planning to return? That fellow exhibits a notably intense energy signature, far beyond what those previous clowns could compare to." Yet Fiorella declared, "I intend to capture him and torment him before all of humanity until Kal-El appears. I hope that fellow isn't lying. He truly is a good friend of Kal-El, or else he will suffer greatly." Noel, upon hearing Fiorella's words, couldn't help but gasp, seemingly apprehensive about the suffering she mentioned. "All right, I understand. Have fun," he concluded before severing the communication, his fingers feverishly tapping the console as he remotely guided the vessel, carrying Hannibal slowly into space. As Fiorella watched the shuttle ascend, she turned her gaze back to Arthur, feeling a sense of disgust at the nonsensical ramblings of the human before her. "Since you're a friend of Kal-El, I wish to borrow something from you," she stated. Arthur slightly tilted his chin, responding, "Go ahead, I'm open to considering what I have." However, Fiorella slowly lowered her head, her eyes now icy as she fixated on Arthur. "You certainly possess something, and that is your body." Arthur was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wow, I truly did not expect you aliens to be so forthright." Fiorella scoffed, preparing to take action, when suddenly her gaze shifted skyward, mirrored by Arthur. In the azure sky, the shuttle had shrunk to a mere speck, nearly invisible, but at that moment, a white trail surged from the distance, leaving its mark across the blue expanse. "No!" Fiorella's eyes widened in shock as she screamed. The next instant, the shuttle exploded mid-air. A violent fireball erupted, scattering the surrounding clouds and resonating like thunder in the ears of all. This dramatic scene was broadcast live for all to witness. As they beheld the ferocious flames, New York erupted in fervor, disregarding the origin of the missile. Their sole focus lay on the fact that humanity, through its own might, had vanquished a formidable alien. Simultaneously, the missile served to illuminate the fact that extraterrestrials are not invincible. They are susceptible to injury and death under the might of Earth civilization. Fiola clenched her fists, her ears resonating with the jubilant sounds around her. Although there was no intelligent system to translate for her this time, she could distinctly sense the elation emanating from those voices. In the next moment, a fierce crimson light flickered in Fiola's eyes, and two slender beams of laser energy shot forth, effortlessly piercing through all obstacles before her. Arthur deftly evaded this assault, but as he prepared to speak, he noticed the two laser beams beginning to spiral ominously. From Noel's perspective, The two crimson beams revolved around Fiola, synchronizing with her own rotation. These beams, imbued with ferocious energy, sliced through everything they encountered, including concrete walls, reinforced columns, and even the bodies of the onlooking citizens of New York. With each rotation of the laser beams, buildings surrounding Fiola began to collapse mere seconds later, an endless cloud of dust swirling into the air, obscuring the chaos unfolding. However, the live broadcast captured every detail, revealing that the crimson beams continued to spin, each revolution triggering the collapse of outer structures, whether towering skyscrapers or modest libraries and museums. None could withstand their devastating force. As the edifices crumbled, a growing cloud of debris spread across the straight avenues of New York, the ethereal dust taking on distinct shapes. This scene was vividly displayed on live feeds, as viewers watched in horror as the once clear images were gradually engulfed by a brown haze, with only the crimson light intermittently flickering through, inciting further tumult. In that moment, silence enveloped everyone, despite having slain an alien. The cost was the devastation of a significant portion of New York, with tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of casualties and direct economic losses amounting to billions. This was a calamity for the entire nation and indeed for human civilization as a whole. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the crimson light gradually dissipated. Yet the pervasive dust lingered, refusing to clear. Fiola closed her searing eyes. It was her first prolonged use of such power. While she was satisfied with the outcome, the toll on her internal energy was substantial. Just then, a figure emerged from the swirling dust, a figure that was none other than Arthur, wielding a trident and regarding Fiola with a look of perplexity. This extraterrestrial certainly did not appear to be a benevolent entity. "What do you want of Clark?" he inquired, voicing the name with a hint of urgency. Fiola let out a cold laugh. "So, he is now called Clark. With a friend like you, he is indeed unfortunate. To speak frankly, we seek him with the intent to take his life." Arthur's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly realized, in his carelessness, that he had revealed Clark's true name. Upon hearing Fiola's words, he tightened his grip on the trident. "Though I am unaware of the grievances you share, he is my friend. If you wish to trouble him, you must first consult me to see if I consent." With that, Arthur thrust the trident forcefully into the ground. In the next moment, the once tranquil surface of the Hudson River began to churn violently, and the water level along the banks receded rapidly. Suddenly, the river water reversed its flow, forming a colossal water vortex that stretched across the sky of New York, ultimately hovering over Central Park, transforming into a gentle rain that fell through the thick dust. Before long, a light rain began to fall from the heavens, the delicate droplets mingling with the brown dust, gradually returning to the earth, only to flow back underground and eventually rejoin the Hudson River. Meanwhile, the screens before everyone gradually became clearer, the swirling dust dissipating to reveal two figures standing proudly amidst the rain. Chapter 92. Fiola versus the King of the Abyss. Arthur gripped the trident with both hands, positioning it directly in front of him. From Fiola's perspective, the trident visually bisected Arthur, yet both halves seemed to pulsate with latent energy. The rain continued to fall, enveloping Arthur in a comforting dampness, while Fiola unleashed another barrage of laser beams. Two crimson rays surged toward Arthur, colliding directly with the water mirror he had summoned. As the laser beams penetrated the water mirror, they refracted and, upon emerging, grazed past Arthur's body, carving two deep tunnels into the ruins behind him. In this combat state, Arthur transformed entirely. The previous lewdness and recklessness vanished from his gaze, replaced by cool composure and rationality. The water mirror, crafted from the surrounding raindrops, was specifically designed to counter Fiola's laser beams, and it proved to be just as effective as he had anticipated. After conjuring the water mirror, Arthur was undeterred. He skillfully manipulated the trident, making it spin in midair while simultaneously drawing in the surrounding raindrops. These droplets gathered at the front of the trident, coalescing into a water wheel. As Arthur thrust the trident skyward towards Fiola, the water wheel detached and surged forth in her direction. Though the water wheel began at the height of a single person, it expanded to over 3 meters in diameter as it approached Fiola, all while maintaining its rapid rotation and continuing to absorb the surrounding raindrops. The colossal water wheel, in its rapid rotation, resembled a formidable cutting machine, carving a profound chasm into the surrounding ground. The droplets, flung outward by centrifugal force, struck the earth like bullets, creating numerous small craters the width of a finger. At this moment, even before Fiora made contact with the water wheel, she could already sense the force of those droplets. The sounds emanating from her armor allowed her to gauge their power, not to mention the relentless might of the immense water wheel before her. As the water wheel surged toward her, Fiora vanished in an instant, reappearing at the site where the small spacecraft had once plummeted. With a swift motion, she extracted a large piece of outer armor from the debris. The Kryptonian metal was pliable in her grasp, akin to dough. With a sharp tearing sound, a section of armor, towering over her, fell into her hands. Meanwhile, the water wheel pursued her, its diameter now expanded to 5 meters. Fiora gritted her teeth, and, with a fierce cry, spun in place several times before releasing the alloy armor. The nearly 10-centimeter thick armor sliced through the air and collided violently with the rapidly spinning water wheel. A cacophony of metallic screeches erupted around them, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. The water wheel, though it had begun to cleave the armor, was ultimately penetrated. In the next heartbeat, the armor was sent hurtling back toward Fiora, while the water wheel dissipated into a puddle, its momentum extinguished. Fiora frowned as she examined the jagged gash in the armor, realizing that her adversary was markedly different from the previous superpowered opponents. Not only had he effortlessly neutralized her laser beam with a mere water mirage, but he had also conjured a high-speed rotating water wheel capable of slicing through spacecraft armor. Contemplating this, Fiora planted the armor into the ground and proclaimed loudly, "I am Fiora, the aide of General Zod of Kryptonian civilization. In the name of Kryptonian warriors, I challenge you, sir. Will you accept?" Arthur replied coldly, "I am Arthur Curry, son of the Queen of Atlantis and King of the Trench. I accept your challenge." Their exchange was broadcast live, igniting fervent discussions among viewers. Had the fighters from their homeland not engaged in such formalities during battle? Could it be that their opponent held their compatriots in disdain? This was clearly a show of respect for the one wielding the fork, indicating that he was formidable indeed. Is it not admirable to be powerful? I've made my decision. I will no longer support the clowns of the water group. I shall instead rally behind this Atlantean. Wait, did he just say he is from Atlantis? That vanished civilization. My goodness. Yet, the fervent debates among the audience had no bearing on the confrontation between the two combatants. Fiora once again nodded towards Arthur, seizing a piece of armor nearby and hurling it at him with remarkable speed, far swifter than before, as if in the blink of an eye it arrived before Arthur. He merely lifted his trident slightly to deflect the oncoming armor, the immense force contained within it failing to cause even the slightest tremor in his stance. In the next instant, with a gentle flick of the trident, the armor was sent soaring into the air and with a flash of cold light. It was cleaved into dozens of pieces, which fell neatly to the ground. At that very moment, Fiora had traversed over 100 meters and appeared before Arthur, her armored fist crashing towards his face. Arthur raised his trident once more to block, simultaneously exclaiming, "You certainly hold a grudge. I merely spoke a few words to you." Fiora's fist struck the long shaft of the trident with such tremendous force that it trembled violently, the energy transmitting through to Arthur's hands, nearly causing him to lose his grip. Quite a bit of strength she possesses. In the next heartbeat, Arthur horizontally positioned the trident. Yet his foot suddenly launched a kick towards Fiora's chest. In midair, Fiora found it difficult to gain leverage and instinctively reached for the trident, pulling it towards her. With a powerful tug, her body, previously extended, compacted rapidly, and her feet propelled downward, landing forcefully on Arthur's foot, pressing it down with intensity. Hiss! Arthur grimaced, the sharp pain surging through his foot, igniting his anger. Abruptly, he released one hand from the trident and delivered a punch aimed at Fiora's chest, while simultaneously pulling the trident towards himself, thereby drawing Fiora closer. In an instant, his fist struck her chest, shattering the black armor to reveal the form-fitting attire beneath. With a gasp, Fiora spat blood onto Arthur's face, then seized his hands, pulling him closer until they were pressed tightly against one another. In the next moment, a laser beam shot forth without warning, striking Arthur squarely in the face. The scent of scorched flesh filled the air as he instinctively turned his head. The twin beams seared his right cheek, blackening it. "Damn it, you lunatic!" Arthur cursed, channeling the energy within him to manipulate the surrounding moisture. In an instant, an ice spear formed above Fiora's head, towering nearly 3 meters high, tapering down to a fine point so sharp it was almost paper-thin. As soon as the ice spear took shape, it plunged down towards Fiora's head, aiming to impale her, as if she were a popsicle. A frigid breath descended from above, as Fiora instinctively sought to evade it, only to discover that her hands were firmly grasped by Arthur. In an instant, the dynamics of offense and defense had shifted. However, Fiora remained unperturbed. Instead, she lifted her gaze, and 2 beams of laser light emanated from Arthur's face, targeting the massive ice spike above. The intense heat swiftly melted the tip of the ice spike, and as it descended, the front portion was simultaneously dissolved by the laser beams. In mere seconds, the ice spike vanished entirely within the searing light, leaving only a wisp of vapor rising into the air. At that moment, Fiora found herself abruptly propelled into the air, only to crash heavily back to the ground. Arthur had executed a shoulder throw, sending her hurtling downwards. With a thunderous impact, the already ruined ground was further ravaged, forming a deep pit measuring 100 meters in diameter beneath Fiora. Arthur, meanwhile, raised his trident and aimed it menacingly at the prone Fiora. Chapter 93. From the ground to the underground, Arthur thrust his trident downwards with brutal precision towards Fiora, showing no hesitation or mercy. Yet, as Fiora lay on the ground, she executed a swift roll, propping herself up with her hands and launching her feet upward. Before the trident could pierce her, her feet struck Arthur squarely in the chest. With a resounding thud, the force sent Arthur stumbling back a couple of steps, astonished by his opponent's combat prowess. He had not anticipated such rich experience in battle. Even in a disadvantaged position, she was able to evade peril. Thus, with a flick of his wrist, a wave of water erupted from the tip of his trident, surging towards Fiora, accompanied by Arthur himself. Fiora deftly sidestepped the torrent, only to find the glimmering trident thrusting towards her. In a swift motion, she seized the outermost prongs of the trident. "Huh!" Arthur bellowed, gripping the shaft of the trident and yanking it sharply. The weapon began to spin rapidly, forcing Fiora's hands to release their hold. Simultaneously, Arthur pressed a foot against the rear end of the trident, sending it spiraling towards Fiora. Rings of water blades formed around the trident, whirling like miniature water wheels at high speed. Caught off guard, Fiora evaded the trident's attack, but was struck by droplets flung from the water blades. Dozens of droplets could not pierce her skin, but they left ripples on her face, akin to sharp needles, causing her brow to furrow in discomfort. This rain-drenched battlefield provided a significant advantage to her opponent, who could manipulate the very rain itself. Coupled with the minimal disparity in their physical capabilities, Fiora found herself in a decidedly passive predicament. She realized she must escape this treacherous arena. As Fiorella engaged in battle, her mind raced with strategies to vanquish her adversary. "Noelle, check the structural blueprints of this city," she commanded suddenly into her communicator. Noelle, cracking his knuckles, replied with confidence. "This is a trivial task. The civilization of Earth is but a defenseless child when compared to that of Krypton." Soon, Noelle had identified the city's name, and within the electronic files of the city hall, he unearthed all architectural plans from the past century, encompassing both above and below ground. "What do you require?" Noelle inquired succinctly. Dodging Arthur's attack with agility, Fiorella responded without hesitation. "Underground. The subway has intricate tracks. What else do you need?" Noelle pressed on. "Under my feet," she asserted once more. "Is there a narrow cavity?" "Yes." Although uncertain of Fiorella's intentions, Noelle provided the information directly, leaving the remainder for her to contemplate. Upon hearing Noelle's response, Fiorella wasted no time and delivered a powerful punch to the ground. At that moment, she stood in one of the few areas within 1,000 meters that remained free of rubble, her fist transforming the once smooth road into ruins. A massive crater formed beneath her strike, but she was not finished. With another formidable punch, her arm plunged into the earth, and as she rose, she uprooted the surrounding damp soil, revealing deeper pipes and lines beneath. With a swift motion, she hurled the substantial chunk of earth she had dislodged at Arthur. He, in turn, sliced it into fragments with a wave of his hand, his brow furrowed as he regarded Fiorella's actions. "What are you planning?" he queried. However, Fiorella merely shot him a cold glance before delivering another fierce punch into the depths of the crater. With a thunderous crash, her immense strength pierced the ground, causing the once sturdy surface to collapse. unveiling a tunnel lined with tracks below. "You can choose not to follow," Fiorella declared to Arthur before vanishing from his sight. Arthur, his expression darkening as he gazed at the gaping hole in the ground, realized with a jolt that she had descended into the subway. Though moisture lingered in the subterranean air, it offered little enhancement to his combat prowess. Rather, the confined space curtailed the efficacy of his trident. This maneuver from the enemy had abruptly stripped him of his two most formidable weapons, the trident in his grasp and the humid environment that had previously bolstered his strength. Without the environmental advantage, his combat effectiveness would diminish by at least half. Yet, Arthur merely smiled, thrusting his trident into the ground before leaping down empty-handed. He left behind only the upright trident, gleaming in the sunlight that broke through after the rain, a solitary emblem of his presence amidst the ruins. As the two individuals entered the subway tunnel, the live stream abruptly faltered. Just when everyone presumed the broadcast had concluded, the screen before them flickered back to life. However, this time, the imagery appeared rather pitiful. It was evident to any discerning observer that the footage was captured by surveillance cameras within the subway. In this moment, under the manipulation of extraterrestrial technology, the originally mundane monitoring visuals transformed into a live feed, seemingly enhanced in quality. In this scene, Arthur stood with his arms crossed, slowly advancing deeper into the tunnel, while Fiora had vanished from sight. Gazing at the dimly lit passage, Arthur sighed. Here, he found it challenging to sense the presence of moisture, rendering his ability to manipulate it ineffective. The only constant remained his foundational strength. "You truly are experienced. You've swiftly devised a method to counter me. It appears you've engaged in your fair share of skirmishes," Arthur declared aloud. In the next moment, Fiora's figure materialized before him. "Fighting? Such a juvenile term," she retorted coldly. "What I have endured is not mere combat of winning or losing, but the life-and-death struggles that transcend such trivialities, let alone the concept of fighting." Arthur extended his hands in a gesture of apology. "I apologize. It seems my words have inadvertently struck a nerve in your fragile heart. Assuming you possess such a thing." In response, Fiora unleashed two crimson laser beams that swept past Arthur's head. Instantly, tons of debris, including the ceiling and damp earth, cascaded towards him. The thunderous crash reverberated through the cylindrical tunnel, sending shockwaves that carried dirt and rubble, bursting forth from the very opening where the two had descended, soaring high into the sky. However, Arthur was not sluggish. At the moment the weight descended, he lunged forward, narrowly evading his grim fate. "Do you realize that your actions could halt subway operations? Such disruptions would hinder countless impoverished individuals, ultimately rendering them vulnerable to exploitation by their employers, you scoundrel," Arthur bellowed, raising his fist and charging at Fiora. In a swift motion, he seized a segment of iron rail, wielding it as he aimed a blow at her head. Clang! Fiora effortlessly intercepted the iron rail with one hand, the immense force surging between them, rendering the once sturdy metal as pliable as a strand of spaghetti. In the next heartbeat, Arthur swung his other hand towards Fiora's face, another segment of rail emerging from seemingly nowhere, striking her squarely and producing a sharp crack. Yet Fiora remained unfazed, as if a machine devoid of any sensation. She simply remarked, "Now it is my turn." In an instant, she sprang into action. Chapter 94. The Verdant Fiend. As soon as Fiora's words fell, she swept her legs across the ground, causing several iron tracks to abruptly detach from the earth and ascend into the air. In her hands, they transformed into streaks of silver lightning, hurtling toward Arthur. Within the dimly lit tunnel, these silver bolts flickered past, reaching Arthur in an instant. With a swift motion, he clamped down on one of the iron tracks with both hands, then forcefully swung his right arm downward, sending the remaining tracks crashing to the ground, each standing upright like sentinels. However, before Arthur could regain his composure, Fiora was already before him, her fist encased in a metallic gauntlet hurtling toward his chest. Arthur barely managed to cross his arms defensively over his torso, but the impact sent a jarring pain through his arm, and an overwhelming force propelled him backward, crashing heavily against a pile of earth that had previously blocked the tunnel. The once solid mass of dirt was swiftly hollowed out by Arthur's impact, and as he broke through, he tumbled to the ground, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. What incredible strength! Rising to his feet and shaking out his hands, Arthur realized that his own power paled in comparison to Fiora's. Previously, He had relied on the advantage of his surroundings to match the alien's physical prowess, but now, deep underground and devoid of moisture, his true capabilities were laid bare. Yet, Arthur felt no fear. He straightened up, casting a glance toward Fiora in the distance. Their eyes met through the newly created opening, and they both surged into action simultaneously. Boom! Their fists collided within the tunnel, unleashing a shockwave that sent Arthur tumbling backward. Clearly, his strength lagged behind Fiora's, and as they both unleashed their full might, the disparity became vividly apparent. Nonetheless, Arthur refused to yield. Each time he was knocked away by Fiora, he rose again, charging forward, only to be sent flying once more beneath the sheer force of their clash. After several exchanges, they found themselves having traversed from beneath Central Park through the subway tunnels, arriving at the heart of New York. Here, several subway cars sat idle, devoid of any operators or passengers, for when the battle commenced, the entire subway system had been urgently evacuated. Bang! Arthur's back slammed against the front of one subway car. The tremendous force causing the previously stationary train to lurch backward, colliding with another car before finally coming to rest. The front he struck crumpled like a winter-worn balloon. Yet, Fiora's iron fist was already on its way again. In that moment, Arthur swiftly sidestepped, evading the blow. The narrow confines of the tunnel had left him with no escape, but the spacious underground now afforded him ample room to fight. Under the formidable might of Fiorella's iron fist, the already recessed front of the train was abruptly thrust deep into the adjacent carriage, subsequently compressing the first carriage into the second. This overwhelming force even derailed the train, contorting it chaotically upon the table like a noodle that had slipped from a bowl, colliding with several other carriages. Observing this, Arthur suddenly seized the turnstile beside him, effortlessly uprooting the half-human-high structure from ground. He then hurled it toward Fiorella with a sweeping motion. Fiorella extended a hand, catching the turnstile with poise, before executing a complete 360-degree turn, propelling the turnstile back with even greater velocity. As the turnstile sped toward him, Arthur leapt high into the air, delivering a powerful kick that struck the turnstile. The metallic casing instantly twisted and crumpled, producing a cacophony of chaotic sounds as the turnstile hurtled back, accompanied by Arthur himself. This time, his timing was impeccable. His movement coincided precisely with the moment the turnstile expanded before Fiorella, obscuring his figure from view. To an unskilled observer, his actions would have gone unnoticed. However, Fiorella was no ordinary opponent. As the turnstile approached, she remained steadfast, lifting her long leg and deftly sending the almost disassembled turnstile flying beneath her foot. As it soared away, the turnstile could no longer withstand the force, disintegrating mid-air into scattered fragments. In the next instant, Arthur's iron fist was before Fiorella. With a raised brow, she spread her arms wide, blocking his punch. The immense force even propelled her several meters backward. Witnessing this, Arthur couldn't help but exclaim, "I must say, your extraterrestrial physique is truly remarkable. No matter how hard I strike, you remain impervious to my attacks. It's quite frustrating." Fiorella gradually lowered her arms and straightened up, inquiring, "How does Kal-El's ability compare mine?" Her curiosity regarding the Kryptonian traitor, who had basked in the sun for over a decade, was palpable. After a moment of contemplation, Arthur replied, "He is stronger than you." "Oh, what is the extent of the disparity between us?" Fiorella's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Zod, that imposing figure standing defiantly before the sun, drawing its light as if divine. Arthur shook his head. "Well, the difference may not seem vast at first glance, but what? But if he wishes to kill you, you would be unable to withstand it, nor could you escape." Arthur's words ignited a surge of anger within Fiorella, not because Kal-El was significantly stronger, but because she perceived Arthur's remarks as a humiliation, not only to herself but also to the general. Such praise was a burden that only the general could bear. If you seek to boast about your friends, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Do you think he is the general? He is merely a traitor from Krypton, a mongrel. What merit does he possess to warrant such praise? As Fiorella's anger escalated, her eyes suddenly emitted two beams of laser light, heedless of her surroundings. The crimson rays swept through the subway station, severing the columns that supported the ceiling. In the next moment, Peculiar sounds began to echo throughout the station, the cacophony resulting from the destruction of the supporting pillars and the ensuing deformation of the underground structure. Arthur's expression darkened, and he could not help but mutter, "Mad woman." The weight above them was no less than 1,000 tons, and should it come crashing down, the likelihood of being buried alive was substantial. Arthur did not believe he possessed the strength to overturn such a massive weight. Although he could dive to the depths of the ocean, enduring the immense pressure without being crushed due to his unique physiological structure, it did not imply that he possessed extraordinary strength. In the next instant, Arthur caught a glimpse of the subway station's exit, and he transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards it. As he moved, the surrounding columns could no longer bear the strain and abruptly crumbled. In the blink of an eye, the ceiling and floor began to converge. Just as Arthur burst through to the surface, a cloud of dust accompanied by a shockwave propelled him upward. Had he not adjusted his posture in time, he might have faced an embarrassing fall. Before him, the ground within a radius of several thousand meters had sunk deeply, with various structures teetering on the brink of collapse, some reduced to ruins while others retained their previous form. However, from the cacophony of cries emanating from the buildings, Arthur could discern that the occupants were enduring considerable suffering. With a sigh, he rose, preparing to rescue those in need. Just then, a section of ground nearby suddenly erupted, and Fiorella, clad in battered armor, appeared before him. Is this never-ending? What on earth transpired here? A world war? At that moment, a voice unexpectedly reached Arthur's ears. Instinctively, he looked up to see a green figure hovering in the air, astonished by the scene before him. Chapter 95. The eager Green Lantern, as the newly appointed Green Lantern Hal Jordan had just returned to Earth from OA. He was astonished to discover an unidentified spacecraft stationed in orbit around the planet. Just as he prepared to approach the craft for investigation, he was struck by the realization that New York had transformed into a wasteland. He abandoned the spacecraft, soaring towards New York, and upon landing, beheld the ground, which had deeply caved in and collapsed. Has a world war occurred here? Hal furrowed his brow as he surveyed the scene. Recently bestowed with jurisdiction over Sector 2814, he felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility and purpose. The Green Lantern ring upon his hand bestowed upon him boundless energy and confidence, compelling him to take control of the unfolding scene. Yet, neither Fiorella nor Arthur paid the slightest heed to this resplendent figure before them. The two had been engaged in fierce combat, their stamina and vitality severely depleted, yet neither harbored intentions of yielding. Their struggle had devolved into a test of sheer willpower, rendering external distractions ineffective against them. Fiorella was the first to make a move. She suddenly propelled herself toward Arthur with a tremendous burst of force from her feet. Unyielding, Arthur reciprocated with equal fervor, launching himself toward her. However, in the split second before their inevitable collision, a sphere of green energy materialized between them, resembling a two-sided rubber pad. As they collided with its surfaces, they found themselves enveloped in a soft embrace, their immense power instantaneously absorbed by the cushion. The rebound of the pad sent both fighters hurtling back, and the green cushion transformed into a beam of light, returning to the ring of Hal. Hal descended slowly to the ground, positioning himself between the two, casting a cold glance at Arthur and then at Fiorella. "I care not who you are," he proclaimed, "but this Earth, along with the entirety of Sector 2814, falls under my jurisdiction. I shall not permit any malevolent incidents to transpire within my domain." He surveyed the surrounding devastation, realizing his previous words had come too late. He continued, you, cease your destruction at once and accompany me back to OA to face the judgment of the Green Lantern Corps." Arthur regarded this sudden apparition with a bemused expression. Incredulity etched across his face. "Have you lost your mind under the green light?" he queried, astonished. "What gives you the impression that we would comply with your demands?" Fiorella remained silent, yet her icy gaze conveyed that Hal's words were mere trifles to her. Hal, feeling the sting of their contempt, darkened in countenance as the Green Lantern in his grasp began to shimmer with an ethereal glow. "In the brilliance of day and the depths of night," he murmured, as the ring radiated a blinding brilliance, inducing an uncomfortable pressure upon Arthur. It was a sensation he had not encountered even when facing Carlson in the depths of the Earth's core. Instinct warned him of the perilous nature of the green luminescence. With this thought, Arthur abruptly splayed his fingers and raised his right hand high. This action prompted Hal and Fiola to adopt a wary posture. Nevertheless, Hal continued to mutter the mantra of the Green Lantern Corps. Demons and phantoms, nowhere to hide. Villains and conspirators, tremble before my divine light. This slogan serves as a timeless emblem of the Green Lantern Corps, uniting the will of all its members and becoming a ritual each lantern silently recites before battle. At that moment, a shadow abruptly streaked across the sky, accompanied by a fierce whistling and the sound of rushing wind, plummeting directly into Arthur's outstretched right hand. It was then that Hal discerned the object hurtling through the air, a silver-gray trident. Witnessing this, Hal softly uttered, "The Green Lantern shines eternally." In the next instant, a vibrant green light erupted from the lantern ring, instantly shrouding the sky behind Hal, as the clouds became infused with a deep green hue, resembling the reflection of a vast prairie in the heavens. Arthur, undeterred, swiftly spun the trident in his hands, generating a water wheel that surged forward as he thrust the trident towards Hal. Just as the water wheel was about to collide with Hal, a massive metallic door suddenly materialized before him, resembling those found in a bank vault, but radiating a green sheen. The water wheel crashed into the vault door, slicing through it momentarily, though this cutting power soon waned, dissipating entirely. Upon inspection, the vault door bore a large gash, through which Hal's silhouette was visible. "What is this?" Arthur furrowed his brow at the vault door, which, after the water wheel's disappearance, transformed back into a beam of green light and disappeared into the ring on Hal's hand. Hal coldly declared, "Green Lantern Corps, Lantern Ring. I am the commander of Sector 2814, and you are deemed a danger." Arthur smirked disdainfully, retorting, "So just because you label me a threat, I am one? What give you the right?" Hal scoffed, "Such stubbornness. Once I take you back to OA, we shall see how resilient your bravado remains." In truth, this was the first encounter between Hal and Arthur. There was no personal animosity between them. The situation arose from the adage that at the wrong time and place, erroneous events transpire. Hal, as a newly minted Green Lantern, eager to prove himself and emboldened by the confidence the lantern ring bestowed, failed to grasp the intricacies of the situation and rushed to apprehend Arthur. Meanwhile, Arthur could not abide Hal's demeanor and chose to mock him, unwilling to clarify the reasons behind his conflict with Fiorella. Thus, to the onlookers, the battlefield became a scene of confusion, where the identities of the heroes and villains became blurred. As for Fiola, she sat with her arms crossed, observing the two males with an air of leisure, resembling lions in the throes of mating season, each poised for confrontation. She had heard tales of the Green Lantern Corps. Each bearer of a lantern ring was a legend in their own right. Thus, she was reluctant to engage in conflict or disputes with the ring bearers unless absolutely necessary. Consequently, the battle, initially instigated by her side, had subtly shifted its focus. Chapter 96. The confidential files of Batman at the moment when Aquaman Arthur and Green Lantern Hal were locked in a tense standoff in the heart of New York City. Far away in Gotham City's Wayne Manor, Bruce Wayne was seated comfortably in his chair, watching the live broadcast on the expansive screen. "Master," called the old butler Alfred, approaching him. "All the computers have been remotely commandeered by extraterrestrials and are temporarily inoperative. Can they access the data within the computers at will?" Bruce inquired. Alfred shook his head. "It remains uncertain at this point. However, it appears only the monitors have been appropriated by them." Bruce nodded, picked up a voice recorder, and stated, "Initiate a new file, codename Green Lantern." "What was the previous codename?" Alfred asked. "Was it Trine?" "No, it was Maserati," Bruce replied casually. Alfred, aware of his jest, smiled slightly and asked, "Why are you so invested in them, even creating individual files for each? Yet you seem to hold the superheroes of the homeland in disdain." Bruce, taken aback, replied, "When did I ever look down upon the Homelanders? Is it that evident?" Alfred regarded him in silence. Bruce shrugged. "After all, I have encountered true, extraordinary beings. The Homelanders, those products of drug enhancement, simply do not pique my interest, Alfred." Alfred shook his head and turned towards the elevator, saying as he walked, "You do possess a rather peculiar hobby, though I suppose it is not entirely traditional. As long as it brings you joy. By the way, where has Rachel been lately?" Upon hearing that name, a complex emotion flickered in Bruce's eyes, and he sighed softly. "Alfred, could you please leave me alone for a moment?" No response came, as Alfred had already stepped into the elevator, seemingly indifferent to the question he had posed. Bruce paused momentarily before resuming with the voice recorder, stating, Return to File Trident. Abilities. Through live observation, the powers of Trident include, but are not limited to, superhuman strength, super speed, extraordinary physical resilience, and moisture manipulation. It is not ruled out that he possesses fundamental abilities akin to those of extraordinary humans, including enhanced vision and hearing. No evidence has yet been found to suggest that Trident has the ability to fly. Trident can summon his weapon from a distance, and his moisture manipulation abilities appear to be associated with that weapon. According to his own account, he is an Atlantean and also the king of the trench. If the Atlantis he speaks of is indeed that ancient civilization, then one could infer a multitude of possibilities. For instance, the civilization of Atlantis may not have vanished, but rather lies hidden in the depths of the ocean, possessing some form of capability or technology beyond mere science. This could enable Fox to assemble a deep-sea exploration team, focusing on the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Moreover, the individual from the water group with extraordinary abilities seems to possess knowledge about the intricacies of the Trident, which could provide a breakthrough. If I were to confront him, what strategies might I employ to secure victory? Contemplating this, Bruce found himself ensnared in deep thought. Ever since he bid farewell to Clark and returned to Gotham City, he donned a cape, transforming into Batman, roaming the city under the cover of darkness to combat the criminal elements that plague it. Initially, his thoughts were uncomplicated, to restore clear skies over Gotham. However, as time passed, he began to feel increasingly overwhelmed. Particularly troubling was the chaos instigated by the Joker, which weighed heavily on his mind. In a bid to protect those close to him from danger, he resorted to feigned lewdness, hoping to repel Rachel's affections, thus shielding her from potential threats should the Joker uncover his true identity. Despite his disdain for those endowed with superpowers, he could not deny the conveniences such abilities afforded to superheroes. Yet, that was where he drew the line. Batman did not embody a mere superhero, nor was he solely Bruce Wayne. He represented every citizen of Gotham, indeed, all of humanity. By donning the cowl, he sought to convey that Batman was not a singular figure. Anyone could don the mantle and uphold their own sense of justice. However, upon witnessing the Kryptonian spacecraft and the ensuing battle between the Kryptonians and the Amazons, as well as the clash between Fiora and Arthur, he felt a sense of disorientation wash over him. While he believed that he could bring the likes of Scarecrow, the Joker, and Penguin to justice, what recourse did he have against those with world-ending powers? If they were to commit crimes and threaten the very safety of humanity and the planet, how could he possibly contend with them? With this thought, Bruce turned his gaze to the screen, where Hal was already engaged in combat with Arthur. Observing this scene, his brow furrowed deeply. This was New York, but what if Gotham were next? Faced with entities capable of effortlessly demolishing skyscrapers weighing thousands of tons, what means could he employ to safeguard his city? Indeed, I must acquire robust armor and specialized weaponry. Of course, this hinges on my understanding of each adversary's weaknesses, allowing me to formulate appropriate countermeasures. That would be the most prudent approach. Records, Green Lantern. He once again picked up the recorder and spoke into it. Ability, flight, transformation. Much like the Trident, one cannot dismiss the possibility that he possesses extraordinary strength, superhuman speed, acute hearing, and exceptional vision as fundamental abilities. The source of the Green Lantern's power appears to reside within the green ring he wields. Thus, one could infer that by removing the ring, he would relinquish his abilities. If another were to don the ring, would they then acquire the Green Lantern's powers? This notion might provide a solution to a pressing dilemma I currently face, safeguarding those around me. The entity manifested through the Green Lantern's illusion seems to be of earthly origin, as indicated by the accent that suggests proximity reminiscent of the dialect from the coastal city. Further investigation in that locale may be warranted to gather more information. File Krypton, codename Superman. The Batcave was enveloped in a prolonged silence, as if these two words had struck a chord deep within Bruce, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. After what felt like an eternity, Bruce's voice finally broke the stillness, though he refrained from elaborating on the Superman file, opting instead for a different tone. There are only two scenarios in which you would come into contact with this file. The optimal situation would be that I face an adversary of overwhelming strength, beyond my capacity to confront alone. This file would then serve to aid your understanding of the threat they pose. The direst scenario suggests that our world may be on the brink of crisis, brought forth by the emergence of superpowered individuals, those extraordinary humans. In the time to come, I will endeavor to enhance the comprehensiveness of this file through various means, striving for utmost accuracy. This document will stand as one of my ultimate contingency plans. Perhaps I would prefer it remain forgotten, gathering dust unnoticed. Yet past experiences lead me to believe that this hope is likely to be in vain. I have a foreboding sense that this may indeed be our final line of defense. Chapter 97. Helium Flash. Perhaps the two combatants were unaware that, thousands of miles away in Gotham City, others had begun to prepare dossiers on them as hypothetical adversaries, collecting information and formulating strategies against them, or rather, against all superhumans. They would also remain oblivious to the fact that, on a distant day, an unremarkable human would utilize various tools to counter them effectively. At this moment, the two were fiercely engaged in battle. Arthur, besieged by the dual onslaught of Green Lantern energy and personal will, found himself at a disadvantage, having previously fought valiantly against Fiorella, depleting both his stamina and energy. Yet, even in this state, he harbored no intention of surrendering. At this juncture, the trident was positioned resolutely before his chest, while the waters of the Hudson River surged ominously in the distance. This was to be his final gambit. A massive sphere of water coalesced high above their heads, its size suggesting it had drawn the entirety of the Hudson's flow. Beneath that colossal mass, the figures of the combatants appeared diminutive, akin to ants. In the air, Hal stood with a furrowed brow, gazing at the immense sphere of water before him. He spoke. "There is no need for such desperation. Even if you accompany me back to OA, I would not bring harm to you. However, pushing your abilities to such extremes will surely lead to your demise." Arthur revealed a sinister smile, retorting, "What concern is it of yours?" In the next moment, the colossal water sphere had stabilized, with no additional river water surging from the distance. "Prepare yourself, green creature," Arthur bellowed, releasing his trident, which soared towards the water sphere, swiftly traversing several hundred meters before piercing through its surface. Tons of river water cascaded downwards, propelled by the force of the trident, as if it were plummeting from the cosmos. Each droplet carried immense kinetic energy, with Hal as their intended target, cloaked in a protective green light. Hal made no attempt to evade, allowing the foremost droplets to strike him. In an instant, his expression shifted. The tremendous energy contained within the droplets forced him to descend a few millimeters. Although the fall was slight, the relentless barrage of droplets raining down upon him was overwhelming. Glancing at Arthur, who appeared pale and transfixed, Hal scoffed and suddenly raised his right hand high, the green ring upon it radiating brilliance. In that moment, a verdant sun manifested before Arthur's eyes and those of the live audience, enveloping Hal entirely within its luminous embrace, obscuring his form. Yet, the dazzling green light and searing heat attested to the reality of this extraordinary phenomenon. As the green sun emerged, the torrent of river water, brimming with kinetic energy, crashed upon it. Instantly, a vast plume of steam erupted, resembling a mushroom cloud, rising above New York City. As time progressed, this cloud expanded geometrically, quickly surpassing 1,000 meters in height, stretching outward relentlessly. The immense shadow began to envelop New York, prompting those at a distance from the battle zone to lean out of their windows, gazing at the billowing, milky white cloud overhead. Suddenly, the live broadcast shifted, zooming in directly above New York City, where the city appeared no larger than a palm, while the pristine mushroom cloud stood out as a prominent white spot, unmistakably noticeable despite its diminutive size. For Hal, the sensation was akin to his blood boiling. He harnessed the energy of the green ring to simulate the effect of the sun. Despite the dramatic results, the cost was equally significant, and with the nuclear fusion reaction occurring before him, he was the first to feel the surge of energy before the river water was vaporized. "The green light shall shine eternally, radiating brilliance," he shouted twice, unleashing every ounce of energy contained within the ring. At that very moment, the verdant sun experienced a helium flash, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that instantaneously vaporized the remaining portion of the water sphere above. What the onlookers beheld was the white spot, once cradled in the palm of a hand, expanding exponentially, transforming the entire palm into a canvas of white. Scalding clouds of water vapor enveloped a significant portion of New York City, the closer one ventured to the origin of the helium flash. The higher the temperature and the more tenuous the air became. The scorching water vapor encroached upon the life-sustaining space of oxygen, resulting in a tragic moment where, within a radius of several kilometers from the helium flash, every ordinary individual succumbed to asphyxiation without exception. Hal witnessed this catastrophe unfold. The helium flash was ignited by him. Yet it lay beyond his control, or rather, he currently lacked the capacity to manage the repercussions of the helium flash. Faced with the immense calamity he had wrought, Hal momentarily lost his composure. After all, he had only been the bearer of the Lantern Ring for a mere few days. Despite traversing time and space, visiting the Green Lantern Corps headquarters on OA, encountering a myriad of extraterrestrial beings, and acquiring knowledge previously unknown to him, he remained, at his core, merely an ordinary human. The superhuman hearing and vision bestowed upon him by the ring rendered it impossible to overlook the unfolding changes. The once cacophonous environment fell into an eerie silence. The shadowy figures observing from a distance vanished entirely. All signs pointed to a singular, grim reality. Within his line of sight, not a single living soul remained. No, Hal cried out, unable to bear the weight of this revelation, collapsing to his knees as he clutched his head in despair. Arthur, too, perceived the surrounding transformations and took a deep breath, yet all he inhaled was the searing steam. Though the temperature posed no threat to him, he comprehended the cause of the human demise. He could not help but mock. It appears you are merely a child wielding a colossal hammer. One day, that iron hammer shall descend upon your head. Upon hearing Arthur's words, Hal's gaze shifted violently towards him, his previously vacant expression now consumed by resentment. Damn it! If it weren't for you, how could I have slaughtered so many? This is all your fault. I will end you. Hal roared, his once dim green aura intensifying once more. In the blink of an eye, the vibrant light coalesced into a green Gatling gun before him. In the next instant, the six-barreled weapon whirred to life, unleashing a barrage of green projectiles that enveloped Arthur entirely. Arthur struggled to maneuver his trident, attempting to fend off the energy-formed bullets. The immense kinetic force behind each projectile forced him to retreat step by step, and each impact against the trident sent jolts of sensation coursing through his body. In that moment, he felt as though his hands had vanished, rendering his very existence imperceptible. Bang! Crash! The five-pronged spear spun through the air, embedding itself at an angle into the ground. Arthur found himself enveloped by a deluge of bullets in an instant. Chapter 98. A Mistaken Strike? Fiora, with her arms crossed over her chest, observed the two combatants with an almost voyeuristic interest. She felt no gratitude towards the unexpected bearer of the Lantern Ring. Despite their assistance in vanquishing a formidable foe, she understood that the Green Lantern Corps was notorious for meddling in affairs that did not concern them. And once they had dealt with the spear-wielding adversary, she would undoubtedly be next. Thus, since earlier she had been standing in the sunlight, absorbing its rays to restore her strength and energy. However, as the immense vaporous cloud obscured the sun's brilliance, she could no longer continue to absorb energy. At that moment, Hal finally brought Arthur crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, the color of the lantern ring in Hal's possession began to fade, indicating that this Green Lantern was now devoid of energy. The moment had arrived. Fiora's gaze sharpened, her entire being transitioning into a state of battle readiness. She harbored a keen interest in the legendary lantern ring and pondered whether, should she or the general possess it, their powers would multiply exponentially. With this thought, a surge of murderous intent surged within her. In the distance, Hal exhaled softly upon seeing Arthur sprawled on the ground. The Gatling gun before him vanished in an instant, transforming into green light that returned to the lantern ring, and he felt an overwhelming sense of weakness wash over him. He had not yet mastered the application of this power, having squandered far too much energy. As this thought crossed his mind, he recalled the ordinary lives lost due to his actions, reigniting his resentment. He strode swiftly to Arthur's side, looking down at him with an air of superiority, coldly stating, "As the head of Sector 2814, I hold the authority to declare your death sentence. Do you have any final words?" The final words spoken were Hal's greatest respect for his opponent before him. Arthur lay on his back, gazing at the milky vapor above, inhaling deeply. The moisture-laden air filled his lungs, saturating them entirely, evoking a sensation akin to returning to the depths of the ocean, a warm embrace. Can I request her to accompany me in death? Arthur gestured towards Fiora in the distance. That wretched one is no saint. Half of the people here are victims of her hand. I did not turn his gaze towards Fiora, but fixated intently on Arthur. I shall judge her. So, is this your final statement? Arthur suddenly laughed. But it seems you have claimed more lives than she. Who shall judge you? The Green Lantern Corps will pass judgment upon me. My sin shall not be absolved. Are you satisfied with that? Hal replied coldly. Arthur reluctantly nodded, murmuring, then, I hope you will uphold your promise. My punishment shall not be lighter than yours. No, I mean her. Kill her, along with those up in the heavens. They're the aggressors, the culprits, the source of all chaos. Arthur gazed at the pale sky and spoke softly. If they remain unscathed, Clark will hold me accountable. After all, I inadvertently revealed his true name just moments ago. I hope his loved ones do not harbor resentment towards me, as it was not my intention. Haha, there's no need for you to worry about that, is there? Who were you just mentioning? Harold suddenly paused, urgency evident in his voice. Clark? Which Clark? Arthur turned to him, the one named Kent. Clark Kent. Where is he? Tell me. I have something of great importance to discuss with him. Arthur's eyes widened as he stared at Harold, who mirrored his astonishment. Both found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, in the distance, Fiorella stirred. Harold's thoughts were entirely consumed by that name, causing him to overlook Fiorella's movements. However, the lantern ring proactively emitted a green barrier, intercepting Fiorella's assault. Crash! The green barrier crumbled beneath Fiorella's strike, unable to withstand even a second, shattered by a mere punch. Yet that fleeting moment allowed Harold to regain his senses. As he observed Fiorella approaching with a fierce gaze, realization dawned upon him. He had seemingly misdirected his focus. In an instant, a wave of shame and fury surged within him. He had been blinded by his own pride and confidence, resulting in a loss of countless lives and the inadvertent harm to someone who appeared to be a friend. Harold roared in anger, bringing his palms together, unleashing a beam of green light that surged forth toward Fiorella. In response to that green energy beam, Fiorella's eyes emitted a red laser beam. The collision of the two beams produced a tremendous explosion, accompanied by an invisible shockwave that sent the surrounding water vapor swirling. The massive cloud above was torn asunder, revealing the city of New York beneath. As the two beams clashed, Harold felt a drain of energy, glancing at his lantern ring. He noticed the once vibrant green light had dimmed significantly, now merely a pale hue enveloping the ring, threatening to dissipate at any moment. Harold began to contemplate his strategy. If he could not prevail, then his only option was to flee. That creature did not seem capable of flight, which placed him in a position of relative safety. He recalled that Clark Kent was someone specifically emphasized by Abensur before his demise, and since this individual was acquainted with him, he could not simply disregard it. Thus, he resolved to depart immediately. With that thought, calmness gradually washed over Harold's eyes. He inadvertently took 2 steps back to Arthur's side, and before Arthur could react, a surge of green light enveloped him, followed by a bomb-like object rolling from his embrace. In the next instant, a blinding green radiance erupted forth, almost instantaneously severing Fiorella's laser beam, causing her eyes to snap shut tightly. To her astonishment, that object was a flash bomb conjured from the energy of the green light. In that fleeting moment, Hal bent down to lift Arthur and swiftly soared into the sky, effortlessly retrieving the trident embedded nearby with a vine of green light. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. When Fiorella opened her eyes once more, she realized that the 2 figures had vanished without a trace. This scene left Fiorella, a seasoned warrior, momentarily stunned. In her belief system, retreat was never an option. If one could not vanquish the enemy, then succumbing to them was the only fate a warrior should accept. Gazing at the desolate expanse before her, Fiorella could no longer contain her rage and let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. Suddenly, 2 crimson beams of laser shot skyward, shattering the white steam overhead. As a gust of wind swept through, the white mist that had enveloped New York dissipated entirely. Just then, Noel's voice reached Fiorella's ears. There are 124 individuals on this planet named Clark whose ages meet the criteria, he informed. Upon hearing this, Fiorella replied coldly, "Dispatch them all. I intend to eliminate every one of those 124 Clarks before the sun sets in a few days. And with a life codex. The corpses can still be extracted. Understood. Chapter 99. The arrival of Kryptonians on Earth after Hal escaped with Arthur. The broadcast was abruptly severed by Noelle, leaving the public unaware of Fiorella's subsequent statements. As soon as she finished speaking, a small spacecraft detached from the Kryptonian ship, descending towards Earth precisely at Fiorella's location. Simultaneously, a holographic display emerged from the personal terminal on Fiorella's armor, showcasing the locations of all individuals named Clark that Noelle had marked as eligible. Fiorella cast a glance at the holographic image but refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to await the arrival of the other 7 Kryptonian survivors. Together, they had escaped from Phantom Prison, leaving only 7 Kryptonians aboard that small vessel. While General Zod absorbed energy before the sun, Hannibal lay deceased, and Noelle remained on the ship, with Fiorella currently on Earth. At that moment, Fiorella suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting as she spoke into the communicator. Be cautious. No sooner had she issued the warning than a howling sound approached from afar, followed by several green missiles streaking towards the small spacecraft, trailing fierce flames. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted above Fiorella, engulfing the sky in a vast inferno, the heat palpable against her skin. Yet in the next instant, the silhouette of the small spacecraft emerged from the flames, bringing a sense of relief to Fiorella's countenance. Observing the shimmering energy shield that enveloped the vessel, Fiorella furrowed her brow and inquired, Noelle, why did the previous ship lack a protective shield? If the demise of Krypton's elite warriors is attributed to a craftsman's blunder, even one as familiar as Noelle must inevitably face the consequences. With a tone of resignation, Noelle remarked, I have dismantled the protective devices from the mothership to install them on the transport vessel. Now, a single substantial explosion from the Earthlings could potentially eliminate me, even without directly impacting the mothership. It was only then that Fiora let out a gentle sigh, acknowledging Noelle's actions. Before long, the spacecraft descended beside Fiora, and several figures emerged, precisely the surviving Kryptonians, neither more nor less. At that moment, including Fiora, 8 Kryptonian warriors clad in standard Kryptonian armor, varying in height, stood dispersed around Fiora. The faces behind their transparent visors were somewhat obscured by the sunlight, yet their piercing gazes were undeniably captivating. Fiora surveyed the surroundings. The precise location of the target has been transmitted to your personal terminals. Now, form pairs, allocate yourselves accordingly. Remember, I only require the corpses. Once the target is captured, you may summon the ship for extraction. Understood? Yes. The group responded in unison. They instinctively left the only female, Chris, with Fiora, while the remaining 6 men formed their own teams. After a brief discussion, they set off in different directions, east, south, and north. Concurrently, the holographic display in Fiora's hand indicated the hundreds of targets marked by red dots, each corresponding to respective group names. Fiora glanced at Chris beside her. Then we shall proceed west. Indeed, Chris replied. In the next moment, the 2 figures vanished amidst the ruins. Meanwhile, the small spacecraft remained stationary, awaiting a call to action. Once a bustling, prosperous, and serene New York City, half of it had been reduced to scorched earth following the skirmish of merely 3 individuals. This devastation encompassed not only the structures, but also the lives within them. As the live broadcast concluded, the screens that had previously aired the event resumed their normal functions, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, those standing before the screens were engulfed in a peculiar panic. What unfolded during the live stream felt akin to a science fiction film. So surreal, yet reason dictated that it was indeed a reality. Countless individuals, upon the broadcast's conclusion, accessed real-time maps to ascertain the true state of New York City, only to be met with images that left them aghast, struggling to accept the truth. Many succumbed to panic, perceiving this as the onset of an apocalypse, turning to assault everything around them. Meanwhile, leadership across nations began to declare a state of emergency, with hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals scrutinizing every detail of the Kryptonians, seeking to uncover their vulnerabilities for potential assault. A segment of the populace is invigorated, perceiving this as an opportunity, an unparalleled chance to revolutionize human technology and society. They focus their persuasion on the slain inhabitants of Krypton, preparing to take a monumental gamble. Unbeknownst to them, while they deliberate their plans, a far more terrifying entity slowly awakens before the sun. Clark, did you watch the live broadcast? In New Jersey, Clark Odinin has just celebrated his 20th birthday. After a night of revelry, he sleeps until noon, and if not for the incessant knocking at his door from friends, he might have continued his slumber into the following day. Barely clad, he opens the door, bleary-eyed, to find his friend, a hefty African-American. "Hey, buddy, what's going on? Why are you in such a frenzy?" The hefty friend, unconcerned with Clark's state of undress, lunges forward, knocking Clark back into his room. After all, as a close confidant, he has witnessed Clark in far worse conditions. "What the hell are you doing?" Clark bellows. "Do you realize the potential damage this could inflict on me? I'm still unclothed. There are aliens. Aliens!" The hefty friend nearly roars. "They're fighting with superheroes." "This is real." Clark vigorously shakes his head, attempting to ascertain whether he remains ensnared in a dream. "Are you drunk, or am I still asleep? Can't you allow me just a bit more rest? Hell, you still want to sleep?" A world war is about to. Before he can finish, a figure plummets from the heavens, crashing through the roof and compressing him into a pulp. Clark, in a state of bewilderment, gazes at the armored figure that has breached his ceiling, momentarily paralyzed. "Clark? Clark Odinin?" The newcomer inquires. Instinctively, Clark nods, when suddenly a glimmer of cold light flashes before him, and darkness envelopes his vision. A Kryptonian named Fail presses a finger against Clark's head, a sharp force penetrating his skull, instantly reducing his brain to a pulpy mess. Another Kryptonian, Augustine, strides into the room, observing the naked Clark Odinin with a grimace. "I'd rather not carry a naked man, Fail. Then you can at least provide him with a pair of underwear." Fail replies nonchalantly. Augustine shakes his head, seizing Clark's lifeless body and effortlessly dragging it from the room. Outside, a crowd has gathered, and upon seeing Fail and Augustine, they freeze in shock. For the armor they wear is all too familiar, identical to that of the alien from the earlier broadcast. Especially upon witnessing Augustine dragging the corpse, they can no longer contain their terror, scattering in all directions, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. What a wretched species. It is time to depart. Call for the spaceship and attach this thing. I certainly do not wish to carry it any longer. Well, come on. Chapter 100. Batman's precaution Hal landed on a cliff by the coast and, with a swift motion, hurled Arthur into the air. Arthur executed a somersault mid-flight before landing gracefully on the ground. He gazed at Hal and inquired, "I must ask, have you lost all sense of your own identity?" A complex expression crossed Hal's face as he sighed. "I can see that I have misjudged you, but what more is there to say? Are you attempting to absolve yourself?" Arthur interjected without hesitation. "Your very presence has allowed the alien schemes to succeed, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands. You are the true culprit." Upon hearing Arthur's words, Hal fell silent once more. Observing his demeanor, Arthur was suddenly reminded of himself deep beneath the ocean before Clark's arrival. He too had been in a similar wretched state. With that thought, he sighed softly and shifted the conversation. "Are you also searching for Clark Kent?" At the mention of the name, Hal raised his head to look at Arthur, nodding as he replied, "Yes, I'm looking for him. Do you know where he is?" Arthur furrowed his brow. "Do you know whom those aliens are seeking? Clark Kent?" Hal queried. Arthur nodded in affirmation. "And why are you searching for him?" A vision of a figure with purple skin flashed through Hal's mind, and he stated, "My Green Lantern ring comes from Abin Sur. He crash-landed in Coast City not long ago, and the ring found me, bringing me to him. I inherited this ring, and before Abin Sur passed, he instructed me to find Clark Kent, and..." Hal paused momentarily before continuing, and to extend his apologies to Clark, asking for forgiveness for his inability to uphold his promise, and to take on his responsibilities, one of which includes honoring his commitment to Clark Kent. "However, I am utterly unaware of the nature of their promise. I do not even know who Clark Kent is." His voice grew increasingly fervent, as if he were subconsciously venting his frustrations. After all, the process through which he received the Green Lantern legacy had been rather abrupt, with no regard for his consent. Upon regaining consciousness, he found the ring already adorning his finger, leading to his interstellar journey to OA. Even though he had accepted the responsibilities of being a lantern and believed he could fulfill them, the unintentional slaughter of countless lives made him acutely aware of the terrifying power he wielded. This realization plunged him back into self-doubt. Arthur, perceiving Hal's inner turmoil, did not feel obligated to counsel him. Instead, he calmly remarked, "Clark Kent is a friend of mine. I haven't seen him in over 3 years. Should I encounter him one day, I will convey your message." With that, Arthur turned and prepared to depart. Hale hastily grasped his arm, inquiring, "Where do you intend to go?" Arthur evaded his hand and replied, "Of course, I wish to return home. What purpose is there in remaining here? What about those extraterrestrials? Will you not take care of them?" Hale pressed. Arthur shrugged nonchalantly. "That was never my responsibility. To be frank, I am merely a victim, having been embroiled in a conflict without cause, and it has yielded me no benefit." As he spoke, he leaped gracefully, landing several dozen meters away. Retreating towards the seashore while addressing Hale, "You're the guardian of this planet, are you not? With you here, they cannot prevail. I have faith in you. Best of luck." No sooner had he spoken than he executed a backflip and plummeted off the cliff. Moments later, Hale heard the sound of him hitting the water. Gazing at the vacant precipice, Hale furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before murmuring to himself, "You are right. With my presence, they shall not harm anyone further. However, I must first return home to recharge." With that, he glanced at the ring in his hand, noticing its green hue was nearly transparent. With a thought, he transformed once again into a beam of green light, soaring along the coastline. All that remained was a barren cliff, continuously battered by the waves. Moments later, a uniquely shaped aircraft descended, and Alfred emerged from within. After surveying the surroundings, he re-entered the craft. "Master Bruce, there is nothing here," Alfred called into the cabin. His voice traveled through the communication device to the Batcave in Gotham, where Bruce sat before a computer. After a few rapid keystrokes, he brought up footage of the cliff from minutes prior. "These flying beings are indeed troublesome," he sighed, muttering under his breath, then shouted into the communicator, "Come back, Alfred. They have already departed. Why did I not find this news surprising?" Alfred maneuvered the aircraft, lifting off and transforming into a shadow as it flew toward Gotham. Bruce observed the images of Hale and Arthur, seemingly responding to Alfred's remarks, or perhaps lost in his own thoughts. "They will return. They simply have yet to realize it." "You are correct, my young master." Upon hearing Alfred's insincere praise, Bruce severed the communication and opened a folder on his computer titled Extraordinary Files, Superman. "Since you are of the same species, I certainly cannot dismiss the possibility that your power levels align with his. Although your exhibited abilities fall short, the types of capabilities are identical. Thus, may I surmise that there exists one or more entities behind you, possessing powers that surpass your own? If that is indeed the case, when those beings descend upon Earth, how shall I, or rather we, confront them?" Upon reflecting on this, Bruce could not help but access Superman's file, where a photograph of Clark Kent prominently appeared on the screen, accompanied by his social connections. Eventually, Bruce's gaze settled upon a bald figure. It seemed imperative for him to visit that peculiar little town. "I hope you could surprise me, Smallville." As Bruce Wayne set forth towards Smallville, light years away, General Zod slowly opened his eyes beneath the sun. At this moment, his body had reached a state of saturation. Barring any unforeseen events, this was his limit. Zod gazed at the warm yellow sun before him, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. In the next instant, he abruptly turned and soared towards the blue planet. Chapter 101. Green Lantern Hal, as Zod journeyed towards Earth, had already recharged his ring and ascended into the sky, commencing his search for the Kryptonians. A massive green radar materialized before him, continuously refining its details as he focused. Soon, a three-dimensional representation of Earth appeared on the radar, marked by 8 red dots indicating the presence of Kryptonians. Hal marveled at the ring in his hand. The more he understood it, the more he appreciated the power behind its creation. In truth, he had merely instructed the ring to identify species not indigenous to this planet, while the remaining details were autonomously completed by the ring itself, far exceeding his expectations. It appeared that his prior understanding of the ring had been rather superficial. With this realization, Hal honed in on 2 red dots on the radar, transforming into a streak of green light as he sped towards their location. In a brief span, Fair and Augustine had collected 6 corpses of individuals named Clark. Had they not wasted significant time on the road, their tally would surely have been higher. Not only were the 2 of them engaged in this endeavor, but the other 6 had also not strayed far from North America. When Hal's figure appeared above them, the 2 exchanged glances, and Fair promptly pressed the call button. This was merely a routine procedure during their missions. However, as warriors, both men harbored a deep yearning for a fierce battle with the warriors of this planet. Thus, upon seeing Hal, their eyes sparkled not with fear, but with excitement. What about the woman? Hal inquired, looking down at them. Augustine glanced at his companion, his eyes reflecting curiosity, while Fair extended his hand, inviting him to speak. Augustine playfully punched Fair's shoulder and said, "Good brother, you understand me." With that, he took a step forward and asked Hal from his elevated position, "What is your name?" Hal furrowed his brow and coldly declared, "Since you refuse to speak, I shall seek her myself. I will eliminate one after another until I find her." Augustine's face twisted into a sinister grin. "You truly possess an admirable arrogance." With that, he glanced around and strode directly to a nearby streetlight, effortlessly twisting the metal pole in half. He then hurled it toward Hale, aiming high. Whoosh! The metallic rod soared through the air like an elongated javelin, whistling sharply as it approached Hale. He extended his hand, and with a surge of green energy, a hand, magnified several times, manifested before him. With a flick of his finger, the green hand mimicked his action, its fingertips striking the end of the streetlight. Bang! A jarring collision echoed, causing the streetlight to spiral in the air and return toward Augustine. Seeing this, Augustine propelled himself upward with a powerful leap, launching a kick at the rapidly spinning pole. The impact proved too much for the streetlight. It twisted grotesquely and flew off into the distance. In the next moment, the ground erupted violently as Augustine's figure soared towards Hale amidst the flying debris. Hale, with a disdainful snort, dove toward Augustine. Crash! The two collided with tremendous force, each landing a blow to the other's chest, sending shock waves rippling outward. They separated and ascended, but their positions had shifted. Hale plummeted toward the ground while Augustine ascended. Just as Hale was about to touch down, a green trampoline materialized beneath him, and in an instant he was propelled upward at an even greater speed. Charging once more at Augustine, Augustine adjusted his posture mid-air, but before he could stabilize himself, Hale appeared directly above him, arms raised high. A massive green baseball bat materialized in his grasp, its size more than tenfold that of an ordinary bat, thickening toward the end. The portion in Hale's hands was merely fist-sized, but at its extremity, it exceeded 3 meters in diameter. Buzz! The colossal bat descended with crushing force, its girth evoking an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Augustine, instinctively shielding his head with his arms, muttered, "I detest battling those who wield magic. It lacks any aesthetic." As the words left his lips, the bat struck him hard. On the ground, Fire gasped in astonishment, baring his teeth. Augustine then crashed heavily to the ground not far from him, vanishing into the earth, leaving behind a gaping hole. Fire frowned, casting a disapproving glance at Hale above. But in the next moment, the ground exploded once more, and Augustine, now covered in dirt, emerged before Fire, coldly regarding Hale overhead. This time, he refrained from leaping to great heights. The inability to fly was their greatest weakness. Without the means to gain leverage in the air, they could only passively succumb to being targets. However, Hal showed no intention of halting his assault. He extended his ring-adorned hand, and the emerald light of his ring radiated brilliantly. In the next moment, a green meteor blazed forth from the horizon, tracing an arc through the sky before hurtling directly towards their position. Augustine's expression shifted, and in an instant, Faye appeared beside him. The two drew back, shoulders hunched, and charged toward the meteor. With a resounding crash, the green meteor shattered into fragments, which then transformed back into green light, returning to Hal's hand. Faye's voice resonated around them. All his attacks were driven by will. As long as one's resolve was sufficiently steadfast, his methods could not inflict harm. Hearing this, Hal furrowed his brow. He anticipated that even two Kryptonians would possess such insight and experience. Yet he felt no fear. So what if they could see through him? In terms of will, he feared no one. Therefore, was your willpower truly formidable? If not, then only death remains. With that, Hal ceased to conjure any further illusions. A powerful green light enveloped him as he channeled the energy of the Green Lantern into himself, plunging downward like an uncontrollable aircraft towards the two Kryptonians. Simultaneously, Faye and Augustine unleashed all the energy stored within their cells, the intense energy reaction nearly expelling the surrounding air. In the next heartbeat, the ground beneath them erupted, and the two figures surged forward hand in hand towards Hal. Chapter 102. The unusual application of Green Lantern energy. Hal observed the two sprawled on the ground, and with a flourish of his ring, a perfect cubic green cage materialized. ensnaring them within. This cage was airtight, serving as a punishment from Hal. You may pray that I swiftly locate your companions. Otherwise, should you suffocate, you cannot blame me. With that, he turned and soared into the sky, heading towards his next target. As for Faye and Augustine, they had already succumbed to unconsciousness. At this moment, 100 miles away, Fiorella gazed at her personal terminal, a slight furrow creasing her brow. Beside her, Chris inquired with urgency, "What is it, Chief?" "Faye and Augustine have encountered trouble," Fiorella replied calmly. "What?" Chris exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Their combat prowess ranked among the finest among us. Who could possibly overpower them?" Fiorella glanced upward and suddenly smiled. "It is too late to resist now. The general has awakened and will soon descend upon Earth." Chris's face lit up with excitement. "The general is coming? Splendid. Once he arrives, no one on this planet will be able to thwart us." Fiorella nodded gently, agreeing with this sentiment. At that moment, a sudden flash of green light streaked across the horizon, vanishing in the blink of an eye above the heads of the two individuals. Yet in the next instant, Hal's figure abruptly materialized before them. "Almost missed you," he remarked with a cold smirk directed at Fiola. "At last, I found you, Kryptonian." Fiola glanced at the lantern ring in his hand. "It seems you've mastered the use of that ring. What else has it revealed to you?" Hal clenched his fists, stating, "I have no time for idle chatter. I am eager to eliminate you and the rest of your Kryptonian kin." "Eliminate? You couldn't even take down those two." "So for that, I shall ensure you receive a complete corpse," Fiola responded, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. "Of course, you needn't thank me." As her words fell, a brilliant green aura enveloped Hal, his presence escalating dramatically. A fierce whirlwind spiraled upward around him, entwining with the green flames, forming a mesmerizing green tornado above his head. Simultaneously, Fiola began to unleash the energy within her, a dry, searing heat gradually surging forth, clashing with Hal's flames, creating a cataclysmic release of energy that shook the ground and the structures surrounding them. Chris, observing the scene, prudently refrained from joining the fray, instead retreating to a safe distance. After glancing at the holographic image in her hand, her gaze flitted across the nearby buildings, ultimately resting on a second-floor balcony where a young Caucasian man in his 20s was staring boldly at the unfolding chaos. In the next moment, while Hal and Fiola remained still, it was Chris who made the first move, leaping toward the house. Within mere strides, she stood before the startled young man and inquired, "Are you Clark Kristen?" The man instinctively nodded, only to have his head swiftly severed by Chris. Embracing Clark Kristen's head, she turned to Hal, her eyes brimming with provocation. Hal let out a disdainful grunt, unleashing a beam of green light toward Chris. However, that beam was promptly neutralized by the laser emitted from Fiola's eyes. Hal's gaze shifted back to Fiola without uttering a word, as two green energy orbs reappeared behind him. With a gesture of his finger, the orbs began to swirl and dart toward Chris. Refusing to back down, Fiola's eyes glinted with red light, and two laser beams shot forth, pursuing the green energy orbs. Just before they could reach Chris, she detonated them. A massive wave of energy erupted, instantly severing nearby streetlights and majestic trees, while a portion of the building beneath Chris also succumbed to the energy surge, resembling a cake with a sizable bite taken out of it. Twice his attacks were thwarted, yet Hal seemed unfazed. Behind him, 5 orbs of green energy rose once more, launching themselves toward Chris without any command. Unlike before, each orb followed its own trajectory, moving at varying speeds, all aimed at the nearby Chris. Observing this, Fiola's eyes emitted beams of laser light, but this time, the rays did not cease after a single shot. They formed an unbroken wall of red energy before Chris, effectively shielding her from Hal's onslaught. Both combatants focused on Chris as their target for offense and defense, employing disparate strategies. However, it appeared that neither could gain the upper hand. In light of this stalemate, Hal's eyes widened and his fists clenched. A pair of green gloves enveloped his hands as he declared, "I shall show you the boxing techniques of Earth." Prior to my induction into the Green Lantern Corps, I was renowned as the heavyweight champion of our base. Before he could finish his declaration, Fiola struck first, aiming a powerful blow toward his abdomen. The air pressure generated by her punch indicated its formidable weight. In response to her approach, Hal launched a kick aimed directly at Fiola's chest. It's a simple combat principle: legs surpass hands. Did you not know this? He taunted. However, In the blink of an eye, his kick met only air, as Fiola's body moved with the grace of a leaf, evading his forceful attack. Alas, Hal's foot was not merely a foot. In the instant his foot brushed past Fiola, a green leg shot forth from his thigh with lightning speed, catching her off guard and landing a fierce kick to her chest, sending her hurtling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Hal lunged forward, disregarding any notions of gender, and unleashed a torrent of close-range punches, delivering dozens in mere seconds. This was not due to a remarkable speed in his punches. Rather, it was the relentless emergence of green arms and fists from various parts of his body. Although Fiola could defend against 2 or 3 punches, it proved nearly impossible to guard against a barrage of 10 or even dozens simultaneously. Gotcha! Hal's eyes glimmered with delight as he realized this simple tactic was effective. It conserved energy far more efficiently than any helium flash or celestial meteor, yet yielded commendable results. Thus, adhering to the principle of striking while the iron is hot, Hal afforded Fiola no chance to escape, even conjuring for additional arms to firmly restrain her. In that moment, Fiola was nearly overwhelmed. Chapter 103. The arrival of Zod approached the Kryptonian mothership with measured steps. At once, Nur opened the hatch, standing respectfully at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of his general. General, sensing the approach of Zwada, Noel bowed slightly. Zwada gently stepped into the mothership, the hatch closing behind him. Where's Fiola? Zwada inquired, his gaze cast downward, imposing as he looked upon Noel. And the others? His eyes pierced Noel's back like twin blades, sending shivers down his spine. Lord Fiola has led the others to Earth to capture the traitorous son, Noel replied. Zwada calmly asked, is it truly necessary for them all to go? Noel lowered his posture further, explaining, Lord Fiola encountered some resistance on Earth, and for the sake of efficiency in capturing him, everyone was dispatched. Zwada merely huffed through his nostrils, seemingly unsatisfied with this response. The two proceeded to the cockpit, where they beheld the cerulean Earth before them. After a moment of contemplation, Zwada commanded, bring up Fiola's current image. Yes, Noel responded eagerly, his hands moving as if his life depended on it. Soon, a holographic image materialized before them, causing Zwada's expression to shift dramatically. The hologram depicted Fiola being mercilessly pummeled by Hal. A heavy silence enveloped the cockpit. Is this what you refer to as some resistance? Zwada's face remained tranquil, yet his voice was frigid as ice. Noel bowed his head once more, rendered speechless. With a flick of his hand, Zwada dismissed the hologram and gazed out the viewport at Earth, a hint of displeasure in his eyes, feeling a surge of offense. Open the hatch, he commanded coldly. Noel complied, his head bowed. In an instant, Zwada's figure vanished before Noel, who maintained his bent posture for some time. After a long breath, Noel exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a layer of perspiration beneath his breathable combat suit. He pondered the current level of the general's evolution, recalling the primal fear he had not experienced in a long while. Truly, he must have transcended the realm of Kryptonian humanity. Meanwhile, on Earth, military radars blared frantically, all emitting the same signal. An unidentified object was hurtling toward the planet with unprecedented speed. Simultaneously, Hal, having just sent Fiola flying with a punch, suddenly looked up, only to see a dark figure hurtling toward him. Before he could react, the shadow crashed down upon him with tremendous force. Boom! In the next moment, a perfectly cylindrical pit appeared where Hal had been standing, nearly 100 meters in diameter and unfathomably deep, its edges smooth and crystalline. Above this chasm, Zwada hovered silently, his gaze lowered as he surveyed the unfolding scene. Above his head, the heavy clouds parted to reveal a vast rift, the fierce whistling sound echoing through the expanse of the sky. General, both Fiola and Chris exclaimed as they beheld Zorda's figure, promptly kneeling and bowing their heads in reverence. The Green Lantern Corps? Zord inquired, his curiosity piqued by a fleeting green glow he had witnessed at the moment he had hurled Hal into the ground. Fiola nodded, affirming, indeed, General. The ones we just battled were members of the Green Lantern Corps. When did their reach extend so far? Zord replied coldly, having absorbed solar radiation for 3 years. His body and spirit had seemingly evolved to an entirely different echelon. If previously Zord had regarded the Green Lantern Corps, who fancied themselves as the universe's overseers, on equal footing due to his armies and Kryptonian technology, Now he was convinced that his own intrinsic power could obliterate the entire core. Of course, he had never engaged in combat with them. Yet his confidence led him to this conclusion. This bearer of the ring appears to be a native of this planet. Fiola elaborated. Zord nodded noncommittally, his gaze falling upon the deep pit beneath him. Once shrouded in darkness, a green light suddenly erupted within the pit, gradually expanding until Hal's figure emerged before Zord. At this moment, Hal was far from his previous state. His battle suit, infused with Green Lantern energy, bore signs of damage, and the energy swirling around him had dimmed considerably. With trepidation, Hal regarded the figure clad in black armor before him, enduring the searing pain coursing through his body as he asked, "Who are you?" "Drew Zord, Supreme Military Commander of Krypton. You may address me as General." Zord replied calmly. "You are of the Green Lantern Corps. I can spare your life, provided you submit to me and assist in the transformation of this planet." Hal's pupils dilated as he sensed the immense pressure emanating from Zord, a realization dawning that he was not a match for this man. "Flee!" A frantic warning echoed within Hal's mind. Zord's demands were unattainable, leaving only the path of escape or death. With a surge of thought, Hal activated the ring, unleashing a brilliant green light as 4 small propulsion devices materialized on his limbs. The green flames erupted forth, propelling him swiftly into the distance. Zord watched him passively, retracting his right fist to his waist before launching it forward with force. In the next instant, a slender tunnel of air materialized from Zord's outstretched fist, racing after the fleeing Hal. The air within the tunnel was entirely evacuated, creating a vacuum, while the surrounding atmosphere compressed, contorting and wrinkling in response. After delivering his strike, Zord made no further movements, silently observing the direction in which Hal had fled. Moments later, a sudden burst of green light erupted in the far distance. An explosion not born of spontaneity, but rather a reluctant outburst precipitated by external forces. A green mushroom-shaped cloud ascended abruptly in the horizon. A verdant figure plummeted headlong towards the earth. Retracting his gaze, Zwa murmured a phrase of recklessness. Unbeknownst to him, following the explosion of green energy, and before Hal's descent, a black spacecraft had intercepted Hal in midair and swiftly soared away in the direction opposite to Zwada. Chapter 104. The terrifying power of a single fist within the opulent White Palace. The newly inaugurated President Johnson surveyed his assembled staff and senior officials, including the Secretary of Defense, and posed a grave inquiry. "Esteemed colleagues, the extraterrestrial beings we have long sought are now upon our very doorstep, wreaking havoc upon our edifices, endangering our citizens, tarnishing our reputation, and jeopardizing our security. The populace is in dire need of our assistance, and I, too, require your support." Johnson's gaze flitted among the individuals present, yet none dared to meet his eyes until it settled upon Secretary of Defense Taylor. "My esteemed Secretary of Defense, Mr. Taylor, I implore you to share your thoughts." Johnson's tone was cool, reflecting his dissatisfaction with the collective demeanor of his advisors. With his rivals mounting fierce attacks on him over public safety concerns, he understood that if he failed to act swiftly, he risked becoming one of the shortest-serving presidents in history, having only taken the oath of office a month prior. Upon being called upon, Taylor hesitantly raised his gaze to Johnson. Noticing the unyielding intensity in the president's eyes, he let out a subtle sigh and spoke. "Mr. President, I propose 2 strategies for your consideration." A flicker of hope ignited in Johnson's eyes at Taylor's words, and he eagerly encouraged, "Please, do express your insights without restraint." Taylor, steeling himself, declared, "The first approach is to submit to them. Thus, we may gain access to their advanced technologies, facilitating significant progress in our nation's scientific endeavors, enabling us to dominate this planet. Of course, this is contingent upon their willingness to share their knowledge with us. Subsequently, once they locate the Kryptonian, they will likely depart from Earth, returning to their own world. However, I perceive the likelihood of this scenario as quite slim." Taylor's remarks cast a pall of silence over the room. The attendees found themselves captivated by the alluring vision he painted. Yet their rational minds could not help but acknowledge the harsh truth embedded within his words. At that moment, Taylor surveyed the assembly with a glint of mockery in his gaze before continuing. "The most pressing concern remains. If we choose to submit, how shall we justify this decision to our people?" President Johnson interrupted Tyler, stating, "Enough. I believe none among us would concur with this situation. Therefore, please focus on discussing your second approach. Upon hearing this, Tyler shrugged slightly. The second method could garner overwhelming support from the majority of the populace. Yet among that majority, a significant portion would be impoverished individuals. Additionally, we could earn the respect and backing of various nations, although it may only be verbal endorsement. Ultimately, we might incur greater losses and setbacks. I trust you all comprehend my meaning. You mean to fight to the bitter end? Someone inquired, their astonishment barely concealed. Tyler smiled faintly, affirming precisely. This proclamation ignited a flurry of discussion within the room, with many criticizing Tyler for his perilous words. It was only when Johnson intervened to quell the fervor that he maintained his gaze upon Tyler, realizing that his Secretary of Defense must have already devised strategy, given Tyler's composure amidst the tumult. Thus, he urged, "Please elaborate, Secretary Tyler." Tyler nodded respectfully, preparing to speak, when suddenly, the blaring alarm filled the room. Initially startled, Tyler quickly reacted, pulling the president toward the exit. However, in the next moment, the wall outside was violently torn away, revealing 3 figures. Chris hurled the debris behind him, sending the hefty wall crashing into the crowd, toppling many. Zoder entered the room slowly, fixing his gaze on Johnson. With information provided by Noel, there was no chance of misidentification. "Are you the supreme leader of the most powerful nation on this planet?" he inquired. An inexplicable, overwhelming force enveloped everyone present, rendering the atmosphere nearly suffocating. Johnson nodded, suppressing the discomfort from his racing heart, and replied, "I am Johnson Wade." "May I ask who you are?" Zoder coolly replied. "You need not know my name. It bears no significance to you. You simply need to stand here obediently." As he spoke, Zoder began to levitate, suddenly looking upward. He proclaimed, "I am General Drew Zoder, the highest military commander of Krypton. I am addressing the leaders of Earth's civilizations. Within 12 hours, find the individual I seek and bring him here. Otherwise, I will systematically eradicate every civilization and living being on this planet, one by one, until either you or we locate that person." In the next moment, 2 blazing crimson orbs ignited within Zoder's eyes. Subsequently, 2 brilliant energy beams surged forth, extending several hundred meters in the blink of an eye, directly striking a towering edifice. As Zoder's gaze gradually descended, the building was slowly cleaved apart by the energy rays, ultimately collapsing due to the imbalance of its structural supports. Simultaneously, a deep and broad chasm stretched from the distance towards where Johnson and his companions stood, obliterating everything in its path until the entire White Palace was severed in twain, along with Johnson and his companions, who were irrevocably reduced to ashes. Then, Zoder descended from the heavens, delivering a forceful punch to the ground. In an instant, the terrain within a 100-meter radius of the White Palace was utterly transformed, crushed into a multitude of varying-sized granules. Concurrently, the force seeped outward, causing structures within a kilometer to have their foundations shattered, inevitably causing them to tremble and collapse, while the ground itself was split into 12 segments, with soil upheaved and dust engulfing the air. Even so, Zoder's power remained unrelenting. As it spread further, roads were ravaged, buildings teetered precariously, and the populace was thrown into disarray by the invisible pressure, resulting in numerous unfortunate incidents, such as the terror of a single punch. Chapter 105. Green Lantern Bruce Wayne Hal awoke from his stupor, only to realize he seemed to be resting in a chamber of an estate rather than the customary confines of a hospital room. He first raised his hand to glance at his ring, but the emptiness of his finger abruptly dispelled his lingering daze, replacing it with a surge of clarity. Hal swiftly sat upright in bed, observing his empty hands, which appeared oddly disconcerting. "My ring," he thought, a wave of panic washing over him. The urgency and crisis of losing his power left him feeling disoriented. Just then, a figure with white hair entered the room. It was Alfred. "Mr. Jordan, you are awake," Alfred stated with utmost courtesy. Hal regarded Alfred and inquired, "Who are you? Where am I? Why am I here?" "This is Gotham City, Wayne Manor. I am Alfred. As for why you are here, you will understand once you meet him," Alfred replied, gesturing with a gracious wave. Hal remained still, pressing further. "What about my ring?" "It is of great significance to me." "Ah, it holds considerable sentimental value, but I assure you, it is of no use to us," Alfred remarked with a slight smile in his eyes. "All of your belongings are with him. Please follow me." With that, he made another inviting gesture. With a mind full of doubts, Hal pondered briefly before rising from the bed and following Alfred into the unknown ahead. Soon, under Alfred's guidance, Hal swiftly arrived at the Batcave. Gazing at the natural cavern and the high-tech facilities within, Hal could not help but furrow his brow. Bruce Wayne emerged slowly from the shadows, a handsome smile gracing his face, exuding an air of control. "Welcome to the Batcave, Green Lantern Hal Jordan." Hal's gaze immediately shifted towards Bruce. "Who are you?" "Wayne, Bruce Wayne," Bruce replied calmly. "You may call me Batman." Hal, frowning intently at Bruce, remained silent. Bruce continued, "How is your condition? Do you recall what transpired before your arrival here?" Upon hearing Bruce's words, Hal was suddenly reminded of the shadow that loomed in the sky, a presence that exerted pressure greater than anyone he had encountered in the Green Lantern Corps. It was overwhelming, and his will had been nearly obliterated, leaving him devoid of resolve. Consequently, the power of the ring had become ineffective, resulting in his easy defeat and near demise. Observing Hal's expression, Bruce realized he had recalled everything, and so he said, "It seems you have regained your senses. Now, we can engage in a serious discussion." However, Hal shook his head. "I don't believe there is much to discuss between us. What you should do now is return my ring and allow me to seek assistance to confront this impending catastrophe on Earth." Bruce inquired curiously, "So, your energy is derived from this ring?" As he spoke, he extended his hand, revealing a green ring that emanated a radiant glow. Hal reached out to seize the lantern ring, but Bruce deftly evaded his grasp. In that moment, Hal panicked as he saw Bruce clutching his lantern ring, attempting to fit it onto his own finger. "Stop!" he shouted, lunging forward again in an attempt to reclaim his ring. He still had some confidence in his own skills, but the next moment, he reluctantly realized that, in terms of martial prowess, he seemed no match for the man before him. As an elite of the Shadow Dance Alliance, Bruce's abilities were far beyond Hal Jordan's reach, and he showed no fear as Hal charged at him. Hal then halted, letting out a sigh. "Go ahead, wear it. It will do you no good. Without unwavering will and steadfast belief, it is futile." In the next instant, he beheld the ring Bruce had placed upon his thumb suddenly radiating the familiar green light, its brilliance even more concentrated and profound than when he wore it himself. Witnessing this scene, a bittersweet smile emerged on Hal's face. It dawned on him that he was not a singularly unique entity. Perhaps he was merely an ordinary individual with a stroke of good fortune. The continuous blows to his pride left Hal feeling utterly deflated, even stirring a sense of desolation within him. Bruce felt the energy fluctuations emanating from the Ring of Light and could not help but exclaim how extraordinary the craftsmanship and indescribable energy waves were. As he spoke, he suddenly extended his hand, and a surge of green energy erupted from the ring, enveloping Batman before him. With a gentle lift of his finger, the massive Batmobile, weighing several tons, ascended effortlessly. Bruce closed his eyes, not sensing the weight of the Batmobile, yet acutely aware of a mental burden. It appeared that wielding this ring demanded mental fortitude rather than physical strength or endurance. With this thought, Bruce's mind shifted, and the thick green light abruptly dispersed into numerous slender tendrils, each extending in different directions. Under his command, these tendrils performed various tasks with remarkable orderliness rather than chaos. Though Bruce kept his eyes shut, his darkened vision was divided into dozens of distinct scenes, each presenting the perspective of the tendrils. Witnessing this spectacle, Hal felt a profound astonishment. Only as a bearer of the ring could he comprehend the immense mental energy and resolute will required to achieve such precision. At that moment, the tendrils retracted into the ring, and Bruce's body suddenly shimmered with a radiant green light. Subsequently, he delivered a powerful punch toward a nearby wooden training dummy, which instantly shattered into splinters, its upper half entirely obliterated as if bitten away. After this demonstration, Bruce gained a fundamental understanding of the ring. He sighed softly, removed the ring from his finger, and casually tossed it to Hal. Startled, Hal almost failed to catch it, holding the ring in his hand with a look of surprise directed at Bruce. "What is this?" "It's nothing, merely returning what belongs to its rightful owner. Are you not aware of the significance of this ring? The ring is splendid, but it does not suit me. Therefore, it holds no meaning for me." Bruce glanced at the ring before returning his gaze to Hal's face, thereafter ignoring the ring entirely. Chapter 106. Clash of Titans. Hal stared at the ring in his hand, momentarily lost in thought, but he quickly shook his head and placed the ring back on his middle finger. The Green Lantern energy enveloped his entire being, transforming into a battle suit that covered him completely. Touching the emblem on his chest, Hal felt a sense of calm wash over him. "So you saved me. What can I do for you?" Hal inquired. "I dislike being in someone's debt." Bruce regarded him with a slight smile. "I need you to help me defeat Zod." Hal shook his head. "That's impossible. I am no match for him on my own." Bruce similarly shook his head. "It is not solely you. There is also me." Bruce pointed to himself and then gestured behind Hal, saying, "And him." Hal turned to see a figure slowly emerging from the elevator, a robust physique, dark hair, and an aura brimming with wildness. "Aquaman, Arthur Curry. What brings you here?" Arthur, upon spotting Hal, couldn't help but ask. Hal scoffed. "I was about to ask you the same thing. What are you doing here?" "I came to find my good friend." Arthur intended to warmly call out Bruce's name, but as he reached the end of his sentence, he realized he had forgotten Bruce's name, causing an awkward silence to envelop the scene. At that moment, Alfred, standing behind Arthur, softly murmured, "Bruce. Bruce Wayne. Isn't that right, Bruce?" Arthur glanced back at Alfred, his eyes brimming with gratitude, while Alfred wore a gentle smile, as though he had not just spoken. Hal turned to Bruce. "You don't genuinely believe that with just him and us, we can defeat that Kryptonian, do you? By the way, I forgot to ask, what are your abilities?" As he spoke, a surge of hope blossomed within him. If Bruce possessed powers comparable to Arthur and his own, then defeating Zod with the three of them might not be an impossible feat. Just then, Bruce suddenly declared, "I have money." "Huh? What?" Hal thought he had misheard and couldn't help but ask again. Bruce looked at him, his smile growing. "I have money. And then what?" Hal remained skeptical, pressing for more. Bruce shrugged. "That's it. Oh, goodbye." Hal turned to leave, but was blocked by Arthur. With disdain written across his face, Arthur remarked, "So, your greatest ability is to run away?" A flash of green light flickered in Hal's eyes as an energy wave surged outward, pushing towards Arthur. Unyielding, Arthur slammed his trident against the ground, causing the water pool at the Batcave's base to surge upward, colliding with the green energy and unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that reverberated against the cave walls, causing a slight tremor throughout the Batcave. At that moment, Batman abruptly flicked his wrist, sending a metallic dart into the depths of the water pool. Upon entering the water, the dart released a powerful electric current, visibly coursing through the water and enveloping Arthur instantaneously. Simultaneously, Bruce moved closer to Hal, reaching out to swipe the Green Lantern ring from Hal's hand. In the next moment, the green energy and the transparent water stream vanished completely. Arthur, struggling against the numbing sensation coursing through him, shot an irritated glance at Bruce, his eyes glimmering with fierce intensity. Hal, too, looked at the lantern ring in Bruce's grasp. With a smile, Bruce inquired, "So, can we sit down and talk now?" With a flick of his hand, he tossed the lantern ring back to Hal, who caught it deftly. Hal adorned himself with the ring and conjured a chair to sit upon. Bruce turned his gaze toward Arthur, only to find him still standing proudly in place. Consequently, Bruce approached Hal, resting a hand upon his shoulder, and addressed Arthur, stating, "Should you refuse to sit down and converse, we shall be compelled to confine you, and then devise a strategy to confront Zod." Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly as he retorted, "Do you truly believe you can manage that?" Bruce's tone shifted, becoming resolute as he declared, "In comparison to the peculiar nature of your abilities, your control over water is far more susceptible to targeting and restriction. Utilizing electricity would suffice. I can instantaneously generate millions of volts to sear him without issue." Hal interjected, "Why didn't I think of using electricity last time? How utterly foolish of me." Bruce's unwavering determination and confidence began to weaken Arthur's imposing demeanor. Sensing the shift, Bruce continued, "Moreover, I trust we share a mutual friend. He is the very link of our camaraderie, is he not?" "You mean Hal?" Hal hesitated. "Clark Kent?" Arthur pondered aloud. Bruce nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Clark Kent. It is fair to say that the crisis facing our planet today is largely due to him, and our meeting here, engaging in discourse on how to combat the Kryptonians, is also a result of his influence. Thus, I earnestly inquire, can we sit down and discuss this?" The sincerity in Bruce's eyes finally softened Arthur's resolve. In truth, he had spent more time with Clark and shared numerous experiences, rendering that name far more impactful upon him. Otherwise, given Arthur's current disposition, he would never entertain interceding based solely on Bruce's remarks. As Arthur finally took a seat, Bruce exhaled gently. Despite the unforeseen complications, Everything seemed to be progressing positively. These two individuals were among the most formidable allies he could secure. Their alliance offered a glimmer of hope against Zod. Without them, even the most meticulous of plans would be rendered futile. At this juncture, a familiar figure resurfaced in his mind. Clark Kent. He silently mused, his gaze sharpening as he focused on the two before him. "Gentlemen, how much do you know about Zod?" Arthur immediately shook his head, declaring, "I do not know him. I have never encountered him." Hal contemplated briefly before responding. "He is powerful, immensely so. I am no match for him." Upon hearing Hal's assertion, Arthur's interest piqued. He understood Hal's prowess, and if even Hal acknowledged Zod as a formidable opponent, he was curious to discover the nature of such an entity. Bruce nodded and activated the enormous screen before them, which displayed the actions Zod had undertaken since his arrival on Earth. "Arthur, please take a moment to watch this video." With that, Bruce clicked the play button.